In the Taiyi Sect's abandoned alchemy room, the humble servant Xu Changsheng stumbled upon a mysterious bronze cauldron, thus embarking on an extraordinary journey towards immortality. The worthless qi gathering pills, when placed within the cauldron, transformed instantaneously into flawless spiritual elixirs. The rudimentary qi refinement technique, refined in the vessel, ascended to an unparalleled Tao scripture. Even common herbs nurtured within the cauldron became precious medicines that had aged for millennia, and even scrap metal, when cast inside, could metamorphose into divine weapons. In this ruthless realm of cultivation, Xu Changsheng, empowered by the cauldron's might, rose from a mere servant to prominence. While others toil for a century, I accomplish in a single day within my cauldron. Witness Xu Changsheng as he, with the abilities of an ordinary man, utilizes this treasure-laden cauldron to pursue the path of eternal life, navigating the traditional mortal realm with steady growth, employing cunning in the face of adversity, and contending with sect rivalries on the road to longevity. Chapter 1. Celestial Fortuity descends, the servant of the abandoned alchemy room. A broken cauldron found. In the Zhao Kingdom, in the town of Qingyou, Xu Changsheng squatted on the ridge of his meager fields, a blade of dogtail grass clenched between his teeth, gazing dreamily at the distant, undulating Taiyi mountain range, shrouded in mist. That was the fabled sacred ground of the Taiyi Sect, a place beyond the reach of mere mortals. His skin was tanned, and his fingers bore the roughness of years of labor, while his eyes reflected the simplicity of a farming youth, intermingled with a hint of curiosity about the world beyond the mountains. At the age of 16, he was already considered a sturdy laborer in Qingyou. Having lost his parents at an early age, he was left with some savings. He had heeded the persuasive words of Scholarly, who claimed that scholarly pursuits could alter one's fate, and reluctantly spent a year and a half in study. However, aside from penning a diary, he learned nothing of significance. His savings depleted, he was dismissed from the private school by Scholarly. Now, he relied on his scant fields and odd jobs for the wealthy townsfolk to scrape by. Life trudged on like an old yellow ox in the fields, slow and predictable. Changsheng, what are you daydreaming about? The village chief is calling for people to repair the Dragon King Temple's roof. If you're late, there won't be any food, shouted Guzi, a fellow villager from a distance. I'm coming. Xu Changsheng spat out the grass stem, dusted off his trousers, and hoisted his hoe, ready to earn a few copper coins and a meal of coarse rice. The name Changsheng was given by his father, who had sought the counsel of a wandering Taoist. The Taoist had remarked upon his potential for enlightenment, hoping he would discover the path to immortality. In hindsight, it seemed that the name had been a squandered hope. Just as he stepped off the ridge and onto the path leading to the town, an unforeseen calamity struck. The sky darkened without warning, not with clouds, but rather an overwhelming pressure that instilled dread. A fierce wind whipped up dust, making it difficult to see. A blinding streak of light, akin to a falling star, descended with a chilling sound of rupture and crashed into the desolate rocky outcrop to the west of the town. Boom! The earth trembled and the mountains shook. Dust soared into the sky. Xu Changsheng was knocked off balance by the shockwave, landing in the field and tasting the earth. With terror gripping his heart, he gazed in the direction of the rocky outcrop, his heart racing. As the dust began to settle, a massive pit became visible. In the center of the pit, there seemed to be a flicker of a faint yet resilient white radiance. Celestial fortune? Disaster? A potent mix of fear and an inexplicable urge propelled Xu Changsheng forward. He gritted his teeth and, inexplicably, chose not to dash towards the town. Instead, he crouched low, utilizing the cover of the field ridge and the thicket, making his way towards the deep pit. The edge of the pit was charred black, emitting a pungent scent of sulfur. At the bottom lay a figure clad in a tattered white palace gown, stained with blood, quietly resting. The woman's beauty was striking even in her unconscious state. Her pallid complexion could not conceal her ethereal grace, as if she were a celestial being emerging from a painting. Beside her was a vibrant, majestic bird, its eyes sparkling with life, seemingly guarding her fragile existence. A celestial being. Truly a celestial being. Xu Changsheng felt as though his breath had nearly ceased. In his lifetime, the highest authority he had encountered was the village head. He had never witnessed such a scene. Just as he was at a loss, several sharp, piercing sounds resonated from the sky. A flurry of colorful, formidable beams of light shot towards the pit like meteors racing across the night sky. Their target aimed directly at the chasm. Demoness, do not flee. Hand over the Xian Pearl. The overwhelming pressure bore down on Xu Changsheng, rendering him immobile, as if an immense mountain had settled upon him, freezing his thoughts. He could only press himself tightly against the ground, too terrified to lift his head. Umph! A cold, disdainful snort echoed, resonating deep within his soul. In the next moment, a profound, multi-hued radiance burst forth from the pit, carrying the injured woman aloft, effortlessly tearing through the pursuing beams of light, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye, at an astonishing speed. The chasing beams circled above the pit several times, their powerful consciousness sweeping over every inch of land like spilled mercury. Xu Changsheng felt as if he were stripped bare and cast into an icy abyss, his body cold, blood nearly solidifying within him. He desperately suppressed his breath, fixating on a singular thought. Do not see me. Do not see me. Perhaps the demoness had fled too swiftly, or perhaps Xu Changsheng, a mere mortal, emitted an aura so faint that it failed to attract the attention of the celestial beings. The beams searched in vain and eventually departed, leaving behind only the ravaged pit and the shaken Xu Changsheng. It was not until the skies cleared and the oppressive aura dissipated that Xu Changsheng collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, his coarse linen garments soaked in cold sweat. Struggling to rise, he left the site of turmoil. Having witnessed a true celestial being today, Xu Changsheng felt that his life had not been in vain. If only he could become a celestial being himself. Yet, he could not even leave Qingyo Town. 3 days later, while Xu Changsheng was atop the Dragon King Temple mending the tiles, several ethereal figures descended upon Qingyo Town. At the forefront was none other than the injured woman in white from that day. Though her complexion remained pale, her demeanor was regal and cool as the moon. She was none other than the esteemed elder, Fairy Yun Yao, of the Taiyi Immortal Sect. It turned out that she had been ambushed and gravely wounded by an elder of the Xian Demon Sect, falling into the pit. Though rescued by her peers, she was burdened with guilt over the spirit beast, the vibrant sparrow, that had sacrificed itself to divert the formidable enemy, and ultimately perished. The spirit beast's last breath had faded in that very spot, prompting her to personally lead a search for its remains and to investigate whether any traces of demonic presence lingered. After an exhaustive search yielded no results, the celestial maiden Yun Yao felt an inexplicable sensation. Her gaze swept over the townsfolk, ultimately resting upon Xu Changsheng, who was laboriously mending a rooftop, his body smeared with mud and plaster. This young man appears to possess a flicker of spiritual essence. She was slightly taken aback. Among mortals, only a rare few are endowed with spiritual roots. How could such a remote town harbor one? Though faint and disordered, it nonetheless marked the threshold to the path of immortality. Perhaps it was the lingering thought of her spirit beast's demise, or perhaps a subtle thread of fate intertwining, but Yun Yao felt a surge of compassion. With a delicate gesture of her jade finger, a gentle radiance enveloped Xu Changsheng. He felt a warm current flowing into his being, lifting him effortlessly until he found himself before the celestial maiden. Do you wish to join me in the Taiyi Immortal Sect and seek eternal life? Yun Yao's voice, though cool, resonated with an undeniable authority. The entire Qingyo town erupted with excitement. An immortal master, a chance at destiny. The Xu family boy was about to ascend to greatness. Xu Changsheng's mind went blank, a tumultuous blend of elation and trepidation overwhelming him. With a sudden thud, he knelt, repeatedly bowing his head. I am willing. I, your disciple, am willing. Thank you for your grace, esteemed master. Thus, Xu Changsheng, in a daze, bid farewell to Qingyo Town and the life he had known, stepping through the majestic gates of the Taiyi Immortal Sect, where spiritual energy thrummed in the air. However, the immortal realm was far from the paradise he had envisioned. During the evaluation of his spiritual roots, the external affairs steward frowned as he assessed the results. All 5 elements present, 3 in metal, 2 in wood, 1 in water, 1 in fire, and 1 in earth. Chaotic and impure. The spiritual essence is dim, a typical case of mixed spiritual roots. With such qualifications, cultivating will yield little success. In a realm where resources are scarce, mixed spiritual roots were synonymous with worthlessness. Had it not been for Yun Yao personally bringing him, the steward would not have even bothered to glance at him. Ultimately, Xu Changsheng was assigned to the lowest tier of the alchemy peak, tasked with the dirtiest, most laborious, and least promising duties in the waste pill chamber. The so-called waste pill chamber was a place where failed alchemical attempts accumulated. These pills, either violently reactive due to conflicting properties or containing toxic impurities, were not only inedible but also posed environmental hazards if mishandled. Xu Changsheng's duty was to transport the mountain of waste pills to a designated site on the remote back mountain for burial or disposal. His residence was in the dampest corner of the servant quarters, a shabby storage room. Originally sharing a communal sleeping space, he had been ostracized due to the overpowering stench of the waste pills clinging to him. Many newcomers faced similar exclusion, but the overseer paid them no mind. Each day, Xu Changsheng rose before dawn, pushing a heavy iron cart back and forth between the fetid waste pill chamber and the desolate disposal site. His peers, possessing slightly better qualifications, had long been chosen by various peaks to assist, while even the least fortunate found positions in the spiritual fields. Only he remained, day after day, amidst the refuse. The overseer, surnamed Zhang, was a seasoned practitioner at the second level of qi refinement, who readily berated and deducted from Xu Changsheng, deeming his mixed spiritual roots as a sign of bleak prospects. The meager fragments of spiritual stones and energy-conserving pills distributed to servant disciples often dwindled to half by the time they reached his hands. The resplendent grandeur of the immortal sect bore no relation to Xu Changsheng. All he felt was the oppressive hierarchy, the burdensome labor, and the omnipresent scornful gazes. Days slipped away in a haze of numbing toil, and before long, 3 months had passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, torrential rain poured down relentlessly for 7 consecutive days and nights. The Taiyi mountain range witnessed numerous flash floods. The Feiban Feng, situated at a lower elevation, was fortified with formations, yet the rainwater still surged in, scattering the precariously stored in jars in disarray. Xu Changsheng, you good for nothing. What are you standing there for? Hurry to the back mountain and check. If the Feiban is swept downstream and contaminates the spirit stream, your 10 heads would not suffice for the punishment. The furious roar of Steward Zhang echoed sharply amidst the downpour. Xu Changsheng, feeling the weight of his responsibilities, donned an old raincoat and waded through the rain towards the designated dumping site on the back mountain. The back mountain was unrecognizable. The valley that once served as the dumping ground for Fudan was now a tumultuous torrent, the flood carrying mud, stones, and debris, along with a considerable amount of Fudan, rushing violently forward. The flood battered the valley walls, producing a deafening roar. Xu Changsheng's heart raced with terror. Should he be swept away, he would meet a fate of utter annihilation. He could do nothing but stand on higher ground, anxiously observing and praying that the flood would not carry the Fudan too far downstream, lest he, a mere errand boy, be implicated. Suddenly, a massive branch of the flood, resembling an enraged earth dragon, crashed violently against a relatively weak section of the valley wall. With a resounding crack, the rock layer collapsed, and a torrent of mud and stones cascaded down, instantaneously forming a small vortex of debris flow. Instinctively, Xu Changsheng stepped back, but his foot slipped, sending him tumbling down the slippery slope. Desperately, he reached out for something, only to grasp handfuls of muck and gravel. Just as he was about to be engulfed by the swirling debris, his back slammed against a half-buried, solid boulder, the pain causing him to grunt, yet it halted his descent. Mud and water cascaded down upon him, transforming him into a muddy figure. Breathless and shaken, he struggled to rise. His hands flailed in the sludge beneath him, accidentally brushing against a cold, hard object. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he exerted effort to pry the object from the mud. As the rain washed away the surface grime, its true form emerged, a palm-sized, 3-legged, twared bronze ding, adorned with verdigris and runes. Chapter 2. The Steward's Punishment, Transforming Waste into Treasure. The Path of Longevity. The bronze ding was cleansed by the murky water and rain, and those indistinct runes, illuminated by the flashes of lightning, appeared to glimmer faintly. Xu Changsheng thought he must be seeing things, or perhaps the impact had disoriented him. Wiping the mud from his face, he scrutinized it closely. The ancient, weathered bronze ding showed no signs of peculiarity. What a stroke of bad luck. I nearly lost my life only to recover this worthless trinket. With a wry smile, Xu Changsheng tucked the ding into his bosom and struggled back to safety. At that moment, his mind was consumed with thoughts of how to return and report without incurring the wrath of Steward Zhang, who might seize the opportunity to impose a harsher punishment. Xu Changsheng dragged his leaden legs, moving slowly back to the servants' quarters. Mud trickled down his pant legs, leaving a trail of dark footprints on the bluestone floor. With each step, The water collected in his raincoat splashed onto the ground, attracting disdainful glances from passing servant disciples. "Oh, is that not our celestial fate, disciple?" A shrill voice echoed from the corridor. Gao Sun leaned against a pillar, tossing 2 fragments of spirit stones in his hands. "I heard you nearly contaminated the spirit stream with your waste elixir?" Xu Changsheng pressed his lips tightly together, his nails digging deeply into the flesh of his palm. For the past 3 months, this senior brother Gao had been at odds with him, solely due to his connections with the revered fairy Yun Yao, who had personally brought him back to the sect. "Manager Zhang is waiting for you in the alchemy room." Gao suddenly lowered his voice, a malicious glint in his eyes. "I went out of my way to say a few good words for you." As he pushed open the heavy door of the alchemy room, a wave of heat rushed forth, making Xu Changsheng shiver. Manager Zhang was tending to the coals in the cauldron with iron tongs, the flickering flames casting shadows on his orange pea-like wrinkled face. "Kneel!" A thunderous roar accompanied the sharp sound of the tongs clanging against the blue bricks. Xu Changsheng's knees hit the ground heavily, soaking his damp pant legs in a patch of moisture on the bricks. "Useless. Do you understand the consequences of polluting the spirit stream?" Manager Zhang kicked over a nearby medicinal basket, dried spirit herbs scattering across the floor. "The entire alchemy peak may have to cease operations. Not even 10 of your worthless lives could compensate for this." Xu Changsheng lowered his head, fixated on a patch of moss growing in the crevice of a brick. Ants marched in a line across the moss, reminiscent of the servant disciples who toiled day after day, endlessly dealing with heaps of waste elixirs. "I sentence you to 3 days without food, and your spirit stones for next month will be entirely deducted." With a wave of his hand, Manager Zhang dismissed him with disdain. "Now, go and sort out the drenched waste elixirs." As he stepped out of the alchemy room, the torrential rain had ceased. Under the ancient locust tree at the corner of the courtyard, a few servants were gathered, sharing a packet of osmanthus cake. The sweet aroma wafted through the evening breeze, causing Xu Changsheng's empty stomach to convulse painfully. "What are you looking at?" One of them sneered, deliberately crushing a piece of the pastry. "Some people are favored by fairies, yet they can't even beg for a scrap of leftover food." Amidst the laughter, Xu Changsheng silently made his way toward the waste elixir room. The cold bronze cauldron pressed against his chest, icy as a blade. As evening fell, Xu Changsheng silently endured half a day's labor, dragging his weary body back to the frigid woodshed. His hunger was unbearable. Hidden within the straw pile of the woodshed lay a half-hardened grain cake, his last remaining sustenance. He retrieved the grain cake and was about to take a bite when his fingers brushed against the cold, hard bronze cauldron nestled in his arms. By some strange impulse, he pulled out the cauldron, and under the faint moonlight streaming through the window, he examined it once more. It remained unremarkable. Alas, misfortune seldom comes alone. Xu Changsheng sighed, casually picking up a nearly powerless, cracked, and faintly pungent waste qi gathering pill he had secretly salvaged from a corner of the waste elixir room earlier that day. He had hidden it, thinking that in his dire hunger, it might suffice, even though he knew consuming it could very well lead to diarrhea or even poisoning. He gazed at the discarded pill, then at the small bronze cauldron, and an absurd thought emerged. Could this vessel possibly contain medicinal elixirs? After all, consuming this worthless pill wouldn't lead to demise. Perhaps it was worth a try. With a mindset bordering on self-deprecation, he casually tossed the unsightly and feeble pill into the bronze cauldron. A broken cauldron for a worthless pill, an impeccable match. He muttered to himself, preparing to lie down in his clothes and endure the frigid, hunger-stricken night. However, scarcely had he reclined for the briefest moment, when an extraordinary and indescribable fragrance quietly wafted from the dilapidated cauldron. This aroma was exquisitely delicate and pure, reminiscent of tender sprouts after the first spring rainfall, akin to the spiritual springs nestled in secluded mountain valleys. It instantly dispelled the mustiness of the room and the earthy stench clinging to him, refreshing his spirit. Xu Changsheng sat up abruptly, his heart racing. He lunged toward the table, trembling as he lifted the cauldron to his eyes. Inside, the pill, once riddled with cracks and devoid of luster, now appeared rejuvenated. It was round and full, radiating a warm, jade-like milky hue, its surface enveloped in a faint, visible aura of spiritual energy. The pure and invigorating fragrance emanated unmistakably from this very pill. Was this truly the same discarded pill? It was evidently a high-quality, authentic qi gathering pill. No, It even felt more refined and potent than the inferior pills distributed to outer disciples each month. Xu Changsheng felt as if his breath had been stolen, blood rushing to his head. He stared intently at the transformed pill within the cauldron, and then at the unremarkable bronze vessel in his hand. A shocking realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. This cauldron could transmute waste into treasure. Cautiously, he poured the revitalized Treasure-Gathering pill into the palm of his hand. The pill was warm and imbued with spiritual energy. Merely holding it made the faint spiritual force within him stir to life. An overwhelming euphoria swept over him like a tsunami, nearly overwhelming him. But in the next moment, a chilling dread surged from his spine, instantly extinguishing his excitement. Possessing such a treasure could be a curse. If the miraculous properties of this bronze cauldron were to be discovered, Xu Changsheng could scarcely fathom the consequences. Would it be the celestial fairy Yin Yao, the elders of a sect? Surely, they would be the first to seek his soul and seize his treasure. In a panic, he hastily shoved the pill back into the cauldron, sealing the opening tightly as if it contained a volatile thunderclap ready to erupt. He gasped for breath, his back drenched in cold sweat. Outside, the rain had ceased unbeknownst to him, and the cool moonlight spilled into the humble room, illuminating the mingled expressions of ecstasy and fear on his face. Lowering his gaze to the seemingly ordinary bronze cauldron in his hand, he noticed the indistinct runes upon its surface glimmering with a deeper, more elusive sheen under the moonlight. Xu Changsheng inhaled deeply, forcing himself to quell the tumult within, his gaze gradually firming, akin to a lone wolf foraging in the darkness. Abandoned elixirs, transformed into treasures. He murmured softly, his voice tinged with a raspy excitement and unwavering resolve. Zhang the Skinner, the disdainful elder Zhao, and those lofty immortals. He pressed the small cauldron firmly against his heart, feeling its icy touch, as if he had grasped the key to another realm. On this path to immortality, it seems I, Xu Changsheng, am indeed worthy to continue onward. Chapter 3. The Sublimation of Qi Refining Techniques, the Taiyi Breathing Method, the Wolf's Metal. The oil lamp in the servants' quarters flickered until the third watch of the night. Xu Changsheng's gaze remained fixed on the wooden stool, where 6 identical Qi-gathering pills lay, his breath quickening with anticipation. After numerous experiments, he discovered that this bronze cauldron possessed remarkable efficacy. By placing a defective pill within, a perfect one could indeed be produced. What else could be tested? Xu Changsheng pondered for a moment before retrieving a manual. The title Basic Qi Refining Techniques glimmered with a bluish light under the lamp, a common item distributed 3 months prior upon entering the sect. When he placed the Basic Qi Refining Techniques tome into the small cauldron, he observed the characters transforming on their own. A quarter of an hour later, a vastly superior text, Taiyi Breathing Method, emerged from the cauldron. He held his breath, his fingers gently caressing the pages. The Basic Qi Refining Techniques reached its peak at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Yet the Taiyi Breathing Method could be cultivated up to the 12th level, representing a complete system of Qi refinement. Suddenly, Xu Changsheng recalled the frequent mentions by other servants of the Taiyi Dao repository over the past 3 months. It was rumored to be the foundational technique of the Taiyi Immortal Sect, leading directly to the path of the nascent soul. Its Qi refinement section was indeed called the Taiyi Breathing Method. Could the two be of the same lineage? Excitement surged within Xu Changsheng. The 36 peaks of the Immortal Sect were renowned, and the Taiyi Dao repository was an unparalleled method reserved for the direct disciples of each peak. It was not something a mere servant like him could access. How could it have appeared before him in such a manner? What caliber of treasure was this bronze cauldron, endowed with such extraordinary abilities? Simultaneously, a growing unease gripped Xu Changsheng. The world of cultivation was notoriously ruthless. If such a treasure were to be revealed, it would surely lead to his downfall. How could he better conceal it? An idea struck him. He remembered overhearing servants discussing how immortals often used blood to bind treasures to themselves. Could he attempt the same? Xu Changsheng bit his fingertip and let a drop of blood fall. To his astonishment, the droplet was absorbed by the cauldron. Yet, it exhibited no other reaction. Was his blood insufficient? He tried again, and the second droplet was likewise absorbed. On the third attempt, the cauldron suddenly transformed into a beam of azure light and vanished into his dantian. Now, with but a thought, he could sense the miniature bronze cauldron floating within him, capable of being summoned at will. No wonder ancient texts spoke of treasures concealing themselves. As Xu Changsheng caressed the cauldron that had recognized him as its master, he mused on its hidden existence in the dregs of pills for countless years. only to emerge when the mountain flood came. It must have felt quite unwilling to have been buried so long. Eager to continue his experiments, he barely made a move when his body froze suddenly. The faint sound of footsteps outside heralded the approach of patrolling disciples. Xu Changsheng quickly retrieved the cauldron, extinguished the oil lamp, and hid the pills within a crack in the wall. It was only after the footsteps faded that he realized his back was drenched with sweat. The Taiyi Sect was teeming with experts. There were 100,000 servants alone, and he must tread with utmost caution. Having reached the third watch, and with a day of arduous tasks ahead, Xu Changsheng cast 3 shards of low-grade spirit stones into the bronze cauldron and curled up in the quarters, surrendering to the embrace of sleep. This represents the entirety of his assets accumulated over the past 3 months. Uncertain of what rank he might enhance to on the morrow, he pondered whether he could forge a complete spirit stone, one that only formal disciples were permitted to wield. Upon awakening the following morning, Xu Changsheng discovered that the bronze cauldron had indeed produced 3 complete low-grade spirit stones. 1 low-grade spirit stone equated to the worth of over 30 spirit stone fragments, essentially encapsulating 3 years of his labor. Preserving these 3 low-grade spirit stones untouched, he realized it would take him a decade to amass such an amount. Xu Changsheng's spirit's sword. With this bronze cauldron, he was destined to become a true immortal. After securely stowing away his possessions, he embarked on another day of toil. While transporting discarded elixirs, he noticed several that appeared to be of good quality. Such elixirs, upon transformation, would yield even stronger effects. With a flicker of thought, the bronze cauldron in his palm shrank to the size of his thumb. He discreetly deposited a few of the discarded elixirs into the cauldron, and a flash of azure light at the mouth of the cauldron signified their complete disappearance. This method not only concealed his actions from prying eyes, but also allowed him to convert the discarded elixirs, achieving a dual purpose. Moreover, the transformed elixirs would undergo no further changes and could be stored indefinitely within the cauldron, providing a remarkably clandestine storage space. A subtle smile graced Xu Changsheng's lips as he concealed the cauldron within his body and continued his labor with an air of nonchalance. As evening descended, Xu Changsheng sat cross-legged on a grass mat and consumed a pristine gathering elixir. The surging medicinal power erupted within him, prompting him to promptly guide the spiritual energy using the Taiyi nourishing technique. With the aid of the elixir, his stagnated cultivation finally began to shift, progressing towards the first layer of Qi refinement. Despite being a cultivator with a mixed elemental affinity and mediocre aptitude, his growth had been sluggish. However, with an ample supply of gathering elixirs, it was estimated that within 2 months, he would break through to the first layer of Qi refinement and become a genuine immortal. Concurrently, he remained diligent in exploring the mysteries of the bronze cauldron, his sole reliance. Only by comprehending the cauldron's deeper secrets could he hasten his journey into immortality. Thus far, he had uncovered 3 remarkable abilities: converting waste into treasure, enhancing cultivation techniques, and providing a storage space. He wondered if the cauldron possessed any other capabilities. On the 3rd day, within the discarded elixir chamber, a loud crash echoed as a ceramic jar shattered upon the bluestone slab, startling Xu Changsheng. Dark green corrosive spirit liquid seeped from the cracks, rapidly eroding the stone into a honeycomb of holes. This marked the 3rd jar of the day. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he recalled the burn on his left arm sustained during the morning's labor. A sinister chuckle from behind interrupted his thoughts. It was Zhang, the steward, who remarked, "Xu, my dear junior, it seems you are quite suited for handling the corrosive spirit liquid." This middle-aged cultivator, with a face marred by pockmarks, deliberately ground the shards of pottery underfoot. "Starting tomorrow, the corrosive spirit liquid in the discarded elixir chamber will be your responsibility." Xu Changsheng lowered his head, his nails digging painfully into his palm. Ever since the flood, Zhang's harassment had intensified. He was acutely aware that his survival during that torrential rain was a bitter reminder of the fate that befell Zhang's nephew, who perished in the same calamity. "Disciple, at your command," he murmured, releasing a tense breath only after Zhang's figure vanished into the distant corridor. The essence of erosion is a toxic liquid that seeps from the refining Dan furnace, a residue of accumulated alchemical dross. It is said that even mere mortals, let alone Qi refining practitioners, would suffer grievous wounds upon contact. Just yesterday, a menial laborer was splashed in the eyes and is now lamenting in agony within the woodshed. As the moon reached its zenith, Xu Changsheng returned to the menial quarters, his weary form dragging heavily. The searing pain from the burn on his left arm was excruciating, and ordinary herbs proved utterly ineffectual. With utmost caution, he extracted a bronze cauldron from his dantian, placing within it half a withered blood-stanching herb, his finest remedy for healing. In but a moment, the herb revitalized, its once dry yellow leaves transformed into lush, vibrant green, the veins restored to their integrity, exuding a faint, ethereal glow and a refreshing medicinal fragrance. Xu Changsheng meticulously ground the enhanced herb into a paste, carefully applying it to the wound on his arm. The instant the medicinal mud made contact with his flesh, a soothing coolness permeated his skin, and the blood that had been gushing forth instantly congealed into a dark red scab. Tentatively, he moved his arm and was astonished to find the pain had ebbed away, replaced only by a mild itch as new tissue began to form. Joy surged within him, yet a tinge of regret lingered. While the herb could swiftly staunch blood flow and promote healing, it could not erase the scar left behind. In the ruthless realm of cultivation, every scar is a lesson learned, perhaps a manifestation of fate itself. 3 days later, when the scab fell away naturally, a grotesque scar remained permanently etched upon his arm. Xu Changsheng traced the raised scar with his fingers, reminiscing about the old hunter's words, that in the mountains, a wolf's scar serves as its badge of honor after injury. He shook his head with a wry smile. Though the blood-stanching herb could mend wounds, it could not obliterate the marks left on his path to immortality. Perhaps, as the outer disciples often say, every menial laborer in the Taiyi Sect bears scars that can never be erased. It seems that only by becoming a true immortal might one revert to their original state. Chapter 4. Fortuitous Encounters in the Back Mountain, Blood Essence Pill, and Storage Pouch. A sudden rustling sound emanated from outside the window. Xu Changsheng swiftly concealed the bronze cauldron within his garments, only to catch sight of a marten darting past the windowsill, clutching a torn piece of cloth. He exhaled in relief, about to resume his activities, when his eyes fell upon the dark red stains upon the rag. The vigilance of a cultivator prompted him to hold his breath. Gently pushing open the wooden door, he observed a fragmented trail of blood leading deeper into the forest under the moonlight. Could it be? After a moment's hesitation, Xu Changsheng decided to follow the blood trail. In the realm of cultivation, curiosity often proves fatal, yet his instincts urged him that this occasion was different. The blood trail culminated at a mountain ravine, where a figure clad in blue hung against the rock face. A gaping wound the size of a bull visible in their chest, with pale ribs faintly discernible. The jade token at the person's waist glimmered under the moonlight. An outer sect disciple. Xu Changsheng inhaled sharply. An outer sect disciple possessed at least the cultivation of the 4th layer of qi refinement. They could easily kill him. A distant roar from a beast sent shivers down his spine. Without a moment's thought, Xu Changsheng quickly searched the corpse. The storage pouch had been torn apart, with only a third of it remaining at the waist, its contents lost to the unknown. Xu Changsheng felt a pang of regret. This was the exclusive possession of an outer sect disciple. It was said that even the most inferior storage pouch was worth 10 low-grade spirit stones. Given its current state, he wondered if the bronze cauldron could mend it. In addition to the storage pouch, he discovered a blood-stained pill the size of a soybean nestled within the fingers of the deceased, its surface glistening with a sanguine sheen. The blood essence pill? Having long frequented the abandoned alchemy chamber, he was well acquainted with numerous pills. He recognized this as a low-tier healing pill from the Taiyi Sect, renowned among outer sect disciples. The fact that this disciple had clutched the pill tightly in their final moments suggested they had been unable to consume it after sustaining grave injuries. Another beastly roar echoed, this time closer than before. Xu Changsheng seized the pill and the damaged storage pouch, turning to flee. As the oil lamp in the servant quarters flickered back to life, Xu Changsheng's garments were drenched in cold sweat. The blood essence pill in his palm emitted a metallic, rust-like odor, occasionally glimmering with a crimson hue. Such a pill was far beyond his reach, should it be discovered. Yet, if reinforced, it might aid in mending his injuries. The bronze cauldron on the table quivered slightly, as if sensing his thoughts. Gritting his teeth, Xu Changsheng resolved to place the pill within the cauldron. Suddenly, a rapid series of knocks interrupted his actions. The cold voice of Steward Zhang resonated from outside. Su Shidi, the law enforcement hall requests your presence. An outer sect disciple has gone missing, reportedly last seen near the abandoned alchemy chamber. Xu Changsheng suppressed the frantic pounding of his heart, hastily stowing the storage pouch and the pill within the bronze cauldron before drawing it into his body, and finally opened the door. Steward Zhang's piercing gaze swept over him, while 2 law enforcement disciples behind him had already grasped their sword hilts. Did you hear any unusual sounds last night? The leading disciple inquired coldly. Xu Changsheng bowed his head in reverence, his voice trembling just enough to convey his trepidation. Greetings, senior brother. I returned from clearing the alchemical residue yesterday and fell asleep, hearing nothing. Next door, The servant Li Shan was so frightened that he stammered incoherently. I truly just went to the restroom. That bloodstain isn't mine. Before he could finish, the enforcer disciple had already seized him by the throat. Take him away. Xu Changsheng's gaze was fixed firmly on the ground. He understood that the exalted disciples of the Celestial Sect were indifferent to the truth. Someone must bear the blame. And the lives of servants were worth the least. The following morning, in the storeroom, Xu Changsheng's breaths grew increasingly labored. The bronze cauldron held only a third of the storage pouch, yet it had returned to its original state. He was still uninitiated in the path of immortality and could not unlock it. However, he believed that the capabilities of the bronze cauldron would surely yield more than mere appearances. Aside from the storage pouch, Xu Changsheng's gaze was fixed on the crimson elixir nestled in his palm. This was the blood essence pill he had enhanced using the cauldron. Originally a low-grade healing elixir, it now shimmered with an alluring blood hue in the morning light, its surface adorned with intricate golden patterns resembling spider silk. 10 patterns. Xu Changsheng's fingertips quivered slightly. He had once heard from other servants that occasionally, during the alchemical process, if the medicinal properties were perfectly fused, there was a chance of producing patterns. One pattern represented a mid-grade elixir, possessing double the efficacy of a common one. 4 patterns denoted a superior elixir, with at least quadrupled potency. More than 7 patterns indicated a rare premium elixir, boasting efficacy exceeding 7 times. At this moment, the blood essence pill had been refined in the bronze cauldron for a full 4 hours, astonishingly yielding 10 patterns. Did this not imply that it was the legendary flawless spiritual elixir with 10-fold efficacy? Xu Changsheng's heart raced. He had never heard of a flawless spiritual elixir with 10 patterns appearing at the pill-refining peak of the Taiyi Celestial Sect. Should this news spread, even the esteemed Golden Core immortals would surely flock to it. Gritting his teeth, he scraped a small amount of the powder from the pill with his nail and applied it to the scar on his arm. This scar had been burned by the corroding spirit liquid, and even with the use of blood-stanching grass, it had left behind a permanent, hideous mark. Suddenly, wisps of white smoke rose from the scar. Xu Changsheng let out a muffled groan, watching as the 3-inch scar split open, the flesh beneath visibly writhing and healing at an astonishing pace. After a mere incense stick's worth of time, the scar had completely vanished. The newly formed flesh even glimmered with a faint metallic sheen. He cautiously tested it with a cutting knife. The blade scraped against the skin with a sickening screech, leaving only a white mark. This was more than mere healing. It was a complete transformation. In the throes of ecstasy, Xu Changsheng suddenly noticed his left arm beginning to convulse uncontrollably. The once docile spiritual energy surged chaotically through his meridians, causing the skin of his entire arm to take on an abnormal crimson hue. He hurriedly channeled his energy, and only after expelling a mouthful of stagnant blood did the unusual state of his arm gradually subside. Such potent medicinal power. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Xu Changsheng made an important notation in the salvaged notebook. The essence of spiritual refinement, suspected to enhance efficacy 10-fold. Yet the overwhelming potency requires cautious handling. Upon awakening from his slumber, Xu Changsheng proceeded to toil in the dilapidated alchemical chamber as per his usual routine. To avoid raising any suspicions, he continued to bandage the scar that had already fallen off the previous day, even managing to smear some bloodstains for good measure. Today, Steward Zhang made no particular effort to trouble him. He merely informed the other laborers that Li Shan was suspected to be connected to the demise of an outer sect disciple and would no longer be seen. Li Shan had been relatively diligent in his duties, and his departure would undoubtedly burden the remaining workers with increased toil. Xu Changsheng secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. He had obtained the blood marrow pill from the deceased outer sect disciple, and the flames of misfortune had not engulfed him. Indeed, it felt as though his ancestors were smiling upon him. However, his moment of relief was short-lived as he stumbled upon a disconcerting revelation. When he placed several failed pills into the copper cauldron, he observed that the cauldron's azure glow had dimmed, devoid of any reaction. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back. Had the cauldron, having refined the blood marrow pill the night prior and replenished the energy of the storage pouch, finally succumbed to exhaustion? Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, he suddenly noticed fine, hair-like star patterns emerging on the belly of the cauldron, which were visibly dissipating at an alarming rate. A memory struck him. On several nights prior, when the moonlight was at its peak, he had felt the cauldron radiating warmth beneath the lunar glow. Thus, it dawned upon him, this copper cauldron might not be of infinite use. Each enhancement likely required a certain amount of energy. The star patterns etched on its belly. Could they possibly absorb the power of the stars for replenishment? Chapter 5. Absorbing Starlight. A forceful breakthrough to the first level of Qi refinement. After a day of tireless labor, Xu Changsheng returned to the woodshed, his weary body dragging behind him. When the midnight hour approached and solitude enveloped the surroundings, he cautiously pushed open the window and placed the bronze cauldron beneath the moonlight. Indeed, the star patterns etched upon the cauldron gradually began to glow, albeit slowly, yet unmistakably. It was rejuvenating. It seemed that nightly exposure to the starlight would be necessary from this point onward. With a wry smile, he stored the cauldron away. The starlight within the woodshed was too dim, and the area was populated, with law enforcement disciples occasionally patrolling the vicinity. He needed to find a secluded, uninhabited place to allow the cauldron to absorb the starlight. As dawn approached, Xu Changsheng stealthily made his way to the cliff at the rear mountain. This spot was directly aligned with the North Star and was a blind spot in the view of the servant quarters. He set the bronze cauldron upon a slab of blue stone and observed as the intricate patterns on its surface began to illuminate. The celestial rays cascading from the heavens coalescing into streams of visible silver light. It was indeed replenishing its spiritual energy autonomously. Xu Changsheng carefully recorded the time and efficiency as the star patterns glimmered anew. At this rate, it would require 7 nights of starlight to fully replenish. In the ensuing days, Xu Changsheng returned to this spot almost every night, allowing the cauldron to absorb starlight while he practiced the Taiyi cultivation technique nearby. He had gathered dozens of restored Qi gathering pills, sufficient for his needs for a while. However, on the 5th night, rain fell, obscuring the starlight, granting him a rare, full night of rest. By the 8th night, in the dead of night, all the star patterns on the cauldron finally shimmered with brilliance. He tossed a useless pill inside, and shortly thereafter, it transformed back into a precious resource. Overjoyed, he realized that as long as starlight was provided, the bronze cauldron remained functional. A month and a half later, at the 3rd watch of the night, Xu Changsheng sat cross-legged in the most secluded corner of the servant quarters. The flame of the oil lamp before him was adjusted to a size no larger than a soybean. He had to break through tonight. From his robe, he retrieved a secretly stashed calming incense. This incense had been enhanced within the cauldron, intended to aid in focusing his mind and ensuring a successful breakthrough to the next level. Outside, the cold wind howled, and the thunderous snoring of the steward Zhang resonated from the west wall of the servant quarters. Xu Changsheng exhaled a puff of white breath, retrieving the first Qi gathering pill. Under the dim light, the pill gleamed with a pearlescent luster, and 9 intricate cloud patterns faintly appeared on its surface, a phenomenon that occurred only after transformation within the cauldron. The Taiyi cultivation techniques stated that 3 pills must be consumed in succession during a breakthrough. Recalling the records from the jade slip, Xu Changsheng was suddenly alerted by a faint sound of tiles colliding on the roof. Instantly, his muscles tensed, and he hurriedly concealed all his belongings. A cat's meow momentarily eased his tension, though cold sweat had begun to form on his back. Ever since acquiring the bronze cauldron, he had heightened his vigilance, fearing the exposure of his secret. Just half a month prior, someone had merely found a low-tier pill in the waste pill room and had been beaten half to death by the black-clad disciples of the law enforcement hall, accused of theft. The consequences of revealing the bronze cauldron and numerous precious items would be unimaginable. Xu Changsheng bit his tongue to force himself to concentrate. He placed the first Qi gathering pill into his mouth, and it dissolved instantly, transforming into a warm, gentle flow that slid down his throat. The 3 Qi gathering pills were meticulously prepared by him for the purpose of breaking through barriers, each adorned with intricate pill patterns. Unlike the ordinary Qi gathering pills he typically consumed, this potent essence did not surge chaotically. Rather, it permeated his limbs and bones with the gentle grace of a spring stream. Such exquisite potency. Xu Changsheng promptly formed a seal and channeled his energy, guiding the spiritual power along the pathway of the Taiyi nourishing technique. The previously thin spiritual energy in his dantian gradually thickened under the influence of the pill's power, slowly ascending along the great dragon of his spine. Upon reaching the Yuzhen acupoint, Xu Changsheng suddenly let out a muffled groan. For this was the barrier he had been unable to breach for the past 2 months. The temperature in the room rose ominously, and wisps of white vapor began to emanate from the crown of his head. Trembling, he retrieved the second pill and placed it in his mouth. Feeling the heat of the essence intensify, in a daze, he perceived a small crimson serpent racing through his meridians. A crisp crack echoed within him, audible only to practitioners. Cracks appeared in the barrier at the Yuzhen acupoint, yet he was still a step away from complete breakthrough. Xu Changsheng's orifices began to exude tiny beads of blood, a sign of the backlash from forcibly attempting to break through. He resolved to push forward. Seizing the last Qi gathering pill, which bore 3 intricate patterns and possessed a potency greater than the combined might of the other 2. He swallowed it. At that moment, Xu Changsheng's eyes widened in shock. The potency of this pill was no mere stream. It was a torrential flood. The ferocious spiritual energy surged through his meridians, causing his skin to flush crimson as the straw beneath him ignited spontaneously. This is bad. A wave of terror surged through Xu Changsheng. This was clearly a precursor to losing control. Just as he prepared to forcefully disperse his energy to preserve his life, the copper cauldron, silent for many days, gently trembled at the dantian. The raging spiritual energy was drawn in like rivers converging into the sea, with the cauldron absorbing the majority, leaving the remainder subdued. Now was the moment. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he concentrated all his spirit to strike at the Yuzhen acupoint. With a thunderous sound only he could perceive, the obstinate barrier finally crumbled. The spiritual energy surged into the previously obstructed meridians, completing a full circulation. The first layer of qi refinement succeeded. Xu Changsheng collapsed onto the ground, his garments soaked with sweat. After a considerable time, he managed to sit cross-legged once more, closing his eyes to regulate his breath, feeling the profound changes within him. Prior to the unblocking of the Yuzhen acupoint, he had to rely on medicinal meals and pills to absorb spiritual energy. After the unblocking, the essence of heaven and earth flowed into his pores like a gentle stream, circulating through his meridians and ultimately converging in his dantian. Though not as rapid as the pills, it was continuous and unending. Most remarkably, he could perceive his internal state. A mist-like spiritual energy hovered over his dantian. While the copper cauldron rested quietly at the center of his qi sea, its surface adorned with shimmering star patterns. Among the 12 primary meridians, 3 now radiated a faint glow. This was inner sight. Xu Changsheng caressed his suddenly smooth skin, noting the significant reduction of calluses from years of toil. According to ancient texts, upon entering the qi refinement stage, one's lifespan could extend to 120 years. He suddenly recalled the elders in Qingyo town, whose longevity was deemed rare once they reached the age of 60, and could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. He then retrieved the storage bag that had previously eluded his attempts to open, effortlessly unlocking it with his spiritual power. Inside, there lay a space of approximately 1 cubic meter, a standard provision allocated to outer disciples by the sect. While he possessed a small cauldron space that rendered this item temporarily unnecessary, it could serve as a useful disguise on occasion. Should he find himself in need of transactions in the future, such as within the realms of the immortal cultivation market, he could not simply extract items from his small cauldron space. At that time, the value of the storage bag would be realized. Outside the window, the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds. Xu Changsheng tightened his grip on the storage bag, his nails digging deep into his palm. As a tumult of emotions surged within him, he understood that he had finally embarked upon the true path of immortality. Chapter 6. Promotion and Equality. The Power of Example. As the morning bell resonated throughout the Taiyi Immortal Sect, Xu Changsheng had already carried 30 loads of spiritual spring water. He stood on the azure stone steps outside the dining hall, gazing at the droplets of water coalescing in his palm. The wooden barrels, which once required both hands to lift, could now be effortlessly raised with a single finger. His reflection in the water remained gaunt, yet his eyes shimmered with a clear brilliance, a hallmark of having entered the qi refinement stage. "Xu, why don't you come over for a meal?" The plump chef's words trailed off abruptly as he fixated on Xu Changsheng's extraordinary aura, his copper ladle clattering into the pot. Xu Changsheng's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily restrained his aura. However, it was too late. Over 20 servants in the dining hall turned to stare, their gazes a mixture of shock, envy, and trepidation. Old Zhao, holding a rice-washing basket, inadvertently tipped it over, scattering gleaming spiritual rice across the floor. "Why have you broken through?" Supervisor Zhang squeezed through the crowd, his goat-like beard quivering uncontrollably. This overseer, known for his harsh demeanor towards the servants, now found himself instinctively bowing slightly. Zhang himself was merely at the second level of qi refinement. Once one entered the qi refinement stage, their status among the servants would be transformed, at the very least. They could aspire to become a supervisor. In terms of standing, Xu Changsheng was now on equal footing with him. Moreover, Xu Changsheng was remarkably young, only 16, with a promising future ahead. As Xu Changsheng caught sight of the admiring gazes directed at him, he felt a sense of foreboding. Being a practitioner with a mixed 5-element spiritual root, would his rapid breakthrough raise suspicions? Particularly among the servant disciples. Regulations stipulated that one must accumulate 3 years of merit to exchange for a breakthrough elixir. He had only been initiated for half a year. As he prepared to explain, A sudden sound of piercing air echoed from outside the courtyard. A beam of azure sword light descended before the dining hall, revealing a young female cultivator clad in a moon-white robe. She bore an outer sect disciple's jade token at her waist, and the 3 golden stripes on her sleeves indicated her status as a law enforcement disciple. Xu Changsheng recognized her as Yi Hongjin, the disciple of Qiantai, the overseer of the servant courtyard at the alchemy peak, boasting a cultivation level of the 6th layer of qi refinement. Typically aloof, she would hardly spare them a glance. Indeed, there is a fluctuation of spiritual energy. Yi Hongjin's fingertips glimmered with probing light, and as her gaze swept over Xu Changsheng, it momentarily halted. 1st layer of qi refinement, the entire servant courtyard fell into a profound silence. Xu Changsheng felt a cold sweat trickling down his spine. The copper cauldron in his dantian seemed to sense a crisis, quietly disguising a wisp of energy as turbid qi and blending it into his meridians. Return to your master. The disciple, last night. Did you secretly consume the waste elixir? Yi Hongjin interrupted suddenly, her voice laced with condescension. Do you know how many servants have had their meridians severed over the years because of this? Xu Changsheng abruptly raised his head, locking eyes with her penetrating gaze. Yi Hongjin's right hand was poised as she retrieved a memory jade slip from her storage bag, which contained records of the waste elixir he had discarded over the past 5 months. Disciple, acknowledges my crime. Xu Changsheng knelt heavily on the azure stone slab. The moment his knees made contact with the surface, he keenly sensed a probing spell sweeping over him. The copper cauldron within his dantian gently rotated, concealing the newly opened meridians, presenting them as incomplete. Yi Hongjin gazed at him for an extended period, suddenly flicking her sleeve to cast a jade token towards him. Having entered the path, according to the rules, you shall be promoted to the position of a miscellaneous affairs manager. From now on, this shall be entrusted to you and Zhang Yuanda for management, and you need not remain at the lowest tier of the miscellaneous workers. With that, she transformed into a beam of sword light and vanished into the distance. There was one more thing Yi Hongjin had not articulated. If Xu Changsheng could break through to the 4th layer of qi refinement, he would gain entry to the outer sect. However, in her view, someone like Xu Changsheng, who relied on waste pills to barely advance, had no hope in this lifetime. It was not until the sword light disappeared into the horizon that the miscellaneous affairs courtyard came back to life. Manager Zhang hurried over, even producing a clean handkerchief to wipe Xu Changsheng's sweat. Xu. No, Master Xu, you see these past months. Xu Changsheng waved his hand, indicating that the past should not be dwelled upon. Subsequently, his gaze swept across the dining hall. The few miscellaneous workers who had bullied him the most now cowered in the corners, and the plump cook who had once withheld his meals was now flustered, serving spirit rice with chicken legs piled high in the bowls. He lifted a bowl and settled onto a stone bench in the corner of the courtyard. Once sought after, the spirit poultry meat now tasted as bland as chewing wax. It was not the food that had changed, but rather his tongue could discern the murky impurities within. Even more apparent was the foul aura emanating from those around him. The sense of body odor, illness, and malice, previously imperceptible, were now as clear as fireflies in the night. Is this the distinction between the immortal and the mundane? Xu Changsheng caressed the newly acquired jade token, the words manager gleaming under the sunlight. 3 days later, Xu Changsheng sat in his newly assigned wooden cabin, his fingertips lightly tapping the table. Outside the window, the shouts of miscellaneous workers transporting waste pills echoed, yet no one dared to disturb him, the newly appointed manager. Senior Brother Xu. A timid voice called from outside the door. Xu Changsheng looked up to see a boy of around 15 or 16, a miscellaneous worker holding a ledger. This is the record for this month. The boy, named Yang Yun, had been promoted to keep accounts due to his ability to recognize a few characters and his cleverness. Though he seemed meek, he had often wielded his connection to Manager Lu to exert authority over Xu Changsheng. After Manager Lu was ousted by Zhang Yuanda, Xu Changsheng soon broke through the qi refinement stage and took over Lu's duties. The once arrogant minor leaders among the miscellaneous workers now displayed utmost respect. Xu Changsheng took the ledger, casually flipping through a few pages. To his astonishment, within just 7 days, 6 individuals had been carried out of the for secretly consuming waste pills. Another death? Xu Changsheng pointed at the latest entry. Yang Yun flinched. It's Zhao Taizhu. He said that senior brother Xu could break through with waste pills, and with his 3 spirit roots, he should not fall behind. Xu Changsheng paused. He remembered Zhao Taizhu, the burly youth who often boasted about his spirit root qualifications. Having 3 spirit roots was indeed outstanding among the miscellaneous workers, and he was expected to be the most promising candidate for promotion to the outer sect within the next decade. Take me to see. In the morgue, Zhao Tieju's body had already turned a shade of blue. Black blood oozed from his 7 orifices, congealing into ice, and his right hand remained poised as if clawing at his throat. The most harrowing sight was the abdomen, as if a savage beast were tearing from within, causing the entire cavity to burst open. The accumulation of toxic waste elixirs was overwhelming. Xu Changsheng stifled his nausea, his gaze drifting to the familiar ceramic jar beside the corpse, the very vessel he once used to dispose of the waste elixirs. It was rumored that he had swallowed 3 at once. Yang Yun's voice trembled, claiming, if Xu Changsheng, with his wasted 5 elements roots, can succeed, why can't I? Xu Changsheng's pupils constricted. He suddenly realized the tumultuous trend his example of breaking through waste elixirs had ignited in the servant quarters. Upon returning to his dwelling, Xu Changsheng retrieved the copper cauldron from his bosom. The cauldron felt cold to the touch, and those who emulated him in the servant quarters would never comprehend the distinction between the waste elixirs they consumed and those he had taken. A solution must be devised. Chapter 7. Transformation of Identity and Repeated Trials. The Immortal Cultivation Market. A plan must be devised. The following morning, a notice was affixed outside the waste dan room. Effective immediately, all waste dan must be inspected by Steward Xu before processing. Violators shall face severe penalties. Beneath the notice hung a portrait of Zhao Taiju's exploded corpse, beside which were inscribed the words "A Lesson from the Past" in vermilion. Zhang Yuanda stood at the back of the crowd, sneering coldly. What a charade! In his view, Xu Changsheng's actions were not in the interest of the servants, but rather a fear that someone might rise to become a new steward, much like himself. Indeed, many shared Zhang Yuanda's perspective. Regardless, Xu Changsheng had already shown considerable benevolence. Those who insisted on consuming waste dan, well, let them be, as fate would have it. A month later, Xu Changsheng stood before the window on the 2nd floor of the waste dan room, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the steward's jade token at his waist. Below, more than 30 servants sorted through the waste dan, each deliberately avoiding his gaze. After a month of stringent inspections, the instances of pilfering waste dan had significantly diminished. Yet they persisted unabated. Brother Xu, Yang's account is resting today. Here is the catalog of waste dan organized by me for your review. A gaunt servant, his face adorned with a forced smile, respectfully presented a jade slip. Xu Changsheng recognized him. His name was Gao Sun, who, prior to entering the Taiyi Immortal Gate, was said to be the son of a wealthy landlord from a county in Zhao. However, his character was lacking, as he enjoyed bullying the weak. In the past, when Xu Changsheng was still a servant, he had not escaped Gao Sun's mockery and torment. 2 months prior, Gao Sun had even deliberately splashed spirit erosion liquid on his left arm. Fortunately, he later acquired blood marrow pills. Otherwise, he would have been left with lifelong scars. Gao Sun had been fearful of Xu Changsheng's retribution and had sent him several fragments of spirit stones over the past half-month, always striving to curry favor. Xu Changsheng accepted the offering, but did not intentionally make things difficult for him. Having just assumed his role as steward, it was crucial to win the hearts of the people. To eliminate dissenters upon taking office would undoubtedly push many of the servants toward Zhang Yuanda's side. Zhang Yuanda would likely wake from his dreams with a smile. Place it on the table, Xu Changsheng said without turning, his gaze still fixed outside. Since becoming steward, he had gained this independent duty room, but lost the freedom of movement. Now, at least a dozen pairs of eyes were constantly scrutinizing his every action. Zhang Yuanda's confidence. Competitors coveting his position, and possibly even spies installed by the law enforcement hall. Once the servants had departed, Xu Changsheng turned to examine the jade slip. As his consciousness swept across it, he furrowed his brow. Today's quantity of waste dan was 30% higher than usual, including many discarded condensing yuan pills, which would typically only be consumed during the later stages of qi refinement. It seemed that the pill refining peak was preparing for the sect's grand competition. The sect's grand competition occurred annually, divided into the outer sect competition, inner sect competition, and foundational competition, with the latter taking place every 3 years. Each grand competition was a time of great demand for pills. The pill refining peak could not possibly let such an opportunity slip by. Xu Changsheng subsequently made his way to the waste dan pool, discreetly pocketing several relatively well-preserved waste dan. In the past, during his time as a menial worker, few paid attention to him, and the items pilfered were predominantly the most worthless qi-gathering pills. However, his current status demands utmost caution. Each time he retrieves pills, he must meticulously manage the quantity to avert any discrepancies in the ledger, while also selecting inconspicuous varieties that do not attract undue attention. It is imperative that he remains discreet. Nevertheless, these seemingly insignificant varieties are, in fact, exceptionally precious compared to the pills he previously encountered. For instance, the Strengthening Spirit Pill, the Beast Taming Pill, and the Breath Concealing Pill. Each of these is worth several times more than the Qi Gathering Pill. Among them, the Strengthening Spirit Pill is utilized only by those at the 4th level of Qi refinement and above. Once transformed from waste into treasure, it can significantly expedite Xu Changsheng's cultivation speed. The Breath Concealing Pill possesses a capacity to mask one's aura that surpasses even the Concealment Pill, making it difficult for Foundation establishment practitioners to detect any anomalies. One such pill can last for an impressive 7 days, effectively concealing Xu Changsheng's rapidly burgeoning power. As for the Beast Taming Pill, it allows control over mid-level demonic beasts comparable to those in the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Due to the extreme difficulty of its refinement, it commands the highest price. Although Xu Changsheng currently has no need for it, he intends to gather a few, transforming waste into valuable resources to exchange for spirit stones at the market. The Taiyi Immortal Sect boasts 36 peaks, each with a cultivation marketplace at its foot. Though these are temporary trading encampments established by sect disciples, they offer a plethora of useful items. As night fell, Xu Changsheng sat cross-legged on the cushion in the guardroom. Outside, the moonlight cascaded like water, yet he dared not retrieve the bronze cauldron. Ever since his promotion to steward, this room had been secretly ensnared by 3 surveillance prohibitions. He could only await his turn to rest. With a soft sigh, he turned his attention inward to his dantian. The bronze cauldron hovered quietly at the center of his Qi sea, its star patterns having dimmed significantly. The higher the enhancement tier of an item, the more rapidly the star power is consumed. The star power he replenished in the back mountain last time now dwindled to less than 10%. In the half-month since becoming steward, he had successfully gathered star power on only 2 nights. Each time, he had to feign a patrol of the waste pill storage area to sneak away to the cliff in the back mountain. What complicated matters further was that the cauldron's absorption of star power would evoke visible celestial phenomena, necessitating constant vigilance. The collection of star power was agonizingly slow. Xu Changsheng rubbed the waste pills in his sleeve. Recently, he had been compelled to drastically reduce his consumption of pills, resulting in a noticeable deceleration in his cultivation progress. More perilously, without sufficient star power to sustain it, the storage function of the bronze cauldron had become unstable. The blood essence pill he had enhanced 2 days prior nearly materialized in his sleeve. Suddenly, a faint clicking sound emanated from outside the window. Xu Changsheng's nerves tightened in an instant as he feigned meditation. His spiritual awareness subtly extended, catching a fleeting shadow darting across the roof tiles. Indeed, he was being watched. A cold smile crept across his face. Such probing incidents had occurred no less than 5 times in recent days. The most alarming instance was when Zhang Yuanda had even sent someone to barge in during his watch, under the pretense of seeking guidance on the classification of waste pills. Xu Changsheng slowly regulated his breathing, sending a strand of his consciousness into the bronze cauldron. Within the confines of the cauldron, 8 spirit stones lay neatly arranged, accompanied by 3 vials of enhanced Qi gathering pills, 2 vitality pills, 3 beast taming pills, 2 breath-holding pills, 1 blood essence pill, a storage bag, and the tome titled Taiyi Cultivation Technique. These treasures, once cherished, had now become a burden, rendered perilous to access without the replenishment of stellar energy. The urgency to resolve the issue of star power weighed heavily on him. The day after tomorrow marked his day of respite, and he resolved to venture to the market at the foot of the mountain then. At last, the 3rd day arrived, heralding his much-anticipated break. As dawn broke, Xu Changsheng donned a gray-brown cloak and made his way to the alchemist market nestled at the mountain's base. His figure was largely obscured by the hood, revealing only a pair of vigilant eyes. At his waist dangled a tattered and dilapidated storage bag, so worn that it bore no resemblance to its former self, ensuring that no one would associate it with the deceased outer sect disciple. Upon reaching his destination, Xu Changsheng beheld the cultivator market shrouded in a hazy mist. The cobblestone path thronged with a diverse array of cultivators. The stalls lining either side were rudimentary and weathered, most adorned with simple straw mats upon which a haphazard assortment of cultivation items lay scattered. Chapter 8. The Sale of Spirit Pills and the Stealthy Starstone. Legal Obstacles. Xu Changsheng strolled through the immortal cultivation market. It was his first visit, and he was filled with curiosity about everything around him. His first stop was at a talisman crafting stall, where several yellowed talisman papers fluttered in the breeze. The stall owner, an old man with a single eye, was delicately dipping his frail fingers into vermilion to draw talismans. Next to him, a few wandering cultivators were haggling over a bottle of Qi gathering pills. The stall owner, a middle-aged cultivator with a goat-like beard, his eyes glinting with shrewdness. Further ahead was a stall selling spirit beasts, where several iron cages held languid low-tier spirit beasts, their fur dull and lifeless. A masked cultivator was inspecting a limping fire fox, his brow furrowed in concentration. The air was thick with the bitter scent of pills mingled with the nauseating odor of spirit beasts. Disciples in the garb of the enforcement hall patrolled the market, and wherever they passed, the clamor diminished significantly. Once they moved on, the sounds of bargaining gradually rose again. Xu Changsheng avoided the bustling areas and eventually stood before a secluded pill stall, where the stall owner, an old man with a face full of wrinkles, squinted at him intently. "Friend, how is this beast-taming pill?" Xu Changsheng lowered his voice and gently placed a dark red pill on the stall. The old man's gaze sharpened as he picked up the pill, bringing it to his nose for a sniff, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. "Danwen," he murmured softly, then examined it closely again, confirming it was indeed a beast-taming pill of exceptionally high quality, boasting 3 intricate patterns. Xu Changsheng remained outwardly calm, secretly pleased that these were enhanced from semi-defective beast-taming pills. Judging by the old man's expression, he could fetch a good price. 6 low-grade spirit stones. How about that? The old man pondered for a moment before quoting a price far above market value. Xu Changsheng had already done his research. An ordinary beast-taming pill typically sold for around 4 spirit stones. If sold privately, the price would certainly be lower. The old man's offer of 6 spirit stones indeed exceeded Xu Changsheng's expectations. Feigning hesitation, he finally nodded. "Deal." The old man swiftly handed over the spirit stones, lowering his voice as he said, "If you have more of these pills, do not hesitate to seek out this old man." Xu Changsheng did not respond, merely accepting the spirit stones before turning to leave. He had a total of 3 beast-taming pills, having sold 1, leaving him with 2. However, selling just 1 was sufficient. As he was only at the qi refining stage, drawing too much attention could lead to unforeseen troubles. Although he was currently using a concealment pill to mask his cultivation level, any confrontation would surely expose him. Next, Xu Changsheng intended to seek out any treasures that could conceal starlight. This was what he needed most at the moment. Previously, he had obtained 8 low-grade spirit stones restored using a copper cauldron, and with the 6 newly acquired, he now had a total of 14. Perhaps he could procure something of value. A quarter of an hour later, at another stall, Stealthy Starstone, 10 spirit stones. The stall owner was a masked female cultivator, her voice cold. Xu Changsheng frowned. "Too expensive." The female cultivator spoke softly. "This item can conceal the fluctuations of stellar energy, and for certain individuals, it is worth its weight in gold." Xu Changsheng remained silent for a moment before finally producing 6 spirit stones. "This is all I possess." The female cultivator scrutinized him for several seconds before suddenly letting out a light laugh. "Very well, let us consider this a fortuitous connection." She handed him a piece of gray-black stone, which he accepted, feeling a chill emanate from his fingertips. On his journey back, Xu Changsheng walked with a light step. With the concealment stone in hand, he no longer had to worry about others detecting anomalies while gathering star energy in the future. However, just as he was about to leave the market, a chilling voice echoed from behind him. "Friend, from where did you acquire your elixir?" Xu Changsheng halted abruptly and slowly turned around. A cultivator clad in the attire of the law enforcement hall was coldly staring at him. Xu Changsheng's heart tightened, but he maintained a calm facade, slightly turning to the side, and replied with a steady tone. "What guidance do you seek, senior brother?" The enforcer scoffed, extending his hand. "Open your storage bag. I suspect you have stolen sect elixirs to sell them privately." At this declaration, several nearby casual cultivators and vendors cast disapproving glances. Feigning confusion, Xu Changsheng replied, "Senior brother, you are mistaken. I am merely here to trade some miscellaneous items. How could there be any talk of theft?" The enforcer's gaze turned sinister as he retorted sharply, "Enough nonsense. The beast-taming elixir you sold earlier has a distinct pattern, clearly a special product from the alchemy peak. As a mere errand disciple, what qualification do you have to possess it?" Whispers began to circulate among the surrounding cultivators. Another one from the law enforcement hall. Relying on their status, they frequently search other storage bags. "Last time, I sold a few spirit herbs, and they forcibly confiscated them, claiming they were stolen goods." Xu Changsheng keenly sensed the collective discontent and intentionally raised his voice, feigning grievance yet speaking clearly. "Senior brother, I am but a lowly errand manager, earning merely 3 fragments of spirit stones each month. How would I dare to steal sect property? This elixir was one I fortuitously stumbled upon while passing the abandoned alchemy room, thinking it might supplement my cultivation resources." He paused, then added in a softer tone, "If you do not believe me, feel free to inspect my storage bag, but should nothing be found, I kindly ask that you restore my reputation. Though his words appeared submissive, they concealed a subtle edge. The law enforcement hall held the authority to search. Yet if they found no evidence, it would be an abuse of power, oppressing lower-tier disciples. Indeed, the gazes of the surrounding cultivators grew increasingly hostile. Those from the law enforcement hall enjoy bullying us who lack backing, one casual cultivator scoffed. Exactly, my brother was also unjustly detained last time, and in the end, they discovered nothing, another chimed in. The enforcer's expression shifted slightly, evidently unprepared for Xu Changsheng's counterattack. If he forced a search, it would only incite public outrage. Yet, if he retreated, it would reflect poorly on him. After a moment of tense silence, he ultimately huffed coldly. I will let you off this time. Should I discover any further suspicious behavior, I will not be so lenient. With that, he turned and left, his back appearing somewhat disheveled. With the crisis averted, Xu Changsheng let out a sigh of relief. He clasped his hands together respectfully towards the surrounding cultivators and murmured, "Thank you, fellow Taoists." Several scattered practitioners nodded in acknowledgement. One of them chuckling softly, "Your perceptiveness is commendable. The law enforcement hall has always been overbearing, and today a setback is quite gratifying." Xu Changsheng offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further, and swiftly departed from the market. On his return journey, he absently stroked the hidden star stone in his bosom, his gaze profoundly contemplative. The law enforcement hall. It seems that future transactions must be approached with greater caution. Although he had narrowly escaped today, it had revealed a significant concern. The elixirs enhanced by the copper cauldron were of such high quality that they could easily arouse suspicion. Perhaps it would be prudent to intentionally diminish their potency. He pondered this as his figure gradually faded into the morning mist. Chapter 9. Random Inspection of Accounts, a Sudden Turn. A visit to Yunyao. Upon returning to the servant quarters, Xu Changsheng let out a sigh of relief. The concealment stone, which he had cast into the bronze cauldron for enhancement on his way back, was now safely in his possession. Although he faced some challenges from the enforcement disciples during the market transaction, he ultimately emerged unscathed. However, a shadow flickered in Xu Changsheng's eyes. He had previously mentioned at the market that he stumbled upon a beast-taming pill in the... Even though he altered his voice and donned a cloak to obscure his true identity, given the nature of the enforcement hall, it was unlikely they would easily let the matter rest. Of course, it was frequented by a diverse array of personnel, with various alchemy elders occasionally sending their disciples or servants to deliver. Thus, even if the enforcement hall sought to continue their investigation, they might not find a clear trail. Nevertheless, it is always prudent to have an extra layer of protection. At noon, as Xu Changsheng made his way to the dining hall, he intentionally passed by Zhang Yuanda's room and scattered the powder of the beast-taming pill at his doorstep. In the afternoon, he returned to his quarters to continue his training as usual. It was only in the evening that Xu Changsheng opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. As the hour approached midnight with no sign of activity, it seemed unlikely that the enforcement hall would come tonight. He gently retrieved a dull stone from his pocket. This was the concealment stone that had been enhanced in the bronze cauldron. It appeared unremarkable, yet it possessed the ability to broadly obscure fluctuations of stellar energy. Even in the presence of foundation-building cultivators, he could allow the bronze cauldron to absorb starlight without raising any suspicion. This newfound convenience meant he could now let the cauldron absorb starlight within his quarters. Xu Changsheng opened the window, allowing the starlight to pour into the room. He placed the stone into the bronze cauldron and set the cauldron beneath the celestial light. In the past, a luminous orb would quickly form, but with the concealment stone, there was no unusual phenomenon. The cauldron eagerly absorbed the stellar energy, and a smile crept across Xu Changsheng's face. He felt that the purchase of the concealment stone was exceptionally worthwhile. However, not long after, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Xu Changsheng swiftly concealed the cauldron and deftly slipped an ordinary gathering chi pill into his hand, feigning a posture of cultivation. "Xu Shidi, open the door." Zhang Yuanda's voice accompanied the vigorous knocking. "The brothers from the enforcement hall are here for a random inspection of the accounts." Xu Changsheng's pupils constricted. An inspection at this hour? It was clearly aimed at him. "Please wait, I am adjusting my breathing." He quickly scanned the room to ensure there were no flaws before rising to open the door. Outside stood Zhang Yuanda, flanked by 3 enforcement disciples. The leader bore a jade token inscribed with the word inspection, denoting his role as an officer of the enforcement hall responsible for internal audits. "Forgive us for disturbing you at this late hour." Xu Shidi, the leading disciple, spoke courteously, yet his hawk-like gaze swept across every corner of the room. "We have recently discovered that someone has been pilfering for private sale, and all overseers must undergo inspection." Xu Changsheng maintained a calm demeanor as he stepped aside to allow entry. though cold sweat had already begun to bead on his back. With a tone of respectful curiosity, he inquired, "Might I ask what has prompted such late-night inquiries, esteemed brothers?" The leading enforcer coldly stated, "Someone has reported that the steward of the waste elixir chamber has been privately selling sect elixirs. All who have come into contact with the waste elixirs must undergo a search." Xu Changsheng furrowed his brow, casting a fleeting glance at Zhang Yuanda, and then his expression shifted to one of realization. "So that's it. No wonder senior brother Zhang came to my room a few days ago to inquire about the classification of the waste elixirs." Zhang Yuanda's expression changed dramatically. "Xu Changsheng, I warn you, do not make baseless accusations. If you are guilty of selling elixirs, confess quickly. Otherwise, if it is discovered later, your punishment will be even more severe." "Is senior brother so quick to deny it?" Xu Changsheng interrupted him, retrieving a ledger from his sleeve and opening to a specific page. "This is the record of waste elixirs from 5 days ago, and no one would dare falsify it. It confirms that senior brother Zhang indeed visited." The ledger clearly recorded the time, indicating that Zhang Yuanda had inquired about the classification of defective products. The enforcer's gazes sharpened, turning immediately towards Zhang Yuanda. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. "I did visit you that afternoon, but it was merely a routine inspection, unrelated to any illicit sales." "Enough," the enforcer barked. "Search his room." A quarter of an hour later, the enforcers emerged from Zhang Yuanda's door, having successfully discovered beast-taming elixir powder. Though the quantity was not substantial, it was sufficient to implicate him. Zhang Yuanda's face turned ashen. "This is impossible. I have never come into contact with beast-taming elixirs." Xu Changsheng stood to the side, a glint of coldness in his eyes. For the elixir powder had indeed worked its magic. He had not sprinkled too much, but the distinctive odor of the beast-taming elixir was enough for the treasure-hunting mice raised by the enforcement hall to pinpoint the source. "Zhang Yuanda, what else do you have to say?" The enforcer sneered. "No wonder you were so eager to report others. It appears you are merely a thief crying stop thief." Zhang Yuanda struggled frantically. "Xu Changsheng is framing me. He deliberately took my elixirs today." The enforcers paid no heed to his protests, and with a wave of their hands, 2 of them seized Zhang Yuanda and dragged him away. Once the door closed, Xu Changsheng exhaled slowly. He gazed into the inky darkness outside, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Senior brother Zhang, are you satisfied with this grand gift?" In truth, Xu Changsheng knew that the mere elixir powder would not be enough to condemn Zhang Yuanda. After all, he had served as a steward in this auxiliary institute for over 20 years, cultivating extensive connections. Even so, this was sufficient to stir up a tempest of resentment towards Xu Changsheng. However, this matter was far from concluded. It was possible that the enforcers might return to haunt him one day. In the realm of immortals, if one lacked a background or support, their life was as expendable as that of an ant. Xu Changsheng's gaze flickered with uncertainty. He needed to resolve this matter impeccably. Wasn't it merely about having connections? If Zhang Yuanda had his network, why couldn't Xu Changsheng have his own? After all, he was brought into the Taiyi Sect by the esteemed Fairy Yun Yao. Xu Changsheng had already discovered that Fairy Yun Yao was the leader of the Vermilion Peak and possessed mid-stage golden core cultivation, although it appeared that gaining entry into the sect was a mere act of convenience for her. Such a formidable ally was not something Xu Changsheng would relinquish out of fear. Even a fleeting moment of closeness can, in an imperceptible manner, shield him from numerous calamities, yielding boundless benefits. 3 days later, at the foot of Zhusha Peak, Xu Changsheng meticulously adjusted his attire and retrieved a finely crafted brocade box he had prepared in advance. Inside, 12 fragments of spiritual stones were neatly arranged, each polished to a brilliant sheen. Xu Changsheng, the steward of the Alchemy Peak's miscellaneous affairs, sought an audience with the Fairy Yun Yao to express his gratitude for the guidance bestowed upon him in May. The mountain disciple scrutinized him for a moment, noted his respectful demeanor, and then went inside to deliver the message. Shortly thereafter, a maid in a green dress approached gracefully. "The Peak Master is currently engaged in alchemy." "What business do you have, Steward Xu?" Xu Changsheng offered the brocade box with both hands, his tone sincere. "Had it not been for the fairy's benevolence 6 months ago, I would have long faded into obscurity and would never have had the opportunity to pursue the path of immortality. Now, having fortuitously ascended to the role of steward, I present this humble token in appreciation." The maid accepted the brocade box with a gentle smile, saying, "You are indeed one who knows gratitude. The Peak Master has instructed that since this is your heartfelt offering, it shall be accepted. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, you may use this jade talisman to seek an audience." A small green jade talisman fell into Xu Changsheng's palm. Chapter 10. The Sin of Bribery, a Graver Offense. The Flawless Gathering Chi Pill. That night, The law enforcement disciples indeed returned once more. Xu Changsheng and Zhang Yuanda insist that you have framed them. Do you have anything to say? The leading disciple's gaze was sharp as a blade. Xu Changsheng, unfazed, produced a jade talisman, stating, I had the honor of meeting Fairy Yunyao today. If my brother has doubts, why not accompany me to the Vermilion Peak for a confrontation? Upon seeing the jade talisman, the law enforcement disciple's expression shifted slightly. After a moment of silence, he let out a cold snort. Since Fairy Yunyao vouches for you, we shall let this matter rest. However, should we discover any further loss of defective pills, rest assured, brother, Xu Changsheng replied respectfully. I shall ensure they are guarded with utmost diligence. Once the law enforcement disciple departed, Xu Changsheng caressed the jade talisman, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. In this round, he had ultimately triumphed. After Zhang Yuanda was taken away by the law enforcement hall, all matters concerning the defective pills fell under Xu Changsheng's sole jurisdiction, granting him immense power. Many of the menial workers regarded him with increased reverence, striving to curry favor. Yet, the more they did so, the more cautious Xu Changsheng became. No one knew if the law enforcement hall might engage in entrapment. If irrefutable evidence were to be uncovered, even the influence of Fairy Yunyao would not suffice to protect him. Xu Changsheng continued to oversee the classification of defective pills daily, even more stringently than before. Each defective pill was to be scrutinized in meticulous detail during processing. This earned him the discreet approval of the inspectors. Even Zhao Tai, the steward managing the menial workers of the Alchemy Peak, offered him a few words of praise. However, unbeknownst to all, Xu Changsheng maintained a covert ledger alongside the official records, meticulously documenting which batches of defective pills had been tampered with. When the spirit erosion liquid was replenished, and even the inspection patterns of the law enforcement hall, should any batch of defective pills appear to be under scrutiny, he would immediately cease all activities. A month later, outside the defective pill chamber, Xu Changsheng was cataloging the newly delivered list of defective pills when he suddenly sensed a chilling gaze upon him. Looking up, he saw Zhang Yuanda hunched beside a column, his once round face now gaunt and hollow, bloodshot eyes betraying his distress. The moment their eyes met, Zhang Yuanda instinctively retreated half a step, then hastily lowered his head and departed. Whispers among the menial workers reached Xu Changsheng's ears, recounting how he had sold off all his possessions to preserve his life. Serves him right. He was so arrogant when he withheld our monthly wages. Xu Changsheng maintained an impassive expression as he continued to review the list. Yet inwardly he scoffed. It seems this old dog has learned his lesson. However, a dog that bites does not bark, and Xu Changsheng remained vigilant. 3 days later, behind the mountain of the defective pill chamber, Gao Sun knelt trembling on the ground. 3 defective gathering yuan pills, and a recording jade slip laid before him. The jade slip vividly captured the scene of his theft of pills last month, along with images of his elderly mother and younger brother in the mortal realm. Do as I say, and your family will live. Zhang Yuanda's voice slithered into Gao Sun's ears like a venomous snake. When Xu Changsheng secretly hoarded pills, this recording jade slip would automatically document everything. Gao Sun trembled as he raised his head, his voice hoarse. Zhang. If this continues, no one will benefit. Why not value peace instead? Value peace instead? Zhang Yuanda was suddenly engulfed in fury, kicking over a nearby medicine basket, scattering herbs across the ground. He seized Gao Sun by the collar, his bloodshot eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Do you have any idea what I have endured this past month? His voice dripped with profound hatred. I sold off ancestral lands, begged on my knees, and endured 3 days of torment in the bone-eating cave. All thanks to him. Releasing his grip, Zhang Yuanda spoke coldly. Either he dies, or your entire family will be buried alongside him. Choose. The following morning, Brother Xu, here is today's list of failed elixirs. Gao Sun respectfully presented a jade slip, his eyes flickering. Xu Changsheng accepted the slip and, with a quick sweep of his consciousness, frowned slightly. Why are there 3 fewer failed spirit condensing pills? Cold sweat beaded on Gao Sun's forehead. Ah, brother, it might be a recording error. Xu Changsheng cast a chilling glance at him, suddenly pressing his hand on Gao Sun's shoulder, a wisp of spiritual energy silently probing into his sleeve. With a thud, 3 failed spirit condensing pills, wrapped in filthy cloth, tumbled from Gao Sun's sleeve. His face turned pale as he fell to his knees. Brother, please spare me. I was just momentarily bewitched by greed. Xu Changsheng's gaze was icy as he watched Gao Sun plead for mercy. The 3 failed pills were quite valuable. Had it been an ordinary servant, they might have already succumbed to greed. Yet, Gao Sun was typically timid, daring only to pilfer a few failed qi-gathering pills. How could he now dare to touch the spirit-condensing pills? There was something amiss. Gao Sun, Xu Changsheng's tone remained calm. Do you know the consequences of secretly hoarding failed spirit-condensing pills according to the sect's regulations? Trembling, Gao Sun pressed his forehead to the ground. Brother, please show mercy. I was simply confused. I am willing to offer you these 3 spirit-condensing pills. I only ask for your leniency. Leniency? Xu Changsheng scoffed, flipping his hand to reveal a communication talisman that ignited into flames at his fingertip. The enforcers from the law hall will arrive shortly. You can explain everything to them yourself. Gao Sun shot up, disbelief etched across his face. Brother Xu, these are 3 spirit-condensing pills. Aren't you the least bit tempted? Xu Changsheng's gaze grew colder. Bribing the overseer only exacerbates your crime. Moments later, disciples from the law hall arrived. Gao Sun was shackled with iron chains, still unwilling to accept his fate as he glanced back at Xu Changsheng, his lips moving as if to say something. But he was swiftly silenced by the stern voice of the enforcers. 3 days later, news from the servant quarters announced that Gao Sun had confessed and accepted his punishment, having his cultivation stripped and being expelled from the mountain. Xu Changsheng stood in the courtyard, listening to the hushed whispers of the surrounding servants, his demeanor unperturbed. Xu Changsheng, a commanding voice interrupted. He turned to see Zhao Tai, the overseer of the Alchemy Peak's servant quarters, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, an approving expression on his face. You have upheld the law with integrity and maintained the sect's regulations. Well done. As he spoke, Zhao Tai tossed a vial of elixirs to him. This is a reward for you. Xu Changsheng caught it, his consciousness sweeping through to reveal 5 intact qi gathering pills inside. Though devoid of patterns, their quality was exceptional. Thank you, overseer, he replied respectfully, bowing. Zhao Tai nodded and turned to leave. That night, Xu Changsheng sat cross-legged in his room, gently caressing the vial of qi gathering pills, his gaze profound and contemplative. In the past, one would transform waste into treasure, yet once this transformation was achieved, further enhancement proved elusive. Xu Changsheng had never fortified an intact gathering qi pill. He pondered whether he could, akin to the blood essence pill, refine it to manifest 10 intricate patterns. Seated in the wooden cabin, Xu Changsheng held the bronze cauldron aloft in his palm, its surface adorned with swirling star patterns, emanating a gentle azure glow. He cast the 5 gathering qi pills, bestowed upon him by Zhao Tai, into the cauldron. Instantly, a surge of spiritual light erupted within, and profound patterns began to emerge on the surface of the pills. 1, 2, 10. Ultimately, all 5 pills revealed 10 golden patterns, their medicinal fragrance subdued, yet resonating with an ethereal rhythm, a 10-fold increase in purity compared to before. The sight of 10 patterns sparked a flicker of astonishment in Xu Changsheng's eyes. The gathering qi pill, once the most ordinary of concoctions, now transformed into a flawless spiritual elixir, rivaling the strengthening spirit pill typically consumed during the mid-stages of qi refinement. Chapter 11. The second layer of qi refinement. In the library, cold star points. Xu Changsheng carefully retrieved a pill and gently placed it in his mouth. The elixir melted instantly, its potency akin to a gentle spring rain, warm and enduring, devoid of any violent essence. The spiritual energy flowed seamlessly through his meridians, nourishing them and subtly broadening their capacity. This medicinal power. Xu Changsheng closed his eyes, astonished. It was surprisingly gentler than the strengthening spirit pill, yet its effects were even more profound. After a night of cultivation, Xu Changsheng felt a surge of spiritual power within him, almost reaching the threshold of the second layer of qi refinement. He opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance shining in his gaze. The matter concerning Gao Sun felt peculiar. He murmured to himself, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. If Zhang Yuanda remained obstinate, then I shall play along until the end. 2 days later, in the waste pill room, Xu Changsheng maintained a composed demeanor as he inspected the classified waste pills. Yet his gaze occasionally drifted towards Zhang Yuanda in the corner. Zhang Yuanda, hunched over, appeared to be organizing the waste pills, but his sharp eyes betrayed a sinister intent as he occasionally glanced at Xu Changsheng, seemingly waiting for something. Xu Changsheng suppressed a sneer, deliberately slowing his pace, and took out an ordinary qi gathering pill, pretending to consume it. Upon seeing this, a flicker of wild joy crossed Zhang Yuanda's eyes as he stealthily crushed a communication talisman hidden in his sleeve. Soon after, a disciple of law enforcement arrived, inspecting the pill and scoffing. This pill was gifted by Elder Zhao, entirely legitimate. Zhang, regarding the previous matter of the beast-taming pill, your suspicion has yet to be cleared. Should you continue to act out of jealousy and falsely report, next time, you shall be thrown into the bone corrosion cave for 91 days. Zhang Yuanda forced a smile, and after the law enforcement disciple departed, he was met with Xu Changsheng's icy gaze. Brother Zhang, Xu Changsheng approached deliberately, his voice low. You seem quite eager to see me apprehended? Zhang Yuanda's expression shifted abruptly, feigning calm. What does Su Shidi mean by this? I am merely upholding the sect's regulations. Xu Changsheng scoffed, saying no more, and turned to leave. He understood that Zhang Yuanda would not relent. However, he was no longer the mere servant subject to manipulation. Let us see who will ultimately prevail. Half a month later, late at night, in the guardroom, Xu Changsheng sat cross-legged by the window, under the starlight, with a bronze tripod on the table, upon which incense for calming the mind was slowly drawing in the power of the stars. The star concealment stone perfectly masked all fluctuations. Even the patrolling law enforcement disciples outside failed to notice anything amiss, assuming it to be an ordinary vessel for the calming incense. Once the patrolling personnel moved further away, Xu Changsheng swallowed a fortified strengthening spirit pill, and the surging medicinal power erupted within his meridians. Break! With a soft exclamation, the vortex of spiritual energy in his dantian suddenly expanded. Xu Changsheng's bones cracked and popped, and fine black impurities seeped through his skin. This was the hallmark of officially stepping into the second layer of qi refinement. At last, he had succeeded. He opened his eyes, his gaze now restrained yet luminous. With the substantial increase in spiritual energy at the second layer of qi refinement, he could finally unleash 2 or 3 low-tier spells. Having reached this stage, he was no longer merely extending his lifespan. He finally bore some semblance of an immortal. Moreover, his realm had finally ascended to the same level as Zhang Yuanda. Although Zhang Yuanda had broken through over a decade ago, however, Xu Changsheng practiced the Taiyi Qi nourishing technique, which is exclusively reserved for the direct disciples of the first peak, granting him a far superior spiritual power compared to the basic qi refinement techniques. In terms of profound spiritual strength, Zhang Yuanda may not rival him. Naturally, aside from spiritual power, spells also play a crucial role in determining combat prowess. That old man undoubtedly surpasses Xu Changsheng in the realm of spells. It is time to visit the library to seek a method of self-protection. Once he enters the qi refinement stage, he will be permitted to borrow from the Taiyi Immortal Sect's library once a year. Should he become an outer disciple, this privilege increases to once a month. As for inner disciples, there are no restrictions on time or frequency. They may borrow at will. Xu Changsheng has yet to utilize his opportunity this year. Having reached the second level of qi refinement, he is now eligible to learn a spell. Of course, he continues to use the concealment pill to disguise himself as being at the first level of qi refinement. It has been less than 3 months since he attained the first level. As a practitioner with a mixed elemental root, if he were to break through the first level, he could easily attribute it to consuming waste pills. However, advancing to the second level so swiftly could not be explained away so simply. Even a fool would recognize the inconsistency. In the Taiyi Immortal Sect, even the most menial of workers are astute. None are fools. Therefore, it is prudent to remain concealed for a time, at least until he can fabricate some fortuitous encounters or unexpected gains to justify his breakthrough. He shall visit the library first thing tomorrow. The following day, before the morning mist had dissipated, Xu Changsheng had already ascended the stone steps leading to the library at the pill refining peak. The Taiyi Immortal Sect comprises 36 peaks, each with its own library. The contents vary significantly based on the unique cultivation characteristics of each peak, though foundational spells tend to be largely similar. The stone-paved mountain path winds upward, flanked by fields of spiritual herbs, where several outer disciples are employing the cloud and rain technique to nourish the spiritual plants. Xu Changsheng paused to observe, silently committing the exquisite manipulation of spiritual power to memory. After passing through 3 mountain gates, he arrived at the 7-story vermilion wooden tower, which stood majestically amidst the clouds and mist. This was the library of the pill refining peak. Beneath the eaves, a bronze medicinal bell hung, its gentle chimes producing a calming and centering effect. Presenting his credentials, the old guardian of the library did not lift his head. Xu Changsheng respectfully offered the management token. The old man glanced at it, saw it was a menial token, and scoffed. The spells are on the easternmost shelf of the first floor. Do not disturb the pill formulas and refrain from ascending the floors. Xu Changsheng silently walked toward the eastern side, where the most rudimentary texts were displayed. Standing before an ancient wooden shelf, his fingers delicately brushed over rows of yellowed spell jade slips. Surrounding outer disciples cast scornful looks his way, with one even raising their voice intentionally. When did a mere menial at the first level of qi refinement become qualified to select spells? With a mixed elemental root, it would be a waste to even learn. Xu Changsheng paid no heed and focused intently on the descriptions within the jade tubes. Fireball technique. requires a fire elemental root to be practiced at the third level of Qi refinement. Vine binding technique requires a wood elemental root, can be learned at the second level of Qi refinement. Golden light shield requires a metal elemental root to be practiced at the third level of Qi refinement. As he perused the texts, he noted that most spells had stringent requirements regarding elemental roots and cultivation levels. As a practitioner with a mixed elemental root, he naturally possessed an advantage in the realm of spells. However, his current registered strength within the sect is merely at the first level of Qi refinement. If he were to choose a spell suitable for the second level of Qi refinement, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. What he seeks are spells that can be cultivated at the first level of Qi refinement. Yet, this endeavor proves to be quite challenging. Generally speaking, only those at the second level possess sufficient spiritual energy to cast spells. The spells available for those at the first level are exceedingly scarce, and even if there are some, they often come with adverse effects, such as backlash. In a corner, a dusty gray jade slip caught Xu Changsheng's attention. Cold Star Finger, no root of spiritual energy required, no side effects, suitable for first-level Qi refinement. It allows one to condense the power of the cold star at the fingertips, swift and concealed, though its might is rather modest. This is the one. Just as Xu Changsheng retrieved the ancient tome, a derisive laugh echoed behind him. A waste paired with a wasteful technique, truly a perfect match. Turning around, he beheld a young man clad in fine garments, adorned with an inner sect disciple jade token at his waist. Xu Changsheng recognized him as Sun Hao, the direct descendant of Elder Sun from the Alchemy Peak. Brother Sun speaks the truth, Xu Changsheng replied, bowing his head respectfully, though his fist quietly clenched within his sleeve. Chapter 12. The Reinforcement Spell, the Cold Star Finger. Divided attention. Subsequently, Xu Changsheng meticulously transcribed this spell in the designated area. The tables and chairs here were predominantly monopolized by the outer disciples. Even when there was space available, the servants were deemed unworthy to sit. This was an unwritten rule of the various peaks libraries. The servants were primarily tasked with menial and laborious chores, their attire disheveled and their bodies emanating an unpleasant odor, which caused the outer disciples to fear that these servants would tarnish the surroundings. Even though Xu Changsheng was a steward, in the eyes of the outer disciples, he was no different from any other servant. He could only, like the other servants, find a corner to copy the technique. Afterward, Xu Changsheng returned the ancient tome to its rightful place and registered with the elderly custodian before departing the library. This was Xu Changsheng's first endeavor in cultivating a spell, and he did not immediately reinforce it. Reinforcement would enhance its power, but it would also likely increase the difficulty. He needed to accumulate some experience in practicing the spell first. 3 nights later, in the deep of night, at the back mountain of the servants' quarters, Xu Changsheng extended his fingers like a sword and abruptly pointed at a blue stone 3 zhang away. Whoosh! A faint blue beam flashed past, leaving only a shallow pit on the stone's surface. Indeed, the power was average. However, he calmly retrieved a bronze cauldron and placed the jade slip within. A glimmer of azure light enveloped the slip, revealing the newly inscribed text, Cold Star Finger. Cold Star Finger. Capable of absorbing the power of the stars to refine the fingertips, it is cast silently and without light. Each finger imbued with cold poison and the power of ice confinement, with the potential to unleash up to 9 fingers in succession, stacking their might. He wondered how the power and cultivation difficulty of the cold star would fare after reinforcement. Xu Changsheng sat cross-legged on the edge of the cliff, with the bronze cauldron hovering before him. He operated his spiritual energy according to the reinforced incantation, and to his astonishment, the starlight in the night sky began to flow like a gentle stream into his fingertips. On the first night, frost formed at his fingertips. By the 3rd night, his entire arm was adorned with star patterns. On the 7th night, at the witching hour, Xu Changsheng suddenly pointed towards the moonlight. Whoosh! The blue stone 3 zhang away was pierced through, its surface as smooth as a mirror. Xu Changsheng's pupils constricted. Such power undoubtedly reached the level of intermediate spells. Typically, intermediate spells require one to be at least at the 4th layer of Qi refinement to practice. Yet, he could cultivate it at the 2nd layer. Clearly, after being enhanced by the bronze cauldron, the Cold Star Finger, despite its increased power, did not significantly elevate the difficulty of cultivation. This was a delightful surprise. Unfortunately, Xu Changsheng frowned as he gazed at the stone hole. The technique claimed it could unleash 9 fingers in succession, but with his current low cultivation, he could only manage 3 fingers at a time. Otherwise, he might have reached the level of advanced spells. Nonetheless, Xu Changsheng felt quite satisfied. With his currently meager spiritual energy, 3 consecutive fingers were already his limit, and he lacked the energy to support any more. Even with 3 consecutive fingers, it was already formidable enough to rival an ordinary intermediate spell, granting him a measure of self-defense. What intrigued Xu Changsheng was that the Cold Star Finger, being the lowest ranked among low-level spells, could yield such remarkable effects when reinforced. What transformations might occur if he were to reinforce intermediate or even advanced spells? Of course, this notion remained a mere thought for now. With his second layer of Qi refinement, even if he could reinforce it, it would be challenging to cultivate. Currently, the Cold Star Finger remains the more practical choice. As time passes day by day, a fortnight slips by in the blink of an eye. Xu Changsheng reflects that it has been 3 months since he assumed managerial responsibilities and over 6 months since he entered the Taiyi Immortal Sect. The miscellaneous workers in the have gradually grown accustomed to Xu Changsheng's management style, which is strict yet fair, with clear rewards and penalties. Even the previously arrogant outer disciples, when delivering, now respectfully address him as Brother Xu. Only Zhang Yuanda lingers like a specter in the shadows. He no longer openly provokes, yet he consistently creates disturbances during Xu Changsheng's cultivation or leaves subtle discrepancies in the accounts. As dawn breaks, the copper bell of the chimes gently. Xu Changsheng pushes open the wooden window of the duty room, allowing the mountain breeze, laden with the fragrance of herbs, to sweep in. He takes a deep breath, feeling his spiritual energy flowing within him like a gentle stream. This is the most pronounced change since he stepped into the mid-phase of the second layer of Qi refinement the previous night. His spiritual energy no longer resembles the thinness of a hair. It has surged to several times its former strength. The Cold Star Finger can now be executed multiple times consecutively. However, he is currently limited to a maximum of 5 fingers in succession. The aspiration for 9 fingers remains elusive. Brother Xu, here is today's inventory. Yang Yun respectfully hands over a jade slip, his gaze occasionally darting towards Zhang Yuanda in the corner. Xu Changsheng takes the jade slip and sweeps his consciousness over it. The number of toxic has increased by 30%. Replying to Brother Xu, the pill refining peak has been testing new formulas recently. Xu Changsheng nods, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Inform the staff below that this batch of is too toxic. It must be soaked in erosion liquid for 7 days before processing. In the afternoon, Xu Changsheng sits cross-legged on a baitha. While he appears to be supervising the sorting of by the workers, he is secretly operating the Taiyi Qi nourishing technique. Since breaking through to the second layer of Qi refinement, he has been able to multitask, managing mundane tasks on the surface while continuously cultivating internally. Naturally, the efficiency is considerably lower than if he were solely focused on cultivation. Nevertheless, it significantly accelerates his progress. Brother Xu is indeed diligent, chuckles a passing outer disciple, with such hard work. Is he trying to break into the second layer of Qi refinement? It is well known that Xu Changsheng relied on to fortuitously enter the Qi refinement stage. The prospect of advancing to the second layer seems nearly impossible. Xu Changsheng merely smiles and remains silent. He is not striving for the second layer, but rather aiming for the third. Such jests do not concern him in the least. As dusk envelopes the surroundings, Xu Changsheng returns to the duty room. He retrieves a copper cauldron and places the 2 of turtle resting pills collected that day into it. Amidst the swirling, the cracks on the surface of the pills gradually mend, ultimately revealing 2 intact pills. Unfortunately, the star power is insufficient. Xu Changsheng muses, caressing the pills. Although the star concealing stone can obscure anomalies, it also significantly reduces the efficiency of star power absorption. Currently, it takes a full 10 days to gather enough star power for a single use. He has heard that the residences of outer disciples possess spirit-gathering arrays to concentrate spiritual energy and hasten cultivation. He wonders if there exists a star-gathering array to expedite the absorption of starlight. After all, Xu Changsheng had not encountered such formations in the immortal cultivation market before. Perhaps in the future, he might seek such opportunities. It has been nearly 2 months since I last visited the cultivation market. The troubles that arose from selling beast-taming pills still linger in Xu Changsheng's mind. At present, he has no intention of selling any pills. However, during this time, he has acquired quite a number of spirit stone fragments. Each month, he receives 3 fragments, along with additional ones gifted by some disciples seeking his favor, totaling to 18 fragments that have been restored into low-grade spirit stones. Perhaps it is time to purchase something worthwhile. Currently, Xu Changsheng possesses only the Cold Star Finger. He has observed many outer disciples equipped with flying swords and protective talismans. Perhaps he should procure some for himself as well. Chapter 13. Fragments of the Artifact. Special Fireball Technique. The Warrior's Ambush. 2 days later, Xu Changsheng donned a disguise. wrapping himself tightly before making his way to the foot of the mountain where the cultivation market was held. Previously, he had worn a cloak. This time, he opted for a bronze mask. Soon, he found himself amidst the bustling marketplace at the foot of the alchemy peak, surrounded by the shouts of cultivators hawking their wares. He felt the weight of his storage bag, which contained 18 low-grade spirit stones, his entire fortune, and pondered whether he might unearth a treasure. As he strolled through the cacophonous market, his gaze flitted over the various stalls. Suddenly, a fragment glinting with a dim golden light caught his attention. It was the tip of a broken sword, roughly 3 inches long, its jagged edge emanating a faint aura of sharpness. "Ah, esteemed friend, are you interested in this fragment of the golden spirit sword?" The stall owner, a middle-aged cultivator with a sharp nose and beady eyes, grinned with the demeanor of a shrewd merchant. "You truly have an eye for quality. This is a mid-tier artifact fragment, extraordinarily sharp, capable of piercing through protective spiritual light." Xu Changsheng calmly picked up the sword tip, discreetly channeling a thread of spiritual energy into it. Instantly, a fine golden glow illuminated the broken edge, leaving a shallow cut on his fingertip. "Ah, behold its spirit!" exclaimed the middle-aged cultivator, slapping his thigh in exaggerated excitement. "If this were a complete artifact, it would be worth at least 50 spirit stones. But today, you can have it for merely 5 stones, a veritable steal." Xu Changsheng inwardly scoffed at the merchant's theatrics. Affecting a hesitant demeanor, he replied, "While it does possess some spirit, its incompleteness diminishes its value significantly. At most, it is worth 2 spirit stones." 2 stones. The merchant's eyes widened in dismay, his expression one of feigned sorrow. "Dear friend, your bargaining is rather ruthless. This treasure can break the protective spiritual light of mid-stage chi refinement." Leaning in closer and lowering his voice, he added, "How about this? Since you seem sincere, let us settle at 4 spirit stones, as a gesture of friendship." Xu Changsheng set the sword tip down and turned to leave. 3 stones. If not, I shall take my leave." Wait. The middle-aged cultivator quickly blocked his path, gritting his teeth in apparent pain. Very well. I haven't made a sale today. 3 stones it is. I shall take a loss on this." Once the transaction was completed and Xu Changsheng had stowed the sword tip in his storage bag, he overheard the merchant boasting to a neighboring stall owner, I've just fleeced another unsuspecting fool. I found that scrap of iron in a junk pile, and someone actually bought it." A slight smile curled at the corners of Xu Changsheng's mouth beneath his mask. As for turning waste into treasure, who could rival his humble bronze cauldron? With 15 spirit stones remaining in his storage bag, Xu Changsheng continued to wander through the market. After perusing nearly half of the stalls, his attention was drawn to a modest talisman stand. The proprietor, an elderly talisman master with graying hair and beard, was intently focused on crafting talismans. "Esteemed friend, the Golden Light Talisman is 3 spirit stones each, the Ice Arrow Talisman 5 spirit stones each, and the Wind Control Talisman is 5 spirit stones each," the old talisman master stated without looking up. Xu Changsheng picked up a Golden Light Talisman and scrutinized it closely. The patterns on the talisman paper were ancient and majestic, with spiritual energy flowing smoothly. He had heard of this talisman, known for its life-saving properties. "Dear Elder, I would like 2 Golden Light Talismans, 2 Ice Arrow Talismans, and 1 Wind Control Talisman. Might you offer a discount?" The old talisman maker finally raised his head, a glimmer of brilliance flashing through his murky eyes. 15 spirit stones, along with a jade slip containing the fireball technique. 12 stones, Xu Changsheng countered, observing that the old man's flow of spiritual energy was impeded, likely due to damaged meridians. "I possess a vial of blood-invigorating pills, as long as..." The old talisman maker's eyes sparkled even brighter. "Young friend, your insight is commendable. 13 stones, and the pill is waived." Once the transaction was concluded, the old man handed Xu Changsheng an ancient jade slip. "This fireball technique was acquired during my youth in an ancient cultivator's cave. Although it is merely a low-tier spell, it harbors unique intricacies." Xu Changsheng accepted the jade slip, and upon a quick scan with his consciousness, he discovered the fireball technique contained several distinct routes of spiritual energy flow, setting it apart from the common versions. As he departed, he overheard the old man muttering to himself, "This jade tube was obtained through life-threatening trials years ago. With not much time left for me, I hope it proves beneficial to you, the young man from the alchemy peak." Xu Changsheng felt a jolt upon hearing those words, and after bowing respectfully to the elder in gratitude, he left the place. It was now late autumn. A thin layer of frost lingered on the mountain path outside the miscellaneous workers' courtyard, not yet fully melted away. Xu Changsheng strolled back in the sunlight, his left hand resting on the storage pouch at his waist. His recent visit to the market yielded fruitful acquisitions, fragments of magical implements, talismans, and a unique jade tube for the fireball technique. However, he sensed he was being followed. Xu Changsheng's pace remained unchanged, but his peripheral vision caught the flickering shadows of trees behind him. Even though the pursuer's aura was formidable, their tracking skills were clumsy, as they failed to mask their footfalls. What troubled him was the possibility that this might be an intentional ruse to lower his guard. As he turned into a secluded mountain hollow, Xu Changsheng swiftly produced a wind control talisman and affixed it to himself, his speed surging 5 or 6 times over. Immediately, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps behind him, followed by the thud of something heavy tumbling to the ground. He darted into the woods and observed a lean man cursing as he rose from the ground. The man had prominent temples and a short knife glimmering with blue light. Clearly a top-tier expert among mortals. "So it is you." Xu Changsheng narrowed his eyes and stepped out from the trees. He recognized the man as Zhu Song, a confidant of Zhang Yuanda, who was said to have single-handedly challenged a bandit den. "The little beast is quite vigilant." The man grinned, revealing his gold-capped teeth. "Manager Zhang sent me to retrieve something." "What is it?" Xu Changsheng inquired, feigning ignorance. Suddenly, Zhu Song lunged, his short knife striking like a venomous serpent emerging from its lair. "It's your head." The blade flashed like a viper's tongue, aiming for his throat with deadly speed. Yet, to a cultivator, this seemingly lightning-fast strike appeared as sluggish as a snail's crawl. Clang! The blue light flickered, and Zhu Song stared in horror as his steel knife shattered into 2 pieces. Xu Changsheng's right index finger gleamed with a crystalline radiance, tendrils of icy energy swirling around its tip. "Hey, spell!" Zhu Song staggered backward, disbelief etched across his face. The incantation could only be executed by those who had reached the 2nd layer of qi refinement. Lord Zhang remarked that you were merely an unfortunate soul, destined to languish forever at the 1st layer of qi refinement. Xu Changsheng advanced slowly, his index finger tracing a cerulean arc in the air. With each step he took, the vitality of his inner spiritual energy surged forth. Having successfully breached the mid-phase of the 2nd layer of qi refinement, he could finally sustain a momentary projection of his spiritual force. Suddenly, Zhu Song hurled 3 poison darts and swiftly turned to flee. Xu Changsheng neither dodged nor flinched. The darts froze mid-air, 3 feet away from him, before plummeting to the ground. At the same time, with a gesture of his left hand, he summoned an ice arrow talisman from his storage pouch, which, propelled by his spiritual energy, pierced through Zhu Song, encasing him in a frigid statue of ice. Although this mountain path was seldom traversed, occasional errant disciples would pass by. Xu Changsheng surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of others. He then drew forth the contents of his storage pouch, depositing everything into a bronze cauldron, and subsequently stowed the frozen body into the pouch. Afterward, he changed into a different attire and returned to the disciples' quarters. Chapter 14. Heart Like a Rock. The complete golden spirit sword, the 3 mystical fire talisman. As Xu Changsheng stepped through the entrance of the disciplinary court, he immediately spotted Zhang Yuanda standing under the corridor, his sinister gaze piercing through the air. "Junior brother Xu." Zhang Yuanda feigned concern as he approached. "How was your journey back from the market today? Was everything smooth?" Xu Changsheng maintained his composure, slightly cupping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for your concern, senior brother Zhang. Everything is well." Zhang Yuanda narrowed his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips. "You didn't encounter any particularly interesting individuals, did you?" "Particularly interesting individuals?" Xu Changsheng feigned confusion. "What do you mean, senior brother?" Zhang Yuanda scrutinized his eyes, searching for any hint of a flaw. Yet all he found was a serene calmness. With a hollow chuckle, he replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I merely heard that the mountain paths have been rather unsettled lately, with some bandit cultivators about." "I see," Xu Changsheng nodded. "I traveled the main road, and didn't come across any suspicious figures." Zhang Yuanda's expression darkened, suppressing the rage boiling within him. That is good. Once Xu Changsheng had walked away, Zhang Yuanda slammed his fist against the corridor pillar, gritting his teeth as he growled, "Useless." Unable to deal with a mere 1st-layer qi refinement scoundrel, he swiftly turned and made his way to his quarters. Zhu Song, his trusted confidant brought from the mortal realm, was usually dependable. Yet, such a golden opportunity had slipped through his fingers inexplicably. Clearly, he had been too lenient recently. Upon Zhu's return, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment. Upon returning to his dwelling, Xu Changsheng promptly established a rudimentary soundproof barrier, a small technique derived from the Taiyi Chi nurturing method. Indeed, Zhang Yuanda had grown suspicious. He retrieved Zhu Song's body, frozen into a crystalline sculpture from his storage bag, and with a flick of his finger, the ice began to shatter. The body needed to be disposed of swiftly to avoid lingering complications. Xu Changsheng first used his spiritual energy to melt the ice crystals, then applied a dissolving powder to eliminate the flesh and muscle, finally grinding the bones into powder to mix with the alchemical residue he would deal with the following day. Ever since Zhang Yuanda had reported him for secretly selling beast-taming pills, he had rehearsed the entire procedure in his mind countless times. Having completed the task, Xu Changsheng returned to his wooden cabin to erase any remaining traces. After mentally replaying the events to ensure no flaws remained, he finally exhaled in relief. However, he had barely relaxed when the haunting visage of Zhu Song's terrified frozen face, along with the gruesome sight of the corpse, flashed before him. A wave of nausea surged through his stomach, and he stumbled to the wall, retching but only managing to expel a few bitter droplets. Is this the sensation of taking a life? Trembling, he retrieved a bronze cauldron and placed a fortified tranquil heart pill into his mouth. As the elixir settled within him, it transformed into a refreshing current that surged toward his spiritual core, washing away the bloody visions like a receding tide. As the medicinal effects coursed through him, Xu Changsheng inadvertently glanced at the water vat in the corner, where his reflection revealed a boy with icy eyes and a resolute expression, devoid of any trace of past timidity. Taking a deep breath, Xu Changsheng slowly straightened himself. The calming effects of the tranquil heart pill soothed his tumultuous emotions. He gazed at the swirling star patterns on the bronze cauldron, his resolve gradually solidifying. The path of cultivation, after all, is paved with the bones of the fallen. He murmured softly, his fingers gently tracing the intricate designs on the cauldron's surface. The cauldron felt cool to the touch, yet it imbued him with a peculiar sense of tranquility. Today, if I do not slay him, tomorrow he shall be the one to take my life. The realm of cultivation has always been this ruthlessly cruel. Xu Changsheng withdrew the copper cauldron into his dantian, feeling its warmth resonate within him. Once one embarks upon the path of immortality, one must comprehend that the indecisive shall ultimately transform into the desiccated bones beneath others' feet. The heart of the Tao must be as steadfast as granite. Xu Changsheng gazed out at the setting sun, his eyes devoid of any wavering. In the deep of night, at the cliff behind the servant quarters, Xu Changsheng sat cross-legged upon a smooth azure stone, the bronze cauldron hovering before him. The moonlight cascaded like water, illuminating the cauldron and revealing 12 swirling star patterns. He retrieved a fragment of the golden spirit sword and gently placed it within the cauldron. A hum resonated as the cauldron trembled lightly, the azure light surging forth. The fragment gradually melted in the radiance, transforming into a flowing mass of golden liquid. Intricate runes began to emerge upon the surface of the liquid, writhing and reorganizing as if possessed of life. An hour later, a 3-foot-long golden sword lay quietly at the bottom of the cauldron. The sword's body was as thin as a cicada's wing, entirely transparent, with a striking golden pattern etched along both sides of the spine, dazzling to the eye. Xu Changsheng cautiously channeled his spiritual energy, and the golden spirit sword emitted a soft chime before morphing into a golden streak of light measuring a foot in length. With the sword's edge aimed, a granite slab 3 zhang away silently split in two, its surface as smooth as a mirror. Truly, it was a mid-tier magical artifact, exuding a fearsome sharpness. Xu Changsheng hastily sheathed the sword. Merely a gentle swing had drained him of 30% of his spiritual energy. This was just the most basic of maneuvers. Should he exert himself fully? Suddenly, a thought struck him. He withdrew a jade slip containing the special fireball technique. If the fragment of the golden spirit sword could be restored to such a degree, then this jade slip. This fireball technique was a gift from an elderly man at the cultivation market. Though it was merely a fundamental fire-based spell, accessible even to servant disciples, this particular method was far more profound than ordinary fireball techniques. Not long after the jade slip was placed within the cauldron, an unexpected transformation occurred. The cauldron erupted with tricolor flames, azure, white, and violet, intertwining to form a lotus platform, upon which the jade slip was suspended and scorched. Xu Changsheng hastily set up a soundproof barrier. Crack! The surface of the jade slip fractured with a web-like pattern, an abundance of golden runes pouring forth from the crevices, reconstituting themselves into a brand new chapter in the air. At the top, the title S&MI Fire Talisman scripture was inscribed. The content vastly more complex than the original by at least tenfold. This was no ordinary enhancement. Cold sweat beaded upon Xu Changsheng's forehead. The copper cauldron had actually deduced this special fireball technique into an advanced method combining talismans and formations. The record of the true fire of S&Mi clearly belonging to a realm accessible only to Foundation establishment cultivators. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his abdomen. Looking down, he saw the phantom of the bronze cauldron swirling frantically at his dantian, the starlight stored within being consumed at a visible rate. At this pace, it would deplete in no more than 3 breaths. Should the starlight be entirely exhausted, retrieving items would become considerably inconvenient. Withdraw. Xu Changsheng forcibly interrupted the evolution, ultimately acquiring only a fragment of the S&Mi fire talisman scripture. Even so, the content recorded within the jade slip was enough to instill dread. Tricolor fireball technique. Azure fire corrodes bones. White fire burns souls. Violet fire breaks laws. The text also records the fire talisman trap, which allows for the pre-engraving of fire symbols to remotely detonate them. Accompanying this is the fire suppression technique, designed to conceal the fluctuations of flames. Most intriguingly, the scripture concludes with a note stating that this method originates from the orthodox teachings of the Tao, not from any wicked sorcery. It is perfectly suited for orchestrating unforeseen accidents. Xu Changsheng cast a glance toward the servants' quarters, a cold smile playing on his lips. That old dog, Zhang Yuenda, wouldn't survive beyond next month. It is not that he harbors a narrow-mindedness, but rather that the old cur has targeted him time and again, even sending someone today to take his life. Since a deadly enmity has been established, every opportunity must be seized to eradicate the threat entirely. That old dog is at the 2nd level of qi refinement and rarely leaves the servants' quarters. Xu Changsheng pondered how he could ensure his demise appeared reasonable. The emergence of the 3 Mysteries Fire Talisman Sutra has indeed provided the final piece to his plan. Chapter 15. The Cliff Cave, the Initial Mastery of Samadhi. Midnight Reconciliation. Half a month later, under the ink-black night, Xu Changsheng sat cross-legged in the stone cave beneath the cliff, his hands gently cradled before his chest. The enhanced wind control talisman granted him the lightness of a swallow, allowing him to effortlessly reach the cliff base behind the servant quarters. Initially, he intended to test the power of the talisman, but serendipitously discovered this cave halfway up the cliff. As a disciple of the 4th layer of qi refinement, his spiritual power was still shallow, rendering him incapable of practicing the sword technique. Given that this location was seldom visited, it provided a temporary sanctuary for his clandestine cultivation. For the past half-month, Xu Changsheng had come here nightly at the stroke of midnight to practice the fundamental Samadhi fireball technique from the fragmented scroll of the Samadhi fire talisman. The stone walls were marred with scorch marks of varying depths, the deepest reaching 3 inches, with edges crystallized from high temperatures. Green fire corroded bones, white fire incinerated souls, and purple fire shattered laws. Xu Changsheng recited the incantation softly, channeling his spiritual energy into 3 distinct streams that flowed through different meridians. Unlike the ordinary fireball technique, the Samadhi fireball technique required the simultaneous manipulation of 3 fundamentally different flames while maintaining equilibrium. However, the green fire was exceptionally venomous. Prone to backlash against the meridians, the white fire was too frigid, clashing with the essence of the fireball technique, and the purple fire was the most violent, risking premature detonation with the slightest misstep. Achieving this balance was no small feat. Concentrate. Xu Changsheng pressed his palms together, allowing the 3 streams of spiritual energy to converge in his hands. With a hissing sound, a fist-sized tricolor fireball materialized in his palms, the green, white, and purple flames entwining and swirling like living entities. The surface of the fireball intermittently sparked with tiny arcs of electricity, casting flickering shadows within the cave. Xu Changsheng's forehead beaded with cold sweat. This fireball proved more challenging to control than he had anticipated. The 3 streams of energy clashed incessantly in his palms, threatening to explode at any moment. He attempted to project the fireball forward. Boom! The fireball detonated after flying 3 zhang, with the green fire corroding the rocks into honeycomb-like cavities, the white fire coating the surface with a layer of ice crystals, and the purple fire fracturing the massive stone into countless pieces. The reverberations of the explosion caused debris to tumble from the cave ceiling. Not yet perfected. Again, Xu Changsheng gritted his teeth and resumed his cultivation. This time, he adjusted the ratio of his spiritual energy, diminishing the output of the white fire. The fireball that reformed in his palms exhibited a marked stability, the 3 colors of flame harmoniously blending like flowing water. Hiss! The flames entwined around his fingertips like a living being, yet they did not scorch his skin. Instead, they emanated a chilling sensation. An epiphany struck Xu Changsheng, and he abruptly launched the fire talisman towards the massive rock outside. Boom! When the tricolor fireball exploded, there was no sound. Yet the surface of the rock instantly became riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. Xu Changsheng touched the stone surface, feeling a peculiar texture. The outer layer remained intact, while the interior had been reduced to powder. This was merely the most basic Samadhi fireball technique, should he master the true Samadhi fire. He recalled the descriptions within the Samadhi fire talisman, his heart racing. The night breeze swept through the cave, dispersing the lingering heat. Xu Changsheng glanced toward the servant quarters, a cold smile curving his lips. The Samadhi fireball technique was complete. It was time for Steward Zhang to unexpectedly experience its power. Subsequently, Xu Changsheng gathered his spiritual energy and activated the enhanced wind control talisman, effortlessly scaling the rocky vines like a nimble monkey. Before long, he returned to his wooden abode. Just as he intended to recline and rest, the sudden sound of footsteps echoed, approaching his dwelling. At this late hour, who could possibly seek him out? In a flash, Xu Changsheng retrieved the fortified ice arrow talisman, his golden spirit sword poised within his sleeve, ready to strike. Xu Guancher? The footsteps halted at the door, calling out his name. The visitor's aura seemed rather weak. Cautiously, Xu Changsheng opened the door, only to find a trembling servant disciple holding a lantern, stammering. Zhang Guancher requests you to verify the inventory in the storeroom. Xu Changsheng lowered his gaze, concealing his murderous intent. The day after tomorrow marked the routine inspection of the waste Dan room by Steward Zhao Tai, and Zhang's summons to count the inventory was clearly ill-intentioned. Understood. Xu Changsheng dismissed the servant and made his way to the storeroom. He had always been responsible for the accounts, and there was no way to shirk this duty. He was curious to see what scheme Zhang Yuanda was concocting. Inside the storeroom, the flickering candlelight cast shadows. Zhang Yuanda blocked the entrance, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Junior brother Xu, it seems the accounts for this month's waste Dan do not align. Xu Changsheng maintained a serene expression as he accepted the account book. The yellowed pages were densely filled with records of waste Dan quantities, with several lines circled in vermilion ink, pertaining to the batches he was responsible for. 5 waste Qi gathering Dan were missing. Zhang Yuanda narrowed his eyes, declaring, according to the regulations, those who hoard waste Dan shall receive 30 lashes and be expelled from the sect. The air in the storeroom became suddenly tense. The other servants counting the waste Dan turned their gazes toward them. Yet Xu Changsheng remained composed, unfazed. Zhang Yuanda sought to frame him with such tactics before Steward Zhao's routine inspection. He was gravely mistaken. He was well aware that he had prepared 2 sets of accounts. It seems Brother Zhang has miscalculated. Xu Changsheng produced another ledger from his robe, its cover stamped with the seal of the Dan room steward. This is the record I submit daily. Every waste Dan bears the signature of the senior brothers in the Dan room. Zhang Yuanda's complexion shifted dramatically. He distinctly remembered destroying that supplementary ledger. Xu Changsheng opened to a specific page. On the 15th of July, Brother Zhang personally took 5 waste Dan for experimentation of a new formula, and here is your signature. In the candlelight, the ink on the ledger was legible. More damningly, beside the signature, Zhang Yuanda's vermilion fingerprint served as a unique anti-counterfeiting mark of the Taiyi Sect. Cold sweat beaded on Zhang Yuanda's forehead. He had indeed taken the waste Dan that day, but it was supposed to be. Xu Changsheng produced a recording stone. That day coincided with Steward Zhao's inspection. The entire process was documented. Would Brother Zhang like to take a look? Zhang Yuanda's face transitioned from red to pale, ultimately settling into a grim gray. His hand clenched the edge of the ledger, knuckles whitening from the strain. Good, very good. He almost spat through gritted teeth. Junior brother Xu, you certainly leave no room for error in your endeavors. The other servants in the storeroom exchanged furtive glances. On ordinary days, the arrogant Zhang was like a tyrant, but at this moment, he resembled a defeated rooster, his voice lacking its usual vigor. Xu Changsheng retrieved the ledger into his embrace, his demeanor calm and unhurried. If Brother Zhang has no further instructions, I must prepare for the inspection by Elder Zhao the day after tomorrow. This statement struck like an invisible slap. The flesh on Zhang Yuanda's face quivered violently before he forced a grotesque smile. Then I wish you, Brother Xu, all the best for the day after tomorrow. With that, he abruptly turned, his voluminous sleeves creating a gust of ominous wind. 2 attendants hurriedly followed him outside, only to hear the sharp sound of 2 slaps as Zhang Yuanda struck them with his hand. Useless fools. Today, Zhang Yuanda was not merely intent on framing Xu Changsheng. He sought a pretext to test Xu's strength, especially since that fellow Zhu Song had attempted to assassinate Xu Changsheng and had yet to return after half a month. Zhang Yuanda harbored grave suspicions that Xu had dealt with him through nefarious means. Xu Changsheng's prowess was likely far more complex than it appeared. As a mere first layer of qi refinement, If he possessed any inexplicable treasures or hidden cards, even without evidence of Zhang's theft of the failed elixir, he could still inflict significant harm. However, now, the seemingly foolproof evidence he believed he had was entirely thwarted by Xu Changsheng. The Taiyi Immortal Sect upheld strict rules. Without justification, one could not recklessly attack fellow disciples. The lightest punishment would be dismissal, while the gravest could lead to the obliteration of one's cultivation. Thus, Zhang Yuanda had no choice but to vent his fury upon his subordinates. Chapter 16. A Deceptive Setup and Midnight Assassination. Zhang Yuanda deceased. As the echoes of curses gradually faded, the servants in the storeroom finally breathed a sigh of relief. One daring individual approached Xu Changsheng and whispered, "Brother Xu, I fear that Steward Zhang will not let this matter rest." "Fear not," Xu Changsheng replied, gazing into the thick darkness beyond the door, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His Samadhi fireball technique had reached completion, and with Zhang Yuanda's death day approaching, why should he concern himself with a lifeless corpse? The following day, upon awakening, Xu Changsheng began to meticulously rehearse the actions of the previous night in his mind. This was an assassination of a fellow disciple. If caught, it would spell eternal ruin. Thus, this operation must be executed flawlessly, ideally with ample evidence of his absence. As evening fell, Xu Changsheng confirmed that Zhang Yuanda remained in his quarters and commenced his planned actions. He first approached the Dan residue pool, flicking his fingertips to let a drop of crystalline sediment fire essence silently fall into the pool. This special medicinal powder, enhanced by a bronze cauldron, would react violently upon contact with the residue. Soon, the Dan residue pool began to boil furiously. Quickly summoned Steward Zhao. He feigned panic, calling to the nearby servant. "The sediment in Pool 3 is undergoing a transformation. It may erupt." Such incidents had occurred before, and the servant, suspecting nothing amiss, hurried to report. Xu Changsheng watched the servant depart, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had calculated that it would take at least half an hour for a round trip from the servant quarters to the outer gate steward hall. Even if Steward Zhao, being at the 10th level of qi refinement, flew on his sword, cutting the travel time in half would still afford Xu Changsheng ample opportunity to act. He directed dozens of servants to undertake various precautionary measures around the waste Dan pool to prevent Pool 3's anomaly from causing further damage. After a quarter of an hour, having timed it meticulously, he sought an excuse to retrieve the records from the storeroom and stepped outside, his thoughts shifting as a small bronze cauldron materialized before him. "It is time to conclude this matter." Xu Changsheng extracted an enhanced wind talisman and affixed it to his leg, placing a qi recovery pill beneath his tongue. This pill, crafted from waste Dan, would replenish his spiritual energy at a critical moment. Additionally, the bronze cauldron contained a packet of yellow powder, his carefully concocted incendiary powder, made from common saltpeter and sulfur found in the waste Dan chamber, which, after enhancement in the cauldron, would ignite spontaneously. Although the Samadhi fireball technique possessed formidable burning capabilities, it ultimately required significant spiritual energy. Being only at the 2nd level of qi refinement, Xu Changsheng needed to conserve every ounce of his energy for the decisive moment. This incendiary powder was the optimal choice for erasing traces post-battle. Before long, Xu Changsheng arrived at Zhang Yuanda's secluded courtyard, which was eerily quiet. He descended upon the roof like a drifting leaf, the enhanced wind talisman lending him the grace of a swallow. Through the gaps in the tiles, he discerned Zhang Yuanda poring over account books beneath a lamp, specifically, the ledger documenting the illicit withholding of spiritual stones. No wonder the courtyard was devoid of others. They were in the process of destroying evidence. Xu Changsheng's expression turned cold as he swiftly set up 3 layers of soundproof barriers. Then, with his left hand forming a seal, he divided his spiritual energy into 3 streams, commencing the techniques recorded in the Samadhi fire talisman scripture. The blue fire gnaws at the bones, the white fire incinerates the soul, and the purple fire shatters the loss. 3 distinct flames intertwine within the palm, gradually coalescing into a fist-sized tricolor fireball. Unlike the ordinary fireball spell, this flame is enveloped in a radiant aura, perfectly concealing the fluctuations of magical energy. Go! The fireball silently pierced through the tiles, accurately striking a formation disk located in the northeastern corner of Zhang Yuanda's chamber. This formation disk serves as a warning mechanism. Should any magical fluctuations occur within the room, it would immediately emit a tremendous noise, attracting others, even patrolling disciples, to the scene. To eliminate Zhang Yuanda, this formation must first be dealt with. Xu Changsheng's Samadhi fireball technique is precisely the nemesis of this formation, capable of masking magical fluctuations. Strangely, upon encountering the tricolor fireball, The formation disk did not ignite immediately. Instead, it began to visibly melt at an astonishing rate, revealing another characteristic of the Samadhi fireball technique. The remaining flames melded into the floor, poised to erupt at any moment. Who goes there? Zhang Yuanda suddenly raised his head, his second-tier qi refining senses alerting him to an anomaly. But it was already too late. Boom. Xu Changsheng's golden spirit sword violently pierced through the roof. The tiles within a yard's reach were instantly reduced to dust. Zhang Yuanda's hastily erected spiritual shield crumbled before the sharp golden aura, akin to fragile paper. Xu Changsheng. Zhang Yuanda's face twisted with a mixture of shock and fury as he summoned a small azure shield. The shield, adorned with swirling cloud patterns, was a common defensive artifact used by lower-tier disciples of the Taiyi Sect. Xu Changsheng felt a chill. This old dog was indeed cautious, even bringing along a defensive artifact to destroy evidence. Clang. The golden spirit sword collided with the azure shield, producing a shower of sparks. The golden spirit sword remained unscathed, while the azure shield bore several noticeable cracks. What? Zhang Yuanda found this hard to believe, yet a greedy expression soon spread across his face. Could this be a mid-tier artifact? Any such mid-tier artifact could fetch dozens of low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to his illicit earnings over many years in the alchemy chamber. Xu Changsheng flipped backward, using the force to propel himself while his left hand formed a seal. Explode. The previously embedded Samadhi fireball within the floor finally detonated. The intertwining blue, white, and purple flames erupted, but unlike an ordinary fireball, there was no deafening roar. The entire study appeared as if grasped by an invisible hand, the tables, chairs, and bookshelves contorting and collapsing in a bizarre manner. Zhang Yuanda let out a scream as crystalline wood splinters pierced through his left arm. Even more terrifying, the Samadhi fireball ignited the spiritual energy within his dantian, causing him to burn from the inside out. Xu Changsheng would not allow him a moment's respite. The golden spirit sword transformed into a streak of golden light, aimed directly at his throat. Clang. At the critical moment, Zhang Yuanda managed to deflect the lethal strike with the azure shield. Bloodied and grinning viciously, he formed a seal. "You little beast, die." As he spoke, he produced a handful of talismans that erupted with blinding spiritual light, unleashing a flurry of wind blades. Xu Changsheng hastily dodged, the wind blades grazing his shoulder and carving deep grooves into the wall. Distorted footsteps echoed from afar. The patrolling disciples had been alerted. Although Xu Changsheng had deployed soundproof talismans, the fluctuations of magical energy during the confrontation were difficult to conceal. Time was of the essence. With a determined grit, Xu Changsheng clenched his hands together, and the golden spirit sword erupted with a blinding radiance, a manifestation of the potent sharp metal energy contained within. When the golden light met the true fire of Samadhi, a violent reaction ensued. Boom! A pillar of gold and violet flames soared into the heavens, curiously remaining contained. Within the fiery column, Zhang Yuanda's figure screamed in agony, slowly distorting and carbonizing. Xu Changsheng, gasping for breath, retracted the golden spirit sword. Its power far exceeded his expectations. Yet the consumption was astonishing. Were it not for the restorative qi pill, his internal spiritual energy would have been depleted long ago. In the distance, the glow of torches drew ever closer. He decisively seized Zhang Yuanda's storage bag and swallowed another qi pill. He scattered a substantial amount of incendiary powder, igniting the entire courtyard, obliterating all evidence in flames. Away! With a flash of azure light from the wind talisman, Xu Changsheng vanished like a specter into the night. Chapter 17. Erasing all traces, enforcing justice, dying from guilt. As Xu Changsheng hurriedly returned to the Danjia pool, breathless, the steward Zhao Tai from the servants' hall was already inspecting the water. "Forgive me, Master Uncle. I had just gone to the storeroom to retrieve the record book." Zhao, without lifting his head, waved his hand dismissively. "No matter. This pool water is indeed peculiar." He furrowed his brow, staring intently at the surface bubbling with an enigmatic aura. "You handled it well." At that moment, commotion erupted in the distance, with someone shouting that the water was escaping. Xu Changsheng hurried after Steward Zhao, only to witness the courtyard of Zhang Yuanda engulfed in flames. This, Xu Changsheng's expression shifted to one of astonishment, tears welling in his eyes. Zhao patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Disasters of heaven and man are beyond your control." With that, Zhao, possessing profound cultivation, plunged into the inferno. Before long, he emerged from the ruins, clutching a charred portion of the account book, his countenance darkening ominously. Xu Changsheng lowered his head, concealing the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The anomaly at the Danjia pool, the impeccable timing of his arrival, the incriminating evidence in the account book. Everything unfolded as orchestrated. This fire ultimately consumed all traces that ought not to exist. Yet, it also drew the attention of the enforcement hall. A fire in the sect, alongside the demise of a servant steward, reeked of suspicion. Soon, disciples from the enforcement hall arrived, taking all witnesses back for thorough questioning. In a chamber of the enforcement hall, a disciple clad in black scrutinized Xu Changsheng with piercing eyes. Xu Changsheng, where were you at the time of the incident? Xu Changsheng, maintaining his composure, replying to the esteemed master, I was attending to the anomaly at the Danjia pool with Master Uncle Zhao. He presented a jade tube containing the recorded images from the designated waste pill chamber. Steward Zhao nodded in affirmation. Indeed, he has been at the waste pill pool. Managing it commendably, I can attest to that. Furthermore, Zhang Yuanda intentionally dismissed his servants. This conflagration may well have been his doing. The disciple from the enforcement hall retrieved the remnants of the account book, his tone laden with significance. Do you know why Zhang Yuanda resorted to self-immolation? Xu Changsheng hesitated briefly, then produced his private record of accounts. I have a habit of keeping records. The juxtaposition of their accounts laid bare the evidence of Zhang Yuanda's embezzlement. Thus it is, the enforcement disciple sneered. He who guards against theft is himself a thief. When exposed, he succumbed to guilt and self-immolated. A mere servant steward, though in charge, is still just a servant. With such overwhelming evidence, there is no need for grand displays or the waste of manpower. A direct conviction suffices. As Xu Changsheng exited the enforcement hall, the last rays of the setting sun bathed the stone steps in golden light. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a deliberately subdued voice emerged from behind him. Xu nephew, please wait. Steward Zhao quickly approached, slipping a jade token into Xu Changsheng's hand. For days hence, a new steward will assume office. He is a distant nephew of mine. I hope you will extend your support. Xu Changsheng accepted the token. Noticing the character Zhao Ming inscribed upon it, the reverse adorned with a pattern of golden leaves, he observed a fleeting, unnatural glint in Zhao's eyes as he uttered those words. Rest assured, Master Uncle, I shall do my utmost, Xu Changsheng replied respectfully, though a sense of vigilance stirred within him. After Steward Zhao glanced around, he lowered his voice and remarked, this child possesses mediocre talents. He has spent 3 years performing menial tasks in the alchemy chamber, and his recent appointment as a manager is indeed a stroke of luck. As he spoke, he produced a small cloth pouch from his sleeve, revealing 5 spirit stones, saying, consider this a token of appreciation. Oh, Master Uncle, you truly flatter me. Xu Changsheng quickly declined, assuring Steward Zhao that his presence was a good omen and that he would certainly cooperate fully. A satisfied smile graced Steward Zhao's face as he patted Xu Changsheng's shoulder, exclaiming, excellent. I have indeed not misjudged you. Before departing, he added, by the way, this child has, a greedy disposition. If he causes any offense, I hope you will be forgiving. Watching Steward Zhao's retreating figure, Xu Changsheng furrowed his brow. When did this old fox become so courteous? Even resorting to bribery, this was truly unusual. Could it be that the newly appointed steward harbors some hidden agenda? Or perhaps Zhao Tai is testing him on behalf of the law enforcement hall? Xu Changsheng's heart grew wary. He had intended to take some time to inspect Zhang Yuanda's storage bag to discover its hidden treasures. However, it seemed prudent to postpone that endeavor until the air cleared. He was uncertain whether he was still under covert surveillance. 3 days later, in the servants' courtyard, Xu Changsheng conducted his usual inspection of the abandoned alchemy chambers, his fingertips gliding lightly over the ledger. During these 3 days, he deliberately maintained an unvarying routine, inspecting the elixir residue pools at the appointed times, verifying the list of discarded elixirs at noon, and guiding the servants in sorting medicinal herbs in the afternoon. Brother Xu, pool number 3 has developed a fluffy sediment again. A servant reported, hastening over. Add 3 scoops of alum and stir for half an hour, Xu Changsheng instructed without lifting his gaze. Yet his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting past the courtyard wall. It was an ink mouse, a creature nurtured by the law enforcement hall, renowned for its stealth and surveillance. However, this ink mouse was merely a level 1 demon beast, comparable to an early Qi refinement practitioner. Xu Changsheng cultivated the formidable Taiyi Qi nourishing technique of the Taiyi Immortal Sect, his spiritual awareness no less sharp than that of a third-level Qi refinement adept. Under his heightened vigilance, he had finally discovered the ink mouse yesterday. It seemed his suspicions were correct. The law enforcement hall had indeed not relaxed its scrutiny of him. Yet, he wondered whether Steward Zhao genuinely wished for him to oversee the new manager or was simply probing on behalf of the law enforcement hall. During dinner that evening, the rotund chef unexpectedly added an extra scoop of spirit rice to his plate. Brother Xu, I heard that the new steward Zhao will arrive tomorrow? Xu Changsheng replied, stirring his food, deliberately raising his voice, hoping for a congenial interaction. A faint rustling sound emanated from the shadows, akin to a small beast darting through the underbrush. Xu Changsheng subtly smirked. The sound was reminiscent of the ink mouse's tail brushing against fallen leaves. At midnight, in the side hall of the law enforcement hall, a black-clad disciple reported after 36 continuous hours of surveillance, there have been no anomalies. His actions and demeanor remain unchanged, and the disturbances in the elixir residue pool were indeed accidental, with ample alibis. The elder of the outer sect, presiding over the matter, set down the recording jade slip and nodded slightly, saying, "In that case, issue an announcement tomorrow." The following day, in front of the bulletin board of the servants' courtyard, Xu Changsheng stood amidst the crowd, observing as the law enforcement disciples affixed an announcement bearing a crimson seal onto the wooden board. Upon investigation, it was revealed that the former steward of the Zhang Yuanda had embezzled spirit stones and illicitly sold in substantial quantities. As the inspection by the steward approached, he, consumed by fear of punishment, chose to end his own life, leaving irrefutable evidence of his wrongdoing. Effective immediately, Zhao Ming would assume the role of steward. The surrounding laborers murmured amongst themselves, yet none dared to voice their opinions aloud. Zhang Yuanda, having wielded the authority to distribute fragments of spirit stones, had indeed engaged in numerous acts of malfeasance, relying on connections to evade consequences until now. The laborers had long harbored grievances against him. This announcement undoubtedly brought a sense of satisfaction to many among them. Xu Changsheng quietly exhaled, for this notice signified that the law enforcement hall had absolved him of any suspicion of murder. Chapter 18. The Taiyi Dance Sutra, Greedy Zhao Ming. Notice from the Spirit Herb Peak. On that afternoon, in the servants' hall, the newly appointed overseer Zhao Ming strode into the where Xu Changsheng was diligently counting the number of discarded pills. The newcomer, in his early 20s, donned a crisp overseer's robe, with jade pendants jingling at his waist, and his beady eyes darted about incessantly. "This must be Sushiti, right?" Zhao Ming greeted with a smile before uttering a word, the wrinkles on his face forming a chrysanthemum. "I've heard much about you from my uncle, who speaks highly of your capabilities in this." Xu Changsheng promptly set down his ledger and bowed respectfully. "Zhao Guanshi is too kind. I am merely—" "No need for such formality," Zhao Ming interrupted, grasping Su's hand in greeting and slyly slipping a heavy pouch into his sleeve. "Just call me Zhao Gu. Consider this a small token. I shall rely on your assistance in the future." The pouch emitted the crisp sound of spirit stones clinking together. Xu Changsheng cast a furtive glance, estimating that there were at least 10 inferior spirit stones, double what Zhao Zhisher had previously provided. "I cannot accept such generosity," he feigned reluctance. However, Zhao Ming had already jovially draped an arm around his shoulder. "Don't be so formal. I've heard that Zhang Yuanda had been skimming off your share." He leaned in closer, his breath carrying a hint of garlic. "From now on, we'll split the monthly deductions. I take 70, you take 30. Xu Changsheng's heart skipped a beat. This new overseer dared to brazenly propose a division of spoils right after assuming his position, displaying a boldness even greater than Zhang Yuanda. He feigned alarm and waved his hands. "That won't do. If the overseer finds out, what is there to fear?" Zhao Ming dismissed with a casual flick of his sleeve. "My uncle has served in the servants' hall for 20 years. This is but a trifling matter." Suddenly, he leaned in even closer, whispering conspiratorially, "I've heard. You have a private ledger?" A cold sweat broke out on Xu Changsheng's back. Yet Zhao Ming, with a mischievous glint in his eye, continued, "Fear not. I have no intention of auditing. Rather, I propose." He rubbed his fingers together in a gesture of counting money. "We can collaborate to make the accounts appear more favorable." Just then, the sound of footsteps from the servants outside reached their ears. Zhao Ming immediately straightened up, adopting a serious demeanor, his voice rising an octave. "Sushiti, we must expedite the processing of this batch of—" Once the servants had moved on, he reverted to his slick demeanor. Xu Changsheng, deep in thought, pondered whether Zhao Ming's arrival heralded fortune or misfortune. In the stillness of the night, after confirming that no one was around, Xu Changsheng finally retrieved Zhang Yuanda's storage bag. Channeling a trickle of spiritual power, he gently tapped on the bag's restriction. With a soft crack, the barrier shattered, revealing the contents within. The first thing to catch his eye was a small pile of spirit stones. Upon closer inspection, he discovered over 30 inferior spirit stones. "Indeed, this fellow has indulged excessively." Xu Changsheng let out a cold laugh and continued his search. In addition to the spirit stones, he discovered several vials of elixirs and a book entitled Fundamentals of Alchemy. The elixirs were of an ordinary nature, yet with a bit of enhancement. They would undoubtedly prove beneficial to Xu Changsheng. As for the fundamentals of alchemy, Xu Changsheng had heard of it. Any disciple of the outer sect could receive a copy for free upon joining the alchemy peak. Zhang Yuanda, having spent many years handling menial tasks in the waste elixir chamber, found it rather easy to procure a copy. Let us attempt an enhancement. Xu Changsheng placed the tome into the cauldron. This time, the azure light emitted by the cauldron was more dazzling than usual, and the star patterns on its surface lit up one by one, while the pages of the book flipped rapidly, rearranging themselves in the brilliance. After approximately 15 minutes, the light began to subside. Xu Changsheng retrieved the tome, only to find that the cover had transformed into a dark golden hue, inscribed with 4 archaic characters, Taiyi Danjing. Upon opening the first page, he was astonished to discover the formula for the Ning Yuan pill, which was intended for use in the late Qi refining stage. Flipping further, he found a simplified version of the precious Foundation Establishment pill formula. This Xu Changsheng's breath quickened. It is important to note that within the Taiyi Immortal Sect, the formula for the Foundation Establishment pill was a closely guarded secret, inaccessible to ordinary disciples. The fragment of Taiyi Danjing that had been enhanced by the cauldron not only recorded the simplified formulas, but also detailed alternative materials and refining techniques. Did this imply that he, too, could aspire to establish a foundation in the future? Many elders of the outer sect had only just reached the foundation stage. Once he established his foundation, his status within the Taiyi Immortal Sect would be radically transformed. This secret must remain undisclosed to anyone else. Xu Changsheng took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement within. The Foundation Establishment pill was far too precious, and the Taiyi Danjing contained an easier-to-refine version of the formula. Should this information leak, his insignificant position as a menial worker would undoubtedly lead to his demise. 2 weeks later, Xu Changsheng stood beneath the eaves of the waste elixir chamber, gazing at the distant peaks, his expression somewhat somber. Ever since Zhao Ming took office, the resources of the waste elixir chamber had been stripped bare. This fellow was more avaricious than Zhang Yuanda, unabashedly withholding fragments of spirit stones from the menial disciples while secretly reselling the waste elixirs to rogue cultivators below the mountain for personal gain. All of this was supported by Elder Zhao from behind the scenes. Originally, Xu Changsheng had thought that Zhang Yuanda's corruption was an isolated incident. However, it now appeared that Zhao Tai, the overseer of the menial court, played a significant role in this affair. As the saying goes, the upper echelons influence the lower. Su Shidi, why are you dawdling? Hurry up and deal with this batch of waste elixirs. Zhao Ming's voice called from behind, tinged with impatience. Xu Changsheng turned around, instantly donning a smile. Rest assured, Senior Brother Zhao, I shall attend to it at once. Satisfied? Zhao Ming nodded and tossed a fragment of spirit stone his way. Work diligently, and I shall not treat you poorly. Xu Changsheng accepted the spirit stone, a cold smile forming within him. Did Zhao Ming truly believe he could deceive him so easily? The resources deducted from the waste alchemy room each month are worth at least 20 low-grade spirit stones, yet Zhao Ming only bestowed upon him a mere fragment, hardly even a fraction of what he deserved. However, he concealed any trace of dissatisfaction, merely nodding respectfully and saying, "Thank you, Senior Brother." Zhao Ming patted him on the shoulder and walked away with a smile. Xu Changsheng gazed at his departing figure, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He could no longer remain in this waste alchemy room. Otherwise, one day he would inevitably become a scapegoat in Zhao Ming's corruption case. The following morning, while Zhao Ming had yet to arrive at the waste alchemy room, Xu Changsheng quietly slipped out. He hastened his way directly to the bulletin board of the servants' quarters, where notices from various peaks recruiting servants frequently appeared. Upon reaching the bulletin board, he discovered it was unusually bustling that day. Many servants were fixated on the topmost notice, engaging in animated discussions. The Spirit Herb Peak urgently sought external disciples to manage the irrigation of spirit fields and the harvesting of spirit herbs, requiring familiarity with basic spirit plant cultivation. There were no restrictions on cultivation level, as long as one had entered the Qi refining stage. A unified assessment would take place in a month. Xu Changsheng's eyes brightened. The Spirit Herb Peak is one of the most resource-rich main peaks of the Taiyi Immortal Sect. If he could gain entry, not only would he free himself from Zhao Ming's grasp, but he would also have the opportunity to engage with genuine spirit herbs. His bronze cauldron and the Taiyi Danjing might prove to be immensely valuable. Moreover, this presented a direct chance to become an outer disciple. The status and standing would far surpass that of a mere servant. Chapter 19, Registration and Assessment, a Delicate Balance. The Elixir of the Green Bag. However, the time frame of merely 1 month feels rather constricted. Xu Changsheng hesitated momentarily, tore down the notice, and turned to hasten towards the spiritual herb peak. Despite the limited preparation time, enrolling in the assessment and gaining a modicum of experience could only be advantageous. Yet, just as he took a few steps, a chilling sneer echoed from behind. "Su Shidi, in such a rush, where might you be headed?" Xu Changsheng's heart tightened as he slowly turned around. Zhao Ming was leaning against the wall, wearing a cryptic smile. "Senior brother Zhao," Xu Changsheng said with composure, clasping his hands in respect. "I heard that the spiritual herb peak is recruiting disciples to gather herbs, so I wish to give it a try." "Oh," Zhao Ming squinted. "What is this? Are you feeling uncomfortable in the waste pill room?" Xu Changsheng feigned alarm. "Senior brother has misunderstood. It's merely that I have a burgeoning interest in spiritual plants and wish to learn more." Zhao Ming scrutinized him for several seconds before suddenly breaking into a broad smile. "Very well. If you wish to go, then go ahead. Who wouldn't want to reach great heights in a single leap?" Xu Changsheng was taken aback, not expecting Zhao Ming to release him so readily. However, Zhao Ming's next words sent a chill through him. "Yet, the assessment at the spiritual herb peak is exceedingly rigorous. With your mixed spiritual roots, unless you possess extraordinary means, it would be a futile endeavor. What does that imply? Could it be that the assessment relies on more than just ability?" With such questions clouding his mind, Xu Changsheng proceeded to register at the spiritual herb peak. To prevent any opportunists from flooding in, even registration demanded the expenditure of 3 fragments of spirit stones, which left him feeling quite pained. Yet, mere registration was insufficient. Preparations were imperative. Xu Changsheng narrowed his eyes and turned toward the dining hall of the miscellaneous disciples at the spiritual herb peak. Typically, this establishment catered solely to the needs of the miscellaneous disciples, yet the chef, recognizing him as the steward from the pill refining peak, did not challenge him. The dining hall was abuzz with chatter as several miscellaneous disciples gathered around a table, enjoying their meal. Xu Changsheng discreetly took a seat nearby. His ears perked to eavesdrop on their conversation. "Have you heard? Ma Detsai will also participate in this assessment." "Ma Detsai? That distant relative of Elder Ma from the outer sect?" "Indeed. This fellow, relying on his connections, has become rather arrogant. Yet his innate talent for spiritual plants is quite ordinary. He has failed the assessment 3 times. Xu Changsheng's eyes flickered. "Ma Detsai? It must be him." After spending half a day gathering information, Xu Changsheng finally discovered Ma Detsai's residence, a solitary courtyard at the foot of the spiritual herb peak. This privilege was far superior to that of ordinary miscellaneous disciples. Clearly, this individual indeed held some influence. Xu Changsheng contemplated, retrieving a vibrant spiritual herb from his pocket. This was a moonlight herb, which he had purchased from a miscellaneous disciple at the spiritual herb peak. Originally depleted of its spiritual essence due to improper harvesting, he had managed to restore its full medicinal properties using a small cauldron. It was rumored that Ma Detsai was actively seeking moonlight herbs. He would likely be quite intrigued. Straightening his robes, Xu Changsheng approached the courtyard door and gently knocked. "Who is it?" An impatient voice called from within. "I am Xu Changsheng from the waste pill room. Here to pay a visit to senior brother Ma." Xu Changsheng replied respectfully. The door creaked open, revealing a slightly plump young man who peered out with a furrowed brow, scrutinizing him. "You from the? What do you want?" Xu Changsheng offered a faint smile, retrieving a sprig of moonlight herb from his sleeve. "I heard that senior brother Ma is in search of this item. I chanced upon it and have come to present it." Ma Detsai's eyes lit up as he snatched the spiritual herb, examining it closely. "Indeed, it is moonlight herb. Where did you acquire this?" Xu Changsheng feigned mystery. Lowering his voice, "A friend of mine discovered it while sorting through discarded spiritual medicines in me and secretly brought it out to sell to me." Ma Detsai burst into hearty laughter, clapping Xu Changsheng on the shoulder. "Excellent, excellent. You must be Su Shidi. Come in and sit." Inside, Ma Detsai warmly poured a cup of spiritual tea for Xu Changsheng. "Su Shidi, your moonlight herb arrives at the perfect moment." His hands rubbed together, eyes sparkling with excitement. "My uncle has recently been refining a nourishing qi pill, and this ingredient is just what he needs." Xu Changsheng feigned surprise. "Senior brother Ma's uncle is Elder Ma from the outer sect of the spiritual herb peak?" Ma Detsai proudly lifted his chin. "Indeed, I am one of the coordinators for this assessment." Xu Changsheng felt a surge of delight within, though his face betrayed a hint of hesitation. "I see. However, I have heard that the assessment at spiritual herb peak is exceedingly difficult, especially for auxiliary disciples like us." "Difficult? Nonsense." Ma Detsai scoffed. "With my uncle around, it's merely a matter of a single word." Xu Changsheng inwardly scorned him. If it were truly that simple, Ma Detsai would not have failed the assessment so many times. Even if the examiner held some weight, one's own capabilities could not be lacking. Promoting someone who is evidently incompetent regardless of their rank as an outer elder, would surely lead to repercussions. Xu Changsheng had come to establish connections primarily to guard against petty schemes, rather than genuinely seeking to enter the spiritual herb peak through the back door. As Ma Detsai leaned closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially, he said, "Su Shidi, you seem quite clever. Let us make a deal. If you can procure a few more sprigs of moonlight herb for me, I'll ensure your assessment goes smoothly." Xu Changsheng suppressed a cold laugh, recognizing Ma Detsai as nothing but a fool, yet his face displayed gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother Ma. I will certainly do my best." After departing from Ma Detsai's residence, Xu Changsheng did not hasten back to but instead turned towards the bustling cultivation market at the foot of Spiritual Herb Peak. The marketplace thrived with a diverse crowd and an array of stalls. Compared to the Alchemy Peaks market, this one boasted a wider selection of spiritual herbs and plants. Navigating through the throngs, Xu Changsheng arrived at a stall specializing in texts. "What book are you looking to purchase, senior brother?" inquired the vendor, an elderly man with a goatee, smiling warmly. "Do you have any texts on spiritual herbs?" Xu Changsheng asked softly. The old man's eyes brightened as he produced a weathered tome from beneath the stall. "This is the record of mountain herbs, documenting over 300 common spiritual herbs. Only 5 spiritual stones." Xu Changsheng took the book and flipped through its pages, his brow slightly furrowing. The content of this book is rather superficial, merely recording some basic spiritual herbs, with even the methods of harvesting described in an ambiguous manner. This will suffice, he finally decided, extracting some spirit stones. After all, with the small cauldron present, he had no fear of it not advancing. In the depths of the night, within the wood shed, Xu Changsheng carefully placed the mountain and field herbal record into the bronze cauldron. "I hope it works." He inhaled deeply, channeling a thread of spiritual energy into the cauldron. With a soft hum, the small cauldron trembled gently, its runes illuminating one by one, emanating a faint azure glow. The pages of the book began to turn on their own within the azure light, and the once yellowed paper gradually transformed to a pristine white. Even more astonishingly, the text upon the pages began to twist and rearrange, revealing new content continuously. A quarter of an hour later, the azure light dissipated. Xu Changsheng eagerly retrieved the book, and he was taken aback to see 4 ancient characters emblazoned on the cover. Qing Nong Yao Jia, the elixir of the green sack. Upon opening the first page, a line of small text caught his eye. "The spiritual herbs of heaven and earth must be harvested at the right time, taken in moderation. The methods vary, and a slight misstep may result in the loss of the herb's efficacy." Turning further, he discovered not only an increase in the types of spiritual herbs recorded to over 1,000, but also detailed annotations on the optimal harvesting times, forbidden techniques, and even accompanying spells such as the spirit locking technique and herb cultivation art. This is, Xu Changsheng's breath quickened. It is truly an encyclopedia of spiritual herbs. Chapter 20. The Spirit Locking Technique. Passed the assessment. Promoted to the Outer Sect. In the ensuing month, Xu Changsheng busied himself with the trivial tasks of the waste pill chamber by day and delved into the depths of the Qing Nong Pharmacopoeia throughout the night. To avoid drawing attention, he deliberately adopted a demeanor of timidity and apprehension. "Junior brother Xu, regarding the accounts for this batch of waste pills." Zhao Ming meaningfully handed him a ledger. Xu Changsheng, feigning trepidation, waved his hand. "Senior brother, is this really appropriate? What if the law enforcement hall discovers?" Zhao Ming scoffed dismissively, firmly thrusting the ledger into his hands. "What is there to fear? With me here, you shall encounter no trouble. Then, I shall do my utmost." Xu Changsheng reluctantly accepted the ledger, yet a cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as he turned away. Protect him from trouble? If a real crisis arose, it would be a blessing if they did not throw him under the bus to take the blame. By night, Xu Changsheng practiced the spirit locking technique under the moonlight. This arcane skill could preserve the medicinal properties of spiritual herbs when harvested, as recorded in the Qing Nong Pharmacopoeia. Initially, he faced repeated failures, causing the herbs to wither at the slightest touch. However, with relentless practice, his technique grew increasingly adept. Eventually, he could extract a herb using a thread-thin strand of spiritual energy without inflicting any damage upon it. Time flew by, and soon the day of the assessment arrived. The spiritual herb peak was teeming with people. Xu Changsheng stood amidst the crowd, his gaze tranquil. Not far away, Ma Detsai was issuing orders to a group of servant disciples with an air of superiority. "Did you see? That is my uncle." He pointed at Elder Ma on the platform, beaming with pride. "During the assessment, you all follow my lead." Xu Changsheng silently retreated to the end of the line, trailing behind Ma Detsai and the others as they entered the assessment venue. Before long, the assessment commenced. The first task was to identify spiritual herbs. Dozens of herbs were laid out on the table, and candidates were required to write down their names and properties. For Xu Changsheng, who had thoroughly studied the Qingnong Pharmacopoeia, this was a mere formality. His brush danced across the paper, not only providing the correct answers, but also annotating the optimal harvesting seasons. The second task was live harvesting. Each person is to collect one 7-star grass, ensuring the roots are intact and the medicinal properties remain undisturbed, announced the supervising disciple. A chorus of dismay erupted in the crowd. The roots of the 7-star grass were fragile. Even a moment's carelessness could lead to breakage and the loss of its medicinal essence, making it one of the most challenging herbs to harvest. Ma-Tsai's complexion paled as he furtively glanced at Elder Ma on the platform. However, Xu Changsheng strode confidently to the herb patch, hands forming seals as a wisp of spiritual energy delicately infiltrated the soil. The spirit-locking technique. The energy enveloped the roots of the 7-star grass like a net, and with a gentle tug, a pristine specimen emerged. Roots intact, and its leaves displaying the distinct 7-star pattern. The supervising disciple's eyes widened in astonishment. A perfect harvest. The crowd erupted in a clamor. Upon the high platform, Elder Ma, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, his gaze piercing as it fell upon Xu Changsheng. However, just as the proctor disciple's verdict was pronounced, a cold snort resonated from the platform. Hold on. An elderly man in a gray robe with a grim countenance rose to his feet. Among the 3 outer sect elders responsible for this examination, he was Elder Lu. He squinted as he scrutinized Xu Changsheng, coldly remarking, "How could a mere errand manager from the possess such proficiency in the art of herb gathering?" A profound silence enveloped the assembly. Xu Changsheng's heart tightened, yet his expression remained composed as he respectfully bowed. In response to the elder, "I have taken a keen interest in studying herbal texts and have practiced privately." "Oh," Elder Lu sneered. "Then enlighten us on the distinctions between the 7-star herb and the 7-sun herb." This inquiry was particularly tricky. The 2 spiritual herbs bore a striking resemblance, and only a practitioner well-versed in the myriad arts of cultivation could discern between them. However, Xu Changsheng remained unperturbed, clasping his hands as he replied. "The 7-star herb has leaves adorned with 7 spots, thriving in damp, shady environments, with roots as fine as hair. Whereas the 7-sun herb bears 7 dots on its leaves, flourishing in sunlight, with roots as thick as threads. The former should be harvested at the hour of the tiger, while the latter is best collected at noon." His fluent response elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Elder Lu's expression grew increasingly grim. He had initially aimed for his nephew Lu Heng to pass the examination, but unexpectedly, Xu Changsheng emerged as a formidable contender. "What use is mere talk?" Elder Lu suddenly slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, "I suspect you of cheating. Seize him and search his person." 2 law enforcement disciples promptly advanced. Xu Changsheng's pupils contracted in alarm. This was a matter of losing face. If they searched him and found something that he did not possess, how could he possibly explain himself? Not only would his examination results be nullified, but he might also have to visit the law enforcement hall. Just as the disciples were about to approach Xu Changsheng, a gentle voice interjected, "Elder Lu, why trouble a junior?" Elder Ma, who had remained silent until now, strolled forward, his sleeves sweeping gracefully as an invisible force pushed the law enforcement disciples aside. "Elder Ma, what is your intention?" Elder Lu's face darkened. Elder Ma chuckled softly as he stroked his beard. "The spirit-locking technique that this young man just demonstrated is a method I devised in my youth. His ability to learn it indicates that he has a connection with our spirit herb peak." With these words, he cast a meaningful glance at Xu Changsheng. Understanding the implication, Xu Changsheng promptly knelt, exclaiming, "I have long admired Elder Ma and have specifically studied your insights on herb gathering." "Ha ha ha, splendid." Elder Ma laughed heartily before turning to Elder Lu. "Elder brother, such a promising talent should not be overlooked." Elder Lu's face turned ashen. Yet Elder Ma held a prestigious position at the spirit herb peak, compelling him to yield. Ultimately, he could only snort coldly, since Elder Ma vouches for him. "I shall make an exception this once." After the assessment concluded, Xu Changsheng was summoned to Elder Ma's cave. "Do you know why I have chosen to assist you?" Elder Ma inquired, brewing spiritual tea without lifting his gaze. Xu Changsheng respectfully replied, "I am but a foolish disciple. I implore you to enlighten me, Elder." With a thud, Elder Ma placed the teacup down forcefully. "It is due to that useless Taiyi, who has failed the examination 3 times. No, including this time. It has been 4. He rose, his eyes flashing with intensity. "The moonlight grass you provided him did not come through proper channels, did it?" Xu Changsheng's heart raced, yet he maintained his composure. "Elder, Please see, I indeed. No need for explanations. Elder Ma interrupted with a wave of his hand. I am unconcerned with those matters. All I require is your promise to take care of Decai at the Spirit Herb Peak. Xu Changsheng instantly understood. This meant he was to be Decai's assistant. What precisely he was to assist with would depend on Elder Ma's directives. I understand, he said, lowering his head to conceal the glimmer of determination in his eyes. I shall not disappoint your trust, Elder. Elder Ma nodded in satisfaction, tossing him a token. Bring this token to the Spirit Herb Peak tomorrow to report. Remember, some matters are best left unsaid. Upon returning to the dilapidated alchemy room, Zhao Ming was already waiting at the door. In stark contrast to his previous disdain, he now exuded utmost respect. Congratulations, Junior Su. Zhao Ming beamed, holding a delicate brocade box. I have heard that you passed the assessment at the Spirit Herb Peak. This is truly a momentous occasion. Chapter 21. The Private Herb Garden. The Herbal Field Mission, Underhanded Maneuvers. Xu Changsheng observed Zhao Ming's overly solicitous demeanor, a cold smile forming within him. Over the past month, Zhao Ming had increasingly withheld spirit stones, only granting Su a meager portion. Now that he saw Su poised to leap into a new realm, he was eager to curry favor. Senior brother Zhao, you are too kind. Xu Changsheng accepted the brocade box, gently prying it open to reveal 20 low-grade spirit stones. More than his monthly allowance for the past 3 months. Zhao Ming rubbed his hands together, his slanted eyes glinting with a complex light. Junior brother, once you leave, you will be an outer disciple. Do take care of your senior brother in the future. Xu Changsheng noted the jealousy and a hint of relief in Zhao Ming's gaze as he spoke. He instantly understood that his role as an obstacle to Zhao Ming's underhanded dealings was finally coming to an end, allowing Zhao Ming to indulge his greed unrestrained. Senior brother is jesting. Xu Changsheng replied, accepting the brocade box with a composed demeanor. I am grateful for your care this past month, and I will remember it. After exchanging a few pleasantries, each harboring their own thoughts, Zhao Ming hurriedly took his leave under the pretense of urgent business. Xu Changsheng watched his retreating figure, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Indulge yourself. The more you covet, the harder you will fall. He had meticulously documented Zhao Ming's recent misdeeds, and should Zhao Ming be apprehended, these records would serve as irrefutable evidence of his innocence. Now that he was on the verge of becoming an outer disciple, the weight of this evidence grew significantly. The following morning, Xu Changsheng donned a brand new outer disciple's robe, with the token of the Spirit Herb Peak and a standard storage bag hanging at his waist, transforming his entire presence. As he stepped out of the servant quarters, he cast a final glance at the place he had inhabited for over half a year. A dozen familiar servants stood at a distance, their gazes laden with complexity. They understood that, from this day forth, Xu Changsheng was formally recognized as an outer disciple of the Taiyi Sect, setting him apart from them by an insurmountable chasm. Upon entering the gates of the Spirit Herb Peak, the reverence displayed by the gatekeeping disciples starkly contrasted with his previous status as a servant. Junior brother Su, you've arrived just in time, remarked Zhou Qing, the esteemed disciple of Elder Ma, who had been awaiting his arrival. Elder Ma instructed me to show you around the herb garden and familiarize you with the environment. As they traversed the pathways, Zhou Qing meticulously outlined the rules of the Spirit Herb Peak. Xu Changsheng listened intently, occasionally posing insightful questions, exhibiting both humility and a thirst for knowledge. When they passed a field suffused with rich spiritual energy, Su's steps unconsciously slowed. What is this? This is the Yusue mushroom. One of the primary ingredients for the Foundation Establishment Pill, Zhou Qing proudly explained. Only our Spirit Herb Peak within the entire Taiyi Sect can cultivate such quality. A fleeting glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Xu Changsheng's eyes. The simplified version of the Foundation Establishment Pill recorded in the Taiyi Danjing specifically required this principal ingredient. He mentally noted the location of the herb field, while feigning astonishment on his face. Truly, it is worthy of the Spirit Herb Peak. After traversing several mountain ridges, Zhou Qing led him to a secluded courtyard. This shall be your abode. Each month, you may receive 3 low-grade spirit stones, with additional rewards for completing sect tasks. Just as Xu Changsheng was about to express his gratitude, a sudden clamor arose from the distance. Ma Datsai swaggered over, flanked by several followers. His eyes brightened upon seeing Xu Changsheng. Su Shidi, I've finally been waiting for you. Zhou Qing furrowed his brow and quietly informed Xu Changsheng. Master Ma has instructed that you assist Datsai with 3 herb-gathering tasks each month. Having said this, he excused himself under the pretense of a pressing matter. Ma Datsai affectionately draped his arm around Xu Changsheng's shoulders, exclaiming, Come, I shall take you to a splendid place. Half an hour later, Xu Changsheng found himself standing before a concealed cave at the back of the Spirit Herb Peak, his expression shifting slightly. The cave's entrance was obscured by an array, and a rich fragrance of herbs wafted from within. It was indeed a clandestinely established herb garden. What do you think? Ma Detsai boasted proudly. My uncle secretly opened this up, cultivating only valuable crops. From now on, we shall collaborate, and spirit stones will surely flow in abundance. Xu Changsheng felt a surge of astonishment within, yet feigned hesitation. But if the sect discovers this, what is there to fear? Ma Detsai waved dismissively. With my uncle's protection, who would dare investigate? He lowered his voice conspiratorially. As long as you help me tend to these spirit herbs, you shall receive 30% of the profits. Xu Changsheng pretended to struggle for a moment, ultimately nodding in reluctant agreement. Upon entering the cave with Ma Detsai and witnessing the dozens of rare spirit herbs cultivated within, his heart raced. These were primarily the auxiliary herbs needed for concocting high-tier pills like the. While Ma Detsai continued to boast, Xu Changsheng began to contemplate his course of action. As a newcomer in the outer sect, he had little access to genuine spirit herbs. This privately established garden was not only a shortcut to high-tier spirit herb resources, but also an excellent leverage against Elder Ma in the future. Though his current strength was feeble, it was wise to prepare early. Of course, aside from assisting Elder Ma with the private herb garden, Xu Changsheng also had tasks assigned by the spirit herb peak to complete. As one whose cultivation level barely reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement, he had been specially invited into the sect due to his exceptional spirit plant abilities, and most of the time, such disciples were responsible for managing a mere acre of the most ordinary herb fields. Due to being summoned by Elder Ma on the first day, Xu Changsheng would only take over the herb field on the second day. By the time the morning bell of the spirit herb peak tolled for the 3rd time, Xu Changsheng stood at the edge of the herb field. He gazed at the undulating fields before him, each ridge shimmering with different spiritual lights: crimson fire spirit rice, azure water moon grass, and golden yellow ginseng, all appearing ethereal amidst the morning mist. Sushiti, here are your herb hoe and the jade slip for the spirit rain technique, said Lu Mao, the one responsible for the handover, tossing a dusty cloth bag towards him, his eyes betraying undisguised disdain. It was evident to all that the so-called special recruitment into the outer sect was merely a guise for a high-ranking servant, still relegated to the labor of tilling soil and fertilizing crops. To garner respect within the outer sect, one must rely on strength. It is imperative to transcend the 4th level of Qi refinement to be genuinely regarded as a disciple of the outer sect. Xu Changsheng respectfully accepted the jade slip. Yet the moment he touched it, his pupils constricted. This spirit rain technique had been tampered with. A normal jade slip should exude the warmth of fine jade. But the one in his hand bore visible cracks, and the internal diagram of spiritual energy was evidently missing critical components. Thank you, senior brother, he said, maintaining a calm demeanor while his peripheral vision caught the mocking smiles of several herbal medicine disciples in the distance. A sense of foreboding settled in Xu Changsheng's heart. Could these disciples be affiliated with Elder Lu? He had learned from Ma Detsai the previous day that he had secured a spot as an outer sect disciple of the spiritual medicine peak, thereby displacing a position specifically reserved for Elder Lu's nephew. Moreover, the senior brother who facilitated the handover also bore the surname Lu. Such thoughts were unavoidable. Xu Changsheng was tasked with cultivating an acre of fire spirit rice, which required 3 harvests each year. Failure to fulfill this duty would result in penalties from the sect. Conversely, any surplus yield would be his to keep. Having become acquainted with the methods of planting and nurturing fire spirit rice, it was already evening. Chapter 22. The Valley of Flame Spirits, 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Pests and opportunities. Xu Changsheng returned to his quaint courtyard, which boasted 3 wooden cottages, significantly larger than the quarters of the miscellaneous servants. At last, he possessed his own independent space. In truth, this privilege was a unique benefit for the outer disciples of the Spirit Herb Peak, as they required ample room to organize herbs and store various farming tools. The storage bags were simply insufficient, necessitating larger living spaces. Among the 36 peaks of the Taiyi Immortal Sect, most outer disciples were confined to a single room, scarcely larger than the servants' quarters, making it challenging to secure a private courtyard. As for Ma Detsai, the miscellaneous disciple, he thrived solely due to his uncle's connections, allowing him to enjoy such comforts and possess his own courtyard. Otherwise, he would have been relegated to sharing a crowded dormitory with other servants. Seated upon the newly acquired mat, Xu Changsheng laid before him 3 items: the jade tube of the spirit rain technique, a small pouch of fire spirit rice seeds, and a bronze cauldron. He examined the jade tube for a while, discovering that its contents were at least 1/10 incomplete. If he were to cultivate based on this, The spirit rain he produced would inevitably lack spiritual energy. The Lu fellow had indeed set a trap. With a cold smirk, he cast the jade slip into the bronze cauldron, and soon, the spirit rain technique was restored to its entirety. Xu Changsheng then sprinkled a portion of the fire spirit rice seeds into the cauldron, and to his amazement, the withered seeds began to swell at a visible pace, intricate red patterns emerging upon their surfaces. Success! He carefully stored the transformed spirit rice. These seeds, having been refined in the cauldron, had become the rare flame spirit rice. Noted in the Qing Nong Herbal Compendium, this rice absorbs sunlight during growth, maturing with pure fire spiritual energy. However, Xu Changsheng was certain he would not plant it in the fields, for that would draw too much attention. Instead, he intended to consume it as sustenance to aid his cultivation. Thus, Xu Changsheng spent his days irrigating the spirit fields, occasionally assisting Elder Ma in his private herb garden, and practicing his techniques late into the night, leading a remarkably fulfilling life. Moreover, as an outer disciple, he was permitted greater use of elixirs compared to those in the servant quarters, allowing for swifter cultivation. He had already reached the late stage of the second layer and felt that the third layer of qi refinement was within his grasp. 1 month later, on a misty morning at the Spirit Herb Peak, Xu Changsheng sat cross-legged in the tranquility of his courtyard, his spiritual energy circulating around him, the bronze cauldron hovering before him, emanating a soft azure glow. After this period of cultivating the Taiyi Chi nourishing technique with the abundant spiritual energy of the Spirit Herb Peak, supplemented by the refined elixirs from the cauldron, he finally sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough. Now is the moment. He suddenly opened his eyes, hands forming seals, as his inner spiritual energy surged through his meridians like a tidal wave. The cauldron sensed his state, the star patterns upon its surface glimmered, and a strand of pure starlight merged into his spiritual energy. With a resounding boom, it felt as if a barrier within him had been shattered, causing his spiritual energy to surge forward with newfound speed, purging impurities through his pores. Xu Changsheng exhaled deeply, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. The third layer of qi refinement. I have succeeded. As he reveled in the torrent of spiritual energy within him, a smile crept upon his lips. After 9 months of diligent practice, he ascended from an ordinary mortal to a practitioner at the third level of qi refinement. This pace of cultivation is considered commendable among the outer disciples. Most of these disciples possess either 3 or 2 spirit roots, while he, with his diverse 5-element spirit roots, would typically require 3 to 5 years to reach such a stage, even under abundant resources. His remarkable speed of advancement is nothing short of a rare miracle. Xu Changsheng is acutely aware that these transformations are all attributed to the bronze cauldron he possesses. Since acquiring it 6 months ago, this period marks the true onset of his exponential growth. Subsequently, Xu Changsheng retrieves the Taiyi Danjing. Upon reaching the third level of qi refinement, he can attempt to concoct several elixirs documented within the text. With the bronze cauldron at his disposal, he can transmute waste into treasure. Even if he produces inferior pills, they will still contribute to his cultivation. Moreover, the Spirit Herb Peak is abundant in low-tier spiritual herbs, alleviating the need for frequent purchases of elixirs or waste pills. Just as he prepares to delve into his studies, a sudden knock resonates at the door. Sushidi, are you there? It is the voice of Ma Detsai, laced with urgency. Xu Changsheng swiftly conceals the cauldron and the text, straightens his attire, and opens the door. He finds Ma Detsai, drenched in sweat and visibly distressed. A crisis has arisen. The century-old Yutsue mushroom in the herb garden has unexpectedly withered. Xu Changsheng's heart skips a beat. The Yutsue mushroom is the most precious spiritual herb in Elder Ma's privately established garden, rumored to be used for concocting foundational elixirs in a few years. What happened? Take me to see it. The two hastily make their way to the rear mountains herb garden, where they discover the once translucent Yutsue, a mushroom now blackened and withered. Surrounded by chaotic spiritual energy, Ma Detsai, in a state of frantic disarray, exclaims, "My uncle is coming to inspect in 3 days. What shall we do?" Xu Changsheng conducts a close examination and notices worm damage at the root of the Yutsue mushroom, and an understanding dawns upon him. After a moment of contemplation, he lowers his voice. "Ma Shixiao, I may have a solution." "Really?" Ma Detsai clings to this glimmer of hope. "If you can revive it, I shall surely speak highly of you before my uncle." Xu Changsheng nods calmly. "However, I will need your assistance in gathering a few materials." That night, Xu Changsheng remains alone in the herb garden. He retrieves the cauldron and places a small segment of the still viable mycelium from the Yutsue mushroom into it, along with several auxiliary herbs that Ma Detsai has procured. Buzz! The cauldron emanates a brilliant azure light, and 12 star patterns on its body illuminate simultaneously. Xu Changsheng concentrates intensely, controlling the output of his spiritual power as beads of sweat begin to form on his forehead. After 3 hours, a brand new Yutsue mushroom seedling takes shape within the cauldron. Although its age is still young, it brims with vitality, surpassing the quality of the original. It's done. Xu Changsheng exhales a sigh of relief and carefully transplants the seedling into the herb garden. According to the principles of the minor alchemical remedy, a span of 3 days is sufficient for it to return to a state closely resembling its original condition. Upon completing this task, he wiped the sweat from his brow, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes. This unexpected occurrence had, in fact, presented him with an exceptional opportunity, not only to earn Elder Ma's greater trust, but also to gain legitimate access to the primary ingredient of the Foundation establishment pill. From this point onward, he would no longer lack for jade spirit grass. 3 days later, Elder Ma personally visited the medicinal garden. Upon witnessing the fully restored jade spirit grass, astonishment flickered in his eyes. Is it true that Dekai credited this success to you? Elder Ma regarded Xu Changsheng with a significant glance. Xu Changsheng respectfully bowed. The disciple merely relied on fortune. This jade spirit grass was, in fact, afflicted by a spirit insect, and I fortuitously encountered a method of treatment in an ancient tome. Elder Ma nodded in satisfaction. Indeed. From this day forth, the Rear Mountain Medicinal Garden shall be entrusted to your complete management. You shall receive an additional allowance of 10 low-grade spirit stones each month. Xu Changsheng felt a surge of joy within, yet outwardly he maintained an air of utmost reverence. The disciple shall dedicate himself wholeheartedly. Chapter 23. The Destruction of the Spirit Rice and the Art of Qinglin Cultivation. The 7-star begonia. As he departed, Elder Ma abruptly turned back, casting a scrutinizing glance at him. By the way, have you broken through to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement? Such progress is commendable among the outer disciples. If you continue to work diligently, there is no telling what heights you may reach in foundational cultivation. Xu Changsheng lowered his head in acknowledgement, a flicker of profound intent flashing in his eyes. It seemed that even the concealment elixir could hardly mask his cultivation aura before Elder Ma. However, he was no longer the mere errand boy of the past, but rather an outer disciple of the spirit herb peak. Most outer disciples commence their journey at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Thus, his relatively swift advancement would likely not attract excessive scrutiny. Xu Changsheng had never feared showcasing his cultivation. His only concern was the potential suspicion arising from rapid breakthroughs. The annual Outer Sect competition necessitated participation, regardless of one's cultivation level. Concealment of his abilities was ultimately unsustainable. In light of this, he deemed it unnecessary to remain hidden. He could foster a closer rapport with Elder Ma, thereby creating the illusion for outsiders that he had swiftly advanced due to the bountiful resources bestowed upon him by the Elder. 3 days later, while tending to the newly sprouted jade spirit mushroom in the herb garden, Xu Changsheng suddenly sensed a vibration from the communication talisman within his storage bag. Upon examination, his countenance shifted dramatically as he read the message from the disciple responsible for patrolling the spirit fields. Junior Xu, your fire spirit rice field has been devastated by a violent wind. Xu Changsheng hastened back to his spirit field, and from a distance, he beheld a scene of utter disarray. The once thriving fire spirit rice was now largely laid low, as if ravaged by a tempest, with roots broken and unable to continue their growth. Strangely, the surrounding spirit fields remained completely unscathed. A few outer disciples lingered nearby, their faces betraying a sense of schadenfreude. Among them was Lu Hong, the nephew of Elder Lu. A glint of cold light flickered in Xu Changsheng's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He crouched down to meticulously examine the extent of the damage, simultaneously surreptitiously retrieving a recording jade tube from the soil. This was a contingency he had prepared, and he was surprised it had proven necessary. Junior Xu, what a pity, Lu Hong approached, feigning concern. It seems your spirit field is ruined. You won't be able to fulfill this year's spirit plant task, will you? Xu Changsheng looked up, offering a faint smile. Elder Lu appears quite concerned about my spirit field. Lu Hong snorted dismissively. I merely passed by and thought to offer a kind warning. Xu Changsheng chose not to engage further, quietly stowing away the recording jade tube before turning to depart. That afternoon, Xu Changsheng went directly to the law enforcement hall, presenting the recording jade tube. Disciple Xu Changsheng reports that someone has maliciously damaged my spirit field, intending to obstruct the sect's tasks. The law enforcement disciple accepted the jade tube, infusing it with spiritual energy to inspect its contents. The images clearly displayed Lu Hong and his cohorts stealthily employing the wind manipulation technique near the spirit field. and their conversations were distinctly audible. Let him be arrogant. Let us see how he completes this year's task. With irrefutable evidence in hand, the law enforcement hall promptly dispatched personnel to apprehend Lu Hong and his associates. Upon hearing the news, Elder Lu was infuriated and personally rushed to the law enforcement hall to exert pressure. However, the enforcement elder spoke coldly. Brother Lu, the Jade Tube has recorded everything clearly. Your grandnephew maliciously destroyed the spirit field of his fellow disciples, and according to the sect's regulations, he must be punished with 3 months of confinement and compensate for the damages. Lu Heng's face turned pale, and Elder Lu, with no other recourse, could only grit his teeth and accept the punishment. Although Lu Hong and others were severely punished, Xu Changsheng's spirit field had already been ruined. Replanting the fire spirit rice would take far too long. Even if Lu Hong and the others compensated for the damages, it would only be according to the sect's minimum yield requirements, which meant that he would have nothing to show for this quarter. This was a minor concern, as Xu Changsheng was not particularly in need of the fire spirit rice. The most critical issue was that, regardless of the intentional destruction, failing to complete the sect's task would still result in punishment. This was not a matter of insensitivity. Rather, it was a measure taken by the sect to prevent some disciples from deliberately using accidents to evade their responsibilities. It seemed he had no choice but to try that method. Xu Changsheng made his way to the scripture pavilion on the Spirit Herb Peak, where he learned a technique called the Gestation Technique. This was a low-tier technique primarily aimed at accelerating the growth of spiritual plants, but its effectiveness was rather mediocre, even inferior to the Spirit Rain technique. The advantage, however, was that it could be learned free of charge, without any need for spirit stones. Nonetheless, Xu Changsheng did not intend to use it directly. Upon returning to his small courtyard, he took out a bronze small cauldron and placed the jade slip of the gestation technique into it. With a hum, a flicker of azure light appeared, and the characters on the jade slip reassembled, ultimately transforming into a brand new spell, Azure Rain Gestation Technique. This enhanced spell not only significantly accelerated the growth of spiritual plants, but also nourished them, yielding results comparable to a high-tier ripening technique combined with the Spirit Rain technique. Xu Changsheng promptly headed to the spirit field to replant the fire spirit rice seeds, and then cast the Azure Rain Gestation Technique. The spirit rain fell, and the seeds sprouted at a visibly astonishing rate, quickly growing to maturity within just 10 days. At this pace, in less than half a month, the fire spirit rice would be ready for harvest. A slight smile graced Xu Changsheng's lips. Lu Heng thought he could thwart his task. Unfortunately for him, Xu Changsheng had more than enough ways to turn the tide. Half a month passed, and Xu Changsheng's medicinal field became a spectacle on the Spirit Herb Peak. While others' fire spirit rice was just beginning to bloom, his rice was already heavily bowed down with grain. Other herb-gathering disciples toiled daily, employing the Spirit Rain technique, while he merely needed to perform a hand gesture to summon Azure Rain for automatic irrigation. This was a testament to his mastery of the Azure Rain Gestation Technique reaching a small success. One day, Lu Mao personally visited, wearing an unprecedented smile. Junior Brother Su, you have been doing quite well these days. Here are 5 low-grade spirit stones, a reward from Elder Lu. Xu Changsheng accepted the spirit stones, his heart racing with alarm. Lu Mao's sudden change in attitude was too suspicious. Thank you, Brother Lu, he replied, discreetly pocketing the stones. Is there anything else Elder Lu wishes to convey? Lu Mao's smile deepened. Indeed, Junior Brother is astute. There is a 7-star begonia in the medicinal garden that has not been thriving lately. Elder Lu has heard of your expertise in spiritual botany and wishes to ask for your assistance in tending to it. As he spoke, Lu Mao carefully retrieved an exquisite jade box from his storage bag and opened it with great caution. Within the box lay a mystical plant, glimmering with an ethereal blue sheen, adorned with 7 heart-shaped leaves flecked with silvery star-like spots. Indeed, the 7-star begonia. Junior Brother, take a look, Lu Mao urged, pointing to the slightly yellowing edges of the leaves. For some unknown reason, the star spots have begun to fade, and the spiritual essence is waning. Xu Changsheng focused intently, observing that the underside of the leaves bore faint, hair-like crimson lines, easily overlooked if not scrutinized closely. A chill ran through him. This was unmistakably the blood erosion pattern, a symptom only manifesting when infected by a peculiar parasitic egg. He possessed the means to remedy this affliction, yet given his long-standing discord with Elder Lu, he pondered why the elder would seek his assistance. Suspicions arose within him, but acknowledging the elder's status, he feigned hesitation, saying, Brother Lu, this condition is rather troublesome. I dare not take it upon myself. I must consult Elder Ma before he could finish his sentence. The courtyard door burst open with a resounding bang. Ma Dai rushed in, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, the jade pendant at his waist clinking melodiously. Junior brother Xu. My uncle has stated that this matter is entirely entrusted to you. In his hand, he held a jade token. Look, this is my uncle's official decree. Even if things do not go well, you shall bear no responsibility. Chapter 24. The conspiracy unfolds. The overbearing Lin Yan. Strengthening the Qingling powder. Xu Changsheng received the jade token, and with a sweep of his consciousness, he confirmed the presence of Elder Ma's aura. His brows furrowed slightly. However, oh dear, junior brother, do not fret. Ma Datsai jovially clasped a hand upon his shoulder. It is merely an ordinary spiritual herb with some peculiar uses. If it perishes, then so be it. Yet, should it survive, Elder Lu has promised a reward of 20 low-grade spiritual stones. 20 stones? Xu Changsheng could not help but smirk inwardly. The 7-star hawthorn is the principal ingredient for refining the 9-heart jade dew pill, a herb valued at over 100 spiritual stones. How could such a matter be so casually dismissed? Given this, the junior brother must certainly exert his utmost effort. He outwardly acquiesced with respect, yet his resolve to muster all his energy was already firmly set. In the days that followed, Xu Changsheng diligently dealt with the pestilence, yearning to return the 7-star hawthorn as swiftly as possible, lest he be left with a proverbial hot potato. At his current pace, he estimated that within half a month, he could rectify the pest issue. He did not discard the afflicted branches and leaves. Although damaged, they could be transformed into invaluable resources through the use of a bronze cauldron, restoring their former integrity. In the future, whether for alchemical purposes or sale, they would prove immensely beneficial. 10 days later, as the morning mist over the spiritual herb peak had yet to dissipate, Xu Changsheng crouched at the edge of the medicinal field. His left hand gently caressed the plump ears of the fire spirit rice, and as the spiritual energy flowed through his fingertips, a faint red glow emanated from the rice ears. These spirit grains, nurtured by the Qinglin cultivation technique, not only matured in just a month, but also yielded 50% more than ordinary fire spirit rice, with grains that were particularly full and round. Not far away, several outer disciples were pointing at his medicinal field, their eyes brimming with envy. One of them, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, Xu junior brother's spirit rice grows at an astonishing rate. Surely he employs some secret method. Xu Changsheng remained oblivious to their words, continuing to inspect each stalk of spirit rice. Suddenly, a loud call rang out from afar. Xu junior brother, quickly hide the 7-star hawthorn. Zhou Qing, the senior brother who had guided him to the peak, came stumbling towards him, his robe adorned with several torn bamboo leaves. Xu Changsheng narrowed his eyes. Only those from the Qingzhou Peak would use bamboo leaves as concealed weapons. But has someone from Qingzhou Peak arrived? Before he could fully process this, a melodious chime echoed from the stone path outside the medicinal field. 12 maidens clad in emerald skirts flanked either side, carrying a resplendent palanquin. Leaning against it was a young woman in her 20s, with almond-shaped eyes and ruby lips, a jade pendant at her waist inscribed with the characters for Qingzhou. Xu Changsheng quietly took a half-step back. He recognized this woman, Lin Yan, the beloved daughter of Elder Lin Kong from Qingzhou Peak, possessing a cultivation level of the 9th layer of qi refinement. It was said that she was notoriously haughty. Last year, a certain outer disciple lost his eyesight merely for casting a glance in her direction, as Qingzhou Peak was adjacent to the spiritual herb peak. Her infamous reputation had spread throughout both inner and outer disciples. You are the one capable of cultivating the 7-star hawthorn, are you? The young woman scrutinized Xu Changsheng from her elevated position, her alabaster fingers lightly tapping on the armrest. My father, Elder Lin, is currently endeavoring to refine the 9-heart jade dew pill and is in dire need of this principal ingredient. Xu Changsheng's heart tightened. It was evident she intended to seize it by force. Forgive me, Sister Lin, he said, bowing respectfully. This 7-star begonia belongs to Elder Lu of the Outer Sect. Suddenly, a flash of azure light struck him, and a sharp pain erupted on Xu Changsheng's face. Lin Yan, with an unexpected jade whip in hand, the tip stained with specks of blood, glared at him, her almond eyes wide with fury. Do not use Elder Lu to intimidate me. How dare a mere Outer Sect disciple bargain with me? Her gaze then fell upon the fire spirit rice in the medicinal field, glowing with a crimson hue, and a flicker of greed danced in her eyes. Those spirit grains shall also be surrendered. Xu Changsheng gritted his teeth, enduring the fiery sting on his face, his peripheral vision catching the sinister azure glow of the whip, which was indeed laced with Qianji poison. While not fatal, this toxin could cause one's body to rot for 3 months without respite. What's wrong? Reluctant? Lin Yan scoffed, raising the jade whip once more. Break his legs. 2 disciples from Qingzhou Peak, both at the late stage of qi refinement, approached with sinister grins. Just as Xu Changsheng prepared to fight to the death, a resonant voice interrupted. Lin Jr., what a display of power. Elder Ma descended from the air, waving his sleeve to repel the two disciples. Lin Yan's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly regained composure, lifting her chin defiantly. Uncle Ma, this person has hoarded the spirit herbs that belong to Qingzhou Peak. Outrageous. Elder Ma bellowed. This 7-star begonia is clearly cultivated by my spirit herb peak. Lin Yan, being the daughter of an inner sect elder, felt her face flush with humiliation under the public reprimand, alternating between shades of blue and white. She fixed a vengeful stare at Xu Changsheng, her eyes brimming with malice. Very well, I shall remember this affront. Once the members of Qingzhou Peak departed, Ma Daicai timidly approached Xu Changsheng. I truly did not anticipate this. Elder Ma snorted derisively. Fool, unaware that you are being used as a pawn. He then softened his tone as he addressed Xu Changsheng. This bottle of Qingling powder can neutralize Qianji poison. Focus on your recovery. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Xu Changsheng examined his wounds in a bronze mirror. The reflection revealed a face marred by whip marks, yet his eyes gleamed with a cold light. Lin Yan, the humiliation of today shall be repaid 100-fold on another day. He poured the Qingling powder into a bronze cauldron, its surface adorned with star patterns glowing brightly. As the azure light swirled, the powder gradually coalesced into a crystalline drop of spirit liquid. Carefully, he applied the elixir to his wounds, feeling a soothing coolness wash over him, the searing pain dissipating swiftly. The next morning, Xu Changsheng scrutinized his reflection in the bronze mirror. His visage had returned to its pristine state, devoid of any scars. After stretching his limbs, he noted that the flow of spiritual energy within him was now even more seamless than before his injury. The enhanced Qingling powder had astonishing effects, he mused. If an ordinary disciple were afflicted by Qianji poison, they would be bettered in for at least half a month, yet he had recovered in a single night. Such news, if it were to spread, could certainly provoke suspicion. He retrieved several ordinary herbs, crushed them with his spiritual energy, and applied the mixture to his original wounds, creating a fade of ongoing decay. Wrapping his arm in cloth, he fashioned a guise of lingering injury. Since you wish to witness my misfortune, I shall ensure you are thoroughly entertained. Xu Changsheng chuckled coldly as he pushed open the door and stepped outside. Outside the courtyard, several outer disciples were peering curiously, and upon seeing his demeanor, they immediately began to whisper among themselves. Xu Changsheng feigned weakness, coughing lightly as he ambled towards the medicinal field. Meanwhile, he secretly commenced plotting how to utilize the 7-star begonia to deliver a profound lesson to Lu Mao, who was covertly scheming against him. A few days later, Xu Changsheng personally visited the alchemy hall to seek out Lu Mao. He produced the 7-star begonia and observed that the blood-corroded patterns on its leaves had completely vanished. The 7 heart-shaped leaves now shimmered with a crystalline blue light, and the starry spots glimmered even more brightly than before. He deliberately left a few faint marks on the underside of the leaves, crafting the illusion that the plant had only just recovered. Chapter 25. The Threat of Insect Eggs. 4th layer of Qi refinement. Wan Yaozhai, Brother Lu, I am grateful to have fulfilled my duty. Xu Changsheng handed a jade box to Lu Mao, his voice faint. The begonia was severely damaged, and his junior brother had expended a considerable amount of rare medicinal materials to barely salvage it. Lu Mao received the jade box, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He examined the leaves closely, and upon noticing the faint marks, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Indeed, my junior brother possesses remarkable skills. However, he feigned regret and shook his head, noting that the begonia's quality had significantly diminished, likely leading to a considerable depreciation in value. Xu Changsheng coughed twice and produced a small vial from his sleeve. Brother, please take a look. This contains the insect eggs extracted from the begonia. If I am not mistaken, these should be blood-corroding insects, specifically cultivated to cause harm. Lu Mao's expression shifted, but he quickly forced a smile. Surely, you jest, junior brother. These insect eggs. Lu Shixiang, Xu Changsheng suddenly lowered his voice. Elder Ma has instructed me to inform you that a case has been prepared in the law enforcement hall. Should anything happen to this 7-star begonia, the law enforcement palace will immediately trace the source of these insect eggs. A sheen of sweat broke out on Lu Mao's forehead as he chuckled awkwardly. You misunderstand. Junior brother, I shall retrieve the payment right away. Before long, he returned holding a heavy cloth bag. Here are 40 spiritual stones, double the reward. Additionally, this vial of qi-nourishing pills serves as compensation for you. Xu Changsheng inspected the pills closely and, finding no issues, accepted them. He feigned gratitude, cupping his hands. Thank you for your consideration, brother, but these insect eggs. Dispose of them, junior brother. Please, let us leave this matter behind. Lu Mao hastily waved his hand, a flicker of panic in his eyes. As he watched Lu Mao's anxious retreat, Xu Changsheng's lips curled into a slight smile. He weighed the cloth bag in his hand, contemplating. This is merely collecting interest. The matter is far from over. That night, under the silvery moonlight, Xu Changsheng sat cross-legged in his small courtyard room, retrieving the vial of qi-nourishing pills. These pills were meant for those in the mid-stage of qi refinement, their efficacy surpassing that of the strengthening spirit pills he had long consumed, and they were notably gentler. The vial given by Lu Mao contained 8 pills, all of ordinary quality. The bronze small cauldron glimmered with a green light, swallowing the pills entirely. The star patterns on the cauldron gradually illuminated, and the originally pale blue pills transformed into a lustrous white, with intricate golden pill patterns appearing on their surface. Success! Xu Changsheng's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The upgraded flawless qi-nourishing pills had their efficacy enhanced by at least tenfold. Without hesitation, he swallowed one. Once inside, the pill transformed into a powerful stream of spiritual energy, surging through his meridians like a rushing river. Xu Changsheng immediately activated the Taiyi Sect technique, guiding this energy to break through his bottleneck. 3 hours later, a faint cracking sound echoed within him. The previously blocked meridians suddenly opened up, and the spiritual energy began to circulate in a complete cycle. Xu Changsheng's eyes flew open, his gaze electrifying. He had reached the 4th layer of qi refinement. He reveled in the surging spiritual energy within him, a smile gracing his lips. The most significant characteristic of the 4th layer of qi refinement is the establishment of a small circulatory system, dramatically enhancing the speed at which spiritual energy is restored. Now, he could effortlessly cast mid-tier spells 5 or 6 times in succession without issue. Xu Changsheng extended his fingers like a sword, and 9 beams of cold light shot forth in succession. With a series of hissing sounds piercing the air, 9 deep holes, each a zhang in depth, appeared on the floor of the room, their edges adorned with a delicate frost. The 9 fingers of the cold star. Xu Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. This technique was originally a mere low-tier spell, but after being enhanced by the bronze cauldron, its power now rivaled that of high-tier spells. With only a slight increase in energy consumption compared to medium-tier spells, coupled with his current speed of spiritual energy recovery, it had become a formidable trump card. Outside the window, the eastern horizon began to brighten. Xu Changsheng retracted his aura, suppressing his cultivation to the peak of the qi refinement stage, 3rd layer. It was not yet the time to reveal himself. It had been less than 3 months since his last breakthrough to the 3rd layer, and another swift advancement would surely astonish others. He planned to reveal his 4th layer cultivation in a month or 2. Days later, the fire spirit rice on Lingyao Peak had ripened. Xu Changsheng stood at the edge of the medicinal field, his fingers gently caressing the heavy ears of grain. The spiritual energy so rich it almost formed a mist. These spirit grains, nurtured by the Qinglin, far surpassed ordinary fire spirit rice in quality. Apart from those allocated to the sect, any excess sold at the market could yield at least 10 lower-grade spiritual stones. However excellent the spirit grains, they remain mere low-tier materials. Xu Changsheng narrowed his eyes and retrieved a jade box from his storage bag, within which lay a golden ginseng, its roots coiling like dragon whiskers, exuding a potent wave of spiritual energy. This was a century-old ginseng he had painstakingly cultivated. While its actual age was less than 10 years, the enhancement from the cauldron rendered its efficacy comparable to that of a century-old spiritual herb. Moreover, this type of ginseng was not uncommon in the market, ensuring it would not attract suspicion. With the bronze cauldron at his disposal, he could enhance lower-grade spiritual stones into rare medium-grade stones, with one medium stone being worth 100 lower-grade ones. However, medium-grade stones were typically used only by golden core practitioners, and he dared not present them. As for using fragments of lower-grade stones, he had calculated that the starlight consumed to repair 3 or 4 fragments would suffice to enhance a 10-year-old mountain ginseng into a century-old one. A century-old ginseng was valued at over 100 spiritual stones, making the efficiency of earning spiritual stones through the 2 methods differ by dozens of times. Furthermore, Xu Changsheng needed to allocate most of his starlight for enhancing elixirs for his cultivation. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he would not resort to restoring spiritual stone fragments for acquiring stones. At the foot of Lingyao Peak, the bustling market for cultivation was alive with voices. Xu Changsheng donned a simple gray robe and a somewhat worn wooden mask, moving steadily through the throng. He navigated the bustling crowd to a quaint 3-story wooden building on the eastern side of the market. A sign reading Wan Yao Zhai hung above, a legitimate shop under Lingyao Peak, dedicated to the procurement of various spiritual herbs. Rather than entering through the front door, he circled to a side entrance and gently knocked 3 times. "Who is it?" A round-faced attendant peered through the crack of the door. Xu Changsheng lowered his voice. "I have ginseng for sale." The attendant scrutinized him from head to toe and stepped aside. "Please, come in." Passing through the dim corridor, Xu Changsheng was led into an elegant room on the 2nd floor. The interior furnishings are modest, yet the walls are inscribed with intricate formations that sever one's spiritual awareness. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man with a goat-like beard entered through the door. "Apologies for the wait, my friend. I am Chun, the appraiser here," he said with a warm smile and a respectful gesture. "I have heard that you wish to part with some spirit ginseng?" Xu Changsheng nodded, retrieving a jade box from his robe and gently sliding it forward. Upon opening the box, Old Chin's eyes immediately gleamed with interest. He extracted a jade slip and pressed it against the ginseng, closing his eyes to attune to its essence. After a moment of contemplation, he pricked the ginseng with a silver needle, observing the fluid that seeped forth. This ginseng is approximately 120 years old, exuding pure spiritual energy and remarkably well preserved, he mused while stroking his beard. "What price do you seek for it?" Chapter 26, Acquiring Resources, Slaying the Bandit. The Azure Sky Sword Technique. 120 low-grade spirit stones. Xu Changsheng spoke in a calm tone. Old Chen shook his head with a smile, remarking, "The market price for a century-old ginseng is merely 100, your asking price." Old Chen should have discerned, but Xu Changsheng interrupted him, asserting that the efficacy of this ginseng surpassed that of an ordinary century-old specimen by more than double. After some haggling, they ultimately settled on 115 spirit stones. Upon completing the transaction, Old Chun, seemingly casually, inquired, "Should you come across similar treasures in the future?" "Fate will surely bring us together again," Xu Changsheng replied, pocketing the spirit stones and rising to take his leave. After exiting the Wanyao Zhai, he meandered through the marketplace, ensuring no one was tailing him, before removing his mask and donning a different set of attire to commence his shopping. With the 115 spirit stones, coupled with those remaining from before, his stash had exceeded 200 stones. Now at the 4th level of Qi refinement, he possessed a burgeoning reservoir of spiritual energy in his dantian, enabling him to cultivate the sword technique. Xu Changsheng had long yearned to soar through the heavens. Thus he first sought this art in the market. He eschewed the larger shops, instead stopping at a modest stall in a secluded corner. The stall owner, a weathered old cultivator, languidly reclined in a bamboo chair, dozing. Displayed on the counter were several yellowed ancient tomes, suggesting a lack of clientele. "Friend, do you possess any manuals on the sword technique?" Xu Changsheng whispered, lowering his voice. The old cultivator opened his murky eyes and scrutinized Xu Changsheng. "Young friend, do you wish to learn the sword technique? That is a method suitable only for those in mid-Qi refinement." Xu Changsheng discreetly released a hint of his 4th-level Qi refinement aura. The old cultivator perked up immediately, retrieving a tattered booklet from his robe, The Azure Sky Sword Technique. Priced at 50 low-grade spirit stones. Xu Changsheng perused the booklet, noting the cover bore the name King Mingzi. The content indeed detailed the foundational sword technique. Yet the paper was yellowed and the edges severely worn. 35. Xu Changsheng closed the booklet, asserting that the manual was incomplete and only worth that amount. "Friend, you jest." The old cultivator stroked his beard. "This is 30. Xu Changsheng interjected directly. "If not, I shall take my leave." The old cultivator's expression shifted, and he hurriedly grasped Xu Changsheng's sleeve. 30 it is. After the transaction was complete, Xu Changsheng wandered the marketplace once more. He paused at a weapons stall, selecting a 3-foot green blade. Though he possessed a golden spirit sword, it being a mid-tier artifact was too conspicuous, and he wished to avoid premature exposure. For daily practice of the sword technique, a low-tier sword would suffice. This would also mitigate any suspicions from those harboring ill intentions. The stall owner, a one-eyed giant, quoted 27 spirit stones. Noticing a chip in the blade, Xu Changsheng flicked his fingertip against its edge. 18. "Friend, you have a keen eye?" The giant grinned. "However, this sword is worth 15. No negotiation," Xu Changsheng asserted. Ultimately, they settled at 16 spirit stones. Following this, he approached a herbal medicine stall and purchased 3 vials of strengthening pills, each containing 10 pills. The stall owner, a masked female cultivator, priced each vial at 70 spirit stones. The quality was mediocre. Xu Changsheng picked up a bottle, uncorked it, and inhaled its scent. 50 spirit stones for a bottle. The female cultivator remained silent for a moment before ultimately conceding. As Xu Changsheng exited the market, he patted his storage pouch. Over 200 spirit stones had dwindled to less than 10 in the blink of an eye. It was time to test this sword control technique. He glanced at the manual in his hand, a flicker of anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Arriving at a secluded valley, Xu Changsheng followed the instructions in the manual, channeling his spiritual energy into the Qingfeng sword. The blade quivered slightly, emitting a clear, melodious hum. Rise. With a light command, the Qingfeng sword slowly levitated. Xu Changsheng leapt onto the blade, landing steadily. Whoosh. The sword soared into the sky, weaving through the valley. Initially, it swayed a bit, but he soon found it easy to control. Indeed, it was far swifter than walking. Xu Changsheng felt the mountain breeze against his face, a smile curving his lips. With this sword control technique, future endeavors would be much more convenient. Suddenly, a shift in his consciousness alerted him to several malevolent presences lurking in the woods below. Just as anticipated, Xu Changsheng smirked coldly, deliberately lowering his altitude and landing on a secluded mountain path. Fellow cultivator, please wait. 3 rogue cultivators sprang from the thicket, with the one-eyed brute leading the charge. Why the haste? Xu Changsheng sheathed his flying sword and replied nonchalantly. What instruction do you have for me? Hand over your storage pouch. The brute grinned menacingly, brandishing his weapon. Or else. Before he could finish his threat, Xu Changsheng had already formed his fingers like a sword, unleashing 9 icy beams. 9 frosty fingers. The 3 would-be robbers barely had time to react before the chilling force pierced through their vital points, dropping them lifelessly to the ground. Xu Changsheng collected their storage pouches, counting and discovering over 50 spirit stones, a dozen talismans, several bottles of elixirs, and a few low-grade magical artifacts. Robbing and slaying indeed proved far more lucrative than tilling the land. He mused quietly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. However, this was entirely of their own making. With that, Xu Changsheng soared into the sky on his sword, his figure quickly vanishing into the vast sea of clouds. After 3 days of rigorous training, he had preliminarily mastered the Qingming sword control technique. On a late night, he retrieved a bronze cauldron and placed the manual inside. A hum resonated as the cauldron glowed with azure light, and 12 star-like patterns illuminated one by one. In the azure glow, the manual began to flutter without wind, the once yellowed pages gradually transforming to a pristine white, the characters becoming increasingly clear and profound. After a quarter of an hour, the radiance diminished. Xu Changsheng extracted the manual, now adorned with the words Xiantian instead of Qingming, and the title Xiantian sword control technique glimmered brilliantly in 5 ancient characters. Opening the first page, a line of small text caught his eye. The way of sword control is not about speed, but the unity of man and sword. Eagerly, Xu Changsheng stepped outside and summoned the Qingfeng sword. Following the new technique, he channeled his spiritual energy, causing the sword to emanate a faint azure glow, the sound of its humming clearer than ever before. Rise. Xu Changsheng leapt, the sword's brilliance akin to lightning, soaring into the sky. Compared to before, his speed had at least doubled. Even more astonishingly, the consumption of spiritual energy had decreased by 20%. He executed a swift turn in midair, directing the sword's edge, unleashing 3 streams of sword energy that obliterated a distant boulder. What formidable power! Xu Changsheng felt a surge of joy within. This Xiantian sword control technique not only greatly enhanced his flight speed, but also enabled the emission of sword energy, its potency rivaling that of advanced offensive spells. Most astonishingly, the newly acquired technique detailed a secret art of sword light division. Though, with his current cultivation, he could only split into a maximum of 3 beams of sword light. It was sufficient to catch his adversaries off guard. Outside the spirit herb peak, the morning mist lingered. Xu Changsheng stood by his medicinal field, lightly tapping his fingertip, allowing a stream of azure spiritual rain to descend, causing the leaves of the fire spirit rice to gently unfurl, shimmering with fiery patterns. He had mastered the Qinglin to perfection, and when irrigating the spiritual field, the growth rate of the spiritual plants could be increased by more than 3-fold. Su Shidi! Came a shout from afar. Xu Changsheng looked up to see Ma Datsai running toward him, panting heavily, a notice clenched in his hand. Chapter 27. The First Spiritual Rain and the Aoki Longevity Technique. Cleaning the Alchemy Room. Wonderful news. An extraordinary opportunity. Ma Datsai exclaimed, thrusting a notice into his hands. The outer sect of the Spirit Herb Peak is hosting a spiritual rain competition. The first prize is 50 spiritual stones and a technique. Xu Changsheng glanced at the notice, which read, Spirit Herb Peak Outer Sect Spiritual Rain Competition Rules. Use the spiritual rain technique to nourish designated spirit fields. The one whose spirit plants flourish best shall emerge victorious. Rewards. First place, 50 low-grade spiritual stones, plus the Aoki technique 2nd place, 40 low-grade spiritual stones 3rd place, 30 low-grade spiritual stones junior brother. You must participate. Ma Tsai rubbed his hands together eagerly. Your spiritual rain technique is impressive. You might just secure a spot in the top 3. Xu Changsheng's heart stirred. The Aoki technique was an intermediate wood-based skill within the spirit herb peak, capable of reaching the 9th level of qi refining. Although it could not compare to the Taiyi Chi cultivation technique, it would be advantageous if he could enhance it with the bronze alchemy cauldron. Thank you for the information, senior brother. I will certainly give it a try. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Xu Changsheng retrieved the bronze alchemy cauldron and placed a segment of spirit mist grass, which he had stealthily brought back from the herb garden, into it. With a hum, blue light flickered, and the spirit mist grass transformed into a drop of emerald green spiritual liquid. Xu Changsheng dripped it into a teacup and consumed it in one gulp. Instantly, the flow rate of his spiritual energy within accelerated by 1/3. The spirit mist grass can temporarily enhance the precision of spiritual energy control. It will serve me well in tomorrow's competition. He then took out the jade slip containing the Aoki sprouting technique and studied it meticulously. He had already mastered 70% of this technique. But to ensure victory in the competition, he needed to make further progress. The next morning, the area outside the Medicine King Valley of the Spirit Herb Peak was bustling with activity. Dozens of Outer Sect disciples gathered, with 10 spirit fields arranged in an orderly manner at the center, each planted with the same moon-soft grass, a spirit plant highly sensitive to spiritual rain. Prone to wilting at the slightest error, Lu Mao stood on a high platform, sneering. The rules of the competition are simple. Within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, use the spiritual rain technique to nourish the moon-soft grass. The one whose plants grow best shall win. He cast a deliberate glance at Xu Changsheng, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. Xu Changsheng maintained his composure and approached the designated spirit field. Not far away, Lu Hong was conversing quietly with several disciples, occasionally casting mocking glances in his direction. Begin. At Lu Mao's command, the disciples began to form their seals. In an instant, various colors of spiritual rain cascaded down, some resembling silk and mist, while others sparkled like pearls and jade, enveloping the entire herb field in a celestial glow, akin to an ethereal paradise. Xu Changsheng did not rush to act. Instead, he first observed the condition of the moon-soft grass. This spirit herb thrived in gentle conditions, and overly vigorous spiritual rain would only harm its essence. Now I understand. He realized, forming hand seals as a stream of azure spiritual rain gently fell. Though this rain appeared delicate, each droplet contained pure wood spiritual energy, perfectly aligned with the characteristics of the moon-soft grass. With a disdainful scoff, a disciple nearby unleashed a torrent of spiritual rain, causing the delicate leaves of the moon-soft grass to curl and wither, provoking a chorus of laughter from those around. Observing this, Lu Hong let out a cold grunt, altering his incantation, and the spiritual rain intensified abruptly, forcibly coaxing the moon-soft grass to grow. However, this method of hasty cultivation left the spiritual herb's foundation unstable. Although it temporarily grew taller, its spiritual energy began to dissipate. Xu Changsheng remained undeterred, maintaining his own rhythm. His spiritual rain fell like a gentle spring shower, allowing the moon-soft grass to unfurl its leaves at a visibly accelerated pace, the stalks gradually gleaming with a lustrous sheen. As a stick of incense burned low, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Lu Hong suddenly flicked his sleeve, releasing a wisp of invisible medicinal powder towards Xu Changsheng's spiritual field. This was the withering powder. Once contaminated, the spiritual plants would rapidly decay. Anticipating this, Xu Changsheng discreetly flicked his left hand hidden within his sleeve, launching a tiny ice crystal that intercepted the powder perfectly. Simultaneously, he altered his incantation with his right hand, causing the spiritual rain to intensify once more, and the moon-soft grass shot up dramatically, even producing a crystalline droplet at its peak. Time's up, Lu Mao declared loudly. The disciples halted their actions. And Elder Lu along with several attendants descended from the high platform to inspect the spiritual fields one by one. When they arrived at Xu Changsheng's plot, Elder Lu's pupils constricted. This moon-soft grass not only flourished the most, but also exuded a richness of spiritual energy far surpassing the others, with that droplet on the grass leaf being the essence of spiritual liquid. Lu Mao's expression darkened. Yet he could not deny the truth in front of everyone. Elder Lu cast a deep glance at Xu Changsheng and proclaimed, "In this competition, Xu Changsheng is the victor." The crowd erupted in astonishment. Lu Heng's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Xu Changsheng retrieved his reward, the jade slip of the greenwood technique and 50 spiritual stones. Though this greenwood technique is a foundational method, its balanced and harmonious nature makes it particularly suitable for reinforcing with my bronze cauldron. He placed the jade slip into the bronze cauldron, adding a drop of jade marrow essence. As the green light surged, the characters on the jade slip began to rearrange, ultimately transforming into the greenwood longevity technique. Opening this new method, Xu Changsheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. The greenwood longevity technique not only promised a faster cultivation speed, but also allowed for the condensation of greenwood spiritual seeds within his body, significantly enhancing the recovery rate of spiritual energy. Most importantly, Xu Changsheng discovered that it even included foundational methods for establishing a base. While the Taiyi breathing technique in his possession was indeed profound, being part of the Taiyi Tao's teachings, it only encompassed the Qi refinement segment. Yet, this enhanced greenwood technique offered an additional tier of cultivation. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the greenwood technique was inherently superior to the original basic Qi refinement technique. The latter allowed practitioners to reach the third layer of Qi refinement, while the greenwood technique could ascend to the 12th layer. The disparity between the two was monumental, and even after enhancement, it remained so. Indeed, a remarkable treasure. Just as he was about to begin his cultivation, he sensed someone approaching outside the door. Su Shizhi, are you there? It was Elder Ma's voice. Xu Changsheng swiftly stowed away the bronze cauldron and the techniques, rising to open the door. Elder Ma stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his words laden with meaning. You performed admirably in today's competition. Xu Changsheng bowed respectfully, replying, Thank you for your guidance, Elder. Elder Ma nodded slightly. I shall be refining elixirs soon. Your diligence is commendable. Assist me in tidying the alchemy chamber. The disciple complied readily, his heart alight with joy at the opportunity. Elder Ma nodded and, with a flourish of his sleeve, departed gracefully. Xu Changsheng watched the elder's receding figure, his eyes sparkling with ambition. Elder Ma is one of the rare alchemy masters in the outer sect of Lingyao Peak. Observing his techniques will undoubtedly be immensely beneficial. Although Xu Changsheng possessed the Taiyi Danjing, embarking on the path of alchemy was no simple feat. Mastery in alchemy demanded not only method but also innate talent. Whether he possessed such talent remained a mystery to him. Yet the guidance of a mentor would surely be invaluable. Days later, at Lingyao Peak, outside the alchemy chamber, Xu Changsheng held a broom. Feigning the act of sweeping the steps while his gaze pierced through the window's crack, fixated on Elder Ma within. The flames danced, and the fragrance of herbs wafted through the air. With a flick of his sleeve, Elder Ma sent several spirit herbs soaring into the cauldron. He formed intricate hand seals, channeling his spiritual energy with finesse, skillfully controlling the heat as the medicinal liquid slowly coalesced within the furnace. Gathering Qi pill, Xu Changsheng's gaze was intense, and he meticulously etched every one of Elder Ma's techniques and the rhythm of his spiritual energy into the depths of his memory. Chapter 28. The First Batch of Elixirs. A detailed exploration of alchemy. The art of controlling fire with spiritual power. Suddenly, Elder Ma furrowed his brows, and with a sharp hiss, the liquid in the alchemical furnace turned pitch black, transforming into refuse. Another failure? Elder Ma snorted coldly and swept away his sleeves as he departed. Once he was out of sight, Xu Changsheng swiftly entered the alchemy room, meticulously inspecting the remnants in the furnace. With a gentle touch of his fingertip, he sent a wisp of spiritual energy to probe the changes in the medicinal properties. The heat was too intense, and the spiritual energy was unstable during the condensation phase. Deep in thought, he extracted a strand of the liquid that had not been entirely destroyed and stored it in a jade vial he carried with him, quietly retreating thereafter. In the quiet of the night, within the small courtyard, Xu Changsheng produced the jade vial and dripped the waste liquid into a bronze cauldron. With a hum, azure light swirled within, purging the impurities from the liquid, which gradually coalesced into a smooth elixir pill. Although its quality was not high, it was indeed a successful concoction, truly feasible. The brilliance in Xu Changsheng's eyes sparkled. If the waste liquid could still be refined into a pill, then if I were to concoct it myself and enhance it with the bronze cauldron, would it not yield? He promptly retrieved the Taiyi alchemical canon and diligently studied the methods for refining the Qi gathering pill. 3 days later, at the Qingxi market, Xu Changsheng paused at a stall, his gaze fixated on a dusty bronze alchemical furnace. Its surface was mottled, and the spiritual patterns were dim, clearly indicating it was of low quality. Friend, how much for this furnace? The stall owner replied languidly, 10 low-grade spirit stones, no bargaining. Xu Changsheng feigned hesitation, but ultimately gritted his teeth and purchased it. Upon returning to the courtyard, he immediately placed the furnace into the bronze cauldron. The azure light surged dramatically, and the furnace's rust and blemishes peeled away, revealing ancient patterns beneath, while profound spiritual formations emerged within, transforming it into a high-grade alchemical furnace. What a fine furnace! Xu Changsheng caressed its surface, feeling the spiritual energy it contained. With this furnace as assistance, his success rate in alchemy would increase by at least 30%. In the backyard of the courtyard, Xu Changsheng sat cross-legged before the newly acquired furnace. Following the records in the Taiyi alchemical canon, he meticulously added ingredients such as qingling grass and firebeard root into the furnace, then gestured to summon the fire, gradually controlling the heat with his spiritual power. However, poof! Before the liquid could condense, it charred due to uncontrolled heat. On the second attempt, the spiritual energy faltered during the condensation, causing the pill to collapse midway. On the third attempt, a clash of medicinal properties resulted in a dull explosion, spewing forth black smoke. After 7 consecutive failures, Xu Changsheng finally halted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The challenges of alchemy were indeed extraordinary. Undeterred, he collected all the failed pills and waste liquids, casting them into the bronze cauldron. As the azure light flickered, the refuse was reconstituted and astonishingly formed 3 low-grade qi gathering pills. Though their quality was subpar, it was certainly better than waste. Xu Changsheng chuckled lightly. Besides, failure is the mother of success. In the following 2 months, Xu Changsheng tended to the medicinal fields and Elder Ma's private herb garden by day, while secretly practicing alchemy by night. Failure transforms waste into treasure, and then failure again, leading to further transformation. Gradually, he discerned a pattern. The qingling grass requires a gentle flame for slow refining, while the root must be subjected to fierce fire to extract its medicinal properties. During the condensation of the elixir, the spiritual energy should flow like a gentle spring rain, devoid of impatience. On the 30th day, the alchemical furnace trembled lightly, releasing a waft of fragrance. Xu Changsheng abruptly opened his eyes. Lifting the lid revealed 3 plump qi gathering pills resting quietly at the bottom of the furnace. Success! He carefully extracted the elixirs. Though they were of inferior quality, they marked the fruition of his very first successful concoction. Even more astonishing was that the Qingmu spirit seed, cultivated through the Qingmu Changsheng Gong, automatically regulated the output of spiritual energy during the refinement process, significantly enhancing the success rate. Next came the enhancement. Placing the elixirs into a bronze cauldron, a blue glow enveloped them, and their quality astonishingly elevated to that of the finest grade. Xu Changsheng exhaled deeply, his eyes brimming with delight. The path of alchemy was beginning to take shape, bringing him one step closer to foundational establishment. Outside the Spirit Herb Peak's outer door, Elder Ma stood before the alchemical chamber. Several disciples gathered, watching as Xu Changsheng hurried past, arms laden with herbs, their faces etched with derision. Look, is that not Xu Changsheng? I heard he has been secretly studying alchemy. One sharp-featured disciple intentionally raised his voice. Him? An outer disciple daring to learn alchemy? Another scoffed. Alchemy is not akin to cultivating spirit herbs. Without talent, practicing for a century would yield naught. Rumor has it he has already squandered dozens of spirit herbs. What a wasteful act. Xu Changsheng remained indifferent, proceeding straight to his small courtyard. Over the past 2 months, he had endured countless such taunts. Just as he reached the entrance, a gentle voice called from behind, Su Shiji. Turning around, he saw Elder Ma and promptly bowed. Disciple pays respects to the elder. Elder Ma, stroking his beard, gazed at the herbs cradled in Su's arms. I hear you are studying alchemy? A pang of anxiety gripped Su, ready to explain. But Elder Ma continued, the path of alchemy is indeed arduous. I too toiled for 3 years before successfully refining my first elixir. He retrieved a thin booklet from his sleeve. This is an introduction to alchemy that I compiled in my early years. It may prove beneficial to you. Xu Changsheng accepted the booklet, deeply moved. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. Elder Ma waved his hand dismissively. No need for excessive courtesy. The essence of alchemy lies in perseverance. Do not let the words of others sway you. With that, he gracefully departed. Returning to his courtyard, Su opened an introduction to alchemy and discovered it contained numerous insights from Elder Ma, particularly solutions to common mistakes, which would greatly aid him. With this knowledge, his success rate should increase by another 20% if he could further refine his skills. Su's eyes sparkled with determination. He re-entered his room, cautiously retrieving the bronze cauldron and placing an introduction to alchemy within. As he infused it with a strand of spiritual energy, the star patterns on the cauldron illuminated one by one, emanating a gentle azure light. The ancient text stirred within the azure glow, its pages fluttering to life as the characters began to flow and rearrange, the previously concise annotations expanding and new, dense content emerging in the blank spaces. Even more astonishingly, intricate illustrations of alchemical processes spontaneously materialized between the pages, vividly depicting each step in exquisite detail. After a quarter of an hour, the radiant light gradually dimmed. Xu Changsheng retrieved the ancient text and noticed that the title on the cover, originally inscribed as Introduction to Alchemy, had transformed into a detailed exposition on the path of Taiyi elixirs, the characters exuding an ancient profundity, subtly shimmering with spiritual light. As he turned to the first page, a line of fine print caught his eye. The essence of alchemy lies in the mastery of timing. The nuance of timing resides within the heart. Xu Changsheng eagerly immersed himself in the study. This enhanced alchemical scripture not only meticulously documented the complete methods for crafting over 10 common elixirs, from the Qi gathering pill to the foundation establishment pill, but it also revealed unique techniques previously unmentioned by Elder Ma. When concocting the Qi gathering pill, adding a drop of morning dew before the pill coalesces can render its medicinal properties gentler. Prior to the completion of the vitality nourishing pill, a gentle sweep of ice spiritual energy across the furnace for 3 breaths can elevate the quality of the pill. It also elucidated 7 subtle signs indicative of conflicting medicinal properties, most delightfully for Xu Changsheng. The book concluded with a section titled The Art of Controlling Fire with Spiritual Energy, which specifically instructs how to precisely regulate the alchemical flame with spiritual energy. This represents the coveted advanced technique that ordinary alchemists have long yearned for. Chapter 29. A Breakthrough in Alchemy, the Outer Sect Competition. The Spirit Stagnation Powder. Indeed, a remarkable substance. Xu Changsheng's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he resolved to experiment with the newly acquired techniques. He retrieved his alchemical furnace and, adhering to the methods detailed in the manual, carefully warmed the furnace for 3 beats before sequentially adding the herbs. This time, he endeavored to finely manipulate the flames with his spiritual energy, and to his delight, he noticed a 30% reduction in energy consumption, while the amalgamation of the medicinal liquid became increasingly harmonious. As the first waft of fragrance emanated from the furnace, Xu Changsheng, following the text's guidance, abruptly tripled the fire's intensity. The concoction within the furnace surged violently, but remained impeccably controlled under his precise spiritual manipulation. Condense. With a soft command, he lifted the lid, and 5 plump Qi gathering pills soared out, 2 of which shimmered with the luminous patterns of high-grade pills, a sure sign of quality. Indeed, it proved effective. Xu Changsheng was elated. It is worth noting that even a seasoned alchemist like Elder Ma had a success rate of less than 30% when crafting high-grade Qi gathering pills. In the ensuing days, Xu Changsheng's alchemical skills advanced by leaps and bounds. With the guidance of the comprehensive guide to the way of alchemy, coupled with the enhancement of herbs using the bronze cauldron, both his success rate and the quality of his pills significantly improved. 3 months later, Xu Changsheng's alchemical prowess had soared. With the assistance of the bronze cauldron, he could reliably produce mid-grade Qi gathering pills, occasionally yielding a few high-grade ones. The accumulation of the Qingmu spirit seed from Qingmu Changxing Gong and the spirit flame control technique played a considerable role in this achievement. One fateful night, as Xu Changsheng was preparing a batch of Qi gathering pills, he was suddenly interrupted by footsteps outside the courtyard. He swiftly concealed the furnace and feigned meditation. Xu Shidi, still awake? Ma Ditsai entered, his nose twitching. What's that delightful scent? Xu Changsheng's heart skipped a beat, yet he maintained his composure. Brother, you jest. How could I possibly be refining pills? Perhaps it's just the lingering fragrance from assisting in the pill room during the day. Ma Ditsai regarded him with suspicion and then noticed a pile of ashes in the corner, remnants of failed alchemical attempts. Shidi you. Ma Ditsai's eyes widened. You truly are refining pills? Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, Xu Changsheng admitted, it was merely a slight experiment. Ma Ditsai erupted into laughter. Ha ha. Shidi, you truly are overestimating your capabilities. Refining pills is no simple feat. I advise you to concentrate on cultivating spirit herbs. Xu Changsheng smiled faintly, choosing not to argue. By the way, Shidi, I have come to share some splendid news. With that, Ma Detsai puffed out his chest proudly, his spiritual energy swirling around him, revealing the fluctuations of a 4th layer in Qi refinement. Su Shidi, I, unworthy as I am, fortuitously broke through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement a few days ago. Henceforth, I shall no longer need to participate in the Outer Sect assessments. Being directly promoted to a formal Outer Sect disciple, he patted Xu Changsheng on the shoulder, adopting a condescending demeanor. in the upcoming Outer Sect competition next month. With your brother watching over you, no one will dare bully you. As Xu Changsheng sensed the unstable fluctuations of Ma Ditsai's spiritual energy, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This forceful breakthrough, while impressive, lacks a solid foundation, starkly contrasting with my steady progress in the later stages of Qi refinement at the 4th level. Congratulations, senior brother. Xu Changsheng feigned admiration, deliberately suppressing his own cultivation to the peak of the 3rd level. The younger disciple, with his limited aptitude, remains unaware of when he might achieve a breakthrough akin to that of his senior. Ma Ditsai, upon hearing this, grew increasingly smug. He produced a jade vial from his robes. This is a gathering Qi pill I obtained from my uncle. Although it is merely a foundational pill, it is a rare high-grade specimen, immensely beneficial for breaking through to the 4th level of Qi refinement. Take it, junior brother. Xu Changsheng accepted the vial with gratitude, sensing its quality with a sweep of spiritual energy, confirming it to be indeed a high-grade gathering Qi pill, albeit with numerous impurities that would require considerable energy to detoxify upon consumption. Compared to the high-grade pills he refined using advanced alchemical techniques, this was vastly inferior. Thank you for your generous gift, senior brother, Xu Changsheng expressed with a sincere countenance. Ma Ditsai continued to prattle on about the rules of the Outer Sect before departing, reminding him, if you encounter any trouble, do not hesitate to seek me out. Once Ma Ditsai had retreated, the politeness on Xu Changsheng's face gradually faded, replaced by a knowing smile. The Outer Sect competition in a month, he mused softly, recognizing an opportunity. He retrieved the gathering Qi pill from Ma Ditsai, casting it into a bronze cauldron. As azure light flickered, the impurities were eliminated, and the quality elevated to that of a flawless spiritual pill. In the days that followed, Xu Changsheng maintained a low profile. He tended to the spirit fields in the mornings, delved into alchemical studies in the afternoons, and practiced diligently through the nights, intentionally restraining the urge to break through. Over the past 3 months, he not only practiced the Taiyi Chi nourishing technique, but also cultivated the Qingwu longevity skill, aiming to combine both energies for a breakthrough to the 5th level of Qi refinement. When the time came, his foundation would be several times more robust than that of his peers. The breakthrough was imminent, and he felt confident he would achieve it before the Outer Sect competition. One morning, while applying the Qinglin catalyst technique to the fire spirit rice in the fields, he overheard several Outer Sect disciples gathering and discussing something, their glances frequently darting in his direction. Have you heard? Senior brother Lu Heng broke through to the 4th level of Qi refinement yesterday. This Outer Sect competition is bound to be thrilling. It is said he vowed to make Xu Changsheng look foolish. As the gossip reached his ears, Xu Changsheng walked calmly through the crowd, inwardly scoffing. He was already aware from Ma Ditsai that Lu Heng's recent breakthrough was the result of Elder Lu's extravagant expenditure of 3 condensation pills to forcibly catalyze the process, rendering his foundation quite unstable. Nevertheless, Lu Heng remained a persistent nuisance. A significant defeat in the Outer Sect competition would undoubtedly tarnish Elder Lu's reputation. Ignoring him would only allow him to buzz around like a fly. The most effective solution would be to ensure he could not participate in this competition. Upon returning to his courtyard, Xu Changsheng promptly retrieved the bronze cauldron. He first added several ordinary corpsebone grasses, followed by the cold heart vine he had stealthily gathered from the herb garden. The cauldron's starry patterns began to glow, and as azure light swirled, the herbs gradually transformed into a dark red liquid. Yet it was insufficient. Xu Changsheng once again extracted a small pouch of powder from his storage bag, a substance meticulously ground from the blood-corroding insect eggs he had collected from the 7-star begonia. As the powder cascaded into the cauldron, the liquid within began to boil, transforming into a deep shade of violet. After the passage of 3 hours, the liquid solidified into resplendent purple crystals. Xu Changsheng delicately ground the crystals into a fine powder and stored them in a specially crafted jade vial. This was the stagnation powder. He gently shook the vial, and the powder shimmered with an otherworldly glow under the sunlight. This toxin was colorless and odorless. Once it made contact, it would infiltrate the meridians through the flow of spiritual energy, causing the afflicted to experience a sluggishness in their spiritual operations, all while remaining undetectable. This was an unintended creation from a previous experiment, and he had not anticipated that it would prove useful now. Chapter 30. Lu Heng falls into the trap. The 5th layer of Qi refinement, the birth of divine consciousness. Lu Heng, did you not wish to embarrass me on the arena? Xu Changsheng gently caressed the bottle, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. Let us see if you shall have that opportunity. Subsequently, Xu Changsheng began to discreetly inquire about Lu Heng's whereabouts. Upon learning that he would be at the Outer Sect Plaza in 3 days, A faint smile appeared at the corners of Xu Changsheng's mouth. 3 days later, at the Outer Sect Plaza, have you heard? The top 10 in this Outer Sect competition not only gained direct admission to the Inner Sect, but also receive high-grade magical artifacts. High-grade artifacts. Each one is worth 200 to 300 spirit stones. If I could obtain one, I would never have to worry for the rest of my life. Several disciples whispered among themselves, their faces alight with longing. Xu Changsheng stood at the edge of the crowd, his gaze calm. The training resources enjoyed by the Inner Sect disciples are several times greater than those of the Outer Sect, and they are held in high regard by the sect. Even foundation-building cultivators cannot carelessly harm an Inner Sect disciple, lest they face severe punishment. Thus, securing a position among the top 10 in the Outer Sect is also one of his aspirations. Once he becomes an Inner Sect disciple, even that arrogant Lin Yin would not dare to act against him lightly. As for the grudge with Elder Lu, it could easily be resolved. If he fails to enter the top 10, he would have to wait for the next Outer Sect competition or strive to break through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. This process would inevitably bring forth numerous dangers. Xu Changsheng remained vigilant in the plaza, ears attuned to every sound and eyes scanning the surroundings. Upon spotting Lu Heng and his entourage, a slight smirk crept onto his lips as he deliberately sauntered in front of them. Xu Changsheng. A cold voice rang out as Lu Heng approached with several lackeys, his eyes filled with malice. Lu Heng had indeed taken the bait. I hear you wish to participate in the competition? Lu Heng sneered. I advise you to give up while you can, or else, lowering his voice, I shall ensure you leave horizontally. The surrounding disciples fell silent, retreating in haste. Xu Changsheng merely smiled lightly. How imposing, Lu Shixiao. However, the outcome of the competition is not determined by mere words. A flash of cold light flickered in Lu Heng's eyes, seeking death. He abruptly raised his hand, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy aimed directly at Xu Changsheng's chest. Xu Changsheng slightly shifted his body, effortlessly evading the attack. While simultaneously flicking his right hand from his sleeve, a wisp of invisible powder quietly adhering to Lu Heng's garment. Let us see the truth in the competition, Xu Changsheng declared, turning calmly to depart. Lu Heng attempted to pursue, but suddenly felt a tingling in his arm. His spiritual energy began to sluggishly circulate. Frowning, he attributed it to recent overexertion in his training, paying it no mind. The following morning, as Xu Changsheng was tending to the medicinal fields, a ruckus erupted in the distance. 12 disciples from Qingzhou Peak surrounded Lin Yin, who strode forward, making the disciples from Lingyao Peak part ways. Xu Changsheng. Lin Yan's almond-shaped eyes glinted with menace. I hear you have been quite arrogant lately? You do not even regard Lu Heng. Xu Changsheng set down his hoe, cupping his hands in greeting. Senior Sister Lin, you flatter me. As a mere disciple of agriculture, how could I dare to be arrogant? Stop pretending. Lin Yin scoffed. The disciples of Qingzhou Peak have long wished to experience your skills. With a wave of her hand, 3 Outer Sect disciples from Qingzhou Peak, at the mid-stage of Qi refinement, stepped forward, their presence imposing. Before the grand competition, shall we warm up a bit? Lin Yan's crimson lips curled into a subtle smile. Of course, if you are feeling intimidated, you may kneel and bow 3 times, and I shall let you off the hook. The arena fell into a profound silence. Xu Changsheng remained silent for a moment before suddenly breaking into laughter. Since my senior sister is so gracious, I shall gladly oblige. However, he swiftly changed his tone. Should I inadvertently injure these esteemed seniors, I hope my senior sister will not feel too distressed. Arrogance. A disciple from Qingzhou Peak, a practitioner of physical cultivation, was enraged and lunged at Xu Changsheng with a clenched fist aimed at his face. Xu Changsheng stood unmoving, his right hand discreetly forming a spell within his sleeve. Boom! Vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the disciple's legs and sending him crashing to the earth in a most undignified manner. This was the mid-tier spell vine technique recorded in the Qingmu Changxing Gong, most unexpected in its execution. The other 2, witnessing this, simultaneously unleashed their magical artifacts in attack. Xu Changsheng deftly sidestepped, his Qingfeng sword unsheathing slightly, its cold gleam flashing forth. Stop! A commanding voice descended from above as Elder Ma descended through the air, sweeping his robe to separate the 2 parties. When did it become permissible for Qingzhou Peak to wreak havoc within Lingyao Peak? Elder Ma's cold gaze swept over them. Lin, keep your people in check. Lin Yan's expression darkened, yet she dared not confront a foundational cultivator, gritting her teeth as she said, we shall leave. Before departing, she shot Xu Changsheng a fierce glare. You shall pay for this at the competition. Days later, the sign-ups for the Lingyao Peak Grand Competition commenced. Xu Changsheng stood at the registration desk, pen in hand, inscribing his name. Lu Mao, in charge of the registration, scoffed, Xu. This competition is not akin to farming. Swords are blind. Be wary of losing your life. Xu Changsheng responded with a calm smile. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. I shall exercise caution. Lu, with a cold snort, ceased further conversation. As Xu Changsheng turned to leave, a plan began to form in his mind regarding the outer sect competition at Lingyao Peak. Should he encounter Lu Mao, he would certainly deliver an unforgettable surprise. That night, deep into the darkness, Xu Changsheng sat cross-legged within his chamber. An incense burner on the table held a stick of enhanced calming incense. Before him lay 3 translucent chi-nurturing pills. These were exquisite elixirs he had crafted using the secrets of the Taiyi Danjing, infused with the essence of Yusui mushroom juice, and meticulously enhanced in a small bronze cauldron, each one brimming with immense spiritual energy. It was time. Taking a deep breath, he swallowed all 3 pills simultaneously. As they entered his abdomen, they transformed into 3 surging torrents of spiritual energy, roaring through his meridians. The Taiyi Chi-nurturing technique operated at full capacity, guiding this energy to break through the blockages within his body's meridians. The Qingmu spirit seed spun rapidly in his dantian, continually absorbing and refining the excess spiritual energy. Boom! A muffled sound resonated within him as the 5th main meridian was forcibly opened. Xu Changsheng trembled violently, droplets of sweat beading on his forehead. Yet this was not the end. The remaining spiritual energy continued to rampage within him, relentlessly assaulting the smaller meridians. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in the center of his brow, as if something were breaking free from its cocoon. This is spiritual awareness? A tremor of realization surged through Xu Changsheng. According to the records of the Taiyi Chi-nurturing technique, an ordinary cultivator would begin to manifest spiritual awareness upon breaking through to the 5th layer of Qi refinement, which indicated he was on the verge of transcending his current limitations. Xu Changsheng had made several attempts to break through to the 5th layer of Qi refinement, and this time he was closer to dawn than ever before. The sensation of piercing pain intensified, yet Xu Changsheng gritted his teeth and persevered. At last, with a soft pop, it felt as though an invisible window opened at his brow. In that fleeting moment, everything within a radius of 3 zhang was vividly reflected in his mind. Ants scurrying in the corner, leaves drifting outside the window. Even earthworms 3 inches beneath the ground, every detail was laid bare. 3 zhang. Xu Changsheng was both astonished and delighted. As he was aware, the spiritual awareness of an ordinary 5th layer Qi refiner typically extended only up to 2 zhang, but his range exceeded that of his peers by a remarkable margin. Such an extent was already comparable to the later stages of the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Even more astonishing was the newfound acuity of his spiritual awareness, which allowed him to distinctly perceive the flow of spiritual energy in the air. Chapter 31. Ensnared by Obsession, the Pact of the Top 10. Preparations for the Grand Competition. Xu Changsheng endeavored to probe the incense burner on the table with his spiritual sense, astonishingly able to discern minute cracks in the burner's wall and the remnants of tranquil incense within. The Taiyi Chi nourishing technique truly was remarkable. Xu Changsheng gradually withdrew his energy, feeling the surging spiritual power and the nascent awareness within him, his heart brimming with ambition. With such an extraordinary spiritual sense surpassing that of his peers, he would surely gain an advantage in the upcoming competition. The following morning, as Xu Changsheng practiced the Xiantian sword technique in the courtyard, he suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing someone approaching rapidly. He discreetly sheathed his Qingfeng sword, feigning the demeanor of someone who had just concluded meditation. Junior brother Xu. Ma Datsai burst into the courtyard in a flurry. A grave situation has arisen. Senior brother Lu Hong has succumbed to obsession during his practice last night and remains unconscious. Xu Changsheng pretended to be astonished. How could this happen? Who knows? Ma Datsai whispered. I heard that Elder Lu is furious, suspecting foul play, and is conducting a thorough investigation. A barely perceptible smile flickered in Xu Changsheng's eyes. The stagnation powder he had flicked onto Lu Heng's sleeve had indeed taken effect. While this poison was not lethal, it could cause chaos in one's spiritual energy. If one attempted to cultivate forcibly, it would easily lead to obsession. By the way, Ma Datsai suddenly recalled, the grand competition begins on the 1st of next month. How are you preparing, junior brother? Xu Changsheng humbly replied, I shall do my utmost. Ma Datsai patted him on the shoulder. Fear not, I am here for you. He leaned closer mysteriously. My uncle mentioned that the top 10 in this competition not only gain early access to the inner sect, but those who perform exceptionally might also catch the eye of the inner sect elders and be chosen as disciples. Xu Changsheng felt a stir of intrigue. Oh, which elder is it? I heard it is Elder Lin Kong from Qingzhou Peak. Ma Datsai suddenly fell silent, glancing around cautiously. This matter must not be spread. Xu Changsheng nodded in agreement, yet inwardly he scoffed. Lin Kong of Qingzhou Peak was indeed Lin Yan's father. If he were to be selected for Qingzhou Peak, would it not be akin to a lamb entering the lion's den? Xu Changsheng pondered extensively and resolved to prepare for both possibilities. He retrieved the meticulously cultivated century-old ginseng, carefully placed it in a jade box, and made his way to Elder Ma's cave dwelling to pay his respects. Disciple pays respects to the elder. Xu Changsheng bowed respectfully. Elder Ma was savoring tea when he glanced up and noticed the jade box in Xu Changsheng's hands, raising an eyebrow. Changsheng, is there something on your mind? Xu Changsheng presented the jade box with both hands. Disciple has fortuitously obtained a century-old ginseng, and I have come to present it to the elder. Elder Ma accepted the box, opened it, and a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. This ginseng. Its medicinal properties are remarkably pure. It was a stroke of luck. Xu Changsheng smiled slightly. I have another matter to seek your assistance with. Oh, pray do tell. Elder Ma closed the box, inviting him to continue. Disciple wishes to participate in the outer sect competition, and should I reach the top 10? Xu Changsheng gazed earnestly at Elder Ma, imploring his support to allow him to remain at the Spirit Herb Peak. When ascending to the inner sect, outer sect disciples have a singular opportunity to choose their peak. However, this is not a mere whim. It requires the assessment of the elders of the respective peaks. In resource-rich places like Spirit Herb Peak, the qualifications for inner sect disciples are fiercely contested. Even if the outer disciples of the Spirit Medicine Peak manage to break through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, it does not guarantee their continued presence on the peak. However, Xu Changsheng not only aspires to remain at the Spirit Medicine Peak, but also aims to secure a position within the top 10 in the upcoming grand competition. This latter goal is considerably more arduous. Elder Ma paused, his teacup momentarily halted. Top 10? Changsheng, you are merely at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Are you aware that this competition? Before he could finish, Xu Changsheng suddenly released his aura, revealing the unmistakable fluctuations of 5th layer Qi refinement. Elder Ma's pupils constricted. When did you break through? He had not employed his divine sense to investigate, and yet Xu Changsheng had managed to achieve a breakthrough right beneath his nose. It had barely been 3 months since his last advancement, hadn't it? Just last night. Xu Changsheng replied respectfully, acknowledging his still modest cultivation level, yet asserting, 5th layer of Qi refinement is indeed commendable. Elder Ma interrupted him, his tone grave. But this outer competition will see participation from all 36 peaks, and there will be hundreds at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, with over 30 nearing the 7th layer. You, Xu Changsheng, undeterred, responded, I wish to give it a try. After a lengthy contemplation, Elder Ma finally nodded. Very well. If you truly manage to place in the top 10, I shall ensure your entry into the inner sect of the Spirit Medicine Peak. If Xu Changsheng could indeed achieve such a feat at the 5th layer of Qi refinement, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a prodigy. And Elder Ma would consider it a fortuitous bond to facilitate his admission to the inner sect. Upon leaving the cave, Xu Changsheng exhaled deeply. Although Elder Ma held reservations about him, he finally had a fallback plan. From that moment on, Xu Changsheng devoted himself entirely to preparation. To triumph over those at higher levels and secure a top 10 position, he required an array of magical instruments, talismans, and spells. At the foot of the Spirit Medicine Peak, in the bustling market of cultivators, Xu Changsheng donned an inconspicuous gray robe and a wooden mask. Weaving through the throngs of people, his supply of spirit stones was dwindling, and he needed to acquire more. He first ventured to a secluded corner, selling over 40 vials of pills to a vendor specializing in elixirs. These pills were all gathering Qi pills, remnants of failed alchemical attempts that he had transformed into treasures. Friend, these gathering Qi pills are of commendable quality, said the vendor, a lean old man, squinting as he inspected the elixirs. How about 8 spirit stones for a vial? Xu Changsheng shook his head. 10 stones, fixed price. After a round of haggling, they finally settled on 420 spirit stones. As the old man counted the stones, Xu Changsheng noticed that his right pinky was truncated, his eyes flickering uncertainly. It seemed he was a black market dealer. Xu Changsheng mused inwardly, but such a person, with an ambiguous background, would be less likely to inquire about the source of the pills. With his pouch filled with spirit stones, Xu Changsheng began to procure supplies in the talisman section. He bought 10 fireball talismans for 30 spirit stones, 5 wind control talismans for 20 stones, and so forth. In one breath, he purchased over 100 various talismans, spending nearly 300 spirit stones. Although these low-tier talismans possessed modest power, Their abundance could yield unexpected effects when used in combination. He then proceeded to acquire low-tier spells, including Lightness Technique and Wood Shield Technique. When enhanced, low-tier spells could rival high-tier ones in power, yet consumed only the resources of mid-tier spells. For him, this was undoubtedly most practical. The technique of lightness enhancement can augment one's speed, while the wooden shield technique is valued not only for its defensive capabilities, but also because Xu Changsheng is concurrently practicing the Qingmu Changsheng Gong, which belongs to the wood element, allowing for a more potent manifestation of its power. After acquiring these two spells, Xu Changsheng paused before a stall that specialized in second-hand magical artifacts. "How much for this azure glowing shield?" he inquired, pointing at a circular shield of wood that emanated a faint azure light. Although he possessed the Qingmu shield, which could transform waste into treasure, it was ultimately a stolen item obtained from Zhang Yuanda and classified as a low-tier artifact. Thus, he had no intention of employing it in the grand competition. Chapter 32, Cloud Treading Steps and the Art of the Spirit Wood Shield. Defeating Lu Mao in the first round. The vendor was a burly man with a face resembling a slab of meat. "Friend, you possess keen insight. This azure shield is indeed a mid-tier defensive artifact, capable of withstanding a strike from a late-stage chi refiner, and it is priced at a mere 80 spirit stones." Upon inspection, Xu Changsheng discovered several minute cracks upon the shield's surface, ultimately negotiating a price of 65 spirit stones. This item would serve as a form of insurance for himself. Although the Outer Sect Grand Competition forbids the slaying of fellow disciples, there are numerous instances of crippling injuries and even accidental deaths. Xu Changsheng, who aspires to pursue the path of longevity, has no desire to join their ranks. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Xu Changsheng immediately commenced his strengthening work. He placed the acquired jade slips for the lightness technique and wood shield technique into a bronze cauldron, infusing it with spiritual energy. As the star patterns on the cauldron illuminated, azure light flickered, and the contents of the jade slips underwent continuous reorganization and optimization. After an hour, both techniques were revitalized. Lightness technique was upgraded to cloud treading steps, dramatically enhancing speed and enabling the creation of afterimages. Wood shield technique was transformed into spirit wood shield technique, significantly boosting its defensive capabilities, rivaling high-tier defensive spells. Yet, both techniques demanded only a slight increase in energy consumption compared to mid-tier spells. Xu Changsheng currently possessed enough spiritual energy to employ these techniques a dozen times in succession. Regarding the hundreds of talismans, Xu Changsheng selected only 20 for enhancement, considering it a trump card. The fortified fireball talisman was transmuted into a violet flame talisman, its power comparable to high-tier spells. Yet its energy consumption remained at the level of activating mid-tier talismans. As for the azure shield, he decided against strengthening it for the time being. Being a mid-tier artifact, enhancing it might elevate its potency to that of a top-tier artifact, making its provenance difficult to explain when called upon. With the fortified spirit wood shield technique as a safeguard, coupled with defensive talismans, his life should be secure. This should suffice. Xu Changsheng meticulously counted his possessions: 20 enhanced talismans, 80 ordinary talismans, 1 azure shield, 2 upgraded techniques, and 50 spirit stones remaining. He nodded in satisfaction. With these preparations, his odds of success in the competition had improved. In the following weeks, Xu Changsheng seldom ventured outside, dedicating himself entirely to the cultivation of his 2 newly acquired techniques. Each dawn, as the first light of day began to break, he practiced cloud-treading steps in the courtyard. With gentle taps of his feet upon the ground, his form glided gracefully like a swallow, darting and weaving through the yard. Initially, his movements were somewhat awkward, frequently losing control of his spiritual energy, resulting in instability. However, with relentless practice, his steps became increasingly light and agile. The intricacies of cloud-treading steps were indeed remarkable. Xu Changsheng felt a surge of joy within. The consumption was akin to that of mid-tier spells. Yet his speed had multiplied several times. In the afternoon, he shifted his focus to the spirit wood shield technique. With hands forming intricate seals, he directed his internal spiritual energy along a specific pathway, swiftly coalescing a verdant shield of spiritual energy before him. The intricate patterns on the shield were vivid, emanating a rich aura of wood attribute spiritual energy. Coalesce. With a soft command, the spiritual shield abruptly shrank, becoming no larger than a palm, yet its thickness doubled, concentrating its defensive prowess. This was a technique Xu Changsheng had devised himself, condensing the shield to defend specific areas, significantly reducing spiritual energy expenditure. As night fell, Xu Changsheng remained undeterred, continuing his diligent endeavors. He retrieved the Immortal's manuscript, meticulously deducing and refining the issues he encountered during his daytime spellcasting, amalgamating them into his own unique strategies. Thus, day after day, Xu Changsheng's rate of progress was astonishing. 3 days before the grand competition, his cloud-stepping technique had already enabled him to circle the courtyard 10 times within 3 breaths, landing soundlessly, akin to a phantom. His spirit-wood shield technique could simultaneously condense 2 shields, one primary and one auxiliary, offering defense with no vulnerabilities. On one particular evening, while practicing in the courtyard, Xu Changsheng suddenly sensed an approaching presence. He swiftly ceased his cultivation, feigning the act of organizing herbs. Junior brother Xu, Ma Datsai rushed in, brimming with excitement. The list for the Outer Sect competition has been released, and your opponent in the first round is. A flicker of sharpness passed through Xu Changsheng's eyes. Who is it? It's Lu Heng's cousin, Lu Mao. Ma Datsai whispered. However, I've heard that Lu Heng has awakened. Although his cultivation has been impaired and he cannot compete, he will undoubtedly be there to watch. Xu Changsheng smiled slightly. Thank you for the information, senior brother. His opponent in the first round was clearly someone associated with Elder Lu, which indicated a flaw in the competition bracket. However, his ambition was to break into the top 10 of the Outer Sect. Lu Mao was merely a stepping stone. After bidding farewell to Ma Datsai, Xu Changsheng unsheathed his Qingfeng sword, gently polishing it, the blade reflecting his austere visage. The day of the competition shall be a day of reckoning. On the day of the grand competition, the martial arena of the Taiyi Immortal Sect was abuzz with excitement. Xu Changsheng stood modestly among the ranks of Outer Sect disciples, suppressing his cultivation at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement 3rd layer, appearing rather unremarkable. Ma Datsai approached, adorned in a brand new robe, strutting with arrogance. Junior brother Xu. Lu Mao is at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. You surely cannot prevail. But rest assured, if I encounter him in subsequent matches, I will avenge you. Thank you for your concern, senior brother Ma, Xu Changsheng replied, while Ma Datsai puffed up with pride, as though he had not merely advanced to the 4th layer, but to the 6th. At that moment, Lu Heng arrived, flanked by 2 lackeys, laughing boisterously. Junior brother Xu, you're facing my cousin in the first round. It seems fortune does not favor you. I hope when you are eliminated, your expression remains composed. Xu Changsheng lowered his head to conceal a smile in his eyes. There's no need for your worry. Soon, the competition commenced. On the contest stage, Lu Mao summoned a bronze shield and a crimson flying sword, exuding an imposing aura. Junior brother Xu, concede now to avoid injury. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy. The audience shook their heads, believing the outcome was a foregone conclusion. After all, a 5th layer of Qi refinement against a 3rd layer was a mismatch. However, Xu Changsheng merely smiled faintly before suddenly releasing the suppression on his cultivation. A wave of pure and potent spiritual energy emanated from him, revealing that he was, in fact, at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Moreover, his foundation was solid, far surpassing the superficial cultivation of Lu Mao. This is impossible. Lu Mao's eyes widened, his face draining of color. A stir rippled through the audience, astonished that Xu Changsheng had also ascended to the 5th layer of Qi refinement, and judging by the intensity of his spiritual energy, he was considerably stronger than Lu Mao. Concealed with great depth, Xu Changsheng no longer concealed his intentions. With a swift motion, he formed a gesture with his hands, and 9 icy beams of light shot forth in an instant. The 9 icy stars. Lu Mao hurriedly raised his shield in defense. Yet he found that the 9 beams abruptly altered their trajectory in midair, circumventing the shield and targeting the vital points of his body. Bang, bang, bang. A series of 9 muffled thuds resonated, as Lu Mao's protective spiritual light shattered instantaneously, sending him hurtling outside, crashing heavily onto the ground. Silence enveloped the arena. Xu Changsheng withdrew his gesture and inclined his hands toward Lu Mao below, remarking, "It seems, senior brother Lu, that you have shown restraint." These mere few words struck Lu Mao like a resounding slap across the face. His complexion oscillated between shades of green and white, a mixture of humiliation and anger surging within him, wishing fervently to disappear into a crevice of the earth. Upon the high platform, Elder Ma's eyes glimmered with insight, contemplatively observing Xu Changsheng. Meanwhile, Lu Heng and the others bore somber expressions, evidently taken aback by the unexpected prowess of this seemingly inconspicuous outer disciple. Xu Changsheng descended the platform with poise, sensing the mixed gazes of astonishment and apprehension surrounding him, and mused inwardly, the best show has only just begun. Chapter 33. The Green Bamboo's Running Dog. The Might of Purple Flames. The battle against Zhao Wuji. After the conclusion of the first round, The participants took a brief respite. Ma Detsai, who had just suffered defeat, widened his eyes in disbelief upon hearing of Xu Changsheng's remarkable performance. He grasped Su's sleeve fervently, exclaiming, "Su Shitty, how could you conceal your prowess so deeply? No, from now on, you shall be my Shixiao. In the outer sect, you must protect me." Xu Changsheng smiled and nodded, replying, "As long as I remain in the outer sect, I will surely look after you." It took Ma Detsai a moment to process this, pondering whether Xu Changsheng was indeed aiming for a position among the top 10 of the outer sect. The outer sect competition was teeming with skilled practitioners. How could this be possible? Xu Changsheng chose not to elaborate further and instead focused on adjusting his state in preparation for the upcoming second round. The first round had been meticulously arranged by the elders and stewards to prevent significant disparities in cultivation levels from leading to the premature elimination of capable disciples. However, after the second round, it would be challenging to arrange matchups in a short time. Thus, the second round would adopt a random draw method. For many participants, advancing would hinge on luck. When Xu Changsheng beheld the results of the second round's lottery, his pupils constricted slightly as he recognized his opponent, Wang Li, a disciple from the Green Bamboo Peak, possessing a cultivation level of the 6th layer of Qi refinement. "So it's you, Xu Changsheng?" Wang Li sneered, cracking his knuckles. "Senior Sister Lin specifically instructed me to take good care of you." With a calm demeanor, Xu Changsheng ascended the arena, secretly activating the cloud treading technique. He observed the 3 talismans affixed to Wang Li's waist and the faint glimmer of a magical artifact peeking from his sleeve. As the match commenced with the judge's command, Wang Li formed hand seals, unleashing 3 whirling blades of wind. In an instant, Xu Changsheng's figure flickered, executing the cloud treading technique to its utmost, leaving behind an afterimage while his true self had already darted 3 zhang away. Quite swift, Wang Li scoffed, summoning a green flying sword. "Let us see how long you can evade." The sword transformed into a streak of light, aiming directly at Xu Changsheng's throat, while Wang Li's left hand discreetly formed another spell, causing 3 earthen spikes to erupt from the ground. Unfazed, Xu Changsheng swiftly conjured the spirit with shield technique. Clang! The flying sword was deflected by the spiritual shield, and he leapt back to narrowly evade the earthen spikes. However, his sleeve was still grazed by the sword's aura, revealing the concealed purple talisman within. "Is this all you've got?" Wang Li mocked, as he commanded the flying sword to return and attack again. "Senior Sister Lin mentioned you had some special tricks." Before he could finish, Xu Changsheng suddenly hurled 3 ordinary fireball talismans. Wang Li disdainfully waved his sleeve to dismiss them, only to find Xu Changsheng seizing the opportunity to close the distance, a burst of purple light emanating from his hand. Purple flame talismans explode. A monstrous pillar of violet fire surged into the sky, the heat causing the arena's protective formation to ripple. Wang Li's hastily summoned defensive artifact melted instantly, and he was sent flying, crashing heavily against the arena's protective barrier. Coughing up blood, Wang Li stared incredulously at Xu Changsheng. You cheated." Xu Changsheng calmly collected the remaining talismans, responding, "Talismans are also a part of one's strength." "Useless." In the spectators' area, Lin Yan abruptly stood, crushing the armrest with her jade hand. "You can't even handle a mere 5th-layer Qi refinement disciple." After the referee inspected Xu Changsheng's talisman, he announced in a booming voice, "The victor is Xu Changsheng." The audience erupted in astonishment. An obscure outer disciple had astonishingly defeated the elite of Qingzhou Peak. Xu Changsheng descended the stage slowly, and as he passed by the seats of Qingzhou Peak, he briefly met Lin Yan's venomous gaze, to which he responded with a barely perceptible smirk. On the ground, Ma Detsai quickly approached, his face a canvas of disbelief. "You actually won? That was a disciple from Qingzhou Peak at the 6th level of Qi refinement." Zhou Qing had also arrived, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Junior brother Su, your use of the purple flame talisman was superb. With your prowess, entering the top 100 in this competition should pose no challenge." Xu Changsheng humbly smiled. "Brother Zhou, you flatter me. It was merely a stroke of luck." "Luck?" Ma Detsai exaggeratedly waved his arms. "That was the purple flame talisman. Just one is worth 60 spirit stones." He suddenly lowered his voice. "Junior brother, where did you acquire so many spirit stones?" Zhou Qing cleared his throat, interrupting Ma Detsai's inquiries. "With such strength, junior brother Su must be cautious in the upcoming matches." The people from Qingzhou Peak. He shot a meaningful glance at the distant Lin Yan, who wore a sullen expression, are known for their grudges. Xu Changsheng nodded and began the next round of drawing lots. His next opponent was the pinnacle of the 6th level of Qi refinement. Ma Detsai exclaimed, "Zhao Wuji from Cangjin Peak." Zhou Qing's expression also shifted. This individual was already at the pinnacle of the 6th level last year, rumored to be just a step away from the 7th level. Xu Changsheng squinted towards a tall, slender youth clad in Sanjin peak attire. The young man seemed to sense his gaze, turning to meet Xu Changsheng's eyes, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. At that moment, a commotion arose in the distance. Lin Yan, accompanied by several disciples from Qingzhou Peak, was making her way towards Zhao Wuji. This will be entertaining, Ma Detsai remarked with a wink. Lin Yan is surely attempting to win over Zhao Wuji to deal with you. Xu Changsheng found himself at a loss for words. Was it necessary for Ma Detsai to be so excited about a rival being swayed by such a headstrong person as Lin Yan? Or was it that he had already been eliminated and found comfort in watching Xu Changsheng face the same fate? Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji was engaged in muted conversation with Lin Yan and her companions, the content of which remained unclear. Before long, the battle board shimmered with golden light, displaying the words Xu Changsheng versus Zhao Wuji. Standing at the edge of the arena, Xu Changsheng scrutinized the outer disciple who stood as the pride of Sanjin Peak. Clad in snowy white, Zhao Wuji bore an ancient long sword, exuding an aura akin to a drawn blade, sharp and radiant. The aura of a peak 6th level cultivator was overtly released, drawing the attention of the surrounding disciples. Sanjin Peak's Zhao Wuji, I seek your guidance, Zhao Wuji said, bowing with his sword, yet his eyes held a hint of disdain. Lingyao Peak's Xu Changsheng, I respectfully request your instruction. Xu Changsheng returned the bow, his right hand subtly resting on the hilt of his Qingfeng sword. The match begins. The referee's words had barely left his lips when Zhao Wuji's long sword was already unsheathed, a brilliant flash of sword light slicing through the air like a silver ribbon. The first move of the Zuanshan sword art, long rainbow across the sun. Xu Changsheng's pupils constricted, and with a swift activation of his cloud-stepping technique, he sidestepped 3 feet, his form appearing ghostly. The blade of light grazed the hem of his garment, leaving a profound scar upon the arena's floor. One may evade for a moment, yet cannot escape for a lifetime. Zhao Wujing let out a cold chuckle, his swordplay shifting as he executed the second form, meteor shower. The gleam of his sword transformed into dozens of meteors, assaulting from all directions. Xu Changsheng unsheathed his azure sword, tracing a graceful arc before him. The clashing of metal rang out incessantly. Xu Changsheng fought while retreating, appearing disheveled, yet each step was a subtle manifestation of the exquisite cloud-treading technique. He feigned weakness deliberately, seeking to discern Zhao Wujing's sword path. Is this truly your limit? Zhao Wujing intensified his onslaught, unleashing the third form, Celestial Ascendance. His long sword slipped from his grasp, transforming into a stunning swan aimed directly at Xu Changsheng's throat. Simultaneously, Zhao Wujing formed a seal with his left hand, summoning 3 strands of sword energy that erupted from the ground, sealing off all escape routes for Xu Changsheng. Chapter 34. The 3 appearances of the Cloud Dragon. Defeating Zhao Wujing. The power of Lin Yan. At a critical moment, Xu Changsheng suddenly altered his strategy, employing the mystical heavenly sword technique. 3 appearances of the Cloud Dragon. The azure blade slipped from his grasp and soared into the air, dividing into 3, spiraling upward like 3 ethereal dragons. One blade deflected the approaching longsword. Another shattered the sword energy emanating from the ground, and the final blade aimed directly at Zhao Wujing's face. What? Zhao Wujing was taken aback, exclaiming, how could you possess the techniques of my sword-covering peak? Before he could finish his sentence, the longsword hurtled toward him. Bang! Zhao Wujing hastily produced a talisman to defend himself, staggering back several steps, barely maintaining his stance, a trace of blood already escaping the corner of his mouth. The audience erupted in astonishment. Impossible! Lin Yan sprang to her feet, incredulous. How could he wield the mystical heavenly sword technique of sword-covering peak? Ma Detsai gaped. When did junior brother Su? Only Zhou Qing observed with a penetrating gaze, discerning the truth. It was not the genuine mystical heavenly sword technique, merely a semblance of it. On stage, Zhao Wujing wiped the blood from his lips, a fierce battle spirit igniting in his eyes. Good. Very well. I did not expect such a figure to emerge from the spirit herb peak. He crossed his sword before him, his spiritual power surging. Receive my final strike. Mystical heavenly 9 transformations. The sword light split into 9 paths, each imbued with a sharp sword energy, launching towards Xu Changsheng from various angles. Unperturbed, Xu Changsheng twirled the azure blade in his hand, also manifesting 9 beams of sword light. Clang, clang, clang. 18 beams of sword light collided in midair, sparks flying in every direction. Just as the spectators were enraptured by the dazzling display, Xu Changsheng suddenly retracted his sword and retreated. forming a hand seal, spirit with shield technique. A verdant shield materialized instantaneously, not appearing before him, but instead beneath Zhao Wujing's feet. Caught off guard, Zhao Wujing stumbled as the shield abruptly rose. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Xu Changsheng unleashed the cloud step with all his might. Darting toward Zhao Wujing like a bolt of lightning, the tip of his sword now pressed against his throat. Silence enveloped the arena. Zhao Wujing's face turned ashen, his longsword clattering to the ground. I concede. Xu Changsheng sheathed his sword and stepped back, performing a respectful bow. The referee finally regained composure. The victor is Xu Changsheng from Spirit Herb Peak. A thunderous cheer erupted from the audience. A mere disciple from Spirit Herb Peak had triumphed over the esteemed outer disciple of Sword Covering Peak. Ma Detsai, brimming with excitement, rushed onto the stage. Junior brother Xu, you are remarkable. That was Zhao Wujing. Zhou Qing also approached, speaking meaningfully. Junior brother Xu, that move 3 appearances of the Cloud Dragon seemed to harbor profound intricacies? Xu Changsheng smiled slightly. I have merely scratched the surface. I beg your forgiveness, senior brother. His gaze swept across the spectator seats, locking onto Lin Yan's venomous eyes. The haughty young lady's complexion was now ashen, her jade fan crushed in her grip. Senior brother Zhou. Xu Changsheng furrowed his brow. Having heard that during the inner sect competition, in the first match against this girl, one must exercise utmost caution. The inner and outer sect competitions would take place at the Taiyi Immortal Sect's martial arena, one in the eastern sector, the other in the western sector. However, the inner sect competition was to be held one day later. Zhou Qing chuckled. No worries. I have reached the 8th level of qi refinement and possess the high-grade artifact, the Azure Jade Medicine Cauldron, bestowed by my master. Even if Lin Yan's cultivation is a level higher than mine, it would be quite difficult for her to truly harm me. Upon hearing this, Xu Changsheng slightly nodded, yet his vigilance remained unyielding. Lin Yan harbored a venomous heart, and Zhou Shixiang's nonchalance might lead him to grave misfortune. The following day, Xu Changsheng faced his third opponent, a female disciple from Zhusha Peak, who was at the 5th level of qi refinement. Having witnessed Xu Changsheng's prowess the previous day, she promptly conceded defeat. This took Xu Changsheng by surprise. Could his reputation be so formidable? Of course, she was from Zhusha Peak, and Fairy Yunyao was the peak's leader. Even if she did not concede outright, Xu Changsheng would not harm her, merely sending her off the stage. Her immediate surrender, however, saved him considerable time, allowing him to observe the inner sect's matches. Soon, Xu Changsheng found himself among the crowd at the inner sect's viewing platform, his gaze fixated on the central arena. Ma Dekai, already eliminated, stood beside him. Given Ma Dekai's inherently lazy nature, he had little interest in the competition, but today, with Zhou Qing's match, he had no choice but to attend. Xu Changsheng, on the other hand, was genuinely intrigued. Even if it were not Zhou Qing's match, he would still be captivated. The caliber of the inner sect competition was indeed exceptional. Even the most mundane confrontations dazzled the spectators, far surpassing the outer sect's contests. The next match, Lin Yan from Qingzhou Peak versus Zhou Qing from Lingyao Peak. As the referee announced, the entire arena fell silent. Xu Changsheng's brows furrowed slightly. Although Zhou Qing was at the 8th level of qi refinement, his gentle disposition made him averse to conflict. Clad in a blue robe, Zhou Qing ascended the stage with deliberate steps and clasped his hands in greeting towards Lin Yan. Junior sister Lin, I look forward to your guidance. Lin Yan's crimson lips curled slightly, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. Zhou Shixiang, blades and swords are merciless. Do exercise caution. As the match commenced, the referee's words had barely dissipated when Lin Yan suddenly unleashed 3 streaks of azure light. Zhou Qing remained unperturbed, producing a small bronze shield from his sleeve to deflect the hidden weapons effortlessly. The 3 talismans of Qingzhou Peak indeed lived up to their reputation. Zhou Qing smiled warmly, his hands forming a seal, yet before he could finish his thought, Lin Yan's figure flickered and she closed in on him directly. Her right hand clawed towards Zhou Qing's throat, while her left concealed a needle as fine as a hair. Be careful. Xu Changsheng could not help but exclaim from below. Zhou Qing, being at the 8th level of qi refinement, reacted swiftly, sidestepping the attack. However, Lin Yan's onslaught persisted, each strike ferocious and unyielding, resembling a life-and-death struggle rather than a mere contest. Junior sister Lin, this is enough with the pleasantries. Lin Yan barked, suddenly drawing a long emerald whip from her waist, resembling a green serpent poised to strike. The whip lashed out like a venomous snake, prompting Zhou Qing to hastily summon his life-bound artifact, the Azure Jade Medicine Cauldron. The cauldron glimmered with azure light, warding off the whip at the periphery. Just as everyone believed Zhou Qing had the upper hand, an unexpected turn occurred. Lin Yan's lips curled into a peculiar smile, and the whip emanated a layer of eerie blue light. The whip tip, like a sinuous serpent, wound around the medicinal cauldron and struck fiercely against Xu Qing's back. With a splutter, Xu Qing expelled a mouthful of crimson blood, his countenance turning as pale as death. Even more terrifying was the fact that the whip tip bore barbs, which cruelly tore away a chunk of flesh. Senior brother Xu Changsheng could not restrain himself from stepping forward. On the platform, Xu Qing staggered a few steps, barely managing to steady himself. Junior sister Lin Yu. Useless. Lin Yan scoffed, granting him no opportunity to speak. The whip struck again, declaring that the inner sect had no need for someone as feeble as him. This time, the long whip aimed directly for Xu Qing's eyes. In a moment of dire peril, Xu Qing managed to tilt his head just enough to evade the blow, yet the whip still left a deep gash across his face. Enough. The referee called out, halting the contest, for victory had already been determined. Reluctantly, Lin Yan retracted her whip. Chapter 35, Malicious Spells and Alchemical Secrets. The three talents trapped immortal array. Silence enveloped the audience as they were struck dumb by the brutal spectacle before them. This is exceedingly ruthless. It was said that Lin Yan had similarly dealt with her opponents in last year's inner sect competition. Even the most lightly injured had to remain bedridden for 3 months. Xu Changsheng hastened forward to support the unconscious Xu Qing. As he felt for his pulse, his expression darkened. Xu Qing's internal spiritual energy was in disarray, evidently afflicted by some insidious spell. Lin Yan. A glint of cold light flickered in Xu Changsheng's eyes. What a heartless individual. He lifted his gaze to the arena, locking eyes with Lin Yan's provocative stare. Her crimson lips silently formed 3 words. They all deserve death. Xu Changsheng cradled Xu Qing and turned to leave, with Ma Datsai closely following. Xu Changsheng understood that even after advancing to the inner sect, conflict with Lin Yan was inevitable. Let it be a contest of skill then. After placing Xu Qing in Elder Ma's abode, where Ma Datsai stayed behind to care for him, Xu Changsheng returned to the martial arts arena to participate in the 4th round of the afternoon competition. Lin Yan's threat pricked at him like a thorn, further solidifying his resolve to secure a position within the top 10 of the outer sect. Sometimes, cultivating immortality is akin to rowing against the current. One must forge ahead, for retreat leads only to demise. In the 4th round, Xu Changsheng from the Spirit Herb Peak faced Su Xiao from the Alchemy Peak. As the referee announced the match, Xu Changsheng ascended the platform with measured steps. Opposite him stood a round-faced youth clad in Alchemy Peak attire, none other than the mid-stage Qi refinement practitioner, Su Xiao. Junior brother Su, I have long admired your reputation, Su Xiao said with a beaming smile, cupping his hands in greeting. I heard you were once a servant of our Alchemy Peak, truly a pearl hidden in the dust. Xu Changsheng remained impassive. Senior brother Su, you flatter me. I humbly seek your guidance. The match commenced. Su Xiao struck first, launching 3 crimson elixirs from his sleeve that exploded in a cascade of fiery rain. Xu Changsheng utilized the cloud step technique, weaving through the gaps in the flames like a specter, while simultaneously forming a hand seal with his right hand, unleashing 3 streaks of azure sword energy. Well done. Su Xiao remained unperturbed, summoning a yellow elixir furnace that spun to deflect the sword energy entirely. This was not merely an elixir furnace, but a mid-tier magical artifact. The two exchanged blows, and in the blink of an eye, over 30 moves had been executed. The audience watched in rapt attention. The caliber of this contest was evidently a significant leap above the preceding rounds. Junior brother Su, be cautious. Su Xiao suddenly altered his approach, withdrawing a purple-black elixir from the furnace and swallowing it. Instantly, his spiritual energy surged. Allow me to demonstrate the true secrets of alchemy. He formed hand seals, and 7 differently colored flames erupted from the furnace, transforming into 7 serpentine fire streams that lunged at Xu Changsheng. A glint of brilliance flashed in Xu Changsheng's eyes. Instead of retreating, he advanced, concealing a jade talisman in his left hand. He traced a profound trajectory with his right hand azure sword. Break! The sword light soared like a rainbow, cleaving the 7 fire serpents in 2. Su Xiao's expression shifted to one of alarm as he hastily activated the furnace's defenses, only to witness Xu Changsheng suddenly changing tactics, directing the sword's edge towards a minute crack at the base of the furnace. Clang! The crisp sound of shattering resonated throughout the arena. Su Xiao's life-bound elixir furnace had been shattered by a single strike, cracks spreading across its body as spiritual energy leaked forth. You, how do you know? Su Xiao's face turned pale. Xu Changsheng sheathed his sword and stood tall. It seems that senior brother Su's alchemical furnace has sustained hidden damage during the refinement process. and today he has forcibly activated the Seven Flames technique. In the audience, an elder from the alchemy peak suddenly rose, his eyes sparkling with insight. What keen observation! This young man can actually discern the hidden injuries of the furnace. Another elder sighed. Had I known this, I should have kept him at the alchemy peak. Now he has fallen into the hands of the spirit herb peak. Xu Xiu forced a bitter smile and clasped his hands. Junior brother Su's mastery of alchemy is astounding. I concede defeat. The judge proclaimed loudly. The victor is Xu Changsheng of the spirit herb peak, advancing to the top 64. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Ma Detsai excitedly dashed onto the stage. Senior brother Su, you are incredible. Even the genius of the alchemy peak has fallen before you. Xu Changsheng smiled faintly and asked how he came to be there. Ma Detsai explained that Zhou Qing had regained consciousness and was no longer in life-threatening danger, so he came to offer his support. With the match concluded, Xu Changsheng intended to visit Zhou Qing. Before departing, his gaze inadvertently drifted toward the distant observation platform. There, Lin Yin was coldly regarding him, her crimson lips curling into a dangerous arc. The image of Zhou Qing's severe injuries flashed in Xu Changsheng's mind, and he clenched his fists. He understood that Lin Yin was the daughter of an inner sect elder, and to provoke her now was akin to throwing an egg against a rock. He needed to at least become an inner disciple to have the right to engage in dialogue. Upon visiting Zhou Qing, the latter weakly admonished Xu Changsheng, advising him that if he encountered a formidable adversary, he should never boast as he did. Safety must come first. Xu Changsheng nodded, urging Zhou Qing to rest, well before returning to his quarters to recuperate. The two matches today had nearly drained his spiritual energy. As the competition progressed, the opponents would only grow stronger. To secure a place in the top 10, he would have to endure at least 3 more grueling battles. He wondered if he could withstand the pressure. Nevertheless, Xu Changsheng still possessed numerous trump cards that remained unplayed. He retained his confidence, overshadowing any doubts. The Outer Sect Grand Competition. Morning of the 3rd day. 5th round. Xu Changsheng stood on the stage, facing Yi Liao, a disciple of the Heavenly Formation Peak, who had reached the pinnacle of the 6th level of Qi refinement. This individual was well-versed in formations and was rumored to have once trapped and exhausted a first-tier high-grade demon beast to death using a confinement formation. A first-tier high-grade demon beast possessed strength comparable to that of a late-stage Qi refiner. Even low-tier demon beasts, lacking in intelligence, could discern Yi Liao's extraordinary prowess. Xu Changsheng of the Spirit Herb Peak? How audacious for one who cultivates herbs to participate in the grand competition. Yi Liao disdainfully scrutinized Xu Changsheng. Perhaps you had a bit of luck before, but against me, your good fortune ends here. Xu Changsheng remained unfazed. Bowing slightly, I humbly request your guidance, Senior Brother Yi. The competition commenced. Yi Liao formed hand seals, instantly establishing a triple confinement formation upon the stage. Xu Changsheng felt his body grow as heavy as lead, and the flow of his spiritual energy became sluggish. Ha! Yi Liao laughed heartily. Within my 3 talents confinement formation, even a 7th-level Qi refiner would be rendered powerless. The audience shook their heads, believing this match to be without suspense. However, a smile tugged at the corners of Xu Changsheng's mouth. The purple flames in his 3-flavor fireball technique were specifically designed to counter this formation. With his right hand discreetly forming a spell within his sleeve, a sphere of violet fire materialized out of thin air and hurtled towards the entrapment array. Yet, instead of exploding, it seamlessly merged into the structure. With a faint crack, a slender fissure appeared in the formation. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Changsheng unleashed his cloud-stepping technique with all his might, darting out of the array like a wraith. What? Yi Liao was taken aback, exclaiming, how could you possibly? Before he could finish, Xu Changsheng had already closed the distance, the edge of his Qingfeng sword poised at Yi Liao's throat. I concede, he declared, withdrawing his sword and standing in place. A moment of silence enveloped the arena before it erupted into thunderous applause. A disciple with a mixed elemental root had, within merely 3 moves, defeated the prodigy of Tianjin Peak, advancing to the top 32. In the eyes of many low-ranking disciples, Xu Changsheng had undoubtedly become a paragon. Chapter 36. Advancing to the top 16. Elder Ma bestows a treasure, a supreme talisman. Had Xu Changsheng been privy to their thoughts, he would have merely wished that they refrained from embodying the influence of role models. Otherwise, the tragic fate of the alchemy house's menial workers might soon unfold beyond the 36 peaks of the Taiyi Immortal Sect. After the match, Xu Changsheng consumed a fortified Qi recovery pill, restoring his spiritual energy to its zenith in anticipation of the 6th round of competition that afternoon. Victory in this bout would secure his place among the top 16, merely a step away from the top 10. In the afternoon's 6th round, Xu Changsheng faced Han Feng, a disciple from the beast-taming peak, at the pinnacle of the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Han Feng was known for harboring a formidable first-tier high-grade ironback wolf, a creature of exceptional ferocity. Junior brother Xu, Han Feng remarked, stroking the head of the colossal wolf by his side, "It is not too late to concede. My companion has been rather temperamental of late." The giant wolf bared its teeth, drool dripping onto the arena floor, producing a hissing sound as it corroded the surface. Unfazed, Xu Changsheng retrieved a small vial from his storage bag. "Senior brother Han, please." The match commenced. With a commanding shout, Han Feng unleashed the wolf, which charged forward with a thunderous roar. Xu Changsheng, maintaining his composure, tossed the powder from the vial into the air. A chilling howl escaped the giant wolf as it stumbled back, its eyes wide with fear. "What have you done?" Han Feng exclaimed, a mixture of shock and rage evident in his voice. Xu Changsheng replied nonchalantly, "Merely some wolf-repellent powder." As a disciple of the Spirit Herb Peak and caretaker of Elder Ma's private herb garden, Xu possessed an extensive array of herbs, dozens, in fact, many of which had been enhanced by the bronze cauldron. Upon sighting the ironback wolf, he had immediately retrieved the fortified wolf-repellent grass. As the name suggests, wolf-repellent grass possesses a potent deterrent effect against wolf-type demonic beasts. Enhanced, its efficacy was remarkable, rendering the ironback wolf too intimidated to advance, effectively nullifying Han Feng's greatest weapon. Grinding his teeth, Han Feng took matters into his own hands. He formed hand seals, summoning a flurry of slicing wind blades that howled through the air. Anticipating this, Xu Changsheng swiftly conjured the spirit with shield technique while simultaneously launching 3 fireball talismans. Boom! Amidst the flames, Han Feng was sent reeling backward. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Changsheng activated his cloud stepping technique, instantly appearing behind Han Feng and delivering a powerful palm strike that sent him tumbling out of the ring. The victor, Xu Changsheng of the Spirit Herb Peak. Onlookers were left speechless, their astonishment palpable. A disciple with a mixed elemental root had traversed through challenges to reach the Outer Sect's top 16. How could this be possible? Had he not only been initiated a little over a year ago? The might of a mixed elemental root was truly astonishing. Ma Tsai, brimming with excitement, rushed onto the stage. "Junior brother Xu, you are extraordinary. Top 16. Our Spirit Herb Peak disciples have not seen anyone in the top 16 for a decade." Xu Changsheng smiled faintly, yet his gaze drifted toward Lin Yan in the distance, who was watching him coldly, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. He understood that the true challenge lay ahead. As night fell like ink, within the cave dwelling of the Spirit Herb Peak's rear mountain, Elder Ma stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a delicate jade box laid before him. "Changsheng, your performance this time has truly exceeded my expectations." Elder Ma spoke with a hint of satisfaction, yet the forthcoming opponent, Lu Qian, was anything but simple. Xu Changsheng respectfully bowed and requested guidance. Elder Ma opened a jade box, revealing 3 neatly arranged emerald green pills and 5 crimson talismans. These are superior Qi recovery pills, capable of rapidly restoring spiritual energy. These fire serpent talismans possess power comparable to a strike from a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner. Xu Changsheng received them with both hands, his heart swelling with joy. These resources were precisely what he desperately needed, especially the fire serpent talismans, which, bestowed by Elder Ma, could be used openly in the next round of combat. The remainder could still be enhanced. Elder Ma furrowed his brow slightly as he considered Lu Qian. Though only at the pinnacle of the 6th layer of Qi refinement, his movements were strange, and he excelled in the use of hidden weapons. His father, Lu Yuan, was an inner sect elder of the Shadowless Peak, reputed to have gifted him a top-tier defensive artifact, the Iron Scale Armor. Xu Changsheng's gaze sharpened. A top-tier defensive artifact was a treasure that even late-stage Qi refinement practitioners would covet. The disciple understood. Xu Changsheng solemnly stored the jade box, vowing not to disappoint Elder Ma's expectations. After leaving the cave dwelling, Xu Changsheng did not return to his quarters, but proceeded directly to a secluded herb garden on Spirit Herb Peak. He needed to make final preparations for the impending battle. The most renowned technique of Shadowless Peak was the top-tier skill, Ghostly Shadow Step, which, once executed, rendered the user elusive and indistinct. Xu Changsheng needed to prepare a certain amount of revealing powder. Furthermore, to counter the top-tier Iron Scale Armor, he resolved to enhance a Fire Serpent talismans. Xu Changsheng ventured deep into a hidden corner of the herb garden, ensuring the area was deserted, before retrieving a small bronze cauldron from his bosom. This humble cauldron was ancient and unadorned, its surface intricately etched with fine patterns that glimmered with a faint azure light under the moon. Taking a deep breath, he carefully placed the fire serpent talismans bestowed by Elder Ma into the cauldron. Buzz! The bronze cauldron trembled slightly, and the patterns on its surface suddenly illuminated, seeming to come alive. Inside the cauldron, the crimson fire serpent talismans was enveloped in a layer of azure radiance, the vermilion patterns beginning to twist and reform, gradually transforming into more intricate designs. Xu Changsheng held his breath, his gaze fixed intently on the changes within the cauldron. Boom! Suddenly, a burst of intense firelight erupted from within the cauldron, the patterns on the talisman undergoing a complete metamorphosis. The original crimson background shifted to a deep violet, and the serpent-like symbols outlined in vermilion appeared vividly alive, as if they could leap off the paper at any moment. It's done. A wave of joy surged through Xu Changsheng as he hastily retrieved the enhanced fire serpent talismans. The talisman felt warm to the touch, exuding a faint sensation of burning, as if he were grasping not a talisman but a bundle of compressed flames. This aura, he sensed it carefully, his heart filled with astonishment. A typical fire serpent talismans possessed the power equivalent to a strike from a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner. Yet this enhanced version exhibited a spiritual energy fluctuation several times stronger than before, subtly emanating a pressure characteristic of the foundation establishment stage. Top-tier talismans. Xu Changsheng's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Top-tier talismans were typically only crafted by foundation establishment practitioners, their power far exceeding that of high-tier talismans, comparable to a full-force strike from a top-tier artifact. Even the most ordinary top-tier fire serpent talismans could severely injure a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner. With this talisman in hand, even Lu Qian's formidable iron-scaled armor may not withstand its power. He carefully secured the enhanced fire serpent talisman, then retrieved several manifestation grasses, placing them into the bronze cauldron for fortification. The manifestation grass, a common spiritual herb, when crushed into powder, can momentarily dispel low-tier illusions. However, its efficacy against the top-tier ghost shadow step is limited. Nevertheless, after being enhanced in the bronze cauldron, the potency of the manifestation grass surged, its powder taking on a pale golden hue, subtly shimmering with spiritual light. Now, no matter how elusive Lu Qian's ghost shadow step may be, it cannot elude the pursuit of the manifestation powder. With all preparations complete, Xu Changsheng stored the bronze cauldron, seated himself in a meditative posture, and began to regulate his breathing. In the battle to come, not only must he emerge victorious, but he must do so with elegance. Chapter 37. Defeating Lu Qian and advancing to the top 8. The arena buzzes with excitement on the 4th day of the grand competition. Today's match draws particular attention. Featuring the dark horse of this year's contest, Xu Changsheng, who possesses a diverse array of elemental roots yet has triumphed at every turn, against the highly favored genius from Wuying Peak, Lu Qian. It is rumored that Lu Qian has already secured a spot in the top 4. The fact that Xu Changsheng has reached this stage is nothing short of miraculous. Lu Qian's iron-scaled armor is impenetrable even to those at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Amidst the murmurs, Xu Changsheng ascends the stage with measured steps. Across from him stands Lu Qian, clad in black, his expression stern, with a dark scale pendant hanging from his waist. Indeed, the top-tier defensive artifact, the iron-scaled armor. In the 7th round of the Outer Sect competition, Xu Changsheng from Lingyao Peak faces Lu Qian from Wuying Peak. As the referee's voice rings out, all eyes are drawn to the arena. Lu Qian casts a cold glance at Xu Changsheng, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. I truly wonder how someone at the 5th level of Qi refinement like you has made it this far. Xu Changsheng remains composed, cupping his hands in salute. It is merely luck. I hope Brother Lu will show mercy. The match commences. No sooner has the referee finished speaking than Lu Qian's figure becomes a blur, vanishing from sight like a phantom. The ghostly shadow step. Gasps of astonishment arise from the audience. The ghostly shadow step of Wuying Peak is renowned for its incredible speed and elusive form, rendering ordinary cultivators unable to track its movements. Xu Changsheng's gaze sharpens. He swiftly reveals a pouch of powder concealed in his sleeve and scatters it into the air. In an instant, a pale golden mist envelopes the arena, revealing Lu Qian's previously indistinct form, now dangerously close to Xu Changsheng. What? Lu Qian is taken aback, clearly unprepared for his technique to be countered. Seizing the moment, Xu Changsheng activates the cloud step with full force, retreating swiftly while unleashing 2 ordinary fire serpent talismans. Boom, boom. 2 fire serpents roar forth, hurtling toward Lu Qian. Lu Qian snorts disdainfully, The dark glow of his iron-scaled armor intensifies, enveloping him in a layer of impenetrable scales. The fire serpents collide with the armor, erupting in a thunderous explosion, yet fail to breach his defenses. A mere trick, Lu Qian sneers, flipping his hands as dozens of poisoned hidden weapons shoot forth. Xu Changsheng conjures the spirit wood shield technique in an instant, deftly maneuvering to evade most of the projectiles. However, Lu Qian's relentless assault continues. Though the ghostly shadow step is hindered by the revealing powder, its speed remains formidable, forcing Xu Changsheng to retreat under immense pressure. Xu Changsheng appears on the brink of defeat. Lu Qian's iron-scaled armor is too powerful, rendering his defenses unbreakable. Whispers ripple through the crowd. Ma Detsai sweats nervously, while Lin Yin in the distance wears a smug smile. On the stage, Xu Changsheng's gaze remains tranquil. As he dodges Lu Qian's onslaught, he quietly adjusts his breath. Finally, at a fleeting moment when they pass each other, he seizes the opportunity. Now is the time. Xu Changsheng suddenly pivots, a violet light igniting from his sleeve. Fire Serpent Talisman, explode. Roar. A massive purple fire python, thick as a barrel, bursts forth, its searing flames distorting the very air around it. This is the enhanced top-tier talisman. Lu Qian's pupils constricted sharply as he desperately activated the iron scale armor for defense. However, with a resounding crack, the obsidian shield formed by the scales began to fracture under the onslaught of the violet fire python. No, Lu Qian screamed in terror. But the fire python's momentum was relentless, crashing violently into his chest. Bang! Like a kite severed from its string, Lu Qian was sent flying. Crashing heavily against the edge of the arena, his iron scale armor dim and his chest charred black. A profound silence enveloped the entire venue. After a brief pause, the referee regained his composure and announced loudly, "The victor is Xu Changsheng from the Spirit Herb Peak, advancing to the top 8. At the referee's proclamation, a hush fell over the martial arts arena, only to be followed by an eruption of thunderous applause. Many disciples in the viewing platform stood abruptly, their faces etched with disbelief. How could this be? A practitioner with a mixed elemental root at the 5th layer of Qi refinement managed to. The last time someone from the Spirit Herb Peak reached the top 8 was Elder Ma, 30 years ago. Discussions surged like a tidal wave. Yet Xu Changsheng calmly descended from the arena. He could feel countless gazes upon him, some filled with astonishment, others with admiration, but predominantly envy. Elder Ma clapped his hands in delight from the viewing platform. Excellent. Excellent. You've made it to the top 8. Meanwhile, Lin Yan's expression had turned so dark it could have dripped with water. She never anticipated that the once humiliated disciple, whom she had belittled, would charge his way into the external sect's top 8. This meant that regardless of the outcome henceforth, Xu Changsheng would become an inner sect disciple, his status now equal to hers. This was a bitter pill for someone like her, who had been pampered and proud since childhood, to swallow. Junior brother Xu. Ma Detsai rushed over, embracing him enthusiastically. You are incredible. Top 8. My uncle is hosting a banquet in your honor tonight at the cave. Zhou Qing also approached to congratulate him, dragging his still recovering body, a flush of color rising on his pale face. Junior brother Xu, you truly have made a remarkable impact. Xu Changsheng smiled modestly, yet his gaze inadvertently swept over a corner of the viewing platform, where a few familiar faces from the Alchemy Peak were present. Steward Lu Tai, his disciple Yi Hongjin, and his nephew Lu Ming. The expressions on their faces were quite revealing. Lu Tai wore a look of rueful surprise, realizing he had overlooked a prodigy in his ranks. It seemed that Xu Changsheng had indeed been underestimated during his time at the Alchemy Peak. Yi Hongjin's face was one of incredulity. It was she who had given Xu Changsheng the jade token when he broke through to the Qi refinement stage. At that time, she had deemed his advancement through a defective pill as a lifelong impossibility. Yet, just a year and a half later, Xu Changsheng had surged from the 1st layer to the 5th layer of Qi refinement, defeating numerous practitioners at the 6th layer and rising into the external sect's top 10. This was nothing short of a miracle upon a miracle. As for Lu Ming, he seethed with jealousy, his nails digging deep into his palm. His expression contorted without his awareness. Xu Changsheng, Lu Ming muttered through gritted teeth, he must harbor some great secret. It was common knowledge that Xu Changsheng had a secret that propelled him to this stage. However, as long as he was not a demonic cultivator, who could truly challenge a genius on the verge of entering the inner sect, the Taiyi Immortal Sect, revered as the most principled orthodox sect in the cultivation realm of Zhao Kingdom, stands as a beacon of propriety. On the spiritual herb peak, Elder Ma, stroking his beard, boisterously exclaimed, Excellent, excellent. This time, Changsheng truly brings honor to me. He then turned to the steward beside him and commanded, Fetch that bottle of jade essence pill from the storeroom. I shall personally bestow it upon Changsheng. The steward hesitated, his expression revealing concern. Elder, that vial of elixir has been reserved by Elder Liu. What does it matter? Elder Ma waved his hand dismissively. I shall take it. Meanwhile, at the residence of Elder Liu on Shadowless Peak, a cup of tea was hurled to the ground in frustration. Useless. Elder Liu's voice thundered as he glared at Lu Qian, who knelt before him, blood trickling from his forehead. Father, please calm your anger. That Xu Changsheng resorted to trickery. Silence. Elder Lu's face darkened with fury. To be defeated by a waste with a mixed elemental root, and yet you have the audacity to make excuses? From this day forth, you are confined for 3 months. Reflect upon your shortcomings. Chapter 38. The list of the top 8. The Qingzhou soul-destroying needle. The great art of the heart. On Qingzhou Peak, within Lin Yan's chamber. With a resounding crash, a bronze mirror shattered into countless fragments. Miss, please calm your anger. The maid knelt tremblingly beside her. Lin Yan's chest heaved violently, her eyes glinting with a venomous light. Zhang Chan from Qingzhou Peak has advanced to the top 8. Has she not? Go tell her that I desire the death of Xu Changsheng. The following day, the list of the top 8 for the Outer Sect competition was unveiled. In the center of the martial arts arena, a magnificent golden board unfurled slowly, illuminating the names of the 8 qualifiers. 1. Taiyi Peak, Shaohan 2. Songjin Peak, Li Rue 3. Zhima Peak, Yi Tizhou 4. Duanren Peak, Liaoyu 5. Taiyi Peak, Yuchunlai 6. Lingyao Peak, Xu Changsheng 7. Qingzhou Peak, Zhang Chan 8. Fufa Peak, Luzhua. Within this list, Taiyi Peak, ranking first among the 36 peaks, uniquely occupied 2 slots. However, this was a common occurrence. As the main peak, Taiyi Peak was a gathering place for prodigies. 2 slots were considered minimal, with 3 slots often observed in previous years, sometimes even dominating half the total. As for Zhima Peak on the list, Xu Changsheng had heard of it. It seemed to specialize in suppressing certain demonic cultivators. In the Zhao Kingdom, Taiyi Xianzong had a sworn enemy, the Xian'in Demon Sect. One represented the righteous path of Zhao, while the other led the demonic path, creating an inherent opposition. Thus, the demonic cultivators suppressed at Zhima Peak were predominantly from the Xian'in Demon Sect, making this peak exceptionally formidable. Duanren Peak, focusing on the art of killing, emphasized the philosophy of nurturing strength through battle. Its disciples were all forged from the crucible of life and death confrontations. Liaoyu stood out among them, a woman of fierce demeanor, known for her ruthless strikes. On one occasion, during a sect mission, she single-handedly dispatched 3 high-level demonic beasts, an astonishing feat. Her combat experience surpassed that of ordinary disciples, rendering her incomparable to the likes of Lu Qian. Xu Changsheng, a disciple of Lingyao Peak, which traditionally shunned combat, had remarkably ascended the ranks with a mere cultivation of the 5th level of qi refinement, marking him as an anomaly among anomalies. Many were curious about how far he could progress. Once the list of the top 8 was revealed, the next step was to draw lots for the battles to come. Xu Changsheng, ranked 6th, was the 6th to draw a bamboo slip. Upon turning it over, he saw 2 characters inscribed. Zhang Chan. Mata hurriedly approached, his complexion shifting. This is bad. She is a disciple of Qingzhou Peak. Xu Changsheng maintained a calm demeanor. And what of it? The top 8 competition includes resurrection matches, meaning every participant must face each other. Even if Zhang Chan is from Qingzhou Peak, I will inevitably contend with her. Encountering her early holds no significance. However, the arrival of Zhou Qing soon caused Xu Changsheng's expression to alter slightly. Zhou Qing, looking anxious, said, Zhang Chan just broke through to the 7th level of qi refinement yesterday, and what? Xu Changsheng inquired. It is said that Lin Yan requested a formidable weapon from her father, which was gifted to Zhang Chan. Zhou Qing lowered his voice. Supposedly capable of injuring Foundation establishment cultivators, the Qingzhou soul-destroying needle. Xu Changsheng's gaze sharpened. The soul-cleansing needle, a sinister artifact capable of directly assaulting one's spirit. Thank you for the warning. Senior brother, Xu Changsheng replied solemnly. I have my own strategies to counter it. It appears I must resort to that particular move. Xu Changsheng of the Spirit Herb Peak faces off against Zhang Chan of the Green Bamboo Peak. As these words echoed, the arena erupted with excitement, eyes gleaming with anticipation. One was an emerging dark horse from the Spirit Herb Peak, while the other was a disciple of the Green Bamboo Peak. Lin Yan of the Green Bamboo Peak, known for her haughty demeanor, harbored a deep-seated grudge against Xu Changsheng. It was evident to all that Lin Yan had bestowed the soul-cleansing needle upon Zhang Chan last night to deal with him. Meanwhile, those who had previously suffered defeat at Xu Changsheng's hands, Han Feng, Yi Liao, Zhao Wujing, regarded him with mocking expressions. The soul-cleansing needle was exceedingly venomous. Should one fall victim to it, their hopes for future advancement would be dashed. Although Xu Changsheng had triumphed over them, if his spirit were to be injured, they would undoubtedly surpass him in the long run. Su Xiu from the Alchemy Peak expressed his regret, despite being defeated by Xu Changsheng. He held a deep admiration for him. If Xu Changsheng were to sustain damage to his spirit during the competition, it would represent a significant loss for their sect. Zhang Chan, clad in a flowing emerald robe, stood poised on the stage. At her waist, she bore an exquisite jade box, housing the dreaded soul-cleansing needle. A cold smile played upon her lips as her gaze, sharp as a serpent's, fixed upon the entrance of the arena. As Xu Changsheng stepped forward with measured grace, the entire venue fell silent, breaths held in anticipation for this fierce contest. Yet, he declared, "In this match, I concede." His calm voice reverberated across the training grounds, akin to a pebble cast into a still lake, creating ripples of astonishment. What? Concede? Is this the end? Zhang Chan was momentarily taken aback, but her fury quickly ignited. Xu Changsheng, you dare to be a coward. To eliminate Xu Changsheng was a task assigned to her by Lin Yan. She had envisioned many scenarios. Perhaps Xu Changsheng possessed a hidden card to counter the soul-cleansing needle, or perhaps an elder would intervene, allowing her to severely injure him. However, she never anticipated that he would concede before the battle even commenced. Was it not the case that she could not even scratch him? Xu Changsheng, neither servile nor arrogant, clasped his hands. "Senior sister, your prowess is profound. I humbly acknowledge my inferiority and willingly bow to your superiority." The referee, equally stunned, inquired, "Xu Changsheng, are you certain you wish to concede?" "Indeed," Xu Changsheng affirmed with a nod, his gaze clear. To have reached the top 8 was already a stroke of fortune. He dared not aspire for more. Upon finishing his words, he turned to leave the stage. "Hold!" Zhang Chan's sharp command pierced the air, her delicate hand resting upon the jade box at her waist. "Do you think you can evade this by conceding?" Xu Changsheng paused, but without turning back. He replied, "If senior sister were to strike down a disciple who has admitted defeat before the eyes of all, not only would you face dire consequences from the sect's rules, but the Green Bamboo Peak would also likely incur severe repercussions from the sect." This statement doused Zhang Chan's murderous intent like a bucket of cold water. She glared at Xu Changsheng's retreating form, her nails digging deeply into her palm. Ma Dicai hurriedly pursued him. "Xu, junior brother, how do you?" The senior brother was interrupted by Xu Changsheng, who quietly remarked, "Living is far more significant than mere reputation." Zhou Qing nodded thoughtfully, a wise decision. The soul-destroying needle is exceedingly malevolent. Those afflicted either face death or severe injury. On the observation platform, Elder Ma was initially taken aback, but soon stroked his beard and smiled. This lad knows how to assess the situation. Meanwhile, on Qingzhou Peak, Elder Lin wore a grim expression. Yuaner is still too inexperienced. She has been outmaneuvered by this young man. Over the next 3 days of the top 8 competition, Xu Changsheng consistently employed the Great Heart technique. It became apparent to everyone that his sole aim was to secure a position within the top 10 of the outer sect. After that, he showed no inclination to engage further. This left many feeling disappointed, as they were eager to witness the extent of Xu Changsheng's hidden talents. However, Xu Changsheng offered them no opportunity to find out. Chapter 39. The conclusion of the Great Competition and the Spirit Herb Bag. The Longevity Technique, a millennial spirit herb. 3 days later, the external sect competition concluded, and all rankings were firmly established. The top 3 positions were claimed in descending order by Xiaohan of Taiyi Peak, Yi Tizhou of Jinma Peak, and Liao Yu of Duanjia Peak. Contrary to the expectations of many who favored Li Rui from Sanjin Peak, he was unexpectedly defeated by Zhang Chan, who secured the 4th position, while Li Rui settled for 5th. Notably, Zhang Chan refrained from utilizing the soul destruction needle during the contest, an item specifically designed against one like you. Even if it were to eliminate you, Elder Lin would vouch for her. However, should she injure a genius from another peak, no one would intervene. As for Xu Changsheng, having advanced to the top 8, he naturally claimed the 8th position. He was rewarded with 500 spirit stones and a high-tier magical artifact. This artifact was not one of offensive or defensive nature, but rather a rare spirit herb bag, featuring a cubic space of 10, specifically designed for storing live spirit herbs or seeds, ensuring their vitality. If purchased externally, its price would be triple that of similar tier artifacts. This was a bestowment from the elders of the peaks, recognizing Xu Changsheng as a disciple of the spirit herb peak. Its value was on par with the rewards received by the 4th-placed Zhang Chan. The top 3 positions, however, were all awarded with top-tier artifacts. albeit with variations in spirit stones. The first place additionally received a vial of Ningyuan Dan, intended for inner sect use. The rewards for the inner sect competition were, of course, even more substantial. The top 10 were guaranteed foundational establishment pills, with the first place winner receiving 3. Coupled with the innate talents of the inner sect geniuses, foundational establishment was practically assured. Following the conclusion of the external sect rewards, the top 10 disciples were ushered into the inner sect. In the plaza of Taiyi Sect's inner sect, 9 resounding bells tolled. The elders from the 36 peaks gathered on the high platform, while the 10 newly promoted inner sect disciples stood in formation. The top 10 disciples from this external sect competition were permitted to choose their respective peaks for apprenticeship. The officiating elder's voice resonated robustly, declaring the commencement of the selection. Just as the disciples prepared to make their choices, Elder Lin from Qingzhou Peak suddenly rose. Hold on. Instantly, silence enveloped the crowd. The middle-aged cultivator, whose visage bore an ominous demeanor, descended the high platform and approached Xu Changsheng directly. Xu Changsheng, although I observe your qualifications are lacking, you exhibit considerable talent in the realm of spirit herbs. Elder Lin's voice was frigid. Qingzhou Peak is willing to accept you as a named disciple. Do you consent? This declaration incited an uproar among the attendees, who was unaware of the feud between Xu Changsheng and Lin Yan. This was clearly an attempt to lead him into a pit of fire. Elder Ma abruptly stood. Elder Lin Changsheng is a disciple of the spirit herb peak and should rightly junior brother Ma. Elder Lin interjected with a chilling laugh. You are merely an external sect elder. What authority do you possess to determine the direction of an inner sect disciple? The atmosphere became tense, akin to a drawn sword. At that moment, another figure rose from the high platform. Elder Lin, your words are erroneous. The crowd turned to see it was Elder Yao Chenzi from the Spirit Herb Peak. This reclusive, fully established cultivator, who typically shunned the limelight, had chosen to intervene personally. According to sect regulations, Elder Yao Chenzi stroked his beard and declared, inner sect disciples must respect their own wishes when selecting a master. He then turned to Xu Changsheng. Young fellow, the choice is yours. All eyes in the hall swiftly focused on Xu Changsheng. Xu Changsheng took a deep breath, first bowing deeply to Yao Chenzi, then turning to Elder Lin to express his gratitude. Thank you, Elder Lin, for your generous affection. However, I must acknowledge the immense support I have received from the Spirit Herb Peak over the years, and especially from Elder Ma, whose kindness is as profound as a mountain. He raised his head, his gaze resolute. I wish to continue my stay at the Spirit Herb Peak. Excellent. Yao Chenzi laughed heartily. This is the spirit of a true disciple of the Spirit Herb Peak. Elder Lin, however, wore a sullen expression, yet could find no fault in Xu Changsheng's words. They were impeccably articulated, fulfilling all formalities while demonstrating unwavering loyalty. Humph. Elder Lin huffed as he turned to leave. I hope you do not come to regret your choice today. After the ceremony concluded, Yao Chenzi summoned Xu Changsheng. Young one, you performed admirably today. However, he shifted his tone. Elder Lin is notoriously vengeful. You must exercise caution in the days to come. Xu Changsheng replied respectfully, I understand, master. From this day forth, you shall be an inner disciple of the Spirit Herb Peak. Yao Chenzi produced a green jade slip, stating, this contains the Qi cultivation chapter of the Greenwood longevity technique, which is exponentially more profound than the Greenwood technique taught to outer disciples. You must study it diligently. Xu Changsheng accepted it with both hands, his spirit soaring, yet his heart remained unfazed. He had already enhanced the Greenwood technique he obtained from the Spirit Rain competition, and even possessed the Foundation Establishment chapter. He wondered how much stronger it could become with further refinement. Elder Ma approached, patting Xu Changsheng on the shoulder. Changsheng, you have brought me great honor today. This is the Jade Marrow Mushroom, a treasure I have cherished for many years, which will greatly benefit your cultivation. Xu Changsheng thanked him with a smile. The Jade Marrow Mushroom was the primary ingredient for crafting the Jade Marrow Pill. He had previously restored a version of it using a bronze cauldron, but this specimen was clearly a century old, and he pondered the transformations that might occur upon enhancement. On Qingzhou Peak, Lin Yan shattered porcelain in a fit of rage. Father, how could you? What's the rush? Elder Lin scoffed. Since he wishes to remain at the Spirit Herb Peak, if any unforeseen events arise, no one will suspect us. Upon returning to his inner sanctum, Xu Changsheng promptly retrieved the bronze cauldron. He placed the jade slip of the Greenwood longevity technique within, and as he channeled his spiritual power, the cauldron's intricate patterns began to glow. As the azure light flowed, the characters on the jade slip shimmered and reassembled like rippling water. Moments later, the radiance subsided, and the jade slip appeared rejuvenated. Xu Changsheng's spirit brightened as he scanned it with his consciousness. The green with longevity technique. It not only encompassed the complete Qi cultivation and foundation establishment chapters, but also introduced several secret wood-based techniques, and even mentioned methods for nurturing the essence of wood to enhance the success rate of foundation establishment. This surpassed the green wood longevity technique by leaps and bounds. He carefully tucked away the jade slip and then retrieved the century-old jade marrow mushroom. The mushroom glimmered with a translucent brilliance, emanating a faint spiritual glow, its medicinal fragrance intoxicating. He could only wonder what effects it might yield after enhancement. Xu Changsheng placed it into the bronze cauldron once more, and the intricate patterns illuminated again. Enveloped in azure light, the jade marrow mushroom gradually underwent a transformation. Its originally pure white body beginning to shimmer with golden veins, and the medicinal aroma intensified manifold. A millennium-old jade marrow mushroom. The value of this spiritual herb had escalated tenfold or more. Should it be put up for auction, it would not only incite fierce competition among foundation establishment practitioners, but would also entice golden core adepts. Xu Changsheng inhaled deeply, suppressing the excitement within. With such an item in hand, the breakthrough to the later stages of Qi refinement was imminent. In the following days, Xu Changsheng began attending to external sect affairs, preparing for his transition to the inner sect. He first visited the spiritual fields, discovering that the fire spirit rice had already matured, its golden ears bending the stalks. To his surprise, he found a dozen external disciples standing by the field. Upon his arrival, they all bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "Senior Brother Xu, what brings you here?" Xu Changsheng inquired, somewhat puzzled. One disciple smiled and replied, "We heard that Senior Brother is advancing to the inner sect, so we came to assist in the harvest of the spirit rice, lest it hinder your cultivation." Another added, "We have already completed the harvest, and the rice has been neatly stored. Would you like to inspect it, Senior Brother?" Xu Changsheng glanced around and noted that the spirit rice was all gathered in the granary, and even the edges of the field were tidily arranged. He understood that these disciples merely wished to cultivate a good rapport. "I appreciate your efforts," he said with a slight smile, producing several bottles of ordinary elixirs to distribute among them. "A small token of appreciation, please do not take offense." The disciples rejoiced, expressing their gratitude profusely. Chapter 40. Inner Gate Treatment, Spirit Gathering Array. A comprehensive guide to spirit herb cultivation. Subsequently, Xu Changsheng arrived at the small courtyard of the outer gate. A place imbued with countless memories, his first attempt at cultivating spirit herbs, his inaugural experience in alchemy, and numerous breakthroughs in his cultivation. Every blade of grass and every tree within the courtyard felt profoundly familiar. After meticulously inspecting the surroundings to ensure nothing was amiss, he entrusted the key to the steward of the outer affairs hall. "Junior Brother Xu, no. It seems I should now address you as Senior Brother Xu," the steward mused. "This courtyard of yours is truly a blessed ground for our outer gate. Whatever you plant will flourish." Xu Changsheng smiled silently, thinking to himself, "What blessed ground? It is merely the result of enhanced seeds and spiritual soil using a bronze alchemical cauldron." He had already taken those enhancements with him, making it challenging for others to replicate his success. Once all matters were settled, Xu Changsheng formally made his way to the inner gate. As the seventh bell tolled, resonating in the air, he had already donned his robes and stood before the reception hall of the inner gate. In the courtyard, a young man dressed in a light blue robe stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon noticing Xu Changsheng's approach, he offered a faint smile. "Junior Brother Xu?" Xu Changsheng returned the gesture with a courteous bow. "Indeed, I am he." "Greetings, Senior Brother." "There's no need for excessive formalities." The young man waved his hand. "My name is Wei Su. I entered the sect 5 years before you, and I am now one of the disciples serving in the inner gate of the Spirit Herb Peak. Today, I will guide you in familiarizing yourself with the inner gate." Xu Changsheng raised his gaze to scrutinize this senior brother. Wei Su appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, with a gentle demeanor, exuding a sense of composure. His cultivation level was evidently at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, the 9th layer. "Follow me," Wei Su beckoned, turning and beginning to walk. The two meandered along a stone path, surrounded by swirling spiritual mist. In the distance, the mountains undulated, and the silhouettes of other peaks, palaces, and pavilions could be faintly discerned. "The most significant distinction between the inner and outer gates is freedom," Wei Su elucidated. "The sect does not impose daily training schedules. Each year, one merely needs to complete a single task assigned by the sect, with the remainder of the time left to one's own discretion." "Tasks?" Xu Changsheng inquired, casting a sidelong glance. "Indeed," Wei Su nodded. "Tasks may include descending the mountain to eliminate demons, gathering spirit herbs, or assisting in the defense of specific spirit mines. There is a vast array of options. Upon completion, not only do you earn contribution points, but you can also exchange them for elixirs and techniques. As he spoke, he gestured towards a majestic hall in the distance. That is the Hall of Myriad Phenomena. All sect tasks are posted there. If you are interested, you may undertake tasks at your leisure, with even greater rewards available. Xu Changsheng's heart stirred with intrigue. Does this mean I can venture outside the sect for experience? Absolutely, Weisu replied with a smile. Inner Gate disciples enjoy the liberty to come and go as they please. As long as you complete the sect's tasks on schedule each year, you may wander the world for 3 or 5 years, and no one shall question you. Traversing through a grove of spiritual bamboo, the two arrived at a spot halfway up the mountain. We have arrived, Weisu announced, halting his steps and pointing towards a secluded courtyard with green tiles and white walls. This shall be your new cave dwelling. As he pushed open the intricately carved wooden door, a rich aura of spiritual energy enveloped him. The courtyard's layout was elegantly arranged. To the left lay a plot of spirit fields, while to the right stood a stone table and benches. At the center, a small spirit gathering array was prominently set up. This array could operate for 6 hours each day, sufficiently supporting daily cultivation endeavors. Weisu introduced that if one feels it insufficient, they may also visit the Spirit Eye Cave atop the peak, where the spiritual energy is even more abundant, albeit at the cost of contribution points. Xu Changsheng surveyed the courtyard with satisfaction. The conditions here surpassed those of the outer sect by several magnitudes. Behind the courtyard, there was a secluded chamber, its walls inscribed with soundproof formations, perfect for secluded meditation. Weisu continued, stating that for daily chores, servant disciples would come to clean each month, so there was no need for concern. After outlining all the matters, just as Weisu was about to take his leave, he suddenly remembered something and turned back with a smile. By the way, I often organize small teams to hunt beasts in Misty Gorge. If you, junior brother Xu, are interested, you might consider joining us. Misty Gorge? Xu Changsheng raised an eyebrow. That was a place teeming with beasts and rich in spiritual materials. Weisu elaborated that forming a team would ensure greater safety, and the spoils would be distributed according to contribution. Given junior brother's strength, he should be able to achieve considerable gains. After a moment's contemplation, Xu Changsheng nodded in agreement. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Wei, but as a new initiate, I still need some time to adjust. That's quite all right. Weisu waved his hand dismissively, producing a jade slip and handing it to him. This contains the inner sect regulations. Take a look. If you decide to hunt beasts, you can find me at the Moju Pavilion. After bidding farewell to Weisu, Xu Changsheng took a deep breath, absorbing the rich spiritual energy surrounding him, a slight smile gracing his lips. The inner sect was truly a different realm. He caressed the bronze cauldron nestled in his robes, his eyes sparkling with determination. The inner sect held greater opportunities. With his entry, his path of cultivation was only just beginning. After familiarizing himself with his new accommodations, Xu Changsheng, with his identity jade token in hand, made his way to the library of Spirit Herb Peak. This visit was unlike any before, as his status as an inner sect disciple drew many curious glances. Moreover, having made a name for himself in the outer sect competition, he was now somewhat of a minor celebrity at Spirit Herb Peak, with many disciples greeting him. Xu Changsheng responded politely to each one. As an inner sect disciple, he was now entitled to access the second level of the library. Upon stepping into the second level, he was immediately enveloped by a rich aroma of scholarly wisdom. The lighting within was soft, and the surrounding shelves were meticulously arranged with various jade slips and texts, each enveloped in a faint spiritual glow, clearly protected by prohibitive formations. Xian Tian Sword Technique, 5-element spells, fundamentals of alchemy. Xu Changsheng's gaze swept across the titles, his heart stirred. These techniques, which required substantial contribution points for exchange in the outer sect, were now available for free consultation. The privileges of an inner sect disciple were indeed extraordinary. The voice of the elder in charge of the library echoed from behind. Inner sect disciples may stay in the second level for 2 hours daily and may select one mid-tier spell or text for free. But it must be copied onto a jade slip. The originals cannot be taken away. Xu Changsheng nodded in gratitude and began to meticulously search the shelves. His purpose for this visit was clear: to learn the art of spirit herb cultivation. After all, it would be unreasonable for a disciple of Spirit Herb Peak to be unacquainted with the ways of spirit plants. Furthermore, with the bronze cauldron in his possession, cultivating rare spirit herbs would be highly beneficial, whether for personal use or for trading resources. Soon, he found a volume titled Comprehensive Guide to Spirit Herb Cultivation on the shelves dedicated to spirit plants. As the jade slip warmed in his grasp, his consciousness delved within. instantly inundated with a vast array of information, methods for the manipulation of spiritual soil, advanced applications of spiritual rain techniques, and the art of accelerating the maturation of century-old spiritual herbs. The content was exceedingly comprehensive, even detailing several cultivation methods for foundational herbs. This was precisely what he sought. Without hesitation, Xu Changsheng extracted a blank jade slip and began to transcribe. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Xu Changsheng eagerly retrieved the transcribed jade slip of the Compendium of Spiritual Herb Cultivation and also produced a small bronze cauldron. He pondered the transformations that would ensue after reinforcement. Placing the jade slip within the cauldron, he infused it with spiritual energy. With a hum, the cauldron shimmered with a cerulean light, its engravings gradually illuminating. The jade slip trembled gently in the radiance, its surface inscriptions flowing like rippling water, constantly reconfiguring and metamorphosing. Chapter 41. The Taiyi Spiritual Classic, 10 Acres of Spirit Fields. Clear distinction of rewards and punishments. Moments later, the radiant light subsided. Xu Changsheng retrieved a jade slip, and upon scanning it with his consciousness, a look of delight graced his face. The original comprehensive guide to spirit herb cultivation had transformed into the Taiyi Spiritual Classic. This new tome not only meticulously documented the cultivation techniques of various rare spirit herbs, but also included dozens of secret methods for planting foundational period herbs. The Xinyue grass, Xianbing Lingji, and Qi and Zhuguo, these were the principal ingredients for second-tier elixirs suitable for foundational period consumption. Xu Changsheng's heart raced. Successfully cultivating these spirit herbs would yield immeasurable value, whether for personal use or sale. He promptly proceeded to the spirit field in the courtyard to begin his planning. Though modest in size, this spirit field boasted excellent soil quality and was situated near a spirit-gathering array, endowed with abundant spiritual energy, making it ideal for herb cultivation. Following the instructions in the Taiyi Spiritual Classic, he first turned over the soil using specific techniques, then carefully buried several spirit seeds. Let us trial the Xinyue grass first. This spirit herb requires the absorption of lunar essence for growth, perfectly aligning with the spirit-gathering array in his courtyard, which could simulate a lunar environment. Subsequently, he cleared a small area in the corner to cultivate the Xianbing Lingji. This particular herb necessitated a cold attribute environment, so he arranged a rudimentary ice formation using spirit stones to meet its requirements. After these tasks, Xu Changsheng wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, gazing contentedly at his accomplishments. Cultivating spirit herbs is not a task achieved in a day, yet with the Taiyi Spiritual Classic and the Bronze Cauldron, he was confident that he would reap results in a short time. Next, he needed to explore the availability of suitable spirit fields. He stroked his chin in contemplation. Each inner sect disciple was entitled to a quota of 10 acres of spirit fields, a significant privilege bestowed by the sect, which he could not overlook. Naturally, once acquired, these spirit fields could not be neglected. They must be cultivated, lest the sect reclaim them forcefully. Many inner sect disciples, due to limited time and energy, along with the fact that the fields could only yield lower-tier herbs with limited profits, opted not to cultivate them. However, Xu Changsheng possessed the Qinglin growth technique and the bronze cauldron to enhance both seeds and soil, alleviating any concerns regarding profitability. At the Spirit Field Management Office at the foot of the Spirit Herb Peak, a disciple respectfully presented a map. Brother Xu may select 10 acres of spirit fields here. As per the inner sect disciple quota, Xu Changsheng pointed to a remote area near the mountain stream. This one, please. Though somewhat isolated, this spirit field was favored for its proximity to a water source. The regulations for hiring laborers are outlined here, the disciple continued, handing over a booklet. Suggesting the selection of individuals with experience in spirit planting. No need, Xu Changsheng replied, closing the booklet. I have my own arrangements. He had already decided whom to hire. Old Wang from the labor courtyard had spent his life cultivating spirit rice, and that girl named Xiaozhu possessed a natural affinity for spirit herbs. These were talents he had noted during his time in the outer sect. As the morning mist lingered, Xu Changsheng stood atop the ridges of the field. 5 newly recruited laborers stood respectfully in a line, among them Old Wang, hunched over, while Xiaozhu curiously stole glances at this young inner sect brother. Old Wang was assigned to manage 3 acres of fire spirit rice. Xu Changsheng pointed to the spiritual field on the eastern side, employing my refined spiritual planning technique, to be executed once every 10 days. He handed a booklet to the old farmer Wang, which contained methods for cultivating spiritual rice, derived from the Taiyi spiritual canon. Even though Xu had simplified the instructions, they were still sufficient for everyday use. The old farmer's calloused fingers traced the characters, and a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his murky eyes. This technique was tenfold more exquisite than anything he had learned before. Little Xu tended to 2 acres of ginseng. Xu Changsheng retrieved several packets of specially treated seeds, instructing her to inform him once they sprouted. The timid girl accepted them, suddenly exclaiming, "Senior brother, these seeds, they seem to be speaking to me." A flicker of surprise crossed Xu's eyes. The ability to sense the vitality of the spiritual seeds indeed suggested that the girl possessed remarkable talent. The remaining 3 attendants were tasked with managing blood spiritual grass and Huangjing, along with other miscellaneous duties. Xu Changsheng deliberately entrusted the rather precious 2 acres of Huangjing to a taciturn middle-aged man named Zhao Shan, who had previously served as a herb boy at the alchemy peak, only to be demoted to a menial position for offending the overseer. Once the attendants dispersed, Xu Changsheng approached the small cottage at the heart of the spiritual field. From his storage bag, he extracted the fortified spiritual soil from the bronze cauldron and scattered it 3 feet deep into the ground. The spiritual energy of the 10 acres of spiritual field immediately surged. With this spiritual soil, the yield would undoubtedly increase by at least 30%. Satisfied, Xu clapped his hands. What was even more marvelous was that such subtle transformations would go entirely unnoticed. As dawn broke, Xu Changsheng stepped through the dew-laden grass towards the spiritual field. The 3 acres of fire spiritual rice swayed in the morning breeze, glistening with dewdrops. Standing atop the ridge, he formed a hand gesture, allowing a stream of azure light to flow gently from his fingertips. The verdant rain nurtured all living things. As the incantation resonated, a fine mist of rain descended from the heavens, softly showering the rice paddies. The rice ears rapidly swelled to the naked eye, gradually taking on a golden-red hue. Although the attendants cared for the spiritual field, he still made it a point to come regularly to expedite the ripening process. As it was the essence of managing the spiritual field, little Xu hurried over, clutching a recording jade slip, her eyes sparkling as she observed the scene. "Senior brother." This time, the spell was completed half a stick of incense faster than last. Xu Changsheng retracted his gestures and smiled slightly. "You have been quite observant. How is the situation with Uncle Wang?" The 3 acres of fire spiritual rice under Wang's care thrived the best. Little Xu opened the jade slip, but hesitated. "Do not hesitate to speak plainly," Xu encouraged. The new recruit, Li was lazy again yesterday. Instead of weeding as he was supposed to, he was caught sleeping under the ridge. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Xu's eyes. This marked the 3rd time Li had been caught. He strode towards the blood spiritual grass field, with little Xu trotting closely behind. By the blood spiritual grass field, Li pretended to wield his hoe industriously. Upon noticing Xu Changsheng's approach, he straightened his back and greeted, "Good morning, Senior Brother Xu." Xu Changsheng, maintaining his composure, crouched down and parted a cluster of blood spiritual grass. The dense weeds at the roots were immediately exposed to the sunlight. "Is this the extent of your weeding?" Li's forehead glistened with cold sweat. "Well, I will pack my things and leave immediately." Xu Changsheng rose, his voice calm, yet unequivocal. "Your wages will be settled as of yesterday. Senior brother, please grant me another chance." Li, flustered, implored, "I have an elderly mother to support at home." Xu Changsheng remained unmoved. "Last month, I provided you with the fundamental spiritual planting technique jade tube, yet you did not even glance at it. The opportunity has been extended to you." He turned to Xiao Zhu. "Go to the miscellaneous department and recruit another individual." After Li departed, dejected, Xu Changsheng proceeded to the Huangjing field. The one in charge here was the taciturn Zhao Shan, who had previously served as an apprentice alchemist on the alchemy peak. The rows of Huangjing were impeccably aligned, each plant surrounded by a careful layer of spiritual wood shavings to retain moisture. Chapter 42, The Abundant Harvest of the Spiritual Fields, A Visit from Many. The gains are astonishing. Well done. Xu Changsheng retrieved a small cloth bag containing 3 shards of spiritual stones and additionally produced a jade slip titled Insights on Cultivating Huangjing. "Take this for your study," he instructed. Zhao Shan accepted it with both hands, a rare flicker of excitement gracing his typically stoic face. "Thank you, senior brother." During the subsequent inspection, Xu Changsheng meticulously examined each individual's work. In the ginseng field, he noticed that the diligent assistant, Xiao Wu, despite his hard work, employed incorrect methods in loosening the soil for several spiritual herbs. Xu Changsheng personally demonstrated the proper technique for aerating the soil around ginseng and imparted a few handy tips. "Senior brother, why are you so attentive to the assistants?" Xiao Zhu inquired on their return journey. Xu Changsheng gazed thoughtfully at the distant spiritual fields. Spiritual plants, much like humans, require earnest care to yield fruitful harvests. If these assistants are utilized well, they become an asset. If neglected, they may cause detriment. 3 days later, the newly recruited assistants arrived at their posts. Xu Changsheng specifically tasked Xiao Zhu with familiarizing the newcomer, while observing discreetly. The newcomer, named Amu, though somewhat clumsy, displayed a serious attitude toward learning. This is for you. As evening descended, Xu Changsheng handed Amu a shard of spiritual stone, praising his good performance and encouraging him to continue his efforts. Amu, taken aback, bowed repeatedly. Thank you, senior brother. I will certainly work hard. Thus, Xu Changsheng established a comprehensive system of rewards and penalties. Xiao Zhu compiled daily work records, and rewards in the form of spiritual stone shards were distributed bi-weekly based on performance. Those who were lazy were promptly replaced, while diligent learners were granted additional jade slips containing cultivation methods. 2 months later, the spiritual fields experienced an abundant harvest. On a serene morning, Xu Changsheng stood atop the furrows, admiring the golden-red fire spiritual rice swaying in the morning breeze, its plump ears drooping heavily as if bowing in homage. The sunlight bathed the fields in a resplendent golden hue, resembling a sea of flames from a distance, a sight of breathtaking beauty. Senior brother, the yield of fire spiritual rice exceeds our expectations by 50%, Xiao Zhu exclaimed, clutching the recording jade slip as he rushed over with palpable excitement. Xu Changsheng's lips curved slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. He plucked an ear of fire spiritual rice, gently pinching it until the husk cracked open, revealing glistening, plump spiritual grains that shimmered faintly with spiritual light. Indeed, the quality surpasses that of the last harvest. He nodded appreciatively, then turned to the busy assistants and announced in a clear voice, "You have all worked hard. Today, upon completion of the harvest, each of you shall receive an additional reward of 3 shards of spiritual stone." "Thank you, Xu senior brother." The assistants erupted with joy, bowing in gratitude. Old Zhao stood at the edge of the Huangjing field, his gaze fixed on the 3 anomalous golden-veined Huangjing plants, his eyes brimming with excitement. The roots of these 3 plants shimmered with faint golden lines, their medicinal efficacy far surpassing ordinary varieties, if sold at the market. Each could fetch 10 shards of spiritual stone. "Old Zhao, this Qi gathering pill is for you." Xu Changsheng approached him, presenting a pill. Though a basic medicinal pill, the Qi gathering pill was invaluable to the assistants, capable of being exchanged for 7 or 8 shards of spiritual stone. Old Zhao shuddered, lifting his head in disbelief. "Master, senior brother, you have taken great care, this is your due reward." Xu Changsheng patted his shoulder before producing a jade slip. "This is the advanced method for cultivating Huangjing. Take it and study it. If you can cultivate more mutated varieties in the future, there will be generous rewards." Old Zhao trembled as he accepted the jade slip, his eyes slightly reddening, and bowed deeply. "I shall not disappoint your trust, senior brother." Meanwhile, Xiao Wu was carefully excavating blood spirit grass. These crimson plants boasted thick leaves and robust roots, their medicinal properties several times stronger than ordinary blood spirit grass. Xu Changsheng approached, handing him a pill. "Xiao Wu, this is the blood essence pill made from blood spirit grass. It is remarkably effective for body refinement. You should take it." Xiao Wu, overwhelmed by gratitude, promptly knelt down. "The great kindness of senior brother is something I, Xiao Wu, will never forget." Xu Changsheng smiled gently, assisting him to his feet. "Focus on your work. Future opportunities will surely present themselves." The bountiful harvest of the spiritual field quickly spread throughout the inner sect. It was said that Xu Changsheng's fire spirit rice yielded 700 pounds per mu, exceeding the normal yield by 50%. The potency of his blood spirit grass was even more astonishing. In just 2 months, its efficacy rivaled that of a year's worth of wild spiritual medicine. What secret techniques had he employed? Soon, numerous inner sect disciples came to pay visits, eager to uncover the truth. On a certain day, outside Xu Changsheng's spiritual field stood several inner sect disciples, one of whom, Lu Wu, was a relative of Elder Lu from the outer sect, with whom Xu had passed grievances. Lu Wu squinted, fixated on the golden expanse of the fire spirit rice field, a flicker of jealousy gleaming in his eyes. "Junior brother Xu, you truly manage this spiritual field exceptionally well," he remarked with a feigned smile. Xu Changsheng maintained a calm demeanor, cupping his hands in greeting. "Senior brother Lu, you flatter me. It is merely diligent care." "Diligent care?" interjected a nearby disciple. "Senior brother Xu, your spiritual plants grow so splendidly. Could there be some special technique involved?" Xu Changsheng smiled slightly. "To be honest, I chanced upon a high-tier catalysis technique. Once mastered, it can slightly enhance the growth rate of spiritual plants." "High-tier catalysis technique?" The crowd exchanged glances, realizing that the difficulty of such cultivation was comparable to top-tier spells. Many inner sect disciples in the late Qi refinement stage struggled to comprehend it. Could it be that Xu Changsheng, at merely the 5th level of Qi refinement, could skillfully wield a high-tier catalysis technique? In truth, Xu Changsheng practiced not an ordinary high-tier technique, but rather the Qinglin catalysis technique, which enhanced a low-tier method through the use of a bronze cauldron. It possessed the effects of a high-tier technique, but with a difficulty level akin to mid-tier spells. Xu Changsheng feigned profundity and continued. This technique is exceedingly difficult to master. It requires a deep comprehension of wood-type spiritual energy. I too have spent years in arduous training to achieve a modicum of success. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of envy. No wonder senior brother Xu's spiritual field yielded such high output. It turned out he had cultivated a high-tier catalysis technique. Alas, we have yet to perfect even the ordinary spiritual rain technique, let alone such secret arts. A shadow of doubt crossed Lu Wu's eyes, clearly skeptical of Xu Changsheng's claims. However, he could find no flaws in the discourse and, with a cold snort, turned away. As the crowd dispersed, Xu Changsheng returned to the meditation chamber, retrieving the bronze cauldron and gently caressing the star patterns etched upon its surface. Today's bountiful harvest owes much of its success to you, he murmured softly. The cauldron trembled slightly, as if in acknowledgement. A smile graced Xu Changsheng's lips as he proceeded to take out the ledger. Meticulously calculating the fruits of his labor, 700 pounds of fire spirit rice per mu, across 3 mu, totaling 2,100 pounds, valued at 70 spirit stones. However, selling it directly for spirit stones was evidently not advantageous. The sect purchased the spirit rice at a premium, allowing him to exchange it for at least 100 contribution points. Following this, there were the year's worth of medicinal herbs, 100 blood spirit grasses, valued at 50 spirit stones, 92 huangjing, worth 46 spirit stones, 3 mutated huangjing, which could fetch at least 30 spirit stones if sold at the market, and 96 ginseng, with a slightly higher value, capable of being sold for 70 spirit stones. If all were sold as low-grade spirit stones, the total could reach 216 stones. After deducting labor, seeds, and all other costs, a net profit of 180 spirit stones could still be realized. This was merely the yield from 10 mu of spiritual fields over 2 months. For an average inner sect disciple, even with diligent management of 10 mu, an annual income of 50 to 60 spirit stones would be considered commendable. Chapter 43, The Threat Resurfaces. The Aoki Fire and the completion of the Qi Nourishing Pill. In the span of 2 months, Xu Changsheng could achieve what others would earn in 3 years. And this was under the deliberate constraint of slowing the growth of his spiritual plants. Were he to maximize the frequency of his Aoki cultivation technique and augment the spiritual soil with the enhancement of the bronze cauldron, he could easily attain a harvest every month. At that point, his profits could potentially double. However, such an outcome would be rather alarming. Xu Changsheng had never anticipated that he would amass wealth through the spiritual fields. With the bronze cauldron at his disposal, he lacked for spiritual stones. His meticulous management of the spiritual fields served 2 purposes. First, to provide himself with a visible source of income, thereby confirming to others that he possessed cultivation resources. Second, to enhance the medicinal herbs for alchemy. Blood spirit grass, huangjing, and ginseng were all primary ingredients for the Qi Nourishing Pill. Although the 2-month growth period yielded results comparable to others' yearly harvests, it was still too brief. Nonetheless, with the 10-fold enhancement of the bronze cauldron, these herbs could easily transform into materials aged over 10 years. When refined into pills, they would be perfectly suitable. With such an abundance of medicinal materials, Xu Changsheng's alchemical prowess would undoubtedly advance further. He closed the ledger, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. However, while Xu Changsheng reveled in the joy of his impending harvest, the undercurrents within the Taiyi Immortal Sect grew increasingly turbulent. In a concealed cavern, Lu Wu was engaged in hushed conversation with Lin Yan, who was clad in a black robe. There is something peculiar about Xu Changsheng's spiritual fields. It is certainly more than mere catalysis, Lu Wu remarked coldly. Lin Yan replied with a chilling smile, regardless of his methods. Once he leaves the sect, we shall have our opportunity. A glint of cold light shimmered in Lu Wu's eyes. Your father is an elder of the inner sect. See if you can influence the Spirit Herb Peaks Wanxiang Hall to assign Xu Changsheng a mission that requires him to venture outside the sect. I have already discussed this matter with my father. In a month's time, the huanglong grass at Wujian Mountain will mature. Let us send him to harvest it. Lin Yan said slowly as she rose. At that time, we shall ensure he has no chance of returning. The night breeze wafted through, causing the candle flames within the cavern to flicker, illuminating the cold expressions of the 2 conspirators. Meanwhile, Xu Changsheng sat cross-legged within the spirit-gathering array, blissfully unaware that a deadly trap had already been set against him. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, casting a radiant glow upon the copper alchemical furnace. Xu Changsheng sat upon a mat, 3 sets of materials for refining qi-nourishing pills arrayed before him, a 10-year-old huangjing, 2 leaves of blood qi grass, and a small handful of spiritual sand. Today, he intended to attempt crafting a mid-grade qi-nourishing pill. Taking a deep breath, Xu Changsheng lightly tapped the furnace with his fingertips. The flames roared to life, a pale blue fire dancing at the furnace's base. This was the Aoki fire generated by the Aoki longevity technique, its temperature far more stable than that of ordinary alchemical flames. The first step was to melt the huangjing. Xu Changsheng cautiously placed the huangjing into the furnace, simultaneously forming hand seals with his right hand. As the huangjing began to soften within the furnace, it exuded a glistening medicinal liquid. Xu Changsheng focused intently on controlling the heat, beads of sweat gradually forming on his forehead. The primary distinction between refining mid-grade pills and low-grade ones lay in the exquisite control of the flame's intensity. Now was the moment. As the leaves of the blood spirit herb were cast into the furnace, Xu Changsheng swiftly altered his incantation with his left hand. The flames transitioned from azure to cerulean, and the temperature soared abruptly. The 2 medicinal liquids began to meld under the intense heat, exuding a refreshing fragrance that was truly delightful. This step was of utmost importance. Xu Changsheng held his breath, channeling all his awareness into the alchemical furnace. In his perception, the 2 liquids resembled fish, playfully pursuing one another. The moment was fleeting now, he exclaimed softly, and the 2 liquids harmoniously fused. Seizing the opportunity, he sprinkled in the spiritual sand, serving as a medium for solidifying the elixir. The liquid within the furnace began to swirl, gradually dividing into 9 distinct globules. The elixir solidified. Simultaneously, the 9 portions of medicinal liquid crystallized into 9 smooth, pale azure pills. With a flourish of his sleeve, Xu Changsheng secured the pills in a jade vial. Upon closer inspection, the surface of these qi-gathering pills was as smooth as a mirror, with wisps of ethereal cloud patterns visible within. A mid-grade qi-gathering pill, successfully crafted. Xu Changsheng could hardly contain his elation. The qi-gathering pill is a fundamental elixir, often concocted by many alchemical apprentices. However, only formally recognized alchemists could produce mid-grade pills adorned with patterns. This marked Xu Changsheng's inaugural success in creating a mid-grade foundational elixir, signifying his official entry into the realm of alchemists. It should be noted that even many inner disciples of the alchemy peak might struggle to create a mid-grade qi-gathering pill. After a brief respite, Xu Changsheng resolved to challenge himself with the more advanced intermediate-grade nourishing qi pill. This elixir demanded higher levels of consciousness and spiritual power, serving as a crucial benchmark for evaluating an alchemist's proficiency. In preparing the ingredients, he deliberately included a variant of the huangjing harvested from his own spiritual field. This huangjing radiated faint golden patterns, boasting efficacy more than double that of ordinary huangjing. The formula for the nourishing qi pill consisted of huangjing as the primary ingredient, with ginseng as a supplement and moonlight grass as a catalyst. Xu Changsheng recited the formula in his mind, arranging the materials meticulously. This time, he was exceedingly cautious. Not only did he consume an immaculate qi recovery pill beforehand to replenish his spiritual power, but he also set up a small spirit-gathering array on the ground. The furnace was reignited. The moment the variant huangjing entered the furnace, it emitted a faint humming sound. Xu Changsheng, not daring to be negligent, immediately summoned the azure wood flame. This time, the azure wood flame was several times more intense, enveloping the entire alchemical furnace. Fusion. The huangjing swiftly transformed into a golden liquid, releasing a rich medicinal aroma. Xu Changsheng seized the moment to add the ginseng. Soon, the 10-year-old ginseng also liquefied. Next, he introduced the moonlight grass to balance the 2 medicinal properties. By the time he completed these actions, beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead. He hoped for success this time. However, at the moment the 2 liquids met, an unexpected anomaly occurred. The golden and crimson liquids clashed violently, creating a small vortex within the furnace. Xu Changsheng's expression changed. This was a manifestation of medicinal conflict. He hurriedly altered his incantation in an attempt to stabilize the situation, but it was too late. Boom! With a muffled thud, the furnace trembled violently. Xu Changsheng made a split-second decision, striking the furnace body with a palm, forcefully separating the yet-to-be completely blended liquids. Had he failed? As the smoke dissipated from the furnace, Xu Changsheng was astonished to discover that, although the majority of the medicinal liquid had turned to char, 3 globules remained vibrant with vitality. Without hesitation, he infused all his spiritual energy into a final attempt. Coalesce. The 3 droplets of elixir barely formed into pills, though their shapes were irregular and the surfaces marred with fine cracks. Xu Changsheng carefully extracted these 3 chi-nurturing pills, cradling them in his palm for examination. Despite their unrefined appearance, they were indeed authentic chi-nurturing pills. The efficacy was likely to reach approximately 80% of a low-grade chi-nurturing pill. To successfully produce 3 pills on his first attempt, Xu Changsheng wiped the sweat from his brow, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. It seemed he possessed a modicum of talent in alchemy. It is worth noting that even the most esteemed inner disciples of the pill refinement peak consider it a commendable feat to produce a single chi-nurturing pill on their inaugural attempt. Should Xu Changsheng's achievement become known, it would surely provoke quite a stir. Chapter 44. Sect Mission, 6th Layer of Chi Refinement. Enthusiastic Senior Brother. However, Xu Changsheng retracted his smile, meticulously reviewing the errors he had just made. The medicinal properties of the mutated Huangjing were excessively potent, necessitating an adjustment in the ratio with the Yuehua herb. Furthermore, his timing in condensing the Dan was not sufficiently precise. He retrieved a notebook from his storage bag, diligently documenting every detail of this alchemical endeavor. It was his practice to meticulously record the outcome of each refinement session, regardless of success or failure, to facilitate improvement. For his next attempt, the quantity of Huangjing would be reduced by 10%, while the Yuehua herb would be increased by 5%. Just as he was engrossed in his calculations, a gentle knock resonated on the door of the Dan room. "Senior Su, are you there?" It was Xiao Zhu's voice, a messenger sent by the elder of the Wuxiang Hall regarding this year's sect mission. Xu Changsheng opened the door and received a jade tube from Xiao Zhu's hands. A sweep of his consciousness revealed that the task assigned by the Wuxiang Hall was to collect Huanglong grass from Misty Stream Mountain within a month. Huanglong grass is the primary ingredient for crafting the Huanglong Dan, a first-tier supreme elixir, even more precious than the Ningyuan Dan. Not only the peak of Qi refinement would consume it, many practitioners in the foundation establishment stage also used it to enhance their cultivation. Yet, Xu Changsheng frowned slightly. Typically, the first sect mission is completed within the confines of the sect itself. Wuxiang Hall had dispatched him to the Misty Stream Mountain, teeming with monstrous beasts. Was this an overestimation of his abilities? Fortunately, he had a month to prepare for this task, allowing him to take his time. After bidding farewell to Xiao Zhu, Xu Changsheng returned to the Dan room and stored 3 lower-grade nourishing chi pills. Although their quality was subpar, they sufficed for his personal cultivation. More importantly, through this attempt, he had discerned the direction for further advancement. First, to refine the Dan recipe to accommodate the properties of mutated spiritual plants. Second, to enhance his spiritual consciousness training for more precise control over the fire. Third, to further investigate the auxiliary functions of the Qingmu fire. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Xu Changsheng stood by the window, gazing towards the distant pill refining peak. That was the pinnacle of alchemical mastery within the Taiyi Immortal Sect. Someday, he murmured softly to himself, I too shall stride confidently into the pill refining peak, becoming a revered master of alchemy. As night fell, Xu Changsheng did not rest. Instead, he took out the jade slip titled Fundamentals of Taiyi Alchemy. The successes and failures of the day transformed into invaluable experience. He aimed to seize the moment and record all his insights. The Dan room was brightly illuminated, marking yet another sleepless night. Over the following half-month, Xu Changsheng led a life akin to arduous training. Each morning, he tended to the spiritual fields, spent the afternoons studying alchemical principles, and unwaveringly practiced within the spirit-gathering array at night. On this particular night, Xu Changsheng sat cross-legged in the center of the spirit-gathering array. Before him lay the nourishing chi pills he had crafted himself, further enhanced into flawless elixirs using a small bronze cauldron. 6th layer of chi refinement. Today I shall break through. Xu Changsheng tilted his head back and consumed 3 flawless nourishing chi pills. The surging spiritual energy immediately cascaded through his meridians like a burst dam. He formed hand seals, guiding this torrent of spiritual power along the pathway of the Qingmu Changsheng method, propelling it against the bottleneck of the 6th layer of chi refinement. A subtle tremor emanated from the dantian as the Qingmu seed sensed its master's need, radiating a rich azure light that enveloped Xu Changsheng entirely. This azure luminescence, seemingly imbued with sentience, assisted in tempering the chaotic spiritual energy. This was indeed one of the characteristics of the Qingmu Changsheng technique, designed to facilitate cultivation. A muffled sound, audible only to him, reverberated within. The The shackles of the sixth layer of Qi refining had finally been shattered. The velocity of his spiritual energy surged dramatically, and the cycle of the surrounding heavens was reduced by a quarter. This signified a substantial enhancement in his future cultivation efficiency. Xu Changsheng did not pause. Rather, he seized the opportunity to extend his consciousness outward. The range of his consciousness, which could previously encompass merely 3 zhong, now surged forth like a tide, expanding to 4 zhong, then 5. Ultimately, it stabilized at a radius of 5 zhong. Indeed, with each breakthrough in realm, the expanse of one's consciousness correspondingly increased. With a mere thought, the Qingfeng sword soared from its sheath, morphing into 3 streaks of sword light under his conscious control. This was the Yunlong Sanxian from the Xuantianga Yujin technique. However, compared to 2 months prior, the sword light was denser and its speed had increased by more than 30%. Within a 5 zhong radius, his flying sword was almost an extension of his own will. Just as Xu Changsheng was testing the might of his newfound realm, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the courtyard. A sweep of his consciousness revealed that it was the familiar inner sect disciple, Wei Su, approaching. He promptly retracted his flying sword, wiped the sweat from his brow, and feigned the demeanor of one who had just concluded a period of meditation. "Forgive the intrusion, Junior Brother Su," Wei Su's voice rang out, hearty and clear. From outside the courtyard, Xu Changsheng opened the courtyard door, clasped his hands in greeting, and smiled. "Senior Brother Wei, what brings you here at such a late hour? Is there an urgent matter?" Wei Su returned a bright smile, producing a jade slip from his robes. "I heard that Junior Brother has accepted the task of gathering Huanglong grass from Misty Gorge. What a coincidence. I am also headed there to hunt magical beasts. Would you care to accompany me?" Xu Changsheng accepted the jade slip, and with a sweep of his consciousness, discovered it contained a detailed map of Misty Gorge, marking several areas where Huanglong grass thrived. "You are quite well informed, Senior Brother." A flicker of caution crossed Xu Changsheng's eyes. However, this task had been assigned by the elders of the Wuxiang Hall, so how could Senior Brother be aware? Wei Su maintained a composed expression. "What you may not know, Junior Brother, is that I oversee the task scheduling for the spiritual herb peak. Upon learning that you were assigned to Misty Gorge for your first task, I felt a bit concerned and thus came to check on you." "I see." Xu Changsheng discreetly returned the jade slip. "However, I intend to make some preparations first, and it may delay me for a few days." A glint of urgency flashed in Wei Su's eyes. "The Huanglong grass in Misty Gorge will mature in 3 days. If you miss this opportunity, the efficacy will be significantly diminished." 3 days? Xu Changsheng's brow furrowed slightly. For the task jade slip clearly indicated there were still 10 days remaining. "That is the custom of the Wuxiang Hall," Wei Su explained. "In reality, the optimal harvesting period is indeed within these few days. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with Elder Yao Chenzi." An alarm bell rang in Xu Changsheng's mind. The sudden advancement of the task deadline, coupled with Wei Su's fervent concern, was indeed suspicious. "Thank you for the reminder, Senior Brother." He displayed a look of perplexity. His junior brother's cultivation was merely at the 5th level of Qi refinement, and such a perilous task necessitated thorough preparation. A glimmer of disappointment flickered in Wei Su's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and said with a smile, "No worries. It is only prudent for you to be cautious." However, he lowered his voice and continued, "I have heard that a century-old Huanglong grass has recently appeared in Misty Stream Mountain. If we manage to procure it, it could be worth at least 500 contribution points." Xu Changsheng feigned surprise. "A century-old Huanglong grass. Does that not allow for the refinement of second-tier elixirs required for foundational establishment?" "Precisely." Wei Su noted Xu Changsheng's apparent interest and seized the opportunity. "I have already invited 3 senior brothers at the later stage of Qi refinement to accompany us. Safety is assured. Should you reconsider, we shall convene at the mountain gate 3 days hence at the hour of the dragon." After bidding Wei Su farewell, Xu Changsheng closed the courtyard door, his expression darkening immediately. A century-old Huanglong grass. How could such a precious herb appear on the outskirts of Misty Stream Mountain? Moreover, if such a spirit herb truly existed, should he not be the sole beneficiary? There was something amiss with Wei Su. Chapter 45, Task Alteration, The Bamboo Assassin. Lin Yin faces punishment. Xu Changsheng let out a cold laugh as he scrutinized the task jade tube, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Not only was Wei Su's situation questionable, but this sect mission also seemed dubious. The individual capable of influencing the elders of the Wuxiang Hall wielded considerable power, and coincidentally, Lin Kong, the inner sect elder of Qingzhou Peak, possessed such influence. The following morning, he made a special visit to the Wuxiang Hall, ostensibly to verify the task details, and peruse the original records. Strangely, the steward responsible for the registrations, after rummaging for a moment, discovered that the record clearly stated the cultivation of 60 stalks of Huangjing. Yet it had been altered to a mission at Wujin Mountain. Such modifications to sect tasks were exceedingly rare. Xu Changsheng felt a chill in his heart, but maintained a calm exterior. Perhaps the elder intended to temper his disciples. After leaving the Wusheng Hall, he proceeded directly to Elder Yao Chenzi's abode. Disciple Xu Changsheng requests an audience with the elder. The entrance to the cave opened silently, revealing Elder Yao Chenzi in his alchemy chamber. Refining a batch of pills. What is it? The elder inquired without turning. Xu Changsheng presented the task jade slip with both hands. Disciple has received a collection task at Wujin Mountain, yet finds it rather suspicious. Elder Yao Chenzi's consciousness swept over the slip, and his brow furrowed slightly. This task indeed bears strangeness. Logically, a newly initiated inner sect disciple's first mission should not be so perilous. Furthermore, your sect task has been deliberately altered. After pondering for a moment, Elder Yao Chenzi retrieved a token. Take my command token and go to receive a new task. Thank you, Elder. Xu Changsheng exclaimed joyfully. However, the elder's next words caused his heart to constrict. But, why do you suspect this task is problematic? Xu Changsheng had prepared for this. Senior brother Weise visited last night, stating that the task deadline had been moved forward. I found it too coincidental. Weise? A glint of sharpness flashed in Elder Yao Chenzi's eyes. I have heard he has been closely associated with Qingzhou Peak recently. Before he could finish his thought, the alchemy furnace suddenly shook violently. Elder Yao Chenzi quickly gestured to stabilize the flames. You should go now. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. After exiting the cave, Xu Changsheng felt a cold sweat saturate his back. Qingzhou Peak. It was indeed Lin Yin orchestrating the scheme. He immediately resolved not to leave the sect during this time. 3 days later, at the hour of the rooster, Weisu waited at the mountain gate for a full hour, yet Xu Changsheng never appeared. Useless. How could you mess up something so trivial? In the distance, amidst the trees, Lin Yin crushed the communication talisman in anger. Wei Su, with a pained expression, explained, that kid is too cunning. Even Elder Yao Chenzi was alerted. Silence. Lin Yan's eyes glinted with malice. Since we cannot deceive the sect, then. She made a gesture across her throat. Wei Su was alarmed. To act within the sect? That would be a death sentence. Lin Yan sneered. You need not worry. I have my methods. On Lingyao Peak. At night, a shadow approached silently, the bone jade token at the waist emitting a chilling light, and a poisoned dagger aimed directly at Xu Changsheng's throat. Xu Changsheng, junior sister Lin has sent me to escort you on your journey. The assassin's voice was hoarse, and his aura unmistakably emanated from the 5th layer of qi refinement. Xu Changsheng stood rooted to the spot, his expression one of sheer terror, trembling uncontrollably. You are from Qingzhou Peak. The assassin's cold laughter pierced the air as his form suddenly surged forward, the short blade flashing with a ghostly green gleam. Poison Shadow Strike. The secret assassination technique of Qingzhou Peak. However, at the very moment the blade was about to graze Xu Changsheng's throat, he vanished with a swift motion, gliding 3 feet to the side like a phantom, simultaneously extending his right index finger. Cold Star Finger, Soul Shatter. A chilling surge pierced through the assassin's right shoulder. Icy energy spreading rapidly, rendering half of his body immobile. What? The assassin's pupils constricted in disbelief. Aren't you at the 5th level of qi refinement? Xu Changsheng no longer concealed his power, his aura erupting as he unleashed the overwhelming pressure of the 6th level of qi refinement. Did Lin Yinji not inform you of my greatest expertise before sending you? He sneered, flipping his left hand to reveal 3 purple flame talismans that ignited instantaneously. Boom, boom, boom. 3 pillars of violet flame shot skyward, shattering the hurriedly summoned protective talisman of the assassin, propelling him several feet back until he crashed heavily against the wall. Pooh! He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face contorted in disbelief. Purple flame talismans. How could you possess so many high-level talismans? Xu Changsheng offered no reply. Instead, the Qingfeng sword soared into the air, driving itself through the assassin's right leg, pinning him firmly to the ground. Ah! The assassin screamed in agony. Xu Changsheng calmly retrieved a recording stone, capturing the entire scene before crouching down to softly utter, when you enter the dream realm, be sure to relay a message to Lin Yin for me. What message? Next time you send an assassin, make sure to find a clever one. As the words left his lips, the frostblade swept through the air with a decisive slash, crack. The head fell to the ground. In the main hall of Lingyao Peak, Yao Huazi gazed grimly at the lifeless body and the imagery playing on the recording stone. Qingzhou Peak, such audacity. He shattered the jade table with a single palm strike, the pressure of his perfected foundation establishment aura causing the entire hall to tremble. Xu Changsheng bowed his head in fear. This disciple was fortunate enough to counterattack, but senior sister Lin's repeated attempts on my life are truly. You need not elaborate, Yao Huazi interrupted coldly. You are my disciple at Lingyao Peak. To harm you is to tarnish my reputation. With a flick of his sleeve, he sent a transmission talisman soaring through the air. In less than a quarter of an hour, Lin Kong, an elder from Qingzhou Peak, rushed in, his expression changing dramatically upon seeing the corpse. Elder Yao, this must be a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Yao Huazi scoffed, producing the recording stone. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you still wish to deny it? Lin Kang's forehead glistened with sweat as he gritted his teeth. Lin Yan is young and impetuous. I will ensure she is strictly disciplined. Disciplined? Yao Huazi narrowed his eyes. My disciple from Lingyao Peak nearly lost his life. And you think a mere reprimand suffices? Lin Kang's face turned a deep shade of anger, ultimately producing a jade vial and a storage pouch from his robe. 1 vial of condensation pill and 200 spirit stones, as an apology. Yao Huazi turned to Xu Changsheng. Are you satisfied? Xu Changsheng, trembling with trepidation, replied. I leave the matter to the elder's discretion. He is aware that Lin Kang's family, the Lin clan, possesses profound connections within the sect, and Lin Yan is his treasure jewel. It would be exceedingly difficult to force Lin Yan into despair through this matter. Even if he were successful, it is likely that Lin Kong would act out of desperation and retaliate with full force. For now, he can only collect a modicum of interest. Upon returning to his courtyard, Xu Changsheng toyed with a slight smile gracing his lips. This pill is a high-grade elixir, an excellent aid for cultivating the Taiyi Chi nourishing technique. Lin Yan, this time you have truly lost both your beloved and your troops. He gazed towards the direction of Qingzhou Peak. That person must be having a rather unpleasant time now. Lingyao Peak, Lingtian. As the morning light brightened, Xu Changsheng crouched beside the Lingtian, inspecting the growth of the Huangjing. After harvesting 1 batch, this is now the 2nd. He hopes to yield several mutated specimens. Xu Shidi, have you heard? Lin Yan has been punished with confinement. A fellow inner disciple approached, lowering his voice. It is said that her father issued the decree personally. She is not to step foot outside Qingzhou Peak for a full 6 months. Xu Changsheng continued his actions, feigning surprise on his face. Is that so? What transgression has Lin Shiji committed? Who knows? The disciple shook his head, speaking in a conspiratorial whisper. However, it is said that the people she sent to Lingyao Peak a few days ago have yet to return. You have had past grievances with her. Are you not aware? Xu Changsheng shook his head. I have not been keeping track of her lately. Since this matter has not been further disseminated, it indicates that the sect's higher-ups intend to control the situation. He certainly cannot carelessly divulge any information. Chapter 46. Re-entering the Alchemy Peak. Zhao Ming's request. A small-scale alchemy conference. A few days later, as the tumult subsided, Xu Changsheng returned to the Hall of All Phenomena, where he handed back the task jade slip to the attending disciple. The disciple intended to retrieve this year's sect tasks. Upon receiving the jade slip, the disciple's expression turned somewhat awkward. Brother Xu, Elder Yao Chun has instructed that your task this year has been changed to cultivating 50 blood spirit herbs. Saying this, he produced a new task jade slip and handed it to Xu Changsheng. Xu Changsheng scanned it with his spiritual sense, confirming its accuracy, and a faint smile graced his lips. This task is indeed simple. He promptly retrieved 50 freshly harvested blood spirit herbs from his storage bag, arranging them neatly on the counter. These herbs were of exceptional quality. He invited the disciple to verify them. The disciple's eyes widened. These blood spirit herbs are already mature? Indeed, Xu Changsheng nodded. They are all produced from the disciple's spiritual fields. The disciple hurriedly took out a spiritual verification plate, meticulously examining each blood spirit herb. 1 year of age, potent efficacy. Completely meets the requirements. He cast a surprised glance at Xu Changsheng, then stamped the jade slip with a mark. Congratulations, Brother Xu, your sect task for this year has been completed. As the mark was affixed, Xu Changsheng's identity jade token glimmered slightly, indicating that 50 contribution points had been credited to his account. After leaving the Hall of All Phenomena, Xu Changsheng felt quite elated. The task had been accomplished with such ease, all thanks to the high yield of his spiritual fields. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, a transmission talisman flew into his hand. Brother Xu, do you have time to come to the Alchemy Peak tomorrow? I have recently developed a new alchemical technique and wish to discuss it with you. Xu Changsheng was somewhat taken aback. Xu was a disciple of the Alchemy Peak who had previously defeated him during the outer sect competition. It was said that he had recently broken through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement and entered the inner sect. To his surprise, the other party not only bore no grudge, but also took the initiative to invite him for a discussion on alchemy. This was an excellent opportunity to engage with the legacies of the Alchemy Peak. On the following morning, Xu Changsheng donned a brand new Inner Sect disciple's attire, with his identity jade token hanging at his waist, and made his way to the Alchemy Peak. The Alchemy Peak was situated in the northeast of the Taiyi Immortal Sect, shrouded in a rich fragrance of elixirs. From a distance, the alchemical pavilion atop the peak shimmered brilliantly in the morning light. Who goes there? The guarding disciple halted his path. Xu Changsheng cupped his hands in salute. I, Xu Changsheng from the Spiritual Herb Peak, have come at the invitation of Brother Xu Xiao. After verifying his identity jade token, the guarding disciple exclaimed in astonishment. You are the one who shone brilliantly during the Outer Sect competition? Indeed. Brother Xu is waiting for you in the third alchemical chamber. Just follow this stone path. After expressing his gratitude, Xu Changsheng proceeded along the stone path. As he passed several alchemical chambers, the rich aroma of elixirs enveloped him, invigorating the spiritual energy within him. Truly, the Alchemy Peak harbored such pure medicinal potency. Upon reaching the third alchemical chamber, Xu Xiao was already waiting outside. Brother Xu, you've been waiting long. Xu Xiao greeted warmly. He was clad in the distinctive crimson robe of the Alchemy Peak, with alchemical furnace patterns embroidered on the cuffs, his demeanor radiating vitality. A stark contrast to his previous disheartened self when he had lost to Xu Changsheng. You are too kind, Brother Xu, Xu Changsheng replied, returning the gesture of courtesy. Xu Xiao led Xu Changsheng into the alchemy chamber, where 3 disciples from the Alchemy Peak were already seated. Esteemed colleagues, this is Xu Changsheng, the junior brother I mentioned to you. Upon hearing this, the 3 cast curious glances towards him. So you are Xu Changsheng? A female disciple exclaimed. I have heard that the blood spirit grass in your spiritual field has medicinal properties rivaling those of wild spiritual herbs? Xu Changsheng smiled modestly. It is merely a slight understanding. There is no need for such humility, junior brother Xu. Xu Xiao interjected earnestly. I invited you here precisely because I have discovered your unique insights into herb cultivation. He produced a sprig of blood spirit grass. This was acquired from your spiritual field the other day, and its efficacy is indeed astonishing. Therefore, I seek your guidance. Does the use of this blood spirit grass require adjustments to the formula? Xu Changsheng's heart stirred. This was precisely the subject he had been researching recently. Adjustments were indeed necessary. He took out his notes. I have conducted experiments. The medicinal properties of this blood spirit grass are approximately 30% stronger than the ordinary variety. For the next 2 hours, the 5 were deeply engrossed in spirited discussions about alchemy. Xu Changsheng not only shared his insights on herb cultivation, but also proposed several innovative alterations to existing formulas, greatly benefiting all present. Junior brother Xu, I never imagined you possessed such mastery over alchemy. Xu Xiao marveled. The triple-layered fire temperature control method you just mentioned has never been imparted even by my master. Xu Changsheng smiled silently. This method had been learned from the Taiyi alchemy scripture, and was indeed exquisite. As they departed, Xu Xiao personally escorted him to the foot of the mountain. Junior brother Xu, we have a small alchemy gathering in 3 days. Would you be interested in attending? It would be an honor, Xu Changsheng readily accepted. This exchange not only allowed him to meet several disciples from the Alchemy Peak, but, more importantly, granted him the privilege of entering and exiting the Alchemy Peak, which would greatly enhance his alchemical practice. Upon returning to the Spiritual Herb Peak, Xu Changsheng found a familiar figure standing outside his cave. It was none other than Zhao Ming from the Alchemy Peak's Waste Dan room. Xu Changsheng raised an eyebrow. Zhao Ming. This fellow had previously embezzled extensively in the Waste Dan room, and even sought to involve me in fraudulent activities. I had left the Waste Dan room for fear of being implicated and had entered the Spiritual Herb Peak. What could he want now? Maintaining a facade of politeness. Xu Changsheng inquired. What brings you here, junior brother Zhao? Zhao Ming's face was adorned with a broad smile. I heard that you showcased your talents at the Alchemy Peak today, and I came to seek your guidance. As he spoke, he produced a box of spiritual tea. This is the cloud mist spiritual tea treasured by my uncle. I hope you will accept it. Xu Changsheng scanned the tea with his spiritual sense, confirming it was free of poison, and replied coolly, if you have something to say, junior brother Zhao, please speak plainly. Zhao Ming rubbed his hands together. I have heard that you and senior brother Xu Xiao have become close. I would like to request your introduction to join their alchemy gathering. Xu Changsheng inwardly scoffed. When he was at the Alchemy Peak, Zhao Ming had made his life difficult, relying on his uncle's position as a steward. Now, however, he was groveling to seek his favor? I cannot decide on matters regarding the gathering. Xu Changsheng pushed the spiritual tea back. If junior brother Zhao possesses genuine skills, you may apply on your own. Zhao Ming's expression stiffened, a flicker of malevolence flashing in his eyes, but he quickly forced a smile. Senior brother, Your words are indeed enlightening. After bidding farewell to Zhao Ming, Xu Changsheng shook his head. Zhao Ming's character was far from virtuous. It was prudent to maintain a distance from such individuals. 3 days later, Xu Changsheng attended the alchemy conference as promised. To his surprise, the scale of the event exceeded his expectations, featuring not only several inner disciples from the alchemy peak, but also 2 foundation-building alchemists in attendance. Junior brother Su has arrived. Su Xiao greeted him warmly. Come, let me introduce you to Uncle Wu and Uncle Li. The 2 foundation-building cultivators scrutinized Xu Changsheng with a discerning gaze. Are you the disciple who improved the cultivation technique for blood spirit grass? Uncle Wu inquired, stroking his beard. Xu Changsheng respectfully bowed. I merely made slight adjustments and do not dare to claim the title of improvement. Chapter 47. The Alchemical Prodigy. The unmasking of an unprincipled nephew and uncle. Humility is indeed a virtue among the youth, Master Li remarked with a smile, yet excessive modesty borders on hypocrisy. Su Xiao presented the refined pill formula you provided us, and it indeed possesses unique merits. Xu Changsheng felt a surge of joy within. Gaining the acknowledgement of a foundation establishment cultivator signified that his standing within the pill refining peak would be further solidified. As the pill conference commenced, participants took turns showcasing their recent alchemical achievements. When it was Xu Changsheng's turn, he retrieved 3 mid-grade Qi gathering pills. These are the Qi gathering pills I have recently concocted. I humbly seek your guidance. The moment the pills were unveiled, astonishment rippled through the assembly. The intricate patterns were evident, and the fragrance was subtle, undoubtedly mid-grade. Master Wu examined one of the pills closely. How long have you been practicing alchemy? Less than half a year, Xu Changsheng answered candidly. What? Master Li sprang to his feet. You managed to refine mid-grade Qi gathering pills in just 6 months? The gathered crowd exchanged glances, each reflecting disbelief. It is known that even the most gifted disciples of the pill refining peak typically require 1 to 2 years to reach such a level. A prodigy. A true alchemical genius. Master Wu exclaimed excitedly. Xu Changsheng, would you consider joining my pill refining peak? This proposal quickened Xu Changsheng's heartbeat. The resources of the pill refining peak far surpassed those of the spiritual herb peak, and to transfer his allegiance. However, upon further reflection, he realized he had Elder Yao Qinzi's protection at the spiritual herb peak and his own land to cultivate. A hasty departure may not be prudent. I sincerely appreciate your generous offer, Master. Xu Changsheng replied respectfully, but I owe much to Elder Yao Qinzi's mentorship, and I cannot casually abandon my roots. If it pleases you, I would be honored to visit the pill refining peak as a guest scholar to seek your wisdom. This response not only honored his interlocutor, but also preserved his foundation. Master Wu appeared slightly disappointed, yet soon smiled again, saying, very well. You are welcome to come to the pill refining peak for exchanges at any time. Following the conclusion of the conference, Xu Changsheng's reputation at the pill refining peak soared. Have you heard? That Xu Changsheng from the spiritual herb peak managed to refine mid-grade Qi gathering pills in just 6 months. Master Wu personally invited him to join the pill refining peak, only to be politely declined. It is said that even Master Li praised the pill formula he refined. Such discussions reached Zhao Ming's ears, inciting a deep-seated resentment within him. Xu Changsheng, on what grounds do you claim this? He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with malice. At that moment, Xu Changsheng had already returned to the spiritual herb peak, with connections at the pill refining peak. Acquiring pill formulas and medicinal materials became increasingly convenient. Over the next month, Xu Changsheng frequently traversed between the spiritual herb peak and the pill refining peak. Each time he attended a pill conference, he would bring his crafted pills or improved formulas, gradually establishing his foothold within the pill refining peak. One morning, as Xu Changsheng was engrossed in studying a refined Qi gathering pill formula within the alchemical chamber, he suddenly sensed a presence approaching the courtyard. Upon scanning with his spiritual awareness, he discovered that the visitor was none other than Zhao Tai, the steward of the pill refining peak's servant quarters, and also Zhao Ming's uncle, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Xu Changsheng furrowed his brow slightly, putting away the formula as he stepped out of the chamber. Steward Zhao, what a rare visit. Xu Changsheng greeted at the courtyard entrance, his tone composed. Zhao Tai appeared significantly older than a year ago, with gray streaks at his temples. He rubbed his hands together, a sycophantic smile plastered across his face. Su Shidi, I apologize for the intrusion. The once mighty steward of the servants' quarters now found himself seeking favor from a former servant disciple, a rather ironic situation indeed. Is there something you need? Xu Changsheng inquired directly. Zhao Tai glanced around cautiously and lowered his voice. Might we step aside for a moment? After a brief contemplation, Su led him to a secluded chamber, discreetly casting a soundproof barrier. Speak. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhao Tai began, Su Shidi, I've heard that you have recently gained considerable favor at the Alchemy Peak, even garnering the admiration of both Uncle Wu and Uncle Li. Get to the point. Su interrupted, cutting through the flattery. Zhao Tai swallowed hard. It concerns the recent investigations by the Enforcement Hall into the corruption within the Waste Pill Chamber. It involves many parties. My nephew, Zhao Ming, has also been implicated. A flicker of understanding crossed Xu Changsheng's eyes. He was already aware of the corruption issues within the Waste Pill Chamber, where the illegal sale of waste pills, the embezzlement of servant wages, and the intentional misreporting of intact pills for personal gain had been rampant. Only Zhang Yuanda had faced confinement in the Enforcement Hall for 3 months, a brief respite for Xu Changsheng. However, with Zhao Ming's arrival, the chaos had resumed. Now, as the Enforcement Hall conducted a thorough investigation, those corrupt individuals had nowhere to hide. Is Zhao Ming heavily implicated? Su feigned ignorance. Zhao Tai's expression soured. He has indeed participated in certain matters, but the primary responsibility does not rest solely with him. Xu Changsheng let out a cold laugh. Zhao Steward, you cannot possibly believe that I would be able to assist in this matter? Indeed, you can. You certainly can. Zhao Tai exclaimed eagerly. You are now a favored individual before Elder Yao Chenzi. If you could just speak a word on his behalf. Huh, Xu Changsheng chuckled derisively. Zhao Steward, have you forgotten how, during our time in the Waste Pill Chamber, both you and your nephew found me quite bothersome? Now that trouble has arisen, you wish for me to seek Elder Yao Chenzi's favor? Zhao Tai's complexion shifted between shades of green and white. Su Shidi, I was blind to the mountain's majesty before. But Zhao Ming is still young. If he were to be expelled from the sect due to this matter, it would ruin his life. Xu Changsheng rose, his tone icy. Had I known this would come to pass, why would I have acted otherwise? Please leave. Su Shidi. Zhao Tai grasped Xu Changsheng's arm, pleading, for the sake of our shared origins in the Waste Pill Chamber. Shared origins in the Waste Pill Chamber? Xu Changsheng's eyes glimmered with cold light. When I departed from the Waste Pill Chamber, you did not remember this bond, nor did you even see me off. With a wave of his sleeve, the courtyard door opened automatically. Please return. The Enforcement Hall conducts its affairs impartially. As a mere disciple, how dare I interfere? Seeing his pleas fall on deaf ears, Zhao Tai's expression grew increasingly grim. Xu Changsheng, do not forget, you also emerged from the Waste Pill Chamber. If the Enforcement Hall truly investigates, do you believe you can remain unscathed? At this, Xu Changsheng laughed instead. Is Zhao Steward attempting to threaten me? He leisurely retrieved a recording stone from his storage pouch. How fortuitous. I happen to have captured some rather interesting occurrences. For instance, in a certain year and month, Steward Zhao embezzled 30 bottles of Qi gathering pills. Furthermore, Zhao Tai's expression transformed dramatically. How could you? How could I possess such evidence? Xu Changsheng toyed with the recording stone, reminding Steward Zhao that he had forgotten how, during his tenure at the abandoned pill room, he was responsible for documenting the entrance and exit of medicinal concoctions. Zhao Tai's face turned ashen, and he staggered back 2 steps. Now, did Steward Zhao still wish to drag him down with him? Xu Changsheng tucked away the recording stone, his voice frigid. Zhao Tai parted his lips, but ultimately turned away in defeat, retreating unsteadily. As he observed Zhao Tai's receding figure, a flicker of complexity passed through Xu Changsheng's eyes. Indeed, during his time in the abandoned pill room, he had discreetly gathered a considerable amount of evidence, precisely to guard against situations like this. Yet, he had not anticipated that Zhao Tai would possess such audacity, not only seeking his assistance, but also attempting to implicate him. Chapter 48. The foundation of the instrument is crucial. The law enforcement summons integrity and honor. It appears that the law enforcement hall is serious this time. Xu Changsheng pondered for a moment and decided to visit Elder Yao Chen to report this matter in advance, to avoid being plotted against by petty individuals. Just as he reached the entrance of the courtyard, another sound transmission talisman flew in. It was from Su Xiao, Junior Brother Su. Hurry to the Alchemy Peak. Uncle Wu is about to commence the furnace for refining the Ning Yuan Dan, and he has specially invited you to observe. Xu Changsheng's eyes lit up. Ning Yuan Dan. This is a prized elixir among first-tier pills, and observing the refining process would greatly benefit his alchemical practice. He immediately altered his course and headed towards the Alchemy Peak. As for Zhao Tai's matter, it could wait until he returned. After all, he held the evidence in his hands, and he doubted Zhao Tai could cause any significant upheaval. Upon Xu Changsheng's arrival at the Alchemy Peak, he found the area outside the third alchemy chamber crowded with people. Su Xiao was anxiously waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing him, he hurriedly approached. Quickly, Uncle Wu is about to start the furnace. Xu Changsheng followed Su Xiu into the alchemy chamber, where he beheld a dazzling crimson alchemical furnace at the center, its surface inscribed with intricate patterns, radiating an astonishing aura of spiritual energy. Uncle Wu was making the final preparations, and upon noticing Xu Changsheng's entrance, he nodded slightly. "You're here? Come closer to observe." This treatment drew the attention of the surrounding disciples. It is well known that the process of refining Ning Yuan Dan is typically shrouded in secrecy, and only those favored as direct disciples are permitted to observe. For Xu Changsheng, a mere disciple from the spiritual herb peak, to receive such favor was indeed enviable. "Thank you, Master Uncle." Xu Changsheng bowed respectfully and took his designated position. With a command from Uncle Wu, the alchemical furnace roared to life. Pay attention. The key to refining Ning Yuan Dan lies in 3 transformations and 9 refinements. Uncle Wu explained the critical points while working. Xu Changsheng focused intently, committing every detail to memory. This knowledge would be an invaluable asset for his future endeavors in refining Ning Yuan Dan. Just as the alchemical process reached its most crucial moment, a disciple from the law enforcement hall abruptly burst in. "Where is Xu Changsheng? The law enforcement hall summons you." Gasps filled the room. Uncle Wu furrowed his brow. "What matter is so urgent? Can't you see we are in the midst of refining?" The law enforcement disciple clasped his fists and replied, "Master Uncle, there has been new progress in the corruption case regarding the waste elixir room, and we require junior brother Su's cooperation in the investigation." Xu Changsheng's heart sank. That old dog Zhao Tai had indeed reported him. Uncle Wu snorted coldly. "Preposterous. Xu Changsheng is here at my invitation to observe the alchemy. Any matters can wait until the refining is complete." The law enforcement disciple appeared troubled. Xu Changsheng took a deep breath and stepped forward. "Master Uncle, I have a clear conscience. I will return shortly." He turned to the law enforcement disciple. "However, could you inform me who reported me?" The disciple hesitated for a moment before whispering. "It was Zhao Ming." A glimmer of cold light flashed in Xu Changsheng's eyes. What a pair of uncle and nephew. Failing to solicit help, they turned to biting back. "Lead the way," he said calmly. Suddenly, Uncle Wu interjected. "Wait." He took a token from his robe and tossed it to Xu Changsheng. "Take my token with you. Should the law enforcement hall dare to trouble you without reason, I shall personally confront the hall master." This protective stance left everyone present utterly astonished. Xu Changsheng solemnly accepted the token. "Thank you, Master Uncle." As he departed from the Dan room, he overheard murmurs behind him. Master Wu actually entrusted him with the identity token? It seems Xu Changsheng is indeed held in high regard. Xu Changsheng tightened his grip on the token, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. With Master Wu's token in hand, the law enforcement hall would at least refrain from inflicting punishment upon him. However, since Zhao Ming and his nephew dared to report him, they must have prepared some evidence. This turmoil would likely not dissipate easily. Xu Changsheng followed the enforcement disciples to the law enforcement hall, where the atmosphere was solemn. Several enforcement elders sat in judgment, their expressions imposing. Zhao Ming knelt at the foot of the hall, and upon seeing Xu Changsheng enter, a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. "Xu Changsheng, Zhao Ming accuses you of having participated in the embezzlement of elixirs and the trafficking of discarded pills during your tenure at the waste elixir room. Do you plead guilty?" The leading enforcement elder inquired in a grave tone. Xu Changsheng bowed respectfully. "Elders, I have never engaged in any corrupt activities. This is a false accusation." "False accusation?" Zhao Ming suddenly looked up, pulling out a ledger from his robe. "Elders, this is the ledger from the waste elixir room, which clearly documents the quantities of elixirs you handled and their discrepancies." The enforcement elder took the ledger and began to examine it, his brow furrowing gradually. "Xu Changsheng, there are indeed records here of elixirs you acknowledged receipt of, but the quantities do not match the sect's total accounts. How do you explain this?" Xu Changsheng, unperturbed, retrieved another ledger from his storage bag. "Elders, this is the true ledger. The one Zhao Ming presented is a forgery." "You speak nonsense." Zhao Ming's face paled. Trembling with rage, "What evidence do you have?" Xu Changsheng smiled slightly and produced a jade tube that captured images. "During my time at the waste elixir room, I discovered someone was falsifying the accounts, so I secretly documented the true records and retained this." He activated the jade tube, and a vivid image materialized in the air, depicting Zhao Ming stealthily entering the account room at night, altering the ledger. This is impossible." Zhao Ming's face turned ashen, trembling uncontrollably. "When did you?" The enforcement elder erupted in fury. "You dare fabricate evidence to falsely accuse a fellow disciple." At that moment, Zhao Tai rushed in, immediately kneeling to plead for mercy. "Forgive me, elder. It is my failure in discipline. But this child was merely momentarily confused." "Momentarily confused?" Xu Changsheng scoffed. Disciplinary Officer Zhao, your nephew just attempted to bring about my demise. He then produced another jade tube. Here is the record of the collusion between you and your nephew. Please examine it, elders. In the image, Zhao Tai was seen stuffing vials of elixirs into Zhao Ming's hands, both of them laughing triumphantly. The evidence was irrefutable, and Zhao Tai slumped to the ground, rendered speechless. The enforcement elder slammed the table in anger. Summon someone. Strip Zhao Ming of his cultivation and expel him from the sect. Zhao Tai, for harboring his relative, shall be relieved of his position and sent to the frontier for 10 years of hard labor. The enforcement disciples immediately advanced, dragging the wailing Zhao Ming away. Zhao Tai, pale as death, had his position token confiscated. The elder in charge of law enforcement regarded Xu Changsheng with a softened expression, saying, Xu Changsheng, your integrity is commendable. Collecting evidence discreetly without abuse exemplifies the ideal of a disciple of our Taiyi immortal sect. Xu Changsheng humbly bowed, replying, I merely fulfill my duties. The news swiftly spread throughout the sect, and the respect for Xu Changsheng grew even greater. Not only had he cleared his name of suspicion, but he was also rewarded with 300 contribution points for exposing corruption. In a secluded cave within the Spirit Herb Peak, Lu Heng smashed the teacup in his hand with fury. How could he escape unscathed from this? As a disciple who once held a grudge against Xu Changsheng, Lu Heng had harbored resentment for a long time. He had initially hoped to eliminate Xu Changsheng through Zhao Ming, only to find that this incident had instead elevated Xu Changsheng's reputation. Xu Changsheng, do not revel in your triumph too soon, Lu Heng thought, his eyes glinting with malice. I will find a way to deal with you. Chapter 49. The Master Uncle bestows the elixir, the alchemy contest, the refinement of detoxifying pills. Meanwhile, Xu Changsheng returned to the alchemy peak. The crafting of high-grade elixirs is not an endeavor to be taken lightly. Even after Xu Changsheng's absence for 2 hours, Master Wu's Ningyuan pill was still not complete. However, the process was nearing its conclusion. Back already? Have the matters been resolved? Master Wu inquired without lifting his gaze. Xu Changsheng clasped his hands in respect. Thank you for your concern, Master Uncle. It has been resolved. Master Wu nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. You did not delay the important matter. Come, just in time for the crucial moment of solidifying the pill. Xu Changsheng hurried forward, fully engrossed in observation. The alchemical chamber fell into a profound silence, with everyone holding their breath, their eyes fixed on the alchemical furnace. Suddenly, the furnace shook violently, and a rich fragrance of herbs filled the air. Open! Master Wu bellowed, and the lid of the furnace burst open with a resounding crash, releasing 9 brilliantly golden elixirs. It's done. The crowd erupted in applause. Master Wu collected the elixirs into a jade bottle and handed one to Xu Changsheng. Give it a taste. Xu Changsheng was taken aback. This is far too precious. If I say taste it, then taste it. Master Wu retorted with a stern look. The elixirs I refine are for whomever I choose. Xu Changsheng had no choice but to accept it and cautiously consumed it. The elixir melted instantly upon entering his mouth, and a surge of spiritual energy rushed through his limbs and bones. He quickly sat cross-legged, guiding this energy to circulate within his meridians. An hour later, Xu Changsheng opened his eyes, astonished to discover that his cultivation had significantly advanced. Thank you, Master Uncle, for the elixir. Master Wu waved his hand dismissively. You did well. Remaining composed in the face of false accusations, and your alchemical talent is remarkable. After a moment's contemplation, he added, from now on the 15th of each month, you may come here to study for an hour. At these words, the room erupted in astonishment. Even Master Wu's direct disciples received no such privilege. Xu Changsheng bowed deeply. I shall not disappoint your expectations, Master Uncle. As he departed Alchemy Peak, Su Xiu caught up, his face filled with admiration. Su Shidi, you were truly incredible today. Not only did you clear your name, but you also earned Master Wu's favor. Xu Changsheng smiled modestly. It was merely luck. Su Xiu lowered his voice, but you must be cautious. I have heard that Lu Mao has been inquiring about you. The Lu family has not given up? A glint of cold light flashed in Xu Changsheng's eyes. Thank you for the warning, senior brother. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Xu Changsheng took out his Changsheng journal and recorded the events of the day. Had he not been prepared, the outcome could have been dire. This made him acutely aware of the perilous nature of the cultivation world. Strength still requires greater strength. Yet, Xu Changsheng had only recently broken through to the 6th layer of qi refinement, and it would likely take several months to ascend to the 7th layer and enter the later stage. Every 6 months, the inner sect of Alchemy Peak holds a minor alchemy contest, with varying rewards each time. If I could participate, Perhaps I would gain unexpected benefits. A gleam of determination sparkled in Xu Changsheng's eyes. A month later, Alchemy Peak held its semi-annual minor alchemy contest, aimed at selecting outstanding alchemical disciples and granting them the title of alchemist. As a disciple of the spiritual herb Peak, Xu Changsheng received an invitation due to his good rapport with Alchemy Peak. Disciple Xu, if you perform well in this minor competition, you shall directly obtain the alchemist certification. Xu Xiao exclaimed excitedly, clutching a list of participants. He had heard that several esteemed senior brothers in the foundation establishment stage would also partake, indicating fierce competition. Xu Changsheng accepted the list, glanced over it, and replied with a smile, I merely wish to witness the event. I dare not compete with my esteemed seniors. Xu patted him on the shoulder. Do not be modest. Your ability to concoct mid-grade spirit-gathering pills is no trivial feat. On the day of the competition, the Alchemy Peak Square was bustling with activity as hundreds of alchemy disciples gathered. On the elevated platform, several elder alchemists sat with solemnity, led by Uncle Zhao. The first challenge is to refine the spirit-gathering pill. Uncle Zhao proclaimed loudly. Only those producing mid-grade pills may proceed to the next round. The spirit-gathering pill is a foundational elixir, one that many apprentices can manage to concoct. However, achieving a mid-grade version is a task reserved for formally recognized alchemists. This round serves as a test of one's qualifications as an alchemist. The disciples promptly retrieved their alchemy furnaces and began their work. Xu Changsheng remained calm, producing his high-grade copper furnace, and with a flick of his palm, ignited the azure wood flame. He deliberately slowed his pace, controlling the heat to ensure the quality of the pill remained stable at mid-grade, without being overly remarkable. After an hour, the pill was ready. Xu Changsheng, mid-grade spirit-gathering pill, the overseeing steward announced loudly. The crowd erupted in astonishment, particularly among those who had not interacted closely with Xu Changsheng. Mid-grade. Isn't he from the Spirit Her Peak? How is he so adept at alchemy? I thought he was merely an apprentice in the alchemical arts. I never imagined he had already reached the level of a formal alchemist. Xu Changsheng offered a slight smile. Many still held the impression of him as the one who ranked in the top 10 of the outer sect at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. This moment established his reputation within the inner circle of Alchemy Peak. He set aside his furnace, awaiting the next challenge. The second challenge is to refine the clear spirit detoxification pill. Uncle Zhao displayed a recipe to the crowd. This pill's difficulty far surpassed that of the spirit-gathering pill, and those who succeeded would earn the recipe for the strengthening spirit pill and advance to the final round. A chorus of dismay echoed through the crowd. The clear spirit detoxification pill is a specialized elixir with a complex refining technique and stringent heat requirements. A slight misstep could lead to failure. Many disciples showed expressions of distress, and some even chose to forfeit. However, Xu Changsheng's eyes lit up at the mention of the strengthening spirit pill recipe, which was precisely what was missing from the Taiyi alchemical canon and the detailed explanation of Taiyi alchemy. Both texts had been enhanced by a bronze cauldron, and their recipes could not be further augmented. If he were to obtain this recipe for the strengthening spirit pill, what extraordinary elixirs could he potentially refine? Xu Changsheng meticulously studied the detoxification pill's recipe, feeling a sense of confidence within. Though the detoxification pill posed challenges, it was still considerably simpler than the nourishing qi pill he had privately concocted. He proceeded with steady determination, meticulously controlling the heat, ultimately producing 3 pills, all of lower grade. Xu Changsheng, you are qualified, the steward announced with a booming voice. Fewer than 10 individuals remained in the competition, while the rest were eliminated. Uncle Zhao nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand, bestowing upon Xu the recipe for the strengthening spirit pill. Xu Changsheng took the opportunity with a quiet delight, realizing that the objective of his journey had been accomplished. The final challenge lay ahead, the refinement of the strengthening spirit pill. Master Zhao surveyed the assembly, declaring that this pill was a mid-tier, first-level elixir, and those who succeeded in its creation would be granted the esteemed title of first-level mid-tier alchemist, along with 3 vials of the strengthening spirit pill as a reward. The remaining disciples exchanged glances, fully aware that the complexity of the strengthening spirit pill was far beyond that of the preceding challenges. Even among the inner disciples of the Alchemy Peak, few could reliably produce this elixir. Xu Changsheng contemplated within. I can manage to refine the strengthening spirit pill, but if I were to succeed, it would draw too much attention to myself. His original intent was to acquire the formula. Having achieved that, there was no need to risk exposing his capabilities. Thus, he deliberately allowed a slight loss of control during the alchemical process, causing the concoction within the cauldron to bubble gently. Chapter 50. The Reinforced Pill Recipe, the Zhuangyuan Pill. A meeting with Elder Ma. Bang. A muffled sound echoed as the alchemical furnace trembled, the medicinal liquid scorched. Xu Changsheng had failed. The steward shook his head in announcement. Xu Changsheng feigned a sigh of disappointment, retracting the furnace. Uncle Zhao cast a sidelong glance at him, a smile lingering on his lips. What a pity. You were so close to becoming a first-tier intermediate alchemist. Xu Changsheng respectfully bowed. I lack skill in my studies, requiring further practice. Uncle Zhao nodded, his expression laden with meaning. No matter. With your talent, success is assured next time. After the small competition concluded, Su Xiu hurried over. Su Shidi, how did you falter in the final round? You were so steady in the first two. Xu Changsheng chuckled. The Zhuangling pill was far too challenging. I failed to control the heat properly. Su Xiu sighed. What a shame. Had you succeeded, you would have directly obtained the qualification of an intermediate alchemist. Xu Changsheng waved his hand dismissively. No rush, we shall take our time. Being a novice alchemist is still commendable. He mused inwardly. The recipe is now in my hands. There is no need to hasten. Upon returning to his cave abode, Xu Changsheng promptly retrieved the bronze small cauldron, carefully placing the newly acquired Zhuangling pill recipe within. Buzzing gently, the small cauldron quivered, its surface patterns glowing with a faint azure light, while the text on the recipe rippled like water, reconfiguring itself, ultimately transforming into entirely new content. It is accomplished. A glimmer of delight flashed in Xu Changsheng's eyes as he scanned the contents with his consciousness. The Zhuangyuan pill, a high-tier elixir, could significantly enhance the spiritual power of qi refining stage cultivators, its efficacy rivaling that of the Ningyuan pill. Originally, the Zhuangling pill was merely a mid-tier elixir, yet the reinforced Zhuangyuan pill had ascended to high-tier status. Moreover, the difficulty of its refinement had not increased substantially. It merely required an additional 10-year-old Huangjing and a 10-year-old Lingji. The 10-year-old Huangjing is plentiful in my spiritual field, but as for the 10-year-old Lingji. After a moment's contemplation, Xu Changsheng resolved to visit the cultivation market. The following morning, Xu Changsheng donned the humble robes of an outer sect disciple to conceal his identity and ventured towards the cultivation market on the outskirts of Taiyi Sect. The market buzzed with life, disciples from various peaks, scattered cultivators, and merchants mingling, stalls brimming with a plethora of spiritual herbs, magical artifacts, and talismans. He made his way directly to a stall specializing in high-tier spiritual herbs. Esteemed friend, do you have any 10-year-old Lingji? The stall owner, a late-stage qi refining cultivator, looked up, scrutinizing Xu Changsheng before smiling. Fortune favors you, for I have two available, though they come at a steep price. How much in spirit stones? 80 low-grade spirit stones, fixed price. However, if you wish to purchase both, I can offer a slight discount at 150 low-grade spirit stones. Xu Changsheng furrowed his brow. The price was indeed steep, but he currently possessed an ample supply of spirit stones, and thus directly retrieved his pouch. I will take one. With the bronze small cauldron in hand, a single herb would suffice to produce numerous identical elixirs. The stall owner, seeing his decisiveness, beamed even more. You are quite the straightforward friend. After the transaction was completed, Xu Changsheng strolled around for a while, ensuring no one was following him before quietly returning to Lingyao Peak. Once back in his cave, he gathered all the materials necessary for refining the Zhuangyuan pill. There were a total of 5 ingredients. Among the main ingredients are the Zhuangling herb, the 10-year Huangjing, and the 10-year Lingji, while the Lingzhu fruit serves as an auxiliary component. The juice of the Qingling vine is employed to harmonize the medicinal properties. This is merely a first attempt. He does not seek to create an elixir, but rather to familiarize himself with the nature of the herbs and the art of refining. Taking a deep breath, he ignites the alchemy furnace, and the azure flames gradually rise. Following the prescribed formula, he first adds the Zhuangling herb and the Lingzhu fruit in succession. Once the concoction melds together, he subsequently incorporates the Qingling vine juice, Huangjing, and Lingji. The liquid within the furnace bubbles and emits a rich, fragrant aroma. Yet, just as the elixir is about to solidify, an unexpected disturbance in spiritual energy occurs within the furnace. With a loud bang, the furnace shakes, and the liquid explodes. It is a failure. Xu Changsheng remains undeterred, meticulously examining the residue. The potency of the Lingji was too overwhelming, and he resolves to harmonize it in advance next time. In his second attempt, he adjusts the timing of the Lingji's addition and carefully analyzes the properties of the ingredients with his consciousness before solidification. As he commands, a pale golden elixir gradually takes shape. Although its form appears somewhat rough, it is indeed the Zhuangyuan Dan. Success! Xu Changsheng joyfully retrieves the elixir for a thorough inspection. Its quality is merely of lower grade, yet its efficacy should be commendable. Without hesitation, he consumes it. Boom. As the elixir enters his abdomen, a tidal wave of spiritual energy surges through his limbs and bones, exponentially surpassing that of an ordinary Zhuangling Dan. The effect is undeniably comparable to a first-tier advanced elixir, the Ningyuan Dan. However, the difficulty of its refinement is only slightly higher than that of a mid-tier elixir. Xu Changsheng's eyes gleam with excitement. With the Zhuangyuan Dan, his cultivation speed will accelerate tremendously. This is still the unrefined Zhuangyuan Dan. If he were to enhance it into a flawless spiritual elixir with 10 intricate patterns, its potency would multiply tenfold, undoubtedly reaching the level of the pinnacle elixir, the Huanglong Dan. In the days that follow, Xu Changsheng diligently refines the Zhuangyuan Dan while immersing himself in his cultivation. Utilizing the enhancement capabilities of the Bronze Cauldron, he further refines the lower-grade Zhuangyuan Dan, ultimately obtaining a flawless Zhuangyuan Dan. After consuming it, his spiritual energy surges with remarkable rapidity, and within just half a month, his cultivation approaches the pinnacle of the 6th layer of Qi refinement. At this rate, I shall surely break through to the late stage of Qi refinement within a month. Xu Changsheng feels invigorated yet more cautious. The effects of the Zhuangyuan Dan are astonishing, and if revealed, it would undoubtedly attract envy. He must use it discreetly, ensuring no one discovers his ability to refine advanced elixirs. He resolves to consume it solely within his cave abode, maintaining the facade of using ordinary qi-nourishing pills when venturing outside. One day, while engrossed in the study of alchemy within his cave, Xu Changsheng suddenly receives a sound transmission talisman. Changsheng, if you have the time, please visit my cave. There are important matters to discuss. Ma Ziyuan. Ma Ziyuan is Elder Ma from the Outer Sect, the uncle of Ma Ditsai. Xu Changsheng is somewhat surprised. Elder Ma has seldom reached out since his promotion to the Inner Sect. The sudden communication must signify something significant. He straightens his robe and heads directly to Elder Ma's cave. Elder Ma's cave remains simple, yet it boasts a few more spiritual plants than when Xu Changsheng was in the Outer Sect. Upon seeing Xu Changsheng arrive, he greets him with a smile. Changsheng, you are now quite the busy individual. I hardly dare to disturb you. Xu Changsheng respectfully bowed, stating, Elder, your words are too kind. My achievements today are entirely due to your guidance in the past. Elder Ma gestured for him to take a seat and sighed. I have heard that you recently participated in the alchemy competition at the Pill Refining Peak and successfully produced a mid-grade gathering chi pill? Xu Changsheng nodded, humbly replying. It was merely a stroke of luck. Luck? Elder Ma shook his head in amusement. You have become an official alchemist in just over half a year. If that is mere luck, then what of those disciples who have painstakingly toiled for years at the Pill Refining Peak? They would surely feel profound shame. He patted Xu Changsheng on the shoulder, his eyes filled with emotion. When I first met you, I merely regarded you as a lad with decent spiritual plant talent. Little did I anticipate your astonishing strength, let alone your remarkable aptitude for alchemy. Chapter 51. The Spirit Nourishing Pill and the Auction. Taiyi Square City. Xu Changsheng offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Elder Ma pondered for a moment before finally addressing the matter at hand. The reason I sought you today is to request your assistance. Please speak, Elder. I recently acquired an ancient recipe for a pill known as the Spirit Nourishing Pill, which greatly benefits the cultivation of one's spiritual consciousness. However, one of the primary ingredients, the Xianling liquid, is exceedingly rare. I hope you can assist in its refinement. Xu Changsheng felt a stir of excitement within. The Spirit Nourishing Pill was indeed a remarkable item, should he manage to obtain the recipe and subsequently enhance it using the Bronze Cauldron. He maintained his composure and respectfully replied, If it is your command, Elder, I shall do my utmost. Elder Ma nodded in satisfaction. Retrieving a storage pouch, I have gathered the materials, but the Xuanbing Lingyihua grass are of insufficient age, making the successful creation of the pill quite challenging. Xu Changsheng accepted the pouch, using his spiritual sense to scan its contents, discovering several spirit herbs, but the Xianbing Lingji was only 5 years old, and the Yuehua grass merely 3 years old, indeed. Formidable obstacles to refining a high-grade pill. I shall endeavor to try, he stated solemnly. Elder Ma laughed lightly. No matter. If it succeeds, then splendid. If not, it will serve as practice. Xu Changsheng nodded, already formulating a plan in his heart. He could easily take a portion of the roots of these spirit herbs, return them, and restore them using the Bronze Cauldron. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Xu Changsheng immediately set to work. He carefully extracted a small segment of the root from the Xianbing Lingji, wrapping it in spirit soil to preserve its vitality. Bronze Cauldron, do not let me down. He placed the root into the cauldron, infusing it with spiritual energy. As the patterns on the cauldron illuminated, a blue light swirling around it. The root visibly grew at an astonishing rate, ultimately transforming into a complete Xianbing Lingji. 5 years. Xu Changsheng exclaimed, overjoyed. Its efficacy was even stronger than the original. Following the same method, he took a small leaf from the Yuehua grass and successfully restored it into a complete plant. Thus, Elder Ma's materials remained intact, while he had gained 2 high-grade spirit herbs. A smile crept across his lips as he began to refine the Xianling liquid. 3 days later, Xu Changsheng arrived at Elder Ma's cave dwelling with a vial of Xianling liquid in hand. Elder, I hope I have met your expectations. Elder Ma accepted the jade vial, and upon opening it, his eyes widened in astonishment. You truly managed to refine it? Xu Changsheng replied with a smile. I was fortunate. Elder Ma inhaled deeply, expressing his admiration. Changsheng, your talent for alchemy is indeed commendable. The ability to produce Xianling liquid suggests that the spirit-nourishing pill will pose no challenge for you. He extracted a jade slip. This is the recipe for the spirit-nourishing pill, a token of gratitude for you. Xu Changsheng felt a surge of joy within but feigned reluctance, saying, this is too precious. Elder Ma waved his hand dismissively. Take it. It serves little purpose for me. Perhaps you might improve upon it and create an even better recipe. Only then did Xu Changsheng reluctantly accept it, expressing his gratitude with utmost respect. Upon returning to his cave, Xu Changsheng promptly took out the recipe for the spirit-nourishing pill and placed it into the bronze cauldron. Humming with energy, the blue light flickered as the characters on the recipe reformed, ultimately transforming into the spirit-nourishing pill, a high-grade elixir capable of moderately enhancing spiritual consciousness. Indeed, in Xu Changsheng's eyes, a brilliant light flickered. The enhanced spirit-consolidating pill was indeed remarkable. With the Zhuang Yuan pill augmenting his spiritual power and the spirit-consolidating pill enhancing his consciousness, his cultivation speed was destined to ascend to new heights. However, these elixirs must remain concealed. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to consume them only in the stillness of the night. On this day, while cultivating in his cave abode, Xu Changsheng suddenly received a transmission talisman from Zhou Qing. Junior Brother Xu. The Linghai Chamber of Commerce in Taiyi Square will host a small auction in 3 days. It is said that numerous rare spiritual materials and pill formulas will be available. Would you be interested in attending? Xu Changsheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Taiyi Square. This was the largest trading hub for cultivators within the Taiyi Immortal Sect's domain, 100 times more vibrant than the market at the foot of the mountain. He had long desired to witness it, yet had never found the opportunity. Brother Zhou, thank you for the information. I shall certainly be there. Before departing, Xu Changsheng made a special trip to the foot of Lingyao Peak to sell the pills he had refined in batches. Having become a formal alchemist, the quality of the gathering qi pills and nourishing qi pills he produced was stable and quite popular among his fellow disciples. Moreover, by intentionally controlling the supply, he maintained a high price. My friend, this batch of gathering qi pills is of exceptional quality. I shall take them all, exclaimed a late-stage qi refinement cultivator as he readily exchanged spirit stones. These nourishing qi pills even bear pill patterns, though they are merely of inferior grade. Their efficacy is likely no less than that of ordinary middle-grade pills. A deacon from the outer sect marveled. In just half a day, Xu Changsheng sold 30 bottles of pills, earning 800 inferior-grade spirit stones. Adding to his previous savings, he now possessed over 1,000 spirit stones. Such wealth could be deemed substantial even among inner sect disciples. A few days later, Xu Changsheng and Zhou Qing arrived at Taiyi Square. From a distance, the entire square resembled a miniature celestial city, with pavilions and towers standing tall and cultivators bustling along the streets, far surpassing the market at the mountain's base in prosperity. Truly worthy of being directly governed by the Taiyi Immortal Sect, Xu Changsheng marveled inwardly. At the entrance of the square, 2 Foundation establishment cultivators stood guard, requiring all entrants to verify their identities with the security personnel. Upon confirming Xu Changsheng's identity medallion as an inner sect disciple of the Taiyi Immortal Sect, the guard's demeanor shifted to one of respect. 2 senior brothers, please enter. Stepping into the square, the rich spiritual energy that greeted Xu Changsheng invigorated his spirit. The concentration of spiritual energy here was even higher than that at Lingyao Peak. Zhou Qing chuckled. Taiyi Square is built atop a large gathering formation underground. It is naturally extraordinary. Come, let me show you around. The 2 meandered along the main street, flanked by an array of exquisite shops. The Wanbao Pavilion displayed various magical instruments, from flying swords to protective armor. The Lingyao Zhai housed rare spiritual plants aged hundreds of years. their fragrant aroma wafting through the air. There was even a store dedicated to selling talismans and formation plates, with customers streaming in and out. They occasionally spotted individuals clad in the attire of other sects, weaving through the bustling shops and streets. Soon, Xu Changsheng halted before a shop named Danqing Tower. This was a pill store directly affiliated with the Alchemy Peak, exclusively accepting pills refined by alchemists. Zhou Qing elucidated that if one wished to sell elixirs, this would be the fairest place for pricing. Xu Changsheng discreetly took note, contemplating that once his alchemical skills advanced further, he might consider consigning his wares here. As they turned down a few streets, a monumental circular edifice suddenly emerged before them, constructed entirely of jadeite, shimmering magnificently under the sunlight. That was the auction house of the Linghai Merchant Association. Zhou Qing gestured towards the structure, indicating that today's auction would be held there. At the entrance of the Linghai auction house, a steward-like cultivator was examining invitations. "Do you possess an invitation?" he inquired. Zhou Qing produced a jade slip and presented it, stating, "Disciple of the Taiyi Sect, from the Spirit Herb Peak, here by invitation." The steward scanned the slip with his divine sense, and instantly donned a welcoming smile. "Ah, it is indeed you, Taoist Zhou and Taoist Su. Please, follow me." Chapter 52, The 100 Puppets Sect and the Divine Method of the Purple Qi. Refining the concentration pill. Upon entering the auction house, the internal space proved to be far more expansive than its exterior suggested, evidently utilizing a spatial expansion formation. At the center stood a high platform, encircled by 3 tiers of elegant seating, which was already filled to approximately 70 to 80% capacity. The steward guided the two to a private box on the second tier, specifically reserved for disciples of the Taiyi Sect, advising them to make themselves comfortable. Xu Changsheng surveyed his surroundings and noticed that many of the private boxes were occupied by cultivators with profound auras. Some even emanated spiritual fluctuations that evidently reached the foundation establishment stage. "This auction is quite grand," he remarked softly. Zhou Qing nodded in agreement. The Linghai Merchants Association has a formidable background. It is said that a golden core cultivator is backing them, so the items presented will undoubtedly be exceptional. As they conversed, an elderly man in a white robe emerged onto the platform and proclaimed, "Esteemed friends, thank you for your patience. The Linghai Merchants Association auction is now commencing." The first item for bid was a superior-grade flying sword, the Qinghong, starting at 300 spirit stones, which ultimately sold for 520 spirit stones. Following that was a vial of Foundation Establishment elixir, sparking fierce competition among bidders, culminating in a staggering price of 800 spirit stones. Xu Changsheng could not help but marvel. His entire fortune barely sufficed to purchase a single vial of the elixir. Initially, Xu Changsheng believed he would have no opportunity to bid today. Unexpectedly, the third item was a rare method of spiritual consciousness. This technique, known as the Divine Refinement Art, was an ancient fragment specifically designed for cultivating spiritual awareness, capable of granting one the power of spiritual perception equivalent to the 10th level of Qi refinement. With a starting bid of 120 spirit stones. Without hesitation, Xu Changsheng entered the bidding. With the concentration pill in hand, combined with this method, his spiritual awareness would undoubtedly soar. 150, 180, 200. The bidding was intensely competitive. In the end, Xu Changsheng secured it for 500 spirit stones. Zhou Qing looked at him in astonishment and said, "Su Shidi, spiritual consciousness techniques are notoriously difficult to refine. And this is merely a fragment, making it even more challenging." Xu Changsheng smiled. "No matter, I am merely curious. Even if I cannot cultivate it, I could sell it later and not incur significant losses." Zhou Qing nodded, recognizing that Xu Changsheng had already considered the matter, thus he refrained from saying more. However, he secretly admired Xu Changsheng's boldness in spending 500 spirit stones without a flicker of hesitation. Indeed, this disciple was quite affluent. Perhaps he should also learn the art of alchemy? Next came the seventh item. The elderly man in white unveiled a red silk cloth, revealing a piece of jade entirely verdant, the soul-nourishing jade, aged 300 years, which could nurture spiritual awareness, starting at 400 spirit stones. Xu Changsheng's heart raced. The soul-nourishing jade. This was precisely the auxiliary treasure needed for practicing the divine refinement art. If he could acquire it, his speed in cultivating spiritual awareness would surely escalate significantly. 450. Someone immediately raised the bid. 480. 600. The price climbed steadily. Xu Changsheng gritted his teeth and raised his paddle. 650. The room fell silent for a moment. This price had already surpassed the typical value of the soul-nourishing jade. 650 once, 650 twice. Just as Xu Changsheng believed victory was assured, a raspy voice suddenly echoed from a third-tier box. 1,000. Xu Changsheng looked up and saw a private room draped in black gauze, obscuring the figures within, yet the chill emanating from it inexplicably unsettled him. A Foundation Establishment Cultivator, Zhou Qing whispered, that is a true disciple of the 100 Puppet Sect, specializing in the manipulation of puppets through the cultivation of the soul. The soul-nurturing jade holds even greater value for them. Do not contend for it. With a sigh, Xu Changsheng relinquished his bid. He had come prepared with only 900 inferior spirit stones, intending to use items for collateral, but with the Foundation Establishment Cultivator bidding, he found it unwise to intervene, lest he create unnecessary enemies. Ultimately, the soul-nurturing jade was sold for 1,000 spirit stones to the Foundation Establishment Cultivator from the 100 Puppet Sect. As the auction neared its conclusion, the elder in white robes suddenly raised his voice. Next, we present the grand finale of this auction, 1 purple monkey flower. This item is a crucial material for refining Foundation Establishment pills, starting at 500 spirit stones. An uproar erupted in the crowd. Materials for Foundation Establishment pills. This was something that could drive peak Qi refinement cultivators into a frenzy. The price skyrocketed in mere moments, surpassing 1,000 spirit stones in just a few breaths, and was ultimately claimed by a masked female cultivator for an astronomical price of 1,800 spirit stones. Xu Changsheng was left dumbfounded. This was the true realm of cultivation. For the first time, he clearly realized that his meager savings of spirit stones were utterly insignificant in the face of genuine resource competition. After leaving the auction house, Xu Changsheng declined Zhou Qing's invitation to continue exploring and return to his sect alone. Though he was unable to acquire the soul-nurturing jade, the experience had broadened his horizons and solidified his resolve to swiftly enhance his strength. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Xu Changsheng eagerly retrieved the divine refinement technique jade slip obtained at the auction. Although this technique was merely a fragment, it comprised 3 layers and boasted a solid foundation, particularly suited for Qi refinement stage cultivators to hone their consciousness. Yet, Xu Changsheng was not content. Bronze Cauldron, it's your turn. He placed the jade slip into the cauldron and infused it with spiritual energy. The patterns on the cauldron glowed, and as the azure light swirled, the characters on the jade slip reformed like rippling water, ultimately transforming into complete content. The purple Qi observation technique is an ancient secret method of consciousness cultivation, comprising 9 layers. Upon reaching the 4th layer, one's consciousness could rival that of a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Achieving perfection would elevate one's consciousness to that of a peak Foundation establishment. Ancient secret techniques. Xu Changsheng's heart raced. The range of consciousness for an ordinary late-stage Qi refinement cultivator barely extends a dozen zhang, while a Foundation Establishment cultivator at the initial stage only reaches 1 or 200 zhang. If he were to cultivate this technique to the 4th layer, would he not possess consciousness comparable to that of a Foundation Establishment cultivator while still in the Qi refinement stage? With this technique, my strength shall surely ascend to new heights. Without hesitation, Xu Changsheng began to cultivate the purple Qi observation technique. The first layer emphasizes calming the mind and harnessing energy through the spirit, condensing consciousness into threads. Seated in the tranquility of his cave dwelling, Xu Changsheng formed hand seals and activated his consciousness according to the first layer's method. Spirit gathered in the purple palace. Energy coursed through the 100 meetings. He sensed countless fine threads moving in his sea of consciousness, as his previously scattered awareness gradually began to consolidate. This process was immensely taxing on the mind, and within just 1 hour, beads of sweat had begun to form on his forehead. No wonder that Brother Zhou remarked on the arduous nature of cultivating consciousness techniques. It seems the time has come to attempt the refinement of the concentration pill. The difficulty of concocting this elixir is not to be underestimated. Previously, Xu Changsheng had solely focused on creating the nourishing spirit pill, which he consumed after strengthening it. However, to expedite his spiritual cultivation, he must take the initiative to try. Xu Changsheng extracted the recipe and studied it meticulously, discovering that the primary ingredient, the concentration herb, is exceedingly rare, even elusive within the spirit herb peak. He pondered whether the tranquil flower might serve as a suitable substitute. While the tranquil flower possesses a milder efficacy, its abundance makes it a viable option. Xu Changsheng ventured to the immortal cultivation market to procure the tranquil flower and fortuitously acquired the illusory heartgrass as well. This illusory heartgrass could enhance the effects of the tranquil flower, potentially compensating for the deficiency of the primary ingredient. As for the other essential ingredient, the soul-nourishing wood's branches and leaves, they were unavailable at the market, necessitating a trip to the Taiyi Square market to obtain some. Additionally, he required a specific harmonizing agent, the spiritual spring water. After a moment of contemplation, Xu Changsheng resolved to ascend to the summit of the Spirit Herb Peak to collect the water. Chapter 53. The second layer of Purple Qi, the illusion of the heart. Returning to Qingyou Town. The summit of Lingyao Peak is perpetually shrouded in mist, with the spiritual spring nestled within a stone cave protected by prohibitions. Ordinary disciples are forbidden to enter, yet Xu Changsheng, now an inner disciple and with Elder Ma's connections, easily secured permission to draw water. Is this truly the spiritual spring? Observing the pool of crystal-clear water, barely 10 feet in diameter, Xu Changsheng felt the rich spiritual essence it contained. He carefully filled a jade vial and then retrieved a bronze cauldron. Strengthening, the water from the spring rippled within the cauldron, gradually transforming into a crystalline substance, emanating a subtle fragrance. Pure spirit water. With a sweep of his consciousness, Xu Changsheng discovered that this water not only harmonized medicinal properties, but also enhanced the success rate of alchemy, a veritable treasure for any alchemist. Upon returning to his cave, he immediately embarked on his first attempt. 3 Ningxin flowers, 1 illusory heart grass, 2 leaves of the soul-nourishing wood, and 3 drops of pure spirit water. Xu Changsheng concentrated intently on controlling the heat, adding the materials sequentially into the alchemical furnace. However, at the critical moment of forming the elixir, the concoction suddenly boiled over. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the liquid turned to char. The heat was too intense. Undeterred, he meticulously analyzed the cause of failure and adjusted the timing for adding the illusory heart grass. In his second attempt, the fusion of the ingredients proceeded smoothly, yet he faltered at the final stage of elixir formation. On the third try, the pill barely took shape, but due to unstable spiritual energy, it became a waste. However, with the bronze cauldron at hand, he refused to let the failed elixir go to waste. He tossed it back into the cauldron. A pale purple elixir gradually formed. It worked. Although merely of inferior quality, it was undeniably a spirit-nourishing pill. Eagerly, he consumed it, instantly feeling a refreshing coolness in his sea of consciousness. With his spiritual perception visibly expanding, the effects exceeded his expectations. Xu Changsheng was delighted to discover that the speed of his cultivation in the Purple Qi viewing spirit technique had increased several-fold. If he could refine a perfect spirit-nourishing pill and further enhance it, his eyes sparkled with determination as he resolved to continue his alchemical endeavors. On the fourth attempt, congeal. Beads of sweat dotted Xu Changsheng's forehead as he exerted his full consciousness to control the liquid within the furnace. Yet it still lacked that final touch. With heightened caution, he approached the fifth attempt. Employing strands of consciousness cultivated through the Purple Qi viewing spirit technique to precisely regulate the distribution of spiritual energy, the furnace opened. A deeper purple elixir soared forth. An inferior spirit-nourishing pill. Xu Changsheng cherished it like a treasure, placing the pill into the bronze cauldron. Before long, a flawless spiritual elixir adorned with 10 intricate patterns emerged. Xu Changsheng carefully stored it away, preparing to use it when he broke through to the first layer of the Purple Qi viewing spirit technique. Thus, he continued to cycle between alchemy and cultivation, unknowingly passing another half-month. With the aid of the spirit-nourishing pill, he effortlessly achieved great success in the first layer of the Purple Qi viewing spirit technique in just half a month. His range of spiritual perception expanded from 5 zhang to 8. Even more astonishing was the significant enhancement in the precision of his control. Now, when manipulating the blue wood fire for alchemy, he could grasp the fluctuations in heat with greater accuracy. In the second layer of the Purple Qi, one must draw the morning sun's purple energy into the sea of consciousness to refine the spirit. Each dawn, Xu Changsheng would stand atop the peak, absorbing the first rays of morning light infused with this purple essence, complemented by the potency of the concentration pill, resulting in rapid progress. After a month, a resounding hum echoed as the purple energy surged within his consciousness, expanding like a tide, instantly enveloping a radius of 15 feet. The second layer was achieved. Xu Changsheng opened his eyes, a flicker of purple light glimmering within them. At that moment, although he was merely at the 6th level of Qi refinement, his spiritual strength was comparable to that of an ordinary practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement. However, when he endeavored to break through to the 3rd layer, the cleansing of dust and enlightenment, he encountered an unforeseen obstacle. Each time he entered meditation, visions of Qingyou Town would materialize before him, the dilapidated courtyard, the familiar alleys, even the faces of mundane people that had long since faded from memory. Was this the illusion of a heart demon? Xu Changsheng jolted awake. cold sweat beading on his forehead. The third layer of the purple chi observation method required severing worldly attachments, yet he remained ensnared by memories of Qingyo Town. Thus, he murmured to himself, though I have embarked upon the path of immortality, deep within my heart, I have yet to truly sever ties with the mundane world. Cultivators emphasize the need to cut off worldly connections, not out of callousness, but to attain clarity of mind and essence, unbound by the past. After a prolonged silence, Xu Changsheng finally resolved, it is time to return. 3 days later, Xu Changsheng submitted his application for an external training expedition to the sect and descended the mountain alone. He chose not to utilize his flying sword, instead opting to walk to Qingyo Town as he had when he first entered the realm of immortality. The mountains and rivers remained unchanged, yet everything else had transformed. The youth who once foraged for herbs was now a disciple at the 6th level of chi refinement. Meanwhile, those who had once bullied him, including the petty scholarly, were likely still leading unremarkable lives. After 7 days, the outline of Qingyo Town finally emerged on the horizon. Xu Changsheng stood upon a hillside outside the town, gazing down at the familiar yet foreign streets, his heart a tumult of emotions. 2 years had passed. He stepped slowly into the town, discovering that many buildings had been renovated, and the old apothecary had changed its sign. Following his memories, he arrived at his former residence, only to find the courtyard in ruins, overgrown with weeds. Gently, he pushed open the creaking wooden door, dust cascading down. In the corner, the stone mill he once used to grind rice still stood, albeit with a crack running through it. He crouched down, his fingertips brushing over the fissure, momentarily envisioning the frail figure of himself diligently grinding rice years ago. "Master, is that you?" An aged voice called from behind. Xu Changsheng turned to see an elderly man with a cane standing at the entrance, disbelief evident in his murky eyes. "You are Uncle Chen." Xu Changsheng recognized him as the old carpenter from next door. "It truly is you," Uncle Chen exclaimed, his beard trembling with excitement. 2 years ago, the town said you had been taken away by an immortal, and I thought I would never see you again." Xu Changsheng smiled faintly and produced a chi-enhancing pill. "Uncle Chen, this elixir can prolong life. Please accept it." Chen Bo repeatedly waved his hand, insisting, "How could this be?" "Consider it a repayment for the bowl of porridge you once offered me." Xu Changsheng placed the elixir into the elder's hand, recalling that frigid winter night when his fever raged, and it was Chen Bo who brought him a warm bowl of congee. After bidding farewell to Chen Bo, Xu Changsheng traversed every corner of Qingyo Town. He visited the marketplace of yesteryears, only to discover that Li Laoxiu, the scholar who had always shortchanged him, had passed away 6 months prior. Back in the day, when Xu Changsheng attended Li's private school, he often observed the scholar's frail demeanor, as he resorted to unscrupulous means to amass wealth for his own ailments. Little did he realize, in the end, he could not endure. Passing by the town's martial arts school, Xu encountered the son of the master who once stood up for him. Now, he had assumed the role of the new instructor, sternly reprimanding a group of young students practicing their stances. Unbeknownst to this new coach, a vial of gathering essence pills had quietly appeared beside his bed. Meanwhile, the ruffians who had tormented Xu Changsheng continued to loiter about the town, idly passing their time. With a deft hand, Xu sprinkled some stagnation powder upon them. This powder, capable of driving even the most adept cultivators to madness, would undoubtedly yield dire consequences for mere mortals. Ultimately, Xu Changsheng arrived at the desolate burial ground beyond the town, where he found the graves of his parents amidst the overgrown weeds. Chapter 54. Cleansing the Heart, Punishing the Bandits. Qingshan Market. "Father, Mother, Changsheng has returned to see you." He lit 3 incense sticks and respectfully bowed down. Amidst the curling blue smoke, Xu Changsheng suddenly felt a lightness in his heart, as if some shackles had quietly been released. That night, he sat cross-legged before his parents' grave, practicing the purple chi, observing the divine method. This time, there were no disturbances from inner demons. As the first rays of dawn broke, Xu Changsheng opened his eyes, his gaze suffused with a vibrant purple light. At the 3rd level, the heart cleansing was accomplished. His consciousness expanded like a tide, instantly enveloping an area of 30 feet. In that moment, he finally comprehended, to sever the ties of dust is not to forget, but to let go. Before leaving Qingyo Town, Xu Changsheng learned from Old Chun that the nearby Heishan stronghold had been plagued by rampant banditry in recent years, committing unspeakable atrocities of arson and plunder. The merchant caravans in the town had repeatedly fallen victim to these marauders, and some families had even been exterminated. If the immortal master could rid the town of these brigands, he would be hailed as a great benefactor. Tears streamed down Old Chen's face. Xu Changsheng's gaze turned icy, Rest assured, old Chun, I shall take care of this matter. Now a cultivator, he should not interfere excessively in mortal affairs. Yet, since he aimed to sever his ties with the world, it was only fitting to perform one last act for his homeland before departing. That night, the moon was obscured and the wind howled. Xu Changsheng stood upon his Qingfeng sword, soaring above Heishan's stronghold. The stronghold was constructed against the mountain, its gate towering high, and torches blazed atop the watchtowers, faintly echoing the bandits' shouts. How dare these mere mortal brigands act with such audacity? He let out a cold laugh, and from his sleeve flew a streak of azure light, the low-grade magical artifact, Qingfeng's sword. Whoosh! The Qingfeng sword shot like a flash of lightning towards the stronghold's gate, exploding with a thunderous crash. As it splintered and flew, the heavy gate was reduced to mere fragments. Enemy attack. The bandits were thrown into disarray. Xu Changsheng stood with his hands clasped behind his back in midair, his voice booming. People of Heishan's stronghold, heed my words. Today, I, Xu Changsheng, act on behalf of heaven. Your sins are numerous, and you shall be punished. 3 burly men charged out from the stronghold, the 3 leaders of the bandits. The head leader, wielding a 9-ringed broadsword, bellowed, "Who dares to play tricks here? Bring him down." Dozens of arrows whistled through the air. But Xu Changsheng merely waved his sleeve lightly, and the spirit with shield technique unfurled instantly, deflecting all the arrows. Unyielding in their obstinacy, he showed no mercy. With a series of hand gestures, the Qingfeng sword transformed into 3 beams of sword light, aimed directly at the 3 leaders. Xiantian's sword control technique. 3 clouds of the dragon. Thud, thud, thud. 3 heads soared into the sky. The 3 leaders did not even have time to scream before they met their demise. The head leader is dead. Run. The bandits, stricken with terror, scattered in all directions. Xu Changsheng did not pursue these lowly ruffians, but instead took out a purple flame talisman and gently tossed it. Boom. The violet flames instantly engulfed the entire stronghold, turning the wooden structures to ashes in the purple inferno. The blazing fire illuminated half the sky, visible even from 10 miles away in Qingyou town. Xu Changsheng hovered in the air, gazing down at the burning ruins, murmuring, "The ties of dust are severed. It is time to return." The following morning, the citizens of Qingyou town discovered thick smoke billowing from the direction of Heishan's stronghold. A group of daring young individuals ventured forth to investigate, only to find that the once formidable Heishan's High had been reduced to mere ashes. With 3 headless corpses hanging from a grand tree at the entrance, those of the infamous trio of bandit leaders. It must be the work of a celestial being. The news spread like wildfire. Soon, the entire Qingyou town was abuzz with tales of a white-clad immortal who, with a mere flick of the wrist, had obliterated Heishan's High. Chen Bo, standing amidst the crowd, gazed at the lingering smoke in the mountains and murmured, "The lad from the Su family has truly ascended to immortality." From that moment on, no bandit dared to trespass near Qingyou town. Occasionally, wandering rogues would pass through, but upon hearing the legend of the immortal vanquishing the outlaws, they would swiftly alter their course. This place became a veritable forbidden zone for bandits, a curious tale shared among the villages within 100 miles. Meanwhile, Xu Changsheng had already returned to the Taiyi Immortal Sect, continuing his journey of cultivation. For him, this was merely a fleeting interlude on his path of enlightenment. Yet, the folk of Qingyou town passed down this legend through generations, even erecting a memorial tablet in his honor. After departing from Qingyou town, Xu Changsheng soared on his sword towards the direction of the Taiyi Immortal Sect. As he traversed the outskirts of the Taiyi mountain range, he noticed a valley bustling with cultivators, vibrant spiritual lights shimmering, clearly indicating a marketplace for exchanges among practitioners. The Qingshan market? Xu Changsheng recalled that Zhou Qing had mentioned this place. It served as a hub for loose cultivators and disciples from various sects to engage in trade, more chaotic than formal markets, yet ripe for discovering peculiar treasures. After a brief contemplation, he reined in his sword light and descended at the entrance of the market. Upon stepping into the marketplace, a cacophony of voices enveloped him. Stalls lined the streets, with cultivators either standing or seated, their shouts mingling in a lively chorus. Top-quality fire lizard skin, the finest material for crafting fire-based artifacts. Centennial Huangjing, available for trade only. Friends seeking it must offer equivalent talismans. Xu Changsheng scanned the area with his spiritual sense, discerning that the majority of cultivators here possessed relatively low cultivation levels, primarily in the mid to late stages of qi refinement, with only a few exuding the presence of foundation establishment cultivators. He deliberately suppressed his own aura, keeping his cultivation at around the 5th layer of qi refinement, Discretion was the better part of valor in such a place. Finding a vacant spot, Xu Changsheng spread out a rough cloth and arranged a dozen vials of elixirs. Qi-gathering pills, vitality-nourishing pills, guaranteed quality, affordably priced. He intentionally refrained from displaying any mid-grade elixirs, showcasing only some ordinary low-grade ones. Nevertheless, he quickly attracted customers. "How much for this vitality-nourishing pill?" inquired a burly man shouldering a massive sword. Xu Changsheng assessed him, noting the sword's width resembling a door plank and his distinctive attire, identifying him as a disciple of the Great Sword Sect. 30 spirit stones per vial. "I'll take 2. The robust man replied, promptly handing over the spirit stones. Just as the transaction concluded, a gray-robed cultivator, adorned with several small pouches at his waist, approached. "Do you have any antidote pills? I am willing to pay a handsome price." Xu Changsheng noticed slight movements within the pouches, surmising that the individual belonged to the 100 Puppets sect, renowned for their expertise in crafting puppets, even capable of transforming living beings into combat puppets. "I apologize, but the antidote pills are sold out." The gray-robed cultivator shook his head in disappointment and departed. Subsequently, Xu Changsheng sold several bottles of elixirs and casually disposed of a dozen or so low-tier magical artifacts and materials, ultimately amassing over 1,000 spirit stones. During the course of these transactions, Xu Changsheng astutely observed the diverse assembly of cultivators within the market. The disciples of the giant sword sect stood out prominently, each bearing a massive sword and exhibiting a boisterous demeanor. The practitioners of the 100 Puppets sect exuded an aura of gloom, invariably accompanied by several puppets. A group clad in animal hides, accompanied by spirit beasts, evidently belonged to the Beast Tamer sect, and a few ethereal figures in white, radiating an aura of icy elegance, were undoubtedly disciples of the Watermoon Pavilion. Indeed, the scene was a veritable mlang of characters. Xu Changsheng remained vigilant, yet detected no trace of the profound Demon sect. However, this was to be expected, as the profound Demon sect, being the foremost among the demonic paths, operated with utmost secrecy, and its disciples seldom appeared in public. Chapter 55. The Peculiar Black Stone, Disciple of the Xianin. The Slaughter on the Way Home. Just as Xu Changsheng was preparing to close his stall, a middle-aged man with a commanding presence halted before him. "Young friend, how much for this bottle of elixir?" the man inquired, pointing to an ordinary vitality pill. As Xu Changsheng was about to respond, his pupils constricted upon noticing the unassuming black ring adorning the middle-aged man's finger, etched with intricate runes. A storage ring. Such a treasure is only affordable to a foundation-building practitioner. 90 spirit stones. Xu Changsheng deliberately inflated the price. The middle-aged man merely chuckled, offering no counter, and straightforwardly paid the spirit stones. As he departed, he cast Xu Changsheng a meaningful glance, saying, "Your elixirs are quite intriguing." Xu Changsheng felt a shiver run down his spine, yet maintained an impassive facade, replying, "You flatter me, senior." While handing over the elixir, Xu Changsheng discreetly probed with his spiritual sense, discovering that it was merely an ordinary mid-tier elixir, one he had personally concocted, not enhanced by a small cauldron. He sighed in relief, realizing he had been overthinking. As the afternoon wore on, Xu Changsheng tidied his stall and began to meander through the Qingshan market, searching for any overlooked treasures. Strolling leisurely through the market, his gaze swept across the various stalls until he abruptly halted, captivated by an inconspicuous little stand. The vendor was a wrinkled old man, displaying a few dull pieces of ore and several spirit herbs that appeared utterly unremarkable. However, Xu Changsheng, with his keen spiritual awareness comparable to a 10th-layer Qi practitioner, discerned a faint but distinct spiritual energy emanating from a fist-sized black stone among the offerings. "My friend, how much for this black iron ore?" Xu Changsheng inquired, squatting down and feigning casualness. The old man lifted his eyelids slightly, stating, 80 spirit stones, no bargaining." This price was evidently exorbitant. Ordinary black iron ore was worth at most 30 spirit stones. Nonetheless, Xu Changsheng refrained from haggling and directly produced the spirit stones. A flicker of surprise crossed the old man's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, handing the stone to Xu Changsheng. Just as Xu Changsheng was about to leave, a cold voice suddenly echoed from behind. "Hold on. That ore has caught my eye." Turning around, Xu Changsheng beheld a young man clad in fine garments, accompanied by 2 attendants. The youth bore a jade pendant at his waist, inscribed with the characters Xianin, unmistakably a disciple of the Xianin demon sect. "My friend, I have already purchased the ore," Xu Changsheng replied calmly. The young man scoffed, "I shall pay double the price. Hand over the ore." The surrounding practitioners retreated, wary of being implicated. The Xianyin demon sect was notorious for its tyrannical ways in the cultivation world. Xu Changsheng furrowed his brow, poised to speak. When the elderly vendor interjected, "This young friend of the Xianyin demon sect, there are rules in the market. Once a transaction is completed, it cannot be undone." The young man's expression darkened. "You dare meddle in my affairs, old fool?" With that, a formidable aura emanated from him, signifying he was at the 9th layer of Qi cultivation. The old man remained unfazed, merely waving a hand. And a pressure from the foundation-building realm instantly enveloped the entire area. The young man in brocade was taken aback, hastily bowing in respect. "I, a mere junior, have failed to recognize your greatness and have offended you, esteemed elder." The old man snorted coldly. "Leave." The young man left in a fluster, but not before casting a venomous glare at Xu Changsheng. "Thank you for your assistance, senior," Xu Changsheng expressed with a respectful gesture. The old man waved dismissively. "No need for such formality. You have a discerning eye. That piece of ore is indeed quite extraordinary." With those words, he gave Xu Changsheng a meaningful glance and gracefully departed, folding his stall. Xu Changsheng was inwardly astonished. The elder clearly recognized the uniqueness of the ore yet chose to sell it to him. What could his intentions be? Not daring to linger, he swiftly exited the marketplace and returned to the Taiyi Sect on his sword. This journey proved quite fruitful. Not only did he dispose of excess materials, but he also gained insight into the various sects of cultivators and a more intuitive understanding of the dynamics within the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world. Moreover, he acquired a mysterious piece of ore. Shortly after Xu Changsheng took flight from the Qingshan marketplace, he sensed a chilling aura trailing behind him. With a sweep of his consciousness, he discerned 3 streaks of escaping light hastily in pursuit. Led by the disciple of the Xianyin sect who had previously contended with him for the black iron ore. Humph, they are indeed persistent. Xu Changsheng chuckled coldly, deliberately slowing his pace, feigning exhaustion of spiritual energy. "Ha ha, little brat, are you unable to run anymore?" A chilling voice echoed from behind. And in the blink of an eye, 3 figures had blocked Xu Changsheng's path. The leader, a young man clad in a brocade robe, wore a sinister grin, twirling a pair of dark glimmering mother and son magic blades in his hands, while his 2 attendants brandished blood-red long knives, exuding a murderous aura. "How dare a mere 5th layer Qi refinement cultivator compete with me for treasures? Today, I shall enlighten you," the young man proclaimed with arrogance. "Remember, the one who seeks your death is Taiyi Sect of the Xianyin sect." Xu Changsheng maintained a calm demeanor, replying nonchalantly, "Xianyin sect? Did you forget to include the word demon? Seeking death?" A cold glint flashed in Taiyi Sect's eyes as he waved his hand, commanding, "Kill him." The 2 attendants immediately activated their blood knives, their blades slicing through the air like a crimson rainbow. Xu Changsheng let out a cold snort. Golden light flickered from his sleeve, and a long sword radiating with golden brilliance suddenly soared forth. It was the mid-tier magical artifact, the Golden Spirit Sword. Xian Tian Sword Technique. Golden rainbow pierces the sun. In an instant, the Golden Spirit Sword transformed into a dazzling golden arc, its speed surpassing that of ordinary flying swords wielded by Qi refinement cultivators. Puff, puff. The 2 attendants hadn't even reacted before their throats were pierced by the golden arc, blood gushing forth as they perished on the spot. "What?" Taiyi Sect's pupils constricted, his expression shifting dramatically. "A top-tier sword technique? You are not a 5th layer Qi refinement cultivator. The spiritual energy of a 5th layer Qi refinement cultivator cannot possibly manifest such a technique." Xu Changsheng remained silent, a cold smile gracing his lips. Indeed, he was not a mere 5th layer Qi refinement cultivator. He was at the 6th layer, with spiritual energy comparable to that of the 7th layer. Some formidable techniques from the Xiantian sword technique could also be utilized at a preliminary level. The Golden Spirit Sword circled in the air once more, locking onto Taiyi Sect. "Damn it!" Taiyi Sect gritted his teeth, abruptly summoning his mother and son magic blades. The long and short blades intertwining to unleash arcs of black light, accompanied by faint cries of ghosts, chilling the heart. A high-tier magical artifact? Xu Changsheng's gaze sharpened, and he dared not be careless. He promptly activated the Spirit Wood Shield technique, and a vibrant green light shield materialized before him. Boom. The mother and child demon blades struck the spirit shield, dark energy surging violently, causing the shield to tremble fiercely, yet it ultimately remained unbroken. Taiyi Sect, witnessing this, wore an even darker expression. How could such a mere wood element spell withstand my mother and child demon blade? Xu Changsheng did not grant him another opportunity. With a flick of his sleeve, a dozen purple talismans shot forth, the purple flame talismans. Go. Boom, boom, boom. The The purple flame talismans detonated in succession, engulfing Kai Zixian in searing purple flames. Kai Zixian let out a wretched scream as dark energy surged chaotically around him, barely resisting the scorching flames of the purple fire, yet he was still left battered and bruised, his breath faltering. Chapter 56. The Purple Spirit Crystal. Lin Yin exits seclusion. The Blood Fiend Stone. How could you possess so many purple flame talismans? Kai Zixian exclaimed, his face a mask of terror, fear finally evident in his eyes. Xu Changsheng replied calmly, are you frightened now? Gritting his teeth, Kai Zixian suddenly struck his chest, expelling a mouthful of essence blood, which instantly transformed into a black mist, enveloping him. Profound escape technique. Whoosh. In a flash of black light, Kai Zixian vanished, escaping over 100 feet in an instant, disappearing into the distant horizon. Xu Changsheng furrowed his brow, but did not pursue. The profound escape technique was a life-saving secret of the profound Demon Sect, consuming essence blood for rapid escape. Even with the golden spirit sword, it would be challenging to catch up. Regrettably, he had let him slip away. Xu Changsheng stowed away his magical artifact, his gaze turning cold. However, now that he was aware of Kai Zixian's affiliation with the profound Sect, should they cross paths again in the future, he would undoubtedly eliminate him. He quickly tidied the battlefield, collecting the storage bags of his two subordinates, then took to the skies on his sword, accelerating away. He bore no fear of Kai Zixian's revenge, yet the profound Demon Sect was a formidable entity. Being targeted by them could spell trouble. It seemed imperative to elevate his strength swiftly. Xu Changsheng's gaze hardened as he sped toward the direction of the Taiyi Immortal Sect. Upon returning to his small courtyard on Lingyao Peak, Xu Changsheng eagerly retrieved the black mineral. Channeling his spiritual energy, he shattered the surface of the stone, revealing a purple crystal the size of an egg within. The Purple Spirit Crystal. Xu Changsheng exclaimed, overjoyed. This was a rare material for crafting, capable of significantly enhancing the spiritual essence of magical artifacts, and was one of the materials for forging many high-tier artifacts. Such a substantial piece was worth at least 700 spirit stones or more. No wonder that disciple of the profound Sect was so eager. This is indeed a windfall, Xu Changsheng realized, then furrowed his brow again. But why would that old man sell such a treasure to me? Was it intentional? Or did he not know what was truly within the black mineral, allowing me to stumble upon this opportunity? After pondering for a moment, Xu Changsheng resolved to set these thoughts aside. The immediate priority was to enhance his strength. In the days that followed, Xu Changsheng diligently practiced the purple qi observing spirit technique while also studying how to refine the spirit concentration pill. Although the spirit concentration pill could be purchased, a single bottle cost 200 spirit stones, which was excessively expensive. A few days later, while Xu Changsheng was in his cave dwelling practicing the purple qi observing spirit technique, he suddenly sensed that the restrictions outside had been triggered. With a sweep of his consciousness, he discovered that it was Zhou Qing standing at the door, his expression somewhat grave. Senior brother Zhou? Xu Changsheng opened the restrictions and welcomed Zhou Qing into the cave. As soon as Zhou Qing entered, he spoke in a hushed tone. Junior brother Xu, I have just received news that Lin Yin from Qingzhou Peak has exited seclusion, and she has already broken through to the 10th layer of qi refinement. Xu Changsheng's brow furrowed. The 10th layer of qi refinement? The qi refinement stage comprises 12 layers. Ordinary loose cultivators, faced with scarce resources, often attempt to establish their foundation after reaching the 9th layer, but the success rate is exceedingly low. However, disciples of a grand sect like Taiyi Immortal Sect typically cultivate to the 12th layer before establishing their foundation. Even without the foundational elixir, there exists a 1/3 probability of success. When supplemented with the foundational elixir, the likelihood of success nearly doubles. Legends speak of a 13th layer of qi refinement, which, once achieved, allows for the additional cultivation of a dantian, resulting in spiritual power that far surpasses peers of the same rank. However, the difficulty of attaining this is even greater than that of foundational cultivation. Throughout the illustrious history of the Taiyi Immortal Sect, only a handful have succeeded, and in contemporary times, none have reached this pinnacle. Lin Yin, endowed with considerable talent and bolstered by familial support, has recently broken through to the 10th layer of qi refinement, significantly enhancing her prowess. Zhou Qing spoke gravely, noting that she had previously dispatched assassins against you and was punished with 3 months of confinement. Now, nearly half a year has passed, and it is likely. Xu Changsheng's gaze turned icy. Does she still wish to trouble me? Zhou Qing nodded. Lin Yin is known for her vendettas. After the significant loss you inflicted upon her last time, she will not let this go easily. Xu Changsheng fell into silence for a moment before asking, Where is she now? She has recently exited her closed-door training and is said to be stabilizing her realm, Xu Changsheng sighed. Su Shidi, you should exercise caution. If she truly seeks to confront you, it may not be as straightforward as before. Xu Changsheng replied, thank you for the warning, Shi Xiao. After Zhou Qing offered a few more words of caution, he took his leave. Once Zhou Qing departed, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Xu Changsheng's eyes. The 10th layer of Qi refinement. Currently, he is at the 6th layer, yet his spiritual power rivals that of the 7th layer. Coupled with the purple Qi observation method and various hidden cards, he possesses the strength to contend even against an opponent of the 9th layer. However, the 10th layer marks the pinnacle of the late Qi refinement stage, where the disparity in spiritual power is vast. Engaging directly would be unwise. It seems imperative to swiftly elevate his cultivation. Xu Changsheng retrieved a bronze small cauldron, enhancing all remaining vitality elixirs to flawless quality, then unhesitatingly consumed one. A surge of spiritual power coursed through his meridians, visibly accelerating his cultivation. He must break through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement promptly. At Qingzhou Peak, within a finely crafted cave dwelling, Lin Yin sat cross-legged upon a jade bed, her surrounding spiritual energy swirling like mist. Her aura exponentially stronger than it had been 6 months prior. Slowly, she opened her eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within. Xu Changsheng, you caused me 3 months of confinement. Now that I have broken through to the 10th layer of Qi refinement, it is time to settle this score. With a flick of her finger, a sound transmission talisman soared forth. Moments later, a disciple of Qingzhou Peak respectfully entered. Senior sister, Lin Yin replied coolly. Go investigate what Xu Changsheng has been up to lately. The disciple hesitated. Senior sister, private conflicts are prohibited within the sect, if discovered by the law enforcement hall. Lin Yin let out a cold laugh, who said I intend to take action myself. She produced a jade slip and tossed it to the disciple. Deliver this to Lu Mao. Upon examining the slip, the disciple's expression shifted. Senior sister, this. Follow through with it. Lin Yan's tone was frigid, indicating that if one wished to deal with Xu Changsheng, this was the opportune moment. The disciple dared not speak further and bowed deeply before retreating. Lin Yin gazed out the window, a cruel smile curling at the corners of her lips. Xu Changsheng, this time, let us see how you escape. 3 days later, while Xu Changsheng was engrossed in his cultivation within the cave, he suddenly sensed an approaching presence outside. He cast a discerning glance and discovered an unfamiliar outer sect disciple stealthily lurking nearby. Xu Changsheng furrowed his brow, quietly restraining his aura and observing from the shadows. The disciple glanced about, ensuring no one was watching, and proceeded to bury something beneath a tree outside the cave dwelling before swiftly departing. Once the disciple had ventured far enough, Xu Changsheng immediately stepped outside to investigate. He carefully unearthed the soil and was astonished to find a blood-malevolent stone buried within. A blood-malevolent stone. Xu Changsheng's pupils contracted. This sinister object, often employed by practitioners of demonic arts, harbors malevolent energy. Prolonged exposure could corrode a cultivator's mind, potentially leading to madness. Such a vicious tactic. Xu Changsheng let out a cold laugh, instantly realizing that this must be the handiwork of either Lin Yin or Lu Mao. Unable to act directly, they resorted to such a treacherous method, hoping to ensnare him unawares. Chapter 57. The Golden Light Spirit Locking Array, a deviation in cultivation, luring the serpent from its hole. Since you wish to engage in deceit, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Xu Changsheng retracted the blood-evil stone, his eyes glinting with a cold light. He returned to his cave dwelling, retrieved the bronze cauldron, and placed the blood-evil stone within it. With a hum, the cauldron emitted a flowing azure light, swiftly purifying the sinister energy enveloping the blood-evil stone, transforming it into a crystalline blood-red gem. Blood crystal? Xu Changsheng was slightly taken aback. After purification, the blood-evil stone had surprisingly become the rare blood crystal. This item contained pure blood energy, suitable for concocting the healing elixir, blood spirit pill, its value multiplying tenfold. Lin Yin, Lu Mao, I shall graciously accept the gifts you have sent. A smile tugged at the corners of Xu Changsheng's mouth, his mind already formulating a plan. Dressing himself in the unremarkable garb of an outer sect disciple, Xu Changsheng subtly altered his aura using the purple Qi observation method, then stealthily departed from Lingyao Peak, heading towards the foot of Tianjin Peak, where the cultivation market was located. Renowned for its formations, the market here was naturally centered around various types of arrays. Stalls lined the streets, showcasing an array of formation flags, discs, and diagrams, with even some incomplete ancient array scrolls for sale. Xu Changsheng strolled leisurely, his gaze scanning the stalls in search of an appropriate trapping array. Suddenly, he halted, his attention caught by an inconspicuous stall in the corner. The vendor was a pallid young man, looking rather ill, with only a few dusty array discs displayed, lacking any distinctive features. Yet, Xu Changsheng's keen perception sensed a unique fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from one of the discs. "Friend, how much for this array disc?" Xu Changsheng crouched down, feigning casual curiosity. The sickly young man lifted his eyelids slightly, his voice hoarse. "Spirit locking array, 1,000 spirit stones, no negotiation." Xu Changsheng frowned. "Isn't that price a bit excessive? Ordinary trapping arrays are merely 400 to 500 spirit stones." The young man snickered coldly. "Can an ordinary trapping array restrain a late-stage qi refining practitioner? This is an improved version of the spirit locking array. Once activated, it can extend a chain of spiritual energy to ensnare a late-stage qi refining practitioner for a single breath. A single breath in a duel can determine life or death." Xu Changsheng's heart stirred, yet he maintained his composure. "Does this array possess any flaws?" The young man scoffed. "Naturally, there are flaws. This array can only be used 3 times, with each activation requiring 50 spirit stones." After a moment of contemplation, Xu Changsheng replied, 800 spirit stones. "And I will purchase it." The young man scrutinized him for a few moments before finally nodding. "Deal." Upon returning to his cave, Xu Changsheng immediately retrieved the bronze cauldron and placed the spirit-locking array disc inside. With a hum, the azure light swirled, and the patterns on the disc gradually transformed, revealing faint golden lines on its once dull surface, while the fluctuation of spiritual energy surged in strength several times over. The golden light spirit-locking array. Xu Changsheng's consciousness swept across it, and he was filled with delight. The enhanced array not only increased the number of chains from 1 to 3, but it could now simultaneously ensnare 3 peak qi refining practitioners for 2 breaths. Moreover, the number of uses had risen from 3 to 9. At this moment, even if Lin Yan were to personally intervene, I would possess the strength to confront her. A few days later, Xu Changsheng deliberately appeared in the outer sect area of the Spirit Medicine Peak, feigning a hint of fatigue, his steps slightly unsteady. Several outer sect disciples observed him, whispering among themselves. They had heard that Xu Shixiang had recently encountered a setback in his cultivation, leaving him in a poor state. "Hush, keep your voice down." But indeed, he does not look well. These discussions swiftly reached Lu Mao's ears. A glimmer of delight flickered in Lu Mao's eyes as he promptly conveyed a message to Lin Yan. "Sister Lin, it seems Xu Changsheng has fallen victim to the Blood Fiend Stone. The opportunity has arrived." Upon receiving the news, Lin Yan let out a cold laugh. "Excellent. Keep a close watch on him. I have my plans." 3 days later, Xu Changsheng, appearing feeble, departed the sect for the Qingshanfang city. Not long after he exited the mountain gate, 2 figures stealthily trailed him, Lu Mao and a core disciple from the Qingzhou Peak, Wang Li, who had previously faced Xu Changsheng in the 2nd round of the outer sect competition. Having reached the pinnacle of the 6th layer of qi refinement, he had broken through to the 7th layer over the past 6 months and had now become Lin Yan's trusted aide. "Lu Shidi, are you certain he has been afflicted by the Blood Fiend Stone?" Wang Li asked in a hushed tone. Lu Mao grinned maliciously. "Absolutely. Look at his unsteady aura. He can barely control his sword. He must have been tainted by malevolent energy." Wang Li nodded. "Sister Lin instructed us to ensure his demise this time. We cannot afford to fail again." The 2 trailed Xu Changsheng from a distance until they reached a secluded valley. Suddenly, Xu Changsheng staggered and fell from his flying sword, tumbling into the dense forest of the valley. "What an opportunity!" Lu Mao exclaimed with delight. He was faltering. The 2 quickly pursued him into the woods, only to find Xu Changsheng's figure had vanished. "Where is he?" Wang Li asked, alertly scanning the surroundings. Just then, a cool voice drifted down from above. "Gentlemen, you have followed me tirelessly." Lu Mao and Wang Li looked up in shock to see Xu Changsheng standing in midair atop the golden spirit sword, showing no signs of weakness whatsoever. You haven't been afflicted by the Blood Fiend Stone." Lu Mao's face turned pale. Xu Changsheng sneered. "You think your little tricks could ensnare me?" Wang Li reacted swiftly, producing a black flying dagger and shouting, "Lu Shidi, let us attack together." Even if he is formidable, he is merely at the 6th layer of qi refinement. Before he could finish, Xu Changsheng's lips curled into a smirk, and a flash of golden light erupted from his sleeve. "Golden light locking spirit array, activate." Boom. Golden chains shot up from the ground, swiftly binding Lu Mao and Wang Li tightly. "What?" Lu Mao's face changed dramatically. "You schemed against us." Xu Changsheng laughed coldly. "You think you're worthy of my scheming?" Without further ado, Xu Changsheng unleashed the golden spirit sword, transforming it into a golden rainbow aimed directly at Wang Li's throat. Wang Li hurriedly defended himself, but trapped within the array, his movements were severely hampered. After 3 exchanges, he was pierced through the chest by a single sword strike, dying on the spot. Lu Mao, terrified, turned to flee but was ensnared by the golden chains of the array, unable to escape. Xu Changsheng, spare me. It was all Lin Yan's doing. Lu Mao pleaded, kneeling in desperation. Xu Changsheng's expression remained impassive as he declared, I have afforded you an opportunity. In a flash of sword light, Lu Mao clutched his throat and collapsed, his eyes brimming with regret. Xu Changsheng swiftly cleared the battlefield, confiscating the storage bags of the two, and then unleashed a fireball to reduce the corpses to ashes. Lin Yan, your people initiated the attack this time. Do not blame me, he stated with a frigid gaze before turning to depart on his sword. On Qingzhou Peak, Lin Yan soon received the news of the shattered of Lu Mao and Wang Li. Incompetence. She seethed, shattering the stone table beside her with a single strike. What a formidable Xu Changsheng. Her eyes seethed with murderous intent, yet she quickly regained her composure. To have been able to counter Wang Li, his strength was undoubtedly beyond the 6th layer of qi refinement. It seems I must enlist the aid of that individual. Lin Yan retrieved a crimson jade slip, hesitated for a moment, and was just about to crush it when a voice called out, Yenner, stop. Chapter 58, The Blood Shadow Sect, The Trial of the Withered Mountain. A summons from Yunyao. In Lin Yan's grasp, the blood-red jade slip was held firm by a gentle yet unyielding force. She abruptly turned her head, only to find her father, Lin Kong, standing at the doorway, his expression as dark as the depths of water. Father. Lin Yan bit her lip in defiance. Why do you stop me? Lin Kong strode into the room, sweeping his sleeve to unlock the cave's restrictions, then spoke in a grave tone. You dare to contact members of the Blood Shadow Sect? Are you aware of the consequences should this matter come to light? The Blood Shadow Sect operates in secrecy. They want to be discovered. Lin Yan exclaimed anxiously. That Xu Changsheng is merely a waste with a 5-elemental root. Killing him is no great loss. Foolishness. Lin Kong interrupted sternly. Do you truly consider the law enforcement hall of our sect to be a mere decoration? This boy possesses a complex background. Not only was he personally brought into the sect by the esteemed Yun Yao of the Purple Sand Peak, but he also has close connections with Elder Ma of the Spirit Her Peak and is favored by Elders Li and Wu of the Alchemy Peak. If he were to die under mysterious circumstances, the sect would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation. Lin Yan's complexion shifted slightly, yet her resolve remained unyielding. So what? Am I to simply swallow my anger? Observing his daughter's stubborn demeanor, Lin Kong softened his tone. Yenner, I understand your indignation. However, you have just broken through to the 10th layer of qi refinement. Your immediate priority should be to prepare for the Inter-Sect Grand Competition 2 months from now, aiming to secure a place in the Withered Mountain Trial. The Withered Mountain Trial? A glimmer of light flickered in Lin Yan's eyes. Indeed, Lin Kong nodded. There exists an ancient herb garden within this trial, which might very well provide an opportunity for foundational establishment. If you succeed in establishing your foundation, why would you need to go through such elaborate schemes to deal with the Xu Changsheng? Lin Yan remained silent for a moment before finally relaxing her clenched fists. You speak the truth, father. Meanwhile, Xu Changsheng was in his cave, cataloging his spoils. This Wang Li is rather affluent. He weighed the storage bag in his hand, which contained over 300 spirit stones, a vial of qi-gathering pills, and several mid-tier magical artifacts. In contrast, Lu Mao was considerably poorer, possessing fewer than 100 spirit stones, only a few qi cultivating pills, a mid-tier artifact, and a low-tier one. Of course, the disparity in their resources was due to the difference in their cultivation levels, one being at the late stage of qi refinement and the other at the mid-stage. Aside from the pills and spirit stones, the magical artifacts were stolen goods. Even if enhanced, they would retain traces of their original ownership. And Xu Changsheng had no intention of keeping them. He planned to find an opportunity to dispose of them at the Qingshan market. Days later, Zhou Qing hurriedly arrived at Xu Changsheng's cave, a hint of excitement gracing his features. Junior brother Xu, have you heard about the Withered Mountain Trial? He asked eagerly upon entering. Xu Changsheng, engaged in organizing his pills, looked up at the inquiry. I have heard a little, but not in detail. Zhou Qing took a seat, lowering his voice. I just learned from a true disciple that the Withered Mountain is an ancient forbidden area, where the restrictions reveal a flaw every 50 years, allowing outsiders to enter. This time, the 5 major righteous sects of the Zhao Kingdom, Taiyi Sect, Greatsword Sect, 100 Puppets Sect, Beast Taming Sect, and Watermoon Studio, will all send disciples to participate. A glimmer of interest sparked in Xu Changsheng's eyes. Oh, and what of the 3 demonic sects? Zhou Qing scoffed. The Xian Yin Demon Sect, Blood Shadow Sect, and Ghost Corpse Sect. those little devils? In the past, they were also able to participate, but during the previous trial, their methods were excessively ruthless, leading to the demise of numerous righteous disciples. Subsequently, the 5 major sects united to exclude them completely. Xu Changsheng nodded thoughtfully, realizing the situation. I see. What are the requirements to participate in the trial? The top 50 in the inter-sect competition, Zhou side. This time the competition is fierce. I've heard there are over 20 individuals at the 10th level of Qi refinement, and even a few prodigies at the 12th level. Xu Changsheng had initially held little interest in the inter-sect competition, yet upon hearing about the Kushan trial, he felt a stir of ambition within. The ancient forbidden land. Surely it holds many opportunities. He pondered silently. Noticing Xu Changsheng lost in thought, Zhou Qing added, by the way, I've also heard that there may be an ancient medicinal garden in this trial, which could possibly offer foundational opportunities. Xu Changsheng's heart trembled. Establishing a foundation is no small feat. Anything related to such opportunities is of great significance. Thank you for the information, senior brother. Xu Changsheng expressed his sincere gratitude. Zhou Qing waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for formality between us. However, Xu Shidi, if you wish to participate, you must elevate your cultivation swiftly. This competition is no laughing matter. After bidding farewell to Zhou Qing, Xu Changsheng stood at the entrance of his cave dwelling, gazing toward the distant Qingzhou peak. A glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Lin Yan, it seems we shall meet again soon. One day, while Xu Changsheng was within his cave refining a batch of spirit-condensing pills, he suddenly sensed the protective barrier outside being disturbed. With a sweep of his consciousness, he discovered a maid dressed in purple gauze standing at the door, her attire billowing gracefully, exuding an extraordinary aura. A disciple from Xu Shaping? Xu Changsheng was taken aback and quickly deactivated the barrier. Senior brother Xu, Fairy Yunyao requests your presence. The maid curtsied gracefully, her voice melodious. Xu Changsheng was secretly astonished. The last time he had sought an audience with Fairy Yunyao, he had been unsuccessful. He hadn't expected her to summon him this time. Please wait a moment, senior sister. I shall change my attire and be right there. A short while later, Xu Changsheng followed the maid to Xu Shaping. The peak was shrouded in mist, imbued with an ethereal ambience. Before a delicate palace of purple jade atop the peak, Fairy Yunyao stood by the railing, her purple robe dancing in the wind, resembling a celestial being from a painting. Disciple Xu Changsheng pays respects to Master Yunyao. Xu Changsheng bowed respectfully. Fairy Yunyao turned, a hint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. In just over 2 years, you have advanced from a mortal to the 6th level of Qi refinement? Xu Changsheng felt a chill within. He had not anticipated her keen insight into his true cultivation level. He had originally concealed his aura with a concealment pill and the purple Qi observation method, which would be difficult for even Foundation establishment elders to detect. Yet, it seemed he was still insufficient before a Golden Core master. The disciple has had the fortune of some opportunities, he replied modestly. Fairy Yunyao chuckled lightly. Achieving the top 10 in the outer sect at the 5th level of Qi refinement, becoming a formal alchemist within a year, and now breaking through to the 6th level. Nearing the 7th, this cannot merely be attributed to luck. She waved her jade hand, gesturing for Xu Changsheng to take a seat. I have heard you intend to participate in the inter-sect competition? Xu Changsheng nodded. Indeed, I do have such intentions. Excellent, she replied. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in the eyes of the celestial maiden Yunyao. Should you secure a position within the top 50 of the inter-sect, I shall bestow upon you a unique opportunity. Xu Changsheng's heart raced with anticipation. May I inquire, esteemed master, what this opportunity entails? The celestial maiden Yunyao responded with a mysterious smile. Within the trials of the Withered Mountain lies a secret realm known as Xingjing Cave. In my youth, I acquired a legacy there. If you succeed in entering the top 50, I shall impart the method to you. Filled with elation, Xu Changsheng hastily expressed his gratitude. Thank you, revered master, for your generous favor. I shall strive with all my might. Chapter 59. The 7th layer of Qi refinement, dealing with stolen goods. The Treasure Pavilion. As Xu Changsheng departed from the Vermilion Peak, his heart surged with excitement. He had not anticipated that the Fairy Yunyao would hold him in such high regard. Nor could he have foreseen the fortuitous opportunities that awaited him during the trials of the Withered Mountain. The Xingjing Cave. It seems I must exert every ounce of my strength in this competition. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Xu Changsheng promptly retrieved the crimson copper alchemy furnace and commenced an intense endeavor to concoct first-grade advanced Zhuangyuan pills. The azure wood fire within the furnace burned tirelessly, filling the entire cave with a rich aroma of medicinal essence. With only 2 months to spare, he needed to achieve a breakthrough to the 7th layer of Qi refinement within 1 month. Additionally, he had to allocate time for his spellcasting. In the first batch, 3 pills were successfully refined, all of inferior quality. In the second batch, 2 pills were produced, one of which was of medium quality. The third batch ended in disaster due to insufficient spiritual energy, causing an explosion. The fourth batch, after 7 consecutive days of relentless effort, Xu Changsheng's eyes were bloodshot, yet before him stood 25 Zhuanyuan pills, 3 of which attained medium quality. That is sufficient. Xu Changsheng took a deep breath, storing all the pills within a small cauldron for reinforcement. In the tranquil chamber, he sat cross-legged, his spiritual energy ebbing and flowing like the tides. He first consumed an ordinary Zhuanyuan pill, allowing its potency to circulate before promptly swallowing a flawless one. The effects of the Zhuanyuan pill were immensely powerful. This method allowed his meridians to acclimate, minimizing the potential harm from the medicinal energy. Boom! The surging spiritual energy burst forth like a flood unleashed from a dam. And Xu Changsheng immediately activated the Taiyi nourishing technique, guiding this force to break through the barriers within his meridians. 1 day, 2 days. Over half a month passed. Suddenly, the spiritual energy within the chamber surged violently, and fine beads of blood emerged from his pores, yet a joyful expression illuminated his face. Break! With a soft exclamation, a constraint within him shattered. In an instant, his entire meridian system was unblocked, and the speed of his spiritual energy surged dramatically. Xu Changsheng opened his eyes, which gleamed with brilliance. He sensed the torrent of spiritual energy within him. A smile gracing his lips. The 7th layer of qi refinement had achieved small circulation, doubling the recovery speed of his spiritual energy, enabling him to cast hundreds of medium-level spells continuously, and even high-level spells a dozen times. Even more astonishing was that, due to his cultivation of both the Taiyi nourishing technique and the Qingmu longevity method, the total volume of his spiritual energy was thrice that of an ordinary cultivator, rendering him no less formidable than those at the 8th layer of qi refinement. This implied that he could unleash even more spells, including top-tier ones, multiple times in succession. Upon introspection, he noted that the power of his consciousness within his sea of consciousness had expanded from 32 zhang to 35 zhang. Though it appeared to be a mere increase of 3 zhang, in reality, Xu Changsheng's mind stirred, and his consciousness surged forth like a tide, swiftly enveloping the entire small courtyard and the surrounding medicinal fields. With the enhancement of his consciousness strength, the precision of his explorations had significantly improved. Next, it was time to visit the Qingshan market. He needed to handle some stolen goods and sell various medicinal materials to acquire stronger magical artifacts and spells. Previously, his focus had been entirely on enhancing his cultivation. Now, a year had passed, and his cultivation had risen 2 layers, advancing from the 5th to the 7th layer of qi refinement, with a substantial increase in spiritual energy. Only with the addition of some advanced magical artifacts and spells could his true potential be fully realized, thus harboring hopes of claiming a position among the top 50 of the inner sect. The morning mist of Qingshan market had yet to dissipate when Xu Changsheng donned a coarse linen robe, a tattered bamboo hat perched upon his head, and a dusty storage bag hanging from his waist, presenting the appearance of a down-and-out rogue cultivator. He deliberately hunched his back and shuffled into a humble grocery store named Baibao Pavilion. The establishment was modest, and behind the counter sat an elderly man, his face a map of wrinkles, dozing off. "Do you buy magical artifacts?" Xu Changsheng inquired in a low, gravelly voice. The old man opened his sleepy eyes, scrutinizing Xu Changsheng with a languid gaze, and replied, "Price is determined by the quality." Xu Changsheng retrieved a green flying sword from his storage bag, an intermediate artifact he had acquired from Lu Mao. He deliberately held the sword with his dirt-covered hands, ensuring it bore several artificially inflicted scratches. "Ah, the Qingling sword," the old man remarked as he took the sword, flicking it lightly with his fingertip. "Alas, it is poorly maintained, and its spirit is diminished. I can offer you a maximum of 60 spirit stones." Xu Changsheng stifled a laugh within. He had previously examined the sword with his spiritual sense and discerned no trace of spiritual essence. Clearly, the old man was attempting to undervalue it. He feigned hesitation, saying, This has been passed down from my ancestors." 70, not a stone more, the old man waved dismissively. "Perhaps you should consider other shops?" After a round of haggling, they ultimately settled on 100 spirit stones. Xu Changsheng then produced a low-tier protective mirror, selling it for 10 spirit stones. Upon leaving Baibao Pavilion, Xu Changsheng meandered through the alleys, ensuring no one was following before changing his attire. This time, he masqueraded as a wealthy young master, adorned with a delicate jade pendant at his waist, swaggering into Wanqi Tower. What would this young master like to see? The shop attendant greeted him enthusiastically. Xu Changsheng waved an ornate fan nonchalantly and replied, I have several magical artifacts I no longer require. Do you accept them? With that, he revealed Wang Li's black flying dagger. The dagger was entirely ebony, its blade subtly etched with crimson patterns, clearly not an ordinary item. The shopkeeper approached for appraisal, squinting at the dagger for a lengthy moment. A blood-patterned dagger? Typically wielded by demonic cultivators. May I inquire about its origins? Xu Changsheng had anticipated this line of questioning and scoffed disdainfully. I won it at the gambling den a few days ago. Is there a problem? The shopkeeper smiled awkwardly. I dare not imply otherwise. However, this blood-patterned dagger requires a special technique to wield, and it may not be suitable for the average person. How does 100 spirit stones sound? 150, Xu Changsheng asserted firmly. After a back-and-forth negotiation, they finally settled on 120 spirit stones. Xu Changsheng feigned generosity, waving his hand dismissively. No need for change. Please give me a few fireball talismans. For the final flying sword, Xu Changsheng opted to sell it at a stall on the edge of the market. The stall owner was a one-eyed brute, clearly not one to be trifled with. This sword, 40 spirit stones, the one-eyed man stated, weighing the flying sword in his hand, his eye gleaming with shrewdness. Xu Changsheng sneered. An intermediate flying sword is worth at least 60. Then 60 it is. The robust man suddenly lowered his voice and remarked, however, my friend, the restrictive techniques on your sword, they seem to belong to the Taiyi Sect, do they not? Xu Changsheng felt a shiver run down his spine, yet his expression remained unfazed. What? Are disciples of the Immortal Sect not permitted to sell their wares? The burly man grinned widely, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Of course, they can. 65, let's be friends. Xu Changsheng accepted the spirit stone and departed without a backward glance. It was only after exiting the market that he realized his back was already drenched. That one-eyed giant had undoubtedly perceived something, yet it appeared he had no intention of meddling further. After attending to his magical tools, Xu Changsheng made his way to the Spirit Herb District. This area was even more vibrant than the magical tools section, with the air thick with the fragrance of various herbs. Chapter 60, Spiritual Herb Pavilion, 2,000 Spirit Stones, the Golden Rainbow Sword, and the 10,000 Wood Shield. Xu Changsheng did not rush to make a purchase. Instead, he leisurely roamed about, familiarizing himself with the market conditions. The average price for 10-year-old Huangjing was around 20 spirit stones, while ginseng was slightly more expensive, priced at 25 spirit stones. Xu Changsheng chose a grand establishment named the Spiritual Herb Pavilion. The shop was lavishly decorated, frequented predominantly by foundation-building cultivators, indicating substantial financial backing. Esteemed friend, what do you require? A young attendant in green approached him. Xu Changsheng lowered his voice. I have some superior spiritual herbs for sale. Please summon your manager. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man with a goatee emerged and led Xu Changsheng to a private chamber. Xu Changsheng produced a jade box, within which 10 specimens of Huangjing were meticulously arranged. These Huangjing roots were intact, their surfaces tinged with a faint golden hue, exuding a delightful fragrance. Golden-threaded Huangjing? The manager's eyes brightened as he carefully examined one, affirming its exceptional quality. How does 25 spirit stones per piece sound? Xu Changsheng smiled in silence, and then retrieved another jade box containing 10 ginseng roots. These ginseng were entirely golden, their roots resembling dragons, faintly shimmering with spiritual light. The manager gasped in astonishment. This is spirit light ginseng? How many do you possess? I shall take them all. After some haggling, they settled on a price of 25 spirit stones for each Huangjing and 30 spirit stones for each ginseng. Xu Changsheng had brought 70 spiritual herbs in total, comprising 35 of each type, yielding a total of 1,750 spirit stones. As he departed, the manager warmly handed him a VIP jade token, saying, if you have any more herbs of this quality in the future, do consider our spiritual herb pavilion first. Xu Changsheng accepted with a smile, though he mused inwardly. It seems I shall not return here for some time. The sudden appearance of so many high-quality spiritual herbs is bound to raise suspicion. Upon leaving the market, Xu Changsheng found his storage bag now contained over 2,000 spirit stones. He changed back into a common guise in a secluded area, ensuring he was not being followed before returning to the Qingshan market to procure the items he required. His first stop was the magical artifacts section. Currently, the only magical artifacts he frequently utilized were the Golden Spirit Sword, the Azure Light Shield, and the Azure Edge Sword. The first two were of mid-tier quality, while the latter was of low-tier quality, no longer commensurate with his strength. The Golden Spirit Sword had been transformed from waste into treasure, while the other two could be enhanced. However, enhancements would bear the traces of the original artifacts, making them conspicuous to discerning sect experts. To avert unnecessary complications, he resolved to acquire new magical artifacts. With over 2,000 spirit stones at his disposal, he was well equipped to purchase something of quality. The stalls in the magical artifacts section were lined up in an orderly fashion, each type of artifact shimmering alluringly in the sunlight. Xu Changsheng navigated through them, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized each exhibit. He deliberately restrained his aura, feigning the demeanor of an ordinary mid-stage qi refinement cultivator, occasionally pausing to inquire about prices, only to shake his head and move on. Esteemed friend, how about this ice blade? A beaming vendor intercepted Xu Changsheng. It's only 500 spirit stones. Undoubtedly a premium among high-tier artifacts. Xu Changsheng took the long sword, his fingertips lightly grazing the blade, instantly feeling a chilling aura. He shook his head inwardly. The icy attribute conflicted with his verdant fire, rendering it unsuitable for him. Is there a sword of the metal attribute? Xu Changsheng inquired. Among the 5 elements, metal-based artifacts possessed the greatest lethality. Moreover, he had previously wielded a golden spirit sword, becoming accustomed to its nature. The stall owner's eyes lit up as he retrieved a brocade box from beneath the counter. You have arrived at an opportune moment. Just yesterday, I acquired a golden rainbow sword. At the instant the box was opened, a flash of golden light emerged. There lay a 3-inch-long golden miniature sword, quietly resting upon the red silk. The blade was slender, its entire body shimmering with a golden glow, with intricate runes faintly flickering along the edge. Xu Changsheng's heart trembled. The quality of this sword exceeded his expectations. He cautiously lifted the flying sword, infusing it with a trace of spiritual energy. Immediately, the blade emitted a crisp hum, its golden light swelling, transforming into a 3-foot-long sword that traced an elegant arc in the air. A splendid sword, Xu Changsheng exclaimed sincerely. The stall owner, stroking his beard with pride, declared, this sword incorporates a tail of gold essence, with sharpness rivaling that of top-tier artifacts. 700 spirit stones, an absolute bargain. Xu Changsheng feigned hesitation. Too expensive. How about 600? You jest, the stall owner replied, shaking his head. Just the tail of gold essence is worth 300 spirit stones. How about this? Recognizing your discerning eye, I can offer it for 680, but no less. After some haggling, they ultimately settled on 650 spirit stones. Xu Changsheng trembled slightly as he took the brocade box. This sword was even better than he had anticipated. After passing a few stalls, Xu Changsheng began searching for defensive artifacts. He understood that in the inner sect competition, preserving one's life was more crucial than offensive capabilities. Mystic Iron Shield, 500 spirit stones. Water Spirit Shield, capable of resisting fire spells. The calls from various stalls echoed around him. Suddenly, a vibrant green wooden shield captured his attention. This shield was no larger than a palm, yet it radiated a rich aura of wood spirit, with naturally formed wood grain faintly resembling an intricate formation. 10,000 wood shield, crafted from 300-year-old ironwood heart. A high-tier artifact, the shopkeeper, an elderly man with white hair, spoke slowly. It can automatically absorb the wood spirit energy from the heavens and earth to repair damage and withstand 3 full-force attacks from peak qi refining without issue. As Xu Changsheng took the wooden shield, he immediately felt a gentle flow of wood spirit energy coursing into his body, resonating with his verdant wood longevity technique. This delighted him. He had not anticipated that this artifact could complement his cultivation technique. How many spirit stones? 700. The old man held up 2 fingers. If not for my urgent need for spirit stones to purchase medicinal materials, I would sell it for at least 800. Xu Changsheng carefully examined the wooden shield and discovered a slight crack on the back. He promptly pointed out this flaw, and they ultimately agreed on 600 spirit stones. As he was about to leave, the old man gifted him a small vial of ironwood resin. This can be used for daily maintenance. Xu Changsheng nodded in acceptance, pleasantly surprised by the old man's generosity. Subsequently, he ventured into the welfare area, where the talisman section was bustling with activity, various talisman papers neatly arranged on the shelves. Xu Changsheng first approached a stall specializing in fire-based talismans. How much for the fireball talismans? He inquired. 3 spirit stones each, buy 10 and receive 1 free, replied the stall owner, a burly man with a ruddy complexion, exuding the essence of fire, clearly a practitioner of fire-related techniques. After scanning the talismans with his spiritual awareness and confirming their quality, Xu Changsheng stated decisively, I would like 100. What? The red-faced man widened his eyes. Are you jesting, my friend? However, when Xu Changsheng placed 300 spirit stones on the table, the man instantly donned a beaming smile. eagerly retrieving a jade box. What a generous customer. Here are your 110 fireball talismans. Consider the extra 10 as a gesture of friendship. Subsequently, Xu Changsheng purchased 15 fire snake talismans. These advanced talismans were priced at 60 spirit stones each and could transform into a fire snake over a yard long when activated, wielding tremendous power. During the last Outer Sect competition, Elder Ma had gifted him 5 fire snake talismans, which had garnered him much acclaim. If you seek even more formidable talismans, our shop also offers the Supreme Flame Dragon Talisman. The man whispered conspiratorially. Xu Changsheng shook his head in refusal. While the Flame Dragon Talisman was indeed impressive, its price of 150 spirit stones each was exorbitant, and given his current cultivation level, activating it would prove too strenuous. Chapter 61. The Recovery Pill. Strengthening the Golden Light Shield and the Mysterious Golden Spirit Armor. Transitioning to another stall, Xu Changsheng began to select wind control talismans. Though merely low-tier talismans, they could rival high-tier ones after being enhanced by the small cauldron, significantly elevating one's speed of movement. Previously, during the assassination of Zhang Yuanda in the Servants' Institute, the wind control talismans played an indispensable role. In the last Outer Sect competition, Xu Changsheng had not utilized the wind control talismans, as the enhanced cloud stepping technique was entirely sufficient. However, with the upcoming Inner Sect competition being undoubtedly more intense, he felt the need to prepare further. The small business offered the talismans at 3 spirit stones each, non-negotiable. The stall owner was a cold and striking female cultivator, her tone indifferent. Xu Changsheng meticulously examined the integrity of the runes on each talisman, ultimately selecting 25 of the finest quality. Observing his discernment, the female cultivator softened her demeanor slightly and gifted him an additional wind control talisman. When Xu Changsheng arrived at the elixir section, his spirit stones were dwindling. Yet, he understood the critical importance of the recovery pill for cultivating the purple chi. Observing the divine method. How much for the recovery pill? He inquired. 80 spirit stones per bottle, replied the attendant without lifting his gaze. Xu Changsheng frowned. Isn't the market price 70? Finally looking up, the attendant sighed. You may not be aware, but with the Inner Sect competition approaching, the recovery pill is in high demand. Xu Changsheng inquired at 3 different shops, all pricing the pills between 80 and 85. Just as he was about to concede defeat, he unexpectedly discovered a small stall tucked away in a corner. The proprietor was a young man with a sickly appearance, displaying only 5 bottles of elixir before him. Recovery pill, 60 spirit stones per bottle, the young man coughed. Crafted by my master, quality assured. Xu Changsheng picked up a bottle for inspection, noting the elixir's pure hue and rich fragrance, confirming it was indeed a fine product. Without hesitation, he purchased all of them and added an extra 20 spirit stones, saying, "Take care of your health." The young man gratefully clasped his hands. "Thank you, friend. Here is a bottle of solidifying essence pill for you. It works wonders for stabilizing one's realm." As Xu Changsheng departed the marketplace, the sun had already begun its descent in the west. He touched the weighty storage bag, revealing a satisfied smile. These preparations would sufficiently allow him to compete with the prodigies in the Inner Sect competition. Upon returning to the sect, Xu Changsheng proceeded to the Spirit Medicine Peaks Library Pavilion, where he selected a mid-tier spell free of charge. In terms of offense, he was well equipped with the Profound Sky Sword technique and numerous talismans. However, defensively, he only possessed the rather feeble 10,000 tree shield, prompting him to choose the defensive spell, Golden Light Shield. Renowned for its defensive capabilities among mid-tier spells, it also had several advanced techniques. And even if enhanced by the Bronze Cauldron, it would likely not raise any suspicions. With these items in hand, upon returning to his small courtyard, Xu Changsheng immediately activated the most stringent protective restrictions. He affixed 3 warning talismans at the entrance and set up a soundproof barrier around his quiet room. After completing these tasks, he cautiously retrieved the Bronze Cauldron and placed it on the table. The magical artifact could not be enhanced for the time being. Xu Changsheng caressed the smooth blade of the golden rainbow sword, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. During the Inner Sect competition, with Golden Core True beings observing, any hint of anomaly would pose a significant problem. Some rare enhancements are seldom employed by Xu Changsheng in public. For instance, the 3-flavored fireball technique has never been demonstrated by him, as it is not found within the Taiyi Immortal Sect, and its origins would be difficult to explain. While some enhancement talismans and spells are indeed rare, they have corresponding items that could arouse mere curiosity about the source of his abundant spirit stones. Without leading to further speculation, the enhancement of magical tools is also unpredictable, often yielding novel results, which contradicts Xu Changsheng's principle of maintaining a low profile. Moreover, both the Golden Rainbow Sword and the 10,000 Wood Shield are high-tier magical instruments that are currently sufficient for his needs, should he choose to enhance them further. Although their power would significantly increase, the consumption of spiritual energy would also rise considerably. Given Xu Changsheng's current spiritual capacity, high-tier magical instruments are perfectly adequate. He meticulously stored away the newly acquired magical tool and retrieved the jade slip inscribed with the Golden Light Shield spell. Taking a deep breath, Xu Changsheng gently placed the jade slip into the bronze cauldron. A low hum resonated from the cauldron as the ancient patterns upon its surface began to glow one by one. Swiftly, he formed a hand seal and infused a strand of pure spiritual energy into the cauldron. The jade slip began to levitate slowly within the azure light, its surface runes writhing and reconfiguring like living entities. This process lasted approximately the duration of an incense stick. When the azure light dissipated, the jade slip had transformed into a pale golden hue, with the ancient characters for Mysterious Golden Spirit armor prominently displayed upon its surface. Remarkably, it had been enhanced into a top-tier defensive spell. Xu Changsheng was taken aback. The Mysterious Golden Spirit armor is a formidable existence that has caused many peak Qi refinement practitioners considerable distress. Its defensive capabilities are undoubtedly on par with the finest defensive magical tools, providing comprehensive protection. Eagerly, Xu Changsheng pressed the jade slip to his forehead, and an overwhelming surge of information flooded into his consciousness. After assimilating the nuances of the new spell, he immediately commenced his practice. Being a top-tier spell, it must be said that its complexity is quite formidable. He formed hand seals and chanted incantations as his internal spiritual energy flowed along predetermined pathways. After numerous attempts, he finally discerned the key. Mysterious Golden Spirit armor, coalesce. With a soft utterance, an array of golden light points suddenly surrounded Xu Changsheng. These points rapidly coalesced, forming a translucent layer of golden spiritual armor in an instant. The armor's surface shimmered with iridescence, and intricate runes could be faintly seen circulating. Xu Changsheng moved his limbs and discovered that the armor did not hinder his actions in the slightest. With a mere thought, the armor became transparent, only manifesting when under attack. Testing its defensive capabilities, he drew the Golden Rainbow Sword and infused it with 30% of his spiritual energy, striking down towards his left arm with force. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as the blade met the armor, sending sparks flying. Xu Changsheng felt a slight tremor in his arm, yet the armor remained unscathed. Again, this time, he exerted 70% of his strength, the sword cutting through the air in a golden arc boom. A violent wave of spiritual energy reverberated throughout the courtyard, causing ripples to form on the armor's surface. Yet it showed no signs of rupture. A glimmer of delight flashed in Xu Changsheng's eyes. This defensive prowess is surely capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a 12th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. This, however, does not encompass the entirety of the Xianjin spirit armor's formidable power. At present, Xu Changsheng's level of spiritual energy permits him to achieve only this extent. As his realm ascends, the might of the Xianjin armor will further amplify. What pleases him most is the armor's consumption efficiency. The ordinary golden light shield depletes 2/10 of his spiritual energy over the duration of a single incense stick, whereas the Xianjin armor requires only approximately 4/10 for the same time frame. The energy expenditure has merely doubled, yet its defensive capacity has escalated by several multiples. The next step involves the enhancement of talismans. Xu Changsheng first placed 30 fireball talismans into a small cauldron. As the azure light swirled, the crimson runes inscribed on the talisman paper gradually transformed into a deep violet, emanating heat that subtly distorted the surrounding air. This is a high-tier purple flame talisman, which can serve as a common offensive technique in the Inner Sect competition. Chapter 62. The Art of Spell Combinations and the Amplification of Consciousness. Opponents in the first round of the Inner Sect. The enhancement of the Fire Serpent Talisman is truly astonishing. The originally crimson serpentine runes twist and morph in the azure light, ultimately transforming into a fearsome fire python. Its might is undoubtedly comparable to that of the top-tier talisman, the Flame Dragon Talisman. The reinforced Fire Serpent Talisman, which Xu Changsheng had utilized in the Outer Sect competition, is immensely powerful and serves as a formidable trump card. Among the most practical is the Wind Control Talisman. On the enhanced rune, a silver glimmer interlaces with the azure wind patterns. Xu Changsheng affixed it to his leg for experimentation, and his form became so swift that he nearly turned into an afterimage, traversing the small courtyard in a single leap. His speed improved by more than 50% over the advanced spell, Cloud Treading Step. Xu Changsheng was elated. Even if he could not prevail, escaping would pose no issue. Ranking among the top 50 in the inner sect would merely be a matter of doing his utmost. Ultimately, the preservation of life remains paramount. In the days that followed, Xu Changsheng embarked on an arduous training regimen. He practiced the coordination of the Xianjin spirit armor and the golden rainbow sword during the day, and at night, he consumed concentration pills to cultivate the purple chi observation method. He deliberately arranged several wooden dummies in the courtyard to train himself in swiftly activating talismans under various circumstances. He meticulously honed the accuracy of the fireball talisman, the manipulation of the fire serpent talisman, and the timing of the wind control talisman, refining each detail through repetition. The fire python talisman consumes too much energy and must be reserved for critical moments. The Xianjin spirit armor can be deployed in advance, but it can only be sustained for the duration of 2 incense sticks. Xu Changsheng diligently recorded these key points in his notebook, continuously optimizing his combat strategies. Beneath the setting sun, the golden rainbow sword cleaved through the air, leaving behind a dazzling golden trail. Xu Changsheng's figure flickered and danced in the courtyard, at times disappearing like a specter, and at others crashing down like a meteor. After 20 days, when Xu Changsheng could seamlessly execute a complete sequence of actions from defense to counterattack in a single breath, a satisfied smile finally graced his face. His mastery of various spell combinations and applications had matured, and he believed that beneath the 10th layer of chi refinement, few could rival him. However, this was not enough. His purple chi observation method was on the verge of a breakthrough, and he resolved to devote himself entirely to its cultivation. If he could achieve this breakthrough before the competition, his prowess would ascend to new heights. Time hastily slipped by. The day of the competition drew ever closer, and soon it would be time to announce the battle rankings. Xu Changsheng sat cross-legged in the center of the quiet chamber, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Deep within his consciousness, a swirling mass of purple mist surged violently, occasionally coalescing into a sword shape, only to scatter into a myriad of star-like points. Just one final step remained. Xu Changsheng gritted his teeth and swallowed the last concentration pill. The pill dissolved upon entering his throat, transforming into a refreshing energy that surged towards his consciousness. In an instant, the purple mist, as if provoked, spun wildly, gradually forming a vortex. Purple chi coalescing break. With a low shout, the purple vortex in his consciousness erupted explosively, scattering countless tiny purple light points throughout the entire expanse of his mental realm. These light points intertwined, constructing a sophisticated network of consciousness within Xu Changsheng's mind. Slowly, Xu Changsheng opened his eyes, a fleeting purple radiance shimmering within them. His thoughts stirred, and his consciousness spread outward like a tide, ultimately stabilizing within a radius of 40 zhang. Success. The 3rd layer of the purple chi observation technique had been mastered. Xu Changsheng could hardly conceal his elation. A range of 40 zhang in consciousness was already comparable to that of an ordinary 11th layer chi refinement practitioner. More remarkably, the refinement of his consciousness far surpassed that of his peers, with an investigative precision that rivaled even that of early foundation establishment practitioners. Eagerly, Xu Changsheng drew forth the golden rainbow sword, attempting to infuse his newly attained mental prowess into the sword technique. The profound heaven sword art. The golden rainbow sword responded instantly, tracing a perfect golden arc in the air. Unlike before, this time the sword's trajectory was more agile and varied, at times resembling a dragon's swaying tail, and at others, a startled swan gliding through the skies. Xu Changsheng closed his eyes in concentration, relying solely on his consciousness for control. Under his gaze, the golden rainbow sword executed intricate maneuvers, sudden accelerations, abrupt stops, and turns, and even traced complex symbols in the air. The stronger the consciousness, the greater the might of the sword technique. Most astonishingly, he could now simultaneously control both the golden rainbow sword and another sword, the golden spirit sword. Although the latter's agility was slightly inferior, it was sufficient to achieve an element of surprise in battle. Initially, Xu Changsheng had little confidence in defeating Lin Yan, who had broken through to the 11th layer of chi refinement. But now, with this advancement in his consciousness, he finally felt a sense of assurance. 2 days before the inner sect grand competition, the central square of the Taiyi Immortal Sect was bustling with activity. A 10-zhang tall white jade leaderboard floated in midair, densely inscribed with the names of participating disciples and their matchups. Xu Changsheng squeezed through the crowd, his gaze swiftly scanning the board. Upon seeing his match against Hirong from Tianfu Peak, he focused intently. After some inquiries, he learned that Hirong was merely at the 7th layer of chi refinement. He let out a slight sigh of relief. It seemed his first-round opponent was not too formidable. Junior brother Xu. Zhou Qing pushed through the throng, his expression grave. Your opponent is no simple foe. Oh, Xu Changsheng raised an eyebrow, just a 7th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. Do not underestimate him. Zhou Qing cautioned in a lowered voice. Though he roams cultivation is low, he hails from Tianfu Peak and is said to carry over 100 talismans. Last year's competition, he used a barrage of talismans to exhaust and defeat an 8th-layer senior brother. A flicker of surprise crossed Xu Changsheng's eyes, but he soon smiled and replied, Thank you for the warning, senior brother. I will be cautious. Just as the two were conversing, a harsh laughter erupted from behind them. Isn't this Xu, the great genius? Are you about to be sent off by talismans in the first round? Turning around, Xu Changsheng recognized 3 familiar figures, Han Feng, Zhao Wujia, and Yi Liao, who were the defeated opponents from the previous Outer Sect competition. Now, all 3 had broken through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement and wore Inner Sect disciple tokens. Their faces adorned with mockery as they gazed at him. Defeated opponents dare to be so noisy? Xu Changsheng said lightly. It seems the last lesson was not sufficiently profound. Han Feng's expression darkened. Xu Changsheng, do not get too complacent. We have all ascended to the Inner Sect now, and should we encounter you in the competition, you will surely taste the bitterness of that day. Zhao Wuji darkly added, Do not forget, you have offended senior sister Lin of King's Hufeng. Hehe. Even if you manage to pass the first round, there will be plenty of people waiting to deal with you afterward. Xu Changsheng, unfazed, merely smiled. A year has passed, and you still rely on mere words. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept over the 3. Since you are so confident, why not engage in a contest right now? The trio was immediately rendered speechless. Although they boasted loudly, the memories of being crushed by Xu Changsheng last year lingered vividly, and they dared not make a move. Humph. We shall see the truth revealed at the grand competition, Han Feng declared fiercely, as he led his companions away in defeat. Zhou Qing observed their retreating figures, frowning. These clowns are hardly a threat. Rather, it is Lin Yin we should be concerned about. Let challenges come as they may, and let the waters be contained by the earth, Xu Changsheng reassured, patting Zhou Qing's shoulder. Come, let us return and make our final preparations. Chapter 63. Old Friends Compete. Times have changed. The Elder's Teachings. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Xu Changsheng immediately set about gathering intelligence on Hero. Through his connection with Zhou Qing, he discovered that this disciple of the Tianfu Peak excelled in the art of talisman formations, employing a specific sequence to activate talismans and create devastating combination attacks. It was said that he possessed the formidable technique known as Wind and Fire United, wherein Zhou Qing handed Xu Changsheng a jade slip detailing the method, first conjuring a whirlwind with wind talismans, followed by igniting fire talismans, yielding power comparable to top-tier spells. Xu Changsheng meticulously studied the information within the jade slip, and his brows gradually unfurled. Perhaps this was the strategy he needed to counter his foes. The following day marked the commencement of the Outer Sect competition, a day earlier than scheduled. As dawn broke, Xu Changsheng arrived at the martial arena for the event. His purpose today was to bolster his friend Ma Detsai. As one of the top 10 in last year's Outer Sect competition, Xu Changsheng's presence instantly stirred a commotion among the crowd. Look, it's Xu Changsheng. I heard he has already ascended to the Inner Sect. Is he here to watch the matches? I wonder what rank he will achieve in the upcoming Inner Sect competition. The murmurs around him reached his ears. Yet Xu Changsheng maintained an unperturbed expression as he made his way to the front row of the spectator stands. He had intentionally donned a simple blue robe, with nothing more than an inconspicuous storage pouch hanging from his waist. Nevertheless, the unique aura of an Inner Sect disciple still commanded respect, causing the Outer Sect disciples to part ways for him. As the bell for the first match tolled, Xu Changsheng's gaze settled on the third arena, where stood a round-faced youth, his friend Ma Detsai, who had astonishingly broken through to the mid-stage of the 4th level. A smile played at the corners of Xu Changsheng's mouth. Ma Detsai's opponent was a tall, slender Outer Sect disciple, whose cultivation was only at the early stage of the 4th level. Logically, with Ma Detsai's mid-stage 4th level prowess, victory should have been well within his grasp. However, the unfolding events proved otherwise. The lanky disciple exhibited an elusive agility, wielding a pitch-black short sword with uncanny precision, forcing Ma Detsai to retreat repeatedly. What is happening? Xu Changsheng furrowed his brow, realizing that Ma Detsai's combat experience was still insufficient. Just as it seemed Ma Detsai would be pushed to the edge of the arena, he suddenly produced a small bronze mirror from his robe. The mirror flashed, emitting a beam of azure light that struck his opponent squarely in the chest. Bang! The slender disciple collapsed, his chest charred black. A mid-grade magical artifact? Xu Changsheng shook his head. It appeared to be a life-saving gift from Elder Ma. Though this fellow might lack focus and possess only average talent, he was fortunate to have a rather indulgent uncle, which set him apart from many others. In the second round, however, Ma Ditsai's luck ran out. His opponent was an Outer Sect disciple from the Hidden Sword Peak. Although both were at the 4th level of Qi refinement, the latter's swordsmanship was exceptionally fierce. Begin. The moment the referee's voice fell, the Hidden Sword Peak disciple closed in like a specter, aiming a blade straight for Ma Ditsai's throat. In a panic, Ma Ditsai raised the bronze mirror, only for his opponent's swift maneuver to slice through his sleeve. The second strike was even more cunning, with a deft twist. The sword sent Ma Ditsai's magical artifact flying. Within mere moments, Ma Ditsai succumbed to defeat. Indeed, the disciples of the Hidden Sword Peak were formidable. Xu Changsheng silently noted the path of the sword, realizing that hidden talents lay within the Outer Sect. As his gaze swept over other arenas, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure, Lu Hong. The young scion of the Lu family was competing on the 5th arena, wielding a crimson longsword with great vigor. To Xu Changsheng's surprise, Lu Hong's cultivation had reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, a significant improvement since last year. He had won 2 consecutive matches, showcasing remarkable prowess. However, when Lu Hong inadvertently caught sight of Xu Changsheng in the observation area, his complexion turned ashen, and he nearly dropped his sword. In the subsequent match, his focus visibly waned, and his techniques became increasingly erratic. How intriguing. Xu Changsheng narrowed his eyes, recognizing that the death of Lu Mao had left a substantial shadow over him. During a break in the competition, Xu Changsheng approached the contestants' rest area. Ma Ditsai sat gloomily in a corner, the tear in his sleeve still unpatched. Ditsai, Changsheng. Ma Ditsai suddenly looked up, a look of surprise spreading across his face. What brings you here? Xu Changsheng smiled as he handed him a bottle of healing elixir. Just came to check on an old friend. That copper mirror you had earlier was quite impressive. Don't mention it, Ma Ditsai lamented, ruffling his hair in frustration. The protective talisman given by my uncle. And yet I still lost so embarrassingly. As they conversed, Lu Hong passed by. Upon seeing Xu Changsheng, he noticeably stiffened and hurriedly averted his gaze, hastening his departure. What is wrong with Lu Hong? Ma Ditsai wondered aloud. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. Xu Changsheng chuckled, remaining silent as he patted his friend's shoulder. I will be participating in the Inner Sect competition tomorrow. Be sure to come and cheer for me. As he left the martial arts arena, the sun had begun its descent in the west. Xu Changsheng glanced back at the fiercely contested arenas, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. A year prior, he too had stood on that stage, striving with all his might for a place in the Inner Sect. Though he had since ascended to that rank, the road ahead promised to be even more arduous. Tomorrow's competition would surely present formidable adversaries. Xu Changsheng touched the storage pouch at his waist, filled with various secret weapons he had meticulously prepared. No matter how powerful his opponents might be, he was resolutely ready for a fierce battle. The night breeze swept over the hills, carrying the coolness of early autumn. Xu Changsheng's silhouette stretched long in the sunset, as he walked step by step towards the Inner Sect. Tomorrow would mark the true beginning of his ascent to fame within the Inner Sect. On his way back from the martial arts arena, Xu Changsheng encountered Elder Ma at the corner of the Bluestone Path. The elder stood beneath an ancient pine tree, hands clasped behind his back, seemingly savoring the last rays of the setting sun. Disciple pays respects to Elder Ma, Xu Changsheng said respectfully. Elder Ma turned, his face breaking into a kind smile. Ah, it's Changsheng, here to witness the Outer Sect competition? Indeed, I came to observe the performance of an old friend. Xu Changsheng replied. Elder Ma sighed softly. That boy, Ditsai, has decent talent, but his temperament is too gentle, lacking in experience. He paused, then turned his gaze to Xu Changsheng. Tomorrow is the Inner Sect competition. How have you prepared? Xu Changsheng smiled slightly. I shall do my utmost. Do not feel overly pressured. Elder Ma gently patted his shoulder and said with earnest gravity, among the 3,000 disciples of the Inner Sect, nearly all have attained a cultivation level of at least the 7th stage of Qi refinement. Having only entered the Inner Sect for a year, it is of little consequence if you do not secure a commendable rank. The experience you gain will be invaluable. Xu Changsheng respectfully nodded. Your teachings will be remembered, Elder. Satisfied, Elder Ma stroked his beard and imparted a few more words of wisdom regarding cultivation before turning to depart. As he watched the elder's retreating figure, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Xu Changsheng's eyes. This benevolent elder could hardly fathom that his true ambition was not merely to broaden his horizons, but to strive for a place among the top 50. Chapter 64. The First Battle, Annihilating Force. The battle against Han Feng again. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Xu Changsheng began the final assessment of his capabilities. His cultivation had reached the 7th level of Qi refinement. Yet his spiritual power was as profound as that of an 8th-level peak practitioner. His divine sense extended to a range of 40 zhang, comparable to an 11th-level Qi refinement adept. He possessed high-grade magical artifacts, namely the Golden Rainbow Sword and the 10,000-Wood Shield. His spells included the profound Golden Spirit Armor, the profound Heaven Sword Technique, the Cloud Treading Steps, and the Spirit Wood Shield Technique. Regarding talismans, he had prepared 30 enhanced Fireball talismans, 15 enhanced Fire Snake talismans, and 20 enhanced Wind Control talismans. Lastly, he had 3 bottles of healing elixirs and 5 bottles of Qi recovery elixirs. Such a configuration could be deemed lavish even among the inner sect disciples. Notably, the strength of his divine sense and the profound Golden Spirit Armor would serve as his trump cards. As for the Golden Light Spirit Locking Array, while formidable, its setup time was excessively lengthy, requiring at least 20 breaths, rendering it unsuitable for the arena. However, as Xu Changsheng caressed the hilt of the Golden Rainbow Sword, he pondered the talents hidden within the inner sect, those prodigies at the 10th level of Qi refinement, each likely possessing their own secret weapons. He recalled the scenes from last year's inner sect competition, where the top disciples exuded a formidable aura with every gesture, a memory that remained vivid in his mind. In the stillness of the night, Xu Changsheng chose not to continue his cultivation. Instead, he brewed a pot of calming tea and savored it quietly. Amidst the fragrant steam, he reflected on the past year. From his initial entry into the refined Dan room, to his emergence during the outer sect competition, his subsequent promotion to the inner sect and studies in alchemy at the Pill Peak, and now, preparing for the inner sect competition. This journey over the past 3 years appeared smooth, yet each step was fraught with tension. The battle the following day would not only determine his qualification for the Ku Mountain trial, but also solidify his standing within the inner sect. Xu Changsheng understood well that in a place teeming with genius, one must exhibit sufficient talent and worth to secure superior resources and protection. He had departed from Qingyo Town at the age of 16, and now he was 19. If he could place within the top 50 of the inner sect, it would mark him as a rare talent in the sect. As the teacup reached its bottom, Xu Changsheng's gaze grew increasingly clear. He gently set the cup down, seated himself in a meditative posture, and began to cultivate his spirit. The morrow would herald the true beginning of his renown within the inner sect. Regardless of his opponent's strength, he must strive to break into the top 50. The moonlight, serene and silvery, gracefully illuminated the cave. Xu Changsheng's breathing gradually became long and even, his spiritual power coiling within him like a sword sheathed, awaiting the moment of its unsheathing. At dawn, the resounding bell of the Taiyi Sect echoed through the air. 10 competition platforms floated around the training ground, each shielded by formations, surrounded by numerous observing disciples. Xu Changsheng stood upon the 3rd platform, watching as Hirong leisurely ascended the steps. He was a slender young man, adorned with 6 bulging talisman pouches at his waist, a confident smile gracing his face. The contestants are now announced, intoned the elder referee. From the Spirit Herb Peak, Xu Changsheng. From the Heavenly Talisman Peak, Hirong. Commenced the match. With the elder's command, Xu Changsheng instantly activated the wind control talismans he had meticulously prepared. Simultaneously, Hirong's hands delved into his talisman pouch. Thus commenced the duel between the talisman practitioner and the sword cultivator. As the voice of the elder referee faded, a brilliant azure light suddenly erupted from beneath Xu Changsheng's feet. The combination of the cloud treading step and the advanced wind control talisman transformed his figure into a fleeting shadow. What? Hirong's pupils constricted sharply, his fingers barely grazing the talisman pouch when a gale swept in from behind. Xu Changsheng's golden rainbow sword was already poised against Hirong's back, the sharp sword aura causing his robe to flutter ominously. Forgive me, Xu Changsheng spoke calmly, his tone as if he had merely accomplished an insignificant task. The arena fell into an eerie silence. The disciples in the spectator seats gaped in astonishment, many still unable to comprehend what had transpired. Even the elder referee was momentarily taken aback before declaring loudly, Xu Changsheng of the Spirit Herb Peak is the victor. This is unacceptable. Hirong spun around abruptly, his face flushed with anger. You attacked from behind. How despicable. Xu Changsheng sheathed his sword, a cold smile gracing his lips. Brother He, on the battlefield, your enemies will not grant you the luxury of retrieving your talismans. You. Hirong trembled with rage, pointing an accusing finger at Xu Changsheng. If you have the capability, let us duel fairly with talismans. Discussions erupted among the onlookers. The disciples from the Heavenly Talisman Peak protested vocally, while those from other peaks marveled at the swift defeat. Silence. The elder referee barked, then turned to Xu Changsheng. Are you willing to explain the movement technique you just employed? Xu Changsheng performed a respectful bow. Disciples simultaneously utilized the cloud-treading step and the advanced wind control talisman. According to the competition rules, I did not employ any techniques beyond the Qi refinement stage. There are indeed specific regulations for the inner sect competition, such as prohibitions against using talisman treasures and second-level talismans, the elder acknowledged, turning to He-Rong. The outcome has been determined. Xu Changsheng has not violated any rules. Should you remain dissatisfied, you may file a complaint after the match. He-Rong gritted his teeth, left with no retort, and could only glare at Xu Changsheng in resentment before storming off. As Xu Changsheng descended from the arena, he was immediately intercepted by Zhou Qing. Junior brother Xu, that was too swift, wasn't it? I was hoping for a fierce contest, and it ended in the blink of an eye. Xu Changsheng chuckled lightly. Isn't it better to resolve matters quickly? It prevents the revelation of too many hidden cards. Just then, Han Feng and his companions approached with scowls. Humph, merely a clever trick, Han Feng scoffed. If you were to face us, then let us hope you perform admirably, senior brothers, Xu Changsheng interjected. And do not end up like He-Rong, who failed before he could even draw a talisman. You. Zhao Wujing's eyes widened in fury, but he was restrained by Yi Liao. Do not rush. When the time comes to face us, we shall see what tricks he has left. After the trio stormed away, Zhou Qing whispered, Junior brother Xu, while your maneuver was impressive, it has surely offended the Heavenly Talisman Peak. Be wary of their potential schemes in the upcoming matches. Xu Changsheng nodded, his gaze sweeping towards the distant spectator platform. There sat the elders of each peak, with Lin Yan from the green bamboo peak casting him a cold, piercing gaze. No matter, Xu Changsheng thought, retracting his gaze. If we are to compete, I shall not shy away from offending others. Time swiftly passed to the afternoon's second round of matches. Xu Changsheng stared at the draw results, a hint of surprise crossing his features. Due to the opponent, it is none other than the notoriously sharp-tongued Han Feng. This promises to be an intriguing spectacle. Soon, we shall witness whether he can maintain his audacious demeanor on the arena. Before long, Xu Changsheng stood upon the seventh combat platform, gazing at the arrogant Han Feng across from him. A year had elapsed, and this prodigious talent from the Beast Master Peak, possessing dual spiritual roots, had ascended from the pinnacle of the sixth layer of Qi refinement to the mid-stage of the seventh layer. He bore 2 spirit beast bags at his waist, a determined smile gracing his face. Xu Changsheng had not anticipated encountering him so soon. Han Feng chuckled ominously, his fingers caressing the spirit beast bags. This time, he vowed not to be as careless as He-Rong. Chapter 65. The Chief of Beast Master Peak, Thunderwing Tiger. The mystical golden armor displays its power. Xu Changsheng maintained a tranquil demeanor as he observed. Brother Han's spirit beasts are quite well trained. Let us hope they do not meet the same unfortunate fate as last time. Silence. Han Feng's expression shifted dramatically, evidently recalling the humiliation of last year when his spirit beast was inadvertently roasted. With a swift motion, he struck at his waist, and 2 spirit beast bags simultaneously burst open. Come forth, ironclad rhinoceros and crimson flame python. The enormous creatures crashed onto the ground. The ironclad rhinoceros on the left stretched an impressive 2 yards in length, its body encased in a metallic armor, while the crimson flame python on the right was as thick as a barrel, its scales flickering with crimson flames. A wave of astonishment rippled through the spectators. 2 high-level first-tier demon beasts. Their presence was formidable, equivalent to having 2 assistants at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Xu Changsheng was in peril. The elder referee frowned. Han Feng, are you certain you can control 2 high-tier demon beasts simultaneously? Han Feng replied with a proud smile. I have prepared for this endeavor for an entire year. There will be no mishaps. Commence the duel. As Han Feng formed hand seals to command the beasts into battle, Xu Changsheng made an unexpected move. Golden rainbow pierces the sun. The golden rainbow sword transformed into a blinding beam of golden light, swiftly targeting the ironclad rhinoceros's eye, the sole weakness of its massive form. Roar. The ironclad rhinoceros emitted a pained bellow, blood gushing from its eye sockets. In a frenzy, the colossal creature thrashed uncontrollably, colliding with the nearby crimson flame python. Han Feng gasped in horror. No? Crimson flame python, evade. Before he could finish, Xu Changsheng had already activated the reinforcement fire serpent talisman from his sleeve. A 3-yard-long violet fire python surged forth, colliding with the 2 entangled demon beasts. Boom. A deafening explosion ensued, as the ironclad rhinoceros's armor glowed red and distorted, while the crimson flame python was scorched, its flesh torn. Both beasts howled in agony, collapsing to the ground and swiftly losing their combat potential. Silence enveloped the arena. Han Feng stood frozen, staring at the spirit beasts he had painstakingly nurtured, his lips trembling. Unable to utter a word, Xu Changsheng sheathed the golden rainbow sword and remarked coolly, "Brother Han, shall we continue?" You. Han Feng's eyes reddened as he suddenly screamed in desperation, "I will fight you to the end." He lunged forward, fueled by desperation. These were his entire assets. Enough. The elder referee bellowed, his powerful spiritual pressure pinning Han Feng in place. The outcome was clear. Xu Changsheng triumphed. Han Feng knelt, gazing at his nearly lifeless spirit beasts. His eyes filled with resentment. "Xu Changsheng, you have destroyed a year of my efforts." Xu Changsheng regarded him coldly. On the dueling stage, one relies on their own abilities. If Brother Han cared for his spirit beasts, he should not have brought them to the arena. Among the spectators, disciples from Beastmaster Peak were incensed, vocally condemning Xu Changsheng for his excessive force. In contrast, disciples from other peaks expressed admiration for the decisive victory. Silence. The elder referee surveyed the surroundings. Xu Changsheng had not violated any rules. Once spirit beasts enter the dueling arena, they must be prepared for injury. As Xu Changsheng descended from the stage, he noticed Lin Yin on the high platform, her countenance dark as storm clouds. To his astonishment, the illustrious Yun Yao, a golden core master, was also present, nodding slightly in his direction. "Well done, junior brother Xu," Zhou Qing exclaimed excitedly as he approached. "Now, let us see who dares to underestimate you." Su Xiu from the Alchemy Peak expressed some concern, saying, "Brother Xu, revealing too many of your strengths may lead your future opponents to be on guard." Xu Changxing replied with a serene smile, "It matters not. These are merely a fraction of my abilities." Just then, a disciplinary disciple approached. "Brother Xu, the elder summons you." A twinge of anxiety gripped Xu Changxing's heart as he followed the disciple to a side hall. To his surprise, he found Elder Wei from the Beastmaster Peak waiting for him. He was also the mentor of Han Feng. "Young man, do you know the worth of those two demonic beasts?" Elder Wei asked bluntly, his tone unfriendly. Xu Changsheng, maintaining his composure, replied, "I am unaware. But it is common knowledge that the arena is fraught with peril." "What a sharp-tongued lad," Elder Wei scoffed. "In the next round, you will face my Beastmaster Peak's chief disciple, Yang Zhen. I hope you remain so defiant then." After Elder Wei swept away, a glint of cold light flashed in Xu Changxing's eyes. It seemed the Beastmaster Peak was determined to make trouble for him. Yang Zhen. He recalled the information he had studied, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, possessing a top-tier Thunderwing Tiger. This enmity was far from over. On the following day, the third round of the competition commenced. Disciples from the Taiyi Immortal Sect flocked to the central arena. The battle between Yang Zhen, the chief disciple of the Beastmaster Peak, and the rising star Xu Changxing attracted countless spectators. Yang Zhen, towering at 8 feet, possessed bronze skin and stood immobile on the stage, exuding an overwhelming aura of pressure. Beside him lay a pure white tiger adorned with thunder patterns and dual wings. The renowned top-tier demonic beast, the Thunderwing Tiger. "Xu Changsheng," Yang Zhen's voice boomed like a bell. "You have harmed my junior brother's spirit beast. Today, you shall pay the price." Xu Changsheng calmly ascended the arena, his golden rainbow sword gleaming coldly in the sunlight. "I await your guidance, Brother Yang." As the presiding elder announced the commencement, Yang Zhen let out a long howl. The Thunderwing Tiger sprang into the air, its wings unfurling to a span of 3 meters. Crackling with lightning. "Unleash thunder." At Yang Zhen's command, the Thunderwing Tiger flapped its wings violently, releasing torrents of silver lightning like a torrential downpour. Faced with the overwhelming storm of thunder, Xu Changxing neither flinched nor dodged, swiftly forming hand seals. Mystic Golden Spirit Armor, activate. A layer of faint golden armor enveloped him instantly, adorned with enigmatic runes. The thunder struck the armor but was redirected by the runes, dissipating into nothingness. What? Yang Zhen's pupils constricted. He could withstand the Thunderwing Tiger's might? A gasp erupted from the spectators. Even the elders on the platform showed expressions of astonishment. A slight smile graced Xu Changxing's lips. The Mystic Golden Spirit Armor was a top-tier defensive spell, particularly resistant to lightning-based attacks. He had intentionally absorbed this strike to intimidate his opponent. In that moment of Yang Zhen's astonishment, Xu Changxing made his move. He treaded upon the clouds with the wind talisman, his figure flickering like a wraith, swiftly closing the distance to the Thunderwing Tiger suspended in midair. The Xiantian Sword Technique, Golden Rainbow piercing the sun. The golden sword transformed into a blinding beam of light, targeting the root of the Thunderwing Tiger's left wing. This strike was as swift as lightning, executed with an exquisitely acute angle. A pained roar escaped the Thunderwing Tiger as the sword's energy pierced through its left wing. blood cascading like rain. It spiraled out of control, plummeting heavily onto the arena. Xiaobai. Yang Zhen's eyes widened in desperation as he hastily gestured to summon his spirit beast. Yet, how could Xu Changsheng grant him such an opportunity? In a flicker, he positioned himself between Yang Zhen and the Thunderwing Tiger. Brother Yang, do you wish to continue? Xu Changsheng's sword tip was directed at the vital point of the Thunderwing Tiger. With my next strike, I cannot guarantee mercy. Chapter 66. The Spectrum of Flickering Shadows Sword. Advancing into the top 100. The next opponent, Lin Yan. Yang Zhen's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, producing a crackling sound. The Thunderwing Tiger was the spirit beast he had painstakingly nurtured. If anything were to happen to it, I concede. Those 3 words seemed to drain every ounce of his strength. The audience erupted in astonishment. The chief disciple of the Beast Master Peak had been forced to concede in mere moments. The presiding elder cast a deep glance at Xu Changsheng and announced loudly, Xu Changsheng of the Spirit Herb Peak wins. Xu Changsheng sheathed his sword and bowed respectfully to Yang Zhen. Thank you for the match. He then turned and departed the stage, leaving the audience in a state of shock. Who exactly is Xu Changsheng? Even senior brother Yang has been defeated. Could he possibly enter the top 100? The onlooking disciples engaged in fervent discussions. On the high platform, Lin Yan's expression darkened ominously. She had not anticipated Xu Changsheng's prowess to be so formidable. Meanwhile, Fairy Yun Yao displayed a satisfied smile, whispering a few words to the elder beside her. Elder Wei of the Beast Master Peak slammed his palm on the table. This lad is ruthless, targeting other spirit beasts. He ought to be severely punished. Elder Wei's words were misguided. A gentle voice interjected, that of Elder Ma from the Spirit Herb Peak. On the arena, everyone relies on their own abilities. Must it be that only your Beast Master Peak is allowed to harm, while others are not permitted to retaliate? The tense atmosphere between the 2 elders left the gathered crowd breathless. Just then, a clear voice resonated from above. Enough. The crowd looked up to see a woman clad in purple hovering in midair. It was Fairy Yun Yao. Xu Changsheng's performance has been commendable. I am greatly pleased. Her gaze swept across the audience. And for the upcoming matches, I hope each disciple can showcase their true abilities. This statement served as both an affirmation for Xu Changsheng and a warning to the other disciples. Under Fairy Yun Yao's watchful eye, no one should attempt any tricks. Xu Changsheng bowed to the high platform, fully aware that the true challenge had only just begun. On the day of the 4th round of matches, the entire Taiyi Immortal Sect buzzed with excitement. The competition for the top 100 was held on the central main stage, where the crowd surged with spectators, including elders from various peaks in attendance. Standing on the stage was Xu Changsheng, facing off against Yi Wuchan, the renowned genius disciple of the Hidden Sword Peak, who possessed the cultivation of the 10th level of Qi refining. Clad in white robes and bearing 3 long swords on his back, he resembled a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating sharpness. Xu Changsheng of the Spirit Herb Peak? Yi Wuchan raised an eyebrow, surprised that you have made it this far. But he slowly drew his first sword, its blade shimmering like water. This is where it ends. Upon the elder's command, the match commenced. Yi Wuchan launched an attack using the Hidden Sword Peak's ultimate technique, the Spectrum of Flickering Shadows sword, unleashing 5 streams of sword light that streaked through the air like meteors, targeting Xu Changsheng from 3 different angles, upper, middle, and lower. Xu Changsheng narrowed his eyes, the purple energy within his consciousness surging. With 35 zhang of spiritual perception fully engaged, every movement and every ripple of spiritual energy from Yi Wuchan became vividly apparent within his mind. The left strike is a feint. The true lethal strike comes from the lower right. Xu Changsheng slightly shifted his body, the golden rainbow sword precisely intercepting the genuine killing blow. As several beams of sword light brushed past, they stirred ripples upon the protective formation. Yi Wuchan's face expressed astonishment. Could he truly see through my swordplay? Xu Changsheng wasted no time allowing his opponent to ponder. The golden rainbow sword suddenly slipped from his grasp, tracing an intricate trajectory through the air. The Xuantiang sword technique. 3 manifestations of the cloud dragon. This was an exceptionally profound move within the Xuantiang sword technique, requiring formidable mental acuity to execute. The golden rainbow sword split into 3, transforming into 3 golden dragons that assailed Yi Wuchan from different angles. The first manifestation aimed directly at his face, forcing Yi Wuchan to raise his sword in defense. The second circled behind him, compelling him to turn and guard. The third descended from above. The sword tip poised 3 inches from Yi Wuchan's throat. The arena fell into a hushed silence. Yi Wuchan, having drawn his third sword only halfway, stood frozen in place. incredulity washing over his features as he beheld the golden rainbow soared before his throat, his complexion shifting from pallor to ashen. I concede. Xu Changsheng retracted the flying sword and offered a respectful bow. Xu Changsheng of the Spirit Herb Peak triumphs. Entering the top 100. The voice of the elder referee resonated throughout the venue. A thunderous uproar erupted from the spectator stands. A disciple from the Spirit Herb Peak had, astonishingly, defeated a genius swordsman from the Zhangjian Peak, who was at the 7th level of Qi refining, utilizing only his own cultivation at the 10th level. Zhou Qing leapt from his seat in disbelief. How? Is this even possible? He rushed towards Xu Changsheng in 3 strides, his excitement rendering him incoherent. Junior brother Xu, your mental acuity. I had advised you at the Taiyi auction that it was difficult to cultivate. I never expected you. Xu Changsheng smiled slightly. Senior brother Zhou, I merely experienced a fortunate breakthrough. Fortunate? Zhou Qing's eyes widened. This was Yi Wuchen from the Zhangjian Peak. He had been among the top 100 in last year's competition. On the high platform, the elders from various peaks were engaged in animated discussions. Fairy Yun Yao's eyes flashed with admiration, while Elder Lin from the Qingzhou Peak wore an expression of sheer dismay. After the match concluded, Xu Changsheng retreated to the resting area to replenish his spiritual energy and adjust his state. Junior brother Xu. After an hour had passed, Zhou Qing excitedly approached. Can you guess who your opponent is in the next round? Xu Changsheng accepted the matchup sheet, his gaze fixed upon a familiar name, Qingzhou Peak, Lin Yan. Zhou Qing's smile faltered. This is too coincidental. Yet Xu Changsheng revealed a knowing smile. No, this is precisely what I desire. In the distance, Lin Yan glared coldly in their direction, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. The true battle was on the horizon. As night fell, Xu Changsheng paced back and forth in his quiet chamber. Lin Yan possessed the Qingzhou soul destruction needle, specifically designed to harm the soul. This posed a considerable headache for him. Given her nature, she would undoubtedly employ it during their confrontation. The soul destruction needle. Xu Changsheng's brow furrowed, his fingers unconsciously tapping upon the table. This item specifically targeted the soul. Should he fall victim to it, even minor exposure could result in mental impairment, while severe consequences could lead to the shattering of one's very essence. He abruptly stood still, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. I must swiftly prepare means of soul defense. The night market of Qingshan was still bustling, and Xu Changsheng hurriedly navigated through the throngs, draped in his cloak. He made his way directly to the Talisman District, seeking the alluring female cultivator with whom he had previously transacted. He required 20 mid-tier spirit-settling talismans, and he needed them immediately. The female cultivator raised an eyebrow, inquired about his urgency, and stated, each mid-tier spirit-settling talisman costs 30 spirit stones. 600 spirit stones. It's a deal, he replied, producing the pouch of spirit stones without engaging in any haggling. The female cultivator appeared slightly taken aback, but promptly retrieved the talismans. Have you encountered an opponent skilled in soul attacks? She queried. He chose not to respond, securing the talismans and turning to depart. Time was of the essence. He had to complete his enhancements before the competition the following day. Upon returning to his small courtyard, he immediately activated all the protective barriers. He arranged the 20 spirit-settling talismans in a single line and carefully placed them into the bronze cauldron. He hoped for success. As he infused it with spiritual energy, the cauldron emanated a faint azure glow. The runes on the talisman began to twist and morph, the originally blue spirit-settling patterns gradually taking on a golden hue, radiating a calming aura that soothed the mind and spirit. Chapter 67. The Reinforced Spirit-Settling Talismans, Defeating Lin Yan. On Taiyi Peak, Injiqiu. An hour later, 20 pristine spirit-settling talismans lay before him. The runes inscribed upon these talismans had transformed into a resplendent golden hue, and even when held, one could feel the formidable protective power of the spirit. Success. Xu Changsheng exhaled deeply. These top-tier talismans should withstand any spiritual assaults below the foundation establishment stage. To ensure absolute safety, he affixed 10 talismans to the inner lining of his garments, ready to activate at any moment. With this completed, he activated the purple Qi observation technique, constructing 3 layers of purple Qi barriers in his sea of consciousness. Lin Yan, no matter how potent your soul destruction needle, you shall not harm my spirit in the slightest. As dawn broke, the arena at Taiyi Immortal Sect was already teeming with spectators. Today's contest was not merely a competition for the top 50, but also a resolution of past grievances. Lin Yan from Qingzhou Peak was set to battle Xu Changsheng from Lingyao Peak. As the presiding elder announced the commencement, the crowd erupted in fervor. Dressed in flowing azure, Lin Yan descended upon the stage like a celestial being, her waist adorned with a verdant bamboo tube, exuding an ominous aura. Xu Changsheng, she spoke with a chilling tone. Today I shall make you wish for life, yet cannot attain it, and long for death, yet cannot embrace it. Xu Changsheng maintained a serene demeanor, silently gripping his golden rainbow sword. Lin Shiji, please guide me. The duel commenced. No sooner had the elder's words faded than Xu Changsheng transformed into a fleeting shadow, retreating with great haste. Utilizing the cloud-treading steps in conjunction with the wind control talismans, his speed was astonishing, creating a gap of 20 zhang in an instant. Seeking to flee? Lin Yan scoffed, forming hand seals as dozens of green bamboo manifested, shooting towards Xu Changsheng like deadly arrows. Unperturbed, Xu Changsheng unleashed 10 purple flame talismans from his sleeves. The purple fireballs collided with the green bamboo, erupting in a thunderous cacophony. How cunning Xu Changsheng is! He refuses to engage in close combat, opting instead for ranged assaults with talismans. The observing disciples murmured among themselves. Lin Yan's expression darkened. Her most adept technique, the green bamboo swordplay, required proximity to unleash its full potential. Yet Xu Changsheng was as slippery as an eel, maintaining a safe distance. Half an hour passed, and the arena was marred with charred remnants. Lin Yan's breath quickened, beads of sweat forming on her brow. She had executed the green bamboo swordplay at least 30 times, depleting a significant portion of her spiritual energy. In contrast, Xu Changsheng, despite utilizing numerous talismans, appeared unperturbed, evidently still possessing vigor. Xu Changsheng, Lin Yan seethed. Do you only know how to escape? Unfazed, Xu Changsheng hurled another reinforced fire serpent talismans. If Lin Shiji concedes, you may spare yourself some suffering. Seeking death. A flicker of malice flashed in Lin Yan's eyes as she suddenly removed the bamboo tube from her waist. You have forced my hand. In an instant, a ghostly green light surged forth from the open tube. The bamboo soul destruction needle. My heavens, she resorts to such a malevolent artifact. Gasps erupted from the spectator platform. The soul destruction needle shot forth like lightning, aimed directly at Xu Changsheng's brow. Should this strike connect, the consequences could range from severe spiritual injury to utter obliteration of the soul. Xu Changsheng appeared frozen, seemingly unable to evade, standing motionless. It was over. Zhou Qing covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight any longer. However, just as the soul destruction needle was about to strike, a golden light suddenly illuminated Xu Changsheng's forehead. A golden talisman materialized out of thin air, transforming into a protective barrier, encasing Xu Changsheng entirely. The soul destruction needle collided with the barrier, emitting a piercing shriek, yet it could not breach it in the slightest. What? Lin Yan's face turned pale. This was impossible. Xu Changsheng had been waiting for this opportunity. In the moment Lin Yan was stunned, he surged forward. The golden rainbow sword transforming into a radiant golden arc, Xiantian sword technique. Golden rainbow, piercing the sun. The sword light flickered like lightning. Lin Yan, in a hurry, could only sidestep to evade, but still felt the sword aura graze her shoulder, instantly staining her azure attire with blood. Lin Yan was both shocked and furious, about to retaliate when suddenly, the ground beneath her gave way. Xu Changsheng had somehow circled behind her and kicked her towards the edge of the platform. Bang! Lin Yan fell heavily to the ground below, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Struggling to rise, she succumbed to exhaustion and anger, her vision darkening as she fainted. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. Xu Changsheng from the Spirit Herb Peak, victorious, entering the top 50. The voice of the elder referee shattered the stillness. An uproar erupted in the spectator stands, as no one had anticipated this outcome. Lin Yan had actually lost. The soul destruction needle had proven ineffective? Who exactly was Xu Changsheng? Xu Changsheng sheathed his golden rainbow sword, glanced at the unconscious Lin Yan below, and turned to leave. Halt! A stern voice commanded. Elder Lin of the Qingzhou Peak descended swiftly. What wicked sorcery did you employ to counter the soul destruction needle? Xu Changsheng, unyielding yet respectful, replied, Elder, the technique I utilized is the spirit settling talisman, a righteous talisman. How could it be construed as sorcery? At that moment, Fairy Yun Yao appeared on the high platform. Elder Lin, the outcome is clear. Do not lose your composure. Elder Lin's expression darkened, yet he dared not defy the golden core true person, begrudgingly lifting Lin Yan to depart. Xu Changsheng bowed respectfully to Fairy Yun Yao and descended the martial platform amidst the complex gazes of the crowd. In this battle, he had not only triumphed in the contest, but had also thoroughly shattered Lin Yan's pride. Yet, Xu Changsheng understood well that this enmity was far from over. Upon returning to the resting area, Xu Changsheng discovered a jade slip had been delivered, containing a message from Fairy Yun Yao. At the hour of Qin today. Meet at Zisha Peak. Xu Changsheng's heart fluttered. It seemed that Fairy Yun Yao was about to fulfill her earlier promise. On the martial platform that afternoon, Xu Changsheng faced Yin Jiqiu from Taiyi Peak, an adept of the 12th layer of Qi refinement. Clad in white, this contender stood with hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura as sharp as a drawn sword. Spirit Herb Peaks, Xu Changsheng. I seek your guidance, senior brother Yin. Xu Changsheng bowed courteously. Yin Jiqiu nodded slightly. Your performance was commendable, but before he could finish, a terrifying spiritual pressure suddenly descended. Xu Changsheng felt a constriction in his breath, as though a mountain was pressing down on his chest. Begin. The referee's voice had barely faded when Yin Jiqiu vanished from his position. Xu Changsheng expanded his senses fully, barely catching a glimpse of a shadow approaching, and hurriedly activated his Xianjin spirit armor. Bang! A dull thud echoed, and Xu Changsheng staggered back 10 paces, a heaviness settling in his chest. Yin Jiqiu merely employed a simple palm technique, yet it nearly breached his most formidable defenses. I concede. Suddenly, Xu Changsheng retracted all defensive postures, gracefully clasping his hands in surrender. The audience erupted in astonishment. Yin Jiqiu was momentarily taken aback. You, senior brother Yin's cultivation is profound. I, as a disciple, am truly inferior. Xu Changsheng's expression remained serene, rather than engage in a mutually destructive confrontation. It was wiser to conserve his strength for the upcoming trials of Kushan. On the observation platform, Zhou Qing and Su Xiu exchanged glances, both surprised. They had anticipated that Xu Changsheng would at least engage in a few exchanges, yet his surrender was so resolute. What is Su Shidi thinking? Zhou Qing began, but hesitated. Su Xiu, however, appeared contemplative, a prudent decision. He has already secured his place in the trials and need not reveal all his cards here. Chapter 68. The Unveiling of the Secret Art. The competition concludes, securing a spot. Descending from the stage of combat, many peers cast glances of regret. Such a pity. Had it not been for encountering Yin Jiqiu, with Su Shidi's strength, he might have even placed in the top 30. Zhou Qing and Su Xiu hurriedly approached, expressions etched with concern. Su Shidi, are you all right? Xu Changsheng smiled and shook his head. I am already content to have reached this point with my cultivation at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Moreover, he lowered his voice. The true challenge lies in the Kushan trial. Why should we engage in a life-and-death struggle here? Su Xiu suddenly understood, patting Xu Changsheng on the shoulder. You truly possess profound insight, Shidi. That evening after the competition concluded, Xu Changsheng arrived at the palace atop Zisha Peak as promised. The lingering rays of the setting sun gilded the entire mountain, and amidst the swirling clouds, Fairy Yun Yao, clad in purple, awaited him patiently. Disciple pays respects to the esteemed Shizu. Xu Changsheng bowed respectfully. Fairy Yun Yao turned, her eyes shimmering with appreciation. I did not expect you to achieve this feat. Entering the inner sect's top 50 at the 7th layer of Qi refinement has not occurred in the Taiyi Immortal Sect for a century. Xu Changsheng maintained a humble demeanor, merely a stroke of luck. Luck? Fairy Yun Yao chuckled softly. Even being able to withstand the Lin family's soul-destruction needle does not seem like mere luck. With a graceful wave of her hand, a purple jade slip floated before Xu Changsheng. This is the method to unlock the Gengjin cave. We made a pact, and now it is time to fulfill it. As Xu Changsheng received the jade slip and scanned it with his consciousness, he was instantly jolted. This Gengjin cave was, in fact, the dwelling of a formidable sword cultivator from ancient times, housing the legacy of swordsmanship. Why would Shizu? Xu Changsheng pondered, perplexed by the value of such a legacy and Fairy Yun Yao's intent to bestow it upon him. Seemingly perceiving his confusion, Fairy Yun Yao spoke calmly. Within the Kushan Forbidden Land exists a spiritual herb known as the Purple Dream Fruit, crucial for my breakthrough. However, this fruit can only be harvested by one who is fated. I observe that your fortune is extraordinary. Xu Changsheng understood at once. Disciple comprehends and will strive to find the Purple Dream Fruit. Remember, Fairy Yun Yao's expression suddenly turned serious. Although the Gengjin cave lies within the Kushan secret realm, its entrance shifts each time it is opened. The jade slip contains a sensing technique. Once you enter the secret realm, you will know what to do. Before parting, Fairy Yun Yao produced another item. This is a gift for you, a prepayment of sorts. It was a jade pendant shaped like a sword, resplendent in purple and gold, subtly radiating sword energy. The purple gold pendant can withstand a strike from an early foundation establishment stage. Fairy Yun Yao made a startling proclamation, but it can only be used once. Xu Changsheng's heart raced. This was indeed a treasure for preserving life. He accepted it solemnly, bowing deeply. "Thank you, esteemed Shizu, for your generous gift." As he departed Zhusha Peak, the sun had completely submerged beneath the sea of clouds. Standing upon his flying sword, Xu Changsheng gazed at the brightly lit Taiyi Immortal Sect in the distance, his heart swelling with ambition. The Gengjin Cave, the purple dream fruit. He touched the Gengjin pendant at his waist, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Having come this far, he resolved to venture even further. Meanwhile, in a hidden chamber on Qingzhou Peak, Lin Yan stirred awake, her voice laced with disdain. "Useless." An aged voice rebuked. "You cannot even handle a mere disciple at the 7th level of Qi refinement, a disgrace to the family's cultivation." Lin Yan struggled to rise, kneeling on the ground. "Grandfather, forgive me. That Xu Changsheng is peculiar." Enough. The venerable ancestor of the Lin family coldly snorted. "The Kushin trial approaches. Focus on your recovery. When the time comes, I have my own plans." A flicker of malice flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. "Grandson understands and shall not disappoint grandfather." The night wind howled, as if heralding an impending tempest. Days later, the bell marking the conclusion of the inter-sect competition resonated throughout the Taiyi Immortal Sect. Disciples from various peaks gathered in the central plaza, awaiting the final awarding ceremony. On the elevated platform, the sect master made a personal appearance. Flanked by the heads of each peak, including the enchanting fairy Yun Yao. The champion of this competition is Chun Wufeng from the Broken Blade Peak. As the sect master's deep voice echoed across the venue, a young man in black, bearing a broken blade, ascended the stage with measured steps. This outcome caught everyone off guard. For years, the championship had been dominated by the Taiyi Peak. Even the favored contender Yin Jiqiu from Taiyi Peak had succumbed to Chen Wufeng, relegated to second place. The awarding ceremony unfolded methodically. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as the rewards for the top 10 were announced. The 4th to 10th places each received a top-tier magical artifact. The top 3 were granted a talisman treasure. Xu Changsheng's gaze sharpened. Talismans were indeed rare items, capable of encapsulating a fragment of a magical artifact's power, far exceeding that of ordinary talismans. Though their usage was limited, they were undoubtedly life-saving tools for those in the Qi refinement stage. It seemed the sect was investing heavily in the upcoming Kushin trial. Zhou Qing whispered to Xu Changsheng, "Even the Broken Blade Peak is willing to offer such generous rewards. Clearly, the sect holds this Kushin trial in high regard." Xu Changsheng pondered, suspecting there were extraordinary opportunities hidden within the secret realm. Soon, it was time for the awards for the top 50. 48th place, Xu Changsheng from the Spirit Herb Peak. Xu Changsheng ascended the stage to receive a finely crafted storage pouch. Inside were 200 spirit stones and a vial of condensing essence pills. While this was modest compared to the rewards for the top 10, it was still a significant fortune for an ordinary inter-sect disciple. After the awards concluded, Xu Changsheng noticed the expression of the head of Taiyi Peak, the venerable Kang, was grim, clearly displeased at losing the championship. Junior brother Xu Xiu leaned in mysteriously. "I heard that for the Kushin trial in 3 months, the major righteous sects of Zhao Kingdom have dispatched long-hidden geniuses. It is said that some have even touched the threshold of the 13th level of Qi refinement." Xu Changsheng's heart jolted. The 13th level of Qi refinement, a legendary realm. Throughout the history of the Taiyi Immortal Sect, only a handful had achieved such a level. This upcoming Kushin trial would be a gathering of formidable experts. It seemed he must elevate his own strength further. The day after the competition concluded, Xu Changsheng began his seclusion for cultivation. He hung a Do Not Disturb sign on the door of his cave abode and activated all protective barriers. 3 months' time, he must break through to the 8th level of Qi refinement. In the tranquil chamber, Xu Changsheng sat cross-legged, with several jade vials arranged before him. Among them were the condensing essence pills, rewards from the grand competition, as well as the enhanced vitality pills and the spirit-focusing pills that he had reinforced using a bronze cauldron. He intended to first consume the vitality pill to establish a solid foundation, followed by the condensing essence pill to break through his bottleneck. He retrieved a flawless vitality pill and swallowed it. Instantly, a warm current surged through his limbs and bones. The Taiyi Chi nourishing technique was then set into motion, guiding the medicinal power to circulate within his meridians. Day after day, Xu Changsheng's spiritual energy grew at a visibly rapid pace. The pivotal transition from the 7th to the 8th layer of Qi refinement lay in the unblocking of the great Zhou Tian circulation, which required a vast accumulation of spiritual energy and precise control. Yet it was still insufficient. 10 days later, Xu Changsheng took out the enhanced condensing essence pill. This was a high-tier elixir, its potency several times greater than that of the vitality pill post-enhancement. he cautiously consumed half of it, feeling a sharp pain coursing through his meridians. Gritting his teeth, Xu Changsheng endured as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The potency of the condensing essence pill surged through his meridians like a raging river, and he exerted all his effort to tame this formidable force, bit by bit. Chapter 69. The 8th Layer of Qi Refinement, Multitasking. Blood Fiend's Blessing. During his cultivation, Xu Changsheng did not neglect the purple Qi observing spirit method. The combination of the concentration pill and the spiritual liquid from the bronze cauldron steadily enhanced his spiritual awareness. One day, upon consuming the 3rd concentration pill, a sudden surge of purple energy roiled within his sea of consciousness, expanding his original range of awareness from 40 to an astonishing 45 zhang. The 3rd layer of the purple Qi observing spirit method reached completion. Xu Changsheng joyfully realized that his spiritual strength now rivaled that of an ordinary practitioner at the 12th layer of Qi refinement. This signified a substantial advantage for him in the upcoming trial at the Withered Mountain. After 2 months of seclusion, Xu Changsheng received an unexpected surprise. A messenger from Fairy Yun Yao delivered a vial of jade liquid pills, a 2nd-tier elixir specifically designed to nourish the meridians. It seemed that Master Yun Yao placed great importance on the purple dream fruit. Xu Changsheng pondered, finding this quite fortuitous. With the aid of the jade liquid pills, he could consume the essence-gathering pills more frequently without worrying about damaging his meridians, thereby significantly accelerating his cultivation pace. 10 days before the Withered Mountain trial, Xu Changsheng commenced his final sprint. He utilized all available elixirs and spiritual liquids, tirelessly circulating his techniques day and night. On a particular deep night, a surge of spiritual energy erupted within his quiet chamber. Fine beads of blood seeped from his pores, yet a look of ecstasy adorned his face. Great circulation, commence. With a low shout, a certain constraint within him shattered explosively. Spiritual energy surged through his meridians like a flood breaking through a dam, not only amplifying in quantity several times over, but also increasing in circulation speed by multiples. He had successfully reached the 8th layer of Qi refinement. At the moment of breaking through, the purple energy in Xu Changsheng's sea of consciousness surged violently. The once mist-like spiritual awareness began to coalesce into distinct forms. This is multitasking? Xu Changsheng's heart jolted. The purple Qi observing spirit method records that when one's spiritual awareness reaches a certain strength, one can accomplish multiple tasks simultaneously, controlling various magical instruments and precisely regulating the power of spells. He attempted to divide his awareness into 3 streams, simultaneously commanding the Golden Spirit Sword, the Golden Rainbow Sword, and the 10,000 Woods Shield. 3 beams of light danced through the chamber, their trajectories exquisitely intricate, devoid of any hesitation. Indeed, Xu Changsheng's eyes sparkled. Now he could execute both offense and defense concurrently, increasing his combat power by at least 30%. To test the effects, Xu Changsheng stepped into the courtyard. With his right hand forming a seal, a fiery serpent roared forth. Simultaneously, with a gentle flick of his left hand, 3 water arrows accurately shot towards different directions. Most astonishingly, when the fiery serpent collided with the water arrows in midair, they did not explode. Instead, they perfectly neutralized each other. This level of control transcended that of an ordinary Qi refinement practitioner. The purple Qi observing spirit method was indeed profound. Xu Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. Now, casting spells resulted in a 20% reduction in spiritual energy expenditure while increasing power by 10%. Such enhancement could often be the decisive factor in life and death battles. As Xu Changsheng attempted to divide his awareness into 4 streams, he suddenly experienced a wave of dizziness. He promptly halted his attempt and consumed another concentration pill. It appears that the current limit is merely 3 magical artifacts. Xu Changsheng, lost in thought, suddenly had a spark of inspiration as he retrieved the high-grade red copper alchemical furnace. Given that his spiritual consciousness, now transformed into threads, had significantly enhanced his control, perhaps he could attempt the concoction of more intricate elixirs. Without hesitation, Xu Changsheng commenced the refinement of a batch of Zhuangyuan Dan. Under the precise manipulation of his spiritual threads, the medicinal liquid blended with unparalleled uniformity, and the temperature was controlled with meticulous accuracy. Upon opening the furnace, a momentous sight greeted him. 10 orbs, as smooth as jade, soared forth, 3 of which astonishingly reached the medium-grade quality. This represented a more than 2-fold increase in his previous success rate. Ecstatic, Xu Changsheng reveled in his newfound control, confident that he could craft temporary elixirs with greater assurance during the trials at the Barren Mountains. The Taiyi Danjing and Taiyi Dan Dao detailed explanation contain numerous formulas. and the barren mountains were rich in spiritual herbs. This newfound ability could yield remarkable results. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed at the gate. Xu Changsheng surveyed the area with his spiritual consciousness and discerned that it was Zhou Qing paying a visit. Hastily, he concealed the furnace and elixirs. Upon opening the gate, Zhou Qing was taken aback by the aura emanating from Xu Changsheng. Junior brother Xu, have you broken through to the 8th layer of qi refinement? Last time, during the outer sect competition, Xu Changsheng was merely at the 5th layer. It had only been a year and 3 months, and he had remarkably caught up to Zhou Qing's realm. Zhou Qing felt a twinge of embarrassment. Xu Changsheng smiled and nodded. It was merely luck. Brother Zhou, are you aware of the specific arrangements for the upcoming trials at the Barren Mountains? Zhou Qing lowered his voice. In 3 days, we are to gather at the sect square. I've heard that the danger level of this trial far exceeds previous ones, and several disciples have already formed teams in secret. At this juncture, Zhou Qing abruptly shifted his tone and whispered an astonishing revelation. I also heard that Lin Yin has broken through to the 11th layer of qi refinement. Has she advanced so swiftly? Xu Changsheng's teacup trembled slightly in his grasp, spilling a few drops. The news Zhou Qing brought was indeed beyond his expectations. Absolutely true. Zhou Qing maintained a subdued tone, his expression grave. Furthermore, Zhang Yu, originally ranked 45th on Qingzhou Peak, had suddenly fallen ill and withdrawn, making way for Lin Yin to take his place. The rumor suggests that the Lin family's ancestor personally petitioned the sect leader on her behalf. Xu Changsheng set down the teacup, his fingers unconsciously drumming on the table. The path of cultivation becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses. Just 3 months prior, Lin Yin had only just broken through to the 10th layer, yet now she had surpassed another boundary? There must be some hidden circumstances. What method has she employed? It is inconceivable that normal cultivation could yield such rapid advancement. Zhou Qing glanced around to ensure no one was listening before leaning closer. I've heard that the Lin family has resorted to a secret technique known as the blood fiend transference art, forcibly enhancing cultivation at the cost of their foundational essence. Although Lin Yin has now reached the 11th layer of qi refinement, she may forever forfeit the path to the golden elixir. Xu Changsheng's brow furrowed deeply. Why would Lin Yin so recklessly elevate her power? Was it to contend with him during the trials at the Barren Mountains? For a dual spiritual root prodigy, such a decision seemed rather counterproductive. Xu Changsheng surmised that Lin Yin must have ulterior motives. It could not simply be a matter of targeting him. Yet, should she truly encounter danger within the forbidden grounds, she would undoubtedly not hesitate to eliminate herself. An adversary at the 11th level of qi refinement, wielding the malevolent soul-extinguishing needle, poses an unequivocal and lethal threat. I am grateful for your counsel, senior brother. Xu Changsheng rose and proceeded towards the inner chamber. As he still required preparation, Zhou Qing hurriedly followed, imploring, Xu junior brother, why not concoct an excuse to withdraw from the trial? That Lin Yin is clearly targeting you. Unnecessary, Xu Changsheng replied with calm resolve. What is destined to come cannot be avoided. After bidding farewell to Zhou Qing, Xu Changsheng stood in the courtyard, gazing towards the distant Qingzhou Peak, shrouded in mist, obscuring his view. The Gungjin Cave, the Zeeming Fruit, and the looming threat from the Lin family. Xu Changsheng clenched his fists, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. This trial may very well be a pivotal juncture in his cultivation journey, and he would not falter in the slightest. Chapter 70. Preparation for the trial, the mountain guarding talisman. Arrival at the Withered Mountain. For the next 3 days, Xu Changsheng remained confined within his quarters, dedicating himself entirely to the enhancement of his talismans and elixirs. He transformed all remaining fireball talismans into violet flame talismans and elevated 3 vials of healing elixirs and 3 vials of qi replenishing elixirs to flawless quality. Subsequently, he carefully stitched 3 enhanced wind-controlling talismans into the inner lining of his garments, serving as a safeguard for his life. Most crucially, he kept close the purple gold jade pendant gifted by the fairy Yunyao. This precious item, capable of withstanding a single attack from the Foundation establishment stage, might prove to be a lifesaver in a critical moment. 3 days before the Withered Mountain trial, Xu Changsheng returned to the Qing Mountain Market. This time, he did not disguise himself, but instead presented himself as a disciple of the Taiyi Immortal Sect. At times, a prestigious identity can indeed circumvent unnecessary troubles. The market buzzed with even more activity than usual, as disciples from various sects made their final preparations for the trial. Xu Changsheng navigated through the stalls, replenishing his supplies with a few vials of healing elixirs and 30 sheets of blank talisman paper. Esteemed brother, would you care to examine our talismans? I assure you, they surpass even those from the heavenly talisman peak. called out a lean stall owner with enthusiasm. Xu Changsheng intended to leave but caught a glimpse of a dusty stone slab tucked away in the corner of the stall. As his consciousness swept over it, his heart raced. The slab contained a faint, unique resonance of talismanic treasure. What is this? Xu Changsheng feigned nonchalance, gesturing toward the slab. The stall owner grimaced. A defective talisman, Stone Mountain, with but a single strike left. If you are interested, it can be yours for 1,200 spirit stones. Xu Changsheng picked up the slab for a closer inspection. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary piece of blue stone. Yet within it was sealed the ethereal shadow of a miniature mountain. It undoubtedly was a talisman, albeit with most of its spiritual energy depleted. Likely capable of delivering only one strike. 800, Xu Changsheng countered. 1,000, no less. The stall owner retorted through gritted teeth. This is a fine item, comparable to a strike from the Foundation establishment. Xu Changsheng pretended to ponder the offer before reluctantly nodding. Deal. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Xu Changsheng eagerly retrieved a small bronze cauldron. The moment the defective talisman was placed within, the cauldron emitted an unprecedented humming sound, with intricate patterns on its surface illuminating brilliantly. This talisman possesses remarkable origins. Xu Changsheng channeled his spiritual energy with all his might, watching as the stone's outer layer peeled away, revealing the talisman's body, glimmering like jade. The ethereal shadow of the miniature mountain grew increasingly vivid, with flowing streams and swaying trees becoming discernible. After a full hour, the cauldron finally ceased its tremors. Xu Changsheng withdrew the revitalized talisman, observing the undulating peaks upon the jade surface, exuding potent spiritual energy. It has restored its full power, Xu Changsheng exclaimed with delight. This can be utilized at least 5 or 6 times. What a formidable earth-type talisman. Xu Changsheng gently caressed the jade talisman, declaring, "Let us call Yuzhanshan talisman." With this trump card in hand, he felt a surge of confidence for the impending trial. On the eve of the test, he sat in quiet meditation, striving to achieve an optimal state of readiness. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. Lin Yin, Blood Shadow Sect, and the myriad dangers within the withered mountains, he mused. This time, let us see who will emerge victorious. As dawn broke, the bell of Taiyi Sect resounded. Xu Changsheng completed his preparations and took a final glance around his cave dwelling before resolutely turning away. Outside the courtyard, Zhou Qing had long been awaiting him. "Junior brother Xu, I shall accompany you to the assembly point." The two walked side by side, with Zhou Qing chattering incessantly about various precautions. Although he did not place in the top 50 for the inter-sect competition and thus was ineligible to participate in the trial, he had acquired a thorough understanding of many of the rules. Xu Changsheng recognized that this senior brother genuinely cared for his well-being. The square of Taiyi Sect was adorned with fluttering banners, and the disciples participating in the trial had already lined up in formation. Xu Changsheng quickly spotted Lin Yin amidst the crowd. Her aura of spiritual power was markedly stronger than those around her, and her eyes betrayed an unmistakable intent to kill. "Remember," Zhou Qing admonished one last time, "if you encounter danger, activate the distress talisman immediately and seek help from nearby disciples of our sect. Your life is paramount." Xu Changsheng nodded earnestly and stepped towards the assembly. As he brushed past Lin Yin, their gazes briefly locked, and it felt as though sparks ignited in the air. Thus commenced the trial of the Withered Mountains, a trial that might indeed determine matters of life and death. Board the vessel. With a command from the sect leader, Fu Chunzi, everyone boarded the azure celestial ship, which stretched 100 feet in length. The hull was intricately engraved with cloud patterns, and at the bow stood a bronze crane poised to take flight, shimmering gently in the morning light. The moment Xu Changsheng stepped onto the deck, he heard a cold snort from behind. Turning to look, he saw Lin Yin clad in a deep green outfit, surrounded by several disciples from the Qingzhou Peak as they boarded the ship. Her spiritual energy was restrained like a deep abyss. Yet the emerald bamboo tube at her waist radiated a disturbing aura. Xu Changsheng overheard numerous disciples whispering among themselves, discussing how this trial not only required a long journey, but also involved crossing the vast expanse of the 3,000-li desert sea. Among the crowd, he spotted Inequality, who was conversing with several senior brothers from Taiyi Peak. Upon sensing Xu Changsheng's gaze, Inequality turned, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Although their previous encounter had not involved fierce combat, Xu Changsheng had nonetheless made an impression on him. "Silence!" a stern voice commanded from Master Kang, whose golden core presence instantly enveloped the entire ship. The head of Taiyi Peak had a stern visage, his gaze sweeping across the crowd like a flash of lightning. "Upon boarding, you are to sit in meditation and adjust your breathing. We shall arrive at the outskirts of the Withered Mountains Forbidden Land in 3 days. Any unauthorized actions during the journey will result in the forfeiture of your cultivation and expulsion from the sect. Seated cross-legged in his assigned cabin, Xu Changsheng gazed through the porthole at the diminishing silhouette of the mountain gate. The celestial vessel has ascended into the sea of clouds, surrounded by a dense white mist, with only the azure light emanating from the protective array of the boat intermittently visible among the clouds, such as the prowess of a golden elixir cultivator. As he feels the steady vessel beneath his feet, he cannot help but marvel. It is said that this Qingming boat is the treasured artifact of the Taiyi Immortal Sect, capable of traversing thousands of miles in a single day when fully activated. However, with ample time at hand, there is no need for such exertion. 3 days later, when the morning light pierces through the clouds, Xu Changsheng is roused by a commotion. Have we arrived? Is that the forbidden land of the Withered Mountain? The deck is bustling with people. Xu Changsheng squeezes to the edge of the ship, and below, on the vast expanse of earth, a gray-brown mountain range stretches for hundreds of miles, coiled like an enormous dragon. Most peculiar is the fact that the entire mountain range is devoid of vegetation, its surface riddled with honeycomb-like holes, from which grayish-white mist occasionally billows forth. This is indeed the Withered Mountain. Yet, it is not the site of trials. Rather, it is merely the entrance to the true realm of challenges. The genuine forbidden land of the Withered Mountain is a small hidden domain shrouded in a formation, invisible from the outside world. The celestial vessel gently descends onto the flat ground at the mountain's periphery. Here, dozens of white jade pavilions have already been erected, within which stand clusters of cultivators clad in fur short coats and heavy black iron armor. Chapter 71. The 5 Great Immortal Sects. The Restrictions Unveil. Entering the Secret Realm. Ha ha ha, my dear friend Fachenzi, you are well. A towering man, standing at 9 feet, descended from the air, his voice resonating like thunder. Perched upon his shoulder was a golden weasel, its eyes darting curiously over the gathering of the Taiyi Sect. Master Jean, Fachenzi greeted with a smile, his white robe billowing gracefully in the wind. It appears the beast-taming sect has made quite a remarkable acquisition this time. From the opposite side, a middle-aged man emerged from a pavilion, bearing a sword as large as a door upon his back. With each step he took, the ground trembled slightly, revealing the immense weight of the sword. Old Kang, I have heard that Taiyi Peak has lost its top position this time. The master of the giant sword sect's voice clanged like metal, his gaze sweeping over the Taiyi Sect's ranks. Oh, a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement has made it into the top 50? Xu Changsheng immediately felt several probing presences scanning him, one of which was particularly sharp, as if intent on penetrating his very essence. Master Chu, your discernment is commendable, Fachenzi chuckled softly, stroking his beard. This lad was merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement during the tournament, yet he managed to defeat opponents at the 10th level. Our Taiyi Sect is known for embracing talent rather than relying solely on brute force, unlike certain sections. Chu Daoquan of the Giant Sword Sect laughed heartily. Intriguing. Young man, do not perish in the forbidden grounds. I am eager to see what sets you apart. Just as Xu Changsheng was about to respond, he suddenly stiffened, sensing a gaze filled with malice upon him. Turning to look, he spotted Lin Yan at the edge of the crowd, a cold smirk playing on her lips, her right hand delicately slicing across her neck. Silence. Elder Kang's voice boomed, commanding attention as the leaders of each sect gathered to draw lots, determining the order of entry into the mountains for the following day. Xu Changsheng withdrew his gaze, only to notice the golden weasel on Master Jin's shoulder fixated on him, its eyes glinting with a peculiar, almost human-like greed. How strange. He felt an inexplicable unease at the creature's stare. As night fell, 50 disciples of the Taiyi Sect were arranged in a makeshift camp. At dawn the next day, a melodious chime resounded, and a mist rolled in from the horizon. Emerging from the fog were dozens of female cultivators clad in moon-white robes, led by a serene-faced Taoist nun wielding a jade ri, surrounded by a gentle aura of water. Greetings, fellow Taoists. I am Jingyue from the Water Moon Pavilion. The nun's voice flowed like a clear spring striking against stone. As her gaze swept over the camp, she waved her jade rui lightly, causing the mist to transform into a nourishing rain that invigorated all the disciples, lifting their spirits to unprecedented heights. Ha ha, Master Jingyue. Your arrival is most timely. Chu, the master of the Giant Sword Sect, laughed as he approached. The pure rain spell of your Water Moon Pavilion remains as effective as ever. Amidst the friendly exchanges, rhythmic tremors reverberated from the ground. A procession of cultivators draped in black robes approached slowly, each accompanied by 2 or 3 uniquely crafted puppets. The most striking was a gaunt elder leading a towering bronze puppet, each stride leaving deep imprints upon the earth. The 100 Puppets sect arrives late, and we hope for your understanding. The emaciated elder's voice was hoarse, while behind him, the bronze puppet exhaled 2 streams of blazing white flames from its enormous nostrils, incinerating the surrounding vegetation into ashes. The sect leader, Fu Chunzi, stroked his beard and nodded. Since the 4 factions have gathered, we must not delay. Let us activate the barrier. The 4 golden core masters each produced an ancient token, casting them into the air simultaneously. The tokens formed a peculiar array in the sky, emitting a dazzling golden light that illuminated the gray mist encircling the withered mountain. Open! With a united shout from the 4, the gray mist churned violently, eventually parting to reveal a narrow fissure, just wide enough for a single person to pass through. Within the gap, a distorted space flickered with ominous lightning, sending chills down one's spine. Remember, Fu Chunzi turned to face his disciples, his tone grave. This fissure can only be sustained for 1 month. Should we fail to exit by then, we shall have to wait 30 years for the next opening. Xu Changsheng noted the serious warning in the sect leader's voice. The interior of the forbidden ground was exceedingly perilous, and no miracle had ever allowed anyone to survive to the next 30-year cycle without returning. The order of entry will be determined by drawing lots, declared the celestial crane master as he retrieved 4 jade slips. The Taiyi Sect first, the Beastmaster Sect second, the Watermoon Pavilion third, and the 100 Puppets Sect last. At that moment, Xu Changsheng suddenly noticed Lin Yin stealthily retreating to the back of the line, exchanging glances with 2 disciples from the 100 Puppets Sect. The figure beneath the black robe had a pallid countenance, with strange purple markings faintly visible on the neck. Something is amiss. Xu Changsheng furrowed his brow, wondering if Lin Yin intended to conspire with the 100 Puppets Sect disciples against him. Before he could ponder further, he was interrupted by a violent spatial disturbance. Disciples of the Taiyi Sect enter the formation. At Fu Chunzi's command, Xu Changsheng moved with the group towards the fissure. The instant he stepped through, he heard a barely audible cold laugh from behind him. Until we meet in the forbidden ground, Xu Shitty. The scene before him abruptly distorted, and Xu Changsheng felt as if the world was spinning. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself and his fellow disciples standing upon a desolate gray expanse. 3 blood-red moons hung in the sky, casting an eerie dark crimson hue upon the earth. In the distance, a mountain resembling a skull loomed ominously, its peak intermittently flashing with blinding sword light. Whispers circulated among the group. Is this the secret realm of the Withered Mountain? I've heard it is rich with various spiritual herbs and opportunities, and one might even encounter foundation-building beasts here. Do not worry, we have just arrived. Surely, our luck cannot be so dire. No sooner had the words left their lips than the ground trembled violently. The earth, several dozen yards away, suddenly split apart, and a skeletal hand, as large as a house, erupted from the ground, its fingers sharp as blades reaching towards them. From the array, shouted the leading disciple from Taiyi Peak, and the group hurriedly cast their defensive spells. However, the skeletal hand was too terrifying. Even united, they were quickly scattered. This is a foundational stage monster. Everyone, disperse. Just as Xu Changsheng was about to take action, he noticed 3 dark figures rushing toward him from different directions. Lin Yin and 2 disciples from the 100 Puppet Sect. In this desolate mountain secret realm, mutual slaughter is not prohibited. In the pursuit of opportunities, even comrades may turn against one another. Moreover, once they exit the secret realm, there will be no consequences. Do you truly wish to kill me? Xu Changsheng had no time to ponder, quickly slapping a reinforced wind protection talisman onto his leg. Employing the cloud treading technique, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing toward the southeast. Behind him, Lin Yan's furious shriek echoed. You cannot escape. Beneath the blood-red moonlight, Xu Changsheng's figure gradually vanished at the edge of the desolate expanse. He understood that within this month, he would not only confront the perils of the forbidden land itself, but also remain vigilant against the lethal pursuit from his fellow disciples. After running for an hour and successfully distancing himself from Lin Yin and the others, he found himself alone amidst a misty, barren forest. He dared not relax. Immediately, he activated the purple chi observing spirit technique, extending his consciousness like ripples across the surrounding area. To his left, 20 paces ahead, he discerned a seemingly ordinary swamp concealing venomous insects. Below him, just 2 paces away, a foot-long gray worm crawled slowly, corroding everything in its path, even the stones. Chapter 72, The Century-Old Spirit Mist Grass. Gungjin Cave, Chen Wufeng. That was close. Xu Changsheng exclaimed softly, meticulously evading these lethal threats. Suddenly, a wave of spiritual energy rippled at the edge of his consciousness. Following the sensation, he arrived at a secluded valley. where three crystal-clear spirit herbs swayed gently in the thin mist, their leaves adorned with dewdrops that shimmered with a faint spiritual light. The century-old spirit mist grass. Xu Changsheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. This herb was one of the essential ingredients for concocting foundational elixirs, having long been extinct in the outside world. Just as he was about to step forward to harvest it, he felt a tremor beneath his feet. With a hiss, a 3-meter-long silver-backed centipede burst forth from the earth, its 100 legs sharp as blades, exuding a toxic mist from its mouth. The gleaming silver exoskeleton was covered in menacing spines. Xu Changsheng reacted swiftly, enveloping himself in his Xianjin spirit armor. The toxic mist collided with the armor, producing a hissing sound of corrosion. He dared not delay, transforming his golden rainbow sword into a brilliant arc aimed at the centipede's joints. Clang! The blade struck against the carapace, sending sparks flying. The centipede writhed in pain, suddenly launching a dark, poisonous needle from its tail. Xu Changsheng deftly sidestepped, the needle barely grazing his clothing as it embedded itself into the rock behind him, staining it a deep purple-black. What a potent toxin! Xu Changsheng's heart raced, and he immediately summoned the enhanced fire serpent talisman. A purple fire python emerged with a roar, ensnaring the centipede tightly. The scorching flames crackled against the silver shell. Seizing the opportunity, he altered his sword technique, driving the golden rainbow sword like a swimming dragon into the centipede's mouthparts. With a splatter, green blood gushed forth, and after a few violent thrashes, the centipede lay still. Xu Changsheng exhaled in relief. He swiftly collected the centipede's venom glands and exoskeleton into his storage pouch, carefully harvested the 3 spirit mist grasses, and sealed them in a jade box. By the time he finished, the sky had darkened, with a blood moon hanging overhead. He dared not linger on the ground. Leaping onto an ancient tree, where he set up a rudimentary barrier among the thick branches. Throughout the night, distant, mournful beast roars echoed, and on several occasions, he distinctly sensed something lingering beneath the tree before it finally departed. As dawn broke, Xu Changsheng retrieved the jade slip gifted by the immortal Yunyao. The surface of the slip glimmered with a soft spiritual light, directing him towards the northeast. By midday, the landscape opened before him. A towering cliff, sheer as 1,000 fathoms, loomed ahead, its rock face riddled with sword scars, the longest extending over 10 yards. This is the place. As Xu Changsheng approached within 3 steps, he suddenly felt a stinging sensation on his skin. An invisible sword intent swept past, leaving a long, thin gash on the back of his hand. He hurriedly retreated to observe closely. Each sword scar exhibited a unique trajectory. Some resembled a fierce storm, while others appeared as delicate as wandering threads. The footwork recorded in the jade slip materialized in his mind. Taking a deep breath, Xu Changsheng took 3 steps to the left and 7 to the right, moving like a fish weaving through the gaps in the sword intent. As he progressed halfway, the sword scars ahead suddenly became exponentially denser. As Xu Changsheng hesitated, a cold snort suddenly pierced the air. Step aside. Turning to look, he saw a young man clad in black, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. This individual, with a stern visage and a broken blade emanating an icy aura from his back, was none other than Chen Wufeng, the champion of the grand competition. Their eyes met, and a flicker of surprise passed through Chen Wufeng's gaze. Xu Changsheng from Spirit Herb Peak? It seems you have managed to reach this point. Before he could finish his sentence, the sword scars on the rock face suddenly ignited with a blinding white light. Hundreds of sword intents intertwined to form a net, descending upon the two. Be careful. Xu Changsheng's consciousness expanded, instantly discerning the weak points in the sword net. Chen Wufeng reacted with remarkable swiftness, drawing his broken blade and unleashing a dark blade aura towards the direction Xu Changsheng indicated. Boom! The sword net was torn open, creating an opening. Seizing the opportunity, the two dashed out, and as they landed, Chen Wufeng cast a deep glance at Xu Changsheng. Peak Qi refinement consciousness? No wonder Uncle Yunyao chose you. Xu Changsheng's heart jolted. How could Chen Wufeng know? Had someone from Broken Blade Peak visited the Gengjin Cave? Xu Changsheng suddenly realized that the existence of this Gengjin Cave might not be a secret among the higher-ups of the 5 major sects, and it was highly probable they would encounter others soon, adding to the difficulty of seizing opportunities. Without further ado, Chen Wufeng leaped towards the higher rock face. Keep close to my steps. If you are ensnared by the sword intent, no one will retrieve your body. As they continued their journey, the two coordinated increasingly well. Chen Wufeng shattered barriers with his blade, while Xu Changsheng provided warnings with his consciousness. When the last sword scar was left behind, a stone platform emerged before them, upon which rested a rusted, broken sword. This is... Xu Changsheng was about to approach when Chen Wufeng suddenly grasped his shoulder. Someone is coming. In the distance, among the trees, 3 figures flickered in and out of sight. The foremost figure, clad in dark green, could only be Lin Yan. Trailing behind her were 2 robed cultivators, unmistakably disciples of the 100 Puppets Sect. It's someone from the Lin family. Chen Wufeng's expression turned cold, his right hand resting on the hilt of his broken blade. Is this the trouble you stirred? Xu Changsheng forced a wry smile, just as Lin Yan and her companions noticed them. Without a moment's hesitation, the 2 disciples of the 100 Puppet Sect raised their hands and unleashed 3 bronze puppets. The puppets' eyes flashed red, encircling in a triangular formation. Dodge! Chen Wufeng shouted, drawing his broken blade. A dark blade aura swept through, forcing the foremost puppet to stagger back, leaving a deep gash on its chest. Xu Changsheng did not hesitate either. The golden rainbow sword transformed into a streak of light, targeting the joint of the right puppet. Clang! The sword clashed against the bronze, sending sparks flying. The puppet faltered, and seizing the moment, Xu Changsheng unleashed a fire python talisman. The purple fire python coiled around the puppet, causing the bronze surface to sizzle ominously. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yan coldly laughed. I underestimated you. She struck the bamboo tube at her waist, and 3 beams of green light shot forth. Soul-extinguishing needle. Xu Changsheng had long been prepared, instantly activating 3 golden fixation talismans. The green light collided with the golden radiance, producing a jarring sound that grated on the teeth. Chen Wufeng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Impressive technique, he exclaimed as he abruptly altered the momentum of his blade, the dark blade energy splitting into 3, simultaneously slicing towards the 3 puppets. Threefold blade severance. With a crisp snap, the heads of the 3 puppets fell to the ground. Lin Yan's expression changed drastically as she hastily retreated. The 2 disciples of the 100 Puppet Sect were even more alarmed, turning to flee. Think you can escape? Chen Wufeng scoffed, poised to give chase, but was halted by Xu Changsheng. Senior brother Chen, do not pursue a desperate foe. This forbidden area is treacherous and may harbor ambushes. Chen Wufeng pondered for a moment before sheathing his blade. You are indeed cautious. The 2 returned to the stone platform. The half-broken sword was covered in rust, yet strange patterns could be faintly discerned on the blade. Chen Wufeng reached to draw it, only to be repelled by an invisible force. Does the sword seek a master? He frowned at Xu Changsheng. You should give it a try. The moment Xu Changsheng grasped the hilt, the purple chi observing the divine method within him activated spontaneously. The rust on the broken sword flaked away, revealing a resplendent golden blade beneath. Simultaneously, the stone platform erupted with a deafening crack, unveiling a staircase leading downward. Indeed, Chen Wufeng exchanged a meaningful glance with Xu Changsheng. Let us descend and investigate. At the end of the staircase lay a stone chamber, its walls adorned with intricate sword techniques and inscriptions. Chapter 73, The Gengjin Sword Technique. Capturing Lin Yan, the demonic sect's poisonous scheme. However, most of the content has been deliberately destroyed, leaving only fragmented phrases. The Gengjin Sword Technique. Chen Wufeng carefully discerned the remnants of the text, realizing it could be cultivated to the foundation establishment stage, yet it remained merely a fragment. Xu Changsheng remained silent, simply retrieving a jade tube to inscribe all the characters from the stone wall. He possessed a bronze cauldron, which, to others, represented a mere fragment. But for him, completion was only a matter of time. Just as Chen Wufeng sighed, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Debris cascaded down, and fissures appeared in the ceiling of the stone chamber. This is bad. Someone has triggered the restrictions. Chen Wufeng seized Xu Changsheng and exclaimed, "Run." As the 2 dashed out of the stone chamber, a thunderous collapse echoed behind them. Amidst the swirling dust, Xu Changsheng vaguely caught a glimpse of a dark green figure flashing past. Lin Yan. A shiver ran down his spine. This woman had been secretly trailing them all along. Chen Wufeng's expression darkened. She deliberately instigated the collapse, intending to bury us alive. He patted Xu Changsheng on the shoulder, asking, "Did you manage to memorize the content of the sword technique?" Xu Changsheng nodded. A rare smile flickered across Chen Wufeng's face. That's good. Next, I shall venture into the core of the forbidden area. Will you accompany me? The core region is fraught with peril. Take care, senior brother Chen. Xu Changsheng clasped his hands respectfully. He was acutely aware of his limited cultivation, knowing that recklessly delving deeper would spell certain doom, especially since he had to fulfill the instructions of the fairy Yunyao. Chen Wufeng said no more, retrieving a jade slip from his robe and tossing it to him. This map records several locations where spiritual herbs grow within the forbidden area. It may be of use to you. Xu Changsheng accepted the jade slip, scanning it with his consciousness, discovering a marked location at a sheer cliff. With a small note beside it, purple dream fruit, ripens every 300 years, guarded by a golden-eyed monkey. Thank you, Senior Brother Chen. Xu Changsheng solemnly accepted it. This was precisely what he needed. The two parted ways. Chen Wufeng transformed into a black streak, darting towards the depths of the forbidden area, while he followed the map's guidance towards the cliff. Half a day later, Xu Changsheng stood at the base of a steep cliff, gazing upward. In the middle of the cliff, a spirit tree glimmered in purple, adorned with 3 fist-sized fruits, enveloped in a dreamlike mist. The purple dream fruit. Xu Changsheng's heart leapt with joy, but he quickly regained his composure. Beneath the tree lounged a massive golden-eyed monkey, its eyes shimmering like golden lamps. Surrounded by dense earth spirit energy, evidently possessing intelligence and the ability to cast spells. Engaging it head-on would be unwise. Xu Changsheng pondered for a moment and swiftly devised a plan. He first set up 3 enhanced fire snake talismans at the base of the cliff and affixed a calming talisman in a concealed spot to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Uncertain if Lin Yin was still pursuing him, he opted to remain vigilant. Finally, he activated the purple chi observation technique, transforming his consciousness into threads, quietly climbing the cliff. Waiting for the opportune moment. Boom. The enhanced fire snake talismans erupted suddenly, 3 purple fire pythons roaring towards the golden-eyed monkey. The beast bellowed in fury, slamming its palms onto the ground, instantly raising an earthen wall to block the onslaught of the fire pythons. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Changsheng directed his sword, and the golden rainbow sword transformed into a slender golden thread, stealthily weaving around to the rear of the purple dream fruit tree, following the path marked by his consciousness. The sword aura coalesced into a thread, and with a swift motion, 3 purple dream fruits detached from their branches, gently guided into his grasp by his mental force. However, at that very moment, a chilling presence surged from behind. Xu Changsheng, this time, where do you intend to flee? Lin Yan's mocking voice pierced the air as 3 ethereal green soul destruction needles hurtled towards his vital points, his forehead, throat, and heart. In the nick of time, the golden light of the spirit-fixing talismans enveloping Xu Changsheng surged forth, forming a barrier before him. Bang, bang, bang. The soul destruction needles collided with the golden shield, emitting a piercing shriek, yet ultimately failed to breach it. Xu Changsheng's gaze turned icy, and without hesitation, he shattered a high-tier wind control talisman, his figure darting away like lightning, creating distance between them. Senior Sister Lin, it seems you are determined to kill me, he said coldly. Fingers already wrapped around 3 enhanced fire serpent talismans. Lin Yan's expression twisted with rage. First, you humiliated me with the 7-star begonia. Then you killed my subordinate Wang Li, and during the inter-sect competition, you ruined my reputation. Today, I shall take your life. 2 disciples from the 100 Puppet Sect flanked her, their faces equally filled with murderous intent as they gazed at him. Xu Changsheng felt somewhat speechless. Was Lin Yin truly mad? Each of these grievances was initiated by her. For someone like her, who had been pampered since childhood, merely displeasing her was enough to incur her wrath. Lin Yin clutched her storage pouch, and a completely black puppet slowly rose, its eyes gleaming with crimson light, its aura rivaling that of a 12th-layer chi refining practitioner. Lin Yin, you dare to collude with demonic cultivators? Xu Changsheng exclaimed sharply, his eyes flashing with cold fury. The bloodthirsty battle puppet exuded a sinister aura, clearly crafted through the unique corpse-refining techniques of the Ghost Corpse sect. However, what horrified Xu Changsheng even more was that the one controlling it was not Lin Yin, but those 2 disciples from the 100 Puppet Sect. Lin Yin, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, laughed maniacally. Collude? Xu Changsheng, you are far too naive. The Xianyin ancestor has already broken through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul, and the forces of the demon sect have been established. The Zhao kingdom will inevitably change. Before she could finish her words, Xu Changsheng suddenly surged forth. A beam of golden light shot from his sleeve, revealing a palm-sized jade seal mountain subduing talisman. Subdue. The jade seal swelled against the wind, transforming into a towering peak that thundered down. The bloodthirsty battle puppet had just raised its arm when it was crushed into powder. The 2 disciples behind it were similarly reduced to mere pulp. Lin Yin frantically formed seals, and a green fish pendant at her waist erupted in a burst of black light, barely resisting the residual force. Yet, half of her body was already a bloody mess as she collapsed among the rubble. Ha ha. She glared at Xu Changsheng with venomous resentment. Do you think killing me will? Xu Changsheng approached, his expression devoid of emotion, and stepped upon her shattered hand bone. Lin Yin let out a heart-rending scream, only to see him produce a jade vial, from which a wisp of ghostly green mist began to seep forth. Soul erosion smoke. Xu Changsheng's voice was as frigid as ice. For every lie you utter, I shall allow it to burrow deeper. 15 minutes later, Xu Changsheng put away the recording jade tube, his countenance dark as water. Lin Yan lay limp on the ground, her pupils unfocused, as blood mixed with fragments of internal organs trickled from the corners of her mouth. The Xianyin demon sect has infiltrated this deeply, she murmured. It turned out that the Lin family had secretly allied with the Xianyin demon sect a decade ago. The two disciples from the 100 Puppets sect were, in fact, spies of the demon sect. During this trial at the Withered Mountain, the three major demon sects, the Xianyin demon sect, Bloodslaughter sect, and Ghost Corpse sect, had joined forces to incite a beast tide, ultimately aiming to awaken the slumbering golden core dragon in the Black Dragon Pool, slaughtering the righteous disciples and severely wounding the vitality of the younger generation of the righteous path. Among the spies, the one of the highest rank, tasked with awakening the dragon, was none other than Fang Shang, the foremost genius of the beast-taming sect. The Fang family had long-standing ties with the Lin family, with their history of allegiance to the demon sect predating that of the Lin family. It was the Fang family that initially seduced the Lin family's ancestors, persuading them to switch allegiance to the demon sect. Thus, Lin Yan was privy to these hidden truths. The Lin family had gone to great lengths to send her here, even employing the blood slaughter ritual to aid her breakthrough, all to assist Fang Shang in accomplishing this task and garnering merits for the Lin family. However, they likely did not anticipate the depth of Lin Yan's hatred towards Xu Changsheng. Setting aside the family mission, she vowed to slay him, only to ultimately fall into his hands and expose their secrets. Chapter 74. The Death of Lin Yan, the Outbreak of the Beast Tide. The birth of the Golden Core Flood Dragon. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the distance, shaking the very earth. As the beasts within the forbidden ground erupted into chaos, Lin Yan laughed maniacally. They've come, all of them. Xu Changsheng severed her head with a single stroke of his sword and turned to flee. He needed to reach a safe haven before the demonic cultivators could ensnare him. Shortly after Xu Changsheng departed, a multitude of beasts descended upon Lin Yan's lifeless body, tearing into her flesh with ravenous hunger. The entire forbidden ground trembled, and the sound of a landslide of beastly roars resonated from afar. Xu Changsheng unleashed his full power, feeling his meridians ablaze with pain. Yet he pressed on towards the ancient herb garden recorded in the Jade Slip. That place held a formation that could potentially ward off the beast tide for a time. Activate the array. Before the dilapidated stone gate of the herb garden, several cultivators from various sects were desperately reinforcing the barriers. Xu Changsheng's figure flickered, slipping through just before the stone gate closed. Is that a disciple of Taiyi Sect? A vigilant female cultivator from Shuai Zhai cast a wary glance, her jade talisman shimmering with a cold light. Behind her stood 3 fellow disciples, encircling a luminous white spirit herb. Xu Changsheng's gaze sharpened. It was moonlight dewgrass. This was a primary ingredient for concocting the foundational jade dew pill, aged at least a millennium. Fellow Taoists, he said solemnly, clasping his fists. The beasts outside have formed a tide. Before he could finish, the ground suddenly split open. A spiny vine erupted from the earth, impaling a disciple from the Greatsword sect. It's the soul-devouring vine. Someone screamed in terror. This herb garden was a trap. Amid the chaos, Xu Changsheng retreated rapidly. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the female cultivator from Shuai Zhai attempting to collect the spirit herb. His consciousness surged forth. The female cultivator's mind seared with pain, freezing her in place. Xu Changsheng's golden rainbow sword transformed into a thread of silk, ensnaring the spirit herb and retracting it in an instant. With a flick of his storage pouch, he also gathered several nearby century-old auxiliary herbs, such as purple spirit mushroom and xianbing flower. The disciples of Shuai Zhai glared in fury, but Xu Changsheng suddenly flung a reinforced fire snake talisman. Beware behind you. Boom. The flames engulfed the massive vine that had emerged from the ground. Seizing the opportunity amidst the billowing smoke, Xu Changsheng darted into the depths of the herb garden. With a swiftness akin to lightning, Xu Changsheng soared, the wind talisman beneath him consuming its last vestige of spiritual light. 3 dark figures pursued him relentlessly. As demonic energy surged, a streak of dark light grazed his neck, but fortunately, Xu Changsheng had activated his Xianjin spirit armor just in time. Otherwise, he would have lost his head. Swift indeed. The leading demonic cultivator cackled, tossing out 9 soul-piercing nails. Let us see how many times you can evade. As Xu Changsheng endured the onslaught, his vitality surged, yet his consciousness remained remarkably clear. He feigned stumbling, pretending to be drained of spiritual power. While subtly altering his course towards the perilous location marked in the Jade Slip, there lay a dilapidated ancient killing formation. He cannot hold on any longer. The leftmost demonic cultivator shouted with glee, accelerating towards him. Just as the three surrounded him in a triangular formation, Xu Changsheng suddenly shattered his last reinforced wind talisman, soaring several feet into the air. The ground below erupted with crimson patterns as 9 sword energies burst forth from the earth. Puff! Puff! 2 malevolent cultivators were caught off guard, instantly reduced to mere fragments by the slicing sword energy. The last of them staggered back over 10 paces, his left arm severed at the shoulder. "You little beast! How dare you!" The malevolent cultivator roared in fury, only to see Xu Changsheng directing his sword with a flick, causing the residual sword energy to abruptly change direction. With a resounding explosion, the golden rainbow sword plunged into the array's heart, causing the entire killing formation to erupt violently. The malevolent cultivator was compelled to summon his protective black banner to defend himself, seizing the opportunity to vanish in a flash of blood light. A frantic roar echoed through the wind. "You will pay for this." Xu Changsheng coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood, disregarding the need to recuperate, and began contemplating his next course of action. He had initially intended to seek refuge in the ancient herbal garden. However, he soon realized that this sanctuary had been thoroughly infiltrated by the malevolent sect's spies, rendering it riddled with dangers. Presently, there was scarcely a safe haven to be found. The only path to survival lay in swiftly reaching the core area and escaping the withered mountain's secret realm. Xu Changsheng promptly perused the map. The core area was exceedingly distant. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon Pool, where the golden core stage dragon lay in slumber, was located to the northwest of the Forbidden Zone, precisely along the route that disciples from various sects would traverse to reach the core area. Dragon. Slaughter. He recalled Lin Yan's confession before her demise, and his gaze turned icy. He retrieved a millennium-old spiritual herb from his storage pouch, and without hesitation, bit off half of it. The potent essence surged through his meridians like a deluge, healing his wounds at a visibly accelerated pace. He meticulously divided the remaining half into several segments and stored them carefully. These could be restored using the bronze cauldron. Subsequently, he hastened toward the northwest. He would pass by the Black Dragon Pool. He would adapt as circumstances dictated. In the distance, dark storm clouds had already begun to gather over the Black Dragon Pool. Above the pool, ominous clouds churned, with flashes of lightning intermittently visible. Xu Changsheng concealed himself behind an ancient tree by the pool, holding his breath and focusing intently. Not far away, 3 malevolent cultivators stood atop a massive stone by the pool, performing hand seals, as blood-red runes spread beneath their feet, shrouding the entire body of water. "Hurry up," barked the lead black-robed malevolent cultivator. "By the time the dragon awakens, the righteous disciples should be arriving." Feng Shang, the foremost of the beast-taming sect's inner disciples, stood at the array's heart, his face pale yet twisted with a sinister grin. He produced a scarlet jade bottle, and the moment he broke the seal, a dense stench of blood pervaded the air. The blood summoning of 10,000 beasts bestowed by the Xian Yin ancestor. He chuckled darkly, pouring the liquid from the bottle into the pool. As the crimson liquid mingled with the waters, the entire Black Dragon Pool roiled as if boiling, countless bubbles bursting forth, sending a foul stench skyward. From the depths of the pool, a pair of crimson vertical pupils slowly opened, and a terrifying pressure began to surge forth like a tidal wave. The golden core stage dragon was about to awaken. Xu Changsheng's heart raced, cold sweat beating in his palms. With a thunderous roar, the waters erupted, and a colossal dark shadow surged forth from the depths, creating towering waves. It was a dragon over 100 feet long, its scales as cold as black iron, a single horn atop its head shimmering with a ghostly blue lightning. The dragon's overwhelming presence made it difficult for anyone to breathe. With a mighty roar, the dragon's cry shook the heavens, sending tremors through the beasts of the entire forbidden area. "It's done." Feng Shang cackled with glee. The dragon had been provoked by the blood summoning, and soon it would indiscriminately attack all cultivators bearing righteous auras. Xu Changsheng's gaze darkened, his mind racing. The awakening of the dragon would undoubtedly result in indiscriminate slaughter. Would these demonic spies willingly march to their demise? His eyes swept over several demonic cultivators, noticing that each bore a crimson token at their waists, radiating a sanguine aura, while the passing beasts paid them no heed. This crimson token was surely a talisman against the dragon's onslaught. I must seize one. He quietly drew the golden rainbow sword, which warmed slightly, as if responding to his battle intent. Suddenly, Xu Changsheng leaped forward, the golden rainbow sword transforming into a streak of golden light, aimed directly at Feng Shang's throat. "Who dares to ambush?" Feng Shang exclaimed in shock, hastily conjuring a black shield for defense. Bang! The sword light collided with the black shield, sending sparks flying. Chapter 75. the blood-red token and the escape from the dragon's jaws. Seizing the moment, Xu Changsheng flipped over, simultaneously activating 3 reinforced fire serpent talismans hidden within his sleeves. The purple flames roared forth, surging toward the core of the beast summoning array at the opposite end. Seeking death, the black-robed demon cultivator presiding over the array erupted with fury, flinging out 9 streaks of dark light, 9 soul-harrowing nails. The beast summoning array was of utmost importance. If destroyed, the effects of the beast tide would be drastically diminished. However, the demon cultivator was unaware of the trap. This was merely Xu Changsheng's ruse. His true aim remained the blood-red token. Xu Changsheng swiftly retreated, simultaneously channeling his spiritual awareness into the bronze cauldron. The cauldron flared with azure light and forcibly extracted one of the blood-red tokens from the demon cultivator's waist. What? The demon cultivator was engulfed in astonishment and rage. In that instant, the loss of the protective blood talisman caused the crimson vertical pupils of the dragon to lock onto him. In the next moment, the dragon's gaping maw descended and blood splattered. The blood-red token emanated a faint glow from Xu Changsheng's waist, forming a subtle yet effective barrier that isolated his aura from the frenzied dragon. The massive creature's crimson gaze swept over the boulder concealing him, momentarily hesitating, only to be lured away by a more vibrant and unmasked surge of spiritual energy from afar, unleashing a thunderous roar as it twisted its colossal body and lunged forth. The boulder trembled under the dragon's might. Xu Changsheng held his breath, focusing intently, his heart racing. This token indeed proved effective, but it could only shield one. The dragon had been thoroughly enraged, and with the secret realm's exit yet to open, venturing out alone was perilous. In an instant, the image of Chen Wufeng's broken blade flashed through his mind, sharp and compelling. He must find him. An additional ally would enhance their chances of survival, especially considering this individual's profound strength was worth cultivating a bond with. Resolute in his decision, Xu Changsheng no longer hesitated. He glided like a wisp of smoke in the opposite direction of the dragon's rampage. Not fleeing blindly, but rather racing toward the approximate direction Chen Wufeng had departed in the area of most intense conflict. Fang Shang observed Xu Changsheng's retreating figure, his expression dark as water, yet ultimately refrained from pursuing. The dragon had already awakened. In his mind, Xu Changsheng was as good as dead, and there was no need to risk a hasty chase. The scene along the way resembled a hellscape. The earth was shattered, ancient trees consumed in flames, and remnants of broken magical artifacts and splattered blood were scattered throughout. Several disciples, unable to activate their distressed talismans in time, lay lifeless on the ground, trampled beyond recognition by the rampaging beasts. Xu Changsheng's heart sank. The machinations of the demon sect were indeed ruthlessly vicious. He exerted all his energy into the purple chi spectating divine method, his 40-zhang spiritual awareness spreading like mercury, meticulously searching for the distinct, razor-sharp spiritual fluctuations emanating from Chen Wufeng. At last, amidst the chaotic debris of a shattered valley, he found his target. The situation was dire. Chen Wufeng's black robe lay in tatters, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, yet he wielded his broken blade with unmatched ferocity. Entangled in combat with 3 demon cultivators, each of the 3 was at the pinnacle of chi refinement, working in perfect harmony, their bizarre techniques manifesting countless anguished phantoms that relentlessly eroded Chen Wufeng's blade light and protective spiritual radiance. More perilous still, high in the air, the golden core dragon appeared irresistibly drawn to the potent aura of blood and demonic energy below, spiraling downwards, its cold vertical eyes fixated on the fierce battle unfolding beneath. Its massive jaws parted, gathering terrifying thunderous power. Chen Wufeng's complexion was pale, yet his eyes held no trace of fear, only a chilling intent to kill that seemed almost frozen in time. He was evidently aware of the impending danger from above, and his blade surged with a ferocity that bordered on madness, adopting a strategy of trading injury for victory, determined to eliminate 1 or 2 adversaries before the thunder struck. Now was the moment. A glint of brilliance flashed in Xu Changsheng's eyes, and without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly slapped his storage pouch. Instead of retrieving an offensive talisman, he produced a complete 1,000-year moonlight dew herb. The rich, almost tangible aura of moonlight and the fragrance of the herb instantly permeated the air, standing in stark contrast against the bloody battleground. The 3 demonic cultivators assaulting Chen Wufeng froze momentarily, greedily gazing at the source of the enticing aroma. Even the dragon, poised in the sky, abruptly turned its massive head towards Xu Changsheng, highly sensitive to such a treasure imbued with pure elemental essence. What a precious item! One of the demonic cultivators exclaimed instinctively. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Xu Changsheng sprang into action. He executed the cloud step to its utmost, his figure slipping into the fray like a wraith. Targeting not the demonic cultivators directly, but rather the crimson token hanging from one of their waists. Simultaneously, he transmitted a thought to Chun Wufeng. Senior Brother Chun, catch the herb. The token can ward off the dragon. He deftly tossed the moonlight dew herb, sending it flying through the air towards Chun Wufeng. Meanwhile, his golden rainbow sword transformed into a nearly invisible fine thread, precisely ensnaring the exposed waist of the distracted demonic cultivator. You young pup dare. The cultivator finally reacted, a mix of shock and fury coursing through him as he retaliated with a dark strike aimed at the golden thread. Yet, Xu Changsheng had meticulously planned for this moment, and would not allow interference. With a swift motion, his other hand activated 3 enhanced fire serpent talismans, unleashing a thunderous roar as 3 violet fire pythons surged forth, not towards the cultivator directly, but crashing into the 2 others attempting to flank Chun Wufeng, forcefully halting their advance. With a sound akin to a delicate tearing, the golden thread coiled and withdrew, securing the crimson token. At that instant, Chun Wufeng had already grasped the flying herb, not sparing it a glance as he tucked it into his robe. Almost simultaneously, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he seized that fleeting opportunity, his blade erupting with an unprecedented dark brilliance. Soul-severing slash. The blade radiated like a black lightning bolt that tore through space, cleaving the demonic cultivator, who had just lost his token and was momentarily vulnerable, from head to toe. Though this all may seem lengthy to recount, it transpired in the blink of an eye. In the skies above, the dragon's thunderous breath had finally reached its zenith, unleashing a terrifying thunderbolt as thick as a barrel, crashing down upon the entire stony valley. Move! Xu Changsheng shouted, hurling the recently seized crimson token towards Chun Wufeng while fiercely activating the protective halo of his own token, retreating with all his might. Chun Wufeng's reflexes were astonishingly swift. The moment he caught the token midair, he infused it with spiritual energy, causing a crimson aura to expand. Simultaneously, his footwork shifted with remarkable agility, narrowly evading the core range of the lightning pillar. The ground trembled violently, thunder roared, debris flew, and clouds of dust surged skyward. The 2 other demon cultivators were engulfed in terror, for they lacked protective tokens. Their hastily summoned defensive magical artifacts crumbled under the might of the golden core dragon's thunder, disintegrating along with their very beings into ash. As the lightning gradually dimmed and the dust settled, Xu Changsheng and Chun Wufeng stood a distance apart, enveloped in a faint crimson glow. The dragon in the sky circled curiously, seemingly perplexed as to why the 2 conspicuous targets below had lost the aura that had driven it into a frenzy. It let out an impatient roar before being drawn away by a greater commotion in the distance. The immediate crisis had passed. Chun Wufeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cast a complex glance at Xu Changsheng, particularly at the crimson token at his waist, which mirrored his own. He retrieved the moonlight dew grass he had just taken and returned it to Xu Changsheng, speaking in a low voice. Your methods are always unexpected. Where did this token come from, and why did you save me? Chapter 76, Breaking Through the Encirclement, the 5-person team. Core area. Xu Changsheng swiftly consumed a chi recovery pill, suppressing the tumultuous energy within him, and calmly stated, I acquired it from the corpses of several demon cultivators. We must rescue Senior Brother Chun, for his strength is formidable, given the current chaos in the secret realm. Instigated by the demonic sect schemes that have triggered a beast tide, having an additional ally increases our chances of survival. We need to hasten towards the vicinity of the exit and deliberate on our next steps, he added. Chun Wufeng, upon hearing this, cast a deep glance at Xu Changsheng. He was naturally skeptical of the claim that it was merely picked up, yet the intellect, skills, and the proposal for collaboration exhibited by Xu Changsheng were undeniably reasonable. He weighed the token in his hand, nodded, and succinctly replied, Very well. I will accept this favor from you. Henceforth, we shall travel together. With a flick of his blade, a resonant hum filled the air, and a sharp battle intent surged forth from him once more. Xu Changsheng felt a surge of assurance. With Chun Wufeng's keen blade at his side, their chances of survival in this dire situation had undoubtedly increased. The 2 exchanged a glance, uttering no further words, their figures simultaneously leaping into motion, transforming into 2 indistinct shadows as they cautiously and swiftly advanced towards the general direction of the secret realm's exit. Behind them, the roars of the dragon and the howls of the ferocious beasts echoed in a relentless chorus. The entire desolate mountain secret realm had irrevocably devolved into a bloody hunting ground. Bathed in the crimson moonlight, The two silhouettes raced through the shattered landscape. Both Xu Changsheng and Chen Wufeng were far from indecisive. They understood that in such desperate circumstances, speed and resolution far outweighed blind compassion. Along their path, they encountered other survivors. Beneath a collapsed mountain pass, 3 female disciples from the Shui Weizhai were desperately maintaining a formation against several rampaging beasts, their protective barrier on the verge of shattering. Exchanging a knowing glance, Xu Changsheng and Chen Wufeng acted in unison. Golden threads of sword light and dark blade shadows intertwined, precisely slaying the leading beasts and temporarily alleviating the siege. The cold-faced female cultivator at the forefront was about to express her gratitude when Xu Changsheng interjected icily. Keep up, and you live. Fall behind, and you fend for yourself. Having spoken, he and Chen Wufeng did not linger, continuing their advance. The 3 female cultivators were taken aback, gritting their teeth as they retracted their formation and exerted themselves to follow. However, one among them, severely wounded, lagged slightly, and in an instant, a shadowy wolf pounced from the side, dragging her into the thicket, leaving only a brief cry of despair. The 2 ahead did not even glance back. After proceeding a short distance, they encountered a disciple from the Giant Sword Sect who was leaning against a boulder, wielding a sword as large as a door, fiercely battling 2 demon cultivators, drenched in blood yet resembling a mad tiger. It was Shi Feng from the Giant Sword Sect. His prowess was impressive. Chen Wufeng called out sharply, and his blade was already drawn. Xu Changsheng understood, unleashing 3 enhanced fireball talismans that whistled through the air, disrupting the demon cultivator's line of sight. Chen Wufeng moved with his blade, a flash of extreme black light darting forth, decapitating 1 demon cultivator. Seeing this, Shi Feng let out a wild roar, his remaining arms surging with astonishing strength as he swung his massive sword with the force to cleave mountains, crushing the unprepared demon cultivator along with their artifact into a pulp. Let us go, Xu Changsheng urged as he soared past him, his words concise. Shi Feng, panting heavily, his eyes reflecting both the relief of surviving and the pain of loss, unhesitatingly dragged his giant sword to follow. He was acutely aware that halting at this moment would equate to death. Ultimately, the only ones capable of barely keeping pace with Xu Changsheng and Chen Wufeng, apart from Shi Feng of the Giant Sword Sect, were the female cultivator Ling Wanqing, the leader of Shu Yuezhai, and her junior sister. This small team of 5, forged in the crucible of blood and fire, had formed amidst their frantic escape, exchanging no words, only the sound of labored breaths and vigilant glances. At last, the familiar cliff marking the exit of the secret realm came into view. Yet, beneath the cliff, the teleportation array, which should have shimmered with a soft white light, was now shrouded in a thick, inky black mist, through which grotesque specters could be vaguely discerned, issuing chilling wails that sent shivers down the spine. Surrounding the formation stood a dozen cold-breathed cultivators, clad in varied garments from different sects, yet their eyes bore a shared glint of cruelty and mockery. Unmistakably the minions of the demon sect. Leading them was the very demon cultivator who had fled with a severed arm. His face was ashen, yet his gaze was filled with venomous hatred, fixated on the direction of Xu Changsheng and the others. He hissed, "They've arrived. Activate the Ghost Demon Array. Not a single one shall escape." With a hum, the black mist thickened ominously, and countless pale ghostly hands erupted from the fog, thrashing violently as the chilling winds howled, sealing off the path to the teleportation array. The Ghost Demon Array. Ling Wanqing's face turned ashen. This formation was terribly insidious, capable of corrupting artifacts and devouring souls. Forcing entry would mean certain death. We must break the formation. Chen Wufeng tightened his grip on his broken blade, which hummed ominously. Shi Feng spat a mouthful of bloodied spittle, clutching his enormous sword tightly. How do we break it? These scoundrels are just waiting for us to walk into their trap. Xu Changsheng's gaze swiftly swept over the demon array and the dozen demon cultivators, his consciousness quietly extending. The array's core lay beneath the 3rd rock on the left, where a main banner was stationed. However, it was under heavy guard. He quickly whispered a strategy to divert attention. "Brother Chen, your blade's aura is the most formidable. Feign an attack to draw their focus. Brother Shi, you possess the greatest strength. Follow my lead and strike with all your might at the designated points I indicate." Attempting to tear the formation apart for a brief moment. "Sister Ling, you and your junior sister should use water-based spells to protect us." Attempting to ward off the encroaching ghostly shadows. "And you?" Chen Wufeng inquired, looking at him. "I am the fastest. I will attempt to breach the formation and destroy the main banner." A resolute glint flashed in Xu Changsheng's eyes. This was their sole opportunity. There was no time for hesitation. "Act now," Chen Wufeng bellowed, leaping into action, his broken blade slicing through the air with a pitch-black light that extended several yards, cutting toward the front of the demon array with a thunderous momentum. Indeed, the demon cultivator's attention was drawn to this unparalleled strike, and the formation master hastily urged the array into action, as countless ghostly figures converged, and the black mist surged to meet the blade's edge. Now, Brother Shi, Ku in position. Shin position, Xu Changsheng shouted. Shifeng roared, his single arm's muscles bulging, as his giant sword erupted with earthy yellow light, unleashing two ferocious sword energies that struck violently at the 2 points Xu Changsheng had marked with his consciousness. The demon array shook violently, the black mist being forcibly torn open to reveal a narrow gap. Sisterling, Ling Wanqing, brandishing her jade-like talisman, unleashed a torrent of crystalline water light that formed a protective shield around them, fending off the retaliatory dark energy. Meanwhile, Xu Changsheng had already summoned the wind talisman to its utmost limit, transforming into an almost invisible wisp of azure smoke, darting toward the array's core banner through the fleeting gap. Stop him! The one-armed demon cultivator shrieked. Instantly, 3 or 4 demonic cultivators lunged at Xu Changsheng, unleashing a barrage of magical artifacts and spells upon him. Unflinching, Xu Changsheng allowed the Xianjin spirit armor to envelop his entire body, braving the onslaught, blood spurting from his mouth. Yet, his speed remained unimpeded as the golden rainbow sword surged ahead, piercing directly at the main banner. With a sharp hiss, the sword sliced through, causing the main banner to tremble violently, the surrounding black mist swirling chaotically. However, it did not achieve complete destruction. Xu Changsheng found himself ensnared in a tight encirclement. We must provide support, or we shall all perish. Chen Wufeng's eyes widened in desperation as his blades surged with ferocity. Yet he was momentarily ensnared by the demonic formation and the multitude of demonic cultivators. Shifeng roared in fury, yearning to break free, but was heavily obstructed by the wraiths. Ling Wanqing strenuously upheld the protective shield, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Chapter 77, A Successful Escape. Anomaly in the Secret Realm. A strike from afar. In this critical moment, another female cultivator from the Shuiwei studio, who had been closely following Xu Changsheng, exhibited a resolute glint in her eyes. With a sudden cry, she unleashed the full force of her spiritual energy, transforming into a brilliant azure streak that crashed into the demonic cultivators behind Xu Changsheng. Junior sister. No. Ling Wanqing cried out in anguish. Boom. The explosion of spiritual light instantaneously engulfed several demonic cultivators, temporarily clearing the obstacles behind Xu Changsheng. His heart lurched violently, yet he pressed on. Seizing this opportunity wrought from sacrifice, the golden rainbow sword finally pierced the main banner. Break! With a thunderous roar, the main banner shattered. The Ghost demon array shuddered violently, and the oppressive black fog thinned dramatically. Charge! Chen Wufeng bellowed, his blade slicing through the barriers ahead. Shifeng swung his massive sword, resembling a frenzied war chariot as he surged forward. Ling Wanqing, tear-streaked, followed closely behind. Xu Changsheng endured yet another ambush, blood spurting from his mouth as he was hurled back, landing perilously close to the edge of the teleportation array. Stop them! The demonic cultivators retaliated with fervor. In the final moments, Shifeng, the one-armed disciple of the Great Sword Sect, fiercely propelled Chen Wufeng and Xu Changsheng towards the radiant threshold of the teleportation array, while he cackled madly, turning to face the oncoming tide of demonic cultivators and ghostly figures. You rabble! Grandfather will play with you. Ha ha! The yellow light of the massive sword was swiftly engulfed by the black tide. Boom! The white light of the teleportation array flickered violently, completely enveloping the last 3 figures. In the fleeting instant when the blinding light obscured his vision, Xu Changsheng glimpsed Shifeng's maniacal laughter before his disappearance. The furious and distorted faces of the demonic cultivators, and in the distance, the colossal shadow of a dragon, roaring with thunderous might. The world spun. A familiar sensation of weightlessness washed over him. As he found his footing once more, the thick stench of blood was replaced by the refreshing mountain breeze. They had emerged, escaping the jaws of death. Yet the cost was profoundly grave. Xu Changsheng, Chen Wufeng, and Ling Wanqing stumbled to the ground, drenched in blood, battered and bruised, their faces marked by lingering terror and sorrow. Before they could regain their composure, the overwhelming scent of blood and their grievous injuries instantly drew all eyes upon them. What happened? How could they return after only a few days, and in such a state? Where are the others? On the high platform, the leaders of the 5 great sects rose abruptly, their faces a mixture of shock and uncertainty. Master Fachunzi of the Taiyi Immortal Sect stepped forward, reaching the trio in an instant. With a sweeping motion of his sleeve, A stream of pure, gentle spiritual energy flowed into their bodies, temporarily stabilizing their roiling blood and wounds. Changsheng, Wufeng, and the girl from Shueihua Studio, what transpired within? Speak swiftly. Fuchunzi's voice was deep, imbued with an undeniable authority. Chen Wufeng, with his stoic demeanor, merely pressed his lips together, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he turned his gaze towards Xu Changsheng. Ling Wanqing, still shaken, her delicate face pale, trembled, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Xu Changsheng suppressed the excruciating pain coursing through him and cupped his hands. His voice strained, reporting to the master and esteemed elders, the secret realm has undergone a transformation. The three great demonic sects, Xianyin Demon Sect, Bloodfiend Sect, and Ghost Corpse Gate, have colluded with the Beast Taming Sect and the Fong family, as well as the Qing Bamboo Peak of our sect. They have invoked a beast tide through secret arts, and with the blood of 10,000 beasts. They have awakened the golden core level dragon lurking at the bottom of the black dragon pool, slaughtering the disciples of various sects. What we have witnessed is a scene of carnage, with corpses strewn everywhere and survivors barely 1 in 10. At the exit, demonic cultivators have set up a sinister ghost formation to obstruct our escape. Brother Shifeng and another sister from Shueihua Zhai have perished while attempting to assist our escape. His words were rapid yet distinct, reverberating in the ears of every senior like thunder. What? How dare the demonic sects act with such audacity? A golden core dragon? A ghostly formation? The complexion of the beast-taming sect's leader changed drastically, while Chu Daoquan of the giant sword sect appeared visibly agitated. Master Jingwei of Shueihua Zhai felt the jade rui in her hand surge with spiritual light, and the emaciated elder of the 100 Puppet sect had his puppets emit a low growl. Master Fuchen's face turned ashen, his eyes glinting with cold fury. Is this true? Do you have evidence? Without hesitation, Xu Changsheng produced a jade tube that captured the scene, activating it with his spiritual energy. The tube projected a blurred yet recognizable image. Lin Yan's frenzied confession, Fang Shang pouring the blood of 10,000 beasts, the emergence of the dragon. The formation set by the demonic cultivators, and the harrowing fragments of the final escape. You wretched creature! Master Fuchen bellowed in rage, his voice shaking the surroundings, the terrifying pressure of his late golden core stage nearly suffocating the nearby disciples. He turned sharply to face the pale-faced leader of the beast-taming sect and the colorless elder from Qing Bamboo Peak within the Taiyi Immortal Sect. Well, what a traitor within the demonic sect. Brother Fuchen, now is not the time for reckoning. Although Master Jingyue was grief-stricken over the loss of her disciples, she maintained a semblance of calm. The pressing matter was to rescue the disciples inside. Her words were indeed wise. Chu Daoquan of the giant sword sect roared in anger, insisting that none of the demonic brats and that beast should be spared. The leaders of the 5 major sects quickly reached a consensus. The Ku Mountain secret realm could only accommodate cultivators below the golden core stage. Otherwise, the overwhelming repulsive force could easily cause the realm to collapse. Though they could not enter the secret realm due to their levels, each possessed their own means. In unison, Fuchen, Master Jingyue, Chu Daoquan, the leader of the beast-taming sect, and the emaciated elder of the 100 Puppets sect soared into the air, standing before the crack of the secret realm entrance. Each of them summoned a radiant treasure, a whisk, a jade rui, a phantom of a giant sword, a beast soul imprint, and a puppet core. Their auras intertwined, and an immense tide of spiritual energy surged into the treasures, coalescing into an indescribable beam of terrifying light, which they unleashed into the spatial fissure. The crack twisted violently, and a heart-rending dragon's roar echoed faintly, accompanied by several enormous scales stained with faint golden blood that burst forth from the fissure. The strike from afar had indeed severely injured the golden core dragon. All sects, heed the command. Fuchen's voice boomed like thunder, resonating in everyone's ears. All Foundation establishment disciples, wield your protective treasures and enter in formation. Exterminate the demonic traitors and rescue our brethren. If you encounter demonic cultivators, kill without mercy. Should you come across the wounded dragon, join forces to slay it. The order was as formidable as a mountain. In an instant, dozens of figures soared forth from various sects, each possessing cultivation levels above the Foundation establishment stage, representing the elite of their respective factions. They received talismans and magical artifacts distributed by the elders, their expressions grim and resolute as they swiftly formed battle formations, transforming into streaks of luminous light that fearlessly plunged into the still undulating rift of the secret realm. Thus commenced a grander and more profound operation of extermination and rescue. Xu Changsheng, Chen Wufeng, and Ling Wanqing were assisted by their comrades to tend to their urgent injuries. Xu Changsheng gazed at the rift from which radiant light continuously surged. Feeling a flicker of solace, yet an overwhelming weight settled upon his heart. He understood that the bloody slaughter within was far from over. The urgent news they had fought to retrieve had already stirred up tumultuous waves. 2 days passed amidst anxiety and bloodshed. The spatial rift at the entrance of the secret realm gradually calmed, ultimately sealing shut and enclosing that bloody slaughterhouse for another 30 years. The elite teams dispatched by the 5 major sects began to withdraw, each unit bearing the remnants of their Qi refinement disciples, yet more weighed down by a profound sense of sorrow and loss. Chapter 78. Sect Rewards and the Hunt for Traitors. Ascending the Zisha Peak once more. The survivors were gathered and relocated, their numbers sparse, a stark contrast to the throngs that had entered the formation just days prior. A cursory count revealed that less than 20% of them had survived, each bearing wounds, their expressions numb, and their eyes still haunted by lingering terror. Even more chilling was the subsequent investigation, which, through the identification of disciples, uncovered that nearly 10% of the deceased were spies planted by the 3 great demonic sections. They had either revealed their identities amidst the chaos and met their demise, perished at the jaws of beasts unleashed by their own machinations, or been vanquished while attempting to intercept Xu Changsheng and others. The depth of the demonic sect's infiltration and the malice of their schemes incited both outrage and dread among the upper echelons. Upon the high platform, the atmosphere was heavy. The sect leader, Fu Qinzi, cast his gaze over the surviving disciples below, ultimately resting on Xu Changsheng, Chen Wufeng, and Ling Wanqing. The abrupt turn of events during the Kushan trials and the shocking conspiracy of the demonic sects were laid bare before them. You 3 maintained your composure in the face of peril, uncovered vital secrets, and risked your lives to relay information, enabling us to respond in time and save some of our brethren, while also unmasking the sinister plots of the demonic sections. Your contributions are immeasurable. The 5 major sects have always rewarded merit. Fu Qinzi's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable weight. Xu Changsheng, you are bestowed with 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Granted the opportunity to select a technique or secret art from the 3rd level of the Cangjing Pavilion on the Lingyao Peak of the Taiyi Immortal Sect, and additionally awarded a defensive talisman, the Xian Gui Shield. Chen Wufeng, you received 2,500 low-grade spirit stones. Granted a refining session at the secret refining pool of the Duanren Peak in the Taiyi Immortal Sect, along with an offensive talisman, the Liekong Blade. Ling Wanqing, you are awarded 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Granted a 3-day immersion in the Yuehua spiritual spring of the Shui Weizhai, and additionally bestowed a top-tier auxiliary artifact, the Qingxin Lotus Platform. The richness of these rewards left the surrounding disciples envious. Yet they were acutely aware that such honors came at the cost of countless comrades' blood and the near demise of the 3. Thus, they felt it was well-deserved. The 3 bowed in gratitude, yet their faces bore little joy, only heaviness. Once the awards were bestowed, the 5 major sects had no further words. Each departed with their surviving disciples and heavy hearts, transforming into streaks of radiant light as they swiftly left. All understood that within each sect, a tempest was about to unfold. At the main hall of the Taiyi Immortal Sect, Fu Qinzi's expression was as dark as water. With the peak masters and elders standing below, the atmosphere oppressive, akin to the silence before a storm. The Lin family of Qingzhou Peak colluded with the demonic sects, and the evidence was irrefutable. Fu Qinzi's voice was cold, resolute. The law enforcement hall, heed my command. Proceed immediately to Qingzhou Peak and apprehend the entirety of the Lin family. Should there be any resistance, eliminate them without mercy. Understood. A multitude of formidable auras surged forth from the law enforcement hall, racing towards Qingzhou Peak. However, upon arrival, the elders discovered that the Lin family estate was deserted, leaving behind only a few bewildered outer disciples and servants. Clearly, the Lin family's golden core ancestor, Lin Jintian, had received word through unknown channels and had already fled with core disciples and vital resources. Search. Unearth clues, even from beneath the earth. The law enforcement elder bellowed in fury. Ultimately, the Lin family's collateral branches, in-laws, and retainers, numbering in the hundreds, who failed to escape or gain acceptance from the core circle were all apprehended and escorted to the celestial execution platform at the main peak. The esteemed Fu Qinzi personally oversaw the execution, publicly proclaiming the transgressions of the Lin family before all disciples of the sect. According to sect rules, those who betray the sect and consort with demons face the obliteration of both soul and spirit. At his command, the executioner's blade, infused with a malevolent aura, descended upon the platform, reducing all to ashes amidst piercing wails that echoed through the heavens. leaving hundreds of individuals associated with the Lin family utterly annihilated, deprived even of the chance for reincarnation. The gruesome spectacle instilled a profound dread among all disciples. Yet, this was merely the beginning. From that day forth, all 36 peaks and halls of the sect underwent thorough self-examination. Fuchenzi's authoritative gaze swept over each peak master and elder, urging mutual denunciation and leniency for those who came forward, while those who concealed any truths would be judged equally guilty. A sweeping purge engulfing the entire Taiyi immortal sect commenced with fervor. Under the weight of this pressure, several families with ties to the Lin family, or those already infiltrated by the demon sect, were uprooted, and hundreds of spies hidden within various peaks and halls were exposed, including a seasoned outer sect steward and 2 inner disciples. The bloodstains on the execution platform remained unwashed for several days. The entire Taiyi immortal sect was enveloped in an atmosphere of chilling severity, with individuals gripped by fear and a shiver of trepidation at the demon sect's infiltration. This confrontation, though it inflicted considerable damage to the sect's strength, ultimately excised a malignant tumor, thereby fortifying its foundation. In his secluded courtyard, Xu Changsheng listened intently as his senior brother, Xu Changsheng, recounted the tumult outside with lingering trepidation, his fists clenched in silence. The threat posed by the demon sect was far more grave than anticipated. Moreover, the early escape of the Lin family's patriarch and core members undoubtedly represented a significant peril. With storm clouds gathering, enhancing one's strength was of utmost urgency. However, before he could concentrate solely on his cultivation, there was another matter he needed to address, fulfilling his promise to the fairy Yun Yao regarding the Zeeming fruit. Now that the sect's turmoil was gradually subsiding, it was time for him to visit Zisha Peak. Before long, Xu Changsheng soared on his sword to the foot of Zisha Peak, producing a token to request an audience with the fairy Yun Yao. A maid he had encountered several times previously guided him into Yun Yao's cave abode. Upon seeing the ethereal Yun Yao once more, like a being from a painting, Xu Changsheng respectfully presented a radiant purple fruit. "Master, I have acquired the Zeeming fruit." With a graceful lift of her jade-like hand, the Zeeming fruit floated up and landed in her palm. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in her eyes as she nodded slightly. Indeed, this fruit has matured. It is time for it to return to its rightful owner. Xu Changsheng then retrieved a purple gold jade pendant. Though he possessed many means, he chose not to employ this particular item, as it was a matter of principle. He did not wish to leave a poor impression on Yun Yao due to such a trivial detail. Given Yun Yao's golden core strength, it was unlikely she would place much importance on this treasure. As expected, her gaze fell upon the purple gold jade pendant he offered, and she smiled lightly, saying, "You may keep this pendant. It may prove useful in the future." Xu Changsheng felt a sense of affirmation within, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, master." It appeared his expectations were indeed met. He had previously refrained from enhancing the purple gold jade pendant, harboring concerns about its rightful ownership. Now, having reclaimed it, he could confidently proceed with its enhancement. Upon returning to the secluded courtyard of Lingyao Peak, he activated layers of prohibitions, creating a barrier against the outside world. Xu Changsheng sat cross-legged in the tranquility of his chamber, exhaling a long breath. The recent days had been nothing short of exhilarating. From escaping the secret realm to witnessing the sect's purge of traitors, it was only at this moment that he truly found solace. The first item he retrieved was the purple gold jade pendant acquired from the celestial maiden, Yun Yao, for enhancement. The enhanced pendant transformed into a series of intricate patterns. Previously capable of withstanding a strike from an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, it was now estimated to endure assaults from late-stage foundation establishment practitioners, and could do so multiple times, its potency rivaling that of certain defensive talismans. Undoubtedly, it became a formidable safeguard for his life. He carefully stowed the fortified pendant close to his person. Subsequently, with a flick of his hand, 5 storage bags hovered before him, along with the entirety of the assets belonging to Lin Yin and several dark disciples of the demonic sect, which he promptly spilled forth. Chapter 79, Abundant Gains. Complete Sword Technique. The battle of justice and evil. Amidst the clamor, the brilliance flickered, and treasures filled the air. A mountain of spirit stones lay before him, totaling over 5,300. Among them, 3,000 were rewards from the sect for contributions to this secret realm, while the remainder were spoils taken from Lin Yin and the spies of the demon sect. Though the duration of this secret realm was brief, the removal of Lin Yin, a significant threat, was indeed a cause for celebration. There were over 20 vials of elixirs, each marked with distinct labels. In addition to the commonly used elixirs for the qi refining stage, there were even foundational elixirs such as the condensing yuan pill and the blood fiend pill. Along with a vial of the demonic secret medicine, the blood ignition pill, which could temporarily elevate one's cultivation at a tremendous cost, risking foundational damage. Hundreds of talismans were gathered, predominantly offensive in nature, including fire thunder talismans, ice arrow talismans, and numerous others. Among them, 3 dark red blood escape talismans were particularly precious, serving as life-saving tools passed down in the demon sect, capable of igniting one's essence blood to flee 100 miles in an instant. There were a dozen magical artifacts, mostly of high quality, exuding ominous energy. Notably, 2 items radiated an exceptionally chilling aura, a black soul-biting nail, designed to harm the soul, and a black banner embroidered with a ghastly demon head, which summoned vengeful spirits to aid in battle. Both were high-tier, demonic artifacts. 7 jade slips containing techniques were also found. In addition to the fragment of the gung metal sword technique obtained from the stone wall of the gung metal cave, the others included the profound blood refinement technique, heart control of the 100 puppets, and demonic body of bone and blood, among other dark arts. Although they could not be directly cultivated, some obscure techniques recorded therein might provide insights for combat. Furthermore, over 30 rare spiritual herbs were collected, including century-old blood spirit mushrooms, ghostly flowers, and decayed bone grasses, many of which were sought after by practitioners of demonic alchemy or sinister arts. Notably, the 1,000-year-old moonlight dew grass, glistening like jade, reflected the flowing essence of moonlight. Although he had surrendered the purple dream fruit to Fairy Yun Yao, he secretly retained 2 others, shrouded in a faint, dreamy violet aura. Additionally, there were various unknown ores, beast bones, and soul crystals. This expedition into the secret realm, though merely lasting a few days, had amassed a fortune exceeding 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, marking him as exceedingly wealthy. Nevertheless, among these treasures, Xu Changsheng placed the utmost value on the fragment of the gung metal sword technique. This was not merely a sword technique, but also a method for cultivating the metal element. Even as a fragment, it held the potential for foundational cultivation. How far could one ascend if it were fully restored? Xu Changsheng held his breath and concentrated as he reverently retrieved the mysterious bronze small cauldron. He carefully placed the jade slip containing the fragment of the gung metal sword technique into the cauldron and infused it with all his spiritual power. Buzz. The intricate patterns on the cauldron gradually illuminated, a soft azure light swirling continuously, enveloping the jade slip entirely. The fragmented characters and broken diagrams on the slip began to move as if alive, extending, intertwining, and reassembling themselves. A unique resonance emerged, profound and extraordinary. Half an hour later, the azure light subsided, and the small cauldron returned to tranquility. Xu Changsheng eagerly retrieved the jade slip, his consciousness diving into its depths. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, brilliance radiating from them, filled with incredulous astonishment. The fragmented manuscript, once limited to the foundational stage of cultivation, has now evolved into a comprehensive doctrine that directly leads to the path of the golden core. It meticulously elucidates the crucial insights and techniques from the foundational stage to the golden core. It is essential to recognize that the secrets of the golden core threshold are closely guarded by the esteemed celestial beings. Only the direct disciples of the golden core, having reached the pinnacle of the foundational stage, hold the potential to inherit this legacy. Alternative routes are fraught with peril and difficulty. Many elders at the foundational stage, despite dedicating their lives to the sect, lack the qualifications to access the golden core techniques. In addition to the cultivation methods, the enhanced teachings now include a chapter on the gung metal sword formation. This formation requires the foundation of 72 flying swords imbued with the essence of gung metal, capable of establishing a formidable sword array that is both offensive and defensive, with boundless variations. Once perfected, its power rivals the formidable spells wielded by peak golden core cultivators. However, given Xu Changsheng's current strength, he cannot fully cultivate the entire sword formation, but a simplified version is included. During the chi refining stage, he may utilize a maximum of 9 gung metal flying swords to form a pseudo-small gung metal sword formation. Why the term pseudo? Because the genuine gung metal sword formation necessitates swords that are all magical treasures. In the chi refining stage, practitioners typically wield spiritual tools, while the foundational stage employs instruments that possess a fraction of the power of true treasures. Only those above the golden core stage can refine and utilize authentic magical treasures. A is precious and sought after precisely because it encapsulates a fragment of a magical treasure's power. If one wishes to practice the gung metal sword formation, they will invariably use spiritual tools rather than true treasures. Thus, it can only be referred to as a pseudo-small gung metal sword formation. Subsequently, he meticulously organized and stored all his gains. His gaze swept over the pile of demonic techniques and artifacts, and after a moment of contemplation, he chose not to destroy them. While these items are unsightly, they might prove to be of extraordinary use in certain unique situations or serve as bargaining chips for some hidden resources. Once the inventory was complete, tranquility returned to the cave abode. Yet, Xu Changsheng's heart burned with fervor. The perilous endeavors within the secret realm had yielded unimaginable resources and an unparalleled sword technique leading directly to the Golden Core path. The risks taken were undoubtedly worth it. In the days that followed, Xu Changsheng remained secluded in his courtyard, immersed in his cultivation. However, the tumultuous events in the outside world showed no signs of abating. The gruesome incidents within the Withered Mountain secret realm rippled through the cultivation community of the Zhao Kingdom like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating tumultuous waves. The upper echelons of the 5 major sects, Taiyi Sect, Shuiweizhai, Zhu Zone, Baikue Min, and Yusho Zone, were filled with righteous indignation, forging an unprecedented alliance. The nefarious deeds of the 3 demonic sects, Xian Yin Mo Zone, Shuang Zone, and Gue Shi Min, were fully exposed. Their cruel tactics and far-reaching schemes instilling fear in all righteous cultivators, uniting them against a common foe. The conflicts, long simmering for centuries, finally erupted into full-scale sect warfare. No longer mere skirmishes or tests of strength. This was a genuine sect conflict. On the borderlines, spiritual light flashed, and demonic energy surged. The coalition of the 5 major sects clashed violently with the 3 demonic sects, resulting in daily casualties among cultivators and exceptionally brutal warfare. Particularly, the disciples who had narrowly escaped the Withered Mountain secret realm harbored a visceral hatred for the demonic cultivators, often leading the charge at the forefront. As the foremost sect of righteousness, Taiyi Sect naturally bore the brunt of the conflict. The sect's decrees were issued one after another, summoning a multitude of inner disciples, and even some of the true inheritors, to form battalions of combat cultivators and rush to the front lines for support. In an instant, the atmosphere within the sect turned grim. The previously leisurely scene of cultivation was replaced by a tense atmosphere of preparation for war, with the situation on the front lines becoming increasingly dire and casualties mounting. Being requisitioned signified a perilous risk. Many inner disciples, hailing from relatively well-off backgrounds or possessing connections, found themselves compelled to liquidate their assets in order to procure spirit stones for more potent protective artifacts, elixirs, and talismans, or to establish relationships that might secure them a transfer to relatively safer positions. Among the most easily liquidated assets were the spirit fields they operated. Consequently, the number of disciples listing their spirit fields for sale in the sect's trading market surged, leading to a significant drop in prices, which were considerably lower than usual. In the depths of his cave abode, where he diligently consolidated his cultivation and delved into the study of the metal sword technique, Xu Changsheng astutely seized upon this opportunity. Chapter 80. The 100 Mu of Spiritual Fields, Chen Wufeng's Foundation Establishment. High-ranking alchemist. In times of war, resources reign supreme. Spiritual fields serve as the foundation for stable production, and acquiring them at a low price presents a fortuitous opportunity. A shrewd glimmer sparkled in Xu Changsheng's eyes. His wealth had flourished, amassing over 5,000 spiritual stones, and he pondered how to enhance their value, transforming them into enduring resources for cultivation. The spiritual fields being sold undoubtedly represented the finest investment. Rather than intervening personally, he entrusted the operations to his trusted senior brother, Xu Changsheng, who was discreet and reliable, while he provided the spiritual stones and support from behind the scenes. The process unfolded with remarkable ease. Many disciples, eager to sell, continually lowered their prices. Xu Changsheng, unyielding, made significant purchases. Within just a few days, he quietly acquired 90 mu of spiritual fields of varying quality. Together with the 10 mu he originally possessed, his total holdings soared to an impressive 100 mu. This was an astonishing figure. The scale of spiritual fields managed by many foundation-building cultivators barely approached this extent. This implied that the annual yield of spiritual rice, vegetables, and herbs would generate a substantial and stable income, sufficient to cover most of his daily cultivation expenses and even leave a considerable surplus for purchasing elixirs and talismans. Holding the deed to 100 mu of spiritual fields brought a sense of stability to Xu Changsheng's heart. In chaotic times, enhancing one's strength is of paramount importance, and ample resources serve as the bedrock of power. These 100 mu of spiritual fields represented his most solid logistical base on the path of future cultivation. 100 mu of spiritual fields is no trifling matter. Xu Changsheng could no longer rely on the miscellaneous workers to manage them as he did before. Thus, he visited Xu Changsheng, entrusting him with the management of the 100 mu. The 5 miscellaneous workers, who had previously earned Xu Changsheng's trust, such as Xiao Zhu, Old Wang, and Old Zhao, were promoted to overseers, responsible for managing the newly recruited miscellaneous workers, no longer handling the specific agricultural tasks. Meanwhile, Xu Changsheng remained occupied with his cultivation and alchemy. He would only periodically assess the yields and occasionally use a bronze cauldron to enhance the seeds or apply spiritual rainwater, ensuring that both output and quality far surpassed that of others. Having settled matters concerning the spiritual fields, Xu Changsheng immersed himself once more in his cultivation. The profound mysteries of the Gungjin sword technique required meticulous contemplation. Simultaneously, the accumulation of spiritual power within his dantian necessitated patient diligence, and haste was unwarranted. Outside the small courtyard, storms raged, and the battle between righteousness and evil reached a fever pitch. Within the courtyard, Xu Changsheng remained steadfast, quietly accumulating strength and solidifying his foundation, awaiting the moment of explosive growth. He understood that only by possessing sufficient strength could he navigate the chaotic world more effectively and pursue the path of eternal life. These 100 mu of spiritual fields represented a significant stride towards his future. 2 months swiftly passed. The 100 mu of spiritual fields under Xu Changsheng's name had fully entered a productive routine. He no longer merely sought to maximize the yield of spiritual rice. Instead, he meticulously planned according to his needs and market conditions. The majority of the land was dedicated to cultivating various auxiliary herbs essential for refining high-ranking elixirs, alongside some commonly sought spiritual herbs that demanded less stringent growing conditions. Even so, the output from the 100 mu of spiritual fields remained astonishing. Every 4 months, a new harvest matures, and apart from the portion for personal use, the remaining spiritual herbs yield a continuous stream of spirit stones. Although time constraints have prevented frequent application of the enhanced Qinglin fertilization technique, resulting in an extended growth cycle, the vast quantity compensates for this. Xu Changsheng's purse steadily swells, alleviating any concerns regarding the scarcity of cultivation resources. On this particular day, an unexpected surge of spiritual energy erupted within the Taiyi Sect. A sharp and unparalleled sword intent soaring from the Duanjian Peak, drawing the attention of countless disciples. It was Brother Chen Wufeng. He has successfully established his foundation. Such potent sword intent, truly deserving of his first place in the inner sect competition. Since returning from the Kushan Forbidden Land, Brother Chen's aura has become even more formidable. The whispers were filled with reverence and envy. Chen Wufeng, already gifted beyond compare, had tempered his resolve amidst life and death struggles in the Kushan secret realm, his heart of Tao growing ever purer and more resilient. This time, as he established his foundation, his base was remarkably solid, and upon emerging from seclusion, he exuded a fierce presence that far surpassed that of ordinary early-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Shortly after his emergence, Chen Wufeng made his way directly to Xu Changsheng's cave dwelling. "Junior Brother Xu, would you care to share a drink?" His voice remained sharp, yet it bore a rare warmth and acknowledgement. The cave door opened, and Xu Changsheng greeted him with a smile. "Congratulations, Brother Chen, on your successful foundation establishment. The Tao is within reach. How could I refuse your invitation?" The two took their seats at the stone table in the courtyard. Xu Changsheng produced a fine wine brewed from spiritual grains, its liquid clear and infused with spiritual energy. Chen Wufeng wasted no time, lifting a bowl and drinking heartily, a trace of satisfaction breaking through his icy demeanor. "In the secret realm, had it not been for your keen decisiveness, we would have long since perished at the jaws of beasts. I, Chen Wufeng, shall remember this bond." He set down his bowl, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixed upon Xu Changsheng, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. "From this day forth, in the Taiyi Sect and throughout the Zhao nation's cultivation world, should anyone dare to wrong you, invoke my name. If you encounter any uncertainties, you may seek me at Duanjian Peak." His words resonated with gravity, clearly regarding Xu Changsheng as a brother deserving of protection. Given his recent foundation establishment and enhanced strength, such a declaration carried significant weight. Xu Changsheng felt a warmth in his heart and raised his cup. "Thank you for your consideration, brother." He understood Chen Wufeng's character, clear distinctions between gratitude and grievance. This gesture was genuine. The promise from such a top-tier genius of the inner sect and newly established foundation cultivator was undoubtedly a highly valuable safeguard. The two drank together, discussing the perils of the secret realm, the current state of the sect, and the looming threat of the demonic sect. Chen Wufeng spoke little, yet his insights into cultivation and the battlefield proved immensely beneficial to Xu Changsheng. However, this leisurely period did not last long. The front lines of the righteous and demonic war grew tense, necessitating the infusion of elite forces. A newly established foundation cultivator like Chen Wufeng, with his extraordinary combat prowess, was precisely what the sect urgently required. Within just a few days, a summons from the sect was issued. At Duanjin Peak, Chen Wufeng donned a black robe, wielding a broken blade, surrounded by swirling sword energy, exuding an intimidating aura. Xu Changsheng and other friends had gathered to bid him farewell. He cast a glance at Xu Changsheng amidst the crowd, nodding slightly, a silent goodbye. In an instant, Chen Wufeng transformed into a resolute shadow of black, soaring into the sky alongside his fellow disciples summoned for battle, unhesitatingly rushing towards the front line, where the clamor of conflict echoed thunderously. Xu Changsheng stood in an open space, gazing at the receding black figure, his heart filled with reflection. In such tumultuous times, even one as formidable as Chen Wufeng must heed the call of the battlefield, where life and death remain uncertain. He, too, must seize the moment to enhance his own strength. Turning back to his quiet chamber, his gaze grew resolute. The protective barriers of the small courtyard gradually closed once more, momentarily shielding him from the chaos and flames of war beyond. The situation at the front line grew increasingly dire, with summons from the sect becoming ever more stringent, even calling upon capable alchemists and talisman's disciples to provide logistical support at the front. Xu Changsheng was acutely aware of the perils that lay ahead. Despite possessing numerous hidden strengths, he was reluctant to tread lightly into the brutal battleground. In pursuit of prudence, he decisively made his way to the Alchemy Peak, participating in a minor competition presided over by the Elder of the Alchemy Hall. During this contest, Xu Changsheng refrained from utilizing the bronze cauldron for any shortcuts. Instead, he relied solely on his solid foundation in the Taiyi Danjing and his exquisite control over the heat, calmly producing several high-level first-grade elixirs with remarkable success rates and quality that drew admiration. Ultimately, he triumphed in the assessment and was officially recognized by the Alchemy Hall as a first-tier high-ranking alchemist. Chapter 81. Lu Wu's Malicious Accusation. The truth is revealed. Reaching the 9th level of qi refinement and holding the esteemed title of a high-ranking alchemist carries profound significance. According to the wartime regulations of the Taiyi Sect, specialized talents such as high-ranking alchemists, weapon masters, and talisman masters are prioritized to remain in the rear, tasked with ensuring the supply of resources for the front lines, thus exempting them from the perilous duties of direct combat. Xu Changsheng, having achieved his objective, secured a protective amulet allowing him to stay back. Upon certification, Xu Changsheng immediately began to undertake a substantial number of alchemical tasks for the sect. In order to support the front, the sect issued a plethora of orders for elixirs. With generous compensation, Xu Changsheng secluded himself, dedicating nearly all his time outside of cultivation to alchemy. Possessing an impressive spiritual consciousness of 45 zhang and an exquisite control over spiritual energy, his success rate in alchemy far exceeded that of his peers. Coupled with his deliberate display of diligence, the volume of tasks he completed daily was astonishing. Consequently, his earnings naturally soared. Furthermore, the consistent yield from his 100 acres of spiritual fields, producing valuable herbs every few months, compounded his profits to an astounding level. His reserves of spiritual stones accumulated at an unprecedented pace. One day, as was his custom, Xu Changsheng went to the public repository on Lingyao Peak to collect the herbs necessary for refining a batch of congealing essence elixirs. Coincidentally, the individual responsible for recording and distributing the herbs was Lu Wu. Lu Wu, a cousin of Lu Hong from the outer sect and a relative of Elder Lu, harbored lingering resentment towards Xu Changsheng due to past grievances. Years ago, when Xu Changsheng was still a menial worker, he had snatched Lu Heng's place to qualify as an outer sect disciple of Lingyao Peak. The Lu family had made several attempts to target him, all of which Xu Changsheng deftly countered, leaving the Lu family at a loss. Ultimately, even the promising Lu Mao met his demise at Xu Changsheng's hands. Of course, such matters were rooted in the Lu family's prior fault, and they could not openly voice their grievances, suffering in silence. However, Lu Wu, who had maintained a good relationship with Lu Mao, could not shake off the bitterness he felt. Now, witnessing Xu Changsheng not only surviving the dangerous secret realms, but also receiving lavish rewards and rising to become a high-ranking alchemist, while he himself remained stuck guarding the herb repository, earning meager spiritual stones through arduous labor, Lu Wu's envy ignited a burning jealousy within him. In a fit of malice, after Xu Changsheng had left with his herbs, Lu Wu stealthily approached the duty steward overseeing the repository and falsely accused Xu Changsheng of utilizing a storage bag to conceal and embezzle several valuable auxiliary herbs during his collection. Uncertain whether Xu Changsheng truly committed such an act, Lu Wu reasoned that many alchemists engaged in similar misdeeds. Why should Xu Changsheng be any different? Absconding with sect resources without detection would be manageable, but should he be discovered, particularly in wartime, it would be a grave offense. Upon hearing Lu Wu's claims, the steward did not hesitate to report the matter. Soon, members from the Alchemy Hall and the Law Enforcement Hall arrived, intercepting Xu Changsheng as he returned to his small courtyard. Master Su, it has been reported that you have concealed spiritual herbs from the public repository. Please cooperate with our inspection, said the law enforcement disciple, his expression stern. Xu Changsheng was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. He had always acted with caution, having only ever taken some roots to restore using bronze fragments, never fully hoarding complete herbs. It did not take long for him to deduce that he was the target of a malicious plot. He calmly lifted the restrictions of his small courtyard, allowing the law enforcement disciples and the alchemists from the Dan Hall to enter for inspection. Naturally, they found nothing amiss. Anything that should not have been present had been securely concealed within the bronze cauldron. The inventory of medicinal materials was meticulously documented, aligning perfectly with his records. Who was the informer? Xu Changsheng inquired in a low voice. The law enforcement disciple hesitated momentarily, but ultimately revealed Lu Wu's name. A glint of cold light flashed in Xu Changsheng's eyes as he immediately demanded a confrontation with Lu Wu and requested the law enforcement hall to thoroughly investigate the matter to clear his name. Having made significant contributions to the sect, Xu Changsheng's case caught the attention of the elders of the law enforcement hall, who personally intervened and employed the hard interrogation technique to question Lu Wu. Lu Wu, possessing a meager level of spiritual cultivation, quickly succumbed to the pressure exerted by the late-stage Foundation establishment elder and the hard interrogation technique, ultimately confessing the entire scheme motivated by jealousy. The truth was unveiled. The elder of law enforcement was incensed. At a time of impending battle, the sect should unite as one. How dare you, driven by personal grievances, frame a worthy alchemist? Squandering the sect's resources? Such treachery deserves punishment. He immediately decreed, deprive him of his cultivation and expel him from the sect as a warning to others. Lu Wu's face turned ashen as he was stripped of his powers on the spot, dragged out of the mountain gate like a lifeless dog. However, this incident did not conclude there. The law enforcement hall traced the roots of the matter back to Lu Wu's family, which had a history of animosity with Xu Changsheng. Although no evidence indicated that Lu's family had orchestrated the framing, the sect's higher-ups issued a stern admonition to the Lu family, ordering them to strictly manage their members and reducing their future share of sect resources by 10%. From this incident, Xu Changsheng unexpectedly reaped benefits. Not only was he completely exonerated, but he also demonstrated to the outside world that he was not a mere pushover, subtly revealing the sect's support behind him. Those who had previously harbored ulterior motives immediately curbed their intentions. Xu Changsheng chose to remain even more low-key, leading a reclusive life while fervently accepting alchemy tasks to accumulate resources and diligently honing his skills, steadily advancing toward the 9th level of Qi refinement. Time flowed quietly amidst the fragrant atmosphere of alchemy and the vibrant vitality of the spiritual fields. Xu Changsheng remained focused, undertaking alchemy tasks by day and meditating at night to refine his liquid spiritual energy, occasionally using the enhanced spiritual rain to nourish his 100 acres of spiritual fields. His days were fulfilling and serene. Despite the minor upheaval caused by Lu Wu's framing, he resolved it with ease, cultivating a heightened sense of caution. With ample resources at his disposal, his cultivation progressed steadily, and the liquid spiritual energy in his dantian expanded and solidified. Months later, within the quiet chamber, the spiritual energy surged suddenly, akin to rivers converging into the sea, flooding into Xu Changsheng's body. His aura rose steadily, and the barrier of the 9th level of Qi refinement shattered under the accumulation of energy. After a considerable time, the spiritual energy gradually subsided. Xu Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with brilliance, and his aura had intensified several-fold compared to before. He had achieved the 9th level of Qi refinement. He meticulously contemplated his transformation. The total amount of liquid spiritual energy in his dantian had skyrocketed, becoming more refined and potent, enhancing both the power and duration of his spells beyond comparison. Most notably, his spiritual consciousness had vastly improved, accompanied by a breakthrough in his cultivation. The range of his divine consciousness surged from 45 to an impressive 60 zhang. This extent of awareness now rivaled that of the 12th layer of Qi refinement. It heralded a new echelon in his perceptive abilities, enhancing his insight into the surrounding environment, his mastery over the nuances of alchemical fire, and his capacity for anticipating adversaries' moves. At last, he had reached the 9th layer. Xu Changsheng felt the surging power within him, his heart swelling with joy, yet predominantly imbued with tranquility. He understood that this was merely a phase on the path of foundation establishment, and although he had made significant progress, a considerable distance remained to the 12th layer of Qi refinement. Nevertheless, achieving a breakthrough from the 8th to the 9th layer within a matter of months was an accomplishment that rivaled even the most gifted practitioners with singular spiritual roots. Yet, he could not afford to bask in complacency. He must continue to strive diligently towards further advancement. Chapter 82. The Marriage of Zhou Qing. The Essence of Metal. The Underground Black Market. Amidst the looming shadows of the battle between righteousness and evil, an atmosphere of urgency and unease permeated the sect. News of casualties from the front lines occasionally trickled back, prompting many disciples to cherish the present moment even more and catalyzing certain events. On this particular day, my old friend, Brother Zhou Qing, paid a visit, his expression reflecting a complex blend of joy and resignation. Junior Brother Xu, I am to take a partner in the Tao, Zhou Qing announced. Xu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. What splendid news. Congratulations, Brother Zhou. May I inquire who the fortunate sister is? It is junior sister Chu Yan from the Spirit Herb Peak, Zhou Qing sighed. As you know, the situation at the front is dire, and my family is under immense pressure, hoping I can establish a lineage as a contingency plan. Junior sister Chu possesses a gentle disposition, and we are quite familiar with each other. Her family shares this intention, so. Xu Changsheng immediately understood. In these tumultuous times, many families made such plans, ensuring that promising offspring would leave descendants to guard against unforeseen events. He had heard of Chu Yan and could indeed attest to her gentle nature. She was unassuming and devoted to the path of spirit herbs, making her quite compatible with Zhou Qing. Junior sister Chu is virtuous. You and she are indeed a fine match. Xu Changsheng sincerely expressed his well wishes, subsequently retrieving a delicately crafted jade box from his storage pouch. This small token is merely a gesture of my goodwill. May you and junior sister soar together in harmony along the path of greatness. Within the jade box lay a meticulously selected century-old lotus of unity, a symbol of beauty and a prime material for concocting several foundational elixirs of considerable worth. Zhou Qing accepted it, feeling the abundant spiritual energy and Xu Changsheng's heartfelt intention. Deeply moved, he patted Xu Changsheng's shoulder with gratitude, saying, "Thank you, junior brother. Should fortune smile upon me, and I be blessed with a son, I hope you will look after him." His words carried a hint of uncertainty and a sense of entrustment towards the future. Xu Changsheng nodded solemnly in agreement. Soon after, news from the front lines sent ripples of sorrow through the sect. Elder Du, a cultivator of the false Dan realm from the demon suppression peak, had tragically fallen during an encounter with demonic cultivators. Xu Changsheng had some recollection of Elder Du. He had lectured on the fundamentals of alchemy at the alchemy peak. Known for his upright and earnest demeanor, always patient in addressing disciples' inquiries without holding back his knowledge, leaving a positive impression on Xu Changsheng. It was hard to believe that such a seemingly stern yet kind-hearted elder had met an untimely end on the battlefield. This incident struck many disciples like a bucket of cold water, awakening them to the reality that even foundational cultivators and advanced golden core practitioners could perish in such large-scale sect conflicts. The harshness of the cultivation world remained unaltered by individual character. Upon hearing this news, Xu Changsheng fell into a prolonged silence. Standing before the window of his cave dwelling, he gazed at the distant peaks shrouded in mist, his yearning for strength intensifying. Only by perpetually enhancing his own power, acquiring the ability to protect himself, and even take command of his fate, could he traverse further along this cruel path of cultivation. Suppressing the feelings of melancholy and reflection, he turned back to the alchemy furnace, immersing himself once more in the relentless cycle of alchemy and cultivation. The road ahead remains long and arduous, allowing no room for even the slightest lapse in diligence. Having achieved a breakthrough to the 9th layer of Qi refinement, and with his spiritual sense expanded to 60 zhang, Xu Changsheng felt no hint of complacency. He understood profoundly that true enhancement of power lies in successfully mastering the complete Gengjin sword technique, particularly the formidable Gengjin sword array. This sword array requires 9 flying swords imbued with Gengjin energy as its foundation. While ordinary metal swords are easily obtainable, those capable of bearing the array's might must be infused with the essence of Gengjin. This substance, a rare condensation of innate sharp gold energy, is exceedingly scarce. Xu Changsheng began to inquire widely about the essence of Gengjin. Leveraging the connections of Zhou Qing, he consulted several senior brothers from the artifact refining peak. even feigning inquiries about alchemy to subtly probe the elders in the pill hall. The consensus was that this material was rare when it did appear. It was swiftly consumed by adept artifact craftsmen or sword cultivators, making it difficult to find in the markets. Eventually, a clandestine lead pointed him towards the underground black market in the Qing Mountain Bazaar outside the sect. This place, rife with chaos, is a hub for illicit dealings and the trade of contraband items, fraught with peril, yet it also holds the potential to uncover treasures elusive to the outside world. Disguising his appearance and concealing his aura, Xu Changsheng cautiously entered. After several days of wandering and careful interactions, he finally discovered a modest stall in an inconspicuous corner, where a small quantity of silvery granules sealed within a black iron box proved to be the essence of Gengjin. However, the price was exorbitant. The stall owner demanded 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, a weight barely sufficient to forge a single top-tier flying sword. After a moment of contemplation, fully aware that such a treasure is rare and precious, he gritted his teeth and made the purchase. Yet, this amount was far from enough for the 9 swords he required. "Friend, do you have more of this essence? I am willing to pay a premium," he cautiously inquired of the indistinct stall owner. The owner scrutinized him and rasped, "Indeed, there is more, but the price will be doubled. 2,000 spirit stones for the same quantity." This was nothing short of extortion. Xu Changsheng's eyelids twitched, but recalling the power of the Gengjin sword array, he suppressed his anger. "Agreed. How shall we proceed with the transaction?" After arranging the time and place for the subsequent exchange, Xu Changsheng departed with the small quantity of Gengjin essence. Days later, he infiltrated the black market once more, paying the 2,000 spirit stones as promised, and acquired another portion of Gengjin essence. Combined, these 2 portions would suffice to forge 2 principal flying swords. Yet, the goal of 9 remained distant. The rarity of Gengjin essence was evident. After extensive inquiries elsewhere, he uncovered no further leads. The quest for additional Gengjin essence seemed daunting. However, while this might pose a challenge for others, it was not insurmountable for him. Xu Changsheng resolved to distribute the 2 portions evenly among a greater number of flying swords, albeit at a reduced potency. He estimated he could forge 9 intermediate flying swords, with the aid of a bronze cauldron for enhancement. Their might would still rival that of top-tier flying swords. Following 2 substantial transactions, despite Xu Changsheng's meticulous efforts to obscure his wealth, his considerable financial resources drew the attention of some opportunists within the black market. As he left the bazaar and ventured onto the secluded mountain path back to the sect, he unwittingly found himself followed by several unseen pursuers. As one traverses a dense forest, the path ahead and behind is abruptly obstructed. 4 rogue cultivators reveal themselves, each possessing a cultivation level of the 10th layer of Qi refinement, their expressions unfriendly, eyes glinting with avarice and murderous intent. They have long frequented the periphery of the black market, engaging in the nefarious practice of ambushing unsuspecting prey. Well, it seems you are quite affluent in the black market, young lad. If you are wise, surrender the spirit stones and the items you just purchased, and perhaps we might consider sparing your life," sneered the leader, a cultivator with a scarred face. Xu Changsheng halted his steps, his demeanor serene. His formidable spiritual sense, extending 60 yards, had already discerned the movements, cultivation levels, and concealed murderous intent of these individuals with crystal clarity. Chapter 83, Slaying the Robber. Master MO of Artifact Forging. 9 flying swords. Xu Changsheng let out a sigh, pondering his predicament. "I had no intention of provoking trouble, yet I find myself courting death." "Seeking death?" The scarred-faced man, perceiving Xu's calm demeanor as a slight, bellowed angrily as he brandished a ghostly blade, slicing through the air with a menacing wind. The other 3 simultaneously unleashed their attacks, spells, flying needles, and toxic smoke surged towards Xu from various directions. In the face of this onslaught, a glint of cold light flickered in Xu Changsheng's eyes. He executed the cloud step with exquisite finesse, evading the initial wave of attacks with ghostly grace. Simultaneously, he flicked his sleeve, producing not the golden rainbow sword, but 3 enhanced binding talismans. With a rustling sound, countless resilient, dark green vines erupted from the ground, swiftly ensnaring the ankles of the 4 assailants. This sudden control momentarily stalled their movements. In that fleeting moment, Xu Changsheng sprang into action. The golden rainbow sword transformed into an almost imperceptible golden thread, its speed reaching the pinnacle, leaving only faint afterimages in the air. Thud, 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 for nearly inaudible sounds of severance echoed. The 4 Qi refining 10th layer cultivators, caught in the act of charging or casting spells, froze in place, their eyes reflecting an incredulous terror. A thin line of blood slowly emerged at their throats. The next instant, blood gushed forth, and their heads rolled to the ground. Xu Changsheng, expressionless, deftly retrieved the storage bags of the four, casting a fireball to reduce their corpses to ashes, erasing all traces of the battle. The entire process was executed with seamless efficiency, accomplished in the span of a single breath. His precise foresight rivaled that of a 12th-layer Qi refining cultivator, bolstered by the formidable support of a 10th-layer Qi's spiritual power, along with spell potency and control that far exceeded his peers. This allowed him to possess overwhelming strength against these ordinary rogue cultivators who relied solely on ruthless tactics. Upon tallying his spoils, he found a hodgepodge of items within the 4 storage bags, totaling only 500 or 600 spirit stones, far less than what he had expended. However, the other items combined were estimated to exceed 3,000 spirit stones. Indeed, the adage holds true. In the act of killing and arson, gold belts are earned. While building bridges and repairing roads leaves no corpses behind, yet this is ultimately not the righteous path. Xu Changsheng stowed away his meager gains, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He quickened his pace, swiftly vanishing into the depths of the dense forest, returning to the Taiyi Sect. Although he had acquired the essence of gung metal, the challenge ahead lay in how to refine it into a flying sword, a dilemma that now confronted Xu Changsheng. Ordinary artifact forging apprentices were utterly incapable of handling such sharp metal materials, and the skilled artisans, amidst the backdrop of the righteous and demonic conflict, had been almost entirely conscripted by their sects, tirelessly forging and repairing magical tools for the frontline disciples, leaving them no time for other matters. Xu Changsheng once again utilized his spirit stones and connections, inquiring extensively, even reaching out through Zhou Qing's relations to consult several stewards from the artifact forging peak. Persistence bore fruit, and ultimately, a master craftsman named Old Mo came into his view. Old Mo was not a registered elder of the artifact forging peak, but rather an older inner sect disciple with exceptional craftsmanship. He had remained unremarkable due to his reclusive nature and lack of social skills, which had hindered his recognition and success. It is said that in his youth, he had the opportunity to ascend to the position of deacon, yet due to offending certain individuals, he was marginalized and ultimately failed to achieve his ambitions. Now, he holds a nominal position at a humble workshop beneath the refining peak, eking out a living by taking on private jobs. Xu Changsheng initially planned to visit the following day. However, that night, several talented inner disciples of the sect were mysteriously assassinated in their residences. The sect was thrown into chaos, and going out was strictly prohibited, forcing him to postpone his visit for a few days. Once the tumult subsided somewhat, Xu Changsheng sought out the workshop. The place was quite rudimentary, and the old craftsman, Mo, appeared disheveled and unkempt, spending his days amidst smoke and fire. Yet his gaze was remarkably sharp and focused. Xu Changsheng did not underestimate him due to his appearance. Instead, he directly stated his purpose and presented the precious essence of Gungjin. Upon seeing the Gungjin essence, Mo's murky eyes suddenly gleamed, akin to a connoisseur encountering a rare delicacy. His fingers trembling as they brushed over the silvery granules. "Such fine material. You've come to the right person," he muttered, his tone laced with disdain for the prevailing trends in the craft. Those fools in the sect only pursue quantity, churning out shoddy products, utterly ignorant of the wonders of such spiritual materials. Seizing the moment, Xu Changsheng proposed his terms. "Brother Mo, I am willing to provide all necessary auxiliary materials and offer a generous reward. I only hope you can forge this essence into a flying sword. If successful, I shall prioritize you for any future rare materials." Old Mo lifted his head, scrutinizing Xu Changsheng before snorting, "You have an eye for quality, lad. However, the Gungjin essence is exceedingly difficult to refine, with a high failure rate. You must understand that should the materials be destroyed, I will not compensate. All risks are mine." "Brother, just do your utmost," Xu Changsheng replied resolutely. Thus commenced a grueling endeavor in refining. Although Old Mo possessed a peculiar temperament, once he immersed himself in the craft, he exhibited astonishing focus and exceptional skill. Xu Changsheng stood by, not only providing a continuous supply of spirit stones to support the furnace's earth fire, but also utilizing his formidable spiritual awareness to keenly perceive every subtle change within the materials, occasionally offering his insights for discussion with Old Mo. Despite these efforts, the process remained fraught with challenges. The sharp essence of Gungjin proved exceedingly difficult to tame. A moment's inattention could result in the destruction of the sword embryo, or even backlash against the craftsman. After 3 successive failures, the sword embryo shattered at the critical moment, turning to scrap metal and consuming a significant amount of precious auxiliary materials. Old Mo, infuriated, puffed and fumed, yet his competitive spirit only intensified. "Xu Changsheng, though pained by the losses, maintained his composure, continually offering encouragement and additional resources. Finally, on the fourth attempt, old Mo grasped a glimmer of profound insight. While Xu Changsheng pushed his spiritual awareness to the limit, aiding in harmonizing the turbulent sharpness of the Gengjin essence. A clear, melodious sword chant resonated from the refining furnace, and a surge of silvery sword energy shot skyward, nearly toppling the lid. A silver flying sword, radiating a chilling brilliance and exuding a menacing sharpness, slowly emerged, adorned with natural swirling patterns of Gengjin along its blade. Success. With the experience of the first triumph, subsequent refinements, though still arduous, gradually saw an increase in success rate. Having expended resources and time far beyond expectations, 9 standardized flying swords, embodying the sharp essence of Gung metal, finally floated in perfect alignment before Xu Changsheng. Each sword had reached the pinnacle of mid-tier magical artifacts, teetering on the brink of ascension to high tier. The aura of their sword energy sent chills across the skin. Yet, Xu Changsheng remained unsatisfied. He returned to his cave dwelling and, with great reverence, retrieved a small bronze cauldron. He placed one Gung metal flying sword within the cauldron and infused it with his spiritual power. The cauldron once again displayed its wondrous capabilities as azure light swirled within, causing the Gung metal patterns on the sword to become increasingly vivid and profound. The blade transformed into a crystalline clarity. As if entirely forged from the essence of Gung metal, its sharpness surging to new heights. A top-tier Gung metal flying sword. Xu Changsheng stifled his excitement and replicated the process, strengthening the remaining 8 swords one by one. When the 9 top-tier Gung metal flying swords encircled him, emitting a resonant hum and connecting their energies, provoking a violent fluctuation of the surrounding golden spiritual essence, Xu Changsheng understood that he now wielded an exceptionally formidable trump card. In the days that followed, he devoted all his energy to the sword formations detailed in the Gung metal sword technique, significantly slowing his alchemical pursuits. Chapter 84. The 3 Talents Sword Formation and the Bloodthirsty Assassin. Chen Wufeng is gravely injured. Simultaneously wielding 9 top-tier flying swords demands an extraordinary level of mental and spiritual prowess. Even with Xu Changsheng's solid foundation of liquid spiritual energy at the 9th level of qi refinement and his formidable control over a 60 zhang range of consciousness, he initially struggled to manipulate more than 3 swords for even the simplest of formations. Nevertheless, his indomitable spirit did not wane. Day after day, he diligently practiced within the confines of his cave dwelling, persistently attempting to sketch the runes of the sword formation and guide the flying swords to merge their energies. After more than half a month, within the quiet chamber, 3 silver-white flying swords danced gracefully like dragons, tracing an enigmatic trajectory as their sword energies intertwined, subtly forming a rudimentary yet unparalleled triangular sword formation. Within the formation's radius, the air crackled with sharp sounds as the ground silently bore countless unfathomable sword marks. Xu Changsheng's forehead glistened with subtle sweat, yet his eyes shone with an unusual brightness. He had finally grasped the essence of the minor Gengjin sword formation. Although he was still far from executing the complete formation of 9 swords, the power of this 3 talents sword formation surpassed that of ordinary top-tier spells. He felt confident that if he were to encounter the Qi Refinement 10th level rogue cultivators who had ambushed him outside the black market, there would be no need for close combat. He could summon this formation to obliterate them in an instant, as he felt the astonishing power emanating from the sword formation. Xu Changsheng's desire to gather the essence of Gengjin and perfect the formation grew ever stronger. Strength is the foundation of survival in these chaotic times. Inside the cave, having just concluded a round of practicing the minor Gengjin sword formation, Xu Changsheng was engrossed in the profound sensation of guiding the 3 swords with the finesse of an extension of his own body, his heart swelling with joy. With this formation at his disposal, he felt confident in facing even cultivators at the 12th level of qi refinement and emerging victorious. However, this newly acquired strength soon encountered an unexpected upheaval. On this night, under a moonless sky, a shadow, nearly indistinguishable from the darkness, stealthily approached Xu Changsheng's cave. This individual was a carefully cultivated assassin from the Bloodthirst sect, possessing the 12th level of qi refinement and excelling in stealth and assassination techniques. Tasked with infiltrating the Taiyi Sect, his original mission was to eliminate several recently renowned righteous talents and instill fear. His objective had been accomplished, causing considerable trouble for the Taiyi Sect. As he prepared to depart, he noticed Xu Changsheng, a prosperous alchemist who had miraculously survived the secret realm, received generous rewards, and recently acquired a significant number of rare materials. Intelligence indicated that he was only at the 9th level of Qi refinement, yet possessed enviable resources. Thus, the assassin seized the opportunity, designating Xu Changsheng as an easy target, planning to complete this last job before finding a way to leave the Taiyi Immortal Sect. Confident in his profound cultivation and superior concealment skills, he effortlessly bypassed the conventional defenses surrounding the cave, entering the courtyard like a wraith, heading straight for the quiet chamber. Just as he believed success was at hand, envisioning the expression of shock on his target's face, Xu Changsheng, seated cross-legged in the quiet room, suddenly opened his eyes. His 60-zhang consciousness had already become as keen as the most sensitive radar, detecting a nearly imperceptible trace of murderous intent and demonic energy. Before the echoes of his voice faded, Xu Changsheng's thoughts were already racing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 silver-white flying swords, forged from pure metal, shot forth from his sleeve, not in a haphazard manner, but following an intricate trajectory, instantly forming a minor sword formation, a triangular domain of lethal sword energy composed of countless fine sword auras, abruptly materialized, engulfing the shadow that had just revealed itself. The sinister grin on the bloodthirsty sect assassin's face froze in an instant, replaced by sheer terror. He felt the air around him thicken dramatically, as myriad razor-sharp sword energies, capable of slicing through gold and jade, converged from all directions, moving with such swiftness that he could hardly react. A sword formation? This is bad. He roared in desperation as his 12-layered Qi cultivation erupted in full force. Just as his protective demonic light flared to life, a gut-wrenching hissing sound filled the air. In the next moment, the protective light was torn apart as if it were mere paper, and the defensive magical artifact in his hand failed to activate fully before he was overwhelmed by a torrent of sword energies. Blood splattered. In the blink of an eye, a bloodthirsty sect assassin, at the 12th layer of Qi cultivation, could barely muster a semblance of resistance before being shredded into a mist of blood, with not a trace left behind. Only a pitch-black storage ring and a few scattered items clattered to the ground. Xu Changsheng's complexion paled slightly as he swiftly retracted the sword formation, his heart still racing with trepidation. Had the opponent not been overconfident? Had he not possessed keen awareness to sense the danger in advance? Or had the sword formation's power not exceeded expectations? The outcome of the night could have been dire. He picked up the storage ring, an item typically possessed only by those at the Foundation establishment stage. Forcing his consciousness to breach the residual restrictions, he discovered that the inner space was substantial, encompassing over 100 cubic units, filled with resources from the Taiyi Immortal Sect. Xu Changsheng quickly realized that this individual must be the demonic assassin who, not long ago, had slain several talented members of the sect in a single night. Among the items, the most striking was a blood-red token, inscribed with the characters for bloodthirst, while the reverse bore a grotesque visage of a demonic head. The bloodthirsty sect assassin's token. Xu Changsheng's gaze sharpened. Indeed, but he wondered whether this was directed at him or merely a stroke of misfortune. Furthermore, he pondered whether there were other accomplices within the sect. Faced with a 12th-layer Qi cultivation assassin of the demonic sect, Xu Changsheng had dared not hold back, reducing him to mere fragments and unable to extract further intelligence. Regardless of whether he was specifically targeting Xu or if there were other assassins, a sense of alarm surged within him. The infiltration and assassination efforts of the demonic sect had reached an alarming level. He decided to keep this incident to himself for the time being. The bloodthirsty sect assassin, capable of dispatching even talented individuals at the 12th layer of Qi cultivation, had fallen to a disciple at the 9th layer. Such a revelation would be difficult to explain. Moreover, Xu Changsheng was reluctant to disclose his possession of the sword formation. Yet, these were not the most pressing reasons. The foremost concern was that if his prowess became too conspicuous, he might be dispatched to the front lines for combat, leading to unforeseen complications. As for the sect's rewards, the resources found within the storage ring, belonging to other slain disciples, would be more than sufficient to compensate. 5 days later, before Xu Changsheng could fully recover from the shock of his assassination attempt, another grave piece of news arrived from the front lines. His brother, Chen Wufeng, who had recently established his foundation and was brimming with potential, encountered a formidable ambush during a mission to eradicate a stronghold of demonic cultivators. The enemy deployed 2 foundational-level demonic cultivators and several powerful bloodthirsty corpses. Chen Wufeng found himself ensnared by a formation. Although he managed to slay 1 foundational demonic cultivator and severely injure several corpses with the might of his broken blade, he was ultimately infected by the bloodthirsty corpse poison unleashed by a self-destructing corpse. To preserve his life, he had no choice but to resolutely sever his own arm to halt the spread of the toxin through his meridians. However, This drastic action significantly diminished his strength, and coupled with his severe injuries, he was urgently transported back to the sect for healing. Upon hearing this news, Xu Changsheng felt a heavy weight settle in his heart and immediately set off for Broken Blade Peak. Chapter 85. Return to Native Land, Purging the Demonic Cultivators. A momentous discovery. In the hospital room, Chen Wufeng lay languidly upon the bed, his pallid countenance a stark contrast to the once razor-sharp gleam in his eyes, now dulled and vacant. The sight of his empty left sleeve was particularly jarring. As Xu Changsheng entered, Chen managed to force a smile, though it appeared more sorrowful than joyous. Apologies for the spectacle, Junior Xu. His voice was hoarse and frail. Xu Changsheng felt a pang of sorrow and swiftly approached, retrieving several jade vials from his storage bag without uttering a word. Brother Chen, here are 3 Qingyun pills, remarkably effective in dispelling residual demonic energy. This is Xingji Bone Regrowth Ointment, excellent for external injuries. And this vial contains foundation stabilizing pills. Take these first to stabilize your cultivation. These were high-quality elixirs he had personally refined, of considerable worth. Chen Wufeng gazed at the pills, then into Xu Changsheng's earnest and concerned eyes, and a flicker of warmth stirred within his frigid heart. He accepted them silently, refraining from refusal. How is the front line? Xu Changsheng inquired solemnly. Chen Wufeng closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. When he reopened them, they were filled with profound hatred and a tinge of dread. It is brutal, far beyond imagination. The demonic cultivators employ sinister tactics, full of deceit. Many of our comrades have perished. My injuries are trivial. To salvage my life is already a stroke of luck. He recounted a few harrowing battles, the madness of the demonic cultivators, the fall of his comrades, and the dire conditions, each word dripping with blood and tears. Xu Changsheng listened intently, feeling the peril of the conflict and the profound sorrow and unwillingness that now filled Chen Wufeng's heart. A once promising genius, newly established in his foundation, had suddenly plummeted to despair. Such a blow is unbearable for most. Brother, focus on your recovery. I shall take care of the matter of the elixirs. The vengeance for your severed arm will be exacted upon the demonic sect in due time. Xu Changsheng declared with unwavering resolve. Chen Wufeng nodded gravely, extending his remaining right hand to clasp Xu Changsheng's firmly. This ordeal deepened the bond forged in the desolate mountain's secret realm. Departing from Duanjue Peak, Xu Changsheng felt a heavy heart. The grievous injuries of his brother, the brutality of the front line, and the rampant demonic sect weighed heavily upon him. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, he beheld the 9 gleaming Gungjin flying swords, his gaze sharpening to a razor's edge. Cultivation must accelerate. It must grow stronger. Only by acquiring sufficient power can he safeguard himself and those dear to him, ensuring survival in this wretched world. As the flames of the righteous versus demonic conflict blazed ever more fiercely, the coalition of the demonic sect launched a relentless assault, beginning to encroach upon the peripheral towns and spiritual vein nodes of the Taiyi immortal sect. The news reached the sect, inciting widespread panic. Upon hearing the news at the Spirit Medicine Peak, Xu Changsheng's heart tightened. His homeland, Qingyou Town, though merely a humble settlement on the outskirts of the Taiyi immortal sect, lay perilously within the potential range of demonic incursions. Although he had established rudimentary warning formations there last year, they would prove inadequate against even slightly formidable demonic cultivators. The faces of old neighbors flitted through his mind, rendering him restless. He resolutely concluded, a return is imperative. He promptly made his way to the disciplinary hall, citing the need to visit his hometown and conduct local inspections as reasons for his departure from the sect. In these tense times of war, the sect imposed strict controls on disciples' travel. However, with Xu Changsheng's status as a high-ranking alchemist and his declaration of returning to a nearby hometown, the formalities were swiftly completed. Without any delay, Xu Changsheng unleashed his wind manipulation technique, hastening towards Qingyou Town. As he approached the vicinity of Qingyou Town, the air grew thick with the stench of blood and demonic energy. The sights along the way weighed heavily on his heart. Several villages near the mountains had been reduced to charred ruins. Amidst the remnants of walls and debris, dried dark red bloodstains and scattered bones were evident. Some corpses appeared grotesquely twisted and shriveled, clearly drained of their essence and souls. The dense aura of death and resentment nearly solidified, transforming the once peaceful and serene countryside into a realm of specters. Demons! How dare they? Xu Changsheng's heart boiled with murderous intent. His formidable spiritual sense spread like a net, grasping every movement within a 60 zhang radius. Soon, he detected traces of activity. A trio of mid-level disciples from the Ghost Corpse sect were commanding several sluggish low-tier walking corpses, rummaging through the remnants of a recently plundered village. occasionally breaking into eerie cackles. Seeking death. Without even resorting to his flying sword, Xu Changsheng shot forth like a bolt of lightning, delivering a palm strike from afar. His immense spiritual power transformed into a colossal azure hand, crashing down with the force to obliterate all. The three demonic cultivators sensed danger and looked up in terror, only to see a shadow descending upon them. Boom! The ground trembled violently, dust swirling into the air. When the dust settled, the three demonic cultivators, along with their walking corpses, had been pulverized into a mushy paste. Xu Changsheng's expression remained somber as he continued his search. Over the next 2 days, he prowled the regions surrounding Qingyou town like a vengeful deity, utilizing his powerful spiritual sense and strength that far surpassed that of his peers. He consistently discovered several similar low-tier demonic cultivator squads, all comprised of the Ghost Corpse Sect and Bloodslaughter Sect's lower disciples, the strongest among them barely reaching the 8th level of Qi refinement. These demonic cultivators evidently viewed this area, relatively weak in defense and close to the sect, as a hunting ground, slaughtering common folk and refining their blood into soul crystals, their actions utterly appalling. Xu Changsheng showed no mercy. Whether employing thunderous strikes to instantaneously annihilate them or setting up ruthless sword formations to execute them, he dispatched over 20 low-tier demonic cultivators in a series of skirmishes, temporarily purging the demonic presence around Qingyou town. The townsfolk, learning that it was the Xu family's immortal who had returned to save them, expressed their profound gratitude, and incense burned abundantly at the Xu family's gate. After reassuring his old friends and reinforcing the town's defensive formations, Xu Changsheng remained vigilant. He understood that behind these scattered, unruly forces lay a more profound source. Thus, during his final sweep against a group of demonic cultivators, he deliberately spared the life of the 8th-level leader of the Ghost Corpse Sect, dragging him to a secluded spot. Xu Changsheng directly employed soul-searching techniques learned from the demonic cultivator's jade slip, supplemented by torturous interrogation. How could this demonic cultivator withstand the crushing force of Xu Changsheng's spiritual sense, which rivaled that of a 12th-level Qi refinement practitioner? Soon, he succumbed to mental collapse and divulged a crucial piece of information. They were not aimlessly wandering, but were following orders, regularly supplying blood and soul crystals to the Black Wind Cave. This was the Ghost Corpse Gate, a covert stronghold established right beneath the eyes of the Taiyi Immortal Sect. He noted the name of this place and its approximate location. This matter was of grave significance. The presence of a demonic sect stronghold in such close proximity to the sect itself was alarming. Had it not been for the rampant activities of the demonic cultivators, it might have remained undetected. This was akin to a dagger poised against the ribs of the sect. He immediately utilized the sect token he carried to report this matter, along with the information gleaned from the interrogation, through the most urgent channels. The intelligence swiftly reached the upper echelons of the sect. Chapter 86, Eradicating the Black Wind Cave. A battle of nascent souls, with clouds of uncertainty. As anticipated by Xu Changsheng, the sect placed immense importance on this matter. Though Qingyou town was small, it still fell under the jurisdiction of the Taiyi Immortal Sect. The audacity of demonic cultivators to establish a stronghold so close and massacre mortals was a blatant provocation. Without a moment's hesitation, the law enforcement hall promptly dispatched elite forces, led by the master of Sanjian Peak, a golden core cultivator. A team of several Foundation establishment disciples was formed to launch a thunderous assault on the Black Wind Cave. An inevitable battle erupted. The power unleashed by the golden core cultivators was awe-inspiring. Despite the presence of Foundation establishment demonic cultivators and some bizarre formations within the stronghold, they were swiftly crushed under the weight of absolute strength. All demonic cultivators within the stronghold were eradicated, liberating numerous mortals who had been captured. Following the victory, the spoils were tallied, and in accordance with sect regulations, a portion of the seized spirit stones and materials was converted into merit points, rewarding Xu Changsheng for his discovery and report of the stronghold. A staggering 10,000 sect contribution points. This substantial reward was sufficient to exchange for many rare treasures from the sect's treasury, even including items that could assist in Foundation establishment. Upon receiving the sect's message and the notification of his contribution points, Xu Changsheng felt a jolt of surprise. He had not anticipated such generosity from the sect, which also indirectly reflected the significance of this matter and the sect's zero-tolerance stance towards the infiltration by demonic sections. Following this incident, Qingyou town and its surrounding areas temporarily returned to a state of tranquility. Xu Changsheng's name once again reached the ears of the sect's higher-ups. Not only as a genius alchemist and a survivor of the secret realm, but also as a disciple who was deeply concerned for the sect and demonstrated sharp decisiveness. He converted a portion of his contribution points into practical elixirs and array materials, further fortifying the defenses of Qingyo Town, and ensured that his old friends and acquaintances received ample gold, silver, and low-tier elixirs, securing their future well-being. After meticulously arranging everything, he bid farewell to his hometown and returned to the Taiyi Immortal Sect. This journey home, though stained with the blood of demons, yielded immense contributions. More importantly, he had safeguarded those he wished to protect. However, the clouds of war still loomed ominously, and the atmosphere within the sect had not lightened due to a single minor victory. Xu Changsheng understood that greater storms might still be on the horizon. As time passed, within the Alchemy Peak's alchemy chamber, the fragrance of herbs filled the air. Xu Changsheng was engaged in a discussion with several fellow alchemists regarding the crafting of a pill known as the condensed fire pill, exchanging insights on fire control techniques and the delicate balance of the medicinal ingredients. Although he relied on the advantage of a small cauldron, his solid foundation in alchemy allowed him to pinpoint critical aspects in every discussion, earning nods of agreement from his peers. Just as the conversation reached a peak, the door of the alchemy chamber was thrust open, and a disciple responsible for relaying messages from the alchemy hall rushed in, his face alight with excitement, forgetting all decorum. His voice trembling with exhilaration. "Brothers, I bring momentous news. Astounding news." Everyone was taken aback, frowning in curiosity. The disciple, panting heavily, exclaimed, "The battle reports just arrived from the front lines. The nascent soul ancestor. Our 5 great sect's nascent soul elders have made a move at Falling Eagle Gorge." The indoor atmosphere fell into a profound silence, so still that the drop of a pin could be heard. All the alchemists, including Xu Changsheng, held their breaths, their gazes fixed intently on the disciple. The Xian ancestor. That old fiend had broken through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul, his arrogance palpable as he personally approached the front lines. However, he was met with a formidable alliance, the esteemed Ling Xiao ancestor of the Taiyi Immortal Sect, the serene Jing Su master of the Shuiwa Pavilion, the formidable Ba Jian ancestor of the Great Sword Sect, the revered Wan Shou of the Beast Taming Sect, and the astute Qianji of the 100 Puppets Sect. Together, these 5 venerable ancestors conjured the 5 directions locking Yuan Grand Formation, which severely wounded him. It is said that the old fiend's physical form was shattered, and his nascent soul fled, with no hope of recovery for decades. The alchemy chamber erupted in fervor. All the alchemists stood in excitement, their faces alight with incredulous joy. An ancestor at the nascent soul stage. Such an entity stood at the pinnacle of the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world, a rare sight whose presence was akin to a dragon. Elusive and formidable, truly the stabilizing force of the sect. Their confrontation often signified a complete escalation of the situation, but equally, it could decisively secure victory. The Xian ancestor's breakthrough had posed a significant threat to the righteous alliance. Yet now he had been grievously wounded by the combined efforts of 5 great ancestors. This was undoubtedly the most exhilarating news since the onset of hostilities. It would significantly alleviate the pressure on the front lines and temporarily stall the ferocious onslaught of the demonic sections. Splendid. The might of the ancestors. Let us see if those demonic wretches dare to be so brazen. The crowd cheered and discussed animatedly. However, after the initial shock and elation, Xu Changsheng furrowed his brow slightly, sensing an unusual aura. He turned to the still excited disciple and solemnly inquired, "My fellow disciple, does the report mention the nascent soul ancestors of the Blood Fiend sect and the Ghost Corpse sect? Were they present at the time? What was their reaction?" The disciple, taken aback by the question, scratched his head and recalled the details of the battle report with uncertainty. In response, "Senior brother, it seems the report did not mention the appearance of the Blood Fiend ancestor and the Corpse Fiend ancestor. It appears that throughout the encounter, it was solely the Xian ancestor against the 5 venerable ancestors." Upon hearing this, the lively atmosphere in the alchemy chamber cooled slightly, and some perceptive alchemists revealed contemplative expressions. "This is indeed peculiar." An elder alchemist stroked his beard thoughtfully. "The 3 great demonic sects are interconnected, and their initiation of war is a significant matter. The Xianyin ancestors' presence at the front lines warrants the appearance of the Blood Fiend and Ghost Corpse ancestors. Both morally and logically, even if they did not engage directly, their presence would serve as a deterrent. How could they allow the Xianyin ancestor to confront 5 of his kind alone? Unless..." Another alchemist interjected, a glimmer of insight in his eyes. "There are rifts within their ranks. Or perhaps, they harbor ulterior motives?" Xu Changsheng silently nodded. This was precisely his concern. While the Xianyin ancestor being grievously wounded was indeed gratifying, The unusual silence of the Blood Fiend sect and Ghost Corpse sect loomed like a new shadow over the battlefield. Was it a pre-existing discord among the three demonic sects that led them to stand by or even conspire against one another at this critical juncture? Or were they secretly plotting something far more sinister than the battlefield itself? Following this battle, though the demonic forces have momentarily retreated, the future landscape appears increasingly enigmatic. With hidden currents swirling beneath the surface, the discourse concluded hastily, and each individual departed, their thoughts no longer fixated on alchemy. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Xu Changsheng found that the joy he had once felt from the modest victory at Qingyo Town and the acquisition of contribution points had been tempered. The confrontations at the level of the nascent soul ancestor, along with the potential fractures within the demonic sect, have bestowed upon him a deeper understanding of this grand conflict. The tree yearns for stillness, yet the winds persist. His strength remains insufficient. Gazing out at the undulating mountains of the sect, he sensed not tranquility, but rather the oppressive foreboding of an impending storm. It is imperative that he accelerates his cultivation, perfecting the complete golden sword array, so that amidst these increasingly treacherous tides, he may possess the power for self-preservation and even retaliation. Chapter 87. The sect's mobilization at the Black Xian Mine, infested with vermin. The reverberations of the clash among the nascent soul elders had yet to dissipate, yet the atmosphere within the sect remained fraught with tension, exacerbated by the ongoing strain on frontline forces. Even someone of Xu Changsheng's stature, a high-ranking alchemist, could not entirely evade the sect's summons. On this particular day, a directive from the Deacon Hall arrived at his humble abode. The order read, Disciple Xu Changsheng of the Spirit Herb Peak. You are to proceed immediately to the Black Xian Mine to oversee the distribution and management of medicinal supplies, as well as assist with the defense of the mine. You are required to arrive within 3 days. The mention of the Black Xian Mine caused Xu Changsheng to furrow his brow. He had heard of this location, a medium-sized spirit stone mine under the auspices of the Taiyi Sect, situated on the periphery of the sect's influence, characterized by its harsh environment. More critically, while it lay distant from the main battlefield, it was not devoid of danger, often plagued by small bands of demonic cultivators who disrupted transport lines and seized resources. Clearly, this was a burdensome task, yet it was not the most perilous assignment at the front. The sect's decision took into account both his identity as an alchemist and the pressing reality of personnel shortages during wartime. With no option to decline, Xu Changsheng gathered his belongings, fully unsealed the restrictions of his cave dwelling, and equipped himself with essential elixirs, talismans, and his 9 Gungjin flying swords before boarding the sect's transport vessel bound for the Black Xian Mine. The vessel descended amidst a desolate expanse of mountains. The locale of the Black Xian Mine was seldom trodden by human feet, with bare rock formations and numerous excavated tunnels littering the landscape. The air thick with dust and a faint, lingering scent of blood. The mine's defensive formation appeared somewhat intact, though its radiance was notably dim, indicating a lack of diligent maintenance. A weary-looking deacon, surnamed Wang, greeted him upon arrival. He ushered Xu Changsheng to a rudimentary stone dwelling, which served as both office and residence. Junior Brother Xu, here is the inventory list and the recent record of personnel casualties for your review. Deacon Wang stated in a flat tone, tinged with indifference. The medicinal supplies are stored in the adjacent warehouse. Here is the key. Typically, there are no significant issues. Distribute the elixirs on schedule and document any losses. Should any demonic pests cause disturbances, the patrol team will handle it. You should remain in a safe area as much as possible. With these few perfunctory words, Deacon Wang excused himself, citing other matters to attend to, and departed hastily. Xu Changsheng extended his consciousness slightly and quickly discerned the complexities within the mine. Approximately 30 to 40 disciples were stationed there, their cultivation levels varying from the 6th to the 10th layer of qi refinement, clearly divided into several factions. Some appeared to be directly dispatched by the sect, while others seemed to be offspring of affiliated cultivation families, each group distinctly delineated, even harboring subtle animosities, indicative of severe internal strife. As for Deacon Wang and 2 other elders reportedly in seclusion, they seemed oblivious to the situation, either unable to intervene or simply disinterested. As long as the monthly production of spirit stones was duly submitted, Xu Changsheng soon settled into his role. Beginning to inventory the supplies in the warehouse and cross-referencing the list, he discovered that the records of elixir consumption were quite suspicious. The reported losses of commonly used healing and restorative elixirs were markedly excessive, while the actual inventory did not align. The underlying deceit was apparent. He chose not to raise alarm, but silently took note. Sure enough, within a few days, disciples from various factions arrived to claim elixirs. engaging in veiled competition and even attempting to extort larger shares from Xu Changsheng, the newcomer. Xu Changsheng remained composed, adhering strictly to regulations and distributing according to fixed quotas and quality standards, unmoved by their soft persuasion or subtle threats. His cultivation at the 9th level of qi refinement, coupled with an inadvertently exuded calm authority, temporarily subdued some, yet evidently antagonized others. The external environment was equally grim. On the 7th day of their arrival at the mine, in the dead of night, a piercing alarm abruptly sounded. A group of approximately 10 demonic cultivators launched a surprise attack on a transport node, clashing violently with the patrolling disciples. Xu Changsheng hurried to the storeroom for protection while extending his consciousness to closely monitor the battlefield. Although the mining disciples were internally discordant, they united against the demonic cultivators, yet their lack of coordination led to swift casualties. The two elders in closed-door meditation finally emerged, but appeared somewhat flustered and mismanaged the command. Observing this, Xu Changsheng no longer hesitated. Instead of charging directly, he seized the opportune moment to summon 3 flying swords of pure metal from a distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword lights, precise as lightning, swiftly pierced through the hearts of 3 late-stage demonic cultivators poised to deliver a fatal blow to fallen disciples. The sudden and fierce sword assistance startled both sides in the fray. The pressure on the mining disciples significantly alleviated, while the demonic cultivators faltered. It was then that the 2 foundational elders seized the opportunity to lead a counterattack, ultimately driving the demonic group back and leaving behind several corpses. Following this incident, the way the mining disciples regarded Xu Changsheng subtly changed. It turned out that this newly arrived alchemist was not merely a soft target focused solely on alchemy. His strength likely surpassed that of many disciples at the 10th level of qi refinement. However, Xu Changsheng felt no joy in his heart. Internal strife, chaotic management, and incessant external disturbances. This Black Xian mine was truly a disarray. He understood that the days ahead in garrison would be far from easy. He would have to contend with an endless stream of internal intrigues, remain ever vigilant against demonic attacks, and fulfill the tasks assigned by the sect. Well then, since he was here, he would settle in. It would serve as a fitting opportunity to hone his sword formations and temper his character. Xu Changsheng's gaze swept over the varied expressions of the mining disciples, and he had already formulated a plan in his mind. In this chaotic place, strength and strategy were the ultimate truths. Life at the Black Xian mine would prove to be far more tumultuous than Xu Changsheng had anticipated. External harassment from demonic cultivators was relentless, while internal currents stirred due to his unwitting insensitivity. Those factions attempting to manipulate the elixir supplies, now thwarted, clearly harbored dissatisfaction and exclusion towards this newcomer, an unyielding alchemist. Xu Changsheng was acutely aware of this, but chose to remain unperturbed. Each day, he meticulously counted the supplies and dispensed the elixirs, while simultaneously extending his formidable consciousness, akin to the most intricate of nets, to monitor the slightest movements within the mine. Soon enough, he discerned further anomalies. Firstly, the depletion of elixirs and certain refining materials consistently failed to reconcile with the accounts. This was not merely a matter of embezzlement. Rather, a portion vanished systematically, executed with remarkable finesse. Secondly, the timing of several minor disturbances instigated by demonic cultivators was far too coincidental. As if they always managed to evade the patrols during their most vigilant moments, precisely targeting the weak points in the defenses. Had he not discreetly intervened with the sword formation, the casualties would have likely been far more severe. There were pests within, and the gates to the demonic realm were wide open. Xu Changsheng arrived at a chilling conclusion. No longer relying on the lethargic and incompetent foundation-building stewards, he began his own clandestine investigation. Drawing on his management experience from the abandoned elixir workshop, he swiftly identified a suspicious individual, a disciple from the inner sect named Sun Yu. Chapter 88. Elimination of the Spy, Establishing Authority. Sect Rewards. The individual in question possesses a cultivation level of the 10th layer of qi refinement and is the leader of a minor faction within the mine. He is often quite active and seemingly maintains good relations with various parties. Yet, Xu Changsheng's spiritual consciousness had repeatedly detected that, in secluded places, he would produce a specially crafted blood-red jade talisman to discreetly convey information. The aura of that jade talisman bore a striking resemblance to the items found in the storage ring of the Blood Fiend sect assassin he had previously slain. With patience, Xu Changsheng lay in wait, and finally, during one of Sun Yu's uses of the blood talisman, he forcefully intercepted a faint wave of information, specifically regarding the route and timing of the next Spirit Stone transport convoy. The evidence was irrefutable. A murderous intent surged within Xu Changsheng. If this scoundrel remained, the mine would never know peace, and all the disciples guarding the mine could lose their lives due to his treachery. However, if he were to report through the usual channels, the mine's distance from the sect would lead to slow communication. By the time the enforcement hall dispatched personnel, the transport convoy might have already been ambushed, and Sun Yu could easily destroy the evidence or flee once again. The reliability of the Foundation establishment overseers was also uncertain. In extraordinary times, one must take extraordinary measures. A glint of cold light flickered in Xu Changsheng's eyes as he made a decisive choice. He did not alarm the snake, but instead deliberately allocated a larger share of medicinal pills to Sun Yu's faction during the next distribution, feigning a gesture of compromise to placate them. Behind the scenes, he meticulously set his plans in motion. Utilizing his position, he discreetly adjusted several nodes of a small defensive formation near the storeroom, making it appear normal while ensuring it could swiftly form a temporary trapping array when needed. Simultaneously, he discerned the patterns of Sun Yu and his core accomplices' gatherings. The timing was chosen for the third night following Sun Yu's transmission of information. That night, the moon was obscured and the stars were few. Sun Yu and his 3 accomplices were drinking in their residence, quietly discussing how to extract more benefits from the transport convoy, reveling in their perceived superiority over Xu Changsheng. Suddenly, radiant light surged around the residence as several formation flags appeared out of thin air, instantly activating a rudimentary soundproof trapping array. Sun Yu was taken aback. Leaping to his feet, the door was forcefully smashed open, and Xu Changsheng stood expressionless outside, 3 silver-white flying swords of gung metal swirling around him as if alive, emanating an unsettlingly sharp sword aura. "Xu Changsheng, what do you want?" Sun Yu exclaimed in shock and fury, his voice trembling with rage as he covertly signaled his accomplices. "Clean up the house." Xu Changsheng's voice was icily detached, devoid of any emotion. "Attack." Sun Yu realized that their cover might be blown and let out a frantic roar, summoning a black banner, dark energy surging forth. The remaining 3 also brandished their magical artifacts and charged at Xu Changsheng. Foolish and obstinate, Xu Changsheng pointed forward with his fingers like a sword. "Little gung metal sword formation, rise." The 3 gung metal flying swords erupted with dazzling silver light, their sword auras intertwining, instantly transforming into an unmatched triangular sword domain that completely enveloped Sun Yu and his 3 companions. Within the sword formation, the sword chi surged and sliced through the air. Unstoppable in its ferocity, the dark demonic aura of Sun Yu was first shattered to pieces, while the magical artifacts of the other 3 crumbled as if made of paper, severed and sent flying at the mere touch of the sword's energy. A cry of despair abruptly ceased. The sword light, once unleashed, was swiftly retracted. Within the room lay 4 bodies, marred by sword scars and eyes wide open in eternal death, accompanied by a heavy stench of blood. Xu Changsheng raised his hand to collect their storage bags, conjured a fireball to reduce the corpses to ashes, and swiftly erased all traces of the battle. Dismantling the confinement array, the entire process was executed with remarkable efficiency, from initiation to conclusion, within a mere span of a few breaths, unnoticed by the outside world. The next day, the news of Sun Yu and his accomplice's mysterious disappearance rapidly circulated through the mining area, causing quite a stir. Many speculated in hushed tones, yet none dared to voice their thoughts openly. The Foundation building overseers, upon hearing the news, came to investigate but found no clues, ultimately leading to an inconclusive end. However, the glances they cast towards Xu Changsheng were laden with deep-seated apprehension. In the following encounters with demonic cultivators, the absence of insider information rendered their assaults chaotic and easily repelled by the disciples guarding the mine. The malevolent atmosphere within the mining area was notably subdued, and the factions that had previously been stirring now exhibited a marked compliance. Everyone was aware that the newly arrived Master Xu was not only adept at alchemy, but also possessed an exceedingly ruthless decisiveness. The disappearance of Sun Yu and his associates was highly likely linked to him. Xu Changsheng was acutely aware of this, yet chose not to reveal it. He continued to handle official duties and distribute elixirs daily, as if nothing had transpired. From that moment onward, no one dared to withhold or complicate the distribution of the elixirs he provided, and his commands concerning defense were executed without obstruction. The situation within the Heishuan mining area had, by unconventional means, stabilized for the time being. Returning to his stone chamber, Xu Changsheng's gaze grew profound. He understood that this matter would undoubtedly have further developments, and the sect would eventually require an explanation. Yet he was also well aware that, given the circumstances, a swift and decisive resolution was the optimal solution. Next, he contemplated how to report this incident. He murmured to himself, his mind already drafting the necessary narrative. In these tumultuous times, sometimes a preemptive strike and the display of strength and decisiveness could yield greater initiative. However, it was crucial to manage the aftermath carefully, lest one be subjected to criticism. On the third day following the disappearance of Sun Yu and his cohorts, Xu Changsheng submitted a detailed report of the incident, along with the specially crafted blood-red jade talisman as key evidence, having erased his own spiritual traces while retaining Sun Yu's. Subsequently, he reported through the sect's emergency channels to the law enforcement hall. In the report, he objectively outlined his discovery of unusual material losses, suspecting an insider, and the subsequent covert investigation that led him to target Sun Yu, confirming his treachery through intercepted communication talismans. Regarding the fate of Sun Yu and the others, he articulated that the disciples had perceived the urgency of the situation, fearing that their adversaries might destroy evidence and flee or resort to desperate measures that could endanger the mine, thus acting decisively to apprehend them. However, Sun Yu and his companions, against all odds, fought fiercely, resulting in their unfortunate demise. The report was meticulously worded, logically coherent, and supported by solid evidence, effectively underscoring the urgency of the situation and the necessity of his decisive actions. Days later, a response from the sect arrived. The higher-ups of the law enforcement hall expressed their profound approval of Xu Changsheng's actions in uncovering and eliminating the traitor. They regarded him as astute and decisive, recognizing that he had salvaged both the mine and the transport team in a moment of crisis, thus rendering significant service to the sect. Rather than reprimanding him for his prior unauthorized actions, they rewarded him with 3,000 contribution points to the sect. In light of the current chaotic management and weak defenses of the Black Xian mine, as well as Xu Changsheng's demonstrated capabilities in this matter, he was appointed to temporarily oversee the management of the mine, granted full authority over its daily operations, resource allocation, and defensive measures, until the sect dispatched a new resident elder. This decree caused an uproar throughout the Black Xian mine, yet no one dared to voice dissent. The two previously indolent foundation-building administrators promptly ceased their complacency, relinquishing their authority and treating Xu Changsheng with newfound respect. Chapter 89. Reorganization of the Mine, Yaoda returns. A struggle of open and hidden conflicts. With great authority in hand, Xu Changsheng wasted no time and immediately began the reformation. The first order of business was a thorough investigation of the material accounts. With a swift and decisive approach, he uncovered several low-ranking managers and disciples entangled in the Sun Yu case, who were either severely punished or expelled, swiftly purging the internal corruption and firmly grasping the reins of material management. The second matter, which he prioritized above all, was the enhancement of the mine's defenses. He personally led a team of formation masters to survey the terrain surrounding the mine and devised a brand new composite defense formation scheme. Once the plan was drafted, he utilized his temporary authority to requisition a portion of spirit stones and materials from the mine's reserves, supplemented by his own funds, and urgently procured a batch of necessary formation materials through the sect's channels. Upon the arrival of the materials, Xu Changsheng personally supervised and directed the disciples guarding the mine to commence a large-scale deployment of the formation according to the new blueprints. He built upon the existing basic defensive formation, adding a mysterious illusion formation on the periphery, capable of disrupting intruders' spiritual senses and sense of direction. Additionally, he established a sharp metal chi formation that could automatically condense metal spiritual energy into sword-like attacks against invaders. Most critically, he set up a thick earth-binding spirit formation that, once triggered, could significantly restrict the movement and spiritual energy flow of intruders. The three formations interlinked and complemented one another, their combined power far surpassing the previous slow and singular defensive barrier. When the new defense formation was fully activated, the entire mine was enveloped by a solid layer of shimmering light, inscribed with various runes. Beyond this luminous barrier, a hazy mist lingered, occasionally shimmering with a sharp metallic aura, instilling a sense of dread. All the guarding disciples could distinctly feel the formidable strength of the new formation. Their gazes towards Xu Changsheng now laced with profound respect. This Master Xu was not only adept in alchemy and decisive in battle, but also remarkably proficient in the art of formations. After this series of reforms and enhancements, the Black Xian mine underwent a remarkable transformation. Internal management became orderly, the distribution of resources was fair and transparent, and external defenses were significantly bolstered. Several small-scale probing attacks from demonic cultivators were thwarted before they could even breach the illusion formation, causing them to retreat in disgrace. The morale of the mine's personnel surged. Yet, Xu Changsheng did not allow himself to relax. He understood that he was merely a temporary administrator and that the sect would eventually send a successor. Moreover, having suffered a considerable setback, the demonic sect would not rest easily. Greater reprisals were likely brewing. Thus, aside from handling essential administrative duties, he devoted most of his time to personal cultivation and practicing the metal sword formation. Additionally, he judiciously utilized a small portion of the mine's output of spirit stones for his own advancement, further accelerating his accumulation of spiritual energy. The Black Xin mine had temporarily become another stage for him to hone his skills and build his strength. The capabilities and measures he exhibited here had begun to reach the ears of the higher echelons of the Taiyi Sect through certain channels. As Xu Changsheng's reorganization of the Black Xin mine started to show promising results, with defenses solidified and hearts gradually at ease, this fleeting tranquility was soon shattered by the return of an individual. On this day, a sect's flying vessel descended, from which emerged a middle-aged cultivator with a sullen countenance. None other than Yao Da, one of the 3 foundational elders of the Black Xin mine. He had previously been tasked with escorting a shipment of spirit stones back to the sect and was now returning, having completed his mission. Upon his arrival at the mine, Yao Da immediately sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The disciples who once held him in utmost reverence now exhibited flickering gazes, their conversations predominantly revolving around the newly arrived alchemist, Xu Changsheng. Moreover, upon inspecting the storeroom, he found the accounts meticulously organized, the resource management impeccably structured, and most strikingly, an imposing new composite defensive array enveloping the entire mine, rendering his expression exceedingly grim. How long had he been gone? His authority had been usurped by a mere chi-refining alchemist? Reform? Rectification? This was clearly an affront to his standing. Burning with jealousy, Yao Da, in his capacity as a senior elder, sought to reclaim his managerial authority, fervently criticizing Xu Changsheng's numerous initiatives. However, the current circumstances were far from what they had been in the past. Xu Changsheng held the sect's decree, justifying his position. The results of his reforms were evident and widely supported by the majority of the disciples, with the other 2 foundational elders backing him as well. Yao Da's attempts to assert dominance were akin to striking a solid wall, failing to restore his power and instead resulting in a significant loss of his prestige. From that point on, Yao Da regarded Xu Changsheng as a thorn in his side, covertly attempting to undermine him at every turn. He engaged in various forms of obstruction, from delaying resource allocations to spreading malicious rumors among the disciples, and even deliberately misinterpreting Xu Changsheng's orders, becoming the most troublesome impediment within the mine. Xu Changsheng was acutely aware of Yao Da's schemes, but refrained from confronting him directly. He understood that the most effective way to deal with such a petty individual was not through argument, but by allowing him to reap the consequences of his own actions. Opportunity soon presented itself. The patrolling disciples once again reported sightings of small groups of demonic cultivators operating on the periphery of the mine. Upon learning of this, Yao Da's eyes glinted with cunning as he devised a plan. He exaggerated the situation during a meeting, claiming to have discovered the main forces of the demonic cultivators, and fervently encouraged Xu Changsheng to lead an offensive, subtly goading him into seeking glory. Xu Changsheng, inwardly amused, feigned interest while revealing a hint of youthful hesitation and ambition. He followed Yao Da's lead and proposed a daring plan. He would personally lead a select team to exterminate the threat, promising that success would be a significant achievement. Yao Da, seeing Xu Changsheng take the bait, felt a surge of joy and hastily expressed his support, even volunteering to remain at the mine to coordinate assistance. In truth, he intended to step in to clean up the aftermath should Xu Changsheng fail, or even to covertly sabotage the mission. Unbeknownst to Yao Da, Xu Changsheng pretended to be unaware of the underlying schemes, assembling his team, which included many of Yao Da's confidants or those inclined to support him. The group departed the mine with great fervor. However, as soon as they exited the mine's boundaries, Xu Changsheng utilized his spiritual sense to relay a command to slow their pace and maneuver stealthily, simultaneously issuing the true orders to a few disciples who had already aligned themselves with him in secret. He had long since discerned the true strength and intentions of the demonic cultivators through his formidable spiritual perception. They were not the main force, but rather a contingent of approximately 20, led by an early-stage foundation-building demon. His actual plan was to serve as bait, feigning recklessness in order to draw this group of demonic practitioners into the optimal strike zone of the newly arranged defensive formation around the mining vein. Everything unfolded precisely as Xu Changsheng had anticipated. The band of demonic cultivators, perceiving Xu Changsheng's solo advance as an opportunity, indeed charged forward with sinister grins under the leadership of the foundation-building demon. Xu Changsheng, feigning panic, led his team in a hasty retreat, seemingly clumsily guiding the demonic practitioners towards the direction of the mine. Observing from the formation's focal point, Yao De felt a surge of satisfaction as he watched Xu Changsheng being pursued, contemplating how to manipulate the situation to his advantage. Yet, as Xu Changsheng and his companions narrowly entered the formation's perimeter, they abruptly halted and turned around. Chapter 90. Thwarting the Conspiracy, Cultivating to the 10th Layer. Supporting the Rock Fortress. In Xu Changsheng's hands, the array disk radiated a brilliant light. The formation activated. The illusory maze array was instantly deployed, plunging the foremost demonic cultivators into a shroud of white mist, rendering them disoriented. The metal sharpness array was triggered, generating countless piercing sword energies that cascaded down from the heavens. The earth-binding array commenced its operation, imposing a heavy pressure that caused the demonic cultivators to falter, their spiritual energy flowing sluggishly. A sense of foreboding washed over them. An ambush. The foundational demonic cultivator, taken aback, attempted to retreat, only to find himself ensnared within the array. At that moment, Xu Changsheng let out a piercing cry, and 3 gleaming metal swords soared into the sky. The minor metal sword array. The sword formation synchronized flawlessly with the ground array, resembling a colossal meat grinder, crashing violently into the disordered ranks of demonic cultivators. Sword energies danced wildly, and blood splattered in every direction. The foundational demonic cultivator, sustaining grave injuries, barely escaped the dual arrays and the metal sword array. He cast a resentful glance at Xu Changsheng before fleeing without a backward glance. The remaining cultivators in the Qi refinement stage fell like lambs to the slaughter, each one dispatched in despair. The battle concluded with remarkable swiftness. When Yao De arrived in haste with the remaining disciples, he beheld nothing but the lifeless bodies of demonic cultivators strewn across the ground, and Xu Changsheng, along with his team, calmly collecting their spoils. The gazes of the team members towards Xu Changsheng were filled with fervent admiration and awe. Xu Changsheng surveyed the bounty. Even the storage bags and magical artifacts alone were of considerable value, not to mention the other accumulations from the demonic cultivators. He cast a fleeting glance at Yao De, whose expression was grim, and spoke calmly. Uncle Yao's support was instrumental. Were it not for your presence at the rear, I would not have dared to act so freely. By the rules, after submitting the spoils to the sect, the remaining portion shall be distributed among the disciples who participated in this operation. Upon hearing this, the disciples who had originally followed Yao De now regarded him with expressions fraught with complexity, tinged with a hint of resentment. If it were not for Uncle Yao's schemes, would they have missed out on this easy victory and bountiful rewards? Yao De's face shifted between shades of blue and white, his chest constricted to the point of nearly spitting blood. Not only had he failed to undermine Xu Changsheng, but he had inadvertently allowed his rival to achieve great merit, garnering both public favor and tangible gains, while his own prestige plummeted, rendering him a laughingstock and a petty figure in the eyes of others. After this confrontation, Yao De's arrogance was thoroughly quashed, though he still harbored resentment. He no longer dared to openly oppose Xu Changsheng. The management rights of the mine had firmly fallen into Xu Changsheng's hands. With the merits and gains from this battle, Xu Changsheng further solidified his position, converting a substantial portion of the spoils into resources for his cultivation and sword formation practice, quietly amassing strength. The Black Mystic Mine entered a period of stability, fully under his control. Under Xu Changsheng's governance, the mine experienced 4 to 5 months of relative tranquility. External disturbances from demonic cultivators significantly diminished due to the enhanced defensive arrays and previous heavy losses, while internal operations remained efficient under Xu Changsheng's firm, yet just leadership. The ample supply of spirit stones and continuous provision of medicinal pills facilitated the maintenance of his cultivation speed. On one particular day, within the Tranquility Chamber, the spiritual energy surged once more, with an intensity surpassing that of his earlier breakthrough to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Within the Dantian, the liquid spiritual field surged and expanded relentlessly, solidifying until the quantitative change triggered a qualitative transformation, breaking through barriers. With the cultivation at the 10th level of Qi refinement, success was achieved. Xu Changsheng felt a tremendous surge in his aura, with spiritual light subtly flowing beneath his skin. As he slowly opened his eyes, he sensed the magnificent spiritual power roaring within him, far more robust than during his 9th level of Qi refinement. To his delight, with the breakthrough in his cultivation, his consciousness also advanced, taking the purple Qi observing spirit technique to the next level, expanding its coverage from 60 to 65 yards in one leap. His insight deepened. and his control reached a new pinnacle. With a mere thought, four flying swords of gung metal surged forth, spiraling around him like four silver dragons. Their trajectories mysterious and their sword aura formidable. At last, he could command four swords simultaneously. A smile graced Xu Changsheng's lips. The formation of the four-sword array enhanced its power beyond that of three swords, and its operation became even more fluid and harmonious. However, not long after his breakthrough, a greater storm approached stealthily. The Xianyin demon sect seemed to have not forgotten the black mysterious mine, a site that had cost them internal traitors and numerous personnel. This time, they devised a more covert scheme, attempting to secretly poison a spiritual spring tributary deep within the mine, a crucial source for the miner's survival and the operation of certain formations. Their actions were exceedingly clandestine, employing a subtle and insidious curse. Yet, Xu Changsheng's newly acquired consciousness, now extending to 65 yards, keenly detected a faint ripple of demonic energy emanating from the spring's source. Alerted immediately, he ventured into the mine to investigate, and just before the curse could take full effect, he utilized his profound understanding of formations and spiritual energy, combined with the bronze cauldron's natural restraint against corrupting energies, to forcibly dispel the curse and preserve the spring. Upon subsequent investigations, two disciples, who had been bribed by the demon sect and were responsible for guarding the depths of the mine, were again apprehended. Xu Changsheng promptly reported the matter and handed over the two traitors along with evidence to the arriving law enforcement disciples. The sect took this matter very seriously, once again rewarding Xu Changsheng with 5,000 contribution points and several rare refining materials, while reiterating his temporary management authority. His consecutive achievements elevated Xu Changsheng's reputation within the black mysterious mine to its zenith, earning him universal respect. Even that Yao Da had to hide in the shadows, gritting his teeth, too fearful to make any further moves. Yet, the good times were short-lived. The main battlefield of the righteous and demonic war suddenly deteriorated. The Demon Coalition, employing unknown means, launched a fierce assault on a crucial stronghold of the Righteous Alliance known as Rock Fortress. Should this stronghold fall, a vital supply line for the sect would be severed, with dire consequences. The sect's high command issued an urgent order, mobilizing elite forces from various secondary strongholds, mines, and herb gardens to swiftly support Rock Fortress. The Black Mysterious Mine also received a mobilization order, demanding the immediate dispatch of 10 late-stage Qi refinement experts, including Xu Changsheng, along with 20 mid-stage Qi refinement disciples, led by a foundational management official, to the assembly point without delay. Upon receiving the order, Xu Changsheng furrowed his brow. He was acutely aware that while the mine's defenses were formidable, they heavily relied on manpower for operation. Once 30 elite warriors were withdrawn, the defensive strength would be significantly compromised. However, he was acutely aware of the critical importance of Rock Fortress. Military orders were as unyielding as mountains and could not be questioned. He could only expedite the transfer of personnel, temporarily conferring a portion of the control over the defensive formations to a disciple he deemed relatively trustworthy, while repeatedly instructing the remaining personnel to remain vigilant, strictly uphold the formation, and avoid engaging in battle without due cause. Before departing, he cast a cold glance at the secretly pleased Yao Da, warning him, "Master Yao, the safety of the mine relies on you. Take care of yourself." Yao Da responded with a thinly veiled smile, masking his true feelings. Chapter 91. The Collapse of the Mine. A fierce battle, a hard-fought foundation. In the depths of his heart, Xu Changsheng felt an unsettling turmoil. Yet he was unable to defy the orders of his sect. Burdened with apprehension, he boarded the flying vessel alongside 30 fellow disciples, hastily departing. Upon arriving at the outskirts of Panshir Fortress, before engaging in battle, a shocking piece of news reached all disciples summoned from the Heishuan mine through the sect's urgent communication talisman, less than 3 days after their departure. The main forces of the demonic sect appeared outside the Heishuan mine as if preordained. The remaining disciples were insufficient in number and had lost their elite forces. Though they valiantly resisted using formations, the absence of a core commander rendered the formations ineffective. Meanwhile, Yao Da, who was supposed to organize the defense, panicked and fled with a few loyal followers at the onset of the demonic assault, abandoning the mine in the heat of battle. The flight of the leader shattered the morale of the troops. Within half a day, the formations were breached, and the demonic army invaded the mine. The casualties among the remaining disciples were grievous. Some were captured while others scattered in fear. The Heishuan mine had changed hands, falling into the grasp of the Xianyin demon sect. Upon receiving the news, the disciples who had come from the mine were struck as if by lightning. Standing frozen in place, Xu Changsheng clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, as a tempest of fury and icy resolve swirled in his eyes. The defensive line he had painstakingly managed, the mine he had devoted himself to fortifying, had been so easily squandered due to the cowardice of the inept Yao Da and the sect's abrupt summons. Those disciples who had trusted him and stayed behind now faced an uncertain fate. A surge of intense anger and resentment welled within him. However, he quickly suppressed his emotions, regaining a semblance of calm, though beneath that calm lay a more resolute intent for vengeance and a determination to grow stronger. The Xianyin Demon Sect. Yao Da, this enmity shall be avenged. He gazed towards the Panchir Fortress, where demonic energy and spiritual light surged, fully aware that the battle ahead would be equally brutal. The fall of the Heishuan mine had struck him like a heavy blow, yet it also illuminated the harshness and volatility of war. Now he must first survive in Panchir Fortress, then grow stronger, for only then would he have the opportunity to reclaim all that was lost and settle every score. Panchir Fortress, indeed, had become the grinding stone where the forces of righteousness and evil clashed mercilessly. The demonic onslaught surged like a relentless tide, day and night, with a plethora of sinister poisons, blood curses, and demonic corpses battering the crumbling defenses. Each struggle for the city walls and every repair of the formation came at a steep cost in lives. The 30 disciples Xu Changsheng had brought from the Heishuan mine suffered grievously in the fierce attrition of the first month, with half of them either dead or grievously injured. Familiar faces among his comrades had swiftly turned to mere bones or were left maimed. The stark brutality of war laid bare before him. Xu Changsheng himself encountered peril multiple times, relying on his numerous skills to narrowly escape doom. During this critical juncture, the bronze cauldron played an indispensable role. In the fleeting moments between battles, he tirelessly refined the healing elixirs and recuperative pills obtained from the spoils of war or distributed by the sect, enhancing them to flawless quality, significantly accelerating the recovery of injuries and replenishment of spiritual energy. He also transformed a substantial number of attack talismans into more potent versions, such as the Purple Flame talismans and Fire Python talismans, achieving remarkable feats at crucial moments that saved many of his fellow disciples. His composure, decisiveness, and seemingly inexhaustible supply of high-quality pills and talismans quickly spread among the defenders of Stone Fortress, even attracting the attention of several Foundation establishment cultivators. However, in the face of the torrent of war, individual strength still appeared insignificant. During a nighttime defense battle in the second month, the demonic cultivators launched an unprecedented fierce assault. Several early Foundation establishment demon cultivators personally led the charge onto the city walls, one of whom, exuding a chilling and ruthless aura, lunged directly at the section where Xu Changsheng was stationed. This was an early Foundation establishment demon cultivator from the Xianyin Demon Sect, whose nefarious techniques unleashed blood-red ghostly claws that reeked of rot, corroding spiritual light and defiling artifacts. Although Xu Changsheng remained unflustered, he summoned a formation of 4 gung gold flying swords to meet the attack, simultaneously dispatching a plethora of enhancement talismans. Boom! The explosive violet flames of the talismans and the gung gold sword energy temporarily held back the ghostly claws. But when the sword formation clashed with the demon cultivator's blood-red flying spear, it emitted a grievous hum under the strain, scattering in all directions. Xu Changsheng felt as if he had received a heavy blow. A sweet taste surged in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The early Foundation establishment stage was far beyond what he could contend with directly at this moment. Kid, you have quite a stash of pills and talismans. Too bad they all belong to me now. The demon cultivator sneered, transforming into a streak of blood that surged forward with astonishing speed. The aura of death enveloped him in an instant. Xu Changsheng's pupils constricted. At this moment, there was no room for reservation. He suddenly slapped his chest, activating the purple gold jade pendant he had received from Fairy Yunyao, which could withstand a blow from a Foundation establishment cultivator. This pendant had been enhanced by him, greatly increasing its defensive capabilities, and it was certain to block this lethal strike. Buzz! A gentle yet resilient purple gold barrier enveloped him. Bang! The blood shadow crashed violently against the barrier, causing it to ripple violently, fissures spreading across its surface, but it ultimately withstood this fatal blow. Oh, a protective talisman? Let's see how many more you can endure. The demon cultivator, slightly surprised, immediately intensified his assault. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. In the blink of an eye, the purple gold barrier endured over a dozen attacks, on the verge of shattering. A flicker of pain and determination flashed in Xu Changsheng's eyes. He had already grasped an ancient jade talisman, the mountain-suppressing talisman. This was originally meant to be his trump card, reserved for the most critical moment for survival or a turnaround, but now he could no longer afford to hesitate. He frantically poured the dwindling spiritual energy he had left into it, even willing to burn a portion of his essence blood. Suppress. Boom. A solid micro-mountain phantom appeared out of thin air, emanating an overwhelming and heavy pressure, descending to crush the early Foundation establishment demon cultivator. The demon cultivator's expression changed drastically as he sensed the lethal threat. He let out a shriek and summoned a blood-colored bone shield while retreating in haste. Crack! The blood-colored bone shield shattered under the phantom of the mountain in less than a breath. The demon cultivator spewed blood, violently knocked down from the city wall by the residual suppressive force. His aura instantly diminished by more than half, filled with shock and dread, no longer daring to linger. He transformed into a stream of blood and fled in disarray. Meanwhile, the mountain-suppressing talisman in Xu Changsheng's hand emitted a mournful wail, its light dimming completely, with countless fine cracks appearing on its surface, rendering it utterly useless. A talisman powerful enough to threaten Foundation establishment cultivators, which could have been used 2 or 3 more times, had now exhausted all its might. Almost simultaneously, reinforcements nearby finally arrived, driving back the remaining demonic cultivators. Xu Changsheng could no longer endure. Darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. Not only had his spiritual energy been depleted and his essence blood diminished, but he was also severely injured by the force of the foundational stage demonic cultivator, damaging his internal organs and meridians. The news of Xu Changsheng's grave injuries quickly reached the higher echelons of the sect. His exemplary management of the Black Xian mine, his ability to unearth plots, and the remarkable performance of Rock Fortress over the past month, particularly his pivotal role in fending off the foundational stage demonic cultivator, had already caught the attention of the sect's leadership. A disciple with such potential, capability, and merit certainly deserves special consideration. Chapter 92. Returning to the sect for healing, the Peak Master arrives. Soon, a special order was issued. Xu Changsheng was granted permission to return to the sect for recuperation. Such treatment was exceedingly rare during wartime. Typically, when a disciple was injured, they would merely be relocated to a safer rear camp, seldom allowed to return directly to the sect for fear of undermining the morale of the troops. However, the higher echelons of the sect evidently deemed Xu Changsheng's value to far exceed that of an ordinary disciple, warranting this exception. When Xu Changsheng awoke from his stupor, he found himself aboard a flying vessel en route back to the sect, accompanied by several other severely injured disciples, each distinguished by their remarkable backgrounds or notable achievements. As he gazed down at the receding silhouette of the rock fortress, shrouded in the smoke of battle, he touched the utterly ruined mountain suppression talisman and felt the heavy burden of his injuries within. A myriad of emotions swirled in his heart. Though he had suffered significant losses, he had ultimately survived. Closing his eyes, he began to slowly circulate his cultivation method, absorbing the healing properties of the medicinal pills provided aboard the vessel. The immediate priority was to recover swiftly. He understood that his return to the sect was both an opportunity and a responsibility. The sect had invested resources in his return, undoubtedly hoping he could wield greater influence upon his recovery. He, too, was in dire need of enhanced strength. The terrifying prowess of foundational magic cultivators and the destruction of the mountain suppression talisman had made him acutely aware that, despite possessing various means, his current level of cultivation in the Qi refinement stage was akin to a flickering candle in the wind amidst such grand-scale warfare. Establishing a foundation. This must be accomplished post-haste. A resolute thought took root and flourished within his mind. The flying vessel traversed the sky, carrying the battle-scarred disciples towards the temporarily tranquil heart of the sect. Upon returning to the Taiyi Immortal Sect, the familiar spiritual energy and relatively serene atmosphere allowed Xu Changsheng's taut nerves to ease slightly. He was settled into a specially designated healing abode within the inner sect, a place that far surpassed the conditions of the rock fortress. Barely having settled in, visitors began to arrive. The first to appear was none other than the master of the Spirit Herb Peak, Wang Mu. The arrival of this golden core master stirred a commotion in the healing quarters. Wang Mu, with his refined demeanor, looked upon the pale and weakened Xu Changsheng, his eyes reflecting admiration and regret. "Changsheng, I have heard of your exploits in the Black Xian mine and the rock fortress. You have performed admirably, elevating the reputation of our Spirit Herb Peak while preserving the lives of many fellow disciples. It is a pity that your injuries are so grave." He produced a warm jade vial and handed it to Xu Changsheng. "This is the life-generating elixir, renowned for its efficacy in repairing meridians and replenishing vital energy. Consume it diligently. and do not leave any hidden injuries that may compromise your foundation. A warmth spread through Xu Changsheng's heart. He struggled to rise in gratitude. But Wang Mu gently pressed him back down. No need for excessive formality. Focus on your recovery. The Spirit Herb Peak takes pride in you, and there shall be ample rewards upon your healing. After offering a few more words of encouragement, Wang Mu took his leave. Shortly thereafter, Fairy Yin Yao dispatched a maid to present a gift, several rare foundational herbs, and a meticulously prepared jade dew ointment, effective for both external wounds and internal damages. Though the fairy herself did not come, this gesture of care left Xu Changsheng deeply appreciative. Old friends Ma Datsai and Su Xiu also arrived together. Mei Kai has now reached the 5th level of qi refinement, thriving under the protection of his uncle, Elder Ma. Among the outer disciples, he lives quite comfortably, his visage glowing with vitality. Upon witnessing Xu Changsheng's dire state, he couldn't help but express both sympathy and trepidation, repeatedly exclaiming, "Brother Xu, you truly are fortunate to be alive." However, Su Xiu's transformation astonished Xu Changsheng. This former rival and alchemist had unexpectedly broken through to the 9th level of qi refinement, his aura considerably steadier. Clearly, he had not been idle in the past 6 months within the sect. Yet, when Su Xiu sensed the faint but unmistakable spiritual pressure emanating from Xu Changsheng, even in his injured state, which surpassed his own, he was struck with shock. 10th level of qi refinement. Xu Changsheng, how have you accomplished this? You possess a mixed elemental root. How can your cultivation speed surpass mine, despite my dual elemental roots? His eyes reflected an incredulous astonishment, tinged with a hint of defeat. More than half a year ago, when Xu Changsheng returned from the forbidden land of the Withered Mountains, he was merely at the 8th level of qi refinement. Su Xiu had only recently broken through to the 9th level, believing he had left Xu Changsheng behind in terms of cultivation. To his surprise, Xu Changsheng had indeed surpassed him by an entire level. Xu Changsheng offered a weak smile, mumbling, "It was merely luck. I encountered some fortuitous opportunities in the secret realms and the battlefield, and endured quite a bit of hardship." Naturally, he would not divulge the secrets of the Bronze Cauldron and the Gungjin sword technique. Upon hearing this, Su Xiu's expression grew complex, eventually culminating in a deep sigh as he patted Xu Changsheng on the shoulder. "As long as you're alive, that's what matters. This luck of yours came at the cost of your life." After bidding farewell to his old friend, Xu Changsheng diligently consumed medicinal pills and practiced his techniques to heal. The enhanced life-generating elixir proved extraordinarily effective, and coupled with his innate recovery abilities, his injuries improved at an astonishing rate. Within a month, the hidden wounds within him had nearly healed completely, his meridians more resilient than ever, and his cultivation had even progressed slightly due to the adversity faced. However, Xu Changsheng chose not to boast about his achievements. He vividly recalled the brutality and helplessness of the battlefield, the anguish of losing the mountain-guarding talisman, and the suffocating pressure when confronted by the foundational demon cultivators. He yearned for longevity and the exploration of the ultimate truths, rather than sacrificing himself for the sect's grand ideals. He had already contributed significantly with the Black Xian Mine and Stone Fortress. His conscience was clear. Now that he had the rare opportunity to temporarily step away from the front lines, he would not easily return. Thus, he began to consciously conceal his aura, occasionally allowing hints of weakness to surface in his demeanor. When the disciples from the medical hall came to check on him, he spoke ambiguously, claiming he needed more time to recuperate. The sect is vast and prosperous. It does not hinge on the presence of a single qi refinement disciple charging into battle. My modest achievements are best used to solidify my own foundation. This is the path for the long term. Xu Changsheng contemplated inwardly. I have already established considerable merit. And now, with my serious injuries, a proper rest is entirely reasonable. He simply wished to take advantage of this rare period of peace to thoroughly review his learnings, further practice the Gungjin sword array, and prepare adequately for the crucial foundation building stage. As for whether the sect would notice, Xu Changsheng was not overly concerned. His injuries were indeed severe, and a quicker recovery could easily be attributed to the potency of the medicinal pills, backed by his solid foundation. As long as he does not actively request to return to the battlefield, it is unlikely that the higher-ups of the sect would forcibly thrust an injured individual back into the fray. Thus, Xu Changsheng commenced his days of seclusion and introspection within the sect. He remained largely withdrawn, dedicating the majority of his time to cultivation within his cave abode, delving into the intricacies of alchemy, contemplating the formations of sword arrays, and occasionally visiting the scripture pavilion to peruse texts related to foundational cultivation, quietly amassing knowledge while awaiting the moment for a significant breakthrough. The tumultuous fires of conflict in the outside world seemed to bear no relevance to him for the time being. Yet, as Xu Changsheng engaged in his quiet accumulation of strength within the sect, an abrupt and chilling piece of news shattered the tranquility he had momentarily enjoyed. Chapter 93. The Final Farewell to Zhou Qing, Inner Sect 5th. Elder Ma acts as matchmaker. Upon learning of the tragic news, Xu Changsheng stood in stunned silence for an extended period. His dear friend, Brother Zhou Qing, had fallen victim to a ruthless ambush by elite demonic cultivators while escorting vital supplies for their sect a month prior. In a valiant effort to protect his fellow disciples during their retreat, Zhou Qing had resolutely held the rear, ultimately sacrificing his life, leaving no trace behind. The sorrowful tidings stirred an indescribable melancholy within Xu Changsheng. Although Zhou Qing was somewhat worldly and shrewd, he had always shown him considerable kindness, offering support since their days in the outer sect and later assisting him in managing the spirit fields. Their bond was profound, transcending the ordinary camaraderie shared among disciples. Little did they know that their last parting would be a final farewell. The path of destiny is often heartless, and war is especially brutal. With a heavy sigh, Xu Changsheng composed himself and promptly sought information regarding Zhou Qing's widow, Chu Yan, and her family's residence. He made his way to visit her. Upon encountering Chu Yan, clad in mourning attire with a sorrowful countenance, as well as the distraught members of Zhou Qing's family, Xu Changsheng's heart ached even more. He produced a storage pouch he had prepared in advance, filled with the spiritual herbs he had harvested from the spirit fields and several bottles of foundational elixirs suitable for Qi refining stage cultivators, valued at nearly 1,000 spirit stones. Sister Chu, please accept my condolences. Brother Zhou and I shared a bond as deep as life and death. I implore you to accept this humble token of my regard. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out at the Spirit Herb Peak. I shall do my utmost to assist you. With a steady and resolute tone, he pressed the pouch into Chu Yan's hands. The resources worth close to 1,000 spirit stones represented a substantial fortune for a modest cultivation family and a widow in the Qi refining stage, ensuring their sustenance and resources for the foreseeable future. Overwhelmed with grief, Chu Yan wept uncontrollably, while Zhou Qing's relatives expressed their heartfelt gratitude, bowing repeatedly in thanks. Xu Changsheng's actions exemplified the utmost compassion and fidelity of a true friend. After attending to Zhou Qing's final affairs, the atmosphere within the sect remained heavy with the weight of war. In previous years, this time would herald the most bustling period of the inner and outer sect competitions, with countless disciples eager to showcase their talents and vie for rankings and resources. However, this year, everything was subdued. The fierce battle between righteous and demonic forces had strained the sect's manpower and resources, leading to the suspension of large-scale competitions, with the prospect of their resumption appearing distant. Nevertheless, the sect had not entirely overlooked the need to motivate its disciples. At year's end, they conducted a non-competitive assessment based on contributions, cultivation levels, and battle prowess. The results were announced, and Xu Changsheng's name prominently featured among the top 5 disciples in the inner sect. This ranking garnered significant attention. Among the inner sect disciples were many with connections to various Golden Core elders, benefiting from preferential treatment. Yet, for Xu Changsheng, a disciple with no background and a mixed elemental root, to ascend to the top 5 was a testament to his extraordinary merit. The sect's evaluation was particularly noteworthy. In the face of danger at the Black Xian mine, he was entrusted with a critical mission, eliminating internal traitors, fortifying defenses, and demonstrating commendable achievements. In the fierce battles at the Panshir Fortress, he repeatedly thwarted demonic offensives and, at a crucial moment, repelled foundation-building demonic cultivators, safeguarding the defensive segment. He excelled in alchemy, frequently providing valuable strategies. His overall contributions were outstanding, with rapid advancements in cultivation and exceptional combat prowess. This appraisal encapsulates nearly all of his remarkable achievements. His substantial financial resources, mastery at the 10th level of Qi refinement, and his legendary survival from the hands of foundational demonic cultivators have become widely known among the inner disciples, garnering him considerable fame. With his ranking in the top 5, Xu Changsheng was bestowed a generous reward from the sect, 8,000 contribution points, and a coveted opportunity to meditate for 3 days at the Cliff of Comprehension. The Cliff of Comprehension is a revered site within the Taiyi Immortal Sect, rumored to have hosted several eminent predecessors who broke through to the nascent soul stage, leaving behind traces of their insights. It is rich in spiritual energy and suffused with the essence of Tao, greatly benefiting those seeking to break through their bottlenecks and comprehend their techniques. This reward, particularly the chance to visit the Cliff of Comprehension, has incited envy among countless disciples. Xu Changsheng received the award with serene composure, fully aware that this ranking and reward were the fruits of arduous endeavors at the Black Xian mine. The blood-soaked battles at the Stone Fortress, the sacrifices of the mountain-suppressing charms, and even the lives of many fellow disciples such as Brother Zhou Qing. Behind the glory lies a heavy burden of responsibility and sacrifice. He carefully safeguarded the contribution points and placed particular significance on the opportunity at the Cliff of Comprehension, viewing it as a potential breakthrough moment to transcend the pinnacle of qi refinement and perhaps even glimpse the mysteries of foundational cultivation. However, he still needed to continue healing and accumulating strength. When the time was ripe, he would seek out the Cliff of Comprehension in pursuit of his breakthrough opportunity. The clamor and evaluations from the sect did not lead him astray. Instead, they further solidified his resolve. In this chaotic world, only one's own strength remains an everlasting reliance. As Xu Changsheng, still recovering from his grave injuries, devoted himself to his cultivation, his reputation soared with his top 5 ranking in the year-end assessment. When an unexpected visitor arrived at his cave dwelling, it was none other than Elder Ma, who had once shown him kindness and recommended him to the Spirit Herb Peak. Elder Ma still wore a cheerful smile, expressing concern over Xu Changsheng's injuries and showering praise upon his accomplishments in the year-end assessment, commending him as a pillar of the Spirit Herb Peak with limitless potential ahead. After exchanging pleasantries, Elder Ma shifted his tone, stroking his beard with a grin, and said, "Changsheng, you have achieved a commendable level of cultivation and garnered fame, yet on the path of cultivation, one ultimately needs a partner to support each other, allowing for further progress. Look at you, still solitary. It seems rather austere." Xu Changsheng felt a stir within but maintained his composure, replying, "Elder, you jest. I am wholly devoted to the path and, given the tumultuous times, have no such intentions." "Ah, one cannot speak so lightly." Elder Ma waved his hand dismissively. "As the saying goes, establishing a family and career and having a partner in cultivation is also part of the journey. I see extraordinary potential in you. And your background is quite impressive, making you a suitable match. Coincidentally, I have a junior in my family named Ma Xiandai, a genius with both water and wood spiritual roots, who is currently under the tutelage of the esteemed Yuji Jinren at the Xian Peak. At a tender age, she has already reached the 9th level of qi refinement, possessing both beauty and exceptional qualities. What are your thoughts on this, Ma Xiandai?" Xu Changsheng had heard of this young woman and acknowledged her remarkable talent, being the most outstanding female of the Ma family in this generation. He quickly pondered the implications. Elder Ma is not inherently malevolent. In fact, he had once offered assistance during my earlier years. However, his character is rather superficial, and his family is merely of moderate standing within the sect. His sudden enthusiasm for matchmaking, particularly with the most gifted junior of his lineage, is undoubtedly motivated by more than mere admiration for potential. It is likely that the wealth I have displayed and my contributions to the sect are what truly swayed him. The elder's favor leaves me both surprised and flattered." Xu Changsheng feigned an appropriate blend of astonishment and hesitation, for matters of marriage are of great significance. "May I request 3 days to contemplate this proposal?" Naturally. Elder Ma, witnessing my reluctance to decline immediately, smiled even more broadly, affirming that such a fortuitous union warrants careful consideration. "Therefore, I shall await your favorable response in silence." Chapter 94. A Refusal of Marriage. Rumors and Malice. The puppet master behind the scenes. After bidding farewell to Elder Ma, the surprise on Xu Changsheng's face swiftly faded, replaced by a demeanor of calm and caution. When circumstances deviate from the norm, there is often something amiss. Why would a genius female cultivator, possessing a dual spiritual root and under the tutelage of a golden core master, deign to marry someone like him, who possesses a mixed elemental root? Even if he has some wealth and reputation, in the eyes of the true elite, the foundation establishment stage is the real threshold, and the accumulation of wealth during the qi refining stage holds little significance. He immediately leveraged his current connections and spiritual stones to gather more detailed information regarding Ma Xiandai. Soon, a plethora of information began to converge. Ma Xiandai, with her dual water and wood spiritual roots, indeed possessed exceptional talent and was highly favored by Master Yuji. However, her reputation within the sect was far from pristine. Rumors circulated that she had ambiguous relationships with several well-connected senior brothers from Xian Peak, entangling her in complexities that seemed to cause considerable distress to her master, Yuji. More importantly, some well-informed individuals subtly hinted that Ma Xiandai was quite proud and had privately expressed a firm stance of marrying only a true foundation establishment cultivator. She placed great emphasis on spiritual root quality and openly expressed disdain for disciples with mixed elemental roots. If this were the case, why would she and the Ma family consent to Elder Ma's matchmaking? Was it her interest in his wealth? Yet this contradicts her lofty aspirations. Xu Changsheng furrowed his brow, pondering, unless there exists some unavoidable reason behind this, or perhaps they wish to achieve some ulterior motive through him. The more he contemplated, the more peculiar the situation seemed, and he even caught a whiff of conspiracy. Perhaps Ma Xiandai had encountered some trouble and needed a scapegoat? Or did the Ma family see his financial potential and wish to bind themselves to him without offering any true core benefits? Regardless of the scenario, this marriage proposal was far from an ideal match. It might even be a hot potato, fraught with hidden traps. 3 days later, Elder Ma arrived as scheduled, a look of eager anticipation gracing his features. Changsheng, have you given it some thought? That girl Xiandai has heard quite a bit about you and does not oppose the idea. Xu Changsheng rose, his expression one of apology and solemnity, clasping his hands respectfully. Thank you, Elder, for your kind intentions, and I am grateful for Sister Ma's consideration. However, after careful deliberation, I feel that given the ongoing battle between righteousness and evil, and with our sect in dire need of personnel, I, though still recovering from my injuries, am deeply concerned for the front lines. I cannot devote my thoughts to personal matters such as marriage at this time. I can only regretfully decline the generous offer from both you and Sister Ma, and I hope for your understanding. His words were delivered with a veneer of grandeur, expressing concern for the war while subtly hinting at his unresolved injuries, thus diplomatically rejecting the marriage proposal. The smile on Elder Ma's face momentarily faltered, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment and displeasure flashing in his eyes. But he quickly regained his composure, forcing a couple of dry laughs. No worries, no worries. Changsheng, your dedication to the sect and your lofty aspirations are commendable. A true man should indeed aspire to such heights. In that case, I shall not press the matter further. Focus on your recovery. And should a suitable opportunity arise in the future, I shall keep an eye out for you. After a few more pleasantries, Elder Ma took his leave, his departing figure seemingly imbued with a touch of dissatisfaction. After bidding farewell to Elder Ma, Xu Changsheng's gaze turned somewhat frigid. He was nearly certain that there were complications lurking behind this marriage proposal. His refusal likely sidestepped a considerable entanglement. The trees long for tranquility, yet the winds persist. All he desired was to cultivate in peace, yet there were always those intent on scheming against him. Shaking his head, he cast aside these thoughts and continued his endeavors in healing and cultivation. Enhancing his own strength was the fundamental approach to confront any turmoil. The 100 acres of spiritual fields under Xu Changsheng's name, meticulously tended to by the spiritual farmer arranged by Xu Changsheng during his lifetime, had once again yielded a bountiful harvest. Although he could not frequently employ the reinforced green rain technique, the 4-month cycle, combined with the occasional enhancement of seeds by the small cauldron and the infusion of spiritual rainwater, resulted in spiritual herbs that surpassed the quantity and quality of ordinary spiritual fields. A substantial quantity of these spiritual herbs was sold in batches by Xu Changsheng, returning a vast fortune of spiritual stones. This astonishing wealth, despite his deliberate attempts at discretion, was impossible to fully conceal and inevitably stirred envy and jealousy among some. Soon, rumors began to circulate within the sect regarding Xu Changsheng. Have you heard? Senior brother Xu's 100 acres of spiritual fields yield astonishing profits, and it is said that the origins are dubious. Oh, what is the matter? What else could it be? Relying on his newfound power and strength, it is rumored that he forcibly acquired them from several unconnected junior brothers at an incredibly low price. Some even claim it was outright plunder. Surely not. Senior brother Xu does not seem like that kind of person. One cannot judge a book by its cover. Who wouldn't envy such a wealth of spiritual stones? A mere 5 elements mixed spiritual root, yet he cultivates so rapidly, never lacking in pills or talismans. Where does the money come from if not from exploiting his fellow disciples? As the rumors spread, they grew increasingly vile, evidently fueled by those with malicious intent to tarnish Xu Changsheng's reputation. Upon hearing these tales, Xu Changsheng did not react with fury, nor did he publicly defend himself. He continued to live a reclusive life, seemingly oblivious to the gossip. In secret, however, he quietly mobilized his connections and resources to trace the origins of the rumors. With his substantial wealth and the prestige of ranking among the top 5 in the inner sect evaluations, many disciples were willing to serve him clandestinely and gather intelligence. Soon, the clues pointed to several idle outer sect disciples known for their penchant for gossip. Xu Changsheng chose not to alarm them, but instead kept a close watch on their actions. On one occasion, These individuals boasted in a tavern about their prowess in spreading rumors, recounting how they had managed to embarrass the illustrious senior brother Xu. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Changsheng utilized a concealment artifact he had obtained from a demonic cultivator's storage bag to stealthily approach them. He recorded their entire confession of fabricating and disseminating the rumors using a crystal recording jade, including the identity of the instigator. To his surprise, the orchestrator was none other than Han Feng, who had suffered defeat at Xu Changsheng's hands twice during the Outer Sect competition. Xu Changsheng had not anticipated that this individual would remain a thorn in his side. However, he now possessed irrefutable evidence. Rather than taking matters into his own hands, Xu Changsheng duplicated the recording jade several times and anonymously submitted them to the law enforcement hall, accompanied by a brief explanation. At this critical juncture of the battle between righteousness and malevolence, the utmost taboo within the sect is the sowing of discord, which undermines morale and disrupts internal unity. The law enforcement hall received a report and accorded it significant attention, promptly dispatching personnel to investigate. The few outer disciples who had disseminated the rumors were swiftly apprehended. Faced with the irrefutable evidence captured in the jade cylinder, they found themselves devoid of any defense, their spirits utterly shattered. They confessed without reservation and implicated their instigator, Han Feng. The law enforcement hall acted decisively and swiftly rendered a judgment. Those who spread rumors and defamed meritorious disciples, thereby shaking the faith of the sect, were deemed deserving of punishment. Their cultivation was revoked, and they were expelled from the sect to serve as a warning to others. Similarly, the instigator Han Feng faced severe repercussions, suffering the confiscation of substantial resources and being placed under house arrest for reflection. Chapter 95. Eliminating Future Threats. A Black Market Auction. The Heart of the Red Essence. The few outer disciples, stripped of their cultivation on the execution platform, were dragged out of the mountain gate like lifeless dogs. Their pitiful fate instantly struck terror into the hearts of all those harboring ill intentions, and the rumors swiftly dissipated. However, the matter did not end there. Xu Changsheng understood well that failing to eradicate a snake could lead to deeper troubles. Though these individuals had been rendered powerless, they were still alive. It was uncertain whether their families or hidden allies would harbor resentment and seek revenge in the future. Currently, still recovering from his injuries, he deemed it unwise to create numerous enemies, yet he could not allow any potential threats to linger. Through discreet channels, he spent a portion of his spiritual stones to hire 2 rogue cultivators who operated in the gray areas surrounding the sect. Days later, news arrived. The disciples, stripped of their powers and expelled from the sect, encountered a pack of ferocious first-level demon beasts, the iron-clawed demon wolves, in a desolate mountainous region after leaving the sect's influence. They stood no chance and were entirely devoured by the wolves, their remains obliterated. When the news reached others, they merely sighed, lamenting the justice of fate and the unfortunate circumstances, without raising any suspicion. Countless low-tier cultivators perished daily in the cultivation world. The demise of a few discarded disciples was inconsequential. Xu Changsheng received the news, his expression tranquil as he tucked away the communication talisman. He was not a bloodthirsty individual, yet the cultivation realm was cruel. Showing mercy to enemies was tantamount to being cruel to oneself. Having cultivated enmity and now possessing a reason and opportunity to act, it was only natural to execute his plans with decisiveness and eliminate any future threats. Following this incident, no one within the sect dared to speak lightly of Xu Changsheng's sources of wealth. His cultivation at the 10th level of Qi refining, his ranking among the top 5 in the inner sect evaluations, and his recently demonstrated ruthless decisiveness made it clear to others that this seemingly low-key alchemist was not to be trifled with. Xu Changsheng welcomed the tranquility, continuing to heal while quietly amassing strength, awaiting the opportunity to journey to the Enlightenment Cliff and the possibility of breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm. With the upheaval within the sect temporarily subsiding, he remained focused on his cultivation, not forgetting to gather the essence of gung metal and other resources beneficial for breakthrough. One day, he once again altered his appearance and concealed his aura, stealthily making his way to the hidden black market within the Qingshan Square. Unlike the usual disorganized stalls, a modest stone house deep within the black market was hosting a small auction. The number of participants was limited, a mere dozen or so, all cloaked like Xu Changsheng, with an atmosphere that was both silent and oppressive. The auction items were few, but notably practical, predominantly consisting of items from the demonic and ghostly realms, occasionally interspersed with illicit goods. Xu Changsheng initially came merely to scout for news regarding the essence of gung metal, but unexpectedly discovered an item that stirred his interest. On the auction platform, the host presented a palm-sized piece of deep, lustrous black jade, introducing it as a 100-year-old soul-nurturing jade, effective in nourishing soul power and tempering consciousness, and capable of withstanding a certain degree of soul attacks. The starting bid is 300 spiritual stones. Soul-nurturing jade? Xu Changsheng's heart stirred. He recalled that approximately a year ago, at a grand auction held in the marketplace of Taiyi Sect, a 300-year-old soul-nourishing jade had fetched an astronomical price. To his astonishment, he discovered a piece that was a century old right here. Although its age was slightly inferior, it would still prove immensely beneficial for him at his current stage of chi refinement, where he was diligently honing his spiritual consciousness, especially in light of the potential dangers he might face in the future. Its efficacy in resisting soul attacks was particularly rare. As the bidding commenced, the number of bidders was scant. After all, while treasures that nourish the soul are indeed splendid, they are not deemed essential by most practitioners in the chi refinement stage, and their price is far from modest. Ultimately, Xu Changsheng successfully acquired the soul-nourishing jade for 600 spirit stones. The auction soon concluded, and according to the customary practices of such black market auctions, a private trading session among participants followed. Each individual took turns presenting items they wished to trade or acquire, primarily engaging in barter. Xu Changsheng held little expectation for this, merely observing with patience. When it was the turn of a hoarse-voiced cultivator cloaked in black robes, he produced an ancient and somewhat damaged jade slip. This slip contained the cultivation insights of the predecessor Xu obtained from his secluded abode, seeking to exchange it for elixirs that could enhance the soul or rapidly restore spiritual consciousness. The black-robed cultivator was succinct in his description. Xu. A murmur arose in the crowd, as some seemed to recognize the name. It was said that he was a peculiar figure among scattered cultivators several centuries ago, possessing modest cultivation, yet passionately delving into various obscure methods of breakthrough. Ultimately, due to being a 5-element root, he appeared to have stagnated in the chi refinement stage and passed away in obscurity. This introduction caused most attendees to lose interest. How much value could insights from a failure possess? Moreover, the elixirs he sought in exchange were quite precious. However, Xu Changsheng's heart raced. Xu. He seemingly recalled fragments of this name from a certain anecdote within the sect's records, mentioning that this individual had attempted to traverse an exceedingly arduous path of chi refinement. He suppressed his excitement and meticulously scanned the jade slip with his spiritual sense. The slip was indeed ancient, with its residual soul imprint exceedingly faint. Yet the initial few phrases mentioned terms like mercurial condensation and elixir overflowing, subtly resonating with the secret arts he was currently practicing in the Gungjin sword technique. I shall take this. Xu Changsheng managed to keep his composure as he spoke calmly. He produced 2 jade vials containing concentration elixirs, both of which were fortuitously obtained, known for their efficacy in nourishing and restoring spiritual consciousness. Do you think this is sufficient? These 2 vials of concentration elixirs were high-tier concoctions he had crafted himself, enhanced to flawless quality using a bronze cauldron, their efficacy far surpassing similar elixirs available on the market, and their value was undoubtedly considerable. The black-robed cultivator accepted the vials, opened one, and took a slight whiff, his eyes immediately sparkling with recognition. After a thorough inspection, he nodded in satisfaction. Sufficient. Deal. The 2 swiftly completed the transaction. Xu Changsheng clutched the seemingly damaged jade slip tightly in his hand, feeling the profound essence of time it contained, his excitement beyond words. As soon as the private trading session concluded, Xu Changsheng promptly departed from the black market, hastening back to his sect's cave abode. Upon lifting all restrictions, he eagerly immersed his consciousness into the jade slip. After a considerable time, he slowly opened his eyes, filled with astonishment and ecstasy. The Crimson Essence Heart was not merely a technique, but a detailed record and summary by a senior cultivator known as Xu Changsheng, who, nearing the end of his lifespan, chronicled his lifelong pursuit of breaking through the 13th layer of chi refinement. Although it did not contain specific cultivation methods, it meticulously detailed his unconventional approaches. The perilous methods he employed to condense spiritual energy, expand meridians, and stimulate the dantian. The account recounted numerous failures, grievous injuries, and near-death experiences, along with reflections and adjustments made after each setback. Chapter 96. The 3-Elemental Formula and the Millennia Soul-Nurturing Jade. The path of cultivation also requires the nurturing of family and clan. Within it are many critical insights, challenges, and potential risks that corroborate with the records found in the metal sword technique, even providing several auxiliary techniques for compressing spiritual energy and the necessary spiritual materials not mentioned in the metal sword technique. For Xu Changsheng, who aspires to reach the 13th layer of chi refinement, This is akin to receiving timely assistance in a snowstorm. Its value far exceeds that of the 2 bottles of spirit-condensing pills. Heaven is indeed aiding me. Xu Changsheng could hardly contain his excitement. This insight would allow him to avoid countless detours and significantly increase his success rate in breaking through to the 13th layer of qi refinement. At that moment, a thought suddenly struck him. What transformations might occur if he were to enhance the crimson essence insight? He hoped for a delightful surprise. Taking a deep breath, he carefully placed the crimson essence insight jade slip into the cauldron, channeling his liquid spiritual energy into it with all his might. With a hum, the small cauldron emitted a familiar gentle chime, its ancient patterns illuminating in sequence, enveloping the jade slip in a misty azure glow. The characters on the jade slip, previously somewhat blurred and even missing, became vividly clear as if an invisible hand had meticulously repaired and delineated them, revealing numerous subtle annotations and diagrams that had not been visible before. After a full quarter of an hour, the azure light gradually receded. Xu Changsheng eagerly retrieved the jade slip, immersing his consciousness within. Indeed, the enhanced crimson essence insight had transformed into an exceedingly detailed and comprehensive account. Every method attempted by the crimson essence master, every auxiliary spiritual herb consumed, every subtle sensation experienced during breakthroughs, and every reflection following failures, were all presented in meticulous detail, as though a teacher were guiding him step by step. The greatest surprise lay at the end of the insights, where an originally blank section had unexpectedly revealed an arcane formula, the 3 elemental formula. This formula is not a primary cultivation technique, but rather a remarkably unique auxiliary secret art. Its essence lies in the ability to refrain from hastily advancing to foundation establishment after achieving a full reservoir of spiritual energy, opting instead to undergo 3 extreme compressions. Each compression is perilous, requiring the coordination of specific spiritual materials and potent guidance of consciousness. However, upon success, the spiritual energy becomes exceedingly refined, exhibiting a peculiar semi-liquid, high-density state, far surpassing ordinary qi refinement energy. Furthermore, this lays an incredible foundation for subsequently opening a second reservoir within the Dantian, truly realizing the 13th layer of qi refinement, thereby increasing the success rate of breakthroughs by over 30%. The 3 elemental formula, 3 compressions. Xu Changsheng's eyes sparkled with brilliance, his heart surging with excitement. This was undeniably a secret art tailored to him. The metal sword technique provided the direction for opening the second reservoir and the method of sword array protection. The Crimson Essence Insight offered detailed experiences and techniques for breakthroughs, while the 3 elemental formula furnished a celestial staircase to solidify his foundation to the utmost. Splendid, 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 he exclaimed thrice in delight, suppressing the immediate urge to commence cultivation, and carefully stored the enhanced jade slip. Following this, he retrieved the century-old soul-nurturing jade. This item greatly benefits him in nurturing his consciousness and resisting soul attacks, making it the perfect opportunity to enhance it with the cauldron's power. The soul-nurturing jade was placed into the cauldron, and azure light swirled around it. This time, the process appeared to unfold more slowly. The surface of the small cauldron shimmered erratically, as though drawing forth some elusive energy to nourish the jade within. An entire hour passed before the cauldron settled into tranquility. When Xu Changsheng retrieved the soul-nurturing jade, he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. The jade in his hand had not increased in size, yet its hue had transformed from a gentle black to an extraordinarily profound shade, reminiscent of darkness that could absorb all light. Its surface flowed with a luminous sheen, and as he held it, a refreshing and soothing sensation surged through him, penetrating deep into his soul. This was the Millennium Soul-Nurturing Jade. Its capacity to nurture the spirit and safeguard the soul was magnitudes more potent than that of a jade aged merely a century. He immediately secured the Millennium Soul-Nurturing Jade close to him, feeling a continuous stream of invigorating energy gradually merge into his consciousness, leaving him with an unparalleled clarity of mind. Thanks to the ongoing nourishment of the Millennium Soul-Nurturing Jade, coupled with his relentless daily practice of the purple qi viewing the divine method, 10 days later, while in meditation, Xu Changsheng sensed a tremendous tremor within his sea of consciousness, as if some barrier had been shattered. He had reached the 4th layer of the purple qi viewing the divine method, achieving a small success. His range of spiritual awareness expanded from 65 to 70 zhang. This was an extraordinarily formidable figure. Typically, accomplished cultivators at the 12th layer of qi refinement possess a spiritual awareness of only 40 to 50 zhang. while those at the initial stage of foundation establishment usually hover around 100 zhang. Xu Changsheng, with his mastery at the 10th layer of qi refinement, boasted a spiritual awareness of 70 zhang, far surpassing his peers in both refinement and insight. This endowed him with an absolute advantage in anticipating moves during combat, manipulating intricate techniques such as sword formations, and sensing impending dangers. 70 zhang. Xu Changsheng reveled in the sensation of his spiritual awareness cascading like a tide, effortlessly perceiving every blade of grass and tree outside his cave, even the faint fluctuations of spiritual energy from distant disciples in training. This feeling of complete mastery was intoxicating. The formidable nature of his spiritual awareness, combined with the 3 yuan formula and the gung metal sword technique, alongside the forthcoming opportunity at the Enlightenment Cliff, instilled him with unprecedented confidence in breaking through to the 13th layer of qi refinement. Gradually, he opened his eyes, his gaze seemingly piercing through the stone walls of the cave, reaching towards the distant heavens. The pinnacle of qi refinement was not beyond reach. After 2 months of recuperation, while Xu Changsheng relished the tranquility, the increasingly severe circumstances of the sect would not relent. One day, a stern decree from the sect was issued, mandating all inner disciples to assume greater responsibilities, under the guise of cultivating immortality also requires supporting one's family and protecting the sect, which was, in reality, merely a euphemism for wartime conscription, with no one exempt from its reach. As anticipated, shortly after the decree was promulgated, the Hall of 10,000 Forms dispatched a steward, accompanied by a physician from the medical hall, to personally visit Xu Changsheng's cave and inquire with concern about his recovery. The physician conducted a thorough examination. Xu Changsheng had long since simulated a flawed of slightly obstructed meridians and diminished vitality. Ultimately, under the watchful gaze of the steward from the Hall of 10,000 Forms, the physician pondered before stating, Xu's injuries are no longer severe, his foundation remains intact, though his vitality is somewhat depleted and his meridians appear slightly weakened. He shall require further rest, yet he is now fit to undertake some less strenuous sect affairs. The statement was delivered with considerable finesse, clearly indicating the responsibilities one could undertake, while subtly hinting at the necessity for rest. Upon hearing this, the steward of the Hall of All Things immediately adopted a stern expression and remarked, Junior Brother Xu, you are well aware of the current circumstances of our sect. We are severely short-handed. Since your injuries have largely healed, it is imperative that you assist the sect in its endeavors. He then presented a jade slip containing several tasks for Xu to consider. With a resigned sigh, Xu Changsheng realized that his leisurely days had come to an end. He accepted the jade slip and immersed his consciousness within it. The slip outlined 4 or 5 assignments, each more challenging than the last. Whether it involved reinforcing a conflict zone or investigating suspected strongholds of the demonic sect, these were all laborious and perilous undertakings. Chapter 97. Inspecting the Mu family. The symbolic sword. A demonic ambush. Xu Changsheng's gaze swiftly traversed the tasks before him, ultimately resting upon the final assignment. Inspect and pacify the Mu family. The Mu family, an affiliated cultivation clan, had their ancestor Mu Haishan, a foundational elder of the sect, perish in a recent battle at Baiyun Valley, sacrificing himself in a mutual destruction with a foundational demonic cultivator of the Xian Yin demon sect. Recently, the Mu family has suffered repeated attacks by unidentified cultivators, resulting in numerous casualties among their kin, suspected to be retaliation from the demonic faction. The task stipulations: journey to the Mu family residence to investigate the reasons behind the disturbances, assist the Mu family in strengthening their defenses, and soothe the spirits of their people. Deadline: 2 months. Upon reading this task, Xu Changsheng felt a subtle stir within. Given that the Mu family's ancestor had died for the sect, and that his clan was now facing retribution, it was only just that the sect send someone to inquire and offer condolences. Though the task appeared burdensome, the risks were relatively manageable. Even in retaliation, demonic cultivators would typically refrain from dispatching foundational-level practitioners against a cultivation family bereft of its pillar. Such an action would be an inefficient use of their strength, more likely to provoke a counterattack from the sect. Most likely, the culprits were lower-tier demonic practitioners or hired rogue cultivators. Moreover, this type of task allowed considerable flexibility. Investigating the reasons, bolstering defenses, and calming the populace, all could be expedited or delayed as needed, providing ample leeway for procrastination. Additionally, being distanced from the main battlefield and the core areas of the sect, the environment was relatively isolated, perfectly suiting his desire for discreet cultivation in preparation for breaking through to the 11th level of qi refining. "This shall be my course," Xu Changsheng declared, pointing to the task inscribed on the jade tablet, addressing the attendant of the Wuxiang Hall. "Elder Mu sacrificed for our sect, and his family now suffers. It is my duty to extend my efforts." The attendant appeared somewhat taken aback by Xu Changsheng's choice of this seemingly unprofitable and somewhat ominous task. Yet he refrained from further comment, simply nodding in acknowledgement. "Very well, since you have chosen, please prepare to depart at once. Here is your task token and pertinent information regarding the Mu family." Receiving the token and another jade tablet containing details about the Mu family, Xu Changsheng bid farewell to the attendant and the physician before returning to his cave dwelling. He meticulously perused the information on the Mu family. Nestled at the periphery of the Taiyi immortal sect's influence, the Mu family primarily operated a low-tier spirit herb garden and several small mining sites. Their strength had never been robust, relying heavily on the flawed maintained by Elder Mu Haishan. Now that Mu Haishan had perished, the highest cultivation level remaining within the family was merely that of an accomplished Qi refinement elder and a few late-stage practitioners, rendering the family precarious. This presented a perfect opportunity to distance himself from the sect's turmoil. The Mu family's weakened standing would allow him the autonomy to act independently. Xu Changsheng resolved within himself. This journey, though officially a task, was in truth a means for him to secure a precious span of uninterrupted cultivation time. As for the Mu family's troubles, he perceived them merely as trifling afflictions to be resolved with ease. The true focus remained on his own breakthrough in cultivation. However, upon accepting the task of inspecting the Mu family, Xu Changsheng did not embark immediately. His cautious nature compelled him to return to his cave dwelling to prepare thoroughly, ensuring he had an ample supply of various elixirs and talismans, particularly reinforcing a batch of offensive and defensive talismans for unforeseen circumstances. Subsequently, he returned to Taifang Market, not venturing into the grand commercial establishments, but rather turning into several venerable shops specializing in talismans and magical artifacts. After a thorough selection and haggling, he expended nearly 2,000 spirit stones to acquire a talismanic treasure known as the Heavy Sword. This talisman, with its primitive aesthetic, took the form of a small, earthy-hued stone sword. Once activated, it could transform into a colossal, weighty shadow of a stone sword to strike adversaries with tremendous force, sufficient to threaten cultivators at the initial stage of foundation establishment. However, it could only be utilized 2 or 3 times. The craftsmanship suggested it might be a relic of a fallen practitioner. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Xu Changsheng immediately retrieved a bronze cauldron and placed the heavy sword talisman within. As azure light swirled, half an hour later, he extracted the talisman. Observing that the stone sword's hue had deepened, its earth-based spiritual energy had surged several-fold, and its surface inscriptions had become more intricate and profound, with its usage now astonishingly increased to 5 or 6 times. An additional safeguard had been secured, and Xu Changsheng stored it away with satisfaction. Although this venture appeared to carry minimal risk, the methods of the demonic sect were notoriously cunning. Therefore, additional preparation was never unwarranted. Unbeknownst to Xu Changsheng, a deadly trap had already been silently laid for him. Months prior, when he had countered the assassination attempt by a Blood Fiend sect's Qi Refinement 12th layer assassin infiltrating the sect, he had dealt with the situation decisively. However, he remained unaware that the blood-red token, which recorded the assassin's identity, served not only as a mark of identity, but also contained a remarkably concealed miniature tracking formation. Upon the assassin's demise, the token, devoid of life essence, transmitted its last known location back to the Blood Fiend sect. Although Xu Changsheng managed to dispose of the corpse and most belongings, the final signal emitted by the token pinpointed precisely to the small courtyard he resided in. Thus, the Blood Fiend sect surmised that the target Xu Changsheng was not as straightforward as he appeared, undoubtedly concealing abilities or possessing unique means. They refrained from immediate action, instead dispatching agents adept at stealth and tracking to observe Xu Changsheng from the shadows, biding their time for the opportune moment. Their chance arrived when Xu Changsheng accepted a mission, departing the sect for the relatively remote Mu family estate. This route undeniably presented them with an excellent opportunity to strike. Guided by a flying artifact, Xu Changsheng navigated through the mist-laden mountains. Within half a day of flight, his formidable 70-zhang spiritual awareness keenly detected 3 faint presences trailing him at a consistent distance, exhibiting remarkable stealth. Had it not been for his superior awareness, he might have failed to perceive them. Indeed, he had been targeted. A chill ran through Xu Changsheng's heart, prompting him to heighten his vigilance. Maintaining an outward calm, he continued his flight while subtly altering his course toward a desolate snowy mountain gorge below. The 3 presences promptly followed suit. Upon descending into the gorge, Xu Changsheng swiftly stowed away his flying artifact, feigning a search for a resting place while secretly setting up the flags of the Golden Chain locking formation. Once activated, this formation could instantaneously launch 3 golden chains, ensnaring 3 peak Qi refinement cultivators for the span of 2 breaths. This was an array he had acquired earlier from the Celestial Array Peaks cultivation market and subsequently enhanced with his bronze cauldron. Apart from its initial design for ambushing Lu Mao and Wang Li, he had yet to employ it. As the formation was meticulously arranged, 3 shadowy figures emerged like phantoms from 3 distinct directions, encircling him. The foremost individual, at the pinnacle of the 12th level of Qi refinement, exuded a chilling aura. The second, equally at the 12th level, brandished a blood-red dagger, emanating a disquieting energy. The final figure, at the 11th level of Qi refinement, wielded a shield adorned with a ghastly visage. Xu Changsheng, surrender your storage bag and submit without resistance, and perhaps we may grant you a complete corpse, intoned the leader. A malevolent cultivator at the zenith of his power, his voice cold and assured, clearly having assessed Xu Changsheng's fate. Chapter 98. Annihilation and the Acquisition of the Amulet. The shaky Mu clan. Xu Changsheng's visage turned pale, retreating a step, his voice trembling with feigned bravado. Who are you? I am a disciple of the Taiyi Sect, tasked with a mission from the sect. Do you dare? You shall perish as a disciple of the Taiyi Sect, sneered the malevolent cultivator wielding the blood-red dagger, brandishing it with malevolent glee. To die under the blood-shadowed dagger shall be your fortune. The dagger swelled in the wind, transforming into a twisted shadow of crimson, accompanied by a piercing shriek, hurtling towards Xu Changsheng's heart with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, the other 2 assailants launched their assault, sealing Xu Changsheng's escape. In that critical moment, the panic on Xu Changsheng's face vanished, replaced by an icy calm. He stomped his foot with resolve. Golden light spirit lock formation, arise. Buzz. 3 golden chains, as thick as bowls, erupted from the ground, swiftly ensnaring the legs of the 3 malevolent cultivators with unerring precision. The trio was caught utterly off guard by the preemptive strike and the formation's uncanny swiftness. Their movements faltered, particularly that of the one who had summoned the blood shadow dagger, his spell disrupted, causing his vital energy to surge chaotically. Now is the moment. Xu Changsheng's mind raced as 4 gleaming gung gold flying swords unsheathed with ferocity. In an instant, the Xiaoging gold sword formation took shape, unleashing a torrent of razor-sharp sword qi, not against the 3 adversaries, but fiercely converging upon the now uncontrollable blood shadow dagger. Clang, clang, clang. The resounding clash of metal echoed. Though formidable, the blood shadow dagger, devoid of its master-esque control, could not withstand the lethal assault of the sword formation. With a burst of crimson light, the amulet emitted a mournful cry and was cleaved away, its spiritual brilliance dimming as it lodged into the snow-covered ground afar. Simultaneously, Xu Changsheng flung 3 enhanced fire serpent talismans from his sleeve, hurling them towards the other 2 cultivators, who were desperately struggling against the golden chains. Boom, boom, boom. Flames soared, and the explosive shockwave sent snow flying several yards into the air. The 2 cultivators at the 12th level of Qi refinement, ensnared by the golden chains, were struck fully by the trio of enhanced talismans, their protective spiritual light shattering, and they fell to the ground with anguished cries, grievously wounded. Only the one at the 11th level of Qi refinement managed to barely shield himself with a ghostly shield. Yet he was still rocked by the residual force of the explosion, his vital energy tumultuous. In the fleeting moments that followed, the golden chains dissipated. Yet, the tide of battle had been irrevocably determined. Xu Changsheng would not grant them a moment to recover. The sword formation shifted, cascading like the Milky Way, and swiftly obliterated the 2 severely injured cultivators of the 12th level. The last remaining cultivator at the 11th level, struck by terror, turned to flee. With a disdainful snort, Xu Changsheng extended his finger like a sword, unleashing a meticulously condensed gung gold sword qi that pierced through his back in an instant. The battle commenced swiftly and concluded with even greater haste. Xu Changsheng promptly scoured the battlefield, collecting the storage bags of the 3 individuals and the damaged blood shadow dagger, incinerating the corpses to ashes with a wave of his hand, erasing all traces of the conflict. Seeking refuge in a secluded cave, Xu Changsheng retrieved the blood-red dagger-shaped amulet, the blood shadow dagger. This treasure wields immense power, specifically designed to shatter protective auras with astonishing speed. Had he not been prepared in advance with a combination of sword formations and spirit-locking arrays, he would have found it exceedingly challenging to cope. He once again retrieved the bronze cauldron, placing the blood shadow spike within. A swirling azure light enveloped it, and this time the process took longer. After half an hour, the blood shadow spike was extracted, its crimson hue deepened and enchanting, the tip emanating a chilling radiance that seemed capable of piercing the void, exuding a disconcerting aura. Its usage count had increased from the original 2 or 3 times to 4 or 5. Another lethal weapon had been added to his arsenal, which Xu Changsheng carefully stored away. Although this counterattack had resolved the immediate crisis, he was acutely aware that he had been thoroughly marked by the Bloodfiend sect, and future troubles would be inevitable. After a brief moment of recuperation, he set forth once more, exercising even greater caution. Several days later, Xu Changsheng finally arrived at his destination, the Mu family stronghold nestled within a hilly terrain. The defensive barriers surrounding the Mu estate flickered erratically, clearly indicating a lack of energy supply. The estate was sparsely populated, the atmosphere oppressive, with remnants of battles evident everywhere, painting a picture of desolation. His arrival did not incite much jubilation. The surviving members of the Mu family displayed a mix of numbness and vigilance in their eyes. He understood that the troubles here were likely far more intricate than those described in the mission briefing. Nonetheless, having arrived, he resolved to make himself comfortable. This place might indeed serve as an ideal refuge from the prying eyes of the sect, allowing him to concentrate on reaching the pinnacle of chi refinement. Upon reaching the Mu family stronghold, Xu Changsheng revealed his identity and mission token, leading to an introduction to the current head of the family. An elderly patriarch with white hair and a cultivation level hovering at the peak of chi refinement. Initially, the old patriarch harbored a glimmer of hope upon learning that the visitor was a disciple sent by the Taiyi Sect for inspection. However, upon sensing Xu Changsheng's mere 10th level of chi refinement and discovering his identity as an alchemist, disappointment and resignation were unmistakable in his gaze. The Mu family, currently beset by turmoil and surrounded by formidable foes, desperately required an unparalleled warrior at the peak of chi refinement, or at least a strong ally at the foundation establishment stage to maintain order and instill fear. The arrival of a 10th level alchemist, while a gesture of the sect's goodwill, was ultimately insufficient for their pressing needs. Consequently, the accommodations arranged for Xu Changsheng, while not austere, were hardly lavish. He was placed in a tranquil yet unremarkable guest house, attended by only 2 elderly servants whose respectful demeanor could not conceal their emotional detachment. The provisions provided were of ordinary standards. Xu Changsheng observed all of this with indifference. He had not come to this place for indulgence, and he was unconcerned with the Mu family's disposition. The serene environment was, in fact, more conducive to his endeavors. After 3 or 4 days, a Mu family disciple named Mu Liang, who had been training within the inner sect of the Taiyi Sect, returned to the family after completing his task. Upon hearing about the arrival of a Xu family alchemist sent for inspection, he was astounded. He hurriedly sought out the elder patriarch and the other clan elders, exclaiming, "Patriarch, esteemed elders, are you aware of who this Xu brother is? He is not an ordinary chi refinement disciple. He ranked 5th in this year's inner sect evaluation. He has repelled Foundation establishment demon cultivators head-on at the Rock Fortress. He has stood alone against formidable foes at the Black Mystical Mine. His strength is unfathomable. The sect has dispatched him, signifying immense importance. We must not be negligent in the slightest. What? 5th in the inner sect? He has repelled a demonic cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage." Upon hearing this, the elder patriarch and the clan elders were struck with astonishment, their faces drained of color, and cold sweat instantly beaded upon their brows. Having long resided in a remote corner, their information was limited, and they had hastily assessed the newcomer's value based solely on superficial cultivation. They never anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable young alchemist was, in fact, such a formidable force. Being 5th in the inner sect, what an extraordinary distinction. His future in Foundation establishment is virtually assured, with the potential to even aspire to Golden Core. His prowess undoubtedly far exceeds the level suggested by his apparent cultivation. Chapter 99. Apologies and the illusory formation of Thousand Shadows. An internal saboteur's assassination. Reflecting upon the negligence of the past few days, the assembly was gripped by fear. The elder patriarch, accompanied by several clan elders, hurried to the guest house where Xu Changsheng resided, bowing in trepidation to offer their apologies. "Esteemed envoy Xu, please forgive our transgressions. Our old eyes have failed us, and we have been blind to the greatness before us. We humbly request your understanding for our prior indifference." As they spoke, they presented an array of lavish gifts they had prepared in advance, a storage pouch brimming with spirit stones, several rare century-old spirit herbs from their family collection, and a treasured jade talisman said to slightly enhance one's spiritual awareness. Xu Changsheng regarded the formerly haughty Mu family with a calm demeanor, devoid of any sense of triumph, and replied with indifference, "There is no need for such formality, Patriarch. I am here on a mission to uncover the source of the disturbances, eradicate the malignants, and restore peace among the people. My treatment is of no concern to me." He accepted the precious resources without hesitation, recognizing their value for his cultivation, deeming it unnecessary to decline. However, he flatly rejected the Mu family's proposals for a more opulent residence. That night, perhaps motivated by a desire for atonement or influenced by rumors of certain influential figures' peculiar preferences, the elder patriarch arranged for several meticulously chosen young female cultivators from the clan, all of exquisite beauty and grace, to be discreetly sent to Xu Changsheng's chambers, ostensibly to attend to his rest. Xu Changsheng, engrossed in his study of the crimson essence heart, furrowed his brow at this unexpected intrusion. The young female cultivators, bashful yet alluring, approached him slowly, their fragrant presence wafting through the air. However, before they could draw nearer, a gentle yet irresistible force subtly pushed them back. Without lifting his gaze, Xu Changsheng spoke with an unwavering tone, "Leave." The young women paused, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. "My path does not involve the company of women. Prior to establishing my foundation, I must not allow my essence to leak. I appreciate your kind intentions, please withdraw." His voice remained calm, yet it carried an undeniable authority. The young women, sensing the intangible pressure emanating from him, dared not utter another word. They hastily bowed and exited quietly. As the door closed, silence enveloped the room once more. Xu Changsheng returned his focus to the jade slip, his thoughts undisturbed. While beauty may be tempting, it pales in comparison to the pursuit of longevity, the refining of qi, and the future of establishing his foundation in alchemy. Such carnal desires are trivial in the grand scheme. Preserving his vital essence is paramount to his foundational cultivation, and he would not sacrifice the greater for the lesser at this juncture. Witnessing this, the Mu family held Xu Changsheng in both reverence and fear, no longer daring to exhibit any negligence or ulterior motives. They devoted themselves entirely to assisting his investigations, fervently hoping that this harbinger of calamity could indeed resolve their familial crisis. Xu Changsheng, appreciating the tranquility, commenced a thorough inquiry into the Mu family's assault, simultaneously dedicating greater focus to preparing for the challenge of reaching the 11th level of qi refinement. The relatively secluded environment of the Mu family was perfectly suited to his needs. After settling in, Xu Changsheng did not let the apparent calm lead to complacency. He was acutely aware that the blood fiend sect's pursuit would not cease, and the internal threats within the Mu family had not necessarily been eradicated. To ensure his safety, he concocted an excuse to visit a small, bustling cultivation market located several dozen miles away. In this marketplace, he expended a considerable amount of spiritual stones to acquire a set of moderately high-quality mid-tier illusionary formations. Once deployed, this formation could conjure an environment so realistic that it could deceive the senses, while also effectively blocking divine consciousness from probing, making it a common choice for seclusion and protection. Upon returning to the Mu family residence, he promptly secured his door and retrieved a bronze cauldron. He placed the formation's array plate and core flags into the cauldron and channeled his spiritual energy to its fullest. The cauldron glowed with a cerulean light, humming incessantly. This enhancement took longer than usual, evidently due to the complexities involved in array formations, which required the cauldron to expend more energy. After several hours, a completely revitalized array plate and flags emerged from the cauldron. The runes upon them became exceedingly intricate and arcane, radiating a powerful and obscure wave of spiritual energy. It was the top-tier Thousand Shadows illusionary formation. This formation's power far surpassed that of the illusionary array, capable not only of creating profoundly realistic illusions to bewilder intruders, but also of evolving into numerous lethal phantoms according to the host's intent. It could even, to a certain extent, distort spatial perception, effortlessly trapping cultivators at the 12th layer of qi refinement. Furthermore, its concealment effects were exceptional. Unless one's divine consciousness vastly exceeded that of the array's creator, detection would be nearly impossible. Even a foundational stage cultivator would find it challenging to dismantle. Xu Changsheng felt a surge of joy in his heart and quietly set up this formation in the core area of his residence overnight. Once activated, from the outside, his room appeared entirely normal, even simulating the illusion of him meditating, refining alchemical substances, or crafting talismans, all with a remarkably lifelike aura. However, in reality, His true form had long since concealed itself in a secure area at the core of the formation, utilizing its power. Thus, a month passed without incident. On one silent night, as the world lay still, a shadow, like a specter, stealthily approached Xu Changsheng's residence. This individual seemed intimately familiar with the Mu family's patrol patterns and the layout of Xu Changsheng's abode, effortlessly evading all watchful eyes. The shadow observed from outside the courtyard for a moment, confirming that Xu Changsheng was seated inside in quiet meditation. A glint of ruthlessness and struggle flashed in his eyes, ultimately shrouded by a tinge of crimson. He suddenly struck his storage bag, and a dagger laced with a ghostly blue poison slipped into his grasp. Like a bolt of lightning, he lunged towards Xu Changsheng, who lay upon the bed. The dagger sliced through the air with a sharp sound, descending fiercely. However, the anticipated sensation of flesh tearing did not come. Instead, the dagger seemed to pierce through empty space, as Xu Changsheng's form rippled like water and vanished without a trace. This is bad. It's an illusionary formation. The shadow gasped in realization, knowing he had fallen into a trap, and swiftly attempted to retreat. But it was too late. The surrounding scenery abruptly morphed, no longer resembling the familiar room, plunging him into an infinite chaos of shifting lights and shadows, where countless reflections of Xu Changsheng emerged. Coldly gazing at him, the potent force of spatial distortion rendered him immobile. Thousand Shadows illusionary formation, activate. Xu Changsheng's true form emerged from the core of the formation, expressionless as he regarded the trapped shadow. Upon recognizing the features of his assailant, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. This assassin was none other than Mu Liang, the outer sect disciple who had returned from the Taiyi Sect a month prior, revealing his identity and prompting a significant change in the Mu family's stance. At this moment, Mu Liang's eyes burned a crimson red, his face adorned with bizarre black markings, and an aura of chaotic demonic energy enveloped him, indicating that his mind had been thoroughly ensnared. Indeed, there was a traitor among them, and it was you. Xu Changsheng let out a cold snort, showing no hesitation as he summoned 4 flying swords forged from gung metal. The sword formation swiftly subdued Mu Liang, while numerous seals were unleashed to confine his entire spiritual essence. Once Mu Liang was restrained, Xu Changsheng wasted no time and directly employed the soul-searching secret technique obtained from the demonic cultivator's jade slip, forcefully infiltrating his sea of consciousness with an overwhelming divine sense spanning 70 zhang. Mu Liang emitted a painful howl as fragments of his memories were violently sifted through by Xu Changsheng. Soon, the truth emerged. During a previous mission, Mu Liang had been covertly implanted with a demonic heart seed by a practitioner of the Xian'an demon sect. This secret method subtly influenced his psyche, ultimately granting complete control over him. In his daily demeanor, he appeared no different from an ordinary person, but upon receiving specific instructions, he would transform into an undead soldier. The directive had been received a month prior upon his return to the Mu family, with his target being none other than Xu Changsheng. Chapter 100, The Xian'an Stronghold. Annihilating the invaders. As a form of reparation, through fragments of Mu Liang's memories, Xu Changsheng traced back and pinpointed a secret stronghold of the Xian'an demon sect, concealed within an abandoned mine approximately 100 miles from the Mu clan. There were about a dozen demon cultivators present, the most formidable among them barely reaching the pinnacle of chi refinement, tasked with infiltration and sabotage in the surrounding area. Upon learning of the stronghold's location and capabilities, a cold gleam flickered in Xu Changsheng's eyes, yet he refrained from immediate action. After a moment of contemplation, a sardonic smile crept upon his lips. Why dismantle them entirely? Should I eradicate these individuals, the demon sect might dispatch even more formidable adversaries, possibly even attracting foundational demon cultivators. The current strength of this stronghold is rather insignificant, conveniently under my surveillance, as long as they do not provoke the core members of the Mu clan or impede my cultivation. It would be preferable to allow them to remain alive for the time being. Moreover, this would serve to validate my assertion that the demonic threat in this region has not been eradicated, necessitating my long-term vigilance here. Resolute in his decision, Xu Changsheng swiftly concluded Mu Liang, who had been rendered a fool, and meticulously erased any traces of his actions. Subsequently, he discreetly departed from the Mu clan, making his way to the abandoned mine. Under the condition of maintaining secrecy, he established several exceedingly concealed monitoring formations before returning to the Mu clan. From that point on, Xu Changsheng quietly utilized the resources provided by the Mu clan to diligently cultivate, while simultaneously extending a thread of his consciousness to monitor the movements of the demon sect's stronghold through the surveillance formations. He resolved not to take action unless there were signs of an assassination targeting key members of the Mu clan or large-scale operations. For him, the existence of this stronghold had become the perfect shield, allowing him to delay his tasks and cultivate in peace. With a 2-month deadline, he had only spent 1 month thus far. He had ample time. Why rush? A fortnight passed in tranquility. Xu Changsheng remained reclusive, steadily enhancing his cultivation to the late stage of Qi refinement's 10th level, just a step away from perfection. Aided by the continuous nourishment of the Millennium Soul nurturing jade and the resources from the Mu clan. Most gratifyingly, the 4th layer of the purple Qi observing spirit technique was finally perfected. His range of spiritual awareness surged from 70 zhang to an astonishing 80 zhang. This range was already exceedingly close to the 100 zhang spiritual awareness of an ordinary foundational cultivator, and its refinement and perceptiveness far surpassed that of his peers, providing him with exceptional support in manipulating more complex sword formations and sensing dangers. While solidifying his cultivation, he continued to observe the movements of the Xian'an demon sect stronghold from a distance through the discrete monitoring formations. The agitation and frequent communications among the demon cultivators were well within his grasp. Indeed, it appeared that the Xian'an demon sect had received pressure from their superiors and could no longer tolerate the stagnation of their mission. On one particular day, the monitoring formations alerted him to unusual activity. The majority of the demon cultivators within the stronghold surged forth, splitting into 2 groups. One group consisted of a single individual, at the peak of Qi refinement, making a direct and aggressive approach towards the Mu clan estate, deliberately revealing their presence. Another route was comprised of the remaining 9 demonic cultivators, their powers ranging from the 8th to the 12th level of Qi refinement. They stealthily circled towards the flank of the Mu family, evidently planning to launch a lethal assault once Xu Changsheng was lured away by the first group. A feint? A mere parlor trick. Xu Changsheng opened his eyes at the core of the formation, a hint of derision curling at the corner of his lips. Every action of the adversary was laid bare under the watchful gaze of his 80 zhang divine sense. With a mere thought, the 1,000 shadows illusion formation stirred slightly, conjuring an apparition of himself, filled with mock anger, hastily charging out of his residence to confront the lone, audacious demonic cultivator who had come to provoke him. The demonic cultivator, witnessing Xu Changsheng indeed being drawn out, felt a surge of delight, purposefully retreating while feigning combat, steering Xu Changsheng away from the Mu family. Meanwhile, the true Xu Changsheng, leveraging his far superior divine sense and stealth techniques, had silently advanced to the vicinity of the 9 demonic cultivators poised to strike. Just as these 9 believed they had succeeded, grinning wickedly as they prepared to pounce upon the defenseless Mu estate, an abrupt turn of events occurred. For razor-sharp, silvery sword lights erupted without warning from the nearby woods, instantaneously coalescing into the small gung golden sword array, resembling a colossal wheel of death that violently crashed into the demonic cultivators. Ah, an ambush! The screams were abruptly silenced. The 2 demonic cultivators at the forefront, at the 10th level of Qi refinement, had barely activated their protective talismans before being shredded into fragments by the relentless gung golden sword energies. The remaining 7 cultivators were struck with terror, hastily attempting to form a defensive formation. But how could Xu Changsheng afford them such an opportunity? He appeared like a wraith, his hands already clutching 3 enhanced purple flame talismans, which he ignited in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Enormous fireballs engulfed the demonic cultivator squad, sending them into disarray. Simultaneously, the gung golden sword array unleashed its fury once more, slicing through the chaos with a precision as if imbued with sentience. In mere moments, this elite squad of 9 late-stage Qi refinement cultivators was utterly annihilated under Xu Changsheng's meticulously planned ambush and overwhelming strength. Xu Changsheng deftly collected the spoils of war, erasing traces of blood, and without the slightest pause, transformed into an almost invisible wisp of azure smoke, swiftly returning to pursue the demonic cultivator who was still luring him with illusions. That cultivator, while battling and retreating, was calculating the time, when suddenly he sensed a chilling, sharp aura approaching from behind. He turned in horror, only to find 4 swords brimming with murderous intent already at his side. How could this be? His final thought was filled with disbelief. In a flash, the sword light struck, and his head fell. Xu Changsheng collected the cultivator's storage bag and head, not sparing a glance at the still performing illusion, before turning to charge into the now chaotic Mu estate. At this moment, the Mu family was in disarray, as most of their combat power was drawn to the battle with the late-stage Qi refinement cultivator and the illusion. while the flank was further disturbed by the brief but intense fluctuations of battle. Seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil, Xu Changsheng, utilizing his 80 Zhang divine sense and stealth techniques, effortlessly infiltrated the Mu family's treasury and the secret chambers of several elders. He did not demand excessively. He merely selected 3 exceptionally potent medicinal herbs, each aged 500 years, a small box of iron essence, and over 2,000 inferior spirit stones. Initially, they had treated him with disdain, and thus, he considered this a fitting compensation. Xu Changsheng felt no burden in his heart. In the realm of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevails. The Mu family had previously underestimated him. Now, as he took decisive action to quell the threat of annihilation, it was only natural for him to claim some recompense. After completing these tasks, he revealed himself, holding aloft the severed head of the formidable demonic cultivator, descending upon the Mu family plaza like a deity of war. At this moment, news of the complete annihilation of the surrounding demonic cultivators began to spread. The members of the Mu family, witnessing the grotesque head in Xu Changsheng's grasp and feeling the profound spiritual pressure and murderous intent emanating from him, were filled with awe and trepidation, kneeling before him, exclaiming, "We thank you, noble envoy, for your life-saving grace." Chapter 101. Task completed, Princess of Zhao. A shield? Xu Changsheng cast a detached glance over the devastation wrought upon the Mu family, where the casualties were grievous, yet his heart stirred with little emotion. He hurled the severed head of the demon cultivator onto the ground and addressed the trembling elder of the clan, stating, "The leading demon has been vanquished, and the remnants have been subdued. The scourge of demons in this place has been eradicated. You may fend for yourselves." With that, he disregarded the Mu family's expressions of gratitude and pleas for retention, rising instead to transform into a beam of light that departed from the chaotic stronghold of the Mu family. With the task accomplished and threats neutralized, he had also seized numerous benefits and seized the opportunity to practice his sword formations, making it a multifaceted triumph. It was time to return to the sect to report the mission's conclusion and prepare for his upcoming seclusion and breakthrough. The 11th level of Qi refinement beckoned not far ahead. Upon returning to the Taiyi Immortal Sect, Xu Changsheng proceeded directly to the Hall of All Phenomena to report on the Mu family's mission. The process unfolded smoothly, with the severed head of the fully realized demon cultivator serving as the finest testament. The sect promptly rewarded him with contribution points for the mission and, acknowledging his recently healed injuries, granted him a month to recuperate, a boon he had long desired. He sensed that the liquid spirit lake within his dantian had reached a state of saturation, with surging spiritual energy incessantly battering against the barriers. The opportunity to break through to the 11th level of Qi refinement was imminent. He intended to utilize this month to gather his strength and achieve the breakthrough. However, as the trees desire tranquility, the winds do not cease. After only a few days of stability upon returning to the sect, the enthusiastic Elder Ma once again arrived at his cave dwelling. Xu Changsheng furrowed his brow, anticipating that the elder had come to plead on behalf of the Ma family's woman and had already prepared words of excuse. To his surprise, Elder Ma appeared with a beaming smile, not mentioning the Ma family maiden, but rather, shifting his tone to one of warmth, he declared, "Changsheng, I must admit my previous oversight. Given your current standing as the 5th in the inner sect, your prospects are boundless. The Ma Xiandai truly does not match your caliber." Xu Changsheng maintained his composure, replying, "You flatter me, Elder." Elder Ma stroked his beard and chuckled. "I come bearing tidings of a genuine match. Are you aware of the renowned 3rd princess of Zhao, Zhao Nishang? Zhao Nishang." Xu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed heard of her. It was said that her beauty was unparalleled, her talents exceptional, possessing both water and with spiritual roots. She was currently cultivating within the inner sect of the Taiyi Immortal Sect, seemingly under the tutelage of a certain golden core elder, intended to remain quite low-key. Precisely. Elder Ma's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Not only is Princess Nishang gifted in beauty and talent, but she is also remarkably gentle and cultured. Word from the royal court suggests they are seeking a suitor for the princess. Upon hearing this news, you were the first to come to my mind. You are of similar age, both exceptional disciples of the sect, truly a match made in heaven. Doubt began to creep into Xu Changsheng's mind. In the eyes of the Taiyi Immortal Sect, the Zhao royal family was, in truth, not particularly significant. Although there were a few foundation establishment cultivators stationed there, their overall strength was inferior to that of a somewhat stronger cultivation family within the sect. A royal princess, even in marriage, would most likely be paired with disciples from other major sects or formidable figures within the royal family. How could they suddenly fix their gaze upon a mere inner sect disciple with no notable background? Moreover, Zhao Nishang possesses exceptional qualities and comes from an illustrious lineage. Why would she require an intermediary like Elder Ma to propose a match? The intricate web of relationships behind this matter intertwines the royal family with various sects and the myriad of interests among the domestic cultivation factions. It is far more complicated than a mere matrimonial arrangement. This situation is indeed suspicious. Xu Changsheng feigned a suitable expression of surprise and hesitation, pondering aloud, "Elder, your kindness overwhelms me, and I am deeply grateful. I have indeed heard of Princess Nishang's esteemed name, and she would make an admirable match. However, my current cultivation is still lacking, and given the sect's pressing need for manpower, my sole focus is on diligent practice to establish a solid foundation, so as to better serve the sect. I truly cannot afford to be distracted by romantic entanglements. I fear I may disappoint both the elder and the royal family's goodwill." He subtly reiterated his dedication to the sect and his commitment to cultivation as a means of declining the proposal. Elder Ma's smile faltered slightly, a flicker of barely concealed agitation crossing his eyes, but he quickly masked it, chuckling, No matter. Changsheng, your aspirations are commendable, and I admire your resolve. Yet, it would be a pity to let such a fortuitous match slip away. The royal family is merely gauging interest. There is no urgency. Please take your time to reconsider. If you change your mind, feel free to seek me out at any moment." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Elder Ma took his leave, though his departure appeared more hurried than before. Once Elder Ma had departed, Xu Changsheng returned to his cave dwelling, his expression settling into a calm demeanor. When circumstances appear unusual, there is often something amiss. Elder Ma's repeated matchmaking efforts, jumping from a family junior to a royal princess, were inherently strange. Why had Zhao Nishang suddenly sought contact with him? Was it at the behest of the royal family, or was it her own desire? Or perhaps it was the influence of her master, a golden core cultivator? There must be some hidden exchange of interests or clandestine schemes at play that he did not comprehend. Though he seemed to be thriving, ranked 5th in the inner sect with commendable combat prowess, he might merely be viewed as a pawn worth investing in or exploiting by those in true power. Do they wish to drag me into murky waters? Xu Changsheng scoffed inwardly. He had no desire to partake in their power games. His aim remained steadfast, the path of longevity, free and unrestrained. Any potential hindrance to his cultivation or entanglement in troublesome affairs must be avoided. Thus, Elder Ma's unusual overtures of matchmaking compelled Xu Changsheng to remain vigilant. Having gained some influence within the sect, he discreetly spent a few spirit stones and soon gathered some intelligence. It turned out that the battle between righteousness and evil not only affected the cultivation realm, but also had a profound impact on the mortal court of the Zhao kingdom, resulting in a tumultuous situation. In a bid to solidify their rule, the royal family was eager to seek stronger support from the immortal sects, and marriage alliances became a common strategy. A son of a golden core elder from the 100 Puppet sect had set his sights on the third princess, Zhao Nishang, and the court was inclined to agree to this union. However, it seemed that Zhao Nishang herself was reluctant to marry into the 100 Puppet sect. Consequently, through some unknown means, she approached Elder Ma, who had connections with various parties, hoping to find a more suitable candidate within the sect, thus providing a pretext to decline the match with the 100 Puppet sect. Recently, the seemingly promising yet unremarkable Xu Changsheng has caught her attention as he boldly approached her. Upon learning the circumstances, Xu Changsheng found himself in a rather ironic situation. This was not a conspiracy, but rather a calculated move for self-preservation, seeking to use him as a shield. Nevertheless, Xu Changsheng harbored no desire to become entangled in the intricate marriage negotiations between the royal family and the sections. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to forego the intermediary communications through Elder Ma and instead confront Princess Zhao Nishang directly to clarify his stance. Chapter 102. The Mountain and Water Pavilion, a Heart of Iron. Cultivating Qi at the 11th level. Xu Changsheng, through an acquaintance among the attendants, sent a brief letter to Zhao Nishang, inviting her to meet at the elegant Mountain and Water Pavilion in Taiyi Square. On the afternoon of the third day, at the Mountain and Water Pavilion's private room, Zhao Nishang arrived as promised. She wore a delicate lavender palace gown, her figure graceful and her beauty truly exceptional. Her skin was like jade, and her demeanor exuded a noble aura with a hint of the ethereal charm characteristic of a cultivator. A faint spiritual pressure surrounded her, revealing her cultivation at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Senior Su, I have long admired you, Zhao Nishang said, nodding slightly, her voice melodious and her manners poised. Princess Nishang, it is a pleasure to meet you, Xu Changsheng replied with a respectful gesture, his expression calm. After exchanging pleasantries for a few moments, Xu Changsheng decided to be straightforward. He said, "Your Highness, I am a person of direct nature, so I shall speak candidly. Elder Ma recently mentioned to me the matter of forming a bond. I am quite puzzled as to why you, a princess whom I have never met before, would choose a disciple like me, who possesses merely a mixed elemental root. It is known that my path is fraught with difficulties, and my future in foundation establishment remains uncertain, making me an unsuitable match." Upon hearing this, Zhao Nishang's beautiful eyes reflected a hint of surprise, seemingly not anticipating Xu Changsheng's forthrightness. She gently set down her teacup, pondered for a moment, and replied with sincerity, "Senior Xu, your directness is refreshing, and I shall not conceal my thoughts. While innate spiritual roots are fundamental, they are not the sole criterion for my choice of companion. I place greater importance on character and willpower." She gazed at Xu Changsheng, her eyes clear as she continued. "You have bravely taken charge in the Black Xian Mine crisis, maintaining order amid treachery. You fought valiantly at the Panchir Fortress, facing foundation-building demons without retreat. And you confronted the demonic threat alone at the Mu clan, protecting the region. Your actions have been marked by integrity and courage, and your reputation within the sect precedes you. I have long held you in high regard. As for the matter of the mixed elemental roots," she smiled faintly, a mix of bittersweet sincerity gracing her features, "to achieve a top 5 finish in the inter-sect competition with such qualifications, and to progress at a pace that surpasses many disciples with dual roots, surely, if you were without exceptional qualities, you could not have arrived at this point. What I admire is your indomitable spirit, your ability to forge ahead through adversity. Compared to those who rely solely on family and talent, it is individuals like you who truly capture my admiration." Xu Changsheng listened quietly, compelled to acknowledge that this third princess spoke with earnestness, keen observation, and an eloquence that highlighted his strengths while being candid about her own considerations. It was indeed endearing. The two then exchanged insights on cultivation experiences and anecdotes from the sect, discovering a surprising resonance in many of their views, leading to a warm atmosphere in their conversation. However, Xu Changsheng's resolve remained steadfast, unshaken by the congeniality of their exchange. After a long contemplation, he finally spoke earnestly, "Your Highness, I am moved by your honesty. You possess exceptional talent and grace. I too feel that our meeting is fortuitous. However, the matter of a partner in the Tao pertains to the path of destiny and is not to be taken lightly. My heart is currently devoted to the Tao, leaving me no time to entertain other concerns, and my future remains uncertain, which may hinder your own path. I request your understanding as I carefully consider this matter." Upon hearing his words, Zhao Nichang's bright eyes flickered with a palpable disappointment. However, her upbringing was impeccable, and she did not linger or lose her composure. Instead, she gently nodded, her tone remaining gracious. "Nikhang understands. This matter was indeed abrupt on my part. I admire my senior brother's aspirations towards the great path. Regardless of how you ultimately decide, I shall understand. It is already a fortunate event to converse with you today." After a brief exchange, Zhao Nikhang rose to take her leave. Her silhouette, though still elegant, inevitably carried a hint of melancholy as she departed. Watching her retreating figure, Xu Changsheng exhaled softly. To be fair, this third princess left quite an impression on him. Her beauty, talent, temperament, and eloquence were all exceptional, and her plight evoked sympathy. Were he an ordinary cultivator, he might have been swayed. Yet, he was acutely aware of the multitude of secrets he harbored, the arduous and perilous path ahead, and the desire to remain unentangled in any intricate power struggles. The depths of the Zhao royal family were far too treacherous for a prudent choice. His past experiences had taught him not to place his trust easily in anyone, especially in seemingly fortuitous fate. Xu Changsheng silently vowed, his gaze regaining clarity and determination. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, he immersed himself once more in his cultivation, making a final push to break through to the 11th layer of qi refinement. Perhaps due to Zhao Nichang's prior instructions, Elder Ma indeed refrained from broaching the subject in the following days, allowing Xu Changsheng a period of tranquility during this phase of recuperation. Over the course of more than half a month, time slipped by unnoticed amid his focused cultivation. Within the cave, the spiritual energy surged like a tide, continuously flowing into Xu Changsheng's body, being efficiently refined, compressed, and integrated into his nearly saturated dantian through the simultaneous operation of the 3 techniques: Taiyi nourishing qi art, Qingmu longevity technique, and Gongjin sword technique. At last, a quantitative change sparked a qualitative transformation. In a certain moment, a resounding boom erupted from his dantian, the scope of his spiritual lake suddenly expanding. the liquefied spiritual power becoming more refined and pure, coursing with a terrifying force. The 11th layer of Qi refinement, achieved. Xu Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, a brilliant light shimmering within them, his aura significantly stronger than when he had been at the 10th layer. He meticulously contemplated this breakthrough, his consciousness advancing alongside his cultivation. The Ziki observing spirit technique further enhancing its range from 80 to 85 zhang, drawing ever closer to the 100 zhang threshold of foundational cultivators. What pleased him even more was that, due to his simultaneous practice of 3 exceptional techniques, each with its own strengths, his spiritual power surpassed that of his peers. In terms of both total amount and purity, he was already comparable to the peak of ordinary 12th layer Qi refinement cultivators. Moreover, with his exceptionally expansive 85 zhang consciousness, the rudimentary mastery of the small Gungjin sword array, numerous enhanced talismans, magical treasures, the heavy sword and blood shadow dagger, and the protective support of the Millennium soul-nurturing jade. His overall strength had transcended the realm of Qi refinement, enabling him to engage effectively with weaker foundational cultivators. After solidifying his realm for several days and fully acclimating to his surging power, Xu Changsheng recalled the matter and set out once more towards the Broken Blade Peak. The residence of Chun Wufeng atop the peak remained as desolate as ever. The wound at his severed arm had long since healed, yet the lost limb could never regenerate. Moreover, afflicted by the poison of decay, his cultivation had regressed to the Qi refinement stage, leaving his foundational Dao severely compromised. The prospect of rebuilding it seemed as daunting as climbing to the heavens. At this moment, Chun Wufeng appeared even more despondent than during their last encounter. A shroud of inexpressible melancholy enveloping his brow, and the once razor-sharp gleam in his eyes had dulled considerably. The brutal realities of war and his own physical incapacitation had evidently dealt a crushing blow to this former prodigy. When Xu Changsheng stepped into the courtyard, Chun Wufeng merely lifted his eyelids, his voice hoarse as he uttered, "You have arrived." However, upon instinctively sensing the unabashed and significantly more formidable spiritual pressure emanating from Xu Changsheng than during their previous meeting, a spark of brilliance ignited in his dimmed eyes. A rare expression of astonishment and genuine joy graced his features as he exclaimed, 11th layer of Qi refinement. You have broken through again? Chapter 103. A reunion of old friends, Su Xiu's request. Exorcising demons from Qingsang City. Xu Changsheng settled into a seat across from him, nodding slightly. Fortune has favored me with some progress. Good, good. Chun Wufeng exclaimed twice, striking the stone table with his one strong arm. I knew you were no ordinary fellow. To cultivate a 5-element spiritual root to such a level is rare indeed throughout history. It seems that the realm of Qi refinement is not mere fantasy. He was genuinely elated for Xu Changsheng. With his own path nearly severed, witnessing his brother, with whom he had shared life and death, continually break through brought him a semblance of solace. Xu Changsheng gazed at Chen's empty left sleeve, feeling a swell of emotion within. He spoke solemnly, Brother Chun, your sacrifice will not be in vain. The venom of that blood fiend's demonic corpse, the vendetta for your severed arm. If fate allows, I shall personally venture to the blood fiend sect and slay the demon cultivator who harmed you, to reclaim this debt. His voice, though not loud, resonated with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing this, Chun Wufeng trembled slightly, a complex expression crossing his face, pain, hatred, and a hint of a long-lost warmth. After a moment of silence, he sighed heavily and shook his head, ultimately lifting a nearby wine jar and taking a deep swig, rasping, Your heart is appreciated. But the blood fiend sect is not an adversary to be trifled with. Focus on your own well-being first, survive and grow stronger. He did not utter thanks. Yet this bond was indelibly etched in their hearts. As they sat facing each other, they consumed several cups of insipid wine, discussing the recent happenings of their sect and news from the front lines. The atmosphere was laden with gravity, yet tinged with a rare sense of mutual understanding. Upon departing from the Broken Blade Peak, Xu Changsheng's mood was far from light. Chun Wufeng's current plight further solidified his resolve to pursue greater strength. Only with absolute power could one navigate this chaotic world and avoid the pitfalls of the past. Not long after returning to the tranquil courtyard of Spirit Herb Peak from the oppressive ambience of Broken Blade Peak, Xu Changsheng sensed a familiar disturbance outside. Upon opening the ward, he beheld his friend Xu Xiu from the Alchemy Peak, standing outside with a face full of urgency. Brother Xu, you have finally emerged, Xu Xiu exclaimed, as if seizing a lifeline. There has been trouble in my family. Xu Changsheng invited him into the courtyard. Do not rush, junior brother Xu. Speak slowly. What has caused such alarm? Taking a moment to steady his breath, Xu Xiu spoke rapidly. I have just received an urgent message from my family. Our clan's Changsheng City has recently been besieged by small groups of demon cultivators. Although our family's protective array remains intact, several clan members have suffered casualties, and several properties outside the city have been nearly destroyed. The elders suspect that there may be demon cultivators targeting a treasured heirloom of the Xu family. His face bore a grave expression. With our sect's personnel stretched thin, we cannot dispatch strong reinforcements. After much consideration, among the friends I know, you, Brother Xu, possess the greatest strength and resources. Thus, I implore you to accompany me back to my family to help eliminate those demon cultivators. The family will surely reward you handsomely. Seemingly fearing Xu Changsheng's refusal, Xu Xiu hastily added, Rest assured, I shall not let you make the trip in vain. I shall promptly issue a mission in the name of the Xu family to the Wanxiang Hall, designating you, my esteemed senior brother, as the one to undertake it. In doing so, you will not only earn contributions and rewards from the sect, but also, upon the completion of the task, be entitled to a period of respite in accordance with our customs, thus avoiding immediate deployment elsewhere. Xu Changsheng pondered upon these words. Xu Xiu was of a commendable disposition. Their acquaintance, having blossomed from humble beginnings, had fostered a solid camaraderie. Now, with his family facing adversity and seeking his assistance, it seemed both reasonable and just to acquiesce. Furthermore, the proposal put forth by Xu Xiu was indeed meticulous. By approaching the task in this manner, it would be legitimate, rewarding, and would afford him the precious time he desired for cultivation and breakthroughs, aligning perfectly with his current wish to refrain from being dispatched to the front lines. The distance to Changsheng City was not excessively far, and the risks appeared manageable. Even in the presence of formidable foes, given his current prowess, escape should pose little difficulty. After a moment's contemplation, Xu Changsheng nodded. There is no need for such formality, junior brother Xu. We have known each other for years, with your family in distress. It is only right that I lend my aid. I shall accept this mission. Xu Xiu was overjoyed, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you. Such a great kindness cannot be expressed in words. I shall proceed to the Wanxiang Hall to issue the task immediately. With remarkable swiftness, Xu Xiu completed the necessary arrangements the following day. Xu Changsheng made his way to the Wanxiang Hall and successfully accepted the mission to eradicate the demonic cultivators near Changsheng City, a task that promised substantial rewards, including spiritual stones and some treasured refining materials from the Xu family's collection. To ensure absolute success, Xu Xiu leveraged his connections to invite 3 familiar inner disciples to join their ranks, 2 at the 10th level of Qi refinement and 1 at the 11th, all of whom possessed notable capabilities. Thus, a party of 5 embarked on a sect transport vessel, departing from the Taiyi Sect and swiftly heading towards Changsheng City. Aboard the vessel, Xu Xiu elaborated on the circumstances surrounding the Xu family in Changsheng City, as well as the information gathered regarding the demonic cultivators. The assailants were few in number but shrouded in mystery, exhibiting ruthless tactics and predominantly at the mid to late stages of Qi refinement. With a suspected leader surpassing the 10th level, Xu Changsheng listened intently, his heart remaining largely unperturbed. Provided that no Foundation establishment demonic cultivators emerged, these adversaries posed little threat to him. His thoughts were more consumed with strategizing how to utilize the respite following the mission to swiftly strive for the 12th level of Qi refinement and prepare for his journey to the Wudao Cliff. Days later, the vessel arrived at Changsheng City, a moderately sized cultivation city where the Xu family was one of the principal clans. At this moment, Changsheng City had evidently heightened its defenses. Runes flickered upon the city walls, and patrols moved about frequently, imbuing the atmosphere with a palpable tension. The head of the Xu family, an elder who had attained the pinnacle of Qi refinement, personally led a contingent to greet them, expressing heartfelt gratitude for Xu Changsheng and his companion's arrival, especially honoring Xu Changsheng, the 5th-ranked expert of the inner sect, with exceptional courtesy. Once they were settled, Xu Changsheng requested to inspect the specific locations of the demonic activities and any traces left behind. His formidable 85 Zhang divine sense unfurled discreetly, meticulously sensing the faint remnants of demonic aura lingering within the city. It appears that one must take the initiative to uncover these elusive vermin. A glint of cold light flickered in Xu Changsheng's eyes. Had it been anyone else, he might have opted to delay, much like the Mu family. However, the Xu family is a close ally, and the longer the delay, the greater the casualties. Thus, prompt action is imperative. The operation to cleanse the area near Changsheng City, associated with the Xu family, proceeded remarkably smoothly. The rogue demon cultivators were predominantly mere scattered soldiers in the latter stages of qi refinement, utterly exposed under Xu Changsheng's expansive consciousness, which reached an impressive 85 zhang. Often, before the adversaries even realized, the fierce golden sword array would descend from above, or several enhanced purple flame talismans and fire serpent talismans would come crashing down upon them. The battles were overwhelmingly one-sided, a sheer display of dominance. Chapter 104. Ambushed on the return journey, counterattack and foundation establishment. A sensation in the sect. Xu Changsheng, without the need to employ talismans, effortlessly dispatched several factions of demonic cultivators using merely his sword formation and talismans. The terrifying prowess he displayed, coupled with his precise grasp of battle opportunities and seemingly inexhaustible supply of high-quality talismans, left his companions Su Xiao and 3 other inner sect disciples in sheer astonishment and deep admiration. Brother Su, your strength likely surpasses that of many at the 12th level of qi refinement, exclaimed Su Xiao. That sword formation is truly formidable. And how can those talismans possess such immense power? Su Xiao felt a swell of pride and a sense of security, convinced that the family crisis would surely be resolved. In just 10 days, the visible demonic forces around Qingsang City were eradicated. The Su family expressed their profound gratitude, bestowing generous rewards. With their mission accomplished, the group relaxed as they boarded the flying vessel to return to the sect. However, as the vessel was on the verge of entering the territory of Taiyi Sect, an unforeseen calamity struck. A blood-red pillar of light erupted from the forest below without warning. A massive blood-red rune was instantaneously imprinted in the void, emanating a powerful binding force that caused the vessel to come to an abrupt halt, as if ensnared in a quagmire, utterly immobile. This is bad. We are ambushed. The disciple piloting the vessel shouted in horror. Before he could finish, an oppressive aura descended upon them like a mountain. A blood-red figure shot up from the dense forest below, moving at a speed too swift for the naked eye to perceive. A Foundation Establishment stage demonic cultivator. At the pinnacle of early Foundation Establishment, the demon's countenance was sinister, garbed in the attire of the Blood Fiend sect, with eyes glinting with cruelty and mockery. Its target unmistakably aimed at Xu Changsheng. Little beast, you have slain my Blood Fiend sect disciples and thwarted our schemes. Today shall mark your demise. Clearly, the Blood Fiend sect's pursuit of Xu Changsheng had never ceased, even going so far as to dispatch a Foundation Establishment cultivator to meticulously lay a trap here, waiting for him to lower his guard on his return journey after completing his task, ready to launch a lethal strike. Su Xiao and the others aboard the vessel were pallid with fear, trembling uncontrollably, nearly unable to breathe, their hearts laden with despair. The chasm between Foundation Establishment and qi refinement was vast. Faced with this sudden and lethal predicament, Xu Changsheng's pupils constricted, his heart raced. But the trials of life and death had forged his composure. With no path to evade, he resolved to fight. With a fierce roar, he unleashed his liquid spiritual power without reservation at the 11th level of qi refinement. The techniques of Taiyi Qi Nourishing Art, Qingmu Longevity Technique, and Gungjin Sword Art all operated at their utmost, his formidable spiritual energy far exceeding that of ordinary qi refinement cultivators. Little Gungjin, Sword Formation. Arise. 4 Gungjin flying swords emitted a deafening cry, transforming into a resplendent silver sword wheel, boldly confronting the incoming Foundation Establishment demon. Simultaneously, he flung his sleeves, unleashing a plethora of reinforced talismans, purple flame talismans, fire serpent talismans, and even several Insha talismans acquired from demonic cultivators, like they were of no cost, instantly creating a raging torrent of spells in an attempt to thwart the opponent's assault. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. With a sinister laugh, the foundational magic cultivator flicked his finger, effortlessly tearing through the torrent of talismans with a crimson flash. He then struck out with a palm, causing a colossal blood-red imprint to crash violently against the Gungjin sword array. Boom! The sword array trembled violently, silver light scattering as 4 flying swords wailed and retreated. Xu Changsheng felt as though he had been struck hard. A sweet taste filled his throat, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The casual strike of this foundational cultivator possessed a terrifying might. How many can you withstand? The foundational magic cultivator swiftly moved again, his fingers curling into claws, aiming directly for Xu Changsheng's crown. The claw wind was fierce, imbued with a malevolent aura capable of corroding the soul. At the brink of life and death, a flicker of madness and determination ignited in Xu Changsheng's eyes. He suddenly slapped his storage bag, the heavy sword talisman, the earthy talisman, enhanced by a bronze cauldron, suddenly illuminated, transforming into an immensely solid colossal stone sword phantom, imbued with the weight of vast mountains, descending upon the foundational magic cultivator. A talisman. The foundational magic cultivator's expression shifted slightly, clearly unprepared for such a trump card from his opponent. Not daring to delay, he summoned a blood-red bone shield to defend. Boom! The stone sword phantom collided violently with the bone shield, producing a thunderous roar. The shockwave rolled forth, flattening a large swath of the forest below. Cracks spread across the blood-red bone shield, and the foundational magic cultivator was jolted, his vital energy surging, retreating several steps. Now is the moment. Xu Changsheng gritted his teeth against the searing pain in his meridians, swallowing a handful of enhanced recovery pills, and frantically urged his consciousness. Blood Shadow Piercer. Go. Another stream of crimson light shot forth, this being the enhanced talisman specifically designed to pierce through protective spiritual light. Its speed was akin to lightning, directly targeting the flaw exposed by the foundational magic cultivator while defending against the heavy sword talisman. What? More. The foundational magic cultivator's face paled in horror, and in his hurried attempt to evade, it was already too late. The blood shadow piercer accurately pierced through his protective spiritual light. Although it failed to inflict a fatal wound, it caused him to momentarily falter, his spiritual energy momentarily disrupted. Now is the time. The sword array unites. Flash. Xu Changsheng coughed up blood, pouring all his spiritual energy and consciousness into the 4 flying Gungjin swords that had just retreated. The 4 swords hummed, merging in an instant to form an immensely refined, gigantic silver sword of light, seemingly capable of severing anything. Embodying his unwavering will to advance and the entire murderous intent of the little Gungjin sword array, it was ruthlessly slashed down upon the foundational magic cultivator, who was momentarily dazed, his old strength waning while new strength had yet to arise. No. Terror finally surfaced in the eyes of the foundational magic cultivator as he desperately urged his spiritual energy to defend. But it was too late. The silver sword of light effortlessly sliced through his hastily gathered blood-red spiritual light, cleaving down from above his head. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The foundational magic cultivator's movements froze, his expression of terror solidifying. A fine line of blood appeared at his brow, rapidly spreading downward. In the next instant, his body was cleaved neatly in two, blood and innards spilling into the air. The foundational magic cultivator had fallen. Upon the flying vessel, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Su Xiao and the 3 other disciples stared, dumbfounded, at the unfolding spectacle, as if petrified, their minds blank. The audacity of a chi refining cultivator conquering a foundational stage cultivator. This is nothing short of a myth. Xu Changsheng swayed precariously, his complexion as pale as parchment, hastily swallowing several healing elixirs to regain his composure. He swiftly gathered all his magical instruments, talismans, and the storage pouch of the foundational magic cultivator, then conjured a fireball to erase any traces of the scene. As the flying vessel returned to the Taiyi Sect bearing this astonishing news, the entire sect was left in shock. A chi refining disciple slaying a foundational magic cultivator. What an extraordinary achievement. Even though that foundational cultivator was merely in the initial stage and somewhat underestimated his opponent, the distinction of being foundational is undeniable. The levels of existence are fundamentally different. The news spread like a tempest across the peaks, and Xu Changsheng's name was thrust once more into the limelight. This time, it was no longer a mere 5th place in the inner sect, but truly a narrative imbued with legendary significance. Chapter 105. The Master Takes a Disciple, the Registered Apprentice. The Secrets of the Taiyi Sect. Harnessing Qi to defy the Foundation. The combat prowess of this young man is truly formidable. How could the Gungjin sword formation possess such might? Moreover, his talismans seem inexhaustible. It appears that the previous victory over the Foundation Establishment Demon Cultivator was no mere stroke of luck. The higher echelons of the sect have been stirred and are treating this matter with the utmost seriousness. After verifying the relics of the Foundation Establishment Demon Cultivator and the testimonies of Xu Changsheng and others, the sect has once again bestowed great rewards upon Xu Changsheng, granting him the title of Taiyi Hero. In no time, Xu Changsheng's reputation soared, becoming an unparalleled legend among the Qi refinement disciples of the Taiyi Sect. However, after completing his mission and receiving his rewards, Xu Changsheng immediately returned to his cave abode to recuperate. Although he emerged victorious in battle, he had exhausted all his trump cards, suffered immense energy depletion, and sustained significant internal injuries, necessitating urgent recovery. Through this battle, he gained a clearer understanding of the limits and inadequacies of his own strength. The power of the Foundation establishment cultivators far exceeded his expectations. Had the opponent not underestimated him, and had he not possessed numerous hidden cards and fought with desperation, victory would have been unattainable. Nonetheless, the repercussions of defying the Foundation establishment far surpassed Xu Changsheng's anticipations. Merely 2 days after returning to his residence on Lingyao Peak, he received a summons from the Peak Master, Wang Mu. Upon re-entering the Grand Hall of Lingyao Peak, the look in Wang Mu's eyes had drastically changed, filled with awe and unabashed admiration. "Changsheng, you truly bring me surprise every time we meet." Wang Mu sighed, stroking his beard, his tone imbued with emotion. "To slay a Foundation establishment cultivator in chi refinement is a feat I have never accomplished in my youth. Your temperament, strength, and fortuity are all of the highest caliber." His gaze fixed intently upon Xu Changsheng, his tone turned solemn. "Changsheng, do you wish to become my disciple, albeit as a registered apprentice for now? Upon your successful establishment of Foundation, I shall formally accept you as my direct disciple and impart all my knowledge to you. Our Lingyao Peak is richly endowed with resources, and our alchemical lineage is among the pinnacle of the sect. You shall not be wronged." Xu Changsheng felt a stir within. With his status as fifth among the inner disciples, he was already qualified to join the ranks of the Golden Core disciples as a registered apprentice. However, due to his mediocre aptitude, being of mixed spiritual roots, no Golden Core master had approached him to take him as a disciple. This time, due to his astonishing achievements, even his mixed roots had managed to impress Wang Mu, a genuine Golden Core master. Moreover, Wang Mu was a formidable late-stage Golden Core expert, among the upper echelons of the Golden Core masters in the Taiyi Sect, and presided over Lingyao Peak, enjoying a prestigious status and abundant resources. Taking him as a mentor would not only provide a powerful ally, but also grant Xu Changsheng a continuous supply of alchemical resources and guidance, benefiting his future cultivation immensely. Without further hesitation, Xu Changsheng bowed respectfully and said, "Disciple Xu Changsheng wishes to become your apprentice, Peak Master. I bow to you, my esteemed master." "Excellent, excellent, excellent," Wang Mu exclaimed with delight, laughing heartily and repeating his affirmation thrice. "From this day forth, you shall be my registered disciple. I hope you will diligently cultivate and establish your foundation soon, officially entering my fold." As he spoke, he produced 2 items and presented them to Xu Changsheng. A slender flying sword, radiating an ethereal azure light, possesses a nimbleness that seems to embody the essence of the wind. This exquisite artifact, known as the Feather Void Sword, boasts remarkable swiftness and agility, thus bestowing upon you a means of self-defense. He then presents a jade slip, which contains the complete methodology of the Taiyi Chi nurturing technique. Having already mastered the foundational practices of our sect, transitioning to this technique should pose no obstacles. This technique is one of the fundamental transmissions of our sect, embodying balance and tranquility, and serves as a robust foundation that will greatly benefit your future foundational establishment. Xu Changsheng respectfully accepts the items, yet a flicker of thought stirs within him. The Feather Void Sword is indeed a masterpiece, but as for the Taiyi Chi nurturing technique, he has already acquired its complete version through the enhancement of his foundational Chi exercise, possibly even surpassing the one granted by Wang Mu in its intricacy. Nevertheless, he maintains a composed demeanor and expresses his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master, for your generous bestowal." Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Xu Changsheng first takes up the jade slip containing Wang Mu's Taiyi Chi nurturing technique, immersing his consciousness within to scrutinize its contents. Indeed, compared to the version he previously enhanced with the small cauldron, the core principles and operational pathways during the Chi refining stage are broadly aligned, yet numerous subtle distinctions remain. The version bestowed by Wang Mu appears to be a standard edition, refined by the esteemed predecessors of the sect for communal practice, while the one derived from the small cauldron leans towards an ancient, primal, yet flawlessly direct essence. Given their differing origins, and that the latter is not a product of the small cauldron's enhancement, does this imply? A glint of insight flashes in Xu Changsheng's eyes as he contemplates a possibility. He promptly retrieves the bronze small cauldron, carefully placing the jade slip gifted by Wang Mu inside. With a hum, the cauldron's azure light swirls, successfully enveloping the jade slip. It truly works. Filled with anticipation, Xu Changsheng channels his spiritual energy into the cauldron. This time, the enhancement process seems slower and more obscure than with other items. The cauldron's patterns flicker unpredictably, as if engaged in a profound calculation. After an entire hour, the azure light gradually subsides. Eagerly, Xu Changsheng extracts the jade slip and immerses his consciousness within once more. In the next moment, his eyes widen in disbelief, his face alight with ecstatic joy. The contents of the jade slip have undergone a profound transformation. No longer merely the Taiyi Chi nurturing technique, it has evolved into the Taiyi Dao Canon, Foundation Establishment Chapter. This new text not only meticulously outlines the pivotal insights and methodologies for breaking through from the perfected Qi refining stage to the foundation establishment phase, along with essential precautions and cultivation techniques for the foundation period, but it also includes an extensive section at the beginning detailing how to transcend the 13 levels of Qi refining. This portion corroborates the secret methods he gleaned from the Gungjin Sword Art and Crimson Essence Heart, yet is presented in a more systematic and comprehensive manner. It even offers several exclusive techniques leveraging the balanced and tranquil characteristics of the Taiyi Chi nurturing technique to stabilize and condense spiritual energy, significantly mitigating the risks associated with the process of opening a second dantian. Splendid. Truly, heaven has favored me. Xu Changsheng cannot help but clench his fist tightly. The Gungjin Sword Art and Crimson Essence Heart provided direction and extreme methods, while the Taiyi Dao Canon, Foundation Establishment Chapter offers a broad pathway for establishing a solid foundation and a serene breakthrough. The convergence of the three elements has finally completed the last piece of the puzzle for him to break through the 13th layer of Qi refinement. Initially, he possessed only a 6 or 7 out of 10 confidence in attaining that legendary pinnacle. Now, he feels assured with at least an 80 to 90% certainty. Suppressing the excitement within, Xu Changsheng carefully stored away the enhanced jade slip, a treasure of inestimable value that must never be displayed before others. The joyous news of being accepted under the tutelage of the Golden Elixir Peak Master brought a flurry of activity to the entrance of Xu Changsheng's modest courtyard. Many familiar faces, or merely acquaintances, flocked to offer their congratulations, their words imbued with admiration and envy. Xu Xiao, in particular, could be found animatedly recounting how Xu Changsheng had demonstrated his formidable prowess that day, slaying a foundation establishment demon cultivator with a single stroke of his sword. His eloquence accompanied by a flurry of spittle, reveling in the shared glory. Yet amidst the revelry, a solitary figure emerged quietly, shrouded in a black robe, Chen Wufeng. The conspicuously empty left sleeve of his robe was striking. He stood at the periphery of the crowd, not hastening to join them, but instead observing Xu Changsheng, who was surrounded by adoring admirers and radiating brilliance, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Chapter 106. Life First. The young are fearsome. News from the Rainbow Garment. Xu Changsheng immediately spotted him, parting the crowd to approach him sincerely. Senior Brother Chen, you have arrived. Chen Wufeng forced a smile, his voice still somewhat hoarse. Congratulations. Junior Brother Xu. With your foundation established, and having entered the Golden Core Sect, you truly are soaring to new heights now. His tone conveyed genuine congratulations. Yet it could not conceal the hint of bitterness lurking beneath. Xu Changsheng observed his despondent demeanor, feeling a pang of sympathy. Not long ago, this very person was the brightest talent within the sect, possessing a single spiritual root, standing first in the inner sect, and having successfully established his foundation, his brilliance unmistakable. Had it not been for that ambush during the war and the insidious blood curse poison, his current achievements would likely have far surpassed Xu Changsheng's. How could he now stand here, watching a former junior brother, who once lagged behind, advance with vigor while he himself faced a dead end, his cultivation stagnant? The agony of plummeting from the pinnacle to the mire is a suffering that outsiders can hardly fathom. Senior Brother Chen. Xu Changsheng wished to offer some words of comfort, but he found his voice utterly inadequate at this moment. He took out several bottles of the foundational elixirs he had meticulously refined and enhanced, pressing them into Chen Wufeng's hands. These pills may have slight efficacy in nourishing the meridians and solidifying your foundation. Please, take them. Chen Wufeng did not refuse, accepting them silently. Aware that this was Xu Changsheng's goodwill, he lifted his gaze, looking at Xu Changsheng with an unusually serious expression, even tinged with an unprecedented weight of experience and sorrow. Junior Brother Xu, he lowered his voice, his tone unusually solemn. I advise you to heed your senior brother's counsel. The glory you currently bask in, the recognition from the sect, all of it is ephemeral. Only your own cultivation is the true substance. He paused, his voice dropping even lower, almost imperceptible. Yet each word struck Xu Changsheng's heart. In battle, no matter the circumstances, you must safeguard your own life. Do not recklessly sacrifice yourself for the sect's grand ideals. The glory belongs to the sect, the future is truly yours. These words, spoken amidst the sect's fervent promotion of loyalty and encouragement for disciples to sacrifice for the sect, could be deemed heretical. Yet, as Xu Changsheng listened, he felt the weight of their significance. This was Chen Wufeng's most profound and painful realization, earned through blood and tears after his fall from grace. He was not urging Xu Changsheng to betray the sect, but rather imparting the harsh lesson learned from his own tragic experience. In any circumstance, one must prioritize their own path and life above all else. Xu Changsheng nodded earnestly, refraining from further words, simply stating, "I have noted your advice, senior brother." Seeing that his words had resonated, Chen Wufeng appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, yet also seemed more forlorn. With his remaining right hand, he patted Xu Changsheng on the shoulder, quietly turning away, his silhouette appearing particularly solitary amidst the bustling crowd. After bidding farewell to Chen Wufeng, Xu Changsheng lingered in silence. The plight and counsel of his friend washed over him like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the restlessness that had emerged from his recent fortunes and accolades. He gained a clearer understanding of the harshness and unpredictability of the path of cultivation. Talent, opportunity, and diligence are indeed significant, but survival is the foundation upon which all else rests. The path ahead is akin to walking on thin ice, each step taken with utmost caution. Xu Changsheng inhaled deeply, his gaze growing resolute and profound. The clamor in the courtyard gradually subsided as his fellow disciples departed with their congratulations. Just as Xu Changsheng contemplated retreating into seclusion once more, an unexpected visitor arrived, Elder Ma from the outer sect. At this moment, Elder Ma's face bore none of the shrewd smiles of the past. Instead, it reflected a palpable sense of melancholy and reflection. He regarded Xu Changsheng with a complex expression, finally exhaling a sigh and stating, "Changsheng, truly, the youth are formidable. I have become blind to the brilliance before me. If I have ever offended you, I hope you can forgive me." He waved his hand dismissively, his tone laced with despondence. This world ultimately belongs to the younger generation. Alas, indeed, I have grown old. His words carried an undertone reminiscent of a farewell, as if he were preparing to exit the stage. Although Xu Changsheng harbored little fondness for the man, witnessing his demeanor evoked no animosity. He simply replied calmly, "Elder Ma, you speak too highly of me. I have not held past grievances in my heart." After bidding farewell to the disheartened Elder Ma, Xu Changsheng hoped to find tranquility, only to receive a message days later from Zhao Nikhang, inviting him to meet at a secluded pavilion within the sect to observe the clouds. At the pavilion, the flowing clouds danced gracefully. Zhao Nikhang, clad in white, stood alone in the breeze, her beauty undiminished, yet her brow was shadowed with a hint of worry. Upon seeing Xu Changsheng, she inclined her head slightly and, getting straight to the point, said, "Xu Shixiang, this meeting is not for personal matters, but rather to convey a vital warning. Please be exceedingly cautious." "Speak, Princess," Xu Changsheng replied, his expression sharpening. Zhao Nikhang lowered her voice. "Our royal family possesses certain discreet channels within the demon sect. It is rumored that the foundational demon cultivator you recently slain may have ties to the Lin family, who once defected from our sect. He could even be a capable subordinate of the Golden Core Elder, Lin Jintian." Xu Changsheng's eyes flashed with a cold light. "The Lin family?" "Indeed," Zhao Nikhang affirmed. "The Lin family betrayed the sect and joined the Xianin demon sect. Though they now linger on the brink of collapse, Lin Jintian, being a Golden Core cultivator, still wields some influence within the demon sect. You have slain his foundational subordinate and hold a mortal enmity with Lin Yan. They will not let this go unpunished. There may be more insidious retaliation ahead. While one can evade open attacks, hidden arrows are far more treacherous. You must exercise utmost caution." This revelation was indeed significant. Xu Changsheng had assumed the pursuit was merely the routine vengeance of the Bloodslaughter sect, unaware that it could also involve the venomous retribution from the Lin family. Consequently, the danger had undoubtedly escalated. He solemnly clasped his hands, expressing, "Thank you, Princess, for imparting this information. I am deeply grateful." Zhao Nikhang, noticing his polite yet distant tone, felt a fleeting pang of disappointment flicker in her beautiful eyes. She gently shook her head. "There is no need for such formality, Shixiao. Though my power is limited, I do not wish to see someone of your caliber fall victim to the schemes of petty individuals." Xu Changsheng paused for a moment, then retrieved a jade vial from his storage bag, extending it towards her. "This is the Ning Yuan pill, which I personally concocted. It may offer slight assistance to a Qi refinement practitioner in stabilizing their cultivation and enhancing their spiritual energy. I present it as a token of gratitude, and I hope the princess will not refuse it." This act served as both a gesture of thanks and a subtle indication of his desire to avoid excessive entanglement in their fates. Zhao Nikhang, being an astutely perceptive individual, undoubtedly comprehended this. She gazed at the vial of elixir, her expression dimming slightly. After a moment of silence, she ultimately reached out to accept it, softly saying, "Thank you, senior brother, for the gift." With that, she tucked the pill away, refraining from further words, and turned to depart, her white-clad figure gradually fading into the mist, accompanied by an ineffable sense of melancholy. Xu Changsheng stood rooted in place, his gaze tranquil as he watched her vanish from sight. Indeed, the information Zhao Nikhang possessed was of great significance, and he acknowledged this debt. However, the depths of the royal family's intrigues were profound, and the connections behind this princess were exceedingly intricate. His pursuit lay in the realm of eternal freedom, rather than becoming embroiled in the tumult of power struggles. Maintaining a respectful distance would be beneficial for both parties. Chapter 107. The Substitute Talismans, revisited at Rock Fortress. The Trap of the Demon Sect. Lin Family. Lin Jintian. Xu Changsheng silently recited these two names, and a glint of coldness grew in his eyes. Old grievances remained unresolved, and new enmities had emerged. It seemed that the entanglement with the Lin family was far from reaching its conclusion. However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. He buried this vigilance deep within his heart and resolutely returned to his small courtyard. Regardless of the tumultuous waves of the outside world, he remained steadfast and unmoved. A month of recuperation passed in the blink of an eye, and the new mission from the Hall of All Things arrived as scheduled. When Xu Changsheng beheld the mission details, his brow furrowed deeply. Return to Rock Fortress for joint defense. The mere mention of this place instantly conjured memories of the fiercely brutal city defense battle, the shattered mountain guarding talisman, the terrifying pressure exerted by the foundation-building demon cultivators, and his own grievous injuries that had left him on the brink of death, sent back to the sect for recuperation in a state of utter disarray. Even though his strength had significantly increased since then, with achievements in reversing the foundation, stepping onto that land once stained with the blood of countless comrades still sent a shiver of unease and reluctance through him. Nevertheless, one could not defy sect missions. Especially in times of war, any attempts to shirk responsibility could be seen as cowardice. What was meant to come would inevitably arrive. Xu Changsheng took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within his heart. Since he had no choice but to go, he resolved to make the utmost preparations, ensuring he would not repeat past mistakes. Before setting off, he returned to Taiyi Market, with a clear objective to seek treasures that could greatly enhance his ability to preserve his life. He navigated through various shops and stalls, searching meticulously. Hard work pays off. In a corner of an ancient shop specializing in talismans, he discovered the coveted substitute talismans. This talisman was rather obscure. Once activated, it could instantaneously create an illusory doppelganger that bore an almost identical aura and appearance to the user, serving to confuse enemies and buy time for escape. The shopkeeper introduced the talisman's marvelous effects. Though the drawbacks were evident, it could easily be seen through by cultivators with advanced spiritual sight or formidable consciousness, particularly those at the foundation building stage or above. Even so, this talisman could still prove remarkably effective at critical moments. Xu Changsheng carefully examined it and found that the 5 substitute talismans were crafted with an ancient technique. The rune structure stable and the foundation commendable. How much for these 5 substitute talismans? Xu Changsheng inquired. The shopkeeper, noticing his interest in this obscure talisman, brightened and held up 2 fingers. You are indeed a discerning individual. This talisman is not easy to produce, and the materials are rare. For all 5 together, I can offer them for 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, a fixed price. 2,000 spirit stones, for a few second-tier talismans with limited effects, was indeed exorbitant. Yet, Xu Changsheng, now financially robust, valued their potential worth more highly. After a moment's contemplation, he readily paid the sum. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Xu Changsheng immediately retrieved a bronze small cauldron. He carefully laid the 5 substitute talismans flat within the cauldron, his heart tinged with anticipation. With a hum, azure light swirled, completely enveloping the 5 spirit talismans. This enhancement process was remarkably unique. The patterns on the cauldron flickered unpredictably, as if it were redrawing and optimizing the core elements within the runes that represented transformation and concealment. After several hours, the azure light gradually receded. Xu Changsheng could hardly contain his eagerness as he retrieved the spirit talismans. The 5 talismans appeared largely unchanged in their outward form. Yet the paper had taken on a more archaic quality. The vermilion runes inscribed upon them seemed increasingly profound and restrained, subtly emanating an elusive, ethereal luminescence. The fluctuations of spiritual energy they emitted were exceedingly faint, nearly imperceptible. As he meticulously scanned with his spiritual awareness, he discovered that without fully exerting his focus, he would struggle to discern the minute differences between these illusions and their tangible counterparts. Excellent. Xu Changsheng felt a surge of joy within, eager to test their efficacy. He activated one of the talismans. With a swift whoosh, a figure identical to him materialized before his eyes, exuding a lively demeanor, its aura mimicking his own with astonishing fidelity, even replicating the faint fragrance of elixirs and the essence of the metal sword. Xu Changsheng, employing his expansive spiritual awareness of 85 zhang, dedicated considerable effort to uncover a few exceedingly subtle discrepancies. This suggested that cultivators below the peak of Foundation establishment would likely find it exceedingly difficult to see through this talisman's illusion in a short span of time. Even Golden Core cultivators, unless they scrutinized with intent, could very well be deceived. 2,000 spirit stones were indeed worth their weight in gold. Xu Changsheng, satisfied, carefully stored the enhanced 5 talismans. Undoubtedly, this provided him with a formidable safeguard, especially on the chaotic battlefield of Panchir Fortress, where its utility would be paramount. Having prepared everything, Xu Changsheng hesitated no longer. Resolutely, he rose and exited his cave dwelling. Even if the path ahead led into a den of dragons and tigers, he was determined to return to Panchir Fortress alive, and to do so in a manner far superior to his previous endeavor. With a flash of light, he soared once more toward the smoke-filled front lines. Upon arriving at the periphery of Panchir Fortress again, his feelings of unease intensified. The fortress loomed majestically, the formation's light curtains seemingly operating normally, and the silhouettes of patrolling disciples were faintly visible. Yet, his 85 zhang of spiritual awareness keenly detected an unsettling, discordant atmosphere. The scent of blood in the air seemed unnaturally fresh and concentrated, unlike the stale essence of battles accumulated over the years. In certain areas within the fortress, the fluctuations of spiritual energy appeared excessively tranquil, even deadened, inconsistent with the heightened alertness expected in a wartime stronghold. The steps and gazes of the patrolling disciples also seemed to lack a vital spark, appearing somewhat rigid and wooden. Something was amiss, profoundly amiss. Xu Changsheng slowed his advance, subtly distancing himself from the accompanying disciples, positioning them protectively before him, heightening his vigilance to its utmost. However, most of the disciples accompanying him remained oblivious, with some even voicing complaints. "Brother Xu, what's the matter? Let us hurry into the fortress, it's unsafe out here." Just as they approached the fortress entrance, the heavy formation's light curtain slowly opened a narrow gap, and an abrupt transformation transpired. Instead of the familiar welcoming faces of comrades, a torrent of terrifying demonic light, poisonous curses, and a swarm of skeletal heads surged forth. "Kill!" A chilling command rang out from within the fortress. Almost simultaneously, the ground surrounding the stronghold violently erupted, as dozens of ambushed demonic cultivators emerged, grinning menacingly as they swiftly encircled Xu Changsheng and his companions. A trap. This is a meticulously crafted, deadly trap. The rock fortress has long since fallen silently along the path of the approaching crowd. Now under the control of the formidable experts from the 3 major demonic sects, they deliberately maintain the flawed of the fortress's operation, luring support teams like that of Xu Changsheng into their snare. Form the formation. Retreat quickly. The accompanying disciples were filled with horror, desperately attempting to resist and withdraw in haste. However, the ambushed demonic cultivators possessed extraordinary strength, and with their strategic advantage, several disciples were swiftly engulfed by the demonic light. Reduced to mere ashes. Chapter 108. Lin Jintian Strikes, Blood Escape Talisman, Heavenly Spirit Herbal Garden. As the array triggered an unexpected transformation, Xu Changsheng reacted instantaneously. Instead of charging forward, he decisively shattered a reinforced substitute talisman. An identical doppelganger, mirroring his panic-stricken expression, materialized in his original position. Meanwhile, his true self, leveraging the subtle spatial disturbances triggered by the talisman and the concealment effects of the Thousand Shadows illusion array, swiftly retreated like a shadow, with a flurry of hand movements. Several reinforced defensive talismans, already clasped in his grasp, were activated in an instant, forming layers of protective barriers before him. Boom. The first wave of concentrated assaults from the demon cultivators was largely absorbed by the substitute and the hastily erected defensive talismans. The substitute talisman flickered intensely, managing to withstand this barrage without immediately shattering. "Xu Changsheng, your life is forfeit." A voice, steeped in resentment and madness, echoed from the highest point within the fortress. A ghastly figure appeared, a gaunt elder with eyes like those of a vengeful spirit, none other than the traitorous Lin Jintian, the ancestral patriarch of the Lin family. He had personally taken command here, evidently seeking vengeance for the murder of his granddaughter, Lin Yan. With a sweeping motion, Lin Jintian unleashed a palm strike towards Xu Changsheng, and terrifying golden core energy transformed into a colossal ghostly claw, poised to crush him. In this moment of dire peril, Xu Changsheng's eyes flashed with determination. And with a thought, the substitute Xu Changsheng suddenly contorted his face into an eerily realistic expression of despair and insanity. He slapped his chest, mimicking the precursor to self-detonation, his aura becoming dangerously unstable as he roared, "Old dog, I would sooner self-destruct than fall into your hands." Simultaneously, Xu Changsheng, without hesitation, hurled the array disk of the Thousand Shadows illusion array towards the rear, instantly activating it to its maximum potency. A denser, more vivid illusion enveloped the area, momentarily disrupting all spiritual senses. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he forcefully pressed another prepared reinforced blood escape talisman against himself. With a spurt of essence blood, his form transformed into an almost invisible thread of crimson, sacrificing his vitality for a surge in speed as he fled desperately away from the battlefield. As he escaped, he also cast another substitute talisman to further confound his pursuers. "You little beast, you shan't escape." Lin Jintian, filled with fury and astonishment, shifted the direction of his ghostly claw, fiercely grasping towards the escaping blood thread, but only succeeded in shattering a piece of talisman paper in the dissipating mist of the illusion array. Meanwhile, the self-detonation of the substitute Xu Changsheng did not truly occur. Instead, upon reaching a critical point, it vanished like a bubble, leaving behind only a single fragment of talisman paper, slowly drifting down, devoid of its spiritual light. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Lin Jintian's ghostly claw grasped at emptiness, and upon seeing the fragment of the substitute talisman, he instantly realized he had been deceived. The scene he had envisioned of torturing his enemy, of hearing their pleas for mercy, had not materialized. Instead, his furious strike had been tricked by a mere illusion. Lin Jintian pursued relentlessly, and from 10 miles away, he spotted the panicked escape of Xu Changsheng. With a single palm strike, he conjured yet another substitute talisman. The enhanced talisman appeared remarkably lifelike, so much so that he could not discern its authenticity at a glance. "Ah, you little beast! How dare you toy with me in such a manner?" Lin Jintian trembled with rage, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens. The terrifying pressure of his golden core stage erupted indiscriminately, sending numerous lower-tier cultivators reeling in disarray. He bellowed in the direction where Xu Changsheng had fled. "Xu Changsheng, I swear to extract your soul and refine your essence, ensuring you shall never attain rebirth." However, at that moment, Xu Changsheng had already utilized the blood escape talisman and the concealment of the illusory formation to retreat dozens of miles away, not daring to look back, but fervently propelling his escape light towards the direction of his sect. Though he had successfully evaded capture, it came at a considerable cost. 3 precious enhanced substitute talismans were rendered useless. A blood escape talisman was expended along with a significant portion of his essence blood, and the formation plate of the Thousand Shadows illusory formation was lost at the rock fortress. Yet, all of this was deemed worthwhile. To feign death and escape from the wrathful gaze of a golden core cultivator was indeed a stroke of fortune. The Lin family's patriarch, the fall of the rock fortress. This matter must be reported to the sect without delay. Xu Changsheng, suppressing his weakness and filled with trepidation, felt a profound sense of urgency. The situation at the front had deteriorated to such an extent. Utilizing the blood escape talisman and his formidable spiritual sense, he managed to return to the Taiyi Immortal Sect unscathed. Upon arriving with the shocking news of the rock fortress's fall and the presence of a golden core demon cultivator, a tremendous uproar ensued within the sect. He immediately sought an audience with his master, Wang Mu, detailing his encounter with the trap, Lin Jintian's appearance, and how he had narrowly escaped using the substitute talisman. Wang Mu, upon hearing this, first displayed shock, which quickly transformed into apprehension, ultimately culminating in profound admiration. He carefully examined Xu Changsheng's slightly depleted vitality due to the use of the blood escape talisman, confirming that his injuries were inconsequential. He then gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder. "Excellent, excellent, excellent. Changsheng, you have truly never disappointed me." Wang Mu's tone was filled with excitement. "Not only did you astutely perceive the anomaly in a seemingly fatal situation, but you also remained composed under pressure, devising a clever strategy to escape. What is more commendable is that after your escape, your first thought was to return and report to the sect. Such integrity, resourcefulness, and loyalty are indeed a blessing for our spirit herb peak and the sect. The more he observed Xu Changsheng, the more satisfied he became, and thus he conferred a substantial reward, a significant number of precious medicinal pills to replenish his vitality, a full 10,000 contribution points to the sect, and a rare top-tier defensive armor of golden silk. After this battle, the sect would surely reassess the situation at the front lines. You should rest well. In the future, the sect will undoubtedly rely on you. Wang Mu's words hinted at the higher-ups taking notice of Xu Changsheng's potential, foreseeing a limitless future. Indeed, upon verifying the news, the sect's upper echelons were furious, promptly dispatching troops led by several Golden Core elders, launching a grand offensive towards the rock fortress. After a fierce battle, they ultimately repelled the demon cultivators and reclaimed this vital stronghold. However, Xu Changsheng felt trepidation towards that land and respectfully declined the call to return for duty. Wang Mu understood this and did not press the matter. After making some arrangements, he reassigned Xu Changsheng to another vital location, the Heavenly Spirit Herb Garden. This esteemed garden, situated within the heart of the sect's influence, specializes in cultivating the primary herb for refining the spirit liquid pill, the Heavenly Spirit Grass, which is crucial for providing medicinal pills to our foundational disciples. Currently, due to the pressing situation at the front, there is a shortage of personnel there, necessitating the presence of a capable and meticulous individual for its defense. A few fellow disciples at the foundational stage have been stationed there long-term, ensuring safety, making it an ideal place for you to recuperate and consolidate your cultivation. Upon hearing this, Xu Changsheng felt a sense of relief. He had heard of the Heavenly Spirit Herb Garden's reputation. Indeed, it is a significant stronghold of the sect. Positioned in the rear and overseen by foundational elders, it is far safer than the perilous frontline fortifications. Furthermore, the opportunity to engage with an abundance of high-grade spiritual herbs could prove beneficial for him. Chapter 109. The Welcoming Banquet and the Secrets of a Nascent Soul. The 12 Levels of Qi Refinement. The disciples, upon receiving their orders, pledged to devote themselves wholeheartedly to safeguarding the medicinal garden. Without delay, he bowed deeply, accepting the command. Shortly thereafter, Xu Changsheng prepared his belongings and departed from the core area of the sect, making his way to the serene and spiritually vibrant Tianling Medicinal Garden, nestled amidst encircling mountains. Upon arrival at the entrance of the garden, where formidable formations were in place, he was permitted entry only after his identity was thoroughly verified. Stepping into the garden, he was immediately enveloped by the rich and pure essence of wood spirit, invigorating and uplifting his spirit. Before him lay meticulously divided medicinal fields, with various spiritual herbs flourishing in abundance. Most striking among them was the Tianling grass, its leaves glistening and adorned with bud-like droplets, filling the air with a faint, enchanting fragrance of rare herbs. A caretaker elder, at the initial stage of foundation establishment, approached to receive him with courteous demeanor. Clearly already acquainted with Xu Changsheng's remarkable achievements and his status as a distinguished disciple of Wang Muji. Xu Shizhi, your primary responsibility will be to assist in patrolling the medicinal fields, preventing any beasts or petty thieves from intruding and stealing, as well as addressing any minor issues that may arise within the fields themselves, the elder instructed. Should you encounter matters requiring resolution, do not hesitate to seek the counsel of any of us elders. Xu Changsheng nodded in acknowledgement, understanding that while this task appeared leisurely, the responsibilities it entailed were substantial. However, being distanced from the frontline battles and able to cultivate in this spiritually abundant locale was precisely what he needed at this moment. He was assigned to a tranquil courtyard close to the medicinal fields. Absorbing the peaceful atmosphere around him, Xu Changsheng exhaled deeply. Finally, he could enjoy a period of stability. Perfectly timed, this opportunity might allow him to break through to the 12th level of Qi refinement. His gaze swept across the flourishing Tianling grass, a flicker of excitement igniting within his eyes. Perhaps, in this place, he would uncover unexpected gains. The welcoming banquet at the Tianling Medicinal Garden was held in an elegant pavilion, attended by several Foundation elders who had long been stationed there, along with managers of the garden and inner disciples. Although the spirit wine and delicacies were not as grand as those at the sect's feasts, they possessed a unique charm, and the atmosphere became remarkably harmonious. When an elder introduced Xu Changsheng to the gathering, recounting his astonishing feat of defeating a Foundation establishment demon cultivator during the Qi refinement stage, a collective gasp of disbelief resonated throughout the assembly. The disciples of the garden regarded Xu Changsheng with wide eyes, their initial skepticism, fueled by his youth, dissipating in an instant. Qi refinement defeating Foundation establishment. How can this be possible? Brother Xu is indeed A prodigious talent. Whispers of astonishment filled the air, yet Xu Changsheng remained composed, offering only modest responses without elaborating further. As the wine flowed, the conversation naturally turned to the increasingly dire state of the battlefield. The Foundation elders wore expressions of concern, sighing heavily. One elder, named Li, a mid-stage Foundation cultivator, shook his head and lamented, "The demonic flames grow ever more audacious, pressing us relentlessly. If this continues, our rear guard, the medicinal garden, may soon find no lasting peace." Another elder, Sun, interjected with a grave tone, "Indeed, I have heard that several positions have been lost on the front line, with considerable casualties. If this persists, our sect's foundation may be depleted." As Xu Changsheng listened to their discussions, he recalled his previous observations and uncertainties. Unable to contain himself, he set down his wine cup and inquired, "Esteemed elders, there is a matter that perplexes me. Previously, I heard that the ancestors of the 5 great immortal sects united to severely injure the Xian Yin ancestor at the Falling Eagle Gorge, even shattering his physical form. Logically, the demonic sect should have suffered a significant blow. Why then does the current situation appear increasingly unfavorable for our righteous path?" A sudden silence enveloped the gathering. The elders exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was the most senior member, Elder Gu Kong, who had reached the latter stages of Foundation establishment, who sighed and addressed his query. "Dear disciple Changsheng, there is much you do not know. For cultivators at the nascent soul stage, the physical body is not the essence. Most of their divine abilities and powers reside within the nascent soul. While the destruction of the physical form is indeed a grave wound that depletes considerable vitality, it is not fatal. As long as the nascent soul can escape, with time and resources, it is not difficult to seize a suitable body or to seek rare materials to reconstruct one's form." He paused, a deep frown settling on his face. "In the battle at Falling Eagle Gorge, we did indeed inflict severe damage upon the Xian Yin demon, shattering his corporeal form and forcing his nascent soul to flee, from which he will take decades to recover. However," Elder Gu Kang's voice turned exceedingly grave, "the cost was equally immense. To execute the 5 directions locking Yuan array and severely injure a mid-nascent soul cultivator, our main forces, the revered ancestor Ling Xiao of the Taiyi Sect and the esteemed ancestor Ba Jian of the Greatsword Sect, both suffered grievous injuries due to the forced activation of the secret technique, harming their very essence. They remain in seclusion, healing their wounds, and will be unable to act for the foreseeable future. Consequently, at the highest level of nascent soul combat power, we have not only failed to gain an advantage, but our strength, in comparison to before the battle, has diminished further relative to the demonic sect. The nascent soul demons of the Bloodslaughter sect and the Ghost Corpse sect have yet to truly engage." These words struck each individual like a heavy hammer upon their hearts. The pavilion fell into a profound silence, with even the sound of a falling pin discernible. Xu Changsheng felt a tumult within his heart, finally grasping the root of the worsening situation. It became clear how perilous the struggle for high-end combat power was. What appeared to be a resounding victory concealed such grave costs and subsequent disadvantages. Elder Gu Kong sighed deeply, uncertainty lacing his tone. "The future of the battlefield, alas, remains unpredictable. Perhaps we can maintain a stalemate, or perhaps, in any case, we must prepare for the worst. This celestial herb garden is a crucial resource point for our sect. We must not allow any losses." Following this discussion, the atmosphere of the banquet grew heavy. The spirits of the attendees dimmed, and the festivities were hastily concluded. Upon returning to his modest courtyard, Xu Changsheng also felt the weight of melancholy. What he had anticipated as a sanctuary now appeared to be a realm fraught with turmoil, with no true haven in sight. Ultimately, strength comes down to the necessity of possessing sufficient power. Clenching his fists, a glimmer of resolve shone in his eyes, regardless of the external chaos. The fundamental response to every crisis lay in rapidly enhancing his own cultivation. He settled into a meditative posture, immersing himself in the practice of his cultivation. The abundant spiritual energy within the Tianling medicine garden served as an exceptional catalyst for his breakthrough into the 12th level of qi refinement. Amidst the seemingly tranquil, yet secretly turbulent atmosphere rife with unspoken anxieties, Xu Changsheng spent 3 months in solitude. He cast aside the distractions of the outside world, devoting his entire focus to his cultivation. Harnessing the exceptionally pure spiritual energy of the medicine garden, far surpassing that of the external realm. Along with the vast resources he had accumulated, he persistently challenged the barriers of his cultivation. One day, within the confines of his small courtyard, the spiritual energy surged violently once more, flooding into Xu Changsheng's body like an incoming tide. The power within his dantian roiled tumultuously, expanding rapidly, becoming increasingly refined and pure, emanating a formidable aura that was both awe-inspiring and intimidating. At last, he achieved the 12th level of Qi refinement. Chapter 110, A Surge in Power. The Conspiracy of Ghostly Corpses. An unexpected turn of events. Xu Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, a divine light shimmering within, and his aura emanating a profound and substantial weight, far surpassing his strength at the 11th level. He meticulously contemplated, as his consciousness aligned with his cultivation breakthrough, the purple Qi observing the divine method advanced seamlessly, expanding its reach from 85 to 90 zhang. This span had already surpassed that of some foundationally weak early-stage foundation establishment cultivators, granting him an astute insight and mastery over the entirety of the situation, elevating his capabilities to an unprecedented height. Furthermore, the richness of his spiritual energy, while operating 3 techniques simultaneously and undergoing an extraordinary expansion, had reached an astonishing level. In terms of sheer quantity, it likely rivaled that of some early-stage foundation establishment practitioners. However, in quality, it had yet to transform into liquid spiritual energy, evolving into true essence. Finally, he had reached the 12th level, merely a step away from consummate perfection. Xu Changsheng felt the surging power within him and found solace in his heart. In this chaotic world, each increment of strength equated to an additional means of self-preservation. After his cultivation breakthrough, Xu Changsheng did not wholly immerse himself in training. Instead, he began to pay closer attention to the daily management of the medicinal garden. Soon, he discerned some anomalies. Within the garden, certain disciples not directly under his supervision, including some lower-ranked stewards, occasionally engaged in the clandestine sale of mature heavenly spirit herbs or other auxiliary medicines at prices far below those within the sect, trading them for spirit stones or other scarce resources from unfamiliar cultivators. With his formidable consciousness, Xu Changsheng observed these clandestine activities with clarity. He understood that this was an inevitable consequence of the strained front lines and imbalanced resource allocation. The sect prioritized the front line, resulting in a significant reduction in the resources available for the rear, compelling these disciples and stewards to take risks in search of alternatives. In response, Xu Changsheng chose to turn a blind eye. He was not a moralist, fully aware that an environment devoid of any murkiness yields no fish. As long as it did not exceed reasonable bounds and did not involve the core seeds or stock of the medicinal garden, the loss of minor scraps, given the current circumstances, was difficult to prevent. Moreover, many of these individuals had complex backgrounds. A single thread pulled could unravel the entire fabric, and as a newcomer, he was reluctant to create enemies unnecessarily. However, his expectations for the few disciples and spiritual farmers directly under his jurisdiction were exceedingly stringent. He clearly admonished them. The disciples on the front lines fought valiantly, and the resources at the rear were vital to the sect's foundation. As they served under him, they were required to uphold their duties without any acts of embezzlement. Otherwise, they would face severe repercussions. The dozen or so individuals had heard of Xu Changsheng's formidable reputation for slaying foundation establishment practitioners, and his powerful consciousness seemed capable of perceiving all their subtle maneuvers, causing them to refrain from defiance. Yet, Xu Changsheng was not devoid of compassion. He understood that mere strict orders could not genuinely win hearts, especially in times of resource scarcity. Thus, he often drew from his own reserves to distribute some elixirs, spirit stones, and occasionally a low-grade magical artifact he had no use for, as additional rewards for diligent subordinates. Work diligently, and Xu Changsheng would ensure that his own would not be neglected. Though these methods may not yield results as swiftly as the illicit trade of spiritual elixirs, they are conducted with integrity and a clear conscience. Consequently, while a few of his subordinates might envy those who clandestinely seek extra gains, the prevailing sentiment is one of reverence and gratitude towards Xu Changsheng, who inspires them to exert themselves diligently, with no one daring to overstep boundaries. After all, this master is a formidable figure who has even vanquished foundational-level demonic cultivators, and he is notably generous in his actions. In such an environment, Xu Changsheng fortifies his cultivation at the 12th level of Qi refining while quietly nurturing his modest influence within the heavenly spirit herb garden. Just as Xu Changsheng solidified his 12th level of Qi refining and prepared to immerse himself in further cultivation, aiming for the legendary great perfection and the mythical extreme realm, an unforeseen crisis abruptly interrupted his plans. On this particular day, his formidable 90 zhang divine sense swept across the periphery of the herb garden as usual, keenly detecting the suspicious behavior of an outer sect disciple. This individual, instead of tending to the spiritual herbs in a secluded corner of the field, clandestinely buried a bone talisman exuding a sinister aura, inscribed with bizarre runes. The essence emanating from the talisman instantly evoked thoughts of the Ghost Corpse sect in Xu Changsheng's mind. Alarm bells rang within him as he stealthily approached. Before the disciple could react, he subdued him with decisive force and immediately employed the soul search technique. After ruthlessly sifting through the fragments of his memories, a sinister plot emerged. This individual was a long-embedded spy of the Ghost Corpse sect, tasked with burying such malevolent explosive talismans at various critical points within the garden. Once the moment was right, detonating them simultaneously would unleash the undercurrents of Yin energy, instantly corrupting and annihilating the core fields of the heavenly spirit herb garden, resulting in the death of all spiritual herbs and the destruction of their foundations. What a malevolent scheme. Xu Changsheng was drenched in cold sweat. Should the heavenly spirit herb garden be destroyed, the supply of elixirs for the foundational disciples of the sect would be gravely affected. And as the disciple responsible for its protection, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Recognizing the grave importance of the situation, he acted swiftly yet discreetly. Understanding that the herb garden's internal environment might not be entirely secure, he surreptitiously contacted the seemingly upright Gu Kong, as well as elders Li and Sun, both foundational cultivators with minimal entanglements. He informed them of the spy and the bone talisman and presented fragments of the memories obtained through the soul search as evidence. The three elders were taken aback, filled with trepidation. "We must eliminate these malevolent talismans immediately," Elder Gu urged. "Merely removing the talismans addresses the symptoms, but not the root cause." Xu Changsheng's eyes gleamed coldly. "The Ghost Corpse sect's stronghold lies nearby. If we do not eradicate it, they will continue to send people to wreak havoc. Let us join forces, take the initiative, and eliminate that stronghold to prevent future calamities." The three elders exchanged glances, hesitating slightly. Taking the offensive carried significant risks. Xu Changsheng spoke with a grave tone. "Respected uncles, should the herb garden fall, we shall all bear the blame. Now that the enemy remains unaware of their plot being exposed, this is an opportune moment for a surprise attack. I am willing to take the lead." Witnessing Xu Changsheng's resolute determination and formidable strength, the three elders ultimately gritted their teeth in agreement. In the shroud of night, for individuals clandestinely summoned over a dozen utterly reliable disciples, all of whom had attained the late stage of qi refinement, they stealthily departed from the medicinal garden, making their way towards the hidden outpost of the Ghost Corpse sect, nestled within a profound valley 100 miles away. The initial assault proceeded with remarkable ease. Elder Gu Kong effortlessly dismantled the defensive array surrounding the outpost, allowing the group to surge forth like tigers descending from the mountains, ruthlessly engaging any demonic cultivators they encountered, catching their foes entirely off guard. The indomitable Xu Changsheng led the charge, his four golden flying swords coalescing into a lethal array akin to a tempest of death, mowing down the demonic cultivators of the qi refinement stage as if they were mere blades of grass. However, just as they were on the brink of breaching the core of the stronghold, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. The typically reticent and somewhat timid Elder Sun suddenly erupted into a fray. Yet, his target was not the demonic cultivators, but rather Elder Li, who was fiercely engaged in battle. "Elder Sun, what are you doing?" Elder Gu Kong exclaimed, a mixture of fury and disbelief. A sinister grin spread across Elder Sun's face as he unleashed a torrent of malevolent energy, striking with unparalleled ferocity. "Naturally, I am here to send you on your way." It became evident that he was also a spy for the demonic sect, having concealed his true allegiance with remarkable cunning. Elder Li, caught entirely off guard, sustained a devastating blow to his back from Elder Sun, letting out a pained cry as blood gushed forth, rendering him gravely injured and collapsing to the ground. The tide of battle shifted instantaneously. The previously held advantage evaporated in an instant. Chapter 111. Astonishing Feats and the Shattering of Conspiracy. The Steward of the Herbal Garden. Seeking death, Xu Changsheng was infuriated. On his way, he sensed something amiss with Elder Sun. Yet he never anticipated that the elder would dare to betray him at this critical moment. Without hesitation, he altered the sword technique, the originally lethal Gungjin sword array, designed to obliterate demonic cultivators, swiftly shifted its focus, transforming into 4 roaring silver dragons, each imbued with a razor-sharp sword aura that aimed directly at Elder Sun. A cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment, confident in his strength, sinisterly summoned a filthy bone shield to defend himself, while simultaneously clawing at Xu Changsheng, the foul winds carrying the stench of corpse poison. A mere parlor trick. Xu Changsheng scoffed, his 90 Zhang divine sense erupting with formidable power, instantly pinpointing several weak points in Elder Sun's spiritual energy flow. Simultaneously, a nearly invisible blood shadow emerged from his sleeve, preemptively striking with the blood shadow needle talisman. With a precise thrust, the blood shadow needle struck the gap where the bone shield's spiritual energy converged, causing its radiance to falter. In that fleeting moment, the Gungjin sword array had already closed in. Sizzling sounds filled the air as countless unmatched sword auras overwhelmed Elder Sun. His hastily summoned protective spiritual light was torn apart as easily as paper. No, how is this possible? The terror in Elder Sun's eyes was palpable. Filled with disbelief, he could hardly fathom that a mere chi-refining disciple could unleash such terrifying offensive power and precise control. Before his words could dissipate, the sword array had already ensnared him. Blood splattered everywhere. This deeply concealed traitor of the Foundation establishment stage could not even muster a semblance of resistance before being struck down by Xu Changsheng's thunderous counterattack. His body was shattered into countless fragments. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. From Elder Sun's betrayal to his demise at Xu Changsheng's hands lasted no more than 2 or 3 breaths. The remaining Gukong and Elder Li were left speechless, their hearts filled with astonishment and an overwhelming sense of joy mingled with dread. Thank heavens for you, Master Nephew, Elder Gu exclaimed excitedly. It is merely my duty to clear our ranks. Uncles, let us first vanquish the enemy. Xu Changsheng's tone was frigid as the sword array redirected towards the demonic cultivators, who were thrown into disarray by the death of their leader. With their chief slain and the traitor apprehended, the remaining demonic cultivators crumbled into chaos. Under the guidance of Xu Changsheng and the 2 Foundation establishment elders, they swiftly eradicated the entire stronghold, thoroughly destroying all the primary symbols and materials for the sinister explosive talismans. In the aftermath of this battle, the Ghost Corpse sect's conspiracy against the Heavenly Spirit Herbal Garden was entirely dismantled, and a malignant presence lurking nearby was uprooted ahead of time. Upon returning to the Herbal Garden, Gukong and Elder Li meticulously reported the incident to the sect, emphasizing Xu Changsheng's discovery of the conspiracy, his decisive actions, and his pivotal role in slaying the Foundation establishment traitor. The sect expressed immense gratitude, rewarding him with generous contribution points and cultivation resources once more. Following this event, Xu Changsheng's prestige within the Herbal Garden reached its zenith. Even the Foundation establishment elders regarded him as an equal, refraining from any trace of condescension. As for Xu Changsheng himself, he returned to his previously reclusive state, viewing the external accolades as mere fleeting clouds. While gaining a deeper understanding of the omnipresent nature of danger, the stronghold of the Ghost Corpse sect has been eradicated, eliminating a significant threat. However, one of the elders involved in the operation sustained grave injuries and had to be reassigned to the depths of the sect for recuperation. The higher echelons of the sect once again expressed their profound appreciation for Xu Changsheng's keen insight, decisiveness, and formidable combat prowess, bestowing upon him a generous reward of spirit stones, rare elixirs, and 5,000 contribution points. Following this battle, the original foundation-building elders of the Heavenly Spirit Herb Garden faced dire circumstances. One had perished, another was severely injured, and the last was in prolonged seclusion. The only remaining individuals capable of managing affairs were Gukong and Xu Changsheng. Gukong, now fully convinced of Xu's capabilities, began to prioritize his counsel in decision-making. Consequently, the sect issued a decree promoting Xu Changsheng to the position of acting manager of the Heavenly Spirit Herb Garden, overseeing all related affairs, with Elders Gu and Li providing support. In an instant, Xu Changsheng became the de facto leader of the Heavenly Spirit Herb Garden, wielding significant authority. However, with his newfound power, he did not succumb to hubris. Instead, he adopted a more cautious approach. He was acutely aware of the previous chaos in the management of the herb garden, where the illicit sale of spirit herbs was rampant. Now that he occupied this position, he understood that should any issues arise without a thorough rectification, he would bear the brunt of the responsibility. His first course of action was to enhance the remuneration for all disciples and spirit farmers within the herb garden. Drawing from the sect's rewards and his own resources, he judiciously raised their monthly allowances and task incentives, particularly for those diligent workers who had refrained from engaging in illicit activities, granting them additional rewards. By affirming that those who diligently served the sect would not be neglected, he ensured that all rightful resources were allocated without exception, thus stabilizing the morale that had been shaken by prior upheavals. Subsequently, he embarked on a vigorous campaign to reform the prevailing atmosphere, utilizing his formidable 90 Zhang divine sense. Any clandestine misdeeds or illicit trading within the herb garden were almost impossible to conceal. Rather than acting impulsively, he first gathered irrefutable evidence. Once the opportune moment arrived, he acted with unyielding resolve, swiftly addressing several instances of illicit trading in spirit herbs. Regardless of the offenders' backgrounds, they faced severe punishment, with their illegal gains confiscated. Those with particularly egregious offenses were reported directly to the law enforcement hall, stripped of their cultivation, and expelled from the sect. His ruthless and decisive methods instilled fear among all, deterring anyone from daring to cross the red line. Not long after, members of the sect's law enforcement hall conducted routine inspections of the herb garden. The lead enforcer meticulously examined the garden's accounts, inventory, and recent management records, discreetly inquiring among numerous disciples. The feedback was unanimous. Xu Changsheng's management was stringent, with clear distinctions between reward and punishment, fostering a revitalized atmosphere within the herb garden. The yield and quality of spirit herbs had even seen an improvement compared to previous times. The lead enforcer extolled Xu Changsheng's managerial acumen in front of everyone, stating, "Acting Manager Xu truly deserves recognition for rising through the ranks from the grassroots level, having experienced the hardships of the waste elixir room. He understands the value of sect resources. He will not tolerate any shortcomings. With you at the helm of the herb garden, the sect can rest assured." This commendation quickly spread, and the phrase "will not tolerate any shortcomings" became a new moniker for Xu Changsheng, solidifying his absolute authority within the heavenly spirit herb garden. Having fully taken control of the herb garden, Xu Changsheng delegated daily trivialities to elders Gu and Li, along with several capable subordinates, allowing himself to immerse in his cultivation. With the distribution of resources within the herb garden firmly under his command, he found his path to refining his skills significantly more convenient. Although he would not indulge in personal gain, it was effortlessly achievable to judiciously wield his authority to cultivate an optimal environment for his training. His mastery of the 12th level of Qi refinement solidified, steadily advancing towards the pinnacle of perfection. As he honed his spiritual energy, he meticulously contemplated the metal sword technique, the Crimson Essence Heart method, and the insights on transcending to the 13th level of Qi refinement found within the Enhanced Supreme Qi Cultivation Technique, Foundation Establishment Chapter. The moment to ascend to the enlightenment cliff would arrive in due course. There, he envisioned reaching the ultimate realm of Qi refinement. Xu Changsheng's gaze remained tranquil, his heart brimming with anticipation. He adjusted his state to its optimal condition, patiently awaiting the day he could utilize his qualification for the enlightenment cliff. The tumult of external warfare seemed momentarily isolated from this sanctuary of spiritual herbs, which he had come to command. Chapter 112. The Huangqi Trading Fair, Materials Gathered. Refining the Foundation Establishment Pill. Half a month later, at the renowned Huangqi Mountain near the Tianling Herb Garden, a small-scale trading fair was held as scheduled. Although this venue was not a large marketplace, its moderate geographical location, coupled with the collaborative efforts of several nearby minor cultivation families to maintain order, ensured a reasonable level of security. Thus, it attracted many scattered cultivators and minor family disciples from within a 100-mile radius to exchange resources. Xu Changsheng, now serving as the acting steward of the Tianling Herb Garden, had gained considerable renown and was naturally among the invited attendees. Although he initially had little desire to partake in such trivial matters, the prospect of acquiring some much-needed items prompted him to don a simple azure robe to conceal part of his aura and venture forth alone. Upon arriving at the Huangqi Trading Fair, he quickly realized that his efforts at discretion were entirely unnecessary. "Look, it's Steward Su from the Herb Garden." "Indeed, it's Brother Su. I've heard he once defeated a Foundation Establishment demon cultivator during his Qi refining stage. Remarkable. To reach such heights with a 5-element spiritual root is nothing short of miraculous. Brother Su is so young, yet already oversees a garden. His future in Foundation Establishment is promising, and even the Golden Core might not be out of reach." Wherever he walked, whether known to them or not, many cultivators cast glances of awe, curiosity, and even admiration his way, eagerly approaching him with greetings laden with flattery. Words such as talented youth and boundless prospects filled the air. Even some who had previously looked down upon him due to his so-called inferior spiritual root now wore smiles, praising his resolute heart and declaring him a model for our generation. Xu Changsheng maintained a humble smile, nodding in response to each accolade, while his heart remained as tranquil as an ancient well. He had heard such praises far too often. The reality of the cultivation world was stark. It was not he who was revered, but rather the power and prowess he exhibited. Had he still been that struggling minor cultivator in the dilapidated alchemy chamber, it was unlikely anyone would have spared him a second glance. His purpose for attending was clear: to seek the auxiliary materials necessary for refining the Foundation establishment pill. After wandering through the trading fair several times, leveraging his formidable spiritual perception and extensive knowledge of pharmacology, he quickly pinpointed a few stalls. Most of the vendors were minor family cultivators or seasoned veterans, offering goods of varying quality, though occasionally he encountered fine wares that were well-preserved and of sufficient age. Unobtrusively, he utilized several types of common yet superior spiritual herbs produced by his garden, along with a small quantity of spirit stones, to exchange for a 300-year-old dewflower, a few decent pieces of earth-vein purple mushroom, and a small vial of stone milk. In addition to these, he had previously amassed the primary ingredient, Tianling grass, along with several auxiliary herbs through various means, such as rewards from his sect, task completions, defeating demon cultivators, and shares from the herb garden, thus finally assembling all the materials required to concoct a simplified version of the Foundation establishment pill. Holding the jade vial containing the stone milk, a surge of excitement welled up within Xu Changsheng. The Foundation establishment pill was the pivotal elixir that could enhance the success rate of a cultivator's breakthrough to the Foundation establishment stage. Even the simplified version recorded in the Taiyi pill canon held immeasurable value, far surpassing the worth of spirit stones. Ordinarily, such elixirs were only bestowed upon core disciples of a sect or those who had rendered exceptional service. In this present moment, he has astonishingly managed to gather a complete set of materials on his own. All that remains is to locate a stable source of underground fire, and he can commence the alchemical process of creating the foundational elixir. Xu Changsheng suppressed the excitement bubbling within him and carefully stored the procured materials. He did not linger at the trading fair, politely declining several attempts at conversation, and quietly departed from Huangqi Mountain, returning to the Tianling herb garden. Now, all was in readiness, save for the crucial element of timing. The crafting of the foundational elixir was no trifling matter. It necessitated an environment that was both absolutely serene and secure, along with a stable source of underground fire. Although the fire chamber within the herb garden was available, its crowdedness rendered it less than ideal. Perhaps it was time to contemplate utilizing the opportunity at the Cliff of Enlightenment. It was said that not only did the cliff aid in comprehension, but deep within it lay a secret chamber of underground fire specifically prepared for disciples seeking breakthroughs. A thought began to crystallize in Xu Changsheng's mind. Amassing the materials was merely the first step. The true challenge lay in successfully refining them into elixirs and consuming them at the opportune moment to achieve a breakthrough. The path to his foundational cultivation was beginning to reveal a clear glimmer of hope. Upon returning to the Tianling herb garden, Xu Changsheng immediately activated all the restrictions in his courtyard, eagerly retrieving the hard-won materials for the foundational elixir. However, he did not plunge into the refining process right away. Instead, he first took out the marvelous bronze cauldron. Was a single set of materials truly sufficient? A smile graced his lips. For others, gathering a complete set of materials would be an arduous endeavor, but with the cauldron in his possession, infinite possibilities lay before him. He divided the complete materials into several portions, placing them one by one into the cauldron. A hum resonated as azure light swirled, and the cauldron vibrated. The materials required for the foundational elixir were extraordinary, demanding star power and time well beyond that of ordinary items. It took him a full half-month to successfully replicate 10 portions of spiritually vibrant foundational elixir materials, even of superior quality compared to the original. 10 portions. That was more than sufficient. Xu Changsheng felt invigorated. With a calm demeanor, he adjusted himself to the optimal state before summoning the alchemical furnace, igniting the underground fire, and commencing the creation of the foundational elixir. As a second-tier elixir, the crafting process was exceedingly challenging, with stringent demands on one's consciousness, control over spiritual power, and the precise management of heat. Even if one were refining a simplified version of the elixir, the requirements remained impressively high. Despite Xu Changsheng's consciousness reaching an impressive 90 zhang, his extensive experience in alchemy, and the detailed guidance of the Taiyi alchemical scripture, the process was still fraught with peril. The first furnace erupted due to a slight misjudgment in timing the fusion of an auxiliary herb's properties, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that obliterated the materials. In the second furnace, the underground fire suddenly became unstable. Despite his desperate attempts to salvage the situation, he ultimately met with failure. In the third furnace, just as the elixir was on the verge of completion, an overwhelming drain on his consciousness led to a momentary lapse, culminating in yet another failure. 3 consecutive failures would have left an ordinary alchemist utterly exhausted and disheartened, their resolve shaken. Yet, Xu Changsheng possessed an indomitable spirit. He remained undeterred, meticulously reflecting on the details of each failure. In the fourth furnace, he exercised even greater caution, striving for perfection in every step. At last, a faint medicinal fragrance wafted from the furnace, signaling a successful congealing of the elixir. However, upon opening the furnace, he was dismayed to find that the elixir bore a dull hue. Its spiritual energy dissipated. It was nothing more than a failed concoction. Were he anyone else, despair would surely have taken hold at this moment. However, Xu Changsheng gazed at the 3 discarded pills, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Transforming waste into treasure rests upon your capabilities. Without hesitation, he cast the 9 worthless pills into the bronze cauldron. A blue light illuminated once more. This time, the process unfolded with far greater ease. In less than half an hour, 3 flawless foundation-building pills appeared within the cauldron, their surfaces round and plump, gleaming with a pearly luster and adorned with distinct patterns, exuding an enchanting fragrance and an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy. Upon consuming one of the pills, the effects of the breakthrough were profound. As the elixir entered his abdomen, it immediately transformed into a torrent of pure medicinal power, surging forth like a mighty river, rushing through his limbs and bones, ultimately converging in his dantian. The spiritual lake within him seemed infused with boundless vitality, instantly boiling and expanding. His cultivation, which had already reached the early stage of the 12th layer of qi refinement, shattered barriers under the impetus of this formidable energy, propelling him directly into the late stage of the 12th layer of qi refinement. Chapter 113, 28 Foundation Establishment Pills. Having narrowly escaped a calamity, he now stands at the pinnacle of the inner sect. What remarkable potency! And this is merely a simplified version of the Foundation Establishment Pill. Xu Changsheng was both astonished and elated. The effects of a single pill exceeded his expectations tremendously. What terror might the perfected version of the Foundation Establishment Pill unleash? Bolstered by newfound confidence, Xu Changsheng continued his alchemical endeavors. With the remaining 6 materials, he became increasingly adept. Although he faced 2 failures during the process, he ultimately succeeded in refining 4 batches, yielding a total of 17 completed Foundation Establishment Pills. Coupled with the 2 pills salvaged from previous failures, he now possessed 19 finished Foundation Establishment Pills. Yet, this was not the end. The Bronze Cauldron's enhancement capabilities were not limited to merely salvaging failed pills. Xu Changsheng extracted 12 completed Foundation Establishment Pills and placed them back into the cauldron. A radiant blue light gleamed, and the medicinal fragrance intensified, even stirring the spiritual energy within the courtyard. The color of the 12 Foundation Establishment Pills deepened, and the intricate patterns upon them seemed to come alive, subtly resonating with the essence of the Tao. Their efficacy had astonishingly increased tenfold or more compared to their pre-enhanced state. Grasping such an abundance of Foundation Establishment Pills, Xu Changsheng felt an overwhelming sense of ambition. While an ordinary cultivator would regard a single Foundation Establishment Pill as a treasure beyond measure, he possessed enough to forge a path to the heavens. Yet, he remained grounded in his resolve. The Foundation Establishment Pill was merely a supplement. The true foundation lay within oneself. The 13th layer of qi refinement, the ultimate compression of liquid spiritual energy, the opening of the second dantian. This was the genuine foundation upon which to ascend to greatness. His gaze unwavering, he carefully stored all the Foundation Establishment Pills. What lay ahead was not immediate Foundation establishment, but rather seclusion. With the immense medicinal power provided by these pills as his support, he intended to fully harness the secret techniques recorded in the 3 Yuan formula, Metal Sword Technique, and Taiyi Qi Nourishing Art, compressing the spiritual liquid in his dantian to challenge the legendary realm of qi refinement and open the second dantian, achieving the 13th layer of qi refinement. Only by laying such a rare and profound foundation would his foundation establishment be truly perfect. Within the courtyard, the atmosphere thickened once more. Xu Changsheng closed his eyes, his mind delving deep within, preparing for the final push towards the pinnacle of qi refinement. Just as he was poised to surge forward, utilizing the power of the Foundation Establishment Pills to reach higher realms, an urgent command from the sect arrived via a transmission talisman. He was ordered to immediately organize personnel to harvest all mature Tianling herbs from the Tianling herb garden and escort them back to the sect with utmost speed. All Tianling herbs to be hastily escorted back to the sect? Upon receiving the command, Xu Changsheng furrowed his brow. While harvesting spiritual herbs was part of his duties, the task of transporting resources was typically entrusted to dedicated disciples or guard teams. The fact that it had fallen directly upon him, the steward of the herb garden, underscored the extent of the sect's manpower shortage, with even crucial technical personnel being required to undertake frontline transport duties. He dared not delay, promptly issuing orders for all disciples of the medicinal garden to mobilize urgently, hastily harvesting all mature celestial spirit herbs with utmost care and securely sealing them in specially crafted jade boxes. Simultaneously, he discreetly gathered a select few of the finest celestial spirit herbs from his own fields, hastened to maturity by enhanced spiritual rain. Once all supplies were organized, Xu Changsheng summoned over a dozen late-stage Qi refinement disciples to form a protective escort, departing the celestial spirit medicinal garden aboard the sect's transportation artifact, vigilantly racing towards the sect's headquarters. The transportation proceeded remarkably smoothly, and after several days, Xu Changsheng and his party arrived safely at the sect, delivering this crucial batch of foundational elixir ingredients to the pill hall, where they received commendation from the supervising elder. However, shortly after completing his task and returning to his temporary residence within the sect, a shocking and terrifying piece of news spread like wildfire. Less than 2 days after his departure, the Celestial Spirit Medicinal Garden had suffered a catastrophic disaster. The defector, Lin Jintian, had somehow circumvented the sect's perimeter defenses and launched a sudden assault on the medicinal garden. A furious golden core cultivator struck with a force that could obliterate the heavens. The remaining Gukong fought valiantly, but his efforts were as futile as a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and he perished on the spot. The garden's defensive formations were forcibly breached. Numerous facilities were destroyed, and the disciples suffered heavy casualties, leaving the entire garden nearly razed to the ground. It was said that Lin Jintian was consumed by rage at the scene, repeatedly roaring for Xu Changsheng to come forth, clearly making Xu his primary target. Had it not been for Xu Changsheng's timely reassignment for the transport mission, he would likely have met a grim fate. Upon hearing this news, Xu Changsheng felt a chill racing up his spine, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. The terror of a golden core's might was indeed formidable, and the intensity of vengeance was chilling. He could scarcely imagine the dire consequences had he delayed his departure by even a day, or if the escort's speed had faltered. He would surely have found himself in an irretrievable predicament. Simultaneously, he felt profound sorrow and guilt for the fate of Gukong and the others. They had, in a sense, borne the brunt of his misfortune. The sect's higher-ups were incandescent with rage over this incident, reinforcing the defenses of critical rear strongholds and issuing a relentless pursuit order against the Lin family. For Xu Changsheng, who had fortuitously evaded this calamity and successfully escorted vital supplies back to the sect, there was no blame. Rather, he was lauded for his foresight in relocating essential materials, thereby averting even greater losses. Though it was purely coincidental, and all events unfolded by chance, what the sect desperately needed now was confidence. Shortly thereafter, the results of the latest inter-sect disciples' evaluations were announced. When the list was revealed, the entire sect erupted in astonishment once more. The top inter-sect disciple was none other than Xu Changsheng from the spiritual herb peak. His name soared to the summit, surpassing all single and dual-element prodigies, including those from illustrious cultivation families. In the past, a disciple with a pseudo-spiritual root ranking first would have incited tremendous controversy and skepticism. Yet this time, despite lingering astonishment, jealousy, and disbelief, the dissenting voices were significantly muted. This was because his achievements were undeniably earned through sheer effort and valor. He had eradicated internal traitors within the Black Profound Mine and restructured the defenses during his Qi refinement phase. During the Qi refinement stage, he successfully repelled mid-Foundation establishment stage demonic cultivators at the front of Panchir Fortress. In a remarkable display of prowess, he countered Foundation establishment foes, dispatching them with his sword outside Qingsheng City. In the Celestial Spirit Herb Garden, he uncovered a nefarious plot, leading his team to eliminate traitors and dismantle a demonic lair. With each assessment, his cultivation advanced at an astonishing rate, soaring from the 8th level of Qi refinement to his current stature. Each of these accomplishments underscores his formidable combat strength, keen intellect, and remarkable contributions. His top ranking may reflect the sect's recognition and support for his extraordinary feats, yet it is primarily a testament to his own hard-earned abilities. No one can deny that, despite his inferior spiritual roots, his overall strength and contributions to the sect have surpassed those of all inner disciples. Chapter 114. Visiting Old Friends. The Zhou family humiliated. Seeking justice. The first among the inner sect with a mixed elemental root. This is likely an unprecedented occurrence in the annals of the Taiyi immortal sect, isn't it? Though hard to believe, It seems almost inevitable. His achievements are formidable. It appears that spiritual roots are not absolute. One's disposition and opportunities hold equal significance. Countless disciples engaged in fervent discussions, their emotions intricately woven. The rise of Xu Changsheng seems to shatter a long-held perception, instilling a flicker of elusive yet genuine hope in many disciples with subpar spiritual roots. Yet for Xu Changsheng himself, the title of first among the inner sect brings little joy. Rather, it feels akin to a death warrant. It signifies that he has been thrust into the limelight, destined to confront an array of overt and covert adversities. Yet more than anything, it ignites a fierce fighting spirit within him. One of the 5 element spiritual roots. He can still trample those so-called geniuses beneath his feet. Being the first in the inner sect is merely the beginning. Xu Changsheng clenched his fists, his gaze sharp as a blade, with aspirations to reach the 13th layer of Qi refinement, establish his foundation, and ascend to the golden core. No one shall obstruct my path. He chose to disregard the clamor of the outside world and resolved to retreat into seclusion once more. However, this time, the period of isolation would likely be lengthy. Recalling the old friends he had not seen for quite some time, he decided to pay them a visit before withdrawing. The first name that sprang to his mind was Chun Wufeng of the Broken Blade Peak. Yet, upon arriving at Chun Wufeng's residence, he was informed that his senior brother had once again volunteered to head to the front lines several days prior. Xu Changsheng stood in stunned silence for a long while. Chun Wufeng, having suffered the loss of an arm and sustaining grave injuries, with his cultivation greatly diminished and foundation damaged, could have relied on his past merits to remain in the rear, engaging in leisurely duties without fear of reproach. Yet, he chose once again the perilous front lines. Brother Chun, he is truly risking everything. A surge of unspoken admiration and sorrow welled up within Xu Changsheng. He understood that Chun Wufeng was not driven by a sense of duty to the sect, but rather could not bear the thought of his own path being severed. Unable to bear witness to others' progress from the sidelines in a state of helplessness and torment. He is seeking a glimmer of chance that may not even exist through this nearly self-destructive method, or perhaps seeking a warrior's place of belonging. After a moment of silence, Xu Changsheng turned to leave, feeling a deeper concern for this brother. Next, he visited Ma Datsai from the outer sect. Ma Datsai was living a most prosperous life, benefiting from the influence of his uncle Elder Ma and his own cultivation at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. He thrived among the outer disciples. To Xu Changsheng's amusement, this fellow had even married 2 beautiful wives, and his courtyard was filled with cheerful banter and joy. The two shared drinks and reminisced, with Ma Datsai glowing with health, enthusiastically discussing his philosophy of wellness and the joys of life, prompting Xu Changsheng to shake his head and chuckle. "Ah, Brother Ma, you truly know how to enjoy life." Xu Changsheng teased, raising his cup. Life is short. One must indulge while they can. What are you fighting for, Brother Xu?" Ma Datsai winked. Xu Changsheng smiled in silence, reflecting that everyone has their own aspirations. Perhaps this is Ma Datsai's path. To live a life of stability is indeed a blessing. Departing from the abode of Ma Datsai, Xu Changsheng sought out Xu Xiu at the Alchemy Peak. Xu Xiu was now a man of considerable busyness. After a prolonged wait, he finally arrived in a hurried state, wearied, and immediately began to lament. "Brother Xu, you have finally come. Alas, the demand for elixirs within the sect has surged tremendously. Daily tasks have piled up like mountains. I toil from dawn till dusk, barely finding a moment to meditate and restore my spiritual energy. My cultivation has stagnated for quite some time. If this continues, I fear I shall never attain the foundation establishment." Observing his distressed demeanor, Xu Changsheng could not help but chuckle. "Junior Brother Xu, you are being overly greedy. Are you aware of how many disciples on the front lines live in constant peril, facing life and death at every turn? To remain safely within the sect, refining elixirs as you do, is a coveted fortune that many would yearn for. Slower cultivation is still far better than losing one's life." Xu Xiu paused, reflecting on this, and it seemed he grasped the truth in Xu Changsheng's words. Rubbing his head, he offered a wry smile. "You are right, brother. I have strayed in my thoughts. To live safely is indeed fortunate." Soon after, Xu Changsheng recalled his late friend Zhou Qing's family. Zhou Qing had perished protecting his fellow disciples, leaving his family without a pillar of support. His widow, Chu Yan, and their kin must be enduring hardships. Upon learning the whereabouts of Zhou's family in the market outside the sect, he sought them out. However, the sight that greeted him tightened his brow. The Zhou family's shop was desolate. Its members wore expressions of fear, and Chu Yan appeared significantly more haggard. After inquiring further, he discovered that following Zhou Qing's demise, certain minor factions within the sect, seeing the Zhou family vulnerable, had resorted to various and scrupulous means to seize their surviving properties and businesses. The Zhou family had struggled to endure and had attempted several times to seek Xu Changsheng's assistance at the spiritual herb peak, but they had been unable to find him due to his missions or meditation retreats. Upon hearing this, Xu Changsheng's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with cold fury. Zhou Qing had died for him, entrusting his family to him in his final moments. He could not tolerate such humiliation inflicted upon his brother's widow and kin. Do you know who is responsible? Xu Changsheng's voice was frigid. Chu Yan tearfully revealed several names, all of which belonged to certain stewards or inner disciples who were affiliated with prominent families within the sect. Very well, I understand. Leave this matter to me, declared Xu Changsheng before turning away. In the following days, Xu Changsheng acted with decisiveness, leveraging his status as the foremost inner disciple and a golden core practitioner. Armed with Zhou Qing's entrusted words and Chu Yan's testimony, he confronted those factions. He granted them no room for evasion or negotiation, demanding that they immediately return all seized properties and compensate the Zhou family for their losses during this ordeal. Initially, those factions attempted to leverage their backgrounds to deflect his demands and even resorted to veiled threats. However, when Xu Changsheng unleashed his formidable spiritual pressure, indicative of his late-stage qi refinement nearing Foundation establishment, coupled with the cold intent of someone who had slain Foundation establishment demons, all present were struck with fear. This was a man who had bested even those of the Foundation establishment and dared to scheme against Golden Core ancestors. Now, he stood as the rising star among inner disciples. Should matters escalate, the families backing these factions would likely not risk their standing over such trivialities against Xu Changsheng. Ultimately, under the relentless and formidable purging executed by Xu Changsheng, all appropriated enterprises were fully reclaimed, and the opposing party also paid a substantial sum of spirit stones as compensation. Following this incident, the Zhou family found their crisis alleviated, and none dared to provoke them lightly thereafter. Chu Yan and her kin expressed their profound gratitude towards Xu Changsheng. Yet, he merely stated with calmness, "Brother Zhou is both my mentor and friend. This is a matter within my obligations. Should you encounter further troubles in the future, feel free to seek me out directly." After resolving these trivial matters, Xu Changsheng felt little satisfaction. Instead, he was more acutely aware of the capricious nature of worldly affairs and the harsh realities of the cultivation realm. He returned to his small courtyard and once more sealed the formation. He momentarily set aside the enmities and grievances of the outside world. Now, it was time to concentrate on the most crucial task at hand, to open the second Dantian and break through to the 13th layer of Qi refinement. Chapter 115, The Cliff of Enlightenment, the completion of the 3 Yuan technique. Chen Wufeng betrays the sect. Within the cave dwelling, Xu Changsheng adjusted his state of being and retrieved a basic Foundation establishment pill, enhanced from discarded elixirs, placing it into his mouth. As the pill dissolved, a torrent of potent and refined medicinal energy surged through his meridians, akin to a flood breaching its dam, ultimately converging into the already saturated gaseous spiritual lake within his Dantian. The lake boiled violently, expanding furiously, its capacity and density of spiritual power forcibly elevated to an unprecedented limit. Boom. The invisible barrier was ruthlessly shattered. The 12th level of Qi refinement, complete. At this moment, the gaseous spiritual energy within his Dantian was vast as a sea of smoke, its magnitude far exceeding the imagination of practitioners of the same tier, even subtly brushing against the threshold of a qualitative transformation. It was time. Xu Changsheng's gaze shone brightly, and without hesitation, he immediately activated the secret method of the 3 Yuan technique. The first compression commenced. His immense consciousness, akin to an invisible hand, worked in tandem with the profound principles of the technique, forcefully compressing the vast spiritual lake inward. The process was excruciating. His meridians throbbed painfully, as if his Dantian were about to tear apart, yet his will was as iron, enduring the torment. The visible range of the spiritual lake shrank noticeably, yet its energy became more viscous, shimmering with astonishing brilliance. Its power dramatically increased. The first compression, success. After a brief moment of recuperation, feeling the formidable strength of the compressed spiritual energy, Xu Changsheng consumed 2 additional Foundation establishment pills. An even more terrifying eruption of energy ensued, instantly filling the newly compressed space, surpassing previous levels. The second compression, solidify. Xu Changsheng roared, veins bulging on his forehead, exerting all his strength to propel the 3 Yuan technique. Rumble. Within his Dantian, it felt as though an explosion had occurred, the spiritual energy was compressed to the utmost, further shrinking, its color deepening, almost transforming into a tangible mercury-like substance, flowing with an overwhelming sense of power. The second compression, success. However, when Xu Changsheng attempted to push forward for the final third compression, he encountered immense resistance. No matter how he activated the technique or burned his consciousness, the already maximally compressed spiritual energy remained immovable, akin to the hardest divine iron, counteracting with such force that it nearly caused his blood to surge violently, almost injuring him. After multiple failed attempts, he realized that mere diligent practice and pills would not suffice to achieve this ultimate transformation, stopping his futile efforts. A glimmer of enlightenment crossed his eyes. This final bottleneck might require not brute force, but rather a moment of insight and opportunity. Resolutely, he exited his seclusion and made his way to the sect's merit hall. The sect had previously granted him only 3 days of qualification at the Cliff of Enlightenment. While this might suffice for overcoming ordinary barriers, it was evidently inadequate for the grand feat he aspired to accomplish. Presenting his identity token, which bore a staggering sum of contribution points, he addressed the elder on duty. "I wish to exchange for time at the Cliff of Enlightenment," Xu Changsheng stated calmly. Upon seeing his contribution points and recognizing his name, the elder's demeanor shifted to one of utmost courtesy. "Ah, it is Master Su's nephew. How many days would you like to exchange?" "1 day requires 1,000 contribution points." 17 days, Xu Changsheng replied without hesitation. The elder on duty paused slightly, realizing that 1,000 points a day over 17 days would amount to a staggering 17,000 points. This was a sum that many inner disciples might not accumulate even over several years. However, he quickly regained his composure. For the individual before him was the newly appointed first of the inner sect, known for accumulating contribution points swiftly and spending them liberally. "Very well. I shall record this for my disciple. Along with the original 3 days, my disciple shall be able to cultivate at the Cliff of Enlightenment for a total of 20 days. The Cliff of Enlightenment, though not a particularly imposing peak, appeared merely as an ordinary rocky platform. Yet, upon entering its vicinity, Xu Changsheng felt an indescribable tranquility and serenity. The spiritual energy of the world seemed to resonate with a unique rhythm, facilitating a deeper state of enlightenment. It was said that throughout the history of the Taiyi Sect, several nascent soul ancestors had secluded themselves here, successfully breaking through their realms. The heavenly melodies stirred by their breakthroughs merged with the local environment, over time creating this extraordinary place for cultivation. Xu Changsheng sought a secluded stone platform, sitting cross-legged, his breath steady and mind focused. Immersing himself in the final insights of the 3-yuan formula, he meticulously reflected on every subtle sensation from the previous 2 compressions, experiencing the transformation of spiritual power from immense to refined. During the first 10 days, he resembled a venerable monk in meditation, his aura gradually blending with the surroundings of the Cliff of Enlightenment. In his mind, he continuously simulated various potential paths for the third compression, yet each time he found himself at an impasse. On the 10th day, as the morning sun rose and the purple aura illuminated the east, a flash of spiritual light streaked through his consciousness like lightning. "So that is it. My previous understanding was flawed. The third compression is not merely an accumulation of power. It requires a catalyst, a moment of exquisite transition between stillness and movement. It necessitated guiding his consciousness to ignite the core of the spiritual liquid, achieving the transformation from profound stillness to dynamic movement in an instant. Only then could success be attained. In that moment, enlightenment dawned upon him, and all previous obstacles fell away. The profound meanings of the 3-yuan formula were now completely clear to him. With the remaining 10 days ahead, everything fell into place effortlessly. He carefully guided the immensely compressed spiritual energy, using his formidable consciousness as a beacon, cautiously touching the very core of it. "Concentrate," he muttered within his heart. It was as if the universe had just begun, birthing the first ray of light amidst utter silence. The solid core of spiritual energy collapsed inward with a sudden force, unleashing an indescribable suction. Instantly, the spiritual energy within his dantian was drawn in, undergoing frantic compression, consolidation, and transformation. When everything settled, the spiritual energy within his dantian had vanished, replaced by a semi-liquid energy body the size of a fist, shimmering with ethereal brilliance, akin to flowing crystalline diamonds. Although the total amount of spiritual power remained unchanged, its density and quality had undergone a revolutionary transformation. With a mere thought, he could unleash a terrifying power far beyond his previous capabilities. The third compression was complete. The spiritual power had become semi-liquid, Xu Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, which seemed to shimmer with the flow of galaxies, profound beyond measure. He felt the immense power of the semi-liquid energy within him, and a satisfied smile finally graced his lips. The 3 yuan had reached perfection. The semi-liquid state was achieved. He proceeded to cultivate the second dantian, allowing progress to unfold naturally. With the mastery of the 13 layers of qi refining, a breakthrough within a month was assured. After 20 days at the Enlightenment Cliff, he finally attained completion. Rising from this sacred ground that had bestowed upon him the opportunity for advancement, his heart brimmed with boundless anticipation for the future. The true pinnacle of qi refining beckoned to him. With a lightened spirit, he departed from the Enlightenment Cliff, ready to return to his cave abode and muster the resolve to achieve his final breakthrough. However, scarcely had he left the Enlightenment Cliff when a thunderous piece of news struck him with the force of a lightning bolt. Chen Wufeng had fallen into the demonic path, betrayed the sect, and allied himself with the Blood Shadow sect. Chapter 116, Sect Examination. A new mission, the land of corpse cultivation. News spread like wildfire within the sect, with intricate details emerging. Chen Wufeng, afflicted by the poison of a demonic corpse that had seeped into his very bones, found it nearly impossible to eradicate. The agony of his severed arm further nurtured the demons within his heart, preventing any advancement in his cultivation. Ultimately, he succumbed to the allure of demonic arts, clandestinely practicing the secret techniques of the demonic sect. 7 days prior, on the battlefield, he had ruthlessly slain several inner sect disciples, using their deaths as a declaration of allegiance, betraying the sect to join the Xian Yin demon sect. This incident caused a tremendous uproar within the Taiyi immortal sect. Chen Wufeng, once the pride of the inner sect and a prodigy with singular spiritual roots, had met such a tragic fate, which undoubtedly dealt a severe blow to the morale of the sect. Xu Changsheng stood in stunned silence, a tumult of complex emotions surging within him. There was shock, regret, and a glimmer of understanding. The allure of demonic cultivation, despite its grave risks and malicious nature, undeniably promised rapid advancement. He sighed inwardly. How could someone as proud as Chen Wufeng endure the fall from grace, transforming from a celestial being to an ordinary soul, even becoming an object of pity for others? His choice, though unexpected, was not entirely irrational. The next encounter might very well be on the battlefield as adversaries. Reflecting on their past camaraderie and shared revelries, Xu Changsheng felt a weight in his heart. Soon enough, disciples from the law enforcement hall arrived for a routine inquiry. As it was well known that Xu Changsheng and Chen Wufeng were close, Xu Changsheng faced them with composure, recounting only what he knew regarding Chen Wufeng's injuries and his despondent state, stating truthfully that he had no foreknowledge of the betrayal and had never been involved with the demonic sect. His consistent valor in battle and unwavering integrity were well recognized, earning him accolades for his refusal to tolerate any injustices. Given his current status as the foremost inner sect disciple and a Golden Core disciple, the law enforcement hall did not press him further and departed after a brief inquiry. While there were whispers within the sect, the majority believed Xu Changsheng to be too prudent to conspire with the demonic sect. This incident did not significantly affect him. However, just a few days later, a sect mission order arrived in his hands, commanding him to join 5 other Foundation establishment cultivators in destroying a significant land of corpse cultivation belonging to the Ghost Corpse sect. Upon seeing this task, Xu Changsheng's brow furrowed immediately. The land of corpse cultivation was undoubtedly a heavily fortified stronghold of the Ghost Corpse sect. Assigning a mere qi refinement disciple to such a perilous mission, even with his past achievements against Foundation establishment foes, seemed rather unusual. Moreover, having recently been questioned due to his association with Chen Wufeng, this felt even more peculiar. A strange occurrence often conceals deeper motives. He refrained from making an immediate statement, instead discreetly utilizing his contribution points and connections to investigate the specifics of the land of corpse cultivation. After expending considerable effort and spiritual stones, he finally gleaned from some clandestine sources that the land indeed existed, but according to reliable intelligence, only 3 Foundation establishment demon cultivators were stationed there, while the majority comprised qi refinement disciples and numerous low-tier corpse cultivators. The sect dispatched 6 individuals, among whom only he was not a Foundation establishment cultivator. Thus they held an absolute advantage in strength. Upon receiving this information, Xu Changsheng felt a sense of relief. It seemed the sect did not intend to send him to his death, perhaps merely seeking to evaluate him further through this mission or to recognize his combat capabilities. He mused to himself, 3 Foundation establishment demonic cultivators. With my current prowess, alongside the 5 fellow disciples, if we proceed with caution, we should be able to manage. Although risks still linger, they remain within an acceptable threshold. Moreover, the rewards and contributions to the sect for successfully completing such perilous tasks would undoubtedly be substantial. Very well, I shall embark on this journey, which will serve as a perfect opportunity to test the power of my semi-liquid spiritual energy after the third compression. Resolute in his decision, Xu Changsheng ceased his hesitation and began to prepare for the task. He adjusted his state to its peak, meticulously checked all his magical tools and talismans, particularly the remaining Foundation establishment pills, which were of utmost importance as they provided him the confidence to break through the 13th layer of Qi refinement. Days later, he met with the 5 Foundation establishment senior brothers and sisters, and they set forth towards the ominous graveyard of corpses. The next encounter with Chun Wufeng might render him an adversary. However, this time, he would confront the true lair of demons. The flying vessel pierced through the clouds, hurtling toward the ghostly domain of the corpse cult. Inside the cabin, the other 5 Foundation establishment cultivators either meditated with closed eyes or engaged in hushed conversations, their demeanor mostly relaxed. After all, according to the intelligence gathered, there were only 3 Foundation establishment demonic cultivators at the target site, and their 6-member formation was overwhelmingly powerful. Only Xu Changsheng sat alone in a corner, his eyes slightly closed, fingers deftly forming seals, as an extremely subtle yet sharp sword intent swirled around him. He was striving to master the Gungjin sword technique, attempting to simultaneously control 6 Gungjin flying swords. With his formidable spiritual consciousness reaching 90 zhang and his spiritual energy having transformed into a semi-liquid state after 3 compressions, managing 6 top-tier flying swords was challenging yet no longer an impossible feat. It merely required more exquisite control and continuous practice. A kindly-faced mid-stage female cultivator of Foundation establishment observed him and remarked with a smile, "Junior brother Xu is truly diligent, not forgetting to cultivate even during our journey. No wonder he ranks first in the inner sect with a 5-element root." Xu Changsheng retracted his sword intent, opened his eyes, and humbly replied, "Senior sister, you flatter me. The demonic sect is perilous, and I merely wish to familiarize myself with another technique to enhance my chances of survival. I dare not grow complacent." A robust early-stage male cultivator nearby laughed heartily and patted his storage pouch. "Junior brother Xu need not worry excessively. The intelligence is reliable. There are merely 3 Foundation establishment demon spawn there. With our 6 together, it will be a piece of cake. Rest assured, the senior brothers will look after you. Indeed, the danger is minimal. Junior brother Xu should relax," another chimed in. Xu Changsheng nodded in agreement outwardly, yet inwardly, he did not dare to let his guard down. Years of experience had taught him that tasks which appeared to be straightforward often concealed greater dangers. He continued to immerse himself in his cultivation, persistently familiarizing himself with the sensation of simultaneously controlling 6 swords. 3 days later, the flying vessel arrived at its destination. Before even approaching, a nauseating stench assaulted the senses. Below lay an expansive, chaotic necropolis, the soil heaving, revealing scattered exposed bones and partially decayed corpses. Crows circled ominously above, an eerie atmosphere enveloping the site, with resentment almost materializing into a tangible black mist. This was indeed the place. "Act swiftly. Eliminate all disciples of the corpse sect and any active corpses," commanded the leader, a cultivator in the late Foundation establishment stage. 6 individuals descended, each employing their unique techniques. Swords of light, spells, and talismans fell like raindrops. Most of the remaining disciples of the corpse sect were merely at the Qi refinement stage, commanding only sluggish, low-level corpses. In the face of such overwhelming power, they stood little chance of resistance and were swiftly eradicated. Chapter 117. A relaxed completion? The ghostly corpse trap. The entire graveyard had been thoroughly plowed, seemingly completed with utmost ease. However, Xu Changsheng's brow furrowed ever tighter. He deftly maneuvered 6 flying swords, precisely eliminating sporadic resistance. While his formidable divine sense had already meticulously swept through the entire graveyard multiple times, something was amiss. Something felt profoundly wrong. The unease within him grew ever stronger. This place was indeed a mortuary, steeped in an abundance of Yin energy, with countless corpses littered about. Yet, apart from those feeble low-tier walking corpses, he had not encountered a single formidable high-tier refining corpse, one possessing foundational strength. The 3 foundational demon cultivators mentioned in the intel had not made an appearance from the very beginning. This was certainly not the level of guarding power one would expect from a significant mortuary. It was as if it were deliberately set up as a mere fade. Brothers and sisters, Xu Changsheng could not help but voice his concerns. The situation here is suspicious. The absence of high-tier refining corpses and foundational demon cultivators may indicate a trap. The burly male cultivator dismissed him with a kick to his skeleton, chuckling, "Xu Jr. brother, you are simply too tense. Perhaps those 3 demon brats fled at the mere news of our arrival. With the task completed, we shall return to report." The leading foundational late-stage cultivator nodded slightly. Indeed, it has been rather smooth. However, since the demon cultivators are absent, they may have truly fled at the first sign of us. Let us conduct a thorough search once more. If we find nothing, we shall withdraw. Upon hearing this, the others concurred, beginning to disperse for a final inspection. Yet, Xu Changsheng's sense of foreboding intensified. Rather than relaxing, he heightened his divine sense to its utmost limits. The 6 flying swords orbiting around him, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, an abrupt change occurred. The very ground of the graveyard began to tremble violently. Just as everyone had spread out, their vigilance slightly waning, the earth roared with a thunderous rumble. Suddenly, countless pitch-black pillars of light surged forth from beneath the heaps of corpses, intertwining in the air to form a massive inverted bowl-shaped barrier, sealing off the entire area. A dense, tangible miasma of deathly energy permeated the surroundings, isolating the inside from the outside, twisting and darkening the light. "This is bad. It's a trap." The leading foundational late-stage cultivator's expression changed dramatically as he shouted sternly. "Ha! Only now do you realize? It's too late." A chilling laughter echoed from all directions. Outside the barrier, figures materialized from thin air, exuding a terrifying demonic aura. There were indeed over a dozen foundational demon cultivators. The foremost among them radiated a peak foundational late-stage aura, observing the 6 trapped individuals with a mocking gaze, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. "Fools of the Taiyi Immortal Sect, did you truly believe we would relinquish a vital mortuary so easily? This place, along with some worthless disciples, was merely bait to draw you in. Today, your essence and soul shall be used to refine my new spirit artifact. Join forces. Break the formation." The trapped foundational late-stage cultivator, remaining composed amidst the crisis, roared fiercely, summoning his life spirit artifact to strike fiercely at the barrier. The other participants quickly regained their composure. In this life-and-death moment, they spared no effort and unleashed their most potent techniques, relentlessly attacking a single point of the grand formation. Xu Changsheng, without a moment's hesitation, merged 6 gleaming golden swords into one, transforming it into a brilliant sword radiance capable of rending everything asunder. Together with the assaults from the other 5, they struck fiercely. The combined might of the 6, including a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator and the extraordinary Xu Changsheng, was nothing short of terrifying. Crack! The ominous light barrier quaked violently, emitting a brittle sound as it could no longer withstand the pressure, and a fissure was forcefully torn open. "Let us go," the leading cultivator shouted, and the others reacted swiftly. Only 2 early-stage foundation establishment cultivators lagged slightly, instantly transforming into streaks of light as they dashed through the gap. Trying to escape? Chase them. The leader of the demonic cultivators scoffed coldly, and immediately, a foundation establishment demon transformed into a dark streak, pursuing them. 2 of them directly targeted the weakest among the group, Xu Changsheng. It was evident that the Ghost Corpse sect placed great importance on Xu Changsheng, as even a Qi refinement cultivator was treated with such significance. Xu Changsheng pushed his escape speed to the utmost, but most foundation establishment cultivators practiced advanced escape techniques, far exceeding the speed of the Qi refinement stage. Even with his abundant spiritual power and having surged ahead, he had only managed to flee 100 miles before being cornered by 2 mid-stage foundation establishment demon cultivators. "Kid, where do you think you're running?" One of the pale-faced demons sneered, brandishing a bone banner that released countless vengeful spirits upon him. The other wielded a blood-red, curved blade, its glimmer sealing off Xu Changsheng's retreat. In this critical moment, a flicker of desperation and pain flashed in Xu Changsheng's eyes. He suddenly patted his storage bag, heavy sword talisman. Suppress. The ancient stone sword talisman reappeared, morphing into a mountain-like apparition that descended upon the demon wielding the bone banner. Simultaneously, bloodlight flickered from his sleeve. Blood shadow strike. Go. The crimson light shot forth at a cunning angle, piercing directly towards the heart of the demon with the blade. Talisman. 2 of them. The 2 demons were taken aback, scrambling to defend themselves. Boom. Splat. The heavy sword apparition smashed the bone banner demon, causing his blood and vitality to churn violently, bones cracking and tendons snapping. The blood shadow strike successfully pierced through the protective spiritual light of the blade-wielding demon. inflicting substantial injury, though not fatal. You little beast. You seek death. The two demons were both astonished and enraged. Yet, Xu Changsheng showed no inclination to engage in battle, seizing the opportunity to flee once more. However, enraged by their injuries, the two demons pursued relentlessly, realizing he could not escape without eliminating one of them. Xu Changsheng's eyes glinted with determination as he frantically urged the remaining power of the two talismans. Explode. Boom. Crack. The heavy sword talisman and blood shadow strike talisman emitted their final brilliance before erupting violently. The terrifying energy instantly engulfed the already wounded bone banner demon. Amidst his wretched screams, the demon and his artifact were reduced to ashes. The other blade-wielding demon was hurled away by the explosive aftermath, sustaining minor injuries. Seeing this, he was filled with both rage and astonishment, but upon witnessing the destruction of Xu Changsheng's two talismans, he immediately sneered, "Kid, now let us see what other tricks you have. Come and take your life." He swung his blood-red curved blade, its fierce edge once again lunging forward. Xu Changsheng's complexion was pale, his spiritual energy severely depleted, yet his gaze remained as frigid as frost. "Who told you that I am devoid of means?" He extended his fingers like a sword, and the semi-liquid spiritual energy within him blazed with fervor. The gung metal sword formation, 6 swords united. Flash. Whoosh. 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 The 6 gung metal flying swords tore through the air like silver lightning, merging instantaneously into an extraordinarily refined and unparalleled radiant sword, seemingly capable of severing the threads of fate. Fueled by Xu Changsheng's unwavering killing intent and all his might, the sword descended upon the utterly horrified demonic cultivator wielding a blade. No, the demonic cultivator could only emit a desperate scream before being entirely engulfed by the silver sword. His body and weapon cleaved in two, his soul annihilated. Splutter. Xu Changsheng spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying precariously, his spiritual energy nearly exhausted. He gritted his teeth and swiftly descended, collecting the storage bags and remains of the two demonic cultivators, not even pausing to examine them. Before igniting his vital blood and employing the blood escape talisman, fleeing desperately towards the direction of his sect. Chapter 118. The Sole Survivor, Collusion with the Demon Sect? The evidence is irrefutable. Barely a moment had passed since Xu Changsheng's departure when several pursuing demon cultivators arrived at the scene. Observing the shattered bones and the brutal aftermath of the battle, especially feeling the lingering sharpness of the sword intent and the aura of the talisman's detonation, their expressions soured significantly, erupting in furious and resentful roars. Useless. 2 Foundation establishment cultivators could not subdue a mere chi refinement disciple. Pursue him. He must have sustained severe injuries and cannot have fled far. However, Xu Changsheng had long since vanished into the vast expanse of the mountain forest, seizing that precious moment of respite. This time, he had exhausted all his trump cards. His talismans lay in ruins, his spiritual energy depleted, and internal injuries marred his body. Yet, he had once again carved a path to survival from the jaws of despair, claiming the heads and possessions of 2 Foundation establishment demon cultivators in the process. After 5 arduous days of recovery in a hidden cave, Xu Changsheng finally returned to the Taiyi Immortal Sect, albeit in a still weakened state. Rather than receiving a triumphant welcome, he was met with the cold, solemn atmosphere of the enforcement hall. He was promptly escorted to the grand hall of the enforcement. Inside, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Several enforcement elders sat in a line, their expressions grave. His master, Wang Mu, stood nearby, his countenance dark and foreboding, casting a complex and scrutinizing gaze upon him. "Xu Changsheng," began a stern-faced enforcement elder, his voice as frigid as ice. "The sole tokens of your 5 fellow Foundation establishment disciples who accompanied you on this mission shattered 5 days ago. Only you, a mere chi refinement disciple, returned alive. What do you have to say for this?" Another elder's tone was even sharper. "According to the principles of survival, it is often the strongest or an insider who is most likely to survive in dire circumstances. Though you have displayed remarkable prowess, it is suspicious that you escaped while your 5 fellow disciples perished at the hands of over a dozen Foundation establishment demon cultivators. This raises grave doubts about your potential collusion with the demon sect." Each word pierced through to the core, and their suspicion was unmasked. Wang Mu, standing silently beside them, moved his lips, yet refrained from speaking, his gaze locked onto Xu Changsheng, evidently filled with uncertainty and internal conflict. While he felt pride in his disciples' capabilities, the gravity of the situation demanded his utmost caution. A chill washed over Xu Changsheng as a surge of intense anger, and grievance welled within him. He had fought fiercely, risking everything to survive, only to be met with such skepticism upon his return. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, understanding that anger would be futile at this moment. Taking a deep breath to suppress the tumult within him, he met the gazes of the elders and his master with resolve. Esteemed elders, respected master. He spoke with calm, yet undeniable strength. My survival is not a stroke of luck, nor is it due to any collusion with the demon sect. It is a testament to the blade in my hand that forged my escape. With that, he forcefully struck his storage bag. A few gruesomely treated corpses tumbled to the floor, their terrifying visages still intact. The residual aura of Foundation establishment demon energy instantly permeated the air. Simultaneously, a recording jade tube was activated by him, casting light and shadow in the grand hall, vividly recreating the harrowing scene of his pursuit by two Foundation establishing demon cultivators. It illustrated how he decisively self-destructed two talismans to slay one adversary, and how he unleashed the might of the Gung Metal Sword formation to annihilate the other. The imagery captured his desperate struggle, depleting his spiritual energy, spitting blood, and fleeing in a gruesome escape. So realistic it was suffocating. The demon cultivators had laid a trap, ensnaring 6 of us in a formidable formation. We exerted ourselves to breach a narrow gap, with 4 managing to escape. The disciple, possessing the weakest cultivation, became the prime target of the 2 Foundation demons. With no other option, the disciple fought valiantly, at the cost of 2 talismans and severe injuries. He managed to slay both demons, barely securing his own escape. If the disciple had harbored even the slightest inclination to collude with the demon sect, why would they expend the lives of 2 Foundation cultivators to stage such a performance? Such a cost is, indeed, exorbitant. Xu Changsheng's voice resonated powerfully as he pointed to the severed head on the ground and the image in the air. This is the evidence. The disciple has a clear conscience. The entire law enforcement hall fell into an instant silence. All the elders stared, dumbfounded, at the remains of the Foundation demon cultivator and the breathtaking scene in the recording jade tube that far exceeded their wildest imaginations of a life-and-death struggle. To slay a Foundation demon in a one-on-one confrontation during the Qi refinement stage is already astonishing, and yet he had killed 2 consecutively? This was utterly preposterous. Yet the head lay before them, and the imagery could not be fabricated. The might of the self-destructed talisman and the earth-shattering Gung Metal Sword formation struck awe into their hearts. Wang Mu's previously gloomy countenance transformed into one of shock, followed swiftly by ecstasy, and finally deep concern and regret. He turned abruptly to Xu Changsheng, his eyes brimming with incredulous pride and anxiety. Good, good, good. Wang Mu exclaimed thrice, his voice trembling. Changsheng, you truly are. I have wronged you. The elder who had first spoken harshly wore a face that alternated between pale and flushed, ultimately releasing a long sigh. He rose and slightly bowed to Xu Changsheng. Xu nephew, this matter. I have underestimated you. To slay 2 demons and escape with your life is a commendable feat for our sect. We nearly wronged a loyal disciple, and I extend my sincerest apologies to you. Other elders also displayed expressions of shame and admiration. Their gazes towards Xu Changsheng transformed entirely, now filled with respect. Indeed, facts speak louder than words. Before such irrefutable evidence, any doubts appeared feeble and absurd. The demon sect could never risk the lives of 2 Foundation cultivators to protect a spy. With the misunderstanding resolved, the higher-ups of the sect regarded Xu Changsheng with newfound respect, their guilt giving way to generous rewards as a form of consolation and recognition. 10,000 contribution points, along with an abundance of healing elixirs and cultivation potions, were promptly bestowed upon Xu Changsheng. Following this incident, Xu Changsheng's reputation within the sect reached an unprecedented zenith. To slay Foundation cultivators during the Qi refinement stage is astonishing, and to emerge as the sole survivor from a deadly ambush targeting a Foundation team, while slaying 2 Foundation pursuers, borders on the legendary. Have you heard? Senior brother Xu has slain another 2 Foundation demons, and he did so in a counterattack after being ambushed. My heavens, is he still in the Qi refinement stage? The top of the inner sect, indeed well-deserved. I fear that even some of the early-stage masters may not be his match. Various discussions permeate the sect. Xu Changsheng has once again demonstrated his strength and worth through unassailable facts, rendering all those who questioned his spiritual root qualifications utterly speechless. Wang Mu personally attended to his injuries, aiding in his recovery with utmost care and concern. Although Xu Changsheng expressed his gratitude to his master and the sect for their rewards, he felt little joy, only a profound sense of fatigue and urgency. The path of cultivation is akin to treading on thin ice. The external demonic threats remain unresolved, and the sect is not entirely united. He requires even greater power. Chapter 119, Disciple of the Heart, Unable to Establish Foundation, 13th Layer of Qi Refinement. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Xu Changsheng gazed steadfastly at the remaining 20 or so foundation establishment pills. His resolve grew unyielding. Once his injuries healed, he would promptly open his second dantian and break through to the 13th layer of Qi refinement, and then establish his foundation. Only by establishing a foundation could he truly secure his place in the world. After the turmoil in the law enforcement hall, Xu Changsheng demonstrated his innocence and worth through his ironclad achievements in battle. The sect rewarded him generously, and his renown within the Taiyi Immortal Sect soared to unprecedented heights. As he quietly recuperated in his cave, consolidating his cultivation while planning to open his second dantian, his master, Wang Mu, the head of the alchemy peak, summoned him once more to the Grand Hall. This time, Wang Mu's demeanor was markedly different, bearing an unprecedented seriousness and determination. Changsheng. Wang Mu fixed his piercing gaze upon him, his voice resonant and powerful. Though your time under my tutelage has been brief, I have witnessed your temperament, perseverance, tactics, and unwavering loyalty to the sect. To refine Qi and then establish a foundation, to escape perilous situations and remain composed in crisis. To clear doubts amidst suspicion, such exceptional talent is rare in a century. He paused, his tone growing even more solemn. Today, I formally propose to the sect to accept you as my personal disciple. Do you consent? Xu Changsheng's heart quaked at these words. The distinction between a named disciple and a personal disciple, though merely two words apart, bore entirely different implications. A named disciple merely held a title, receiving some protection and basic guidance, while a personal disciple meant direct mentorship from the master, receiving all teachings and resources, truly the inheritor of the master's legacy. The resources, inheritance, and status available were incomparable to those of a named disciple. Moreover, Wang Mu was the head of the Golden Core Peak. His personal disciples held status akin to that of the core disciples of the sect. I am willing, Xu Changsheng replied without hesitation, bowing deeply. Disciple Xu Changsheng pays respects to master. I shall live up to your high expectations. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Wang Mu laughed heartily, personally assisting him to rise. From this day forth, you shall be my third personal disciple. Once this news spread, it sent shockwaves throughout the Taiyi Immortal Sect. To be accepted as a personal disciple by the head of the Golden Core Peak, while still in the Qi refinement stage, was unprecedented in the sect's nearly several hundred years of history. The last individual to receive such an honor was the current pillar of the sect, the ancestor Lingxiao. When ancestor Lingxiao was accepted as an exception, it was due to his singular spiritual root and the legendary tale of breaking through the 13th layer of Qi refinement. But what of Xu Changsheng today? He was merely at the 12th layer of Qi refinement, known to possess a mixed 5-element spiritual root. In terms of innate talent, he seemed worlds apart from the ancestor Lingxiao of yore. Yet, the achievements he had amassed, the merits he had established, and the formidable combat prowess he displayed were even more dazzling and incredible than those of ancestor Lingxiao in his prime. To become a personal disciple of the Golden Core at the Qi refinement stage, this truly is more astonishing than even ancestor Lingxiao's time. How many single spiritual roots have been overshadowed by mixed 5-element roots? Though his spiritual root may be lacking, his strength was undeniably forged through true combat. I am in awe. Within the sect, the overwhelming majority of disciples harbored no feelings of jealousy, only profound admiration for all that Xu Changsheng achieved. It was through his relentless struggle on the edge of danger, earned through tangible military exploits that were beyond reproach. Naturally, there were some whispered remarks in private, tinged with envy. Humph, it is merely good fortune, a matter of chance. With a mixed elemental root, the path to foundation establishment is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. He may bask in glory now, but when he finds himself stymied at the peak of Qi refinement, unable to establish his foundation, we shall see how he fares then. Even the sect leader, Wang Feng, was momentarily dazzled by his achievements. A direct disciple? It is sheer folly to squander resources on a pseudo-spiritual route. Let us observe how long his pride can endure. The chasm of foundation establishment cannot be crossed merely through combat prowess. Though these sentiments are shadowy, they reflect the thoughts of a portion of the populace. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme, and the significance of spiritual roots during the breakthrough to higher realms nearly dictates one's potential. No one doubts Xu Changsheng's invincibility during the Qi refinement stage, Yet there is a widespread skepticism regarding his prospects for foundation establishment. Xu Changsheng had heard whispers of these discussions, yet he merely smiled and dismissed them. Upon returning to the secluded cave dwelling granted by his master, located at the heart of the most concentrated spiritual energy on the alchemy peak, he reveled in the tenfold increase in spiritual energy compared to before. He surveyed the abundant pills, spirit stones, and a thick tome titled Wang Mu's alchemical insights bestowed upon him by his master. In his grasp, he held 54 foundation establishment pills. The chasm of foundation establishment? Limitations already set? A confident smile graced Xu Changsheng's lips. What others regarded as an insurmountable barrier had already been smoothed into a path for him. Once I achieve the 13th layer of Qi refinement, it shall be the moment of foundation establishment. At that time, let us see who dares to speak of the verdict on spiritual roots. He cast aside all distractions, consumed the pills, and devoted himself to healing and recovery. Once he regained his peak condition, it would be the moment to open his second dantian and attain the ultimate realm of Qi refinement. What the revered ancestor Ling Xiao could accomplish, Xu Changsheng not only could achieve, but would surpass. After declaring his seclusion, Xu Changsheng completely severed ties with the outside world, immersing himself in profound cultivation. The cave dwelling of the direct disciple was suffused with a mist of spiritual energy, far surpassing any previous experience. He did not immediately attempt foundation establishment. Instead, he first activated the Qingmu Changxingju Gongjin sword technique and the secret arts recorded within Taiyi Daozong, guiding the immense spiritual power that had been compressed to a semi-liquid state to strike at a mysterious nexus deep within his dantian. Opening the second dantian and achieving the 13th layer of Qi refinement was the final step he needed to complete prior to establishing his foundation. The process proved far more arduous and painful than he had imagined. It felt as though he were creating a small world within himself, necessitating the tearing apart of entrenched barriers of the dantian, reshaping the meridians, and placing an exceptional demand on the control of both consciousness and spiritual power. Were it not for his extraordinarily powerful consciousness, and the fact that his spiritual power had undergone 3 extreme compressions to become semi-liquid, he would not have even qualified to attempt such a feat. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and just as he felt his consciousness and spiritual power nearing depletion, boom! Deep within the dantian, something erupted open. A brand new, albeit minuscule yet extraordinarily stable space had been successfully established. The second dantian, accomplished. 13th layer of Qi refinement, shattered. In that fleeting moment, a profound transformation enveloped his entire being. The already vast reservoir of spiritual energy, akin to an ocean, seemed to have discovered a newfound sanctuary, surging uncontrollably into the second dantian, fortifying and expanding it incessantly. Simultaneously, the purple Qi observing spirit method, which had been stagnating at the 4th level of mastery, effortlessly broke through its constraints and ascended into the 5th tier. His consciousness surged dramatically, with its range expanding from 90 to an astonishing 100 zhang. This was now the strength of a typical foundational level cultivator's awareness. Its refinement and insight surpassed that of his peers by a considerable margin. At last, he had succeeded. Xu Changsheng experienced the exhilarating sensation of 2 dantians operating in unison within him, a feeling akin to boundless power, and an ineffable excitement surged within his heart. This was the true pinnacle of Qi refinement throughout history. Those who have attained such a state are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Chapter 120. The Assault on Foundation Establishment, an Anomalous Situation? The 5 Elements Spirit Pill. However, it soon became apparent to Xu Changsheng that the newly opened second dantian was utterly vacant, desperately in need of an immense influx of spiritual energy. Without hesitation, he began to consume foundation establishment pills. 1, 2, 3. The potency of the ordinary foundation establishment pills seemed somewhat diluted for him at this stage. After consecutively ingesting 6 ordinary foundation establishment pills, the overwhelming medicinal power barely filled the second dantian to a saturation level comparable to that of the first dantian. At this moment, both of his dantians operated simultaneously, culminating in a staggering total of spiritual energy. It was akin to the combined strength of 7 or 8 fully accomplished practitioners at the 12th level of Qi refinement. Such a robust foundation would surely leave countless individuals in awe if spoken of. With his foundation now exceedingly solidified and his condition at its zenith, it was time to challenge the foundation establishment. Xu Changsheng's gaze sparkled with determination as he retrieved the more potent foundation establishment pills. He first consumed an ordinary foundation establishment pill to channel its medicinal energy against the barrier of foundation establishment. The solid barrier trembled slightly, but remained steadfast. With the second, third, and eventually the fifth pill consumed, the barrier held firm, though its vibrations increased marginally. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed a fortified foundation establishment pill. Boom! The purity of the medicinal power far exceeded that of before, erupting within him like a volcanic explosion, relentlessly assaulting the formidable barrier. The barrier shook violently, even developing fine cracks, yet it still could not be breached. Gritting his teeth, Xu Changsheng alternated between consuming the remaining fortified foundation establishment pills and the ordinary ones. Each successive pill released its power within him, akin to relentless waves crashing against the foundation establishment barrier. However, that barrier stood resolutely like an ancient dam, impervious to the tempestuous onslaught. Each time it appeared on the verge of collapse, it ultimately stabilized at the critical moment. All the medicinal power seemed to be diluted by the extraordinarily robust foundations of the two Danshians, rendering it incapable of coalescing into the ultimate force necessary to break through. After consuming 7 foundation establishment pills in succession, Xu Changsheng was compelled to halt. His complexion was pale, not due to the depletion of spiritual energy, but rather a profound sense of helplessness. The medicinal power within him still surged, and both Danshians brimmed with energy to the point of swelling. Yet, that barrier of foundation establishment remained firmly sealed, immutable in its obstruction of his path. Why? Why is it like this? Xu Changsheng introspected upon that solid barrier. His brow furrowed, his heart engulfed in confusion and a trace of unwillingness. A robust foundation was supposed to be an advantage, yet at this moment, it seemed that an overly solid foundation had become the greatest obstacle to his breakthrough. It felt as though the level of his life was constrained by some more powerful rule, requiring an unimaginable force to shatter this shackle. After reaching the perfection of the 13th level of Qi refinement, the inability to establish a foundation after 7 pills was a tale that few would believe if it were to spread. Within the confines of his secluded chamber, Xu Changsheng fell into deep contemplation. The first step in the assault on foundation establishment had unexpectedly encountered an impasse. The attempt to establish a foundation has faltered. The 7 foundation-building pills have failed to breach the barrier, leaving Xu Changsheng enveloped in confusion and a hint of gravity. He understood that this matter was of great significance and that a blind continuation of pill consumption would not yield a solution. Resolutely, he exited his seclusion and made his way to the main hall of the pill refining peak to seek an audience with his master, Wang Mu. Upon seeing his beloved disciple emerge, Wang Mu had anticipated sensing the ethereal fluctuations of a successful foundation establishment. Instead, he found Xu Changsheng with a furrowed brow, his aura still confined to the Qi refining stage. The 13th layer of the extreme realm was elusive to outsiders, perceived only as unfathomable, leading Wang Mu to assume that Xu Changsheng remained at the 12th layer of Qi refining. Naturally, Xu Changsheng chose not to disclose the truth. For the more gifted one was, the more likely they would attract the attention of malevolent sections. Thus, Wang Mu, taken aback, inquired, "Changsheng, why the haste in leaving seclusion? Have you encountered difficulties in your foundation establishment?" Xu Changsheng let out a wry smile, respectfully saluted, and recounted in detail the peculiar situation of having consumed a significant quantity of foundation-building pills without achieving a breakthrough, omitting the specific number but emphasizing the considerable expenditure with no results. Upon hearing this, Wang Mu's brow furrowed tightly. He meticulously examined Xu Changsheng's physical condition, sensing a robust foundation that far surpassed the Qi refining stage, even causing him a flicker of alarm, and marveled at its depth. Yet, he also felt the complexity of the situation. Such a solid foundation should, in theory, facilitate a smooth foundation establishment. How could even the foundation-building pills prove ineffective? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Mu shook his head. Although he was a golden core master, his knowledge regarding the foundation establishment of those with 5 elemental roots was indeed limited. After all, individuals like you, who cultivate to the pinnacle of Qi refining with 5 elemental roots, are exceedingly rare, scarcely recorded in ancient texts. He rose and said to Xu Changsheng, "Please wait here. I shall return shortly." With that, Wang Mu transformed into a streak of light, hastening toward the depths of the sect's scripture repository. Utilizing his authority as the peak master of pill refining, he directly entered the area housing ancient tomes and began to meticulously search for records pertaining to the foundation establishment of the 5 elemental roots. He was gone for the better part of a day. When Wang Mu returned, he held an ancient and somewhat tattered jade slip in his hand. a look of realization and gravity on his face. Changsheng, I may have found the reason, he said, handing the jade slip to Xu Changsheng. According to this ancient fragment, those with 5 elemental roots possess the elements in balance, yet are mutually constraining. To transcend significant realms, one requires not only the barrier-breaking power of the foundation-building pills, but also the concurrent stabilization of the 5 elemental roots. Xu Changsheng accepted the jade slip, immersing his consciousness within. The text was archaic and obscure, yet its meaning was clear. Practitioners of the 5 elemental roots must, while consuming foundation-building pills to break through their bottleneck, simultaneously take specific elixirs corresponding to the 5 attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Only by using their medicinal power to protect the corresponding organs of the 5 elements and stabilize the surrounding elemental energy can one maintain balance within during the moment of breakthrough, preventing chaotic energy surges that could lead to disruption and failure. 5 elemental elixirs. Xu Changsheng slowly set down the jade slip, his brow furrowed. He had heard of the names of these 5 elixirs, all of which were relatively obscure second-tier pills, challenging to concoct, each containing pure single-attribute spiritual power. Indeed, no wonder the world speaks of the difficulty of cultivating a foundation with the 5-element spiritual roots as akin to ascending to the heavens. At this moment, Xu Changsheng truly comprehends the essence of this formidable challenge. For those exceptionally gifted, a single foundation establishment pill suffices. For ordinary dual spiritual root cultivators, 2 or 3 foundation establishment pills are the utmost limit. However, for those with 5-element spiritual roots, not only is a greater quantity of foundation establishment pills required to break through barriers, but one must also prepare 5 distinct precious spiritual pills in advance to solidify their foundation. The resource consumption and preparation intricacies involved are sufficient to deter any faction, effectively severing the paths of the vast majority of cultivators with 5-element spiritual roots. Wang Mu sighed. It appears to be the case. In truth, the 5-element spiritual roots offer immense advantages when breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Yet, since ancient times, the changes in the heavenly and earthly environments have rendered the cultivation of 5-element spiritual roots increasingly arduous, leading to the gradual loss of this method and its mention. To have reached this stage is indeed a remarkable feat. Although the 5-element spiritual pills are not easily obtained, there is now a clear direction. I shall do my utmost to gather the formulas and materials for you. Chapter 121. A Grand Gesture, 4 Types of Spiritual Pills. The Earth's Spiritual Pills Development. Xu Changsheng took a deep breath, a renewed fighting spirit igniting within his eyes. Although the path ahead presented yet another obstacle, at least he had discerned the crux of the issue, which was preferable to blind attempts. Thank you, Master. I shall endeavor to seek out the formulas and materials. Xu Changsheng clasped his hands in respect. With his substantial wealth and numerous contribution points, coupled with the possession of a small cauldron, he was confident that once he understood what was required, he would find a way to procure it. After bidding farewell to his master, Xu Changsheng returned to his cave abode, his mind already brimming with new plans. The 5 elements spiritual pills. It appeared he would need to venture once more into the market and those underground trading events. The path to foundation establishment, though proving more arduous than anticipated, did not deter him. Rather, it kindled an even stronger desire for conquest. Since the conventional routes were unfeasible, he resolved to carve out an almost untraveled path for the 5 elements foundation establishment. Upon learning from his master, Wang Mu, that the 5 elements spiritual pills were pivotal to foundation establishment, Xu Changsheng immediately set his plans into motion. Wang Mu informed him that within the sect's treasury, there were, fortuitously, reserves of the golden spiritual pill and the wood spiritual pill, available for exchange with contribution points. As for the spiritual pills of water, fire, and earth attributes, he would need to devise alternative means. Without hesitation, Xu Changsheng made his way to the Hall of Manifestations. After presenting his token as a personally instructed disciple, the elder in charge respectfully provided him with a list of items available for exchange. Golden spiritual pill, level 1 top-tier pill, exchange price, 500 contribution points pill, stock, 5. Wood spiritual pill, level 1 top-tier pill, exchange price, 500 contribution points pill, stock, 3. The exorbitant prices were astonishing. Each pill demanded 500 contribution points, equivalent to the rewards for several perilous tasks. It would take an ordinary inner sect disciple years to accumulate enough to purchase even one. Yet, Xu Changsheng did not flinch. With his contribution points soaring into the tens of thousands, this expenditure was well within his means. I shall take all 5 golden spiritual pills and 3 wood spiritual pills. he declared. The elder's hand trembled slightly as he confirmed, Xu Changsheng this. 8 pills amount to a staggering 4,000 contribution points. Exchange, Xu Changsheng replied calmly. After deducting 4,000 contribution points, he secured the 8 exquisite jade vials into his storage pouch, a sense of relief washing over him. At last, he had obtained the golden and wood attribute spiritual pills. However, the remaining water, fire, and earth attribute pills were out of stock within the sect, and their formulas were obscure, making them difficult to acquire through usual channels. After a moment of contemplation, Xu Changsheng devised a plan. He would issue a high-priced bounty under the name of a personally instructed disciple from the pill refining peak, announcing it in the sect's task hall and several bustling areas. I seek to purchase the formulas or finished spiritual pills of water, fire, and earth. The formula must be complete and accurate. Upon verification, I am willing to offer 8,000 contribution points or equivalent spirit stones for it. For finished spiritual pills, depending on quality, I will pay between 600 to 1,000 contribution points each. As the bounty was released, it immediately caused a tremendous stir throughout the inner sect of the Taiyi Immortal Sect. 8,000 contribution points for a rare formula. Finished spiritual pills starting at 600 contribution points each? This surpasses even the top-tier pills. What is Xu Changsheng planning with such a grand gesture? The 3 elixirs of water, fire, and earth appear to be peculiar concoctions aimed solely at enhancing singular attributes, seemingly of little utility for foundational cultivation. The crowd buzzed with discussions, all astonished by Xu Changsheng's audacious reward offer. Countless disciples were stirred with ambition, rummaging through their own legacies or venturing forth in search of fortuitous opportunities, hoping to unearth one of these rare formulas or elixirs and achieve overnight wealth. Additionally, some perceptive individuals began to sense an underlying implication. The 5 elements elixirs. Xu, being endowed with a 5 elements spiritual root, was fervently seeking these unconventional elixirs at a premium. Could it be linked to his foundational cultivation? Might it be that the cultivation of a 5 elements root necessitates the assistance of these elixirs? It was no wonder that such a path had historically been fraught with difficulty. This conjecture illuminated a portion of the crowd, yet many scoffed, believing Xu Changsheng to be desperately flailing in his quest, squandering his contribution points in vain. Regardless of the external speculation, the impact of Xu Changsheng's reward declaration was palpably evident. Within mere days, several groups approached him. Some claimed to possess incomplete formulas, while others presented counterfeit and inferior elixirs. After meticulous examination, Xu found them largely unsatisfactory. Undeterred, he understood that patience was paramount. He continued to await genuine leads while utilizing his privileged access as a direct disciple to peruse ancient alchemical notes housed within the alchemy peak, hoping to glean fragments of information regarding the 5 elements elixirs. Concurrently, he discreetly organized his wealth, preparing to venture to larger markets or explore more clandestine channels if necessary. The road to foundational cultivation with the 5 elements, though arduous, brought him closer to his goal with each elixir or formula he acquired. With substantial rewards, brave souls would undoubtedly emerge. Xu Changsheng's astonishingly high price soon captivated the attention of many within and outside the sect. Before long, individuals began to arrive through various avenues. Initially, a disciple from the inner sect, known for conducting business with other sects, claimed to have procured 2 water elixirs through connections from the Shui studio. Famed for its water-based spells, after verifying their authenticity, Xu promptly purchased them at 700 contribution points each. Subsequently, another disciple, hailing from a family of cultivators, presented a family heirloom fire elixir, said to have been fortuitously obtained by their ancestors and cherished ever since. Xu, once again unhesitant, acquired it for 900 contribution points, a staggering sum when converted to spirit stones. Such lavish expenditure of contribution points drew envious gazes from all corners of the sect, many admiring Xu's commitment to his foundational cultivation. However, the earth elixir remained elusive. This elixir, imbued with pure earth elemental energy, seemed even rarer than its water and fire counterparts. Just as Xu contemplated venturing to a larger market in search of it, a promising lead emerged, a small cultivation family. The Shijiao, on the fringes of the sect's influence, purportedly possessed either the formula or even the finished product of the earth elixir. It was said that an ancestor of the Shijiao had been adept in earth-based techniques. Upon receiving this intelligence, Xu, exercising caution, refrained from immediate action, opting instead to verify the information through various channels. The feedback received indicates that the Shi family is indeed likely connected to this elixir. and their family strength appears rather feeble, with their highest capability merely reaching the pinnacle of qi refinement. On the surface, it seems devoid of risk. However, Xu Changsheng, having navigated numerous life and death traps, has cultivated an extraordinary level of vigilance. He senses an unsettling coincidence, as if someone has deliberately directed the clues away from the sect. Despite potential deception, the Earth Spirit Elixir remains a coveted prize. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Having made thorough preparations, he quietly departed from the sect, heading towards the settlement of the Sure family. Chapter 122. The Skinning Demon Lord. Foundation establishment imminent. Internal strife within the sect. The designated meeting place was a secluded valley outside the Shurjia fortress. Upon arrival, Xu Changsheng encountered an elder who identified himself as a member of the Shurjia clan, accompanied by several kin, all of whom appeared visibly anxious. The elder, upon seeing Xu Changsheng, hastily produced a jade box, which he opened to reveal a soul-colored pill, brimming with spiritual energy, the Earth Spirit Pill. Xu Changsheng, the pill is here. Please take a look. The elder's voice trembled slightly. Xu Changsheng's divine sense swept over the pill, confirming its authenticity without a doubt. However, his formidable perception also detected the deep-seated fear lurking within the elder and his kin, alongside a faint but unmistakable aura of bloodshed permeating the surroundings. Indeed, a trap. Xu Changsheng chuckled coldly within, maintaining a facade of composure as he feigned an approach to examine the pill. Just as he reached for the jade box, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The elder's face contorted into a grotesque expression as he bellowed, "Attack!" In an instant, he and the others were enveloped in a flash of crimson light, collapsing to the ground as mere withered husks, clearly drained of their life essence and transformed into puppets under someone else's control. Simultaneously, the ground split open, and several chains of blood shadows surged into the air, ensnaring Xu Changsheng. A blood-red barrier swiftly rose, sealing the valley completely. Jie Xu Changsheng. This lord has awaited your arrival for quite some time. A chilling voice echoed as a figure cloaked in crimson robes emerged from the shadows, his gaunt visage seemingly stitched together from countless human skins. Exuding a mid-foundation establishment aura, the skinning demon lord of the Bloodshed sect. Xu Changsheng's pupils constricted as he recognized the infamous fiend. Notorious for his ghastly proclivity for skinning individuals to concoct dark sorceries, employing methods of unparalleled cruelty. Since you are aware of my name, why not obediently offer up your skin? The skin of a 5-element spiritual root cultivator is indeed a rare prize. The skinning demon lord cackled, his fingers claw-like, approaching with a foul wind. Is that all you have? Xu Changsheng had long been prepared. The moment the blood chains approached, a surge of pure metal sword energy erupted around him, instantly shredding them to pieces. Having perfected his qi refinement at the 13th layer, he was now capable of wielding 9 metal flying swords, and today he would test their might against the skinning demon lord. He advanced rather than retreated, unleashing the 9 metal flying swords that whistled through the air, forming a sword array that charged directly at the skinning demon lord. Brash youth, seeking death. The skinning demon lord did not anticipate such audacity, a direct counterattack from his opponent, and he sneered while urging his blood claws. However, upon engagement, he quickly realized something was amiss. The opponent's sword energy was sharp beyond measure, easily tearing through his bloodshed's spiritual power. The sword array was exceptionally intricate, binding him tightly. How is this possible? You are merely at the qi refinement stage. The skinning demon lord was filled with horror. Xu Changsheng afforded him no time for contemplation. Unleashing his full strength, liquid spiritual power surged into the sword array, while from his sleeve, a blood sword, an unexpected prize, akin to a blood shadow dagger, was unleashed. With a piercing sound, the skinning demon lord was caught off guard, his protective blood aura shattered, and a bloody hole was punctured through his shoulder. He let out a peculiar cry, a wave of fear surging within him, and abruptly spat out a mouthful of essence blood, transforming it into a crimson escape. Desperate to flee. But where could he go? Xu Changsheng would not allow his escape. Grasping the jade box containing the Earth Spirit Pill, he summoned the sword formation that shadowed his every move, relentlessly seizing his adversary. Thus commenced a relentless chase spanning 1,000 miles. The skinning demon lord, relying on his profound cultivation and elusive escape techniques, fled in a frantic dash. Meanwhile, Xu Changsheng, utilizing his formidable spiritual sense and sharp sword formation, pursued him unyieldingly, launching attacks intermittently. Their fierce battle raged on, traversing from dense forests to desolate deserts, and from the arid wasteland to a murky swamp. The skinning demon lord's injuries mounted, and his blood escape technique gradually slowed as his essence blood dwindled. Ultimately, within a desolate stone forest, Xu Changsheng caught up with him completely. "You vile creature, you have gone too far. I shall fight you to the death." The skinning demon lord, realizing his prospects for survival were bleak, desperately ignited his very essence, unleashing a forbidden technique that promised mutual destruction. In an instant, waves of blood surged, and the air was filled with the wails of the damned. Xu Changsheng's expression turned grave as he too unleashed his full arsenal. 9 swords converged into a colossal sword, embodying an unwavering will of determination, and it descended with ferocity. Boom! The forbidden technique's blood waves were cleaved apart by a single strike. The massive sword, undeterred, cleaved the despairing, skinning demon lord in twain from head to toe, shattering even his soul with its vicious sword aura. The stone forest gradually returned to tranquility. Xu Changsheng's complexion paled slightly, panting heavily. The relentless battle and the long pursuit had taken a considerable toll on him. He raised his hand to collect the skinning demon lord's storage bag and the crucial earth spirit pill, then unleashed a blood sphere that turned the corpse to ashes. Thus, all 5 elemental spirit pills were finally gathered. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. These 5 elemental pills lay quietly in the storage bag, emanating a gentle yet potent energy. A mid-stage foundation-building demon lord from the Blood Fiend sect, infamous for his cruelty, had met his end here, consumed by his own greed, serving as yet another stepping stone on Xu Changsheng's path to ascension. With the hidden dangers eliminated and the spirit pills secured, it was time to return. Xu Changsheng oriented himself and transformed into a beam of escape light, swiftly departing from this place of strife. On his journey home, his thoughts soared back to his sect's cave dwelling. With the 5 elements gathered, foundation building was imminent. With no lingering doubts, upon returning to the cave, Xu Changsheng promptly declared his retreat, dedicating himself fully to the endeavor of foundation building. All barriers within and without the cave were activated, fortified by several protective formations personally set by Master Wang, ensuring an impregnable sanctuary. He regulated his breath, elevating his state to its zenith. Before him, 5 pills of distinct attributes, radiating vibrant spiritual light, floated. These were the gold, wood, water, fire, and earth elemental spirit pills, alongside dozens of lustrous foundation-building pills. Today marks the day of my foundation establishment. Xu Changsheng's eyes sparkled with determination as he unhesitatingly ingested all 5 elemental spirit pills simultaneously. The 5 distinct yet equally pure and potent medicinal energies unfurled within him, surging forth like 5 mighty rivers, flowing into his limbs and bones, ultimately converging in his 2 dantians. Remarkably, these 5 energies did not clash. Instead, under the guidance of his formidable spiritual sense, they formed a marvelous cycle, safeguarding his internal organs and stabilizing the turbulent elemental energy coursing through his body. At the moment when the forces of the 5 elements reached a pinnacle of equilibrium, he once again consumed copious amounts of foundation establishment pills. Boom! An energy surge, far more terrifying than any previous occurrence, erupted in its entirety. This time, the incredibly solid barrier that had obstructed him for so long emitted a mournful cry of unbearable strain, succumbing to the internal balance of the 5 elements and the external barrage of vast energy from the foundation establishment pills. However, just as Xu Changsheng was fervently pushing the most critical phase of his seclusion, an unprecedented and severe internal strife erupted within the Taiyi Sect due to consecutive defeats at the front lines, dwindling resources, and long-standing grievances among various factions. Disputes ensued among the peaks over the limited supply of spirit stones, elixirs, and disciple resources, escalating even from mere quarrels to small-scale confrontations of magical combat. The order of the sect teetered on the brink of collapse, engulfed in chaos. Amidst this turmoil, Xu Changsheng, the newly ascended first of the inner sect and the direct disciple of Wang Mu, naturally became a thorn in the side of certain opposing factions. Especially his extravagant exchange of rare elixirs and the bounty placed on the 5 elements elixir before his seclusion, which only served to incite further envy. Chapter 123. Overcoming the deceitful and finally establishing the foundation. A millennium precedent. Xu Changsheng is undoubtedly in seclusion, striving to break through to the foundational stage. He must not succeed. He must possess invaluable treasures. Taking advantage of his retreat, we shall seize his resources. Several cultivators at the early and mid-foundational stages, harboring ulterior motives and hailing from different peaks, brazenly attacked Xu Changsheng's cave dwelling amidst the internal chaos. At this moment, Xu Changsheng was on the verge of a crucial breakthrough, with spiritual power surging within him, both of his dantians operating frantically, and cracks spreading throughout the foundational barrier. On the brink of complete shattering, the external attacks and disturbances undoubtedly posed the greatest interference to him. Seeking death, fury surged within Xu Changsheng. Yet most of his focus was required to control the raging energy within, leaving him unable to spare any attention. In this perilous moment, he endured the discomfort and sent forth a strand of consciousness to connect with the core of the cave's formation, simultaneously summoning the 9 golden flying swords that had been circling around him. The golden sword array repel the outsiders. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 9 flying swords, as if imbued with life, sliced through the formation's light barrier, accurately targeting the few foundational cultivators assaulting the cave. The assailants had never anticipated that a chi-refining disciple, who was in the midst of a breakthrough, could still manipulate such a formidable sword array to counterattack. In an instant, sword lights crisscrossed, and screams echoed. One early foundational cultivator was caught off guard and was directly annihilated by the sword array. Another mid-foundational cultivator was severely injured and fled in disarray. The attackers retreated in horror, gazing at the still sturdy light barrier of the cave and the faintly emanating sharp sword intent, filled with fear and disbelief. He could actually counterattack while in seclusion. This youth is truly terrifying. The news of Xu Changsheng slaying an early foundational cultivator and repelling a mid-foundational cultivator during his retreat swiftly spread throughout the tumultuous sect, causing another significant upheaval. It also momentarily quelled the ambitions of those who were restless. During this internal strife, an elder, who had been attempting to act as a matchmaker for Xu Changsheng, somewhat opportunistic yet not malicious, unexpectedly met his demise. The cause of death was rather peculiar, appearing as though he had been accidentally harmed during one of the chaotic conflicts. Yet it also seemed as if someone had taken advantage of the situation to deal a fatal blow, ultimately resulting in an unresolved mystery. Upon hearing of this incident after exiting his retreat, Xu Changsheng merely remained silent for a moment. The cultivation world is indeed so cruel. A single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. This internal turmoil lasted for several days, ultimately quelled by the decree of the seclusion-recovering elder Ling Xiao. Enforced by several influential Golden Core elders through ruthless means, gradually restoring order within the sect. Yet, all these disturbances failed to genuinely affect the miraculous individual deep within the cave. As the internal strife subsided and the sect began to regain tranquility, a powerful, entirely new aura was slowly awakening from within Xu Changsheng's cave. The foundational barrier had shattered. Within the depths of the cave, time seemed to lose its significance. Xu Changsheng was wholly immersed in the profound realm of his breakthrough. The 5 pure energies, transformed from the 5 elemental elixirs, stood like colossal pillars, steadfastly supporting his meridians and internal organs, maintaining the delicate balance of the 5 elements circulating within. The immense power provided by the vast foundation establishment pills surged forth like a deluge breaching a dam, relentlessly battering the cracked and crumbling barriers of foundation establishment. With both internal and external assaults, the relentless drip of water erodes stone. Under the unprecedented onslaught of this colossal force, the once seemingly indestructible barrier finally emitted a final groan of unbearable strain. Crack. Boom. It was as if the heavens and earth were being born anew, chaos erupting. The formidable chasm that had obstructed countless chi refinement cultivators throughout their lives burst open at this moment. In an instant, Xu Changsheng's 2 dantians trembled violently, and the vast, semi-liquid spiritual energy within surged forth like rivers converging into the sea, flooding into the newly opened expanse, undergoing a fundamental metamorphosis in the process. It became more refined, purer, and imbued with greater spirituality. Liquid true essence. An unprecedented sense of power enveloped him. Every cell rejoiced, and his life essence underwent a profound transformation. His consciousness also surged wildly, as if breaking free from shackles, expanding from 100 zhang to 200, 250, finally stabilizing at a terrifying 300 zhang. This rivaled the intensity of consciousness found in mid-foundation establishment cultivators. With a mere thought, the 9 golden flying swords that had been nurtured beside him emitted a joyful hum, moving with extraordinary agility, surpassing their previous capabilities. After an undetermined amount of time, Xu Changsheng slowly opened his eyes. His gaze sparkled with inner light, and his aura was harmonious and profound, a stark contrast to his state before seclusion. He had achieved foundation establishment. He gradually clenched his fists, feeling the liquid true essence surging within him. a power of an entirely different caliber, far beyond that of the Qi refinement stage. At last, he had succeeded. As Xu Changsheng pushed open the stone door of his cave dwelling, basking in the long-awaited sunlight of the outside world, the unmistakable aura of a Foundation establishment cultivator emanated from him, instantly stirring the entire alchemy peak. Foundation establishment aura. It emanated from Xu's cave. He succeeded? The five-element spiritual root. He truly established his foundation. My heavens! For 1,000 years, the Taiyi Immortal Sect has never had a disciple with a mixed five-element root achieve foundation establishment. A miracle. This is simply miraculous. The entire Taiyi Immortal Sect was set ablaze with excitement. Everyone who heard this news initially reacted with disbelief. A mixed five-element root achieving foundation establishment is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This is a steadfast rule within the cultivation world. For a millennium, the Taiyi Immortal Sect has produced countless geniuses, yet none have ever broken this ironclad rule. Even the legendary ancestor Ling Xiao broke through with a single spiritual root. Yet Xu Changsheng, who began as a mere servant, consistently achieved miracles, defying expectations with his Qi refinement body to ascend to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Becoming the most favored disciple of the Golden Core Peak Master, truly accomplished this unprecedented feat. He achieved what countless prodigies could not with the most inferior spiritual root endowment. In that moment, all past doubts, ridicule, and disdain appeared utterly feeble in the face of this undeniable reality, dissipating into nothingness. What remained was profound shock, admiration, and an endless sense of awe. Upon his immediate arrival, Master Wang felt the formidable foundational spiritual pressure emanating from his beloved disciple, stirring an overwhelming sense of joy within him. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Changsheng, you have indeed never let your master down. A millennium's miracle begins with your hands. The higher echelons of the sect were equally stirred, casting their attentive gazes upon him. The significance of Xu Changsheng's successful foundation establishment transcended his individual achievement, instilling unprecedented hope among the numerous low-grade spiritual root disciples within the sect. Yet, there lingered a tinge of bitterness in some hearts, lamenting the perceived injustice of the heavens for favoring a so-called false spiritual root. Nevertheless, no one dared to underestimate this newly ascended foundational cultivator any longer. Faced with the congratulations and awe from the crowd, Xu Changsheng maintained a serene demeanor, solemnly bowing to his master, Wang Mu. Thank you, master, for your nurturing and support. He understood that achieving foundational success was merely the commencement of a new journey on the path to immortality. The road ahead remained long and fraught with challenges. Yet, in this moment, his heart brimmed with confidence and anticipation. Establishing a foundation with the five-element spiritual roots, his solid groundwork was unmatched by ordinary foundational cultivators. With a divine sense extending 300 zhong, 9 swords of pure metal under his command, and liquid true essence at his disposal, he possessed an unprecedented fortitude to challenge higher realms. Chapter 124. Changes in Status, Bestowed by the Master. Core Circle. The successful establishment of his foundation was akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Xu Changsheng's identity, status, and treatment within the sect underwent a profound and transformative change. Previously, during his Qi refinement stage, despite his impressive achievements and notable reputation, having even been accepted as a direct disciple by the master of the Golden Core Peak, he remained, in essence, tethered to the realm of low-ranking disciples. Qi refinement disciples were entitled to receive only meager spiritual stones and elixirs each month. To acquire additional resources, they had to undertake perilous sect missions, risking their lives in fierce battles for the sake of rewards. The cultivation methods available to them, barring a few rare direct transmissions or those with exceptional fortunes, were predominantly commonplace teachings of the sect, offering limited prospects. More critically, in the eyes of the sect's higher-ups, particularly amidst the brutal backdrop of the righteous and demonic war, the vast number of Qi refinement disciples represented expendable resources, easily replaceable cannon fodder for depleting the forces of the demonic sect and safeguarding the interests of the sect. Should one fall, unless possessing a particularly special background, the sect would rarely pursue the matter further. However, the foundation establishment stage was entirely different. Achieving this milestone signified a transcendence in the essence of life, the liquefaction of true essence, and an increase in lifespan, marking the genuine commencement of the pursuit of longevity. Each foundation establishment cultivator was a cornerstone of the sect, cultivated at great expense and resources, not to be discarded lightly. Their esteemed status manifested in various facets. The foundational resources they could collect monthly, spiritual stones, elixirs, and the like, were exponentially greater than those received during the Qi refinement stage. Furthermore, they gained easier access to advanced cultivation methods and the privilege to exchange for precious magical artifacts and talismans. With the endorsement of a Golden Core Master, they would automatically ascend to the rank of Core True Disciples, enjoying an exalted position. Even in the absence of such a master, they could effortlessly assume roles as elders within the inner or outer sect, wielding substantial power and managing affairs of the sect. The sect would not hastily assign Foundation establishment cultivators to missions fraught with certain death or extreme danger. Their value lay in their ability to command, strategize, and confront adversaries of equal standing, rather than serving as mere cannon fodder. The demise of any Foundation establishment cultivator warranted the utmost attention from the sect, ensuring thorough investigation, a stark contrast to the often overlooked casualties of Qi refinement disciples. Even amidst pressing wartime circumstances, the safety of Foundation establishment cultivators was far superior to that of their Qi refinement counterparts. Upon exiting seclusion, Xu Changsheng acutely felt this striking disparity. Those once considered his peers, and even some with whom he had a competitive rapport, now halted in their tracks upon seeing him, bowing respectfully and addressing him as Master Xu. Even the elders, significantly older yet stagnant in their Foundation establishment stage, now courteously referred to him as Junior Brother Xu, their words laced with an imperceptible hint of reverence and caution. The Foundation establishment cultivators, who had previously demanded his utmost respect, were now his equals. This subtle shift in relationships initially left him somewhat disconcerted, but he quickly embraced it with equanimity. It was an inevitable consequence of strength and a harsh reality of the cultivation world. When he visited the Scripture Pavilion and other places, the attendant disciples treated him with utmost respect, their efficiency unparalleled, with no trace of delay or difficulty. The secrets and advanced resources accessible now are far beyond what one could have imagined during the Qi refinement stage. With the internal strife settled, although the spirit herb peak, under Wang Mu's leadership, suffered relatively minor losses, it nonetheless incurred a depletion of personnel, necessitating a reorganization of strength. On this day, Wang Mu summoned Xu Changsheng to the main hall of the peak. At this moment, Xu Changsheng had already attained the Foundation establishment stage. His demeanor was composed, and his spiritual pressure was restrained, markedly different from his former self. Wang Mu gazed at him with eyes filled with pride and esteem. Changsheng, you have established your foundation and are truly becoming a pillar of our alchemy peak, Wang Mu remarked with a smile as he stroked his beard. Though you were in seclusion during this internal turmoil, your mere presence has deterred many nefarious individuals, and your contributions are invaluable. As such, I shall bestow upon you further rewards to help solidify your realm and advance your cultivation. With that, he produced 3 treasures. The first was a furnace entirely crimson, adorned with flame carvings and exuding a searing aura. This was the Li Hualu, a top-tier magical artifact containing a wisp of earth fire essence, which would greatly benefit your alchemical endeavors. The second was a small bronze mirror, shrouded in a green glow and cool to the touch. This was the Qing Ning Jing, a primary spiritual tool capable of dispelling illusions and countering deceptive arts, serving as an excellent protective charm. The last was a jade slip. This was the Foundation establishment chapter of the Taiyi Sect, a fundamental text of the sect, embodying a balanced and harmonious approach that directly points to the golden elixir path. Take your time to comprehend it thoroughly. Each of these rewards was extraordinarily precious, far surpassing what an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator might obtain, reflecting Wang Mu's regard for Xu Changsheng. Thank you, Master, for your generous gifts. Xu Changsheng solemnly accepted, his heart filled with joy. With the Li Hualu, his success rate in alchemy would undoubtedly soar. The Qing Ning Jing was exceedingly practical. As for the Taiyi Sect, the Foundation establishment chapter was precisely the technique he currently needed most. After bestowing the gifts, Wang Mu continued, now that you have joined our ranks, you must appreciate the bonds of brotherhood. Previously, when your cultivation had yet to reach Foundation establishment, I had not introduced you to your senior brothers and sisters. Today, allow me to present them to you. As his words concluded, 3 individuals emerged from a side chamber, 2 men and 1 woman, all exuding remarkable auras. The first was a middle-aged cultivator with a refined appearance and profound energy, who smiled at Xu Changsheng. You must be the 5th junior brother, correct? Indeed, your demeanor is exceptional. I am Xia Xin, honored to be your eldest brother. His cultivation was evidently at the late Foundation establishment stage. Next, a tall, slender young man with sharp eyes and mid-Foundation establishment cultivation stepped forward, clasping his hands. Zuoyu, 2nd brother. I have long heard of the fifth junior brother's achievements in Qi refinement and foundation establishment. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. The final individual was a beautiful female cultivator dressed in red, exuding a touch of elegance and vigor. She curiously scrutinized Xu Changsheng and chuckled. Ning Hongying, your third sister. Fifth junior brother, I must admit I am quite curious about you. Her cultivation was also at the mid-foundation establishment stage, and a faint fragrance of herbs surrounded her, indicating her profound knowledge of alchemy. Wang Mu added, you also have a fourth brother, Tan Rui, who is at the mid-foundation establishment stage and is currently on a mission. I will introduce him to you upon his return. Xu Changsheng promptly greeted each of them. Xu Changsheng, it is an honor to meet you. Eldest brother, second brother, and third sister. These three senior siblings were all exceptionally talented individuals with single spiritual roots, often holding themselves in high regard. However, regarding Xu Changsheng, the fifth disciple endowed with a rare and formidable aptitude for cultivation through the convergence of the 5 elemental roots, and possessing a remarkable record of achievements in battle. They held no semblance of disdain. Rather, they were imbued with curiosity and a desire to explore further. After an extended discussion, Master Brother Xia Xian, the most accomplished among them, shared his extensive knowledge and offered invaluable guidance on the nuances of foundational cultivation as well as the distribution of medicinal fields within the core area of the Spirit Herb Peak. Second brother Zhuyu, characterized by his bold demeanor, expressed a keen interest in Xu Changsheng's combat experiences. Meanwhile, third sister Ning Hongying engaged him in a dialogue regarding alchemical insights, astonished by certain perspectives Xu Changsheng presented. Following this enriching exchange, the atmosphere became congenial, and Xu Changsheng truly felt integrated into the inner circle of Wang Mu's lineage. Chapter 125, Directing Towards the False Infant. A minor spiritual vein, opening a cave abode. Before parting, Wang Mu presented a token adorned with the image of a medicinal cauldron to Xu Changsheng. Changsheng, having established your foundation, there is no need for you to crowd among the other disciples. With this token, you may seek out a gathering place of spiritual veins within the mountain range belonging to the spiritual herb peak and establish an independent cave abode. The formation arrangements and cave repairs can all be facilitated using the resources of the sect through this token. Upon receiving the token, Xu Changsheng felt a surge of emotion. An independent cave abode signified absolute privacy and freedom, allowing him to arrange formations, cultivate medicinal fields, and practice secret techniques without the fear of prying eyes. This was a significant benefit bestowed upon foundation establishing cultivators by the sect, as well as a symbol of status. Thank you, Master. Leaving the main hall of the Peak Master, Xu Changsheng held the token tightly, his heart swelling with ambition. Upon returning to his small courtyard in the inner sect, he did not hasten to seek out a cave abode. Instead, he first calmed his mind and meticulously perused the foundational techniques from the Taiji Dao canon bestowed by his master, Wang Mu. The content of the technique was profound and intricate, undeniably the orthodox core inheritance of the Taiji immortal sect, embodying balance and gradual progression. The spiritual power cultivated was rich and enduring, establishing a robust foundation that pointed directly towards the golden core path. However, as Xu Changsheng studied the entire text, he felt an intangible sense that this technique, compared to the Taiji Nourishing Qi technique, Foundation Establishment Edition he had previously enhanced through the Bronze Cauldron, seemed slightly lacking in the intricacy of its operational route, the efficiency of spiritual power circulation, and the harmony with the rhythms of heaven and earth. It appeared that the technique refined by the small cauldron possessed a grade and depth of mystery that even surpassed the sect's authentic lineage. Xu Changsheng understood this with both astonishment and delight. Without hesitation, he retrieved the bronze cauldron and placed the jade slip containing the Foundation Establishment chapter of the Taiji Dao canon within it. With a hum, azure light swirled, and the Dao rhythm formed independently. Several hours later, a completely revitalized technique manifested within Xu Changsheng's mind. The enhanced technique not only perfectly preserved all the advantages of the Taiji Dao canon, but also optimized and expanded upon them. Its upper limit had astonishingly risen from the golden core stage to the great perfection of the golden core, even faintly touching upon the threshold of the false infant realm. Moreover, several powerful accompanying supernatural abilities and rapid methods for condensing the golden core emerged, directing towards the false infant. Xu Changsheng took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement within his heart. The value of this inheritance was immeasurable. Once the technique enhancement was complete, Xu Changsheng turned his attention to the two newly acquired treasures. First was the top-tier magical artifact, the Lihua Furnace. After placing it into the small cauldron for nurturing and refining, The flame patterns on the surface of the furnace appeared to come alive, and a multitude of complex, profound runes emerged on its body, radiating a heat and spiritual pressure far beyond its previous state. Its quality had evidently soared from a top-tier magical artifact to a mid-tier spiritual tool. With this furnace for alchemy, the success rate and quality of the elixirs would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Next was the initial stage spiritual tool, the Qingning Mirror. After enhancement in the small cauldron, the mirror's surface became even more profound and ancient, with the runes on its back swirling and emitting a clearer, purer luminescence. Its grade had directly ascended to a high-tier spiritual tool. With newfound power, even the most ordinary illusionary formations shall be rendered ineffective before this mirror. Armed with two formidable treasures, Xu Changsheng felt a surge of confidence. Once prepared, he set forth towards the Hall of Manifestations. This hall housed stewards responsible for the allocation of sect properties and cave dwellings. Presenting his identity as a foundation-building cultivator along with the token bestowed by Wang Mu, the steward immediately adopted an attitude of utmost respect. "Elder Xu, please follow me," the steward said, leading him to a massive luminous map, which clearly delineated the distribution of all unclaimed spiritual veins within the realm of the Taiyi Immortal Sect. The principal spiritual veins and core areas of each peak had long been divided among golden elixir elders and true disciples. Xu Changsheng's objective was to locate the more obscure, smaller tributaries. He meticulously searched and compared, ultimately fixating on a valley at the periphery of the Spirit Herb Peak's influence. This location harbored a small dual-attribute spiritual vein of wood and fire, with a concentration of spiritual energy deemed quite satisfactory for foundation-building cultivators, sufficient for daily cultivation needs. Most critically, due to its remote position, far from the main peak, it had remained neglected. "This place is excellent," Xu Changsheng pointed to the valley. "I choose this site for my cave dwelling." The steward, slightly taken aback, cautioned, "Elder Xu, while the spiritual energy here is decent, the remoteness may pose some inconveniences for daily travel between peaks. Moreover, should you choose this area, it will fall under your jurisdiction. But you must also assume responsibility for its defense." "No matter, this is the place," Xu Changsheng resolutely decided. It was precisely the seclusion and tranquility he coveted, allowing him to conceal his secrets and cultivate in solitude. As for defense, he had his own means. Having completed the necessary paperwork and received the corresponding restriction array plate along with all requisite materials for establishing his cave dwelling, Xu Changsheng soared towards the valley that would belong to him. Standing at the entrance of the valley, he felt a surge of satisfaction as he inhaled the significantly denser spiritual energy within. From this moment forth, this would be the foundation of his existence within the Taiyi Immortal Sect. Next, he would commence the establishment of his cave dwelling, arranging formations to transform this place into an impregnable fortress. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the valley and began the creation of his sacred training ground. Upon selecting the valley, Xu Changsheng commenced the development of his cave dwelling. He did not pursue opulence or vastness. Instead, he prioritized practicality, ultimately carving out 5 distinct stone chambers. The first was a bedroom, designed with simplicity in mind, containing only a stone bed and a mat for daily meditation and rest, striving for a state of mental clarity devoid of distractions. The second was a storage room, slightly larger, intended for the accumulation of various materials not currently in use. Unprocessed spoils of war, and some backup supplies, appearing somewhat disordered. Following this was one of the core elements of the cave dwelling, the medicinal garden. Xu Changsheng deliberately introduced a strand of earth-fire spiritual vein to warm the area and meticulously laid down spiritual soil. The spiritual herbs he had obtained from secret realms, demonic cultivators, and those he had nurtured over hundreds and thousands of years could finally be transplanted here, avoiding the loss of their medicinal properties due to prolonged storage. However, at this moment, the garden remained empty, awaiting the completion of defensive formations before any transplantation could take place. Moreover, Xu Changsheng is also an adept alchemist, and a dedicated alchemical chamber is undoubtedly indispensable. This chamber is constructed from unique stones, resistant to fire and high temperatures. At the center of the chamber, he has arranged a reinforced mid-tier spiritual tool, the Lihua furnace, which channels a stable source of earthly flames. Surrounding it are shelves for storing medicinal herbs, marking this space as vital for his future concoctions. Lastly, there is a relatively spacious reception area, furnished with a stone table and chairs, designated for receiving a select few visitors, such as fellow disciples or friends. The entire cave dwelling spans over 200 square meters, though not grand. It is fully equipped to meet all his needs for daily cultivation, alchemy, and herb nurturing. The preliminary structure of the cave has taken shape, and the next crucial step is to establish formidable protective formations. A powerful array comes at a steep price. Although Xu Changsheng possesses some savings, he still requires additional spirit stones. He then altered his appearance and stealthily made his way to the black market of Qingshan Fengshi. Chapter 126. The Square Mountain Setting Formation. Strengthening the Spiritual Spring, Arranging the Herb Garden. In this instance, Xu Changsheng decided to sell off the spoils of his previous encounters with demonic cultivators, items that were either unneeded or of dubious origin, such as demonic artifacts, toxic elixirs, and sinister jade slips. These wares were highly sought after in the black market, and within just 3 days, he amassed tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones, experiencing a meteoric rise in fortune. During this time, a few nefarious individuals, drawn by his apparent wealth, attempted to follow him discreetly. However, with a mere hint of his foundational spiritual pressure, Xu Changsheng sent those qi-refining cultivators fleeing in terror. With a substantial sum in hand, Xu Changsheng made his way to the Taiyi Immortal Sect's well-reputed Taiyi market, where he headed directly to a shop specializing in formation sales. After meticulous selection and comparison, he ultimately spent 3,500 spirit stones to acquire a set of formation discs and flags known as the Square Mountain Setting Formation. This formation, classified as a mid-level secondary defensive array, not only boasted formidable defensive capabilities, able to withstand the relentless assaults of late Foundation establishment cultivators, but also possessed the ability to gather spiritual energy and conceal its presence, making it an ideal choice for safeguarding a cave dwelling. Upon returning to his new cave, Xu Changsheng refrained from immediate setup, instead summoning the bronze cauldron once more. He placed the formation discs and core flags into the cauldron and infused them with liquid true essence. The azure light flickered intensely. This enhancement process was notably prolonged, indicating the complexity of the formation compared to ordinary artifacts. It took a full day for the cauldron to settle down. Once extracted, the formation discs and flags exhibited a marked improvement in material quality. The runes inscribed upon them became intricately profound, radiating a powerful and obscure spiritual energy that resonated subtly with the surrounding ley lines. Now a top-tier secondary defensive formation, its potency had surged dramatically post-enhancement. When fully activated, it could withstand a full hour of relentless assault from a perfected Foundation establishment cultivator. Furthermore, its ability to gather spiritual energy surpassed its previous capacity, transforming this small valley into a genuine paradise of spiritual abundance. Naturally, the cost of maintaining such enhanced power was significant, particularly in terms of daily upkeep, especially at the formation's core, which required medium-grade spirit stones to maintain optimal performance for an extended period. However, for someone as affluent as Xu Changsheng, this posed no challenge. He personally surveyed the ley line nodes and meticulously arranged the enhanced formation discs and flags. As the formation activated, a gentle yet robust light curtain gradually rose, enveloping the entire valley before vanishing from sight. The spiritual energy within the valley began to thicken at a visibly accelerated pace. Feeling the formidable protective power of the formation, Xu Changsheng found solace in his heart. At this juncture, he had finally established a secure, stable, and wholly personal foundation within the Taiyi Immortal Sect. With the cave dwelling's main structure completed and the core defensive formation, the Square Mountain Setting Formation, thoroughly arranged, the valley was now as impregnable as a fortress. Xu Changsheng did not cease his efforts, but continued to refine his cultivation sanctuary. He first set up an additional mid-level gathering formation in the core area of the cave dwelling. Although this formation did not possess the same formidable defenses as the Square Mountain Setting Formation, it was far more effective at gathering the valley's spiritual energy, thereby enhancing the concentration of spiritual energy within the cave. Subsequently, he once again employed the bronze small cauldron to enhance the spirit gathering formation. As the azure light swirled, the foundational runes of the formation became increasingly intricate and precise, resulting in a dramatic surge in the efficiency of spirit energy absorption and transformation. Remarkably, it ascended from a mid-tier to a pinnacle spirit gathering formation. The moment the formation was activated, the spirit energy within the cave became almost visible, flowing like a delicate mist, its concentration far surpassing that of the outside world, rivaling even the cultivation chambers of certain core disciples. Cultivating in this locale would undoubtedly expedite his progress. Next, Xu Changsheng began to establish individual minor formations for each room, particularly in the bedroom, alchemy room, and medicinal garden, 3 crucial areas. He devoted considerable effort to arranging powerful formations designed to thwart any probing of divine consciousness. After being reinforced by the small cauldron, these minor formations proved exceptionally effective. Unless a visitor possessed a divine consciousness far exceeding that of Xu Changsheng, reaching the golden core stage or beyond, it would be exceedingly difficult to silently glean the specifics of these rooms. This maximized the protection of his privacy and secrets. With all preparations in place, Xu Changsheng finally turned his attention to the medicinal garden, carefully retrieving over 50 rare spirit herbs from his storage pouch. Most of these herbs were acquired from explorations of secret realms, counterattacks against demonic cultivators, and rewards from his sect. Many had begun to show signs of declining vitality due to prolonged storage, their leaves curling and exhibiting signs of withering. Observing these treasures, Xu Changsheng felt a pang of sorrow. He immediately commenced the meticulous process of transplanting them into the spirit soil he had already prepared, exercising utmost caution to avoid damaging their root systems. Once all the spirit herbs were securely positioned, he took out the bronze small cauldron again. This time, instead of directly enhancing the herbs, he poured ordinary spirit spring water into the cauldron for fortification. Moments later, the water within the cauldron brimmed with vitality, crystal clear and imbued with a subtle life force. He used this enriched spring water to gently irrigate each freshly transplanted spirit herb. A miracle occurred. Those herbs that had appeared somewhat listless, upon contact with the fortified spring water, unfurled at a visibly astonishing pace, as if encountering a long-awaited rain after a drought. Their leaves transformed into a vibrant green, their petals regained their luster, and the overall plants radiated a vigorous life force, even more spirited than when they were originally harvested. A rich fragrance of medicinal herbs permeated the entire garden, each inhalation bringing a sense of tranquility and elation. Indeed, Xu Changsheng nodded inwardly with satisfaction. With this medicinal garden continuously providing high-quality fresh herbs, his future success in alchemy and the quality of his elixirs would be significantly assured, especially with those few millennium herbs, such as the jade mica mushroom, moonlight dewgrass, and purple dream fruit. They would become invaluable treasures in the future. Finally, he entered the storeroom, methodically organizing various alchemical materials that were temporarily unnecessary, blank talisman papers, low-tier elixirs, alongside a plethora of demonic artifacts, forbidden techniques, and sinister materials acquired from demonic cultivators. Arranging them into categories in a corner and casually placing several restrictions for precaution. Although these spoils of the demonic cultivators are of no immediate use to him, they may prove advantageous in certain special circumstances in the future, or serve as a means to barter for resources in some gray areas. Hence, he chose not to discard them. Having completed all of this, Xu Changsheng stood in the center of the living room of his cave dwelling, surveying the cultivation sanctuary he had meticulously crafted, his heart brimming with a sense of fulfillment and security. With a top-tier defensive formation, an elite spirit gathering array for cultivation, a spiritual artifact alchemy furnace, and a thriving medicinal garden, alongside numerous hidden strategies and secrets buried deep within. This place would serve as his foundation for survival and existence for the foreseeable future, as well as a solid cornerstone for his ascent to higher realms. At last, he could truly devote himself to cultivation without worry. He exhaled deeply, made his way to the bedroom, and prepared to enter seclusion, determined to solidify his foundational stage and delve deeply into the enhanced techniques of the Taiyi Zong infant cultivation method. Chapter 127. Return to the Spirit Fields, Exemplary Disciple. Escort Mission. After the preliminary construction of the cave dwelling was completed and various affairs were arranged, Xu Changsheng recalled the 100 acres of spirit fields under his name. Though he now held the esteemed title of a Foundation Establishment Uncle and was a direct disciple of a Peak Master, those 100 acres remained a significant source of spirit stones for him, managed by an old acquaintance. Thus he felt it necessary to pay a visit. He swiftly navigated through the luminous escape, soon arriving at the spirit field area. From a distance, he observed the flourishing spirit rice, lush and vibrant, brimming with spiritual energy, evidently well cared for. The dozens of miscellaneous workers laboring in the fields noticed the descent of the luminous escape and promptly lifted their heads. Upon recognizing Xu Changsheng and sensing the profound spiritual pressure that far surpassed his former self, they were initially taken aback, followed by expressions of disbelief and reverence. Xu, uncle? A clear yet trembling voice emerged, belonging to the clever young girl, Xiao, who had 3 spirit roots back in the day. She had now blossomed into a graceful young woman, her cultivation having reached the 6th level of qi refinement. Already a member of the outer sect and among the fastest progressing disciples. Nearby, the old man Wang and old Zhao hastily set down their tools, bowing respectfully, their faces a mixture of anxiety and excitement. We have met Xu Uncle. Xu Changsheng gazed at these old acquaintances, feeling a wave of nostalgia. When he first arrived at the spirit fields, he was merely a struggling qi refinement practitioner at the 5th level. In just 5 or 6 short years, so much had changed. He retracted his spiritual pressure and revealed a gentle smile. There is no need for such formalities. The spirit fields owe their current state to your diligent care. Old Wang rubbed his hands together, a blend of excitement and wistfulness washing over him. We are undeserving of such praise. It is merely our duty. However, I never imagined, Xu Uncle, that you have already established your foundation? The old man stammered, overwhelmed with emotion. Old Zhao echoed his sentiments, his face brimming with awe. Indeed. When I first met you, Xu Uncle, you were merely at the 5th level of qi refinement. How long has it been? The difference is like that between celestial beings and mortals. Xiao Zhu, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration and curiosity, summoned the courage to ask, Xu Uncle, you must be under 30 this year, right? Xu Changsheng pondered briefly. Having entered the sect at 16, it had been 6.5 years since then. If he calculated carefully, he was 22, almost 23. 22. Xiao Zhu gasped, covering her mouth in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. A foundation establishment practitioner at 22? Surely, there are not many single spirit root prodigies in the sect who can achieve such a feat. Old Wang and Old Zhao gasped in astonishment. A 22-year-old foundation establishment practitioner was, in their understanding, an extraordinary genius, typically associated with single spirit roots. Yet, Xu Changsheng seemed to possess a mixed spirit root. Xu Changsheng merely smiled softly, choosing not to elaborate. He was acutely aware of the uniqueness of his situation. However, this conversation had been overheard by other spirit farmers nearby. A 22-year-old foundation establishment uncle? And with a mixed spirit root? My heavens! ISNT that more impressive than many dual spirit root or single spirit root prodigies. The news spread swiftly across the vast Lingtian region, like wings taking flight, eventually reaching the outer gate and even sparking discussions among some disciples in the inner sect. A foundation establishment at the age of 22. Such an age and achievement would cause a stir wherever it was mentioned. Moreover, this remarkable feat was accomplished by a well-known disciple with a mixed elemental root. This revelation brought unprecedented shock and hope to countless disciples with mediocre spiritual roots, who struggled at the bottom as menial workers and outer disciples. If Master Su could do it, why not us? What if our roots are lacking? As long as our resolve is steadfast, there may still be a path forward. From now on, I shall take Master Su as my role model. Many disciples with 4 or 5 spiritual roots, who had long lost hope, were suddenly invigorated, their passion for cultivation reignited, viewing Xu Changsheng as an idol and a paragon. And they all strove to improve themselves. Upon hearing these discussions later, Xu Changsheng could only chuckle softly and shake his head. People only saw the surface glamour and miracles. Yet none knew that his journey was paved not only with caution, diligence, and life-or-death struggles, but most importantly, with the support of that inconspicuous bronze cauldron, which could not be divulged to outsiders. Without the cauldron to enhance the elixirs, techniques, and talismans, providing resources and quality far exceeding those of his peers, he could never have achieved this in such a short span of time with a 5-element root. Idol? Role model? Xu Changsheng silently mused, feeling little pride. Instead, he sensed an intangible pressure. The path he traversed was nearly impossible to replicate. Yet, he did not dwell on this for long, quickly dismissing such thoughts. Others' perceptions were ultimately illusory. Only one's own strength was eternal. He turned back to his heavily guarded cave abode, immersing himself once more in his cultivation. The early stages of foundation establishment required consolidation, and mastering his newfound power would take time. The road ahead was still long. Life in the cave was tranquil and fulfilling. Xu Changsheng spent his days refining pills, practicing, tending to his herb garden, occasionally visiting the pill refining peak to consult with his master, Wang Mu, or exchanging cultivation insights with several senior brothers and sisters, the days passing swiftly. However, he could also keenly sense the changes in his interpersonal relationships. Old friends like Su Xiao, when they met him again, though still warm, now exhibited an evident air of restraint and reverence, their conversations no longer casual, but tinged with a careful distance. Meanwhile, those inner sect elders who once respectfully addressed him as Master Uncle, such as Wu and Li, now greeted him with broad smiles, politely referring to him as Junior Brother Su. This shift in titles reflected an inevitable estrangement brought about by changes in strength and status. Although Xu Changsheng felt a twinge of nostalgia, he accepted it with composure. This was the path of cultivation. The higher one ascended, the fewer companions there were. and solitude often accompanied the journey. Just half a month into this stable existence, a sect mission was once again assigned to his cave. The task required to escort 30 carts of precious spiritual herbs, including several millennium herbs and a substantial quantity of elixirs required for Foundation establishment, to an important stronghold in the Western Front known as Wolfang Fortress. Currently, the situation on the front lines is dire, and this shipment of supplies is of paramount importance. The risk assessment for the mission is high. The practitioners of the Demon Sect are acutely aware of the significance of severing supply lines and frequently dispatch elite squads to specifically ambush the sect's transport convoys. Recently, several transport teams have fallen victim to attacks, suffering considerable losses. In light of Xu Changsheng's foundational cultivation and his remarkable track record in combat, the sect has appointed him as one of the 3 leaders of the escort team, collectively responsible for this escort mission. Upon his arrival at the assembly point, the other 2 leaders were already present. Chapter 128, A Night of Unexpected Turmoil, the traitor Xu Zhang, the enigmatic Wu Lingyu. One figure, a woman clad in an ice-blue gown, exuding an aura of coldness and bearing a long sword of frost upon her back, is known as Wu Lingyu. She possesses mid-stage foundation-building prowess and radiates an air that deters any unwelcome approach, reputed to wield an ice affinity spirit root with formidable combat abilities. The other figure is a robust middle-aged man named Xu Zhang, dressed in earthy-toned attire, his demeanor calm and composed. He too is at mid-stage foundation building, but carries a more substantial presence, evidently skilled in earth-based defensive spells. Upon the arrival of Xu Changsheng, both individuals fixed their scrutinizing gazes upon him, tinged with a subtle curiosity. So, this must be Xu Changsheng, our junior brother? It is an honor to finally meet you, Xu Zhang remarks first, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. His tone remains polite. Yet a flicker of skepticism regarding Xu Changsheng's initial foundation-building status lingers in his eyes. The task of escorting such a significant convoy is no trifling matter, and sending a newly established foundation cultivator as the leader seems rather audacious. Wu Lingyu merely nods slightly, acknowledging him with a brief, icy glance before diverting her gaze, revealing her reticent nature. Xu Changsheng returns the greeting with calmness. Brother Qi, Sister Wu, I look forward to your guidance on this journey. He senses their almost imperceptible scrutiny, but remains unbothered. True strength is not merely spoken. It is revealed in moments of trial. Soon, a convoy comprised of over 100 late-stage Qi refining disciples assembles, alongside the 3 foundation leaders, tasked with escorting several specialized beast carts laden with precious supplies. They depart the sect's mountain gate, gradually making their way toward the smoke-laden front lines. The convoy rumbles forward, embarking on an uncertain and perilous path. Xu Changsheng gazes steadily into the distance, devoid of trepidation, instead harboring a hint of anticipation. While steady cultivation is undeniably vital, true strength is forged in the crucible of blood and fire. This escort mission serves not only as a responsibility, but also as an opportunity to assess his own strength post-foundation. As the escort team journeys westward, Xu Changsheng remains vigilant, seizing the rare opportunity of travel to continue his practice of the Ziki Guan Shen Fa. Perhaps due to the continuous traversing between heaven and earth, merging his spirit with nature, or perhaps due to the inherent strengthening of his soul post-foundation, one day at dawn, as the purple aura ascends from the east, his sea of consciousness trembles violently. He has achieved a breakthrough to the 5th layer of Ziki Guan Shen Fa. His spiritual awareness and range surge dramatically, expanding from 300 zhang to an impressive 330 zhang. This extent now rivals that of an ordinary mid-stage foundation cultivator. And due to the unique nature of his technique, he excels in both refinement and insight. The benefits of this significant enhancement manifest immediately. The following afternoon, as the convoy traverses a narrow valley, Xu Changsheng's heightened perception enables him to detect concealed fluctuations of spiritual energy and a faint aura of malice within the forest ahead. An ambush lies ahead. Form a defensive formation, he warns sharply. Startled, Wu Lingyu and Xu Zhang, though initially unaware of any anomaly, instinctively trust their fellow disciple and promptly command the convoy to halt its advance and tighten their defenses. Almost at the very instant the defensive barrier rose, dozens of malevolent arrows of magical light shot forth from the surrounding woods, striking fiercely against the barrier and causing ripples to surge. Thus began a thrilling yet perilous ambush. Thanks to timely warnings, the escort team remained composed, successfully fending off the initial wave of attacks from the dark cultivators. Subsequently, under the leadership of 3 foundation-building cultivators, they launched a counterattack, annihilating the more than 10 chi-refining dark practitioners who had dared to intrude. Following this encounter, the gazes of Wu Lunyu and Qi Zhang towards Xu Changsheng had undoubtedly transformed, imbued with newfound recognition and esteem. This youth's formidable spiritual awareness was indeed worthy of its reputation. Days later, the convoy approached the frontline area, with only a day's journey remaining to their destination, Wolffang Fortress. The group chose to camp for the night in a relatively sheltered valley, knowing that once they endured this final night, their mission would be largely accomplished. After days of relentless travel, the disciples were somewhat fatigued, and the camp soon fell silent, with only a few remaining on guard. However, as the night deepened into stillness, an unexpected calamity arose. A colorless, odorless, and exceedingly insidious toxin silently permeated the entire campsite. The guards were the first to succumb, collapsing to the ground without a sound. Soon after, the disciples within the tents, including Wu Lunyu, felt their spiritual energy stagnate, their limbs grow weak, and even the slightest effort to summon their consciousness became nearly insurmountable. This is bad. It's the 10 fragrance soft muscle powder. Wu Lunyu managed to utter, her voice faint and her countenance marred by shock and fury. There is a traitor among us. Just as panic ensued and everyone struggled to rise, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows, wearing a smirk of mockery and greed, none other than Qi Zhang. Wu Shimi possesses quite the discernment. Qi Zhang chuckled, his gaze sweeping over the incapacitated individuals sprawled on the ground. Alas, understanding comes too late. Qi Zhang, what do you intend to do? Wu Lunyu cried out, a mixture of fear and anger flooding her. What do I intend to do? Qi Zhang sneered, his tone turning icy. The righteous path? The sect? Humph, it merely compels us to toil and suffer while those lofty individuals reap the rewards. I have long grown weary of this. The Ghost Corpse sect has promised me a position of elder, and this batch of supplies worth nearly 200,000 spirit stones shall serve as my declaration of allegiance. His original plan was merely to pilfer the supplies and flee. But now, seeing everyone incapacitated, a far more sinister thought crept into his mind. Well then, his eyes glinting with malice, since you all are unable to move, why not take your storage bags as well? To avoid future complications, blame it on your misfortune for crossing paths with me. With that, he summoned a yellowish flying sword, grinning wickedly as he advanced towards the nearest chi-refining disciples, intent on murder and plunder. At that moment, a chilling voice abruptly resonated. Brother Qi, your calculations are overly ambitious. Qi Zhang's body stiffened, and he turned in horror. To his astonishment, Xu Changsheng, who should have also been incapacitated by the poison, was slowly rising, his spiritual light shimmering around him, showing no signs of having been poisoned whatsoever. You, how are you unharmed? Qi Zhang's pupils constricted, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Xu Changsheng would naturally refrain from revealing that he had already consumed the universal antidote fortified with a bronze cauldron. Although it could not grant him complete immunity to such a peculiar poison, it was sufficient to neutralize its effects in an exceedingly short period. He had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation with a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Ideally, he would prefer to frighten his opponent away. However, Qi Zhang's ruthless intent to massacre his fellow disciples and seize their possessions had crossed a line he could not tolerate. In the fleeting moment when Qi Zhang was taken aback by shock, Xu Changsheng wasted no time in summoning a talismanic treasure from the storage pouch of the skinning demon lord. A streak of dark light, nearly blending into the night, surged forth with a chilling intensity, piercing directly towards Qi Zhang's heart with a swiftness that was almost imperceptible. It was indeed a remarkable artifact for a surprise attack. Chapter 129, Slaying the Traitor, the Spectre Conspiracy. The Elder's Fury. How dare you, young one? Qi Zhang, filled with a mix of astonishment and rage, hastily summoned his protective spiritual light while twisting his body fiercely. With a sharp sound, although the dark light did not pierce his heart directly, it carved a deep wound beneath his rib, exposing bone and allowing the chilling energy to invade his body. I shall have you dead, Qi Zhang roared in agony, descending into madness as the earthy flying sword, imbued with a weighty momentum akin to a mountain, struck fiercely towards Xu Changsheng. Xu Changsheng's expression was grim. 9 supreme-grade metal swords surged forth in unison. The metal sword array arise. Brilliant silver sword lights instantaneously illuminated the camp, colliding violently with the heavy, earthy sword aura. A thunderous roar echoed through the night sky. The waves of energy surged and rolled. Xu Changsheng staggered back a step, his internal energy churning. The fury-laden strike of a mid-foundation cultivator indeed wielded tremendous power. Qi Zhang was equally alarmed. He had assumed he could easily crush this early Foundation youth. Yet he was taken aback by the ferocity of the opposing sword formation, which held its ground against his assault. What a remarkable kid, indeed. Yet today, you shall surely perish. Xu Changsheng grit his teeth, disregarding his injuries, as he fervently channeled his magical energy to engage Xu Changsheng in battle. Within the camp, sword lights crisscrossed, and spells erupted. The deadly clash between the two Foundation cultivators shattered the stillness of the night. Wu Lingyu and the other disciples could only watch helplessly, their hearts aflame with anxiety, unable to assist, while simultaneously being profoundly awed by Xu Changsheng's formidable strength, capable of directly contending with a mid-Foundation cultivator. This sudden internal conflict would determine the fate of all. Junior brother Xu, the righteous path has long decayed. Why not ally with me and join the demonic sect? As Xu Changsheng struggled to subdue Xu Changsheng, he began to tempt him with persuasion. Xu Changsheng offered no response. Instead, he unleashed an even more ferocious and violent metal sword array. The 9 flying swords cascaded like the Milky Way, their sword energy tearing through the night sky, completely sealing off all of Xu Changsheng's escape routes. Surprised and enraged, Xu Changsheng desperately conjured earth-based defensive spells, wielding the earthy flying sword in a flurry of impenetrable movements. However, having chosen to strike, Xu Changsheng would not grant him a moment's respite. Unleashing all his hidden cards, the enhanced Qingming mirror hovered above, casting a clear radiance that incessantly interfered with and diminished Xu Changsheng's consciousness and spell formation. Though the newly acquired fire furnace was not adept at offense, Xu Changsheng forcibly activated it, unleashing waves of scorching flames to distract from the side. He infused his own robust liquid true essence unreservedly into the sword array, amplifying its potency. The more Xu Changsheng fought, the more alarmed and desperate he became. He realized that this early Foundation junior brother was overpowering him at every turn, completely dominating the battle. The depth of the opponent's spiritual energy, the strength of their consciousness, and the sharpness of their magical artifacts far exceeded his expectations. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? A desire to retreat took root in Xu Changsheng's heart, yet Xu Changsheng's sword array clung to him like a relentless curse, leaving him no chance to escape. Finally, after enduring dozens of fierce sword energies, Xu Changsheng's defenses crumbled first. A gleaming sword of pure metal pierced through his dantian in an instant. Immediately thereafter, a torrent of sword energy swept past. Xu Changsheng's movements abruptly froze, his eyes dimming with an expression of profound unwillingness and regret as he collapsed heavily to the ground, lifeless. Xu Changsheng swiftly stowed away his magical artifact, suppressing the tumultuous surge of blood within him, and advanced to confiscate Xu Changsheng's storage bag. A cursory examination of its contents sent a chill through his heart. Within the bag, alongside a substantial quantity of spirit stones and elixirs, he discovered several blood communication talismans linked to the Ghost Corps sect, as well as a jade slip recording the names of 3 inner sect elders. The jade slip subtly alluded to intentions of defection and methods of contact, clearly indicating that these 3 individuals harbored treacherous thoughts akin to Xu Changsheng's and may already have colluded with the Ghost Corps sect. This matter was of utmost gravity. Xu Changsheng promptly informed Wu Lingyu, who had just regained some mobility. Upon hearing this, Wu Lingyu's countenance turned pale, utterly astounded. Without a moment's delay, Xu Changsheng instructed Wu Lingyu to regroup their team and continue escorting the spiritual herbs towards the distant Wolf Fang fortress, while he himself would return to the sect at the swiftest pace, bearing Xu Changsheng's severed head and the incriminating evidence within the storage bag to report the situation. Upon receiving Xu Changsheng's urgent report and undeniable proof, the sect's higher-ups were filled with fury. The law enforcement hall immediately dispatched elite members to apprehend the 3 inner sect elders plotting their defection with swift and decisive measures. As per the names listed on the jade slip, after rigorous interrogation, the 3 soon confessed. They had all witnessed the fratricidal conflict during the last internal strife, observing the power struggles among the higher-ups, which led to a profound wavering of their faith in the righteous path and a sense of despair. At this juncture, an elder named Qian Shan took the opportunity to approach them, incessantly instilling thoughts of the demonic sect's power and the hypocrisy of the righteous path, promising various benefits, ultimately persuading them to entertain thoughts of siding with the Ghost Corps sect. However, when the law enforcement hall prepared to capture Qian Shan, they discovered that he had long since fled, vanishing without a trace. Qian Shan, this individual had been lurking for quite some time, and he was likely a spy sent by the Ghost Corps sect. A law enforcement elder's face turned ashen. The previous internal strife had been suspiciously orchestrated, undoubtedly influenced by the machinations of the demonic sect. Although the mastermind had escaped, Xu Changsheng's timely discovery and severing of this poisonous vine prevented even greater losses, earning him significant merit. The sect rewarded Xu Changsheng handsomely once again, granting him 10,000 contribution points and extolling his vigilance and decisiveness. Following this incident, Xu Changsheng's prestige within the sect soared to new heights. Not only was he formidable in strength, but he also possessed the acumen to perceive treachery and safeguard the sect's interests. Yet, upon receiving his reward, Xu Changsheng felt little joy. The infiltration of the sect ran so deep, illustrating the insidious methods of the demonic sect and the immense pressure faced by the righteous alliance. The tree wishes to remain still, yet the wind does not cease. Only by continually enhancing his strength could he hope to stand firm in this chaotic era. He returned to his secluded chamber, immersing himself once more in his cultivation. The disturbances and accolades from the outside world were cast aside in his mind. The foundation-building stage required consolidation, the newly acquired techniques and artifacts needed mastery, and his alchemical skills could not be neglected. His ultimate goal remained the pursuit of the higher realm of golden core. On the other side, Qianshan, akin to a lost dog, fled back to the Ghost Corpse sect's stronghold in utter disarray. Awaiting his arrival was an elder of the sect, gaunt in visage and exuding a chilling aura. Upon hearing that the entire operation had unraveled due to the exposure by Qi Zhang, resulting not only in the loss of a mid-stage foundation-building informant, but also the demise of several hard-won elder subordinates, the elder's fury erupted. The air around him thickened with a ghastly energy, causing Qianshan to tremble in fear. Incompetence. All of you are incompetent. The elder's voice was hoarse and shrill, reminiscent of a wailing owl. A plan so meticulously devised had been utterly destroyed. Qianshan collapsed to the ground, prostrating himself vigorously, hastily shifting the blame. Elder, please calm your wrath. It is not that the disciple lacked diligence. Rather, it was that Xu Changsheng of the Taiyi Immortal Sect is exceedingly cunning. I cannot fathom how he discerned the 10 fragrance softening powder, nor how he launched a sudden attack that cost Qi Zhang his life. Qi Zhang underestimated his opponent and fell victim to treachery. Had it not been for this, we would have already achieved success. He portrayed Xu Changsheng as a demonic strategist, desperately downplaying his own failures. Chapter 130, The Poisoning Incident and the Alchemy Mission, Strengthening the Foundation. Upon hearing the news, the elder of the Ghost Corpse sect felt an ominous green flame flicker in his eyes, his murderous intent palpable. Xu Changsheng, it is he again. Time and again, he disrupts the grand affairs of our holy sect. His bony hand clenched tightly, the joints cracking ominously. Excellent. Very well. I shall remember this name. To slay an elder of our sect and ruin my years of planning. This enmity shall be repaid with his life and soul. A chilling aura of malice permeated the entire cave. Qianshan lay prostrate on the ground, barely daring to breathe, yet inwardly relieved that the elder's wrath had shifted to Xu Changsheng. Dispatch a message, the elder of the Ghost Corpse sect commanded coldly, to closely monitor this child's movements. When the opportunity arises, I shall ensure he pays with his life, never to be reborn. On this day, the Alchemy Peak hosted a small-scale seminar on alchemical insights, presided over by a venerable old alchemist who invited more than a dozen promising alchemists from within the peak, including Xu Changsheng. The atmosphere of the seminar was cordial, with participants savoring tea and discussing fire control techniques and methods of handling medicinal herbs. Attentive disciples served fragrant tea, the aroma wafting through the air, soothing to the senses. As Xu Changsheng lifted his cup to drink, his formidable spiritual sense sharply detected an extremely faint and nearly imperceptible anomaly within the tea. It was not the stench of poison, but rather a chilling, obscure aura of death, reminiscent of the cadaverous and demonic energies he had encountered before. Hold on. He abruptly set down his teacup, calling out to his fellow disciples who were about to drink. Everyone was taken aback, looking at him in confusion. Xu Changsheng's expression grew grave as he addressed the presiding elder. Uncle Master, it seems there is something amiss with this tea. May we examine it? Upon hearing his words, the elder's expression turned serious. He scrutinized the tea in the cup and sniffed it, initially detecting nothing unusual. However, seeing Xu Changsheng's solemn demeanor, he retrieved a silver needle for poison testing and dipped it into the tea. At first, there was no reaction, but after a few breaths, an extremely fine gray-black pattern began to emerge at the point where the needle met the tea, exuding a faint, putrid odor. Corpse poison. It is a specially concocted toxin. The elder gasped in horror, exclaiming in shock. Instantly, the faces of all the alchemists changed dramatically, and they hastily discarded their teacups, stricken with fear. This corpse poison was exceedingly insidious, not designed to act immediately, but rather to slowly erode a cultivator's meridians and dantian, ultimately rendering them devoid of cultivation, their bodies stiffening into grotesque, half-human, half-corpse abominations. Were it not for Xu Changsheng's extraordinary spiritual sense and keen perception, they would have surely fallen victim to this treachery today. The collective poisoning of the sect's precious alchemists ignited a storm within the upper echelons of the Taiyi Immortal Sect. The elder of the law enforcement hall personally led a swift and decisive investigation into the matter. Soon, they pinpointed the disciple who had served the tea. However, by the time they found him, he had already transformed into a withered corpse, evidently silenced. Yet, through his past associations and the remaining traces, they ultimately confirmed that he had been a long-standing infiltrator of the Ghost Corpse sect. Though this poisoning scheme targets all alchemists, Xu Changsheng is acutely aware that it is likely aimed specifically at him. The Ghost Corpse sect, finding direct confrontation ineffective, has resorted to such insidious tactics, attempting to incapacitate him in the shadows. They are even willing to use other alchemists as a guise for their nefarious intentions, revealing their wickedness. It seems the Ghost Corpse sect is resolutely intent on eliminating him. With a frigid gaze and a surging intent to kill, Xu Changsheng recognizes the urgency of his situation. The sect is well aware of the threat and has intensified his protection while issuing a reciprocal counterattack against the Ghost Corpse sect. However, Xu Changsheng understands that relying solely on the sect's protection is not a sustainable strategy. The infiltration of demonic spies is pervasive and insidious. Following the poisoning incident, Xu Changsheng has become increasingly cautious, retreating into solitude and dedicating the majority of his time to alchemical pursuits and cultivation within his secluded chamber, venturing out only when absolutely necessary. The sect has now acknowledged his status as a master alchemist and frequently assigns him various alchemical tasks, the most prevalent of which involves the crafting of the first-tier pinnacle elixir, the Huanglong Dan, commonly used by foundational stage cultivators. This elixir significantly enhances the cultivation of early to mid-foundational stage practitioners and is in high demand. The sect provides materials calculated on a 2/10 success rate for elixir production. For instance, if 10 portions of materials are supplied, only 2 batches of finished elixirs need to be submitted. However, having crafted numerous foundational elixirs, Xu Changsheng has already attained the rank of a second-tier alchemist, with a success rate that far exceeds this standard. Utilizing his Li Hua furnace, formidable spiritual consciousness, and precise control over medicinal properties, his success rate stabilizes around 50%. This means that for every 10 portions of materials, he only needs to submit the agreed quantity of elixirs while clandestinely retaining 30% of the finished Huanglong Dan for himself. This does not even account for the defective elixirs produced during the process. Remarkably, these flawed elixirs, when refined using the bronze cauldron, not only transform into perfect products but also possess medicinal properties that surpass those of elixirs produced under normal conditions. Xu Changsheng soon discovers that although the Huanglong Dan is merely a first-tier pinnacle elixir, its efficacy undergoes a qualitative leap through the cauldron-S enhancement, rivaling some second-tier intermediate elixirs. Moreover, whether due to the relative commonality of the primary materials or the maturity of the refining techniques, he finds that when reinforcing this elixir, the probability of producing mid-grade elixirs with distinct patterns is exceedingly high. Often, 4 or 5 out of 9 elixirs produced in a single batch bear clear Danwen. Consequently, the enhanced Huanglong Dan far exceeds that of its peers in efficacy. Thus, the elixirs Xu Changsheng consumes during his daily cultivation have transitioned from the dwindling supply of foundational elixirs to this seemingly inexhaustible, enhanced version of the Huanglong Dan. With an abundant supply of elixirs, his cultivation progresses at an extraordinary pace. The solid foundation he initially established by opening a second dantian, which had already outstripped his peers, is further solidified and expanded through this lavish investment. Having consumed all remaining foundational elixirs, the liquid true essence within his 2 dantians has increased by approximately 30% since his initial breakthrough. Although the total quantity of true essence may still lag behind that of mid-foundational stage cultivators, it undoubtedly far surpasses that of any cultivator who has only recently broken through to the foundational stage. The refinement and purity of his true essence are significantly enhanced, owing to the practices of the Taiyi Daozong technique and the fortifying elixirs from the small cauldron, far surpassing others of the same rank. At this moment, Xu Changsheng, although ostensibly at the early stage of foundation establishment, possesses a genuine prowess that renders him unparalleled among the majority of his peers. And he even has the capability to contend against those at the pinnacle of the mid-foundation stage. Each day within his cave dwelling, He either consumes elixirs while meditating to cultivate his qi, or practices the Gongjin sword formation, or delves into the art of alchemy, leading a life that is both orderly and fulfilling. The tempests of the outside world seem to be temporarily warded off by the formidable array surrounding him. Yet, he is acutely aware that the threat posed by the Ghost Corpse sect remains unresolved, and the undercurrents within the sect continue to surge. Chapter 131. The Visit of Zuiyu and the Ascension Auction. The Giant Sword Market. After more than half a month, the tranquil life of cultivation within the cave was abruptly interrupted by a burst of hearty laughter. The gregarious and well-informed second senior brother, Zuiyu, descended upon the valley, activating the cave's communication restriction. Fifth junior brother, Zuiyu has come with joyous tidings. Xu Changsheng initiated the formation and welcomes Zuiyu into the living room. What brings you to this remote place today, second senior brother? Xu Changsheng inquired with a smile, offering a cup of spiritual tea. Zuiyu accepted the teacup, laughing heartily. Naturally, it is good news. Are you aware that the decade-held Ascension Auction is about to commence? This time, it is hosted by the Giant Sword Sect, right at the Giant Sword Market beneath their mountain gate. Upon hearing this, Xu Changsheng's heart stirred. The Ascension Auction is a grand event within the cultivation world of the Zhao Kingdom, hosted in rotation by the 5 major sects, showcasing numerous rare treasures that attract countless cultivators. Zuiyu continued, I have heard that this auction will feature many items related to the sword path. I know your mastery of the Gung metal sword array is formidable and well known within the sect, so I specifically came to inform you. He lowered his voice, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Moreover, according to reliable sources, one of the highlight items at this auction is a batch of exceptionally high-quality Gung metal essence. Gung metal essence. Xu Changsheng's hand, which held the teacup, paused momentarily, and his eyes instantly ignited with a sharp brilliance. This was precisely what he had been troubled about. After establishing his foundation and significantly enhancing his strength, the 9 top-tier Gung metal flying swords had begun to fall short of his requirements. In his previous battle against Qi Zhang, who was in the mid-foundation stage, 2 of the flying swords had even sustained minor chips. To unleash the full potential of the Gung metal sword array and face even stronger foes, he must elevate the flying swords to the level of spiritual weapons. The key to this enhancement lies in infusing them with more and superior Gung metal essence. Such items are rare and elusive. To have them appear at the auction is truly a fortuitous opportunity. Though the journey is long and venturing beyond the sect's influence carries inherent risks, Xu Changsheng found the temptation of the Gung metal essence too great to ignore. As it pertained to the enhancement of his core combat prowess, he glanced at Zuiyu, who was in the mid-foundation stage, robust in strength, and known for his generosity and cleverness. His presence would undoubtedly increase their safety. After a moment of contemplation, Xu Changsheng made his decision. Thank you, second senior brother, for relaying such crucial news. The Gung metal essence is indeed vital to me. I shall accompany you to the auction. Excellent. Splendid. Zuiyu clapped his thigh, knowing well that his junior brother would be interested. Fear not, for I shall protect you on this journey. Together, we shall roam freely, as long as we do not encounter any golden core old monsters. The two then discussed further details of their expedition and agreed to depart in 3 days. After Zuiyu's departure, Xu Changsheng's gaze fell upon the storage bag at his waist. Participating in an auction of such magnitude, especially in bidding for the Gung metal essence, would require a substantial amount of spirit stones. It was time to liquidate those items that he no longer needed. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes as he began to tally his reserves of spirit stones and the spoils that awaited his attention, preparing for the forthcoming auction. With the essence of metal, his sword formation would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. Several days later, Xu Changsheng and his second brother, Zuiyu, trekked through the terrain and finally arrived at their destination, the Grand Sword Workshop Market. This market was established in conjunction with the Grand Sword Sect's main gate, boasting a scale far grander than that of the Taiyi Immortal Sect's market. Upon entering, one could immediately sense a fierce aura enveloping them. Shops lined both sides of the street, selling an array of magical artifacts, elixirs, and materials, with sword shops being the most abundant. From ordinary steel longswords to radiant flying swords of spiritual essence, and including various sword techniques and insights inscribed on jade slips, everything was available. Most of the cultivators passing through bore sword artifacts, moving with vigor and engaging in discussions predominantly centered around sword techniques and sword energy, truly befitting a domain affiliated with sword cultivators. As the two meandered through the market, Xu Changsheng's formidable spiritual sense swept over each stall until it abruptly halted before an inconspicuous old book stall. A tattered jade slip titled Shadow Sword Technique caught his eye. The vendor, an elderly man with a languid demeanor, boasted, Good eye, my friend. This is a high-tier sword technique passed down through generations. Mastering it can manifest 9 sword shadows, blending the real and the illusory with boundless power. Only 1,000 spirit stones. Xu Changsheng picked up the jade slip and delved into it with his spiritual sense, discovering that it was indeed a commendable high-tier sword technique. Albeit somewhat incomplete and slightly exaggerated in its description. He nonchalantly placed it down, stating 500 spirit stones. After some haggling, they ultimately settled on 900 spirit stones. Upon returning to the inn, Xu Changsheng immediately retrieved a small bronze cauldron and cast the jade slip into it. Azure lights swirled as the runes reconfigured. After several hours, a rejuvenated jade slip emerged, its cover now inscribed with the title Light Dividing Shadow Sword. As he meticulously studied the enhanced content, Xu Changsheng felt a jolt of excitement. The power and intricacy of this technique far surpassed the original version. Its highest realm could manifest 99 sword shadows. Furthermore, these shadows were not merely semblances. They could embody a portion of the wielder's sword intent and power. The stronger the spiritual sense, the more substantial and realistic the shadows became, rendering them highly deceptive and formidable. What an exquisite sword technique! A gleam of joy flashed in Xu Changsheng's eyes. This skill was perfectly suitable for a cultivator like him, whose spiritual sense far exceeded that of peers at the same level. If he could master it, he would undoubtedly possess a powerful trump card in confrontations. On the following day, after Zhuyu had attended to some personal matters, he approached Xu Changsheng with a mysterious smile. Fifth junior brother, now that we are in the Grand Sword Workshop market, how can we not experience the most renowned sights here? Come, let me broaden your horizons. Without giving Xu Changsheng a chance to respond, he dragged him to a luxurious pavilion adorned with intricate carvings and fragrant aromas, its plaque bearing the flamboyant characters Wanchun building. Inside, the melodies of songbirds mingled with the warmth of fragrant jade, as numerous beautiful women with graceful figures flitted about, including some female cultivators in the Qi refinement stage, laughing and teasing the guests with playful banter. The myriad sights before Xu Changsheng were indeed unprecedented in his life, causing him to feel a flush of embarrassment and a sense of wonder. Zhuyu, evidently an adept in such matters, expertly requested a private room, ordered exquisite spirits and delicacies, and summoned 2 enchanting female cultivators skilled in music and dance to keep him company. Zhuyu soon found himself engrossed in merriment with the female cultivator beside him, indulging in wine and revelry with unrestrained joy. However, he noticed that Xu Changsheng merely sat upright, sipping his drink, seemingly oblivious to the shy glances and flirtatious gestures of the female cultivator beside him. Amused, Zhuyu remarked, Fifth junior brother, why so reserved? Life is fleeting, and one must seize the moment to revel. These fairies have specifically cultivated dual cultivation techniques. The experience is ineffably delightful. One must try to understand. The female cultivator also stifled a giggle, leaning softly against Xu Changsheng. Chapter 132, The Allure of Beauty. Capturing the essence of metal. Xu Changsheng slightly turned aside, raised his wine cup, and calmly stated, Second senior brother, you jest. I am wholly devoted to the path of cultivation and harbor no interest in such matters. Drinking is merely drinking. He was not ignorant of the affairs between men and women. He had experienced curiosity and fantasy in the past. However, since embarking on the path of immortality, particularly upon realizing the immense benefits that the essence of the original yang could bring to foundational cultivation and the eventual formation of the golden elixir, he had resolutely decided to never easily squander his original yang. Moreover, what worth did such transient women hold? To indulge in fleeting pleasures at the expense of one's foundation is a folly not to be taken lightly. Seeing his unwavering demeanor, Zhuyu and the female cultivator ceased their insistence. Those Zhuyu's eyes reflected a sense of pity, as if to say he was missing out on something grand. After a night of revelry at Wanchun Tower, Zhuyu returned to the inn with Xu Changsheng, satisfaction radiating from him. Along the way, he draped his arm around Xu Changsheng's shoulders and chuckled. Fifth junior brother, you are young and possess remarkable cultivation. Why are you so rigid? The matters between men and women are the natural order of heaven and earth, a dance of yin and yang. Once you have tasted the sweetness of it, I assure you, you will crave it endlessly. Xu Changsheng merely smiled faintly and shook his head. Your kind intentions are appreciated, senior brother. However, everyone has their own aspirations. For me, the vistas along the path of the great Tao are far more enticing than the trivial affairs of love. He had never engaged in intimate relations with a woman, and to claim he was not curious would be disingenuous. Yet, he was acutely aware of his desires. The temptations on the road to immortality were numerous, and beauty was but one of them. If one could not maintain their composure in the face of such allure, how could they pursue the elusive path of ascension? Recognizing the clarity and determination in his gaze, Zhuyu understood further persuasion would be futile. With a shrug, he muttered something about Xu being a cultivation fanatic and dropped the subject. This encounter only served to fortify Xu Changsheng's resolve. Upon returning to the inn, he took out the dividing light and shadow sword and immersed himself in contemplation, preparing for the auction the following day. The essence of metal at the auction was truly the goal of his journey. On the third day, the Ascension auction formally commenced. The bustling front of the auction house at the center of the giant sword bazaar was filled with cultivators. Xu Changsheng and Zhuyu presented their invitation representing the Taiyi Immortal Sect's foundational cultivators and were respectfully escorted to a refined private box on the second floor. From this elevated vantage point, the view was splendid, reflecting the status of foundational cultivators. The atmosphere of the Ascension auction was fervent from the outset. The first item presented was a brilliantly radiant first-tier top-grade flying sword, which incited fierce bidding among numerous Qi refinement cultivators and several foundational cultivators, ultimately selling for over 1,000 spirit stones. Following this were several spiritual materials and elixirs that piqued Xu Changsheng's interest. Yet their prices were inflated beyond their actual worth, so he refrained from making any hasty decisions. It was not until the fifth item was presented that Xu Changsheng felt a stir of desire. It was a soil escape talisman, a mid-tier second-grade talisman shimmering with spiritual light. The host announced, this talisman was crafted by a master. Once activated, it allows the user to instantly burrow underground, fleeing dozens of miles in the blink of an eye, making it an exceptional tool for survival. The starting bid was set at 800 spirit stones. The ordinary Earth Escape Talisman could only allow one to evade several miles, and its speed was sluggish, making it difficult to escape formidable foes. However, this second-tier Earth Escape Talisman undoubtedly possessed far greater efficacy. 1,000, 1,002, 1,005. The price surged rapidly. Xu Changsheng seized the opportunity and declared, 2,000 spirit stones. This bid caused many auction participants to hesitate for a moment, but ultimately, this precious Earth Escape Talisman was successfully acquired by him. Having an additional powerful safeguard for one's life is undeniably advantageous. The auction continued, with the atmosphere growing increasingly fervent. When the eighth item was presented by the attendant, the entire venue fell into an immediate silence, followed by a collective gasp of astonishment. It was a metal piece the size of a fist, radiating a dark golden hue, with naturally occurring intricate patterns on its surface, exuding an incredibly sharp aura. Essence of gung metal, fist-sized, of superior quality. It was an exceptional spiritual material for forging gold element flying swords. The starting bid was 3,000 spirit stones. The host's voice trembled with excitement. No sooner had he finished speaking than the bidding began to surge like a tidal wave. 3,005, 4,000, 4,005, 5,000. The price soared at an astonishing pace. Not only were the foundation-building cultivators in the private boxes fiercely competing, but even some affluent representatives from Qi refining families in the hall below gritted their teeth and joined in. The essence of gung metal was exceedingly rare, especially in such a large piece and of such quality, enough to drive any sword cultivator to madness. Xu Changsheng's expression remained calm, yet his gaze was as sharp as a blade. The primary objective of his journey was this very item. 5,005, 6,000, 6,003. As the price surpassed the 6,000 spirit stone mark, the bidding voices noticeably thinned. This price had caused the vast majority of cultivators to withdraw. 6,005. A cold voice emanated from the opposing box. 6,007. Xu Changsheng followed suit without hesitation. After a moment of silence from the other side, they raised the bid again. 7,000. 7,003. Xu Changsheng's voice remained steady as he directly added 300 spirit stones, demonstrating a resolute determination to procure it. The entire venue fell into silence, with all eyes converging on these two boxes. The opposing box remained silent for a long while before ultimately refraining from further bids. 7,300 spirit stones. Sold. Congratulations to this esteemed friend. The host gavel struck down decisively. Zhuyu, standing beside, gazed in astonishment, exclaiming, 7,003. Fifth junior brother, you truly are a hidden tycoon. Although he was aware that Xu Changsheng possessed some wealth, he had not anticipated such extravagance. Xu Changsheng smiled faintly, feeling a sense of relief within. Despite the exorbitant price, securing this piece of essence of gung metal was indeed worthwhile. Afterwards, Zuoyu also set his sights on a chilling high-tier spiritual artifact, an ice element flying sword. Following a fierce contest, he ultimately acquired it for over 5,000 spirit stones. Overwhelmed with joy, as the auction drew to a close, the final highlight emerged, a treasure sword embryo, pulsating with spiritual radiance and exuding sword chi that soared into the skies. The host, with a trembling voice, introduced, "This sword embryo is crafted from the icy essence of the ancient cold pond, forged by the esteemed Yuan Ing Elder himself, with the guidance of a master artificer, and through dedicated nurturing, there lies a significant probability of transforming it into a treasure of ice attributes. The starting bid is set at 10,000 spirit stones." The atmosphere in the hall erupted with fervor. A magical artifact. Such treasures can only be wielded by golden core true beings. Even a mere sword embryo holds immeasurable value. The bidding swiftly escalated into a fervent frenzy, with participants now comprising the previously silent golden core true beings in the private boxes. 15,000, 20,000, 23,000. The price surged like a wild stallion, racing uncontrollably. Ultimately, this sword embryo was fiercely secured by the renowned late-stage golden core sword cultivator, Master Hui Yun of the Giant Sword Sect, for an astonishing 70,000 low-grade spirit stones. Gazing at the jaw-dropping final bid, Xu Changsheng and Zuoyu exchanged glances, each reflecting the astonishment and emotion in the other's eyes. Chapter 133, The Supreme Earth Escape Talisman. Forging Spirit Weapons, the artifact Master Wu Ling. 70,000 spirit stones. "The wealth of a golden core true person is indeed beyond our imagination," murmured Zuoyu. Xu Changsheng shared a similar sentiment. Moreover, this was merely a sword embryo. Whether it could successfully be refined into a magical artifact remained uncertain. Should it fail, those 70,000 spirit stones would be akin to casting away water. The path of the golden core is fraught with immense costs at every step. Upon the conclusion of the auction, the two exchanged spirit stones and obtained their respective treasures. Holding the weighty, sharp essence of Gengjin in his hand, Xu Changsheng was filled with anticipation. With it, he could reforge 9 Gengjin flying swords, elevating them to the level of spirit weapons, thus securing his confidence. At that time, the might of his Gengjin sword formation would undoubtedly ascend to an entirely new echelon. After the auction, Xu Changsheng and Zuoyu returned to their inn. Zuoyu eagerly retreated to her room to refine her newly acquired ice attribute spirit sword, while Xu Changsheng closed his door tightly and retrieved the bronze cauldron once more. He first placed the recently acquired second-tier, mid-level Earth Escape Talisman into the cauldron. This talisman was extraordinary, capable of instantaneous escape over dozens of miles, making it a vital tool for survival. Yet, Xu Changsheng sought absolute assurance. As azure light swirled, the runes upon the talisman grew increasingly intricate and profound, subtly resonating with the energy of the earth veins. Moments later, a new talisman emerged within the cauldron, its spiritual light more restrained, yet exuding a powerful spatial fluctuation. The second-tier Supreme Earth Escape Talisman. After enhancement, the talisman's escape distance and speed had surged once more. Once activated, it could instantly flee hundreds of miles. Such distance would render it exceedingly difficult for even a golden core cultivator to immediately pinpoint his location without specialized tracking methods. This talisman undoubtedly added a substantial layer to his already considerable arsenal of life-saving measures. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the precious Gengjin essence he had acquired at great expense. The fist-sized dark golden metal radiated a sharpness that tingled the skin. After a moment's contemplation, he decided against placing it into the cauldron for enhancement. The reason was simple. He had previously experimented with a small piece of Gengjin essence. Once placed in the cauldron for reinforcement, it would transform into a more terrifying Gengjin core. That would be an unparalleled spiritual material suitable for crafting a magical artifact-level flying sword. However, magical artifacts are treasures that only a golden core true person can wield. Setting aside the fact that he currently lacked the means to engage an artifact master capable of crafting such items. Even if he were to succeed by some stroke of luck, his foundational cultivation would render him incapable of utilizing it, akin to a child wielding a gigantic hammer, merely inviting envy. One cannot be greedy for more than one can chew. For now, the focus must remain on upgrading the flying swords to spirit weapon status. Xu Changsheng quickly suppressed his fleeting desires and carefully stored the exquisite Gengjin essence. Upon returning to his sect, he would gradually replace the 9 Gengjin flying swords with those of spirit weapon caliber. At that time, his combat prowess would surely ascend to a higher plane. A few days later, Xu Changsheng and Zuoyu set forth on their journey back to the Taiyi Immortal Sect. Perhaps it was the formidable prowess of Zhuayu, cultivated during the mid-stages of Foundation establishment, that exerted sufficient deterrence, or perhaps it was Xu Changsheng's own subtle aura, honed through countless blood-soaked battles, that kept ordinary demonic cultivators at bay. To their surprise, the journey unfolded with an unexpected tranquility, devoid of any ambush or interception. Zhuayu, somewhat regretful, clicked his tongue. I thought I could stretch my limbs and test the sharpness of my new sword, yet it seems these demonic brats are rather timid. Xu Changsheng merely smiled in response, relishing the peace. The opportunity to return safely without engaging in conflict allowed him to conserve time and energy, which could be better spent on cultivation and artifact crafting. He understood well that this calm was not merely fortuitous. In this chaotic world, strength serves as the finest passport. When one displays sufficient power, many troubles will naturally avoid them. Reflecting on his earlier days during the Qi refining period, he recalled how each outing required utmost caution, as if walking on thin ice. Now, having successfully established his foundation and significantly enhanced his strength, accompanied by formidable allies, even the demonic cultivators had to weigh their options carefully. Indeed, one's cultivation realm forms the very foundation of all things. Xu Changsheng felt a deepened yearning for power. Upon returning to the Taiyi Sect, the two parted ways. Zhuayu eagerly resumed his efforts to refine his spirit sword, while Xu Changsheng made his way directly to his cave dwelling. He activated all the restrictions and inhaled the familiar, rich spiritual energy within, feeling a profound sense of tranquility. Subsequently, he retrieved a fist-sized chunk of refined gold. The dark golden metal exuded a sharp, exhilarating aura in his palm. Such a substantial piece could serve as the primary material for crafting several flying swords of spirit artifact grade. However, a practical dilemma presented itself. The skilled craftsman, Oldemo, who had previously forged 9 top-tier flying swords for him, was merely at the Qi refining stage. His internal true fire and spiritual consciousness were insufficient to meet the requirements for crafting spirit artifacts. To forge such items, one must seek a master craftsman of Foundation establishment or above. After a moment of contemplation, Xu Changsheng thought of a potential candidate, his senior brother Zhuayu. With his extensive network and well-informed connections, he might know a suitable artifact master. After explaining his intentions to Zhuayu, the latter readily thumped his chest. A master craftsman? Junior brother, you've come to the right person. Brother Wu Ling from the Artifact Refining Peak is a renowned master in our sect, particularly adept at crafting flying swords. However, he paused, a sly smile creeping onto his face. This brother Wu Ling has a somewhat, shall we say, avaricious nature. As long as the spirit stones are adequate, everything can be negotiated. Given your resources, junior brother, you should have no trouble persuading him. Upon hearing this, Xu Changsheng felt reassured. Greed was not a concern, as long as there were spirit stones to spend. He promptly requested Zhuayu to make the introduction. Under Zhuayu's guidance, the two arrived at a cave dwelling on the Artifact Refining Peak, where the fiery essence roared and the sound of clanging echoed continuously. The cave's owner, Wu Ling, was a stout, red-faced elder, his hair and beard resembling those singed by flames, exuding a searing aura coupled with a faint metallic scent. And his cultivation was distinctly at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Upon hearing Xu Changsheng's intentions and beholding the exquisite essence of gung metal, Master Wu Ling's murky eyes suddenly gleamed with brilliance, akin to discovering a rare treasure, as he caressed the gung metal essence with unrestrained affection. What a marvelous find! Truly a remarkable item. Such a substantial piece of gung essence is more than sufficient to serve as the primary material, he exclaimed in admiration, then swiftly shifted his focus to Xu Changsheng, inquiring, Speak, young one, what grade of spiritual sword do you aspire to forge? How many do you intend to create? Have you prepared the auxiliary materials? Xu Changsheng had long since formulated his plan. He presented a meticulously prepared list and, with a respectful bow, replied, Master Wu Ling, I humbly seek your assistance in crafting 3 mid-tier second-grade gung metal spiritual swords with this gung essence as the primary material, supplemented by these carefully selected materials. The auxiliary materials listed were all of considerable value, worthy of complementing the gung metal essence. Chapter 134, The Splintering Light, Deceiving Wu Ling. The Reclamation of the 3 Mysteries. Master Wu Ling cast a glance at the list, a flicker of satisfaction passing through his eyes. He then extended 3 fingers and chuckled. The craftsmanship fee is 4,000 spirit stones, a fixed price. You shall provide the materials. I will only be responsible for the refining process. The outcome, whether successful or not, is entirely beyond my concern. This price was undeniably exorbitant, surpassing the cost of many finished second-tier intermediate spirit artifacts. and the conditions were rather stringent. Zuiyu, standing nearby, could not help but grimace. However, Xu Changsheng exhibited no hesitation, nodding decisively. Very well. I shall abide by your words, senior brother. I can pay half of the 4,000 spirit stones as a deposit right now. Saying this, he produced 2,000 spirit stones along with the auxiliary materials. Master Wuling, taken aback by Xu Changsheng's promptness, was momentarily stunned before bursting into hearty laughter, accepting the spirit stones and materials without reservation. Excellent. Refreshing. I relish dealing with straightforward individuals like you. Return in a month to collect your sword. Xu Changsheng respectfully clasped his hands in gratitude. Upon departing the refining peak, Zuiyu could not restrain herself from exclaiming, "Fifth junior brother, you are exceptionally generous. For 1,000 spirit stones, senior brother Wuling's price is quite steep." Xu Changsheng smiled lightly. It matters not. As long as I can have a usable spirit sword, it is worth it. He understood profoundly the significance of a quality life-bound artifact for cultivators, especially in these tumultuous times. Spirit stones could be earned again, yet opportunities to enhance one's strength must not be missed. During the month of waiting for Wuling to refine the flying sword, Xu Changsheng did not squander his time. In addition to promptly completing the alchemical tasks assigned by the sect to earn contribution points and extra Huanglong pills, he devoted the majority of his energy to the cultivation of the newly acquired sword technique, Splintering Light Shadow Sword. This technique demanded an exceptional degree of spiritual awareness and control over spiritual energy, precisely aligning with Xu Changsheng's strengths. Under the meticulous manipulation of his remarkably expansive spiritual awareness, extending to 380 zhang, he conjured an array of ethereal, yet formidable sword shadows within his cave dwelling, continuously differentiating and traversing. After a month, he had successfully cultivated the Splintering Light Shadow Sword to the minor completion stage. With a mere thought, he could manifest over 20 vividly tangible sword shadows, capable of deceiving even the keenest of eyes. These sword shadows not only bewitched adversaries, but also bore a portion of his sword intent and Gungjin's sword energy. Their power formidable, rendering his combat strategies even more elusive. As the month drew to a close, Xu Changsheng returned to Master Wuling's cave at the refining peak. Upon seeing him, Wuling displayed a fleeting hint of awkwardness, yet proceeded to retrieve the 3 newly refined flying swords. Each sword gleamed in a dark golden hue, radiating a chilling light, sharp and imposing, clearly having succeeded in ascending to the status of a spirit artifact. However, as Xu Changsheng scanned them with his spiritual awareness, his brow furrowed slightly. The tier of these 3 flying swords did not align with their initial agreement. Master Wuling, this seems to differ from what was agreed upon. Xu Changsheng spoke with a calm demeanor, devoid of any discernible emotion. Wuling chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his hands together. Well, Xu, I deeply apologize for this. The exquisite quality of this gung metal, though commendable, possesses an extraordinary toughness that renders it exceedingly difficult to quench and purify. The challenges of its refinement far exceed the estimations of this old man. After expending countless efforts, he has only managed to forge a single mid-tier sword and 2 low-tier ones. In his heart, Xu Changsheng scoffed. While the difficulty of refinement may indeed be high, it is more likely that Wu Ling has greedily hoarded his superior materials, failing to exert full effort, and perhaps even covertly withholding some for other purposes. After all, it has been stated that the other party might believe that even if the process were to fail, he could do nothing against him. However, he did not express his anger on the spot, merely accepting the 3 flying swords with an impassive expression. After meticulously inspecting them to ensure there were no hidden damages or manipulations, he calmly remarked, "In that case, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and departed, leaving Wu Ling's expression somewhat volatile. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Xu Changsheng gazed at the 3 swords of varying quality before him and shook his head. He had initially hoped to acquire 3 mid-tier spiritual swords, which, after enhancement by the small cauldron, would yield 3 top-tier flying swords. Now it seemed his hopes had been dashed. He retrieved the bronze small cauldron and placed the 3 flying swords inside for enhancement, as he had anticipated. The solitary mid-tier sword, after consuming a substantial amount of spiritual energy and time, successfully ascended to a high-tier level. The sword's radiance was now more subdued, yet its sharpness surpassed that of the past, exhibiting formidable power. Meanwhile, the other 2 low-tier swords had only been enhanced to a high-tier level, reaching their limits. The foundational quality was indeed of utmost importance. Xu Changsheng sighed. The enhancement of the small cauldron was not omnipotent, seeming only capable of elevating based on existing foundations, and there appeared to be certain limits. Should the base be too poor, even enhancement would struggle to achieve the most desirable outcome. After nurturing the newly acquired 3 gung metal spiritual swords in his dantian for several days, their bond with Xu Changsheng's spirit grew increasingly profound. With a mere thought, the 3 swords emerged in succession, hovering before him, their blades humming as their energies intertwined, subtly forming a stable, yet lethal, triangular formation, the small, gung metal sword array. Although this sword array consisted solely of 3 swords and lacked the myriad transformations and expansive coverage of the 9-sword gung metal array, it was composed of spiritual artifacts, concentrating power at a single point. The instantaneous explosiveness and penetrating power were nothing short of terrifying. Xu Changsheng conducted a brief experiment within his cave. The moment the sword array was unleashed, the razor-sharp sword aura instantly reduced the sturdy test target to powder, its might leaving him astounded. What formidable power! This small 3-talent sword array could serve as my current trump card. However, such tremendous power came with significant consumption. Merely maintaining the operation of the sword array for 5 or 6 breaths drained a third of the liquid true essence from his 2 dantians. Should he unleash a full-force strike, it would likely deplete most of his true essence in an instant. Clearly, this array could only be utilized as a last resort and should not be activated lightly except in life-or-death situations. Xu Changsheng swiftly made this judgment. In daily confrontations, wielding a single spiritual sword, or perhaps employing the divided light and shadow sword, would suffice. In addition to his swordsmanship training, Xu Changsheng dedicated more of his energy to the cultivation of the 3 mysterious fire talisman scripture. This technique is a product of his early years of fortification, possessing an extraordinary power that exerts a formidable restraining influence on demonic cultivators and malevolent entities. During the Qi refinement stage, he refrained from displaying it in public, as such methods were best kept discreet. Now that he has successfully established his foundation, his concerns have naturally diminished considerably. Furthermore, in the face of the myriad of cunning tactics employed by the demonic sect, acquiring an additional means to counteract evil is an added layer of assurance. He devoted himself to the study of the intricacies of the 3 flames technique, revealing its remarkable capabilities. The eerie green flame can disregard most physical defenses, directly scorching the sinews and bones of its adversaries with an insidious ferocity. The pallid flame inflicts harm upon the soul and spirit, wielding a potent restraining power against ghostly and spiritual techniques. The deep violet flame possesses the ability to incinerate and dismantle the opponent's spiritual shields and spell structures, marking it as a nemesis for those who practice the arts of magic. Each of these 3 flames is distinctive, and their might should not be underestimated. With Xu Changsheng's liquid true essence at the foundation stage now harnessed, their power far surpasses that of the Qi refinement stage, posing a significant threat even to fellow foundation stage cultivators. Chapter 135, The Fire Talisman Trap, Crafting Talismans. A rebellion in the Zhao Kingdom. At the heart of the Samadhi Fire Talisman Sutra, and indeed the most arduous to cultivate, lies the unification of the azure, white, and violet flames to forge a strand of genuine Samadhi true fire. This fire transcends the ordinary flames of the mortal realm. It is a manifestation of refined essence, spirit, and energy, possessing boundless might and limitless applications. Not only does it dramatically enhance the success rate and quality of alchemy, but it also has the capacity to incinerate all that exists, dispelling malevolence and revealing righteousness. Should one successfully cultivate it, even the protective spiritual light of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator may not withstand its onslaught. The Samadhi true fire. A glimmer of desire sparkled in Xu Changsheng's eyes. He was acutely aware of the formidable challenge this fire posed, necessitating a profound understanding of the essence of flames and exceptional insight. However, with the perfected techniques enhanced by the bronze cauldron at his disposal, he was confident that mastery would eventually be within his grasp. In due course, the combination of Samadhi true fire and the gung metal sword array, fire and sword in harmonious balance, would undoubtedly become a formidable asset, empowering him throughout the foundation establishment stage. Within the cave, shadows of swords danced at times, while flames flickered at others. Xu Changsheng's prowess was steadily solidified and refined through relentless daily cultivation and accumulation, advancing steadily towards loftier realms. The Samadhi Fire Talisman Sutra not only detailed the direct application of the 3 flames, but also documented a particularly practical secret technique, the Fire Talisman Trap. This involved inscribing the power of fire spells onto specially crafted talisman paper or spiritual materials in the form of runes, strategically placing them at designated locations, ready to catch enemies off guard when triggered or remotely detonated by the practitioner. Xu Changsheng was not a dedicated talisman master in the past. He had relied on purchasing or enhancing talismans using the bronze cauldron. Yet, the talismans required for these fire traps were not overly demanding in rank, but were needed in vast quantities. Continuously procuring or enhancing ready-made products would not only incur significant costs, but also risk revealing his capabilities. Relying on others proved less effective than relying on oneself. Xu Changsheng swiftly resolved to seize this opportunity to delve into the art of talisman crafting. He promptly ventured to the market, procuring all necessary items for a novice talisman maker, Dan Sh, a talisman brush, and low-grade talisman paper. Upon returning to his cave, he did not rush to begin his work. Instead, he followed his usual practice of first retrieving the bronze cauldron to enhance each of these materials. The enhanced Dan Sh brimmed with spiritual energy. The talisman brush's tip became significantly more adept at channeling spiritual power, and the talisman paper grew more resilient, capable of bearing greater strength. To achieve excellence in one's craft, one must first hone one's tools. Quality materials could greatly elevate the likelihood of success and the quality of the talismans. With the materials prepared, Xu Changsheng immersed himself in studying the foundational talisman patterns recorded in the Samadhi Fire Talisman Sutra, commencing his practice with the simplest of talismans, the Cleansing Talisman and the Lightness Talisman. The art of talisman crafting emphasizes the unity of mind and spirit, with the brush moving like a dragon or snake, guiding the Dan Sh with one's own spiritual energy to outline runes imbued with the principles of heaven and earth. Precision was paramount, as any error could lead to stagnation, demanding a high level of control over one's consciousness and spiritual energy. This was precisely Xu Changsheng's forte, with an impressive spiritual consciousness reaching 380 zhang. Comparable to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, his fine manipulation of spiritual energy was exceptionally meticulous. He took a deep breath, concentrating intently. The talisman brush dipped in the enhanced Dan Sh, and as he set it upon the fortified talisman paper, the flow of spiritual energy at the brush's tip was seamless, and the runes were completed in one fluid motion. In merely 3 days, he successfully crafted his first effective low-level talisman, the Cleansing Talisman, officially stepping into the realm of talisman masters. 10 days later, he could reliably draw various elementary talismans with a commendable success rate. A month later, his talisman-making skills had further advanced, allowing him to attempt the creation of more intricate mid-level talismans. Such astonishing progress, if revealed to those who had labored for years or even decades to barely enter the domain of talisman crafting, would surely leave them astounded. Once his talisman-making skills met the requisite standards, Xu Changsheng procured new talisman paper and set about inscribing the 3 foundational fire talismans, Azure Flame Talisman, White Scorch Talisman, and Purple Burst Talisman, recorded in the 3 Flames Talisman Sutra. Each of these talismans fell within the mid-level category, presenting a considerable challenge in their creation. However, in an excellent state of focus and determination, Xu Changsheng secluded himself for 7 consecutive days, exhausting his mental faculties, ultimately succeeding in inscribing over 100 of these fire talismans. Gazing at the substantial stack of shimmering fire talismans before him, Xu Changsheng, though weary, was filled with joy. Yet, this was not sufficient. The power of mid-level fire talismans was ample for dealing with Qi refinement stage practitioners, yet posed limited threat to foundation establishment cultivators, particularly those at the mid-stage or above. He again retrieved the bronze cauldron, methodically placing these newly inscribed fire talismans within to enhance their potency. With a flow of azure light, the talismans underwent a sublime transformation. After the refinement in the small cauldron, the quality of more than 100 mid-level fire talismans was astonishingly elevated to the peak level. The fiery power contained within became exceedingly refined and ferocious, capable of delivering tremendous devastation upon ignition. Xu Changsheng conducted a trial. He strategically arranged several of the enhanced peak-level fire talismans at a site and detonated them remotely. Boom! The deafening explosion resounded. Azure, white, and purple flames intertwined and erupted, instantaneously manifesting a sea of lethal fire covering several yards. The temperature of the flames was extraordinarily high, possessing bizarre effects that could corrode bone, incinerate souls, and dismantle spells. He estimated that if a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator unwittingly stepped into the heart of such a trap, they would be severely scorched, if not killed. If arranged skillfully and in sufficient quantity, there was even a chance of inflicting serious injury or even slaying a mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner. The thought of simultaneously detonating hundreds of peak-level fire talismans was beyond his imagination. Excellent. Thus, I have acquired another formidable trump card. Satisfied, Xu Changsheng carefully stored away these terrifying peak-level fire talismans, whether for the defense of his cave dwelling or for setting traps against future foes. These talismans would yield unexpectedly fearsome effects. Self-learning the art of talisman crafting not only resolved the issue of sourcing fire traps, but also endowed him with a practical auxiliary skill, promising great potential for personal use or exchange for spirit stones in the future. His methods were becoming increasingly diverse, making it ever more challenging for others to guard against. While diligently cultivating in his cave dwelling and crafting talismans for several months, one day, a familiar elder from his sect came to visit. After exchanging pleasantries, the elder subtly reminded him, Junior Xu, according to sect regulations, although Foundation establishment cultivators are not required to undertake tasks as frequently as Qi refinement disciples, they still need to contribute periodically to the sect. Given your prolonged seclusion, perhaps it is time to visit the Hall of Manifestations to see if there are suitable tasks available? Upon hearing this, Xu Changsheng understood that it was a customary practice of the sect, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. I shall visit the Hall of Myriad Forms tomorrow. The following day, he arrived at the Grand Hall of the Hall of Myriad Forms. His gaze traversed the myriad of tasked jade slips, and one newly posted task captured his attention. Task description. The royal family of the Zhao Kingdom is facing a momentous upheaval. Prince Ning has rebelled, colluding with demonic forces, sweeping across half the kingdom. The royal family stands on the brink of peril and urgently seeks assistance from the Taiyi Immortal Sect. It is imperative to dispatch cultivators to aid in quelling the rebellion and eradicating the demonic threat. Task rating, Grade B. Requirements. 3 foundational-level cultivators must jointly undertake this task. Rewards. Depending on the degree of task completion, contributors will receive sect contribution points ranging from 3,000 to 8,000. Chapter 136. The Visit of the Third Princess and the Recipe for the Soul-Nourishing Pill. Procurement of second-level talismans. A thought stirred within Xu Changsheng, the Zhao royal family. This task seemed far from a fleeting resolution. Entangled as it was with mundane warfare and the forces of the demonic sect, it would undoubtedly demand considerable time, aligning perfectly with his desire to postpone the task and devote himself to cultivation. Yet, on the other hand, the mission explicitly required 3 foundation-building cultivators, rated at the upper B level, indicating its considerable danger. Since Prince Ning dared to rebel and collude with the demonic sect, he surely possessed formidable reinforcements. Perhaps even foundation-building demonic cultivators involved. He hesitated slightly, refraining from immediately accepting the task, intending to observe further or to seek a more prudent alternative. That night, as Xu Changsheng contemplated talisman crafting techniques within his cave dwelling, the cave's protective array was abruptly triggered. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he was somewhat surprised to find that the visitor was none other than the long-unseen third princess, Zhao Nishang. He activated the formation to welcome her into the parlor. After months apart, she appeared slightly more gaunt, her brow shadowed by an indelible worry, yet she maintained the regal poise befitting a princess. Brother Xu, I apologize for intruding at such a late hour, Zhao Nishang said, offering a slight bow, her voice still melodious, though tinged with fatigue. There is no need for such formalities, Princess Nishang. Please, have a seat. Xu Changsheng gestured for her to sit. Have you come regarding matters of the royal family? Zhao Nishang nodded, her beautiful eyes locking onto Xu Changsheng's with earnest intensity. To be candid, Brother Xu, the royal family now stands at the brink of life and death. Prince Ning's insatiable ambition and the collusion with the demonic sect far surpass our estimates. Our ancestor has also sustained severe injuries. It is in desperation that I once again seek your assistance. She paused, gracefully revealing an ancient jade slip, gently pushing it towards Xu Changsheng. I am aware that your heart is set on the Tao, and that ordinary matters seldom capture your interest. This, however, is a secret recipe for the soul-nourishing pill, preserved within the Zhao royal family's archives. Xu Changsheng's gaze sharpened. The soul-nourishing pill. He had heard of this esteemed first-level elixir, specifically crafted to nourish and strengthen the divine soul, restoring the expenditure of spiritual awareness, its efficacy several times greater than the concentration pill he typically consumed. For his cultivation of the purple qi observation method, it would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous boon. Zhao Nishang continued. This recipe is a closely guarded royal secret. Should you agree to lend your aid, I am willing to bestow a copy of this recipe upon you. Furthermore, by undertaking the sect's mission, you would also earn the usual contribution rewards. Nishang only implored Xu Changsheng to do his utmost to safeguard the Zhao royal bloodline. Xu Changsheng's mind raced with considerations. The soul-nourishing pill would greatly benefit his cultivation of spiritual awareness, and if further enhanced by the Bronze Cauldron, its effects might rival those of a second-level elixir. It would undoubtedly accelerate his progress in the Purple Chi observation method. While the royal task bore risks, it was issued in the form of a sect mission, thus protected by sect regulations, and it was a team endeavor, not a solitary confrontation with formidable foes. Not only could he fulfill the task requirements, but he would also gain access to a precious elixir recipe, truly a double boon. Risk and reward coexisted, yet the allure of the latter was undeniably tempting. After a moment of contemplation, Xu Changsheng raised his gaze to Zhao Nishang and stated solemnly, "Very well. I shall accept this matter. Tomorrow, I shall venture to the Hall of Myriad Phenomena to undertake a mission. As for this recipe, I shall graciously accept it." Upon hearing this, Zhao Nishang's eyes sparkled with delight as she promptly presented the jade slip with a deep bow, exclaiming, "Thank you, Brother Xu. This kindness and favor shall never be forgotten by the Zhao imperial family." After bidding farewell to Zhao Nishang, Xu Changsheng held the jade slip containing the soul-nourishing pill recipe, delving into its contents to confirm its authenticity, a smile gracing his lips. The soul-nourishing pill arrives at the most opportune moment. It seems that I must wade through the murky waters of the Zhao royal family. Not only does this fulfill the sect's mission, but it also allows me to earn contribution points while acquiring a desperately needed precious recipe. This transaction appears exceedingly advantageous. As for the inherent dangers, a glint of cold light flickered in Xu Changsheng's eyes. He was no longer the meek qi refining novice of yesteryear. With his foundation, establishment, cultivation, and numerous hidden cards, this was a perfect opportunity to test his strength. The following day, he proceeded to the Hall of Myriad Phenomena to accept the task of assisting the Zhao royal family. After accepting the mission, Xu Changsheng did not set off immediately. Aware of the perils ahead, he resolved to prepare meticulously. He altered his appearance and donned a common mask that shielded him from spiritual probing, then returned to the internal market of the sect. His procurement objectives were clear: talismans and elixirs for survival and combat. He made his way directly to the most prestigious and expensive talisman shops and elixir stores within the market. Ultimately, he selected the following 5 types of talismans: the Windwall Talisman, capable of instantly conjuring a resilient wind barrier to withstand a full-force strike from a novice foundation establishment cultivator; the Firebird Talisman, which transforms into a blazing firebird to assault enemies with considerable might; the Rejuvenation Talisman, which facilitates rapid recovery from moderate internal and external injuries; the Invisibility Talisman, allowing for temporary concealment of one's presence, difficult for mid-foundation establishment cultivators to detect without careful scrutiny; and the Earth Prison Talisman, which can instantaneously create an earthen cage to ensnare foes, facilitating escape or counterattack. Each of these are initial-level second-grade talismans, each bearing a hefty price. Xu Changsheng procured several of each, and despite his adept bargaining skills, he expended a total of 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Following this, he acquired several vials of recovery pills, which swiftly replenished true essence for foundation establishment cultivators, spending an additional 3,000 spirit stones. This round of procurement nearly depletes the spirit stones he had garnered from selling spoils of battle against demonic cultivators, yet he did not flinch. As long as it enhances his odds of survival and the likelihood of mission success, any investment of spirit stones is justified. Returning to his cave abode, laden with an abundance of talismans and elixirs, Xu Changsheng immediately commenced the most critical phase: enhancement. As the grade of the items increased, the star power required for enhancement surged dramatically. Even though the Bronze Cauldron continuously absorbed the power of the stars, allowing it to store energy, it could only enhance 5 or 6 second-grade talismans or 2 or 3 second-grade elixirs in a single instance. The consumption for enhancing second-grade items was far beyond that of first-grade. Xu Changsheng remained undeterred, promptly beginning to process them in batches. He first fed all the offensive and defensive talismans, the Firebird Talisman, Windwall Talisman, and Earth Prison Talisman, into the cauldron for enhancement. The azure light flickered intensely, more vibrant than ever, while the cauldron emitted a faint hum. A full hour passed before this batch of talismans was fully enhanced. Once retrieved, the talismans displayed a reined-in spiritual radiance, their inscriptions now even more intricate and profound, emanating a wave of spiritual energy that astonishingly reached the second-tier high level. Their power far surpassed the previous iteration, posing a significant threat to those in the later stages of foundation establishment. Subsequently, he proceeded to enhance the Rejuvenation Talismans, Invisibility Talismans, and recovery pills in batches. This too consumed a considerable amount of time and energy from the cauldron. elevating these auxiliary and restorative items to the second-tier high level as well. Chapter 137, The Senior Sister's Interrogation, Arrival at the Imperial Capital, the progeny of the Golden Core. Observing the radiant talismans and potent elixirs before him, Xu Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. This extensive expenditure of resources, though demanding, was undoubtedly worthwhile. These hidden trump cards would afford him greater maneuverability and counterattack options when confronting mid to late-stage Foundation establishment adversaries. Having meticulously organized all the enhanced treasures, Xu Changsheng let out a sigh of relief. His preparations were complete, and now he awaited the sect's arrangement for the two accompanying Foundation establishment cultivators, with whom he would journey to the tumultuous imperial city of the Zhao Kingdom. He gazed beyond the cave dwelling, his expression calm, yet imbued with a hint of sharpness. This time, he intended to make those traitors colluding with the demonic sects aware that the disciples of Taiyi Sect were not to be trifled with. 3 days later, news arrived from the Hall of Myriad Manifestations that the task of aiding the Zhao royal family had been accepted by 2 additional Foundation establishment cultivators. Xu Changsheng arranged to meet the 2 at the sect's main gate. Upon his arrival, he discovered that Zhao Nikhang was already waiting there. Alongside them were 2 other cultivators, 1 male and 1 female. The man, appearing to be in his 30s, donned the attire of the Zhangjin Peak, standing tall like a pine tree, with an ancient long sword slung across his back. His formidable aura revealed him to be a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Upon seeing Xu Changsheng, a glint of battle intent flashed in his eyes as he clasped his hands in greeting. "You must be Xu Changsheng, the esteemed junior disciple. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. I am Du Qiu from Zhangjin Peak. I have long heard of your unparalleled prowess with the Gungjin sword array and have been eager to seek your guidance." Xu Changsheng returned the gesture. "Senior brother Du, you flatter me. My skills are but humble, and I do not deserve such praise." The other was a female cultivator, adorned in a light green gown of Yinshan Peak. Her beauty was striking, and her demeanor exuded a gentle elegance laced with an air of coolness. She had reached the late stage of Foundation establishment. Nodding slightly, her voice was melodious. "I am Yin Jian from Yinshan Peak. I have come at the behest of my master to assist Sister Nikhang." She stood quite close to Zhao Nikhang, indicating a close relationship. Zhao Nikhang promptly leaned in to explain to Xu Changsheng in a hushed tone. "Senior brother Xu, Sister Yin and I both study under the same master at Yinshan Peak, though I am merely a registered disciple. With the royal family in peril, I earnestly requested her assistance." Xu Changsheng understood and once again clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for your kindness, Sister Yin." The 4 ascended the sect's flying vessel, with the highest-ranked Yin Jian at the helm, directing it towards the Zhao imperial city. On board, Du Qiu expressed keen interest in Xu Changsheng's sword array, incessantly inquiring about sparring opportunities. Xu Changsheng could only respond vaguely, promising to seek a chance after their mission concluded. Meanwhile, Yin Jian and Zhao Nikhang conversed quietly for a moment. Suddenly, the late-stage Foundation establishment sister turned to Xu Changsheng, her sharp eyes scrutinizing him. Her tone laced with subtle inquiry and an imperceptible hint of dissatisfaction. "Junior brother Xu, I heard from Nikhang that she once entrusted someone to act as a matchmaker for you, only to be met with your refusal. Do you find my sister's appearance lacking, or her talents inadequate, that you deem her unworthy of your attention?" The atmosphere aboard the vessel instantly grew tense. Du Qiu also displayed a keen interest, directing his gaze towards Xu Changsheng. Zhao Nishang's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently tugged at Yin Jian's sleeve, saying, "Senior sister." Xu Changsheng was taken aback by the unexpected question and couldn't help but smile wryly, quickly adopting a serious tone to clarify. "Senior sister Yin, your words are too heavy. This matter is far from what you think. Princess Nishang, with her unparalleled beauty and exceptional talent, is indeed a celestial being among mortals, destined for a promising future. However, my heart is solely devoted to the Tao, and I harbor no intentions regarding romantic affairs. I would never wish to hinder the princess's path, which is why I initially declined her advances with courtesy. It is not that I hold her in any disdain. I hope you understand, senior sister." His tone was earnest, and his gaze sincere, devoid of any pretense. Yin Jian scrutinized him for a moment, realizing that he did not appear to be feigning superiority or concealing ulterior motives. The slight discontent in her eyes gradually dissipated, and she nodded gently. "I see. I have indeed acted rather hastily. It is commendable that junior brother possesses such a steadfast heart." After a pause, she cast a glance at the somewhat dejected Zhao Nishang beside her and sighed. "Yet, concerning my junior sister, fate cannot be forced." Zhao Nishang lowered her head and murmured, "Senior brother Su's aspirations are lofty. Nishang admires that." Following this minor interlude, the atmosphere aboard the flying vessel returned to normalcy. The four of them settled into meditative postures, either recuperating or observing the terrain below. Yet, Xu Changsheng's thoughts were in tumult. Du Qiuzhan was spirited and straightforward, while Yan Zhiyan, the most accomplished among them and closely bonded with Zhao Nishang, was the backbone of this mission. The situation within the Zhao royal family was evidently more intricate and perilous than the task description suggested. It seemed this assignment would not be an easy endeavor. He gazed toward the increasingly proximate Zhao royal city, his expression growing grave. After several days of traversing mountains and rivers spanning 6,000 miles, they finally arrived at the capital of Zhao, Anyang City. However, what lay before them was not the bustling tranquility they had envisioned, but rather an atmosphere shrouded in tension and foreboding. The city walls shimmered with runes, and the guards were vigilant. Outside the city, remnants of the recent battle and unswept bloodstains were palpable, indicating the immense pressure from the rebel forces and demonic cultivators. The four of them revealed their identities and were respectfully escorted into the royal city by the royal cultivators. As they proceeded, Xu Changsheng keenly noticed that among the guards within the royal city, many were clad in the attire of the 100 Puppets sect, and even several formidable auras emanating from foundational-level cultivators were derived from their techniques. It seemed the rumors were indeed true. The Zhao royal family maintained a close relationship with the 100 Puppets sect, Xu Changsheng mused. It was said that the late-stage foundational ancestor of the royal family, Zhao Shuo, had once cultivated within the 100 Puppets sect, thus forming deep ties with the sect. Upon entering the Grand Hall and encountering the beleaguered Zhao Emperor and several royal elders, Xu Changsheng's attention was drawn to a group of individuals standing behind the royal members. They were indeed cultivators from the 100 Puppets sect, led by a middle-aged cultivator in the mid-foundational stage, exuding a steady aura. Beside him stood a young man with a slightly pale complexion, whose gaze bore a hint of arrogance and lewdness, his cultivation reaching the 12th layer of qi refinement, fixed intently on the newly arrived Zhao Nishang with unabashed eagerness. Xu Changsheng immediately discerned the identity of the individual from Zhao Nishang's earlier fragmented narratives and the hushed exchanges between Du Qiu and Yan Zhiyan, Songlin. He was the son of a golden core elder from the 100 Puppet sect who had persistently pursued Zhao Nishang, serving as the very catalyst for her initial intention to seek him as a shield. This individual was notorious for his poor reputation, leveraging his lineage to act with impunity within the 100 Puppet sect, indulging in vice and lechery. Had it not been for his father's esteemed position, he would have faced countless reprimands by now. The royal family, valuing his background, had long intended to betroth Zhao Nishang to him to fortify their alliance. Yet she harbored an intense aversion towards him. Indeed, upon laying eyes on Song Lin, Zhao Nishang's already troubled visage paled further, her delicate brows knitting together in distress as she instinctively recoiled a step, seeking refuge behind her senior sister Yan Zhiyan, her gaze rife with resistance and disdain. Chapter 138. Internal Strife and External Threats, the Royal Ancestor. The suffering of the people amidst rise and fall. Yet, Song Lin remained oblivious, or perhaps indifferent, to Zhao Nishang's feelings. Upon seeing the person he had long yearned for, his eyes sparkled, and a self-satisfied smile graced his face as he pushed aside the disciples of the 100 Puppets sect and approached to initiate a conversation. Nishang, my dear junior sister. At last, you have returned. I've heard of the chaos outside. I have been terribly worried for you. Are you unscathed? Come, let me have a look. As he spoke, he reached out, intending to pull Zhao Nishang closer. Song Daoyu, please conduct yourself with propriety, a cool voice interjected, accompanied by a gentle yet insurmountable barrier of spiritual power that stood before Song Lin. It was Yan Zhiyan, with a frosty demeanor. Yan Zhiyan shielded Zhao Nishang behind her and coldly regarded Song Lin. Junior sister Nishang has endured a long journey and requires rest. If you have matters to discuss, you may confer with the emperor or the esteemed royal ancestors. Song Lin's hand froze midair, and his smile faltered. Though arrogant, he recognized that Yan Zhiyan, being in the late stage of foundational cultivation, was not someone he could provoke, especially given her status as a core disciple of Yinspring Peak. He coughed awkwardly and retracted his hand, his gaze growing increasingly sinister as he shot a glare at Yan Zhiyan and cast a covetous glance at Zhao Nishang, before reluctantly retreating back to the ranks of the 100 Puppets sect, muttering discontentedly under his breath. Zhao Nishang cast a grateful glance at her senior sister and sighed in relief. Xu Changsheng observed the entire scene with an impassive expression, yet his irritation towards the complexities within the royal family and Song Lin deepened. It seemed that this mission not only involved confronting external rebel forces and demonic cultivators, but also required vigilance against potential internal strife and troubles. Song Lin clearly appeared to be a vengeful and narrow-minded individual, likely unwilling to let matters rest. Truly, internal and external threats loomed ominously. Xu Changsheng sneered inwardly, increasingly convinced that undertaking this task would be far from the leisurely endeavor he had envisioned. After an audience with Emperor Zhao, the four were led deeper into the royal palace to a more heavily guarded chamber, where they encountered the steadfast pillar of the Zhao royal family, the late-stage foundational ancestor. Zhao Shuo. Zhao Shuo was an elderly man with white hair and a gaunt visage, bearing the remnants of old injuries. Though his aura seemed somewhat frail, his gaze remained sharp, imbued with the authority of one accustomed to high office. Clad in the attire of the 100 Puppets sect, he further affirmed the deep ties he held with them. Without indulging in excessive pleasantries, the elder promptly addressed the pressing situation. The rebellion led by Prince Ning was not merely a simple power struggle within the royal family. It was backed by demonic forces, chiefly the Xian demon sect and certain rogue cultivators. The rebel army was formidable, having swept through much of the Zhao territory, with the demonic cultivators among them employing cruel tactics that left devastation in their wake, plunging the populace into despair. Currently, the main force of the rebel army was encamped several hundred miles outside Anyang City, poised to launch an all-out assault at any moment. Given the circumstances, a passive defense was far from a wise strategy. Zhao Shua's voice was grave and resolute. I have decided that in 3 days, I shall personally lead a team, joining forces with fellow Taoists and the royal elite to take the initiative and strike back, seeking an opportunity to inflict a significant blow to the rebel main force. Should we manage to slay Prince Ning or his demonic leaders, we may yet turn the tide of battle. He cast a glance at Xu Changsheng and the 3 others, saying, for the next 3 days, I beseech you all to rest and recuperate within the palace. Should you require elixirs or talismans, feel free to request them from the palace steward. Our royal family shall endeavor to fulfill your needs. The 4 were assigned to a relatively tranquil guest house deep within the palace. The courtyard was elegant and imbued with a fair amount of spiritual energy, yet the pervasive atmosphere of tension lingered, refusing to dissipate. Upon returning to his chamber, Xu Changsheng set up several simple wards before settling into meditation, his mind incessantly replaying the events he had just witnessed. The royal family maintained a close relationship with the 100 Puppets sect, and that Song Lin would undoubtedly not relent easily. Although ancestor Zhao Shuo harbored intentions of counterattacking, his old wounds had yet to heal. How much strength could he possibly muster? The decision to take the initiative was fraught with peril. On the following day, Xu Changsheng resolved to stroll through Anyang City to assess the situation firsthand. Upon exiting the imperial city, he found the scene before him to be a cause for concern. The once thriving capital now appeared disturbingly desolate. The streets were sparsely populated, and those present hurried along, their faces etched with anxiety. Numerous shops had their doors tightly shut, while those that remained open were met with lackluster business. Beneath the city wall, he even spotted some refugees, their tattered garments and gaunt faces betraying their hunger, with the occasional sound of wailing children piercing the air. The price of grain had surged once more. Rumor had it that the rebel forces were nearing Tongguan. How could one possibly survive under such circumstances? Whispers filled with dread and helplessness echoed, reflecting the pervasive anxiety about the future. The ramifications of Prince Ning's rebellion had infiltrated every corner of the capital. However, as he casually wandered into the affluent district in the west of the city, he encountered a starkly contrasting scene. Within the high walls of opulent estates, the faint strains of silk and bamboo instruments could be heard, accompanied by the tantalizing aroma of meat and wine, as if the revelry persisted unceasingly. Occasionally, lavish carriages would pass by, their occupants adorned in splendid attire, seemingly oblivious to the flames of war and the hunger that plagued those outside. Prosperity for some, suffering for the common folk. Ruin for some, suffering for the common folk. This phrase inexplicably surfaced in Xu Changsheng's mind, prompting a soft sigh. These aristocratic families had likely already secured their alliances, ensuring their wealth and status remained intact. Regardless of who ultimately seized control of the realm, the true victims were forever those commoners, with nowhere to flee. The demonic path ran rampant, leaving devastation in its wake. Such is the brutality of war. He shook his head, choosing not to linger on the sights, and turned to return to the palace. What he had witnessed only strengthened his resolve to expedite the resolution of this turmoil. Only by swiftly quelling the rebellion and eradicating the demonic scourge could the people of Zhao endure less suffering. Of course, this was contingent upon ensuring his own safety. The counteroffensive 3 days hence must be meticulously prepared. Yet, on his way back, A sudden commotion and cries erupted ahead on the street. He beheld a resplendently adorned carriage tearing through the narrow thoroughfare like a wild stallion. The driver, a young dandy clad in luxurious garments, showed no intention of slowing down. Instead, he brandished his whip, mercilessly striking at the hapless passers-by, his laughter ringing with arrogant glee. "Get out of the way, all of you. Clear the path for this young master. If you get hit, it's your own fault." The bystanders recoiled in terror, some vendors' goods scattered and ruined. Yet they dared not voice their outrage, as the carriage charged towards a terrified little girl, frozen in fear at the center of the road. The debauched young nobleman let out a menacing laugh and swung his whip towards her. In that critical moment, a long and powerful hand materialized out of nowhere, deftly seizing the rushing tip of the whip. It was Xu Changsheng. Without casting a glance at the young nobleman, he turned his calm gaze towards the still-shaken little girl and nodded gently. Meanwhile, the spirited horse, upon feeling a hint of the foundational pressure emanating from Xu Changsheng, reacted as if it had encountered an unspeakable terror. It reared up, emitting a shrill whinny, and violently hurled the young nobleman from the carriage. Chapter 139. Collision with the Immortal. The Emperor himself approaches. A single word dismisses the Chancellor. Alas, the young master stumbled, utterly disoriented, as he clambered to his feet. Pointing a trembling finger at Xu Changsheng, his face a stormy shade of fury. Who are you? How dare you obstruct my carriage and frighten my horse? Do you have any idea who I am?" It was only then that Xu Changsheng slowly turned his head, casting a detached glance at him, much like one would regard an insignificant insect. "Oh, and who might you be?" The young master felt a jolt in his heart under Xu Changsheng's calm, yet unfathomable gaze. However, accustomed to wielding power and influence, he quickly regained his bravado and bellowed. "My father is the current chancellor, Zhang Weiji. I am Zhang Kuan. Your demise is imminent. Just wait. Even the King of Heaven cannot save you now." Upon hearing this, a subtle, almost imperceptible smirk graced Xu Changsheng's lips. Rather than retreating, he leisurely approached a nearby, overturned wonton stall, righted a still intact stool, brushed off the dust, and boldly seated himself. "Very well," he stated in a tone that was unyieldingly authoritative. "I shall remain here and await your demonstration of how even the King of Heaven cannot save me." This display left not only Zhang Kuan speechless, but also astonished the onlookers and merchants who had initially felt anxious on his behalf. This brave man. You should leave. Indeed, brave sir. The Chancellor wields tremendous power, and his guards are undoubtedly martial experts. You cannot contend with them. Hurry and depart. Do not be reckless. It is not worth it for us common folk." The crowd murmured in hushed tones, believing Xu Changsheng to be a wandering hero who, while skilled, could never hope to rival the Chancellor's might. Yet, Xu Changsheng remained seemingly unfazed, quietly sitting there, closing his eyes in meditation. Zhang Kuan, incensed by Xu Changsheng's apparent insolence, shouted at his equally bruised attendants, "Useless fools! Why are you still standing there? Quickly return and summon help. Bring the instructors from the manor. I shall have this scoundrel skinned today." The attendants hurriedly scrambled back to rally support. The atmosphere on the street grew palpably tense. As if the very air had solidified, bystanders watched from a distance, torn between concern for the valiant man and the fear of approaching, sighing inwardly. Xu Changsheng remained seated, as steadfast as a mountain. The Chancellor's son? A figure of immense power? In the eyes of this foundational cultivator of the Taiyi Immortal Sect, the nobility of the mundane realm bore no distinction from mere chickens and dogs. He was eager to witness how this earthly sovereign might contend with him. Before long, Zhang Kuan returned, his face twisted with malice, leading more than a dozen fierce-looking bodyguards, their temple veins bulging, unmistakable martial experts from the mansion, storming back with the intent to shatter that insolent fool to pieces. However, as they advanced halfway, they were confronted by a cohort of armored imperial guards, radiating an aura of lethal intent. The leading commander, with a stern expression, paid no heed to Zhang Kuan's outcries and commanded, by order of His Majesty, "Zhang Kuan and his entourage are to accompany us to meet the Emperor forthwith. Those who defy this command shall be executed without mercy." Zhang Kuan and his entourage were utterly bewildered, exchanging glances, unsure how such a trivial street brawl could attract the attention of His Majesty the Emperor. However, with the imperial guards drawing their blades, glinting ominously, they dared not resist and could only apprehensively proceed forward. What struck terror into Zhang Kuan's heart was being brought directly to a secluded hall near the palace. Within sat not only the emperor, whose expression was as grim as a winter's night, but also his father, the powerful Chancellor Zhang Weiji, who at that moment appeared pallid and drenched in sweat. "Father, Your Majesty, what is this?" Zhang Kuan felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. The emperor dismissed him with a mere glance. Coldly addressing Zhang Weiji, Zhang Aiqing, your failure in raising your son has led to an affront against the immortal. You must deal with this matter. Zhang Weiji immediately fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing before the emperor, his voice trembling. I deserve 1,000 deaths. I have failed in raising my son. I beseech your majesty for mercy. The emperor scoffed, rising to his feet. Mercy? Go plead for mercy from the immortal. With that, he personally guided the ashen-faced Zhang Weiji and the bewildered, terrified Zhang Kuan to the street where Xu Changsheng sat in quietude. Upon witnessing the emperor and the chancellor prostrating themselves before the seemingly ordinary figure clad in blue robes, the gathered citizens and merchants were left in sheer astonishment. The atmosphere fell deathly silent. The sound of a needle dropping could be heard, as disbelief painted every visage. Zhang Weiji knelt before Xu Changsheng, tears streaming down his face, imploring, Immortal, please forgive. My son, in his ignorance, has offended your majestic presence. I, as a father, have failed in my duties. I deserve 1,000 deaths. I entreat your magnanimity to spare my son and my family's lineage. At that moment, even the dimmest of minds could grasp the gravity of the situation. They had inadvertently provoked a figure of unimaginable power. The very being capable of instilling such fear in the emperor and his father could only be a true immortal from legend. In sheer terror, Zhang Kuan lost all composure. Collapsing to the ground like a rag doll, rendered speechless, Xu Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, his gaze calmly sweeping over the beseeching chancellor and the prostrate Zhang Kuan. He then regarded the surrounding citizens, their expressions a mixture of shock, reverence, and a glimmer of hope. In a voice that was soft yet resonant, he declared, like father, like son, to raise a child who brazenly wreaks havoc in the streets and regards human life as trifling. You, Chancellor, are perhaps not the paragon of virtue you claim to be. He paused, turning to the now pallid emperor. Investigate this matter. If he is indeed a parasite upon the state, then show no mercy. Upon hearing this, the emperor felt as if he had been granted a reprieve from a dire fate. He immediately issued a stern decree. Did you hear the immortal's command? Arrest Zhang Weiji and Zhang Kuan at once. Hand them over to the Ministry of Justice for thorough investigation. Should there be any wrongdoing, let the punishment be severe. Seize their assets and deposit them into the national treasury for the relief of the suffering. The imperial guards swiftly pounced upon the utterly despondent Zhang Weiji and the helpless Zhang Kuan, dragging them away. This scene sent shockwaves through Anyang City, akin to a boulder crashing into a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves. The chancellor, who stood second only to the emperor, was suddenly imprisoned and stripped of his possessions due to his son's transgression against a seemingly ordinary figure clad in blue robes. This was nothing short of a historical marvel. Soon, various news and rumors began to circulate rapidly among the populace. Have you heard? The one seated on the street that day was a celestial being summoned by the emperor to combat the rebels. The young man from the Zhang family offended the immortal, inciting great wrath, which compelled the emperor to impose severe punishment on the chancellor. It serves them right. The Zhang father and son have never engaged in virtuous deeds. Justice has been served. With a mere utterance from the celestial being, the chancellor's downfall was sealed. Now, that is the true essence of immortal prowess. Chapter 140, Spreading Far and Wide, Encountering Yaodo again, the butchery battlefield. Furthermore, the storytellers embellished the events of that day, weaving them into captivating tales. They spoke of a celestial master whose mere glance caused noble steeds to kneel, and how his words held the power of command, leading to the downfall of a prime minister. The narrative swiftly spread from the capital, resonating far and wide. In the aftermath of this incident, the once arrogant and privileged youths of Anyang City found themselves under strict orders from their families, confined within their homes and subjected to severe reprimands. Their families feared that they might unwittingly provoke some hidden celestial master, bringing calamity upon their lineage. As a result, the atmosphere of law and order in the capital experienced a noticeable improvement. Yet, for Xu Changsheng, these subsequent events held little significance. To him, it was merely a minor interlude in his journey, a trivial matter dealt with effortlessly. The mundane concerns of the aristocracy were but fleeting clouds in his perception. His focus lay on the imminent confrontation with the rebel forces and demonic cultivators, a true test of strength that would determine the fate of the Zhao kingdom. After resolving this insignificant episode, he returned to the palace, under the increasingly reverent gaze of the emperor, to continue his preparations in tranquility. In the cold, damp depths of the dungeon, the once mighty prime minister, Zhang Weiji, and his inept son, Zhang Kuan, found themselves imprisoned in the same cell, exchanging no words. Zhang Kuen's face was still etched with disbelief and resentment as he huddled in a corner, unable to contain himself any longer. He whispered, "Father, I don't understand. Does the royal family not also venerate many celestial beings? Did we not once invite a few masters capable of summoning winds and wielding spells to our residence? Why? Why has His Majesty dealt so ruthlessly with you? With our Zhang family, all for an unknown celestial being?" Zhang Weiji leaned against the cold wall, the vibrant spirit of his past replaced by despair and fatigue. He opened his murky eyes to gaze at his son, who had caused such catastrophic trouble, and let out a long sigh, his voice hoarse and feeble. "Kuan-er, do you still not comprehend? Those we invited, and those revered by the royal family, are mostly merely celestial masters with slight mastery of spells, mere chi refinement stage practitioners. They may appear as divine figures in the eyes of mortals, but to the true great sects of cultivation, they are inconsequential." He paused, a deep fear glimmering in his eyes. "The one you have provoked today. I may not understand cultivation, but I can sense that his aura is even more formidable than that of the most powerful royal ancestor beside His Majesty. Perhaps even more daunting than the ancestor himself. He is a genuine celestial being, above the foundation establishment stage. He possesses the ability to fly with a sword, with a lifespan of centuries, capable of determining the fate of nations with a mere gesture. His Majesty did not punish us for him. Rather, the Emperor sought to save us. If that celestial being were to truly unleash his wrath, it would not merely be a matter of confiscating property and imprisonment. My Zhang family's 9 lineages would be reduced to ashes in an instant." Upon hearing this, Zhang Kuan felt as though struck by lightning, his complexion pale as paper, trembling uncontrollably. It was then that he finally grasped the enormity of the disaster he had unleashed, provoking a presence of unfathomable terror. In the realm of celestial beings, one discovers an intricate web of pathways and hierarchies, revealing that the power and wealth he once relied upon crumble effortlessly before true strength. An overwhelming tide of regret engulfed him, yet it was too late for lamentation. On the 3rd day, Xu Changsheng encountered Yan Jian once more in the council chamber arranged by the royal family. This senior sister from Yunspring Peak greeted him with a slight smirk, playfully remarking, "Xu junior brother, you certainly made quite an impression yesterday. To dismiss the chancellor with but a word. What a revelation for us all." Xu Changsheng merely responded with a faint smile, as if he had accomplished a trivial task. "Sister Yan, you jest. It was merely a matter of righting a wrong that presented itself. I fear I have embarrassed you instead." Yan Jian's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at him intently. She understood well that for a foundation establishment cultivator, a mundane chancellor was no more significant than an ant. However, Xu Changsheng's nonchalant demeanor, unperturbed by external matters, only elevated her regard for him further. Soon after, the venerable ancestor Zhao Shua entered the chamber, his countenance grave as he presented a jade slip to the foregathered. "Esteemed colleagues, this contains the recently uncovered intelligence regarding the upper echelons of the rebel forces, including the adept practitioners of demonic arts among them. Please take a look." Xu Changsheng accepted the jade slip, his consciousness delving into its contents. The information was remarkably detailed, revealing that there were approximately 7 or 8 known foundation establishment practitioners among the rebels, including 2 in the mid-foundation stage, and a multitude of minions in the chi refinement stage. Moreover, the rebels had also gathered some notorious figures from the martial world and practitioners of the dark path, making their strength formidable. As Xu Changsheng, Yan Jian, and Du Qi examined the list, their brows furrowed slightly. The number and caliber of the opponents exceeded their previous estimates, indicating a challenging battle ahead. However, when Xu Changsheng's gaze fell upon a particular name and its accompanying description, his expression sharpened, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The list read, Yao De, former steward of the Lingyao Peak of the Taiyi Immortal Sect, early foundation establishment cultivation. Defected to the demonic sect, currently the commander of the eastern vanguard of the rebels, skilled in earth-based spells, and possessing a cunning disposition. Yao De. Xu Changsheng sneered inwardly. How fortuitous that he should find this traitor without even seeking him. This man was the very culprit responsible for the collapse of the Black Xian mine all those years ago, having fled at a critical moment, leading to the demise of countless disciples. After taking over the mine, Xu Changsheng had intended to hold him accountable, but learned that he had vanished. Little did he know that Yao De had defected to the demonic sect, now thriving in this locale. It was the perfect opportunity to settle both old and new scores. A glint of cold determination flickered in Xu Changsheng's eyes as his objectives expanded: quell the rebellion, secure the reward, and eradicate the traitor Yao De. The ensuing endeavors were destined to be anything but tranquil. Upon arriving at the front lines, even Xu Changsheng, with the composure of a Foundation establishment immortal, could not help but feel a profound impact and astonishment at the sight before him. As he gazed across the expanse, two vast mortal armies clashed like surging torrents. Their banners blotted out the sun, and the cacophony of battle echoed thunderously. The sound of blades cleaving through flesh resonates with a dull thud, mingling with the anguished cries of the dying, the neighing of war horses, and the whistling of crossbow bolts piercing the air, creating a profoundly brutal symphony of death. The earth has long been stained a dark crimson, with severed limbs and dismembered bodies scattered indiscriminately, forming mountains of corpses. The thick, metallic scent of blood and the palpable aura of death rise into the sky, attracting numerous circling carrion birds and lurking low-level sorcerers who seek to absorb the malevolent energy of the battlefield. This is nothing less than a colossal abattoir. Every moment witnesses the extinguishing of countless lives. Here, the cruelty of war and the fragility of existence are revealed in stark, vivid clarity. Chapter 141, The Decapitation Operation. The Blood Demon Formation. Yauda falls into the trap. Although Xu Changsheng had faced numerous life and death battles, primarily involving duels among cultivators, he had never witnessed such a large-scale war, where human lives were expended in sheer quantities. His brow furrowed, and his Dao heart stirred momentarily. Yet he quickly regained his composure. The distinction between the celestial and the mundane was evident. This was the calamity of the secular dynasty, and his mission did not concern these ordinary soldiers. Before long, foundational cultivators from various factions congregated. From the Taiyi Sect, there were Xu Changsheng, Yan Jian, and Du Qiu. The 100 Puppets sect sent 4 foundational cultivators, led by a middle-aged practitioner, with Song Lin among them, whose gaze remained greedily fixed on Zhao Nishang. From the royal family came ancestor Zhao Shuo and 2 additional early-stage foundational royal attendants. In total, there were 10 foundational cultivators, a formidable force capable of altering the course of the battle. After a brief discussion, the group resolved to employ the most direct and effective method, a decapitation operation. Leveraging their superior combat strength, they planned to infiltrate the heart of the rebel forces and eliminate the high-ranking demon cultivators hidden among them, as well as the rebel leader, King Ming. Once these key figures were removed, chaos would ensue within the rebel and demon factions, allowing the royal army to seize the opportunity to launch a counterattack and quell the rebellion. 10 streaks of light ascended silently, evading the brutal battlefield below, piercing like swords into the rear of the rebel forces. However, as they approached the main camp of the rebels, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Countless eerie blood-red patterns suddenly illuminated the ground beneath them. A vast and powerful formation was instantly activated, and a surging tide of bloodlight soared into the sky, transforming into a colossal crimson barrier, enveloping the entire main camp and all 10 of them within. The acrid stench of blood assailed their senses, and within the barrier, a chilling demonic energy pervaded. Countless twisted and tormented specters materialized within the bloodlight, howling as they violently assaulted their minds and protective spiritual auras. This is bad. It is the blood demon formation. Ancestor Zhao Shuo, the most knowledgeable among them, paled and exclaimed. This formation can absorb the battlefield's blood essence and the power of the dead, boasting formidable defenses and the ability to taint one's magical artifacts and primordial spirit. Retreat quickly. The group felt an oppressive weight descend upon them, as if they were mired in quicksand, their spiritual energy becoming sluggish. Various attacks struck the crimson barrier, merely causing ripples, utterly incapable of breaching it. Compounding their troubles, the demon cultivators concealed within the formation seized the opportunity to launch their assault, unleashing a torrent of toxic spells and demonic artifacts from the bloodlight, rendering them defenseless. Damn it, they were well prepared. Du Qiu roared, shattering a blood arrow that had attempted a surprise attack with his sword. Yan Jian summoned a small crystalline shield, blocking several incoming strikes. Her usually serene face now etched with concern. This formation will not be easily breached. Prolonged conflict will be detrimental. We must withdraw. Xu Changsheng, too, wore a grim expression. Though the gung metal sword array was formidable against such a large-scale formation, drawing upon the blood essence and souls of hundreds of thousands, individual strength appeared rather insignificant. He swung his sword, dispelling several approaching specters, and solemnly declared, "We must retreat first." The 10 foundational cultivators made a swift decision, employing their respective skills as they fought and withdrew, laboriously breaking free from the confines of the blood demon formation amidst the pressure of the formation and the harassment of the demon cultivators. Once they returned to a safe distance, Their expressions were far from pleasant. The initial assassination mission was met with unforeseen adversity, as the primary target was never even glimpsed. Forced into retreat by the formidable array erected by the adversary. It was indeed an inauspicious beginning. Who would have anticipated that the rebel faction could orchestrate such an intricate formation? A foundational cultivator from the 100 Puppet Sect expressed his trepidation. The venerable Zhao Shua's countenance darkened. It appears they have formidable experts among them. Until this formation is dismantled, the assassination endeavor will prove exceedingly difficult. Xu Changsheng gazed intently at the distant crimson light soaring into the heavens, his eyes narrowing slightly. The blood demon array was indeed a significant complication. However, solutions were not entirely absent. Perhaps one might disrupt the array from within, or locate the individual who established it. He pondered silently, his gaze sweeping over the gathered individuals, momentarily lingering on a few from the 100 Puppet Sect. The rebels were evidently prepared for such an eventuality, even managing to set up such a grand formation in advance. Could there be an insider among us, leaking information? The forthcoming actions must be executed with utmost caution and vigilance. Having faced setbacks in the initial assassination attempt, the group withdrew to their encampment to deliberate on countermeasures. The blood demon array enveloped the core of the rebel forces, rendering direct assaults ineffective and necessitating alternate strategies. Xu Changsheng remained largely unfazed. His objective was clear: to eradicate the traitor Yao De. Until this scoundrel was eliminated, the resentment in his heart would remain unquenchable, and the dishonor to the sect would persist. Through the Royal Intelligence Network, he meticulously studied Yao De's behavior and movements after his defection to the rebels. It soon became apparent that Yao De was exceedingly lecherous, having taken numerous women from the rebel camp as concubines and servants, which had led to conflicts with certain practitioners of dark arts. A plan rapidly took shape in Xu Changsheng's mind. He refrained from disclosing the specifics of the operation to Yan Jian, Du Qiu, and others, merely stating the need for individual reconnaissance. Subsequently, he altered his appearance, employing his formidable spiritual awareness and a concealment talisman to stealthily infiltrate the rebel-controlled territory, eventually locating the residence where Yao De's favored concubine was imprisoned. Xu Changsheng refrained from causing her harm. Instead, he leveraged the lives of her family as leverage, coercing her compliance. He then instructed her to feign victimization at the hands of the legitimate wife, seeking Yao De's sympathy and protection, and sent a secret letter to him at the frontline military camp. Although Yao De was cunning, his lust clouded his judgment, and buoyed by his confidence in his standing within the rebel ranks, he fell into the trap. Upon learning of his beloved concubine's distress, he thought little of it. He hastily gathered a small entourage and departed the military camp, making his way to her residence. The secluded forest path he traversed was precisely the burial ground Xu Changsheng had chosen for him. As Yao De's figure emerged at the end of the mountain path, Xu Changsheng, who had long been lying in wait, seamlessly blended with the surrounding environment, suddenly sprang into action. Without unnecessary words, a pre-prepared earth prison talisman was activated in an instant. Boom! The ground fractured, and countless hard rocks and soil erupted skyward, swiftly forming a sturdy cage that ensnared the unprepared Yao De along with his steed. Who? Old enough! Yao De exclaimed, astonished and enraged, his spiritual aura surging as he attempted to break free. However, as he beheld Xu Changsheng stepping forth from the woods, shedding his disguise and bearing an expression as frigid as frost, the fury on his face instantly morphed into boundless terror and astonishment. Xu Changsheng, it is you. Yao De's voice, laced with extreme terror, transformed into a shrill pitch. He had long since learned through various channels that the Qi refinement disciple he once looked down upon had now ascended to the ranks of a Foundation establishment cultivator, boasting the terrifying achievement of defeating opponents in the mid-Foundation establishment stage. His own meager cultivation was utterly insignificant in comparison. Uncle Yao, I trust you have been well. Xu Changsheng's tone was unassuming, yet it carried a chilling undertone. The blood debt of hundreds of his fellow disciples from the Heishuan mine must be repaid. No, you cannot kill me. I am now. Yao De, in a state of utter panic, incoherently pleaded for mercy while desperately attacking the earthen prison. In a sudden move, he struck a filthy cloth bag at his waist. Buzz, a towering puppet, over 10 feet tall, and composed entirely of an unknown yellow metal, materialized before him, its eyes gleaming with a sinister red light. With a single, powerful punch, it struck fiercely at the earthen prison. Chapter 142, The Yellow Turban Warrior. Clearing the path. The Talisman of Flight. The Yellow Turban Warrior. This was indeed the life-saving treasure that Yao De had concealed. a formidable puppet with combat prowess akin to the early stages of Foundation establishment. Its exterior was remarkably resilient, difficult to damage even by mid-Foundation practitioners in a short span of time. Boom. The earth trembled violently, cracks spreading. If it were an ordinary early-stage Foundation practitioner, perhaps there would have been a slim chance of survival. But alas, he faced Xu Changsheng. Unyielding and resolute, Xu Changsheng scoffed, refusing to grant the yellow turban warrior a second chance to strike. With a mere thought, the lesser gung gold sword array was swiftly formed. One top-tier second-grade sword and two high-tier second-grade gung gold spiritual swords transformed into three dazzling beams of golden light that tore through the heavens and the earth, advancing with an unstoppable force, swiftly obliterating all in their path. With a sickening sound, Yaoda's expression of terror froze instantaneously. The protective spiritual light surrounding him, along with his very being, was effortlessly shredded and crushed under the indomitable gung gold sword energy, as if made of mere paper. He could not even emit a scream before his essence was extinguished completely. The yellow turban warrior, which had just raised its fist, suddenly froze in place upon its master's demise. The crimson light in its eyes faded rapidly, and with a clang, it collapsed to the ground, becoming a lifeless heap of cold metal. Xu Changsheng, expressionless, collected Yaoda's storage bag and dispelled the traces of blood. His gaze then fell upon the now uncontrollable yellow turban warrior. It presented itself as a commendable trophy. He stored it in his bag. Once he returned to a secure location, Xu Changsheng took out the yellow turban warrior and examined it meticulously. The craftsmanship of this puppet was remarkably intricate, with several high-quality spirit stones embedded at its core to provide energy, though it appeared significantly damaged and on the brink of depletion. Without hesitation, he placed it into a small bronze cauldron. The green light flickered intensely. This time, the reinforcement process consumed more time and energy from the cauldron than ever before. It took more than half a day for the cauldron to settle. Upon extraction, the yellow turban warrior's exterior showed little change. Yet its material was evidently more profound and robust, with the runes at its joints multiplying several times, radiating energy fluctuations that unmistakably reached the late Foundation establishment level. However, Xu Changsheng keenly observed that the energy core of the reinforced yellow turban warrior had also changed. It remained a medium-quality spirit stone at its core, yet the consumption was considerably greater. Comparable to the late Foundation establishment stage, a single medium-quality spirit stone would allow it only 5 strikes before necessitating a replacement. Xu Changsheng quickly deduced that, during battle, there would be no time for timely replacements of the energy core. Nevertheless, this was more than sufficient. 5 full-force attacks at the late Foundation establishment level could serve as an exceedingly potent trump card. Having cleared the path and acquired a powerful disposable puppet, Xu Changsheng felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Now, he could concentrate more intently on devising strategies to confront the formidable blood demon array. The death of Yaoda might serve as a potential breakthrough. With the spoils from slaying Yaoda and the reinforced yellow turban warrior in tow, Xu Changsheng quietly returned to his camp. For the time being, Yaoda's death had not incited significant turmoil among the rebels, seemingly treated as an ordinary case of disappearance. The following day, the venerable ancestor Zhao Shua summoned all the foundational cultivators once more, his countenance graver than before. Dear friends, Zhao Shua's voice resonated with weight. As long as the Blood Demon Grand Formation remains unbroken, the main forces of the rebel army cannot be harmed. Prolonged inaction will be greatly detrimental to us. After much contemplation, I have resolved to take a perilous gamble and attempt once more to behead Prince Ning. Once he is dead, the rebels will be leaderless, and the demon cultivators will lose their mundane support, leading to their inevitable collapse. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, and produced a treasured artifact from his palm. It was a shuttle-shaped object, no larger than a hand, sleek and emanating a soft silver glow, adorned with profound spatial runes. This is the Flying Shuttle Talisman, Zhao Shua declared gravely. Once activated, it can exponentially increase one's speed for a short duration, rivaling the full-speed flight of a perfected foundational cultivator. It is an exceptional tool for survival, pursuit, and escape. I acquired it by chance in my early years and have treasured it ever since. Cradling the flying shuttle in his palm, he continued, for this operation, regardless of one's sect or means, whoever succeeds in beheading Prince Ning and brings back proof shall receive this treasure as a reward. Upon hearing this, the breath of all foundational cultivators present slightly caught in their throats. A speed akin to that of a perfected foundational cultivator. What could this possibly signify? It meant that, when confronted with most dangers, one would be nearly invincible. Whether in pursuit of formidable foes or in fleeing for their lives, It was an unparalleled weapon. Even the likes of Yan Jian and Du Qiu, hailing from prestigious sects and possessing considerable wealth, could not suppress the fervor in their eyes, let alone the members of the 100 Puppets sect and the royal offerings. Under the lure of such a generous reward, valiant souls are bound to emerge. The morale that had dipped after their initial setback was instantly reignited by this rare talisman. Rest assured, Ancestor Zhao, we shall exert ourselves to the utmost. I have already claimed Prince Ning's head, boasted one cultivator. The demonic cultivators are trifling foes, hardly worthy of concern. The crowd fervently expressed their resolve, rolling up their sleeves and beginning to devise their strategies. Xu Changsheng was equally stirred. The flying shuttle talisman was indeed an artifact he desperately needed at this juncture. His offensive capabilities were already formidable, yet he lacked a significant advantage in absolute speed. With this talisman by his side, whether facing unexpected crises or traveling in the future, his safety would be greatly enhanced. As for Prince Ning's head, a glint of cold light flashed in Xu Changsheng's eyes. It was fortuitous, as his newly acquired yellow turban warrior might prove useful. Encouraged by the allure of the flying shuttle, the 10 foundational cultivators ceased their unified approach and began to employ their individual strategies, preparing to assault the rebel camp from various directions and in diverse manners. With their sights set firmly on Prince Ning, Yan Jian joined forces with a royal offering, seemingly preparing to enact a secret water-based escape technique passed down from the Spruce Peak, utilizing the night and moisture to cloak their movements. Du Qiu, on the other hand, formed a sword formation with another royal sword cultivator, intending to forcefully tear open a breach with an absolutely fierce offensive. The 4 members of the 100 Puppets sect huddled together, whispering their plans, seemingly aiming to unleash a multitude of puppets for a feigned attack, creating chaos before seizing the opportunity to infiltrate. Meanwhile, the other 2 royal offerings opted for caution, choosing to support from the periphery, seeking flaws in the formation or preparing to assist their comrades. Xu Changsheng, however, decided to act alone. He stealthily infiltrated the rebel territory once more, armed with formidable mental acuity and a cloak of invisibility. This time, he exercised greater caution, meticulously avoiding the main patrol routes, while keenly searching for subtle fluctuations in the formation and vulnerabilities in the personnel's defenses. Rather than hastily charging towards the central command tent, he assumed the demeanor of the most patient of hunters, carefully observing the operational patterns of the blood demon formation and the movements within the rebel ranks. Seeking that fleeting opportunity, he understood that the vicinity of Prince Ning would undoubtedly be heavily guarded, bolstered by formidable dark cultivators. The first to charge and might easily become the focus of concentrated fire. It was wiser to allow others to probe the defenses, sowing chaos, while he awaited the perfect moment to strike. As night fell once more, the rebel camp was ablaze with lights, the blood demon formation emanating a ghostly red glow, resembling a colossal beast poised to devour its prey. Chapter 143. Infiltrating the enemy camp, the death of Prince Ning, the acquisition of the talisman. The second decapitation operation quietly commenced amidst the swirling currents of intrigue. This time, enticed by the allure of the flying shuttle, everyone unleashed their ultimate skills. Vowing to claim the head of Prince Ning, Xu Changsheng concealed himself in the shadows, akin to a lurking leopard, biding his time for the opportune moment to strike with lethal precision. The night was as dark as ink, and deep within the rebel camp, the glimmer of the blood demon array flickered like a heartbeat, emanating a suffocating sense of dread. Xu Changsheng moved like a wraith, his formidable spiritual awareness extending like invisible tendrils, meticulously sensing every fluctuation of the array and the gaps in the patrols. Unlike others who opted for a frontal assault or sought to create a ruckus, he astutely identified a fleeting energy stagnation point in the array's operation. Now is the moment. A glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he darted forward like lightning, silently slipping through the outermost barrier of the blood demon array without triggering any violent reactions. However, upon entering the core area, an ear-piercing alarm suddenly blared. Clearly, there were more covert detection methods within. There are spies. Protect the prince. Several formidable demonic cultivators immediately locked onto Xu Changsheng from different directions, surging towards him with alarming speed, including 1 in the mid-foundation stage and 3 in the early foundation stage. Those who stand in my way shall perish. Without hesitation, Xu Changsheng unleashed his most potent technique. The little 3-talon sword array took shape in an instant, 3 golden spirit swords transforming into 3 dazzling beams of golden light, fiercely confronting the mid-foundation stage demonic cultivator. Simultaneously, he swiftly tapped his storage bag. Boom! The reinforced yellow turban warrior crashed to the ground, its eyes glowing fiercely, unleashing the terrifying pressure of the late Foundation stage. It emitted a silent roar as its massive metallic fist, imbued with the force to crush all, struck violently at the 3 early Foundation stage demonic cultivators. What? A late Foundation stage puppet? The 4 demonic cultivators turned pale, utterly unprepared for such a hidden card. The frenzied assaults of the sword array and the warrior ensnared them, rendering escape nearly impossible. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Changsheng pressed onward toward the most opulent royal tent, heavily guarded. However, just as he approached the royal tent, the surrounding scenery abruptly shifted. He found himself ensnared in an endless illusion of a blood sea. Countless vengeful spirits howling as they surged forth, disturbing his awareness and sense of direction. An illusion array? Xu Changsheng snorted coldly, already prepared. The Qingning mirror materialized in his hand as he channeled his mana, dispelling illusions. A misty beam of light shot forth from the mirror, illuminating the tumultuous blood sea, causing the illusions to dissolve like snow under sunlight. The hidden illusion array surrounding the royal tent was shattered before the might of this enhanced high-grade spiritual artifact. As the illusion array collapsed, the true state of the royal tent was laid bare. Inside, a middle-aged man clad in royal robes, his face stricken with terror, was being shielded by several Qi refinement stage demonic assassins. Die! Xu Changsheng offered no time for his opponent to react, his sword pointing with precision. A slender yet formidable blade of gold energy sliced through the air in an instant. With a sickening squelch, the terror etched on the face of King Ning froze. His head soaring into the sky, blood gushed forth. Xu Changsheng seized the head, placing it into a specially crafted wooden box. Paying no heed to the stunned magic cultivators and their death warriors, retreating swiftly. Your Highness, the rogue shall not escape. The magic cultivators, entangled in the sword formation and beset by the yellow turban warriors, erupted in a roar of rage and desperation, striving to break free and intervene. Yet, Xu Changsheng would not grant them such an opportunity. With a mere thought, the yellow turban warrior unleashed its final burst of brilliance, delivering a punch that sent 3 early Foundation establishment magic cultivators sprawling, bloodied, while it itself emitted a mournful cry, its energy core depleted, crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, the sword formation also erupted with its last flicker of light, forcibly repelling a mid-Foundation establishment magic cultivator. Seizing the fleeting moment created, Xu Changsheng propelled himself with unparalleled swiftness using cloud treading and wind manipulation techniques, retrieving his flying swords and puppets, darting towards the outskirts of the formation like an arrow released from a bow, while simultaneously shattering the reinforced second-tier Earth Escape Talisman. In an instant, he melded into the Earth, vanishing from sight. From infiltration, through the formation, to execution and escape, the entire process transpired in mere seconds, astonishingly swift. When the other late Foundation establishment cultivators, engaged in fierce assaults or sowing chaos, arrived upon hearing the commotion, they beheld a scene of devastation. Alongside several enraged magic cultivators futilely howling in despair, King Ning had been decapitated. Utilizing the Earth Escape Talisman, Xu Changsheng fled several hundred miles, confirming his safety before making his way back to his own camp. As he placed the head of King Ning, still etched with terror, before Zhao Shuo, the camp fell into a profound silence. All gazes were fixed upon Xu Changsheng, then upon the head, while they were still entangled with the magic cultivators. Attempting to breach the grand formation, Xu Changsheng had single-handedly ventured into the lion's den and accomplished this nearly impossible task. Particularly shocking was the intelligence that Xu Changsheng possessed a yellow turban warrior comparable to a late Foundation establishment cultivator, which left everyone astounded. No one had anticipated that Xu Changsheng harbored such a formidable hidden ace. Zhao Shuo took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment, and solemnly retrieved a shimmering flying talisman. Placing it into Xu Changsheng's hands, Taoist Xu, your prowess is extraordinary, embodying both wisdom and valor. I am in awe. This treasure rightfully belongs to you. Xu Changsheng accepted the flying talisman, feeling the immense spatial power it contained, his heart brimming with joy. Thank you, Elder Zhao. At that moment, Song Lin from the 100 Puppets Sect suddenly stepped forward, his eyes glinting with greed and reluctance. He clasped his hands towards Xu Changsheng, his tone somewhat stiff. Taoist Xu, congratulations on acquiring the treasure. I have a particular fondness for this talisman and would like to exchange it for a mid-tier spiritual artifact. How does that sound? You already possess several spirit swords. This talisman may not be essential for you, yet it would be of great use to my 100 Puppets Sect. All eyes instantly turned to Xu Changsheng. A mid-tier spiritual artifact held considerable value, making this exchange seem equitable. Xu Changsheng merely cast a fleeting glance at Song Lin, resolutely shaking his head in polite refusal. I appreciate your kind offer, fellow Taoist Song. Yet this shuttle holds significance for me, and I have no intention of exchanging it. He was not in want of offensive spiritual artifacts. This swift aerial shuttle was precisely what he needed for self-preservation. Why would he barter it for a mid-tier spiritual instrument that might prove useless? Moreover, the exchange would involve the very Song Lin, whom he found irksome. Having encountered a setback, Song Lin's countenance shifted to one of displeasure, and with a cold snort, he ceased further conversation, though a shadow of resentment flickered in his gaze. Xu Changsheng remained unfazed, carefully securing the shuttle. The primary objective of this mission had been accomplished, and he had unexpectedly gained this delightful treasure, resulting in a bountiful harvest. Chapter 144, Blood Fiend's Shadow Thunder, Quelling the Rebellion. Farewell, Chen Wufeng. With the demise of Prince Ning, the rebel forces were left in disarray, their leadership shattered. The subsequent cleanup became considerably easier. Xu Changsheng returned to the secluded chamber arranged by the royal family, where he set up a simple protective barrier before meticulously inspecting the spoils acquired from Prince Ning. Aside from the priceless celestial shuttle talisman, the prince's storage bag was filled with an array of treasures. Most of these were mundane gold, silver, and jewels, as well as antiquities and jade artifacts, which held little value for cultivators. However, there were several boxes containing reasonably aged spiritual herbs and medicines, which were of some use, albeit limited. Xu Changsheng's spiritual sense swept through the contents, swiftly identifying two noteworthy items. The first was a stack of letters crafted from a peculiar, magically dyed beast hide. The twisted script exuded an aura of malevolence. These were correspondences between Prince Ning and an elder from the Blood Fiend Sect. The letters detailed the conspiracy between the two parties, revealing that the demonic sect had aided the prince in usurping power, and in return, he was to cede 3 prefectures and allow the Blood Fiend Sect to establish a public branch and recruit disciples. These letters served as irrefutable evidence of Prince Ning's treachery and collusion with dark forces, possessing significant value for the royal family of Zhao and the Taiyi Immortal Sect in their subsequent reckoning with demonic influences. The second item was 2 orbs, each the size of a dragon's eye, dark red in hue with blood-like streaks swirling across their surfaces, chilling to the touch. Within the orbs seemed to be sealed the anguished souls of countless beings, emanating an exceedingly unstable and perilous energy. Blood Fiend's Shadow Thunder? Xu Changsheng raised an eyebrow, recognizing the object. This was a disposable magical artifact of the Dark Path, fabricated through a cruel process that required the extraction of abundant living essence and vengeful souls, combined with the underworld's sinister energy, and then compressed using secretive methods. Upon detonation, the Shadow Thunder would unleash its malevolent force, capable of corrupting magical treasures, eroding physical bodies, and directly assaulting the souls of cultivators, an exceedingly insidious weapon. Judging by the quality of these 2 Shadow Thunders, their power could severely injure or even annihilate early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. What a devious contraption, Xu Changsheng mused, though his eyes held little disdain, instead reflecting contemplation. In the clash of magic, should one be constrained by notions of righteousness and evil? The crux lies in the application and timing of its use. This item, if deployed at a critical juncture to disrupt an enemy or break a deadlock, could yield astonishing results. After a brief pause, he retrieved a bronze cauldron. If the yellow turban mighty man could be enhanced, then surely this could as well. He carefully placed the 2 Blood Fiend's Shadow Thunders into the cauldron. The cauldron glimmered with azure light, pulsating more vigorously than during the enhancement of the yellow turban mighty man, even trembling slightly, indicating the immense and chaotic energy contained within. After approximately an hour, the cauldron settled. Xu Changsheng extracted the 2 Shadow Thunders, noticing their color had deepened to an almost dark purple, the blood-like streaks appearing to writhe as if alive, the destructive power contained within causing even him, a Foundation establishment cultivator, to feel a shiver of foreboding. Good heavens! Xu Changsheng's eyes sparkled. Such power could likely severely wound late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators if they were caught off guard, without protective treasures. He carefully stored the 2 enhanced Blood Fiend's Shadow Thunders separately, sealing them with multiple protective talismans, as yet another formidable trump card. 3 days later, the assembled foundational cultivation practitioners, under the leadership of Zhao Shuo, launched their 3rd and final assault. At this juncture, the rebel forces, having lost Prince Ning, were already in disarray, consumed by internal strife and power struggles. Although the Blood Demon Array continued to operate, its potency had diminished due to the wavering focus of its controlling practitioners. 10 foundational cultivators, now unreserved in their efforts, surged forth like fierce tigers descending from the mountain, directly attacking the remnants of the demonic cultivators. Xu Changsheng summoned the Minor Gung Golden Sword Array, unleashing a dazzling display of sword light that was both intricate and formidable. Yan Jian invoked the secret ice techniques of Yunspring Peak, unleashing a chilling wave that slowed the movements of the demonic cultivators, freezing their very bloodlines. Du Qiujian's sword momentum surged forward unrelentingly. The 100 Puppet Sect unleashed a multitude of puppets, forming an array that charged ahead. The royal offerings also showcased their prowess, with Xu Changsheng seizing opportune moments to deploy the enhanced Yellow Turban Warrior. Though each strike was limited in number, its terrifying power at the late foundational stage inevitably caused chaos, even severely injuring a mid-foundational demonic cultivator. The morale of the demonic cultivators, already low, plummeted further, leading to their swift defeat. After a battle that was not overly arduous, 3 demonic cultivator leaders were slain by Xu Changsheng, Yan Jian, and Zhao Shuo respectively. The remaining Qi refinement stage demonic cultivators either perished or scattered in flight, unable to mount any effective resistance. With the leaders vanquished and the demonic cultivators routed, the disorganized rebel forces lost their last stronghold of leadership, leading to either surrender or flight. The unrest instigated by Prince Ning, which had persisted for months and shaken the Zhao kingdom, was thus effectively quelled. Upon returning to the capital, Anyang City erupted in joyous celebration. Zhao Shuo the Elder felt a profound sense of relief as a heavy weight lifted from his heart. He hosted a grand banquet within the palace, where spiritual fruits and fine wines flowed abundantly, rewarding the esteemed practitioners for their commendable efforts. During the feast, Zhao Shuo personally poured drinks, expressing heartfelt gratitude. The gathered cultivators reciprocated with toasts, creating a vibrant atmosphere. This battle, particularly Xu Changsheng's slaying of Prince Ning and the demonstration of his formidable puppet prowess, significantly elevated his status among the crowd. Even Song Lin, the golden core heir of the 100 Puppet Sect, though still bearing a somewhat sullen gaze, no longer dared to provoke him lightly. Witnessing the instantaneous collapse of worldly power and severing past ties with his own hands, Xu Changsheng's mindset became increasingly clear and profound. His understanding of the transient nature of worldly affairs and the distinctions between the mortal and immortal realms deepened. Upon returning to his residence for quiet cultivation, he practiced the purple qi observing spirit technique, feeling the ethereal purple energy swirling and flowing within his sea of consciousness. Previously obscure aspects became vividly clear. As if the water had reached its destined course, the barriers of his cultivation technique shattered, propelling him into the perfected 5th layer. His spiritual awareness expanded dramatically, increasing by over 10 zhang, allowing for finer and more intricate exploration and greater mastery over his surroundings. This undoubtedly provided him with a significant advantage in forthcoming contests and investigations. Days later, the emperor of the Zhao kingdom issued a decree, proclaiming to the world, the rebellion of Prince Ning has been quelled, the demonic cultivators have been vanquished, and a universal celebration is in order. A grand amnesty is declared, with tax reductions for 3 years, and altars are to be established across the lands to honor and guide the souls lost in the turmoil. Thus, the mission of Xu Changsheng and his companions was deemed a resounding success. Yet, they did not depart. Due to the generous reward offered by the venerable Zhao Shuo, there was a concerted effort among various foundational cultivators to thoroughly eradicate the remnants of the Ning Wang's scattered forces, ensuring that no roots would remain to pose future threats. Naturally, Xu Changsheng was also involved in this endeavor. On one particular day, he followed an unusual wave of demonic energy, leading him to a desolate valley. Within the valley lay a scene of utter devastation, clearly having recently endured a massacre. A dozen remnants of the Ning Wang's soldiers lay in pools of blood, their vital essence and souls completely drained, met with a tragic end. In the center of the valley stood a solitary figure draped in tattered black robes. Facing away from him, surrounded by swirling demonic energy, the figure emanated a chilling and formidable aura, slowly retracting a blood-soaked hand. As if sensing the presence of another, the figure gradually turned around. Upon recognizing the face before him, Xu Changsheng's pupils constricted in shock, and a rare expression of astonishment crossed his features. Chen Wufeng, it is you. The figure before him was none other than Chen Wufeng, who had once shared a significant connection with him, but had later suffered a severe decline in power due to corpse poison and subsequently allied himself with the demonic sect. Chapter 145, The Thoughts of Righteous and Demonic Paths. Targeting the Dragon Vein, the Abyss of the Hidden Dragon. At this moment, Chen Wufeng appeared markedly paler and more emaciated than before, his gaze sharp as a blade, imbued with an air of unruly malevolence. The fluctuations of spiritual energy around him surged violently. Not only had he regained his foundational cultivation, but he also seemed to have advanced significantly beyond his previous state at the Taiyi Immortal Sect, reaching the pinnacle of the early foundation stage, tantalizingly close to the mid-stage. However, the nature of his spiritual energy had transformed. It was no longer the righteous essence of the Taiyi Immortal Sect, but had turned cold, violent, and suffused with demonic aura. Upon seeing Xu Changsheng, Chen Wufeng was momentarily taken aback. Then a complex smile flickered on his lips, half smile, half sneer. Junior brother Xu, I did not expect to encounter you here. It seems you have been thriving, now a distinguished foundational cultivator. Having once fought side by side, their camaraderie ran deep. In this moment of reunion under such circumstances, the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Xu Changsheng furrowed his brow, casting a glance over the lifeless bodies drained of their essence, and spoke in a somber tone. Senior brother Chun, did you kill these people? You have truly fallen into the demonic path. Demonic path? Righteous path? Chen Wufeng scoffed, a flicker of obsession and mockery dancing in his eyes. What does it matter what path allows me to continue my cultivation and grant me power? Do you expect the sect to offer me another chance? Before his words had fully settled, a flash of crimson light surged in his gaze, and without warning, he struck out. A concentrated blood-red streak shot forth like a venomous serpent, aimed directly at Xu Changsheng's face. Xu Changsheng had long been on guard. With his fingers poised like a sword, he unleashed a fierce blade of metal energy in an instant. Boom! The clash of blood and gold erupted in a thunderous roar. Waves of force cascading outward, scattering fragments of stone. Both figures swayed slightly, yet they remained evenly matched. Following this exchange, neither chose to press further. Instead, they maintained their distance, fully aware that their previous strike had not been executed with full force, more akin to a probe or an outpouring of complex emotions regarding their shared past. After a moment of silence, Xu Changsheng spoke slowly. In light of your current predicament, do you harbor any regrets, Senior Brother Chen? Regrets? Chen Wufeng looked skyward, his voice tinged with a sense of desolation, only to transform into utter coldness. Had I not embarked upon this path, my journey as an immortal would have been irrevocably severed. The rules of the sect, the regulations of the righteous path. Have they ever offered me a chance to survive? In this state, it is rather splendid. A life of vengeance and power is far more exhilarating than my existence within the confines of the sect. He turned his gaze upon Xu Changsheng, his expression peculiar. Xu Changsheng, your talents far exceed mine. Yet how far can you truly go within the rigid confines of the sect? Should the day come when you too find the path of immortality arduous and the righteous path uninspiring, do not hesitate to seek me out. Beneath the demonic gates, perhaps there lies an entirely different realm. Xu Changsheng, upon hearing this, remained expressionless, merely responding coolly. Paths that differ do not conspire together. Chen Wufeng seemed to have anticipated this retort. Unfazed, he chuckled softly and turned to depart. After taking a few steps, he suddenly halted, not looking back, and casually remarked, for the sake of our past camaraderie, let me offer you a word of caution. The rebellion of King Ning is merely a fade, a pawn designed to capture your attention. My true ambition has never been the mundane throne. He paused, lowering his voice, yet lacing it with a spine-chilling undertone. It is the slumbering dragon vein of the Zhao kingdom. Take heed, Su Shidi. Before his words had fully faded, Chen Wufeng transformed into a shadow of blood, melding into the valley's shadows, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Upon hearing the term dragon vein, Xu Changsheng felt a tempest surge within his heart. The dragon vein is the foundation of a nation's fortune, intrinsically linked to the welfare of countless lives, and is vital for maintaining the balance of earthly spiritual energy. Should the Devil Sect drain and refine the dragon vein, not only would the Zhao kingdom face a decline in its national fortune, but natural disasters and human calamities would also ensue, leading to a withering of the region's spiritual essence, rendering it a barren wasteland, an unimaginable consequence. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly dispatched several urgent communication talismans, notifying Yan Jian, Du Qiu, Zhao Shua, and all foundational cultivators of the Devil Sect's sinister designs on the dragon vein. The others were equally horrified and hastened their pace. Upon gathering, they transformed into beams of light, racing towards the location of the dragon vein recorded in the royal secret texts, nestled deep within the Zhao kingdom's heart at Qianlongjian. Among them, Zhao Shua and the other royal foundational cultivators displayed the utmost urgency. The dragon vein is the very root of the Zhao family's sovereignty. Should anything go awry, they would bear the weight of 1,000 deaths, and in death, they would have no face to present to their ancestors. However, upon their arrival at Qianlongjian, a sense of dread washed over them. Before them lay a chasm that should have been shrouded in mist and brimming with spiritual energy, now obscured by an immense crimson formation that engulfed the entire mouth of the abyss. Bloodlight surged into the sky from the formation, swirling around countless distorted runes of vengeful spirits, emitting a bone-chilling wail. A tremendous force emanated from the center of the formation, fiercely drawing forth an ancient and formidable energy from deep within the earth, the very essence of the Zhao Kingdom's dragon vein. Surrounding the valley, shadows of figures loomed, each exuding malevolence. The weakest among them had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, with over a dozen foundational demon cultivators present, leading the trio of elders. Their spiritual pressure was as vast as the ocean, suffocating in its intensity, revealing them to be peak foundational demon cultivators. They were a step too late. Xu Changsheng's expression darkened with gravity. The adversaries had clearly been plotting for some time and acted with remarkable speed. Their arrival immediately drew the attention of the demon cultivators. So it is you lot, truly, when heaven offers a path, you do not tread, yet you break into hell without invitation. The demon cultivators had evidently recognized their identities. Soon after, a brutal battle erupted between them and the demon cultivators in Qianlongjian, striving to thwart the formation's operation. However, the Devil Sect had meticulously prepared for this scheme, boasting superior numbers, and the three peak foundational demon cultivators employed ruthless and cunning tactics, augmented by the already operational blood sacrifice formation, which wielded formidable power. Among them, a peak foundational demon cultivator clad in the attire of the Ghost Corpse sect, with a visage as desiccated as a skull and surrounded by a dense aura of corpse energy, locked his eerie, greenish eyes onto Xu Changsheng, emitting a screeching laugh akin to that of an owl in the night. You are Xu Changsheng. You have repeatedly thwarted the grand ambitions of my sect. Today, I shall seize you, extract your soul, and refine your corporeal form into the most wretched of demonic corpses. Your intellect shall endure. Yet you will be tormented day and night by the flames of the netherworld, condemned to a perpetual existence without rebirth. As his voice faded, he waved his withered claw, summoning a formidable corpse, covered in green fur with dark, elongated claws, radiating the potent aura of the late Foundation stage. It let out a roar and transformed into a green specter, accompanied by a foul, sinister wind, charging directly at Xu Changsheng. In an instant, 4 or 5 mid-stage Foundation demons approached with malevolent grins, unleashing a barrage of various demonic artifacts, poisonous curses, and streams of bloody light upon Xu Changsheng. Chapter 146, A Perilous Situation, a Golden Core Demon Cultivator. The Fire Talisman repels the enemy. Faced with a late-stage corpse puppet controlled by a peak Foundation establishment demon cultivator, along with the assault of several other demon practitioners of equal rank, Xu Changsheng found himself plunged into a dire predicament. Before the attack even commenced, the overwhelming demonic aura nearly suffocated him, causing his protective spiritual light to fluctuate violently. In this critical moment, a fierce glint flashed in Xu Changsheng's eyes, and without hesitation, he struck his storage bag. Boom! A towering, 2-meter-tall yellow metallic puppet crashed to the ground, standing resolutely before him. This was the Yellow Turban Warrior, reinforced by the Bronze Cauldron, possessing the power of 5 late-stage Foundation establishment strikes. The Yellow Turban Warrior's eyes glowed fiercely, and in the face of the terrifying corpse puppet charging at him, it did not flinch or evade. With immense power and radiant antidemonic light, its colossal metallic fist surged forward with unyielding ferocity. Bang! A resounding thud akin to the booming of a great drum reverberated through the valley. Fists and claws collided, unleashing a tempest of energy. The ferocious green-haired corpse puppet emitted a pained shriek, propelled backward as its arm twisted unnaturally, clearly suffering a severe blow. Meanwhile, the Yellow Turban Warrior's massive form trembled, its surface runes flickering as the ground beneath it cracked, yet it stood firm, not retreating an inch. This sudden appearance of a puppet comparable to a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator effectively intercepted the most lethal initial strike, granting Xu Changsheng a precious moment to catch his breath. Seizing this opportunity, he swiftly summoned the Gungjin sword formation, 3 golden sword lights swirling around him, barely deflecting the ensuing onslaught of demonic artifacts and spells. As he propelled himself backward, his complexion slightly pale. Although he had temporarily staved off this wave of attacks, he was acutely aware that the main force of his adversaries had yet to engage, and he had already exhausted his trump cards. The situation remained precarious. A puppet comparable to a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator? The elder of the corpse puppet sect was initially startled, but then his eyes gleamed with avarice. Ah, young one, you possess quite a number of treasures. But how long can this shabby trinket hold out? Onward, everyone. Deplete its spiritual energy. More demon cultivators approached, grinning menacingly. Xu Changsheng, with his back against the yellow-turbaned warrior, brandished his flying sword, his expression as cold as frost, struggling to contend with the onslaught. In the midst of the fierce battle, the sword cultivator Xu Changsheng exhibited unparalleled aggression, but he too was targeted by the demon cultivators, ultimately falling victim to a sneak attack from the elder of the corpse puppet sect and another Peak Foundation establishment demon cultivator. His lifebound flying sword shattered, his physical body obliterated by a demonic artifact, and even his soul could not escape, resulting in his immediate obliteration. Yan Jian, in a bid to rescue Zhao Shuo, withstood a devastating blow from the demon cultivator commanding the formation, sustaining severe injuries and spitting blood. Had it not been for the life-saving treasure she possessed from Yunshan Peak, she would have nearly perished, ultimately retreating as a flickering ice-blue light. Though Zhao Shuo's ancestor was filled with sorrow and rage, seeing the tide of battle turn against them. With the demonic formation penetrating deep into the dragon vein's core, he could do nothing but let out a long howl and order a retreat. Recognizing the inevitable defeat, Xu Changsheng unhesitatingly hurled a reinforced blood fiend thunderbolt towards the elder of the corpse puppet sect, intending to hinder the enemy while simultaneously preparing to activate the talisman for a swift escape. However, just as he was about to channel his power into the talisman, an overwhelming and soul-chilling pressure descended from the heavens, impossible to withstand. It felt as if the entire sky had collapsed. Golden core demon cultivator. Xu Changsheng's scalp prickled, and his heart nearly stopped. The aura emanating from this being far surpassed the Foundation establishment stage. It was undoubtedly an ancient figure from the Golden Core realm descending upon him. At this moment, using the flying shuttle was a fool's errand, akin to courting death. He made a swift decision, abruptly changing his course of action, and instantly shattered the reinforced second-tier Earth escape talisman. With a soft thud, he blended into the Earth just before the oppressive force of the Golden Core enveloped him, utilizing the formidable efficacy of the Earth escape talisman to hastily flee in the direction away from the hidden dragon's abyss, neglecting to discern his precise location. Shortly after Xu Changsheng burrowed underground, the relentless elder of the Ghost Corpse sect, at the peak of Foundation establishment, unexpectedly employed a blood escape technique, albeit one that came at a significant cost, following the faintest trace of his aura. Thus ensued a relentless chase that lasted an entire day and night. Xu Changsheng's mana was severely depleted, and the effectiveness of the Earth escape talisman gradually waned. He sensed that the aura behind him, filled with resentment and murderous intent, remained firmly locked onto him, realizing that escape was futile. Consequently, he ceased his flight and selected a secluded ravine to quickly set a trap. He concealed the remaining dozens of fireball and fire arrow talismans amidst the surrounding rocks and foliage, constructing a simple, yet dense Samadhi fire talisman trap, and hid the last reinforced blood fiend In Thunder at the heart of the trap, using himself as bait while waiting for his pursuer. In less than half a stick of incense's time, the elder from the Ghost Corpse sect, accompanied by a foul wind, arrived, his complexion ashen, clearly drained from the continuous use of the blood escape technique, yet the murderous intent in his eyes burned ever more fiercely. "You little brat, why aren't you running? Come and meet your demise." He grinned viciously, lunging towards Xu Changsheng with clawed hands aimed directly at his crown. At the very moment he stepped into the trap's vicinity, a cold glint flashed in Xu Changsheng's eyes, and with a thought, he commanded, "Explode." Boom! Dozens of fire talismans were ignited simultaneously. A scorching wave of flames surged skyward, engulfing the elder from the Ghost Corpse sect entirely. Although this sudden assault couldn't severely injure him, it successfully interrupted his charge, and the searing air currents along with the flying debris momentarily hindered his movement, causing a brief confusion in his consciousness. At this moment of disruption, when old energy had just dissipated and new energy had yet to arise, the hidden dark purple blood fiend In Thunder, concealed within the heart of the flames, silently slid beneath his feet and detonated with a thunderous roar. A devastating surge of terrifying blood fiend energy, targeting both soul and flesh, was unleashed. What? No. The elder from the Ghost Corpse sect could only emit a horrified scream, as his protective magical light was torn apart like paper. His entire body was violently hurled through the air, his robe shredded, his form charred black, revealing numerous stark white bones. And blood gushed from his mouth as his breath instantly waned, clearly suffering grievous injuries. Xu Changsheng cast a cold glance at his struggling adversary amidst the chaos of the explosion, feeling no sense of attachment. His own condition was equally dire. He turned and transformed into a beam of escape light, swiftly vanishing into the horizon. This time, the elder from the Ghost Corpse sect was utterly powerless to pursue him. Xu Changsheng fled far away until he reached a remote mountain range on the borders of the Zhao kingdom, where the spiritual energy was sparse. There, he discovered a concealed cave to establish a temporary abode, setting up formations to commence his healing. Although he had severely wounded a formidable foe using traps, the relentless battles, hasty escape, and the detonation of numerous spiritual talismans had taken a toll on him. Both his magical power and spirit suffered considerable depletion. Even after consuming a rejuvenating pill enhanced by a bronze cauldron, he required several days of recuperation to restore himself to his peak condition. Chapter 147. The Suffering of the People, the Fall of the Royal Family. The Exiled Princess. Upon emerging from his seclusion, Xu Changsheng initially intended to journey to Anyang City to gather information regarding the subsequent circumstances of the Zhao royal family. However, before he could reach his destination, he encountered two audacious demonic cultivators in the midst of extorting resources in a small town. With ease, he subdued them and, employing a method of soul-searching, uncovered a startling revelation. On that fateful day at the Qianlong Abyss, a golden core practitioner from the Xianyin demon sect had indeed intervened personally. The royal ancestor, Zhao Shuo, attempted to flee but was effortlessly annihilated with a mere wave of the assailant's hand, his soul scattered to the winds. Shortly thereafter, Anyang City fell to rebellious forces bolstered by demonic support, leaving the fate of the Zhao emperor uncertain, with royal members either dead or captured. The once mighty Zhao royal lineage, which had endured for centuries, had effectively been obliterated. Now, the entirety of Zhao was engulfed in chaos far greater than during the Ningguang rebellion, with demonic factions and various rebel armies carving out their territories, leaving the populace in despair. Upon learning of this dire situation, Xu Changsheng remained silent for an extended period. The royal family had met its demise. Although the target, Ningguang, had been dealt with, the Zhao nation had plunged into deeper calamity. Its dragon veins severely wounded, there was no further action to be taken here. He shook his head, deciding against proceeding to the now notorious Anyang City, and instead transformed into a streak of azure light, hastening towards the direction of the Taiyi Immortal Sect. The pressing matter was to return to the sect and report all that had transpired, particularly the demonic schemes regarding the dragon vein and the emergence of the golden core demon cultivator. As for what would follow, it was beyond his solitary influence. Xu Changsheng soared through the skies on his sword, his heart racing with urgency to return to the Taiyi Immortal Sect and deliver his report. As he traversed a desolate mountainous region, he was suddenly met with violent fluctuations of spiritual energy and urgent shouts, mingled with the familiar voice of a woman expressing her anger and fear. Upon scanning the area with his consciousness, his brows furrowed. Below, in a valley, several elegantly dressed, yet battered cultivators were besieged by a group of 7 or 8 fierce-looking demonic practitioners, their lives hanging by a thread. Among them, a pale-faced female cultivator, desperately wielding a silken artifact, was none other than Zhao Nikhang, the third princess of the Zhao royal family, with whom he shared a significant connection. The attacking demonic cultivators, while only at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, had the advantage in numbers and were employing ruthless tactics, evidently intent on exterminating these last remnants of the royal family. Very well, since fate has brought them together, Xu Changsheng sighed softly. Though he was reluctant to stir up further trouble, he could not bear to stand idly by, especially when it involved someone he knew. He altered his trajectory, plunging down like a shooting star, and before he even arrived, a formidable sword pressure enveloped the entire area. Who goes there? This is bad. It's a Foundation establishment cultivator. Run. The demonic practitioners, sensing Xu Changsheng's unabashedly powerful spiritual pressure, were instantly struck with terror and cried out as they attempted to flee in all directions. Humph, having disturbed the peace, do they still wish to escape? Xu Changsheng scoffed, directing his sword with a flick of his finger. With a series of swift and precise golden sword energies, he severed the necks of the demonic cultivators before they could even emit a scream, their bodies collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In an instant, only the shaken Zhao Nikhang and 3 other royal members remained, their hearts still racing in fear. Initially consumed by intense anxiety, their expressions shifted from astonishment to a complex blend of exhilaration and relief upon recognizing Xu Changsheng. Zhao Nishang's beautiful eyes shimmered with tears, reflecting both gratitude and an overwhelming sense of sorrow. She retracted her magical artifact and stepped forward, deeply bowing to Xu Changsheng. "Thank you, Brother Xu, for saving my life. I am eternally grateful." Behind her, 3 members of the royal family, 1 middle-aged and 2 young, hastily followed suit, their expressions marked by fear and humility. The former regal demeanor of the Zhao royal family replaced by the panic and desolation of fallen nobility. They understood that the Zhao royal lineage had faded into oblivion, leaving them as mere strays of a lost house. Xu Changsheng raised a hand slightly, a gentle surge of spiritual energy lifting them. "There is no need for such formalities. It was but a small effort. What are your plans for the future?" Zhao Nishang, upon hearing this, felt a tinge of bitterness creep across her lips and shook her head. "The world is vast, and perhaps there is no longer a place for the Zhao clan. We can only return to our sect and take it one step at a time." After a moment of silence, as if steeling herself with resolve, she produced an exquisite storage pouch from her bosom and presented it to Xu Changsheng with both hands. "Brother Xu has assisted me time and again, and this time you have saved my life. I have no means to repay you. This contains some soul-nourishing pills treasured by my royal family, known for their remarkable efficacy in nurturing the spirit and healing mental wounds. They may aid you in your cultivation as a token of my appreciation. I sincerely hope you will not refuse." Xu Changsheng's gaze swept over the pouch, and as he gently probed with his spiritual sense, he was taken aback. Inside, 5 jade vials were arranged neatly, each containing 10 round, translucent pills with clear patterns and a fragrant aroma, superior soul-nourishing pills. These pills were among the more precious of second-tier elixirs, challenging to refine, requiring rare materials, and immensely beneficial for foundational cultivators seeking to strengthen their consciousness and mend spiritual injuries. The sheer quantity and quality were undeniably valuable. The soul-nourishing pills are exceedingly rare. Such a gift from the princess is far too generous. Furthermore, you find yourselves in a precarious situation and are in dire need of resources." Xu Changsheng did not immediately accept the offering. Instead, he furrowed his brow as he regarded Zhao Nishang. His astonishment stemmed not only from the pill's quantity and worth, but also from the fact that, despite their dire circumstances, she could still present such a lavish gift. The expressions of the 3 royal members behind Zhao Nishang subtly changed, their desires to speak stifled, and a flicker of anxiety and concern passing through their eyes. They were akin to children clutching gold in the marketplace. Should such a treasure be revealed, it could easily invite calamity. Even if the recipient were a disciple of a reputable sect, one could not guarantee they would not be tempted by greed. Yet Zhao Nishang seemed oblivious to her companion's apprehensive glances. She lifted her head, her gaze sincere yet dim, and spoke, her voice slightly raspy. "Brother, there is no need for concern. These pills were entrusted to us by our ancestors for emergencies. With the royal family now fallen, they serve us little purpose and may instead attract misfortune." She paused, her tone imbued with a weariness that spoke of life's harsh realities and a deep-seated trust. "The royal family has gone from prosperity to decline, and I have witnessed the malice lurking within many hearts. Yet, esteemed senior brother, you are different. Your character is unwavering, and your resolve is steadfast. Even in the face of temptation, you remain true to your principles, far removed from the wicked practitioners who engage in murder and theft. Bestowing the elixir upon you is far preferable to allowing it to fall into the hands of demonic cultivators or unscrupulous individuals. Rather than cloaking intentions in secrecy and breeding suspicion, it is far better to engage in honest discourse. I place my trust in your integrity." Xu Changsheng, upon hearing these words, cast a profound gaze upon Zhao Nishang. This deposed princess, having endured such tumultuous change, possesses a clarity of perception that surpasses many. He ceased his refusals, accepted the storage pouch, and solemnly tucked it into his robe, stating, "In that case, I shall gratefully accept. I can escort you back to the sect. Should the princess require assistance in the future, she may send word to Lingyao Peak within the bounds of my capabilities." He left behind a promise, yet also delineated the limits of his ability. Upon hearing this, Zhao Nishang's pallid face revealed a genuine smile of gratitude as she once again performed a respectful bow, saying, "Thank you, senior brother." Chapter 148, The Storm Approaches. 6 layers of purple qi, the nourishing spirit pill formula. Subsequently, Xu Changsheng, accompanied by Zhao Nishang and several fortunate survivors from the Zhao royal family, returned to the Taiyi Immortal Sect in silence. He settled the royal members, who were not disciples of the sect, in the bustling Taiyi Fang market, and then proceeded with Zhao Nishang to Yunsong Peak, eager to ascertain the safety of Yan Jiyan. In an elegant side hall, the two encountered Yan Jiyan, who was recuperating from her injuries. Her complexion remained pale, and her breath was notably weaker than before, clearly indicating the grievous wounds she sustained during the battle at Qianlong Abyss, which had yet to heal. Upon seeing Zhao Nishang behind Xu Changsheng, her cold eyes lit up with surprise and relief. "Sister Nishang, it is truly wonderful that you are unharmed. I have been so worried about you falling into the hands of the demon sect." Zhao Nishang, witnessing the injured Yan Jiyan, felt her eyes redden slightly as she stepped forward to pay her respects. "Sister Yan, thank you for your concern. I was fortunate to be rescued by Brother Su." The two clasped hands, reminiscing about the monumental changes in the Zhao nation, the fall of the royal family, the death of their ancestor in battle, and the destruction of the dragon vein, expressing their deep sorrow and melancholy. Yan Jiyan sighed softly, her tone infused with an unprecedented gravity and anxiety. The destruction of the dragon vein has caused a collapse of fortune, leading to a decline in spiritual energy. The demonic forces will undoubtedly gain strength from this malice and resentment. As the balance shifts, the righteous powers in not only Zhao but the surrounding regions will face increasing pressure, making survival ever more arduous. Her gaze drifted towards the ethereal sea of clouds beyond the hall, her expression distant. "I have heard that the activities of the demon sect have become increasingly rampant, with disturbances reported in various locales. I fear a broader conflict between the righteous and the demonic is inevitable. The outlook is far from optimistic." Her words revealed a rare glimpse of pessimism regarding the future situation. Xu Changsheng listened in silence, finding her analysis resonating with his own foreboding. A storm was indeed brewing. Once he confirmed Yan Jiyan's safety, Xu Changsheng proceeded directly to the sect's elders' hall, where he presented the head of the traitor Yaoda. After verifying its authenticity, the elder expressed surprise at the efficiency, regarding Xu Changsheng with newfound admiration. "Excellent. Indeed, Brother Su possesses extraordinary capabilities, swiftly purging the sect of this scourge." According to sect rules, the slaying of a traitorous foundation establishment cultivator merits 3,000 contribution points. After recording the contribution points, the elder further advised, "Recently, the activities of demonic forces have been rampant. You must exercise greater caution in your actions outside, disciple." Xu Changsheng nodded in acknowledgement. Though internally he mused that he was not merely encountering demonic cultivators, he had inadvertently stirred their nest. Having received the contribution points, Xu Changsheng finally returned to his long-abandoned cave dwelling on the Spirit Herb Peak. As he activated the cave's protective barriers, the familiar fragrance of herbs and pure spiritual energy enveloped him, allowing his tense mind to relax slightly. He meticulously tended to the spiritual herbs in his garden, particularly the rarer varieties, and felt satisfied upon observing their robust growth. Subsequently, he entered his quiet chamber and retrieved 5 bottles of nourishing spirit pills gifted by Zhao Nishang. These top-tier pills were already considered exquisite for Qi refinement stage cultivators, offering commendable effects for those at the foundation establishment stage. He wondered what level of enhancement could be achieved after reinforcing them with the small cauldron. With anticipation, he cast a bottle of soul-nourishing elixir into the bronze cauldron. A radiant azure light swirled, and the fragrance of the potion suddenly intensified several-fold, infused with an enigmatic rhythm that soothed the spirit. Moments later, 10 orbs, each the size of a longan, emerged at the bottom of the cauldron, their hue deepening and their intricate patterns transforming into a pale golden sheen, as if ethereal soul light was circulating around them. The potency emanating from these elixirs far surpassed their predecessors. The efficacy of this concoction was indeed comparable to that of a mid-tier second-grade soul-nourishing pill. A glimmer of brilliance sparked in Xu Changsheng's eyes, and joy swelled within his heart. The mid-tier second-grade soul-nourishing pill was a precious elixir of immense benefit to mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators, its value far exceeding that of the top-tier first-grade pills. Without hesitation, he replicated the process, fortifying the remaining 4 bottles of soul-nourishing elixir. Gazing at the 50 enhanced soul-nourishing pills before him, each akin to the mid-tier second-grade version, Xu Changsheng wasted no time and consumed one, settling into a meditative posture to activate the purple Qi observation method, commencing a period of closed-door cultivation to refine the elixir's potency. As the pill entered his abdomen, it transformed into a refreshing yet potent stream of pure energy that surged toward his sea of consciousness. It was as if parched earth was being rejuvenated by nourishing rain, causing his spiritual awareness to expand at an unprecedented pace, condensing and solidifying. Time slipped away quietly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Within the tranquil chamber, Xu Changsheng was enveloped in a faint purple halo, his spiritual fluctuations growing exceptionally powerful and profound. As he completely refined and absorbed the energy of the last soul-nourishing pill, A subtle sound akin to a barrier shattering resonated within his sea of consciousness. He had effortlessly ascended to the 6th layer of the purple chi observation method. In an instant, his spiritual power surged wildly, its reach expanding rapidly from the center of his dwelling, ultimately stabilizing over a radius of 400 yards. This range far exceeded that of an ordinary mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, nearing even that of some late-stage foundation establishment practitioners. Xu Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting flash of purple brilliance illuminating his gaze, imbued with divine light, as he perceived the world around him with newfound clarity and exquisite detail. Such formidable spiritual awareness not only signified an extended range of perception, but also allowed for a more refined manipulation of his spiritual energy, a deeper understanding of spells, and a heightened foresight of impending crises. This descent from the mountain, though fraught with peril, had yielded substantial rewards. As he sensed the significant enhancement of his abilities, a sense of tranquility began to settle within him. Regardless of the ever-shifting dynamics of the external world, augmenting one's own strength remained the fundamental approach to weathering any storm. Having solidified his dramatically heightened spiritual awareness due to the breakthrough from the purple chi observation method, Xu Changsheng did not rest on his laurels. He understood the vital role of elixirs in cultivation, particularly in the challenging realm of spiritual awareness techniques. He once again retrieved the recipe for the soul-nourishing pill, acquired from Zhao Nishang. Although this recipe detailed the original version of the top-tier first-grade soul-nourishing pill, it might provide insights into the mysteries of higher-grade elixirs. With a focused thought, he attempted to cast this recipe into the bronze cauldron as well. The cauldron glimmered with azure light, and this time, the object of enhancement was knowledge rather than a physical substance, rendering the process rather peculiar. Moments later, a slightly antiquated yet subtly pulsating new jade slip materialized. Xu Changsheng's consciousness delved deep, revealing a profound transformation in the formulation of the elixir. The complexity and the rarity of the required ingredients had escalated to unprecedented levels. The name of the elixir had also changed to Nourishing Spirit Elixir, now classified as a mid-tier level 2 potion. The Nourishing Spirit Elixir. Indeed, it is. Xu Changsheng murmured, his eyes alight with fervor. The effects of the mid-tier level 2 Nourishing Spirit Elixir would undoubtedly surpass those of the enhanced Soul Strengthening Elixir. However, the numerous auxiliary herbs required for this formulation were largely unfamiliar, and the primary ingredients demanded were the exceedingly rare soul-determining flower and spirit-infusing mushroom, each over 300 years old, priceless treasures of immense value. Chapter 149, Acquiring Soulwood, Successfully Refining, Extracting Metal of Gum. It appears that this elixir is far beyond my current aspirations. Xu Changsheng suppressed the yearning in his heart and solemnly stored away the Nourishing Spirit pill formula, reserving it for future endeavors. The immediate priority was to first refine the original version of the soul-nourishing pill and subsequently enhance it. This approach proved to be more prudent and realistic. Upon making his decision, Xu Changsheng set forth to the market beneath the Taiyi Sect, embarking on a large-scale endeavor to gather the necessary herbs for refining the soul-nourishing pill. The primary ingredient of the soul-nourishing pill is the soulwood, accompanied by the tranquil flower, complemented by the clear heart elixir and moonlight grass. Xu Changsheng had a sufficient stock of the clear heart elixir and moonlight grass from his previous concoctions. Although the tranquil flower is one of the main ingredients for refining the concentration pill and is rather sought after, multiple shops within the market offered it for sale, albeit at a steep price. He spent nearly 1,000 spirit stones to acquire an adequate quantity. The most troublesome ingredient was the soulwood. This wood naturally nurtures the spirit and is a core material for refining various spirit-related artifacts and elixirs, making it exceedingly rare. Xu Changsheng scoured every corner of the Taiyi market, visiting numerous herb shops and material stores, until he finally discovered a section of soulwood, roughly the thickness of an infant's arm and half a foot long, with a dark purple hue that felt warm to the touch. Nestled in the corner of an old-time shop, the shopkeeper, evidently knowledgeable, promptly quoted a price of 100 low-grade spirit stones for a tael. This piece of wood weighed no less than 1.5 pounds. Master shopkeeper, while this soulwood is indeed exquisite, its size is rather diminutive for crafting artifacts, and utilizing it for pill refinement seems rather extravagant. Might we reconsider this price? Xu Changsheng maintained a calm demeanor as he engaged in negotiations with the shopkeeper. Ultimately, after a vigorous exchange of words, he succeeded in purchasing the precious soulwood for 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. Watching his dwindling bag of spirit stones, he once again deeply comprehended the financial burdens of the path of an alchemist. With all the materials gathered, Xu Changsheng returned to his cave dwelling, activated the fire chamber and prepared to commence the pill refinement. Drawing upon his previous success with the concentration pill and his now more potent and refined mental control, he handled these spiritual herbs with greater ease. Although the refinement of the soul-nourishing pill posed a higher difficulty than that of the concentration pill, with more stringent requirements for both heat and mental infusion, after one failed attempt, he meticulously reflected and adjusted his approach. On his second attempt, he succeeded in condensing the pill. Lifting the furnace lid, 3 smooth and translucent soul-nourishing pills, emanating gentle waves of spiritual energy, lay quietly at the bottom of the furnace, achieving the quality of medium grade. Xu Changsheng felt a surge of joy in his heart and pressed on, continuing to operate the furnace several more times, steadily improving his success rate. Ultimately, he produced nearly 10 pills, among which 2 were of medium grade. Eagerly, he took one of the ordinary soul-nourishing pills he had crafted and consumed it. As the pill dissolved, a gentle and continuous cooling energy slowly nourished his sea of consciousness. Indeed, the effect surpassed that of the enhanced concentration pill by a significant margin. However, in comparison to the royal treasures gifted by Zhao Nishang, it seemed slightly inferior, and it was no match for the version enhanced in the small cauldron. Xu Changsheng meticulously experienced the effects of the elixir and made an accurate assessment. Without hesitation, he divided the newly refined soul-nourishing pills into batches and placed them into the bronze cauldron for enhancement. When he ingested a refined, soul-nourishing pill, imbued with a faint golden hue, the situation transformed dramatically. A surge of medicinal potency, tenfold more potent and pure than before, erupted with a resounding force, akin to a refreshing torrent cascading into his sea of consciousness. His spiritual awareness, like a parched land receiving much-needed rain, grew exponentially at an unprecedented speed, solidifying with clarity. This exhilarating sense of progress intoxicated him. Indeed, it was as he had surmised. The arduous process of self-refinement followed by enhancement, though costly, proved to be the most effective path for the continuous elevation of the purple qi observing the divine method. Excitement sparkled in Xu Changsheng's eyes. At this pace, it would not be long before his spiritual strength could truly rival, if not surpass, that of a late-stage foundation-building practitioner. This would undoubtedly become his greatest asset in future confrontations, alchemy, and explorations. He steadied his mind and began to consume the enhanced soul-nourishing pills daily, complemented by meditation. As his spiritual power steadily advanced toward a more formidable realm unbeknownst to him, half a month slipped by, quietly supported by the potent effects of the enhanced soul-nourishing pills. In the tranquil chamber, the violet aura enveloping Xu Changsheng gradually coalesced into his body. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with brilliance, appearing ever more profound. An invisible wave of spiritual awareness radiated from him, encompassing a radius of 430 yards, rendering every subtle movement, be it the chirping of insects or the flow of spiritual energy, vividly clear within the lake of his heart, down to the minutest detail. The 6th layer of the purple qi observing the divine method had reached remarkable fruition. This level of spiritual intensity had far surpassed that of an ordinary mid-stage foundation-building practitioner, genuinely brushing against the threshold of late-stage foundation-building practitioners. The formidable spiritual awareness not only expanded his range of perception, but also endowed him with exquisite control over his own spiritual energy, along with an almost prescient sensitivity to his surroundings. Simultaneously, he did not neglect the cultivation of his magical power. The daily intake of the enhanced Huanglong pill transformed into pure medicinal essence, merging into his 2 dantians, continuously accumulating and refining. Upon emerging from his retreat, he conducted a meticulous introspection of himself. He could still sense a palpable distance separating him from breaking through the mid-stage foundation-building barrier. It was not a feat easily crossed by mere pills or diligent training, necessitating further accumulation or fortuitous opportunities. Nevertheless, thanks to the establishment of a second dantian, the total amount of true essence stored within his body was now immensely rich, rivaling that of some newly initiated mid-stage foundation-building practitioners in sheer volume. The only disparity perhaps lay in the quality of true essence. The true essence of mid-stage foundation-building practitioners, having undergone further refinement, was purer and more agile in operation, thereby enhancing the potency of their spells. Although his total amount of true essence was substantial, it appeared somewhat fluffy, lacking in refinement and purity. This was a natural gap in realms, one that could not be wholly bridged by mere quantity alone. It seemed that breaking through the mid-stage foundation-building level was no trifling matter. It would require painstaking effort and the right timing. Xu Changsheng understood this in his heart and remained unperturbed. He shifted his focus to another matter, his first-tier top-grade Gungjin flying sword, with which he had battled for many years. This set of flying swords, particularly the three that serve as the core, has exhibited some subtle fissures and spiritual damages after numerous fierce battles, especially in confrontations with mid to late Foundation establishment cultivators and even demonic practitioners. For Xu Changsheng, a top-tier magical artifact of the first rank has indeed begun to lag behind, proving inadequate to pose a substantial threat to mid to late Foundation establishment cultivators. He finds himself relying more on the exquisite intricacies of the sword array to engage in combat. To discard it would be a pity, yet to utilize it feels tasteless. Xu Changsheng caressed the delicate scars upon the flying swords, pondering for a moment, a glimmer of resolve flickering in his eyes. Perhaps it would be better to transform fragmentation into wholeness. He intends to completely refine these 9 flying swords, extracting the essence of the metal within. Chapter 150, Master Huang Xing. Intensifying Iron Essence. Each seeks their needs. The primary materials of these flying swords are all exquisite gung metal, having been nurtured by his spiritual energy over the years. The sharp metallic essence contained within has not diminished. Rather, it has become even more refined. If these materials could be gathered and supplemented with the auxiliary spiritual materials acquired from previous tasks and daily collections, it might be sufficient to reforge 2 swords of superior quality, truly reaching the level of second-tier spiritual artifacts. A formidable second-tier spiritual sword, whether used independently or as the core of a potentially stronger sword formation in the future, would significantly enhance his combat capabilities. However, to achieve this, the expertise of a highly skilled master craftsman is essential. After the last disappointing encounter in Wuling, Xu Changsheng resolved to seek out a new master. The previous craftsman, Master Wuling, had been excessively greedy, easily misappropriating materials, and his skills were only mediocre. This time, after extensive inquiries, Xu Changsheng finally learned of a more accomplished master craftsman among the inner disciples, Huang Xing. This individual had reached the late stage of Foundation establishment, was deeply passionate about crafting, possessed an eccentric personality, and was not motivated by wealth. Instead, he had a particular fondness for rare and precious ores, often unable to resist when encountering fine materials. Xu Changsheng's heart stirred as he recalled the piece of iron essence he had obtained from the Heishuan, or vein, which had been enhanced by the bronze cauldron and remained unused. Originally the size of a fist, it had been reduced to a mere fingertip after multiple cuttings. He retrieved this small piece of iron essence and placed it into the cauldron. A blue light swirled around, and this time, the enhancement seemed particularly arduous, with the cauldron humming for a considerable time before settling down. Upon extraction, the fingertip-sized iron essence had undergone a remarkable transformation. Its color had deepened and become more subdued, exuding a dark metallic luster, while its weight had increased tenfold, radiating an extraordinary quality of indestructibility, impervious to all forms of intrusion. Is this iron gold? Xu Changsheng recognized the substance, feeling both astonished and elated. Iron gold is a product of further purification and sublimation of iron essence, typically utilized as an auxiliary material when golden core stage cultivators forge their life treasures, renowned for its remarkable resilience, significantly enhancing the solidity and magical resistance of artifacts, and valued beyond measure. Though it was only the size of a fingertip, it would be enough to drive any craftsman into a frenzy. With this small piece of iron gold in hand, Xu Changsheng made his way to the refining peak cave dwelling where Huang Xing resided. Guided by the address he had learned, Huang Xing was a tall man with a ruddy complexion. His large, rough hands were calloused and worn. As he moved around a blazing furnace filled with earth fire, emanating an intense heat and a faint metallic scent. Upon seeing Xu Changsheng's visit, he gruffly inquired, "What brings you here? If it's for ordinary crafting, seek another. I have no time." Without indulging in unnecessary conversation, Xu Changsheng directly opened his palm, revealing the fingertip-sized dark metallic piece. Huang Xing cast a cursory glance, but his gaze immediately froze. He abruptly stepped closer, nearly snatching the iron gold from Xu Changsheng's hand. His fingers delicately tracing its surface, his eyes igniting with an alarming brilliance, his breath growing heavy. Iron gold. It is indeed iron gold. Although small in size, the quality is unmistakable. Where did you come from, young man? Xu Changsheng smiled faintly and replied, "It was a chance encounter. I have heard of your exceptional skills in crafting weapons, Brother Huang, particularly your fondness for rare minerals. I wish to request your assistance in refining the essence of Gungjin and forging 2 flying swords. This item shall serve as compensation, What do you think? Free of charge. I shall craft it for you without any cost. Huang Xing declared without hesitation, waving his hand grandly while tightly gripping the piece of iron gold, clearly enamored with it. This bit of iron gold is sufficient to enhance the resilience of the magical artifact's foundation. What a splendid find. However, he soon sighed, weighing the small piece of iron gold in his hand with a sense of regret. Alas, it is just too small. If only I had a piece as large as a fist. I do have some precious gung essence that I managed to acquire with great difficulty, which I intended for my future personal magical treasure. If you could provide me with a sufficient quantity of iron gold, I would be willing to exchange it on equal terms. Upon hearing the words gung essence, Xu Changsheng's heart surged with joy. It was as though he had traversed the iron shoes in vain. He had been troubled by the fact that although the quality of the gungjin essence was excellent, its sharpness was not yet optimal. If he could obtain enough gung essence, he could undoubtedly create more second-tier gungjin flying swords. Suppressing his excitement, he calmly inquired, "Gung essence? May I ask how much you possess, Brother Huang?" Huang Xing regarded him with a discerning glance, sensing the confidence in the young man's tone, yet still retrieved a jade box from his storage bag with utmost care. Upon opening the lid, an unmatched sharp aura permeated the air, revealing a fist-sized piece of silvery metal within the box, shimmering with a blinding light. The condensed essence of gungjin seemed capable of slicing through the very air. Here it is. This is enough to serve as the primary material for 4 or 5 flying swords. Huang Xing spoke with pride, a hint of boastfulness in his tone. Xu Changsheng's heart raced. The value of this gung essence far exceeded that of the iron gold he held. He promptly stated, "Brother Huang, to be honest, I do have some channels through which I can acquire more iron gold, but I will need a few days. Might you be able to wait a short while? I assure you I shall bring back a satisfactory quantity." Huang Xing's eyes brightened, his skepticism wavering. Yet, considering the small piece of iron gold in his possession, he nodded, "Very well. I shall await your return for 3 days. If you can indeed procure a fist-sized piece of iron gold, this gung essence will be yours." Agreed. After departing from Huang Xing's abode, Xu Changsheng promptly returned to his own residence. He gathered all the iron essence he had accumulated and reluctantly melted down several unusable magical artifacts that contained iron essence, managing to forge a piece roughly the size of a fist. Without hesitation, he immediately placed this piece of iron essence into a small bronze cauldron for reinforcement. This time, the cauldron roared, and a blue glow emanated for a full hour, clearly indicating that reinforcing such a large quantity of iron essence demanded immense energy. Once the process was complete, a piece of iron gold, fist-sized, dark and unremarkable, yet as heavy as a mountain, lay at the bottom of the cauldron. 3 days later, Xu Changsheng returned punctually to Huang Xing's cave. When he placed the equally fist-sized and exquisitely refined iron gold before Huang Xing, the master craftsman, accustomed to rare materials, could not help but inhale sharply, his face flushed with excitement. Grasping the iron gold, he meticulously examined it, exclaiming in wonder, "Excellent! Excellent! Such pure iron gold! Indeed, young man, you have not deceived this old man. Ha, what a treasure!" Without further ado, he pushed the precious box of gung essence towards Xu Changsheng, declaring, "Take it. This gung essence is yours. Should you come across such fine materials in the future, you must prioritize coming to me." "Thank you, Master Huang." Xu Changsheng, suppressing his excitement, accepted the jade box, feeling the sharp aura emanating from the gung essence inside, his heart overflowing with joy. This transaction proved mutually beneficial. Leaving both parties satisfied, Xu Changsheng acquired the coveted gung essence, while Huang Xing obtained the invaluable iron gold, propelling his crafting skills to new heights. Chapter 151. A 2-month pact to reclaim the mine. The betrayal of Quanfeng. After concluding a transaction with Huang Xing, Xu Changsheng presented the precious gung essence and the refined gung gold essence to him, subsequently making a request that left Huang Xing somewhat taken aback. "Brother Huang," Xu Changsheng stated calmly, "when forging flying swords, there is no need to pursue an excessively high grade. Attaining the mid-level of the second tier suffices. Most importantly, I implore you to make the utmost use of these materials and forge as many flying swords as possible." Huang Xing raised an eyebrow at this, his coarse fingers tapping on the gung essence, and he queried, "Young man, do you understand the weight of this gung essence and gung gold essence? With meticulous refinement and the aid of other spiritual materials, I am confident I could craft for you a superb flying sword nearing the pinnacle of the second tier. If we only seek the mid-tier of the second level, I could indeed produce several more, but would that not be a waste of such fine materials?" Xu Changsheng understood the rationale behind his words, but had his own plans. While a pinnacle second-tier flying sword would indeed be formidable, the mana consumption would be staggering. And given his current cultivation level, wielding it would prove quite arduous and unsustainable. Conversely, a mid-tier second-tier flying sword would be far more manageable for him. The crux of the matter was that he possessed the bronze cauldron. Provided the flying sword's foundation was mid-tier of the second level, it could be enhanced to reach the pinnacle tier with stability. Thus, he would not merely possess one, but several second-tier pinnacle flying swords, all fully under his command, far exceeding the power of a singular high-tier sword. Naturally, Xu Changsheng could not articulate these reasons outright. Instead, he offered a pretext. Brother Huang, please be understanding. My cultivation is still in its infancy, and a high-tier flying sword may prove difficult for me to wield proficiently. Furthermore, the sword array technique I am cultivating necessitates a certain quantity of flying swords, so I would prefer a slightly lower tier to ensure sufficient numbers. Although Huang Xing found this rationale somewhat flimsy, after all, what sword cultivator does not aspire to higher-tier swords? His spirits were buoyed by the large chunk of iron gold he had received, and he chose not to delve deeper into the matter. He waved his hand dismissively. Very well, very well. The materials are yours, and you shall have your way. Mid-tier of the second level, is it? Done. I guarantee to forge you the maximum number of flying swords with these materials. In 2 months, come to collect your swords. Thank you, Brother Huang. Xu Changsheng expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow, a weight lifted from his heart. During the period of waiting for his new flying swords to be forged, a decree from the sect was issued to his cave dwelling through the Deacon Hall. The order indicated that recent conflicts with the demonic path had intensified, leading to significant resource depletion, particularly a shortage of spirit stones. The Black Shin Mine, previously occupied by the Bloodfiend sect, must be reclaimed swiftly to alleviate the sect's urgent needs. Due to the importance of this task and the potential resistance anticipated, it fell upon Xu Changsheng, who had recently demonstrated exceptional prowess and had previously stationed at that mine, thus familiar with its terrain. He was commanded to promptly select a team of inner disciples and head to the Black Shin Mine to eradicate the demonic cultivators entrenched within and reclaim the lost ground. The Black Shin Mine. Xu Changsheng gazed at the task jade slip, his expression sharpening. It represented a crucial turning point in his cultivation journey, laden with memories. And now he was to return in such a manner. Without hesitation, he promptly selected over 10 exceptionally skilled inner sect disciples, and the group embarked on the sect's flying vessel, heading directly towards the Heishuan or vein. Upon their return to the Heishuan mine, the once familiar site was now shrouded in demonic energy, with an ominous array set at the entrance, patrolled intermittently by the figures of demonic cultivators. Xu Changsheng did not recklessly launch an assault. Instead, relying on his profound familiarity with the terrain and his formidable spiritual awareness, he deftly circumvented several visible and hidden sentinels. Discerning the rough layout of the demonic defenses and the nodes of the array, he devised a meticulous plan, personally leading a select group of elite disciples to strike at the array's weakest point with overwhelming force. Simultaneously, he dispatched 2 smaller squads to create chaos on the periphery, distracting and restraining the other demonic cultivators. On the night of the operation, under a dark and windy sky, Xu Changsheng seized the moment, issuing a command. He appeared at the array node at the mine's entrance like a wraith, and the previously prepared Sankai Gungjin sword array was unleashed with ferocity. 3 Gungjin spirit swords transformed into 3 golden rainbows that tore through the night, channeling their full strength in a fierce strike against a point of the array's light barrier. Concurrently, he summoned the Yellow Turban Strongman. Although its energy was nearly depleted, the terrifying power of a late Foundation establishment cultivator descended with a devastating punch, becoming the final straw that broke the camel's back. With a resounding boom, the array's light barrier surrounding the mine flickered violently, letting out a mournful cry before shattering into pieces. The demonic cultivators within the cave were finally alerted to the attack. Descending into chaos, Xu Changsheng charged ahead, entering the mine with sword light flashing, cutting down all who opposed him. His powerful spiritual awareness had already locked onto the 2 most formidable auras within the cave, the 2 demonic leaders at the initial stage of Foundation establishment. The 2 leaders, filled with anger and indignation, confronted him, unleashing various demonic artifacts and spells. However, Xu Changsheng's strength had greatly improved under the pressure of his spiritual awareness. Their movements appeared riddled with flaws. The sword array shifted unpredictably, and combined with the few explosive attacks left in the Yellow Turban Strongman, within just a few exchanges, he dispatched the 2 initial stage Foundation establishment demonic leaders one by one. With the leaders vanquished, the remaining Qi refinement stage demonic cultivators crumbled entirely. swiftly eliminated by the inner sect disciples led by Xu Changsheng. This meticulously planned surprise attack successfully reclaimed the Heishuan, or vein, at a minimal cost. News of the victory reached the sect, and the elders of the affairs hall were greatly astonished, raising their esteem for Xu Changsheng yet again, marking this mission as a significant achievement. Xu Changsheng left his disciples to clear the battlefield, repair the foundational array, and guard the mine temporarily. After half a month, the station team and array masters dispatched by the sect arrived, taking full control of the mine's defense and extraction operations. Once Xu Changsheng completed the handover, he did not linger, returning to the Taiyi Sect with the credentials of his accomplished mission. However, upon returning to Taiyi Sect to report, before he could catch his breath, a shocking piece of news struck like a bolt from the blue, sending tremors throughout the sect and instilling a sense of unease among its members. On Qingzhou Peak, one of the 36 peaks of Taiyi Sect, the peak master had led the majority of the elders and core disciples to defect en masse, seeking refuge with their sworn enemy, the Xian Demon Sect. The defector not only absconded with the resources accumulated over centuries at Qingzhou Peak, but also pilfered a multitude of secret techniques and formulas belonging to the sect, including alchemical and crafting blueprints. This act undoubtedly inflicted another grievous wound upon the Taiyi Immortal Sect, which was already weakened by a series of fierce battles, jeopardizing its very foundation. The upper echelons of the sect were incensed, immediately ordering a thorough investigation and the sealing of information. Yet, how could such a significant event remain entirely concealed? Various whispers soon began circulating among the inner disciples. Xu Changsheng learned from several familiar stewards that, according to clandestine rumors, the shocking defection seemed to be intricately linked to the Lin family, who had long harbored animosity towards him. Chapter 152, Ma Datsai seeks assistance, persuading with reason. The elders' treasures. This time, it was indeed their clandestine machinations, weaving connections, and promising substantial rewards, that persuaded the leader of Qingzhou Peak to lead a defection. The Lin family, through this maneuver, undoubtedly achieved a significant accomplishment within the Xian Demon Sect. Upon receiving this news, Xu Changsheng's expression remained composed, yet his gaze was as frigid as frost. He recalled that when he dealt with the Lin family, although he had eradicated most of their followers, he ultimately allowed the chief villain, Lin Jintian, and his core kin to escape, failing to achieve complete success. At that time, he regarded it as a minor concern, unworthy of alarm, yet unexpectedly, it blossomed into a ceaseless calamity. Failing to eliminate the snake, one only invites harm truly. The ancients did not deceive me. Xu Changsheng silently recited this in his heart, a chilling intent to kill rising from within. This incident served as a clarion call, reminding him that in the realm of cultivation, mercy towards enemies is tantamount to cruelty towards oneself. Once enmity is established, if one cannot deliver a fatal blow and eradicate the root, one shall inevitably face endless repercussions. The traitors of Qingzhou Peak, Xu Changsheng etched the betrayal deeply into his memory. In future encounters, they would transform from fellow disciples into irreconcilable foes. In the wake of this upheaval, the atmosphere within the sect grew increasingly tense, patrolling vigilance intensified, and scrutiny over the disciples became significantly stricter. Xu Changsheng understood that this was the time to bolster his strength. He remained indifferent to the disturbances of the outside world, suppressing his anger and vigilance deep within, and once again immersed himself in secluded cultivation within his cave abode. During his daily routine, aside from consuming elixirs, meditating, and refining his spiritual awareness, he steadfastly completed the alchemical tasks assigned by the sect. On one hand, this was his primary means of earning spirit stones and contribution points. On the other hand, frequent alchemical practice served as an excellent training for his spiritual awareness and control over spiritual energy. Through repeated alchemical endeavors, his comprehension of various medicinal properties deepened, and his fire-controlling techniques became increasingly proficient, leading to a steady improvement in the quality of the elixirs he produced. Occasionally, he even exceeded expectations, crafting several high-grade spiritual pills that left the disciples responsible for collecting the elixirs in the elders' hall astonished. Thus, he immersed himself in the dual pursuits of cultivation and alchemy, as if the tumult of the outside world bore no relevance to him, quietly amassing strength. Within the cave, the furnace blazed continuously, and the sword energy simmered subtly. After a period of time, a cacophony of wailing broke the tranquility of Xu Changsheng's meditation. Scanning with his spiritual awareness, he discovered the visitor was Ma Datsai, an outer sect disciple whom he had not seen for quite some time. Upon opening the cave's protective barrier, he beheld Ma Datsai's rotund figure almost rolling in, tears streaming down his face, utterly heartbroken. devoid of his usual jesting demeanor and seemingly astute appearance. Brother Xu, you must stand up for me. Wowo Ma Ditsai clutched Xu Changsheng's leg, weeping inconsolably. Xu Changsheng frowned slightly, a gentle surge of spiritual energy lifting him. Junior brother Ma, what has caused you such alarm? Speak slowly. Through his sobs, Ma Ditsai recounted the events. It turned out that his uncle, Ma Ziyuan, who held the position of elder within the outer sect and was his greatest support, had tragically fallen during the recent unrest within the sect. Upon the demise of Elder Ma, the once sturdy tree fell, scattering the monkeys. The legacy he left behind, including the lease rights to his cave and some personal connections, was swiftly devoured by the outer sect elders and stewards who had long been coveting it. Even the modest spiritual fields and a market stall that Elder Ma had procured for Ma Ditsai were forcibly seized or purchased at a pittance under various pretexts. As a mere outer sect disciple at the 6th level of Qi refinement, Ma Ditsai found himself utterly powerless to resist, watching helplessly as his uncle's inheritance was stripped away, leaving his path to cultivation increasingly bleak. Listening to Ma Ditsai's lamentations, Xu Changsheng was reminded of their interactions during his time in the outer sect. Though Ma Ditsai had his flaws, being somewhat slick and often seeking petty gains, he had treated Xu with a degree of kindness, frequently sharing information and assisting him with minor tasks. Now, 5 or 6 years had elapsed. Xu had ascended to the foundational stage while Ma Ditsai remained trapped in the mid-Qi refinement phase, struggling in the outer sect. Their statuses had diverged drastically. Nevertheless, Xu Changsheng was not one to forget his roots. The bonds of the past lingered in his heart. Witnessing Ma Ditsai's tragic plight stirred a sense of compassion and discontent within him. The manner in which the assailants acted was undeniably disgraceful. Enough, cease your tears. Xu spoke with a calm yet commanding tone. Lead me to those who are so impatient. In the following days, Xu personally accompanied Ma Ditsai to confront several of the most aggressive inner sect disciples and stewards. Rather than resorting to force, he presented facts and invoked regulations. For the sect openly prohibited members from forcefully seizing property from one another, the elders and stewards. Upon realizing that Ma Ditsai had enlisted the support of Xu Changsheng, a figure of considerable influence and formidable strength, renowned for his alchemical prowess, were taken aback. None were willing to risk incurring his wrath over trivial gains. Thus, under Xu Changsheng's mediation, the spiritual fields and market stall taken from Ma Ditsai were swiftly returned, and even a few of Elder Ma's less valuable assets were symbolically compensated to him. Although most of the core inheritance had already been divided among higher-ups and was beyond recovery, retaining these possessions was a monumental boon for Ma Ditsai, sufficient to sustain his cultivation and support his family. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Ma Ditsai pondered how to express his appreciation. Upon returning home, he rummaged through his belongings and ultimately emerged with an antiquated wooden box adorned with sealing talismans. He returned to Xu Changsheng's cave. Senior brother Xu, your kindness is beyond words. I possess nothing of value, but this is an item my uncle stumbled upon in the past, which he bequeathed to me, claiming it to be a treasure. It has been nothing but a burden for me to keep. Today, I present it to you as a token of my gratitude. Ma Ditsai solemnly extended the wooden box to Xu Changsheng. Upon opening it, Xu discovered several withered spiritual herbs and a few rare minerals. His gaze was instantly drawn to a segment of wood, approximately half a foot long, dark purple in hue, with delicate patterns, emanating a gentle wave of soul energy. Could it be soul-nurturing wood essence? Xu Changsheng was taken aback, for the quality and vintage of the items before him surpassed those he had previously acquired at the market by a considerable margin. The other spiritual materials were also quite rare and of significant value. Gazing into Ma Ditsai's earnest yet somewhat anxious eyes, Xu realized that these indeed represented the most precious offerings he could provide. He ceased to decline and graciously accepted, saying, "Very well. This item is of genuine use to me, so I shall take it. Brother Ma, should anyone dare to insult you within the sect in the future, feel free to invoke my name. As long as I, Xu Changsheng, draw breath, I shall always be your steadfast supporter." Upon hearing these words, Ma Ditsai was utterly elated, his smile nearly distorting his face as he rubbed his hands together and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, brother. Thank you. With your assurance, I feel completely at ease." Chapter 153, Naming Ma Liang, 7 Layers of Purple Qi, Rescuing the 4th Senior Brother. In a fit of excitement, Ma Ditsai suddenly recalled something and, with a bashful expression, said to his senior brother, "Senior brother, my concubine has just given birth to a plump baby boy. You, being a person of great ability, could you possibly bestow a name upon the child? It would surely bring him some of your celestial aura." Upon hearing this, Xu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. then burst into laughter. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "In that case, let us name him Ma Liang. I hope he will grow to be kind-hearted and uphold righteousness, avoiding the paths of wickedness." As he spoke, he retrieved a fine talisman brush from his storage bag, one he often used during his practice, and handed it to Ma Dutsai, saying, "This brush shall serve as a gift for the child. May he, in the future, cultivate wisdom. And even if he lacks spiritual roots or celestial connections, he may still possess a skill to sustain himself." With trembling hands, Ma Dutsai accepted the brush, overwhelmed with gratitude, and left, expressing his heartfelt thanks. With Xu Changsheng's promise and the bestowed name and gift, both he and his newborn son, Ma Liang, would undoubtedly enjoy a more prosperous life within the sect. Xu Changsheng, meanwhile, fondled the exquisite soul-nurturing wood core, feeling quite satisfied. Not only had he aided an old acquaintance, but he had also acquired the materials he required, marking a fortunate connection. He turned and returned to his quiet chamber, preparing to continue his cultivation endeavors. Within the cave, Xu Changsheng's heart was as tranquil as still water as he pursued his path of deep cultivation. The efficacy of the enhanced soul-nurturing pill was astonishing. Its gentle yet powerful soul energy continuously nourished his sea of consciousness, allowing his spiritual awareness to grow at a remarkable pace. Finally, after a month of consistent consumption and refinement, he sensed that the purple aura within his sea of consciousness had reached a critical threshold. Boom. It was as if an invisible barrier had been shattered by a deluge. The seventh layer of the purple chi observing spirit technique was instantly breached. In that fleeting moment, his spiritual power surged dramatically, spreading like a tide in all directions, ultimately stabilizing within an astonishing range of 450 zhang. 450 zhang. Xu Changsheng savored the extraordinary sensation of his spiritual consciousness enveloping the heavens and earth, feeling a stir within his heart. Typically, the range of spiritual awareness for cultivators in the late foundation establishment stage hovers between 400 and 480 zhang. This signified that, in terms of the strength and range of his spiritual consciousness, he was truly comparable to a late foundation establishment cultivator. With 1 mile equating to 150 zhang, 450 zhang approximates 3 miles, an impressive feat indeed. Such formidable spiritual awareness afforded numerous advantages. Whether in meticulous introspection during cultivation, comprehension of techniques, predictive judgment during battles, precise control over flying swords, or even the success rate in alchemy and talisman crafting, all would see a qualitative enhancement. Undoubtedly, this would provide him with a greater sense of self-preservation and confidence in overcoming adversaries amidst the impending conflict between righteous and demonic forces. However, just 2 days after his breakthrough, a message talisman flew into the cave, summoning him to his master, Wang Mu. Xu Changsheng, not daring to be negligent, promptly arranged his attire and made his way to the main hall of the Spirit Herb Peak. Inside, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Atop the peak, Master Wang Mu sat with a solemn demeanor, his expression grave. Below him stood several senior disciples of Xu Changsheng, all esteemed direct disciples of the Spirit Herb Peak, their cultivation levels ranging from the nascent foundation's early to mid-stages. As all were gathered, Wang Mu spared no pleasantries and spoke directly, his tone imbued with a barely perceptible urgency. "Just now, I received a distress signal from your fourth senior brother, Tan Rue, dispatched from Lianyun City in the Zhao Kingdom. While undertaking a clandestine mission for our sect, he was ambushed by practitioners of the Ghost Corpse sect and has sustained severe injuries. He is now trapped within the city, and the situation is dire, requiring immediate assistance." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the gathering shifted dramatically. Brother Tan Rue, a practitioner of the mid-nascent foundation stage, excelled in both alchemy and cultivation among the direct disciples. His perilous predicament underscored the formidable nature of their adversaries and the gravity of his circumstances. Wang Mu sighed deeply and continued, "In these tumultuous times of conflict between righteous and demonic forces, our sect faces a severe shortage of manpower. The high-ranking elders are preoccupied with pressing matters. I, too, am burdened with the critical task of alchemy, as several essential elixirs have reached a pivotal stage, rendering me unable to depart. Thus, the responsibility of this rescue mission must fall upon you." His gaze swept over the assembled disciples, lingering momentarily on Xu Changsheng. The latter's recent display of prowess had evidently reached Wang Mu's ears. Within the hall, the eldest disciple, Xie Exen, was the first to respond gravely. "Rest assured, Master. We will exert every effort to rescue our fourth junior brother." Having attained the late nascent foundation stage, he was the definitive mainstay of this endeavor, his demeanor steady and exuding reliability. Following him, the second disciple, Zuiyu and the third sister, Ning Hongying, solemnly expressed their commitment. Zuiyu's temperament was rather stoic, while Ning Hongying appeared sharp and efficient. Both were practitioners of the mid-nascent foundation stage, demonstrating considerable strength. Xu Changsheng, the youngest disciple who had joined the sect most recently, likewise did not hesitate to clasp his hands and declare, "I shall obey, and I will do my utmost to assist my seniors in rescuing Brother Tanrue." This was the first significant mission explicitly entrusted to him by Master Wang Mu, and both sentiment and reason compelled him to accept without reservation. Wang Mu's gaze traversed the four disciples, pausing slightly on Xu Changsheng before nodding slightly. Although his interactions with this younger disciple had been limited, he was well aware of his rapid growth and commendable performance in the outside world. To be able to triumph over mid-nascent foundation practitioners with just an early-stage cultivation in such perilous territories as the Zhao Kingdom demonstrated that his temperament, strength, and cunning far exceeded his peers, granting Wang Mu considerable assurance. Nonetheless, his expression remained serious as he cautioned once more. Remember, those who practice demonic arts are treacherous, particularly the Ghost Corpse sect, whose methods are especially insidious and malevolent. The primary objective of this rescue is to locate and bring Tanrue back safely. Should the situation become untenable or if it is evidently a trap set by the enemy, do not act recklessly. Your own safety must take precedence. Our sect has already suffered significant losses among its disciples and cannot afford further unnecessary casualties. This deceitful tactic of using fellow practitioners as bait to lure rescuers has been employed by the demonic sects on more than one occasion. Yes, we understand. The four disciples responded in unison, committing their master's admonitions to memory. After receiving their orders, they each returned to their abodes to prepare briefly, agreeing to convene at the mountain gate in 2 hours. Upon returning to his dwelling, Xu Changsheng swiftly assessed his own condition. With his magical energy abundant and his consciousness powerful, he was well equipped with various elixirs, and his flying swords and puppet warriors were in operational condition. Yet, he felt a lingering sense of insecurity. The techniques employed by the Ghost Corpse sect were notoriously cunning, often involving group attacks and the use of foul artifacts that targeted the soul. Therefore, he deemed it necessary to prepare further. He immediately set out for the Taiyi market, with a clear objective, to procure life-saving talismans. He scoured several of the largest talisman shops, sparing no expense on spirit stones, and acquired several substitute talismans. These talismans could absorb a fatal blow on behalf of the user at a critical moment. Although costly, they were undoubtedly invaluable for survival. Following this, he purchased a few blood escape talismans. While these talismans would consume a small portion of his essence blood, they allowed for an exceptionally swift retreat, making them an ideal choice for a desperate escape.